The Earth has entered an era of spiritual revival, and humanity has commenced the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Jiangnan begins his journey with the most formidable street vendor system. Potent potions? Detoxifying beans? Lucky cherries? The demand far exceeds the supply. World-renowned tycoons, billionaires, popular streamers, and supreme powerhouses flock to purchase from him. Jiangnan declares, I have no interest in wealth. My sole ambition is, world peace. Worn socks and shorts, hair ties and clips. Everything must go. The factory manager ran off with my sister-in-law. So it's a clearance sale. Jiangnan, clad in a white t-shirt emblazoned with a Hello Kitty cartoon, pairs it with shorts and slippers, passionately shouting from his makeshift stool. His enthusiasm is palpable. Hey there, miss. Care to buy some shorts? Just $10 for two. A girl passing by hesitates as she glances at the stall, where an array of goods is neatly displayed on a 2-by-2-meter cloth. Take a look, we have all styles. Bows, blue and white stripes, Pikachu designs, bikinis. The girl blushes at the sight of the shorts and then looks at Jiangnan, who appears to be a handsome young man in his late teens, beaming with anticipation. Her face reddens further. How inappropriate. Jiangnan, bewildered, quickly calls out, Miss, don't leave. If you're not buying shorts, at least check out the hair ties. Why am I being deemed inappropriate? It's merely a sale of shorts. Is selling shorts not a legitimate business? Jiangnan feels like crying after shouting for over an hour. His voice is hoarse, and he hasn't made a single sale yet. If this continues, he won't be able to afford food or rent. Hey, isn't that the genius from Jiangnan High School? Awakened with spatial abilities. Why is he selling on the streets? Jiangnan looks up to see a girl in a crop top with a bob haircut, teasing him while holding onto a tall boy's arm. He frowns. Li Mayan? What bad luck to encounter a classmate. Wow, spatial abilities? Darling, you must be joking. I recall there are only 3 Dao Tian-level powerhouses in our country, and one of them possesses spatial powers. Is it him? Li Mayan snickers, indeed. When he awakened his spatial abilities, it caused a sensation throughout Jiangnan. A Dao Tian-level powerhouse even came to meet him and wanted to take him as a disciple. Wang Lin exclaims in disbelief. Then why is he here, selling on the street? Well, you don't know. Although Nan is awakened with the rarest spatial abilities, his aptitude test was the lowest level. The Dao Tian-level powerhouse was so disgusted he left immediately, deeming his talent so poor that had never reached the bronze level in his lifetime. Wang Lin's expression is priceless. What a peculiar situation. Jiangnan, unfazed, rolls his eyes. Are you two buying something or not? If not, hurry along. Don't waste my time. Wang Lin scoffs, kicking a pair of socks on the stall, leaving a clear footprint. What's this? We never said we wouldn't buy. You're not conducting business properly. Seeing the footprint on the socks, Jiangnan frowns deeper, managing a bright smile. Why not buy your girlfriend a bikini? It might come in handy tonight. Li Mayan's face flushes as she kicks over the stall's items, creating chaos. Watch your mouth. Do you know who my brother Wang is? He's a power user from Jiangcheng's Lingwu University. Jiangnan chuckles. You scared me. I thought he was Wang Gang. Wang Lin retorts coldly. What's with your street vending arrogance? You're just a waste. So what if I'm a vendor? I earn my living through my own abilities. Jiang then stand his ground. Earn a living? Today, he'll make sure you can't eat. With a sinister grin, he swings a fist toward Jiangnan's head, the force generating a gust of wind. In that instant, spatial fluctuations ripple around Jiangnan, enabling him to instantaneously retreat half a meter. He narrowly evades the punch, but the effort leaves him utterly drained, feeling as if all his strength has been siphoned away. This startles Wang Lin. Wait, he really has awakened spatial powers? But so what? Still trying to dodge? Another punch lands squarely on Jiangnan's chin, sending him crashing to the ground, his head spinning. Ugh! He spits blood onto the stall cloth. Boy, blood detected. The strongest street vendor system begins integration. Integration successful. The vendor receives a piece of stall cloth, a stool, and a 10-draw lottery ticket. Would you like to draw? What's happening? Jiangnan's head buzzes from the punch he just took. When did street vending come with a system? A 10-draw? Could it give me an SSR on my OG lady? Would you like to draw? Would you like to draw again? Are you going to draw or not? Jiangnan. Why is it getting impatient? Fine. He'll draw. Lucky wheel. 10-draw lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage. A consolation prize of a basic strength potion. Thank you for your patronage. A consolation prize of a basic strength potion. After 9 consecutive thank yous, Jiangnan's expression darkens indeed. The 10 draws are a scam. Congratulations. You won a cleansing fruit. Unlocking system item inventory. Jiangnan sees the inventory filled with 9 strength potions and 1 cleansing fruit. Strength potion effect increases the user's physical attributes tenfold for 3 days and nights. Cleansing fruit effect purifies the essence and enhances the user's talent. Jiangnan's eyes light up. The consolation prize strength potion sounds formidable. He promptly retrieves a bottle from the inventory. Bang! A water barrel suddenly appears on the stall, filled to the brim. Jiangnan is stunned. What the heck? Is this bottle really this massive? Does the system have a misunderstanding about the term bottle? Truly, strength yields miraculous results. Spatial abilities? Not impressive at all. Can't even withstand 1 punch from me. And he dares to call himself a genius. Wang Lin, reveling in his superiority, continues to mock Jiangnan, who is sprawled on the stall. The sudden appearance of the bottle also takes Wang Lin aback. Hold on, let me finish. Jiangnan twists open the bottle cap, boldly lifting the water barrel to drink. Wang Lin, what's going on? Mid-fight, is this kid parched? Drinking from a barrel? After consuming the strength potion, Jiangnan feels a refreshing coolness at the crown of his head, a surge of power erupting from within him. His physical attributes have soared tenfold. Jiangnan sets down the barrel, his fist shooting out like a dragon, delivering a powerful blow to Wang Lin's abdomen. The force generates explosive sound waves. Wang Lin is caught completely off guard. Bang! His face contorts, eyes bulging, feeling as if he's been hit by a truck, and he vomits a mouthful of bile. Jiangnan's punch sends him bending over like a shrimp. Ugh! What kind of monstrous strength is this? Li Mayan stands frozen, forgetting about the crumpled Wang Lin, as the scene unfolding before her is simply too extraordinary. Jiangnan, you've gone bald? Jiangnan is taken aback, instinctively reaching up to touch his head. It's smooth. What the heck? Where's my hair? My hair. Embarks. Not a single strand left. System. Where's my hair? Please do not mind these trivial details. Vendor. Trivial details? How can my flowing locks of hair be reduced to mere triviality in your eyes? What kind of absurd potion is this? Potent indeed, yet leaves one bald after consumption. So, I'm bald, yet I have grown stronger? Chapter 2. Irresistibly drawn in you recording death. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. With his girlfriend by his side, how could he afford to embarrass himself? As an awakened being of the strength attribute, Wang Lin had achieved the bronze rank at an early stage. How could he possibly struggle against this mere black iron? Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he threw another punch. Bang! This blow was firmly caught by Jiangnan, who squeezed tightly. Ouch! The agony made Wang Lin yelp. His face contorted in pain. He began to question his very existence. Wasn't he a strength attribute awakener? How could he possibly be overpowered? Was this young man also an awakener of strength? How could he possess such immense power? Wasn't he supposed to be of the space attribute? Wang Lin's resentment value 888. The system notification echoed in Jiangnan's mind, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. After merging with the system, he had come to understand its basic functions. The lucky draw wheel utilized resentment values for lottery draws. One draw required 10,000 resentment values. A 10 draw would demand a staggering 100,000. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled about how to acquire such resentment values, but now it seemed remarkably simple. All he needed was to incite resentment in others. What peculiar obsession did this system possess? In that moment, Jiangnan's gaze at Wang Lin changed, akin to spotting a shining golden beast. Grasping Wang Lin's fist, he turned and pinned him to the ground, sitting atop him. With a left punch, bang. Wang Lin's resentment value 666. With a right punch, bang. Wang Lin's resentment value 686. Jiangnan's fists fell like rain, the sounds of impact and cries incessantly ringing in his ears. Watching the resentment values continuously refresh, he felt an overwhelming joy. It was akin to consuming a delightful treat, utterly unable to stop. Not satisfied after a while, he seized a nearby stool and began to rain blows upon Wang Lin's face. Wang Lin's resentment value 999. Using the stool seemed far easier than using his fists. Soon, a crowd gathered, many recording videos with their phones. Wow, this bald guy is incredible. He seems quite young. Is he going to cause trouble? Isn't this a bit excessive? Just look at how he's beating him up. His face is all swollen. Excessive? I saw that girl overturning this guy's stall and calling us dirty street vendors. If we don't beat him, who will? He deserves it. We are merely responding to the nation's call. Li Mian stood by, flustered and at a loss. Wang Lin was a bronze 3-star powerhouse, an exceptionally formidable awakener of strength. How could he be so thoroughly humiliated by Jiangnan? This mere black iron. Was he under some sort of stimulant? Jiangnan had always seemed like a rather honest person. Stop. If you hit me again, I will call the police. Li Mu Yan's resentment value 888. Jiangnan paused, gazing at the battered Wang Lin, whose tear-streaked face resembled that of a pig. Had he really been beaten to the point of tears? Fine, I won't hit you anymore, but you've ruined my entire stock of socks. How am I supposed to sell them now? You owe me. Wang Lin's mental state had collapsed. He couldn't believe he had been thoroughly defeated by a high school student. He weakly inquired, how much? 10 yuan a pair. What? Wasn't it 10 yuan for 4 pairs? Why don't you just go rob someone? Jiangnan smirked. What do you think I'm doing? Wang Lin. With over 200 pairs of socks, he had just acquired over 2,000 yuan. Wang Lin had no intention of buying them. However, if he didn't, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave today. Li Mu Yan hurriedly helped the battered Wang Lin to his feet, grumbling, just wait for the monthly test in the Lingwu class tomorrow. You can expect to be kicked out. Starting tomorrow, you can forget about continuing in the Lingwu class. Jiangnan completely ignored her words, still waving cheerfully. Godspeed. See you next time. Wang Lin's resentment value 999. See you next time? To get beaten again? The crowd continued to grow, and with the money secured, Jiangnan knew he couldn't linger any longer. He quickly wrapped up his stall cloth, tossed it onto his bicycle's rear seat, and tucked the stool under his arm. As Jiangnan rode his Phoenix brand bicycle, he hummed a cheerful tune. Riding my beloved bicycle, I will never be stuck in traffic. The sound of the bike chain clicked rhythmically against the wheel cover, as if accompanying him in song. Tomorrow was the monthly test for the Lingwu class at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Due to his abysmal talent, Jiangnan had only managed to reach the pitiful Black Iron 3-star rank since awakening his space abilities in his first year of high school. His classmates had already reached the pinnacle of Black Iron, with some even advancing to bronze. If he did not break through to Black Iron 5-star in this month's test, he would be relegated back to the ordinary class, losing access to the spirit orbs provided by the school for cultivation, thereby halting his progress. 20 years prior, numerous spirit gates appeared across the globe, releasing spiritual energy that ushered in an era of rejuvenation. This influx also brought forth many spirit beasts that challenged human society. Humanity, empowered by the resurgence of spiritual energy, awakened unique abilities. After experiencing initial chaos and paying a heavy price, a peaceful order was finally established. However, the emergence of awakened beings inevitably impacted human society, prompting the gradual establishment of various policies targeting them. Across the nation, spiritual universities were founded, and high schools established Lingwu classes as part of these policies. Jiangnan was fortunate to become an awakener, possessing the rare space attribute. Yet, he had been bestowed with the most abysmal talent. Hence, the current debacle had unfolded. At first, Jiangnan thought that being expelled was no great loss. Being an ordinary person was still acceptable. With hands and feet, even as an orphan, he could survive. However, this unexpectedly acquired strongest street stall system had sparked new ideas in him. He hoped that the so-called cleansing fruit would indeed prove useful. As Jiangnan pondered this, he felt a sudden coolness on his head. Damn it, I almost forgot I was bald. That cursed strength potion was such a scam. System, why did you only mention the benefits in your introduction? What about the side effects? Is it really that deceitful? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Jiangnan, Wang Defa, given the system's tendency, could the cleansing fruit also have side effects? Why overthink it? He would simply try it at home. After cycling for over half an hour, he arrived at a small alley in the outskirts of Jiangqing. At the alley's entrance, a barbecue stall was bustling with customers, and Jiangnan's stomach growled in response. The aunt serving the food called out, "Shaonan, just finished your stall? You must be hungry. Here, Aunt Zhou will get you a plate of fried noodles." Jiangnan smiled. "No need, Aunt Zhou. I've eaten outside. Here's the rent for this month, 2,500. I'm sorry for the delay." Aunt Zhou accepted the rent. "Oh dear, it's not easy for you, managing school and running a stall. Why have you shaved your head?" Jiangnan, "Hiki, I thought it would be cooler in summer." "Well, it does look quite spirited." After exchanging pleasantries, Jiangnan hurried home, eager to test whether the cleansing fruit truly had any effect. Chapter 3. Just asking, is the hospital Wi-Fi fast? Upon returning to his humble abode, he locked his bicycle to an old locust tree at the entrance. Though his 25-square-meter rented room was small, Jiangnan kept it impeccably tidy. Under the bed lay a considerable stock of goods. Ignoring his growling stomach, he drew the curtains, focused his mind, and summoned the cleansing fruit into his hand. Staring at the red, plum-like fruit, Jiangnan swallowed hard. What was there to fear? He had nothing of value to lose. In a moment of resolve, he popped the cleansing fruit into his mouth. It melted instantly, and then it vanished. Gone. Wasn't it supposed to cleanse and refine? Even a plum would leave some sweetness behind. However, after 5 minutes, Jiangnan suddenly felt a clearer connection to the spiritual energy, which began to surge into his body with fervor. In the blink of an eye, Jiangnan's cultivation has reached the level of black iron 7 stars. He could feel a genuine enhancement in his talent. Although he was uncertain about the exact grade of this elevation, it was undoubtedly no longer at E-level. His heart swelled with excitement, his hands trembling with anticipation. However, regaining his composure, Jiangnan began to check what he was missing. Fortunately, he found that none of his components were lacking. After consuming a potent potion, he had unexpectedly become bald. Who knows what side effects this cleansing fruit might have? Jiangnan still felt uneasy and thus commenced a meticulous inspection. Just as he was about to conclude his examination, the door swung open, revealing a graceful girl in a floral dress with a ponytail, holding a bowl of noodles. She stood at the entrance, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld Jiangnan engrossed in his inspection. Suddenly realizing something, her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a loud bang, she slammed the door shut. "I've left the noodles at the door for you, Jiangnan. Eat them when you're done." Jiangnan, bewildered, exclaimed, "What do you mean by when you're done? Are you misunderstanding something? Do you think I'm up to something strange?" Before he could clarify, the girl had already fled. Her face still flushed. The noodles were quite delicious, albeit a tad salty. Don't ask, it tasted like tears. He would have to wait for a more opportune moment to explain. After all, she was the landlord's daughter and a fellow student, which made for an excellent connection. Once his emotions settled, Jiangnan began to delve into the system. Noticing his resentment value had surged to over 110,000. This was largely due to his victorious encounter with Wang Lin, which had been quite lucrative, along with considerable contributions from Li Mayan. It was ample enough for another 10 consecutive draws. Just imagine if he were to obtain another cleansing fruit. What a delight that would be. Spin the lucky wheel. 10 consecutive draws commence. Thank you for your patronage. A consolation prize of a potent potion. Thank you for your patronage. After 10 rounds, Jiangnan's expression darkened. He was as grim as a coal miner. Thank you for your patronage? Why on earth would this option appear on the lucky wheel? Was it because I'm bald? His inventory now contained an additional 10 bottles of the potent potion. Wait a moment. He could set up a stall to sell these potions. Although they might cause baldness, the miraculous effects could not be denied. Plus, he could earn resentment points on the side. Brilliant. With this determination, Jiangnan reclined on his bed and retrieved his domestic smartphone, which he had purchased for $50 from a street vendor, preparing to scroll through it before sleep. He stumbled upon the WeChat group for his class. The chat was abuzz with excitement. "Hey, everyone, did you see the video of that bald guy from Jiangcheng night market beating up a student from Lingwu University? It has over 400,000 views. What is going on? Share it with me." A short while later, someone posted a video. In it, a bald Jiangnan, clad in a Hello Kitty t-shirt, was seated atop Wang Lin, mercilessly pounding him with a stool. Wow, this bald guy is fierce. That sounds brutal. Even through the screen, one could feel the pain. The unfortunate soul being beaten appeared to be a bronze-level strength-type spiritual warrior. This bald fellow, despite his unimposing appearance, possessed the strength to crush him, yet he was out there selling goods? True talent lies among the common folk. Jiangnan chuckled to himself. He hadn't expected to be filmed. The footage was blurry, undoubtedly due to the shaky hands of the cameraman. Hey, doesn't that bald guy look a bit like Jiangnan from our class? Him? Don't be ridiculous. With that weak appearance, could he possibly handle a bronze-level awakened warrior? Exactly. It took him 3 years to reach black iron 3 stars. What a waste of the spiritual pearls he receives monthly. And he's a space type. After tomorrow's monthly exam, he won't even be in our class anymore. Good riddance. As he observed the lively banter in the group, Jiangnan remained silent, merely smirking. Tomorrow? He had no intentions of leaving. They would all be in for a shock. Wait a minute. Was he that Li Mayan from our class who was supporting the beaten brother as they left? No way. It really is her. He had indeed heard that she was dating a student from Lingwu University. Li Mayan, what is going on, Sister Yin? Li Mayan, how did the fight start? Do tell. Li Mayan, is your boyfriend all right? From Li Mayan's resentment value 555. The system went into a frenzy, refreshing Li Mayan's resentment points. Jiangnan was overjoyed. His classmates were simply adorable. It was clear she was keeping an eye on the group. How could she not be angry? She was likely still tending to Wang Lin in the hospital. Thus, Jiangnan also contributed to the conversation. Nanshan, Li Mayan, is the hospital Wi-Fi particularly fast? I envy those of you who can mooch off the network. My data is nearly depleted. From Li Mayan's resentment value 999, I was just there to mooch off Wi-Fi. You know, can you be any more shameless? She hadn't spoken a word throughout, yet her resentment points continued to accumulate. By the time Jiangnan fell asleep, they were still racking up. Women hold grudges, indeed. The next day, in high spirits, Jiangnan stepped outside and encountered the landlord's daughter, who was preparing for school with her backpack. Yuqing, about yesterday. Zhou Yuqing glanced at Jiangnan, her face flushing once more. She shyly remarked, Jiangnan, you should rest early at night and take care of your health. With that, she flicked her ponytail and dashed away with remarkable speed. Jiangnan felt like crying. Was he really unable to clarify this misunderstanding? Sister, please listen to me. I'm truly not that kind of person. I was just checking my health. I didn't do anything shameful. Wearing a cap to conceal his baldness, Jiangnan pedaled his bicycle, the rhythmic sound accompanying him as he made his way to school. The monthly exam was about to commence. Chapter 4. Is it you, Teacher Saitama? As Jiangnan entered the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere due to the impending monthly exam quieted slightly. His handsome and refreshing visage caught the attention of several female classmates. Yet, the thought that after the monthly exam, he would no longer be their classmate left a tinge of sadness in the air. He made his way to the window seat, prompting murmurs among his classmates. Why is our Nanshin wearing a hat? Trying to be a big-headed garlic? Uffed. He probably knows he is about to be kicked out and is too embarrassed to face anyone. Jiangnan gazed out the window, lost in thought. 3 years ago, the name of the southern god reverberated throughout Jiangcheng. Yet today, the term had become a mere joke. Perhaps today would mark a turning point. Just then, class monitor Li Xiang approached him. Jiangnan, don't feel disheartened. Being kicked out is no big deal. Perhaps being a spiritual warrior isn't suitable for you, but your space-type abilities still hold merit. My father runs a logistics company. After you graduate high school, you could work there. A monthly salary of 30,000. Plus, he can provide spiritual pearls for cultivation. What do you think? Li Xiang's proposition attracted the attention of many classmates. What? 30,000? Isn't that too generous? 3,000 would be more reasonable. Haha. My brother Xiang is the best class monitor. Jiangnan glanced at Li Xiang and smiled brightly. Are you suggesting I become a courier? His words sent the entire class into fits of laughter, with Li Xiang chuckling and shrugging. Haha. A space-type spiritual warrior as a courier, that's right up your alley. 30,000 is the max. It can't be more. Li Xiang replied, this is a rare opportunity. Think it over. Jiangnan grinned and said, I know a contractor at the South City construction site. With your Earth-type powers, you could probably dig a cesspool faster than 10 excavators. The moment he said this, the entire class turned beet red, trying to suppress their laughter. Excavators? 10 of them? Li Xiang's face darkened. From Li Xiang's resentment value 999. Don't push your luck. Just as Jiangnan was about to speak. After a sleepless night, Li Muyan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, stormed into the classroom and confronted Jiangnan. You will be held accountable for what you did to me last night. Jiangnan pondered for 2 seconds and replied nonchalantly, what's wrong? Still hurting? Upon hearing this, the entire class fell silent, their gazes towards the duo shifting significantly. What on earth? What happened last night? Did they engage in a naked brawl? This is quite unexpected. Jiangnan, so formidable? The rumors about this circle are indeed wild. Realizing the implications of her words, Li Muyan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted angrily, you shameless. Li Muyan's resentment point 789. Just then, the class teacher, dressed in professional attire, entered the classroom and tapped the blackboard with a ruler. Return to your seats and be quiet. Li Xiang squinted and muttered, you better wait, you'll see. Jiangnan grinned, thinking how easy it was to accumulate resentment points. The teacher announced, in the upcoming monthly exam, we will test the levels and attacking power of the spiritual warriors. Assemble in the gym and stay alert. Class 1 of spiritual warriors is an elite class. Do not lag behind, understood? The teacher's gaze landed on Jiangnan, eliciting a wave of snickers from the classmates. Jiangnan remained unfazed. The gymnasium of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School resembled a glass house, transformed into a venue suitable for spiritual warriors. On the 3rd floor, nearly 500 students from 10 classes of the Senior Spiritual Warrior Division gathered in formation. After the principal delivered a drowsy speech, the monthly test commenced. By the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a testing machine resembling a punch power tester, constructed with titanium magnesium alloy, complete with a display screen for showing values. A student from Class 10 was the first to step up, gathering momentum as flames enveloped his hands. With a mighty swing, he sent a fireball the size of a basin crashing into the testing machine. A thunderous explosion ensued, flames erupting. The target was charred. The display screen showing a value, black iron 9 stars, attack power A. The student beamed with excitement, pride in his eyes as he returned to the ranks. The supervising teacher nodded, very good. Next, one by one, students stepped up to test their abilities, showcasing their talents. Most had awakened elemental powers, while others possessed unique abilities, such as beast transformation, strength, or telekinesis. The rankings fluctuated continuously based on levels and attack power. After 2 hours, it was finally Class 1's turn. The students were eager to go. Li Xiang leaped forward first, taking a deep breath and stamping his foot. The reinforced concrete floor twisted violently, morphing into a cement fist that struck the testing machine with ferocity. Bronze 3 stars, attack power S. The ranking soared to the top. Li Xiang exhaled in relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, the class leader of Class 1 of spiritual warriors. Bronze 3 stars? That is incredibly impressive. A genius. I heard his talent is rated A. No wonder. How many high school students can reach the bronze level? Amidst the admiration, Li Xiang returned to the ranks. Casting a disdainful glance at Jiangnan, the meaning in his gaze unmistakable. After several more students, it was Li Muyan's turn. As a metal element awakener, she controlled metallic steel balls that crashed into the testing machine with force comparable to firearms, even sparking flames. Black iron 10 stars peak, attack power A. Her ranking skyrocketed, landing her in the top 10. Wow. Class 1 is filled with tough individuals. This girl is exceptionally strong. Elemental awakeners are all formidable mages, their attack power unquestionable. Li Muyan, with a frosty expression, approached Jiangnan. Just wait to be expelled from the spiritual warrior class. Class 1 Jiangnan, you're up. Jiangnan smiled faintly, adjusted his cap, and walked slowly to the testing machine. Huh? Who said Class 1 was composed only of fierce warriors? ISNT, there's still a Jiangnan here? A teleporting weakling who can barely make the machine register a value. As Jiangnan stepped up, murmurs filled the crowd. They were eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Ignoring the derisive comments, Jiangnan took a deep breath, his muscles tensing like steel rebar. He stepped forward, twisting his waist, and unleashed a powerful punch. The impact produced a deafening shockwave. Bang! The titanium magnesium target crumpled like clay under the blow. The 4 fixed corners were shattered, and the entire testing machine was forcefully propelled outward, as if struck by a truck. It smashed through the glass windows, plummeting from the 3rd floor to the rubber playground below, rolling over 20 meters. The gust of wind blew Jiangnan's cap off, revealing his bald head. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. Li Xiang was dumbfounded, as was Li Muyan. Even the supervising teachers and the principal stood in disbelief. A bald head. One punch obliterated the testing machine. The students momentarily experienced a surreal illusion. Saitama, is that you? Just a cape away. Chapter 5, Awakened by a Single Punch? This is literally One Punch Man. What terrifying power is this? Though our school's testing machine is basic, it should withstand attacks below bronze 5 stars. A strength-type awakener couldn't possibly send the testing machine flying, could they? Have you all forgotten? Jiangnan is a space-type awakener. Gasps filled the air as the students in the gymnasium were utterly astonished. Jiangnan scratched his head, surprised by the force of his own blow. Is the strength potion really that terrifying? Jiangnan innocently asked, Teacher, I won't have to pay for this, right? Li Xiang's resentment points 999. Li Muyan's resentment points 999. Wang Tianyi's resentment points 999. Hey, what is the focus here? Hee. Does the principal have such resentment? Could he really make me pay? The supervising teacher's eyelids twitched. He had just witnessed this. Could a high school student really deliver such a punch? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he asked, Can a few students bring the testing machine back? Don't worry. You won't have to pay. It's our school's responsibility for not maintaining it well. Besides, it's time for our school to upgrade to a new testing machine. Principal Wang's face darkened. Wang Tianyi's resentment points 999. Jiangnan secretly delighted. Teacher, please stop talking. If you keep going, the principal might just give you a dose of our medicine. Soon, several students returned with the testing machine from the playground, questioning their life choices as they struggled with the heavy device, estimated to weigh at least 700 or 800 pounds. How did it fly so far? The students playing basketball were left speechless. Which senior warrior from our school just sent the testing machine flying from the 3rd floor gym? What a fright. All faculty and students stared at the battered testing machine, resembling something struck by armor-piercing rounds, collectively silent. Jiangnan felt a chill as he glanced at the machine. Although the display flickered, it remained operational. Black iron 7 stars. Attack power. Jiangnan's name shot to the top of the leaderboard. What? Did I just misread that? Jiangnan's attack power is so terrifying, yet only black iron 7 stars? Attack power. Max. Incredible. Principal Wang, maintaining a facade of calm, remarked, Well, it doesn't seem too damaged. A repair should suffice. However, bang. The testing machine completed its final mission, erupting in sparks, and officially broke down. Wang Tianyi's resentment points 999. What can be repaired? Principal, is this frugality truly wise? The supervising teacher remarked. I recall your awakening was space type. How come your strength? Jiangnan casually replied, oh, yesterday I was at the Jiangnan night market, got punched by someone, and awakened. Then I awakened strength powers too. The supervising teacher? Principal? Li Mayan, Wang Defa? This statement was clearly premeditated by Jiangnan. Damn it. No wonder it seems so familiar. That viral video from yesterday. The one with the guy beating up a university student was none other than Nanshan, right? Indeed, this is outrageous. A dual system awakening? Is it that easy to awaken from just a single punch? The attention of all the students in Class 1 suddenly converged on Li Mayan, their expressions revealing their understanding. So that was it. Yesterday, Jiangnan had knocked Li Mayan's boyfriend unconscious. That explained the conversation from this morning. The supervising teacher chuckled, well, this is your opportunity. I will report this to the school. A dual system awakening is extremely rare. You will receive an additional spirit pearl each month. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Thank you, teacher. After stepping off the stage, Jiangnan approached Li Mayan, bashfully saying, make sure to thank my brother Wang when you visit the hospital. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have achieved a dual system awakening. Li Mayan's teeth ground in frustration. From Li Mayan's resentment value 999, Jiangnan was clearly enjoying this moment. The surrounding students looked at Jiangnan with jealousy. Is it really possible to awaken a dual system just by getting punched? What a stroke of luck. Should I also reach out to Li Mayan's boyfriend and see if I can get punched too? Supervising teacher. All right. Next, Lu Wuchuan from Class 1. Those who were unable to take the test will have their monthly exam postponed until the new testing device arrives. He then realized that the testing device had already been smashed by Jiangnan's punch. What kind of test could be done now? From supervising teacher's resentment value 200. From Lu Wuchuan's resentment value 666. The system's resentment value list refreshed wildly. As the students who failed to test contributed a wave of resentment value to Jiangnan, Jiangnan thought his classmates were just too adorable. If there was a next time, he would surely mend his ways. Yes, striving to explode the testing device sooner. How mischievous. The monthly exam was thus prematurely concluded by Jiangnan's punch. As the crowd dispersed, Li Xiang approached, coldly stating, don't celebrate too soon. With your pathetic talent, what does a dual system awakening even matter? It's merely a fleeting moment. Soon enough, we will leave you behind. Jiangnan raised his fist. What is the matter? Human excavator. Is your skull harder than a titanium magnesium testing device? Li Xiang. From Li Xiang's resentment value 888, humph. Just wait and see. Watching Li Xiang's retreating figure, Jiangnan felt utterly delighted. After Wang Lin, this guy had become his second significant source of resentment, continuously providing nearly 30,000 points. He needed to nurture this relationship. That evening after school, Jiangnan rode his bicycle straight to the Jiangxing night market. On the way, he began to strategize his money-making plans. At the Jiangxing night market, street vendors sold various items. Upon arriving, Jiangnan activated his spatial abilities, and a space portal suddenly opened beside him. As a spatial-type spirit warrior, he might not excel at everything else, but he could certainly create an alternate space to store items. With his current strength, he could only open up a 3 cubic meter space, effortlessly maintaining it. Many of his goods were stored in this alternate space. It was incredibly convenient. A square tablecloth was spread out, neatly displaying socks, underwear, hair ties, and hairpins. The only difference was that there were 10 bottles of mineral water on the stand. The bottle caps were clearly opened, and the labels had been torn off. The bottle bodies had 4 large, crooked words written in marker. Farmers, 3 punches. This was Jiangnan's pre-prepared strength potion. Come. Take a look at my wares. Socks, underwear, hair ties, and hairpins at bargain prices. Plus, the ancestral farmer's 3 punches. It even has a hint of sweetness. As the sky grew darker, more people flocked to the night market. After a passionate shout from Jiangnan, he indeed attracted quite a crowd. 2 passing young ladies whispered to each other, hey, isn't that the bald guy who got hit in the face yesterday? He's back at it again. Wow, it really is him. He is kind of cute. What? Are you interested? Not really. Bald isn't my type. If he had hair, I'd definitely ask for his WeChat. Jiangnan. System. Why do you insist on exposing my details? Young ladies, I assure you, I didn't choose to be bald. One of the tall, handsome guys accompanying the 2 ladies rolled his eyes and said, let us enjoy the night. Our team is heading into the spirit ruins tomorrow. The young lady pouted. Stop saying such dull things. Let us go check it out. The tall guy retorted, what is so good about a bald guy? He is not as handsome as me. The trio approached the stall to select items, and several products made the 2 young ladies blush. Jiangnan, being observant, noticed a red hair tie peeking out from behind Zheng Wei's waist as he bent down. Jiangnan smirked. What is up, bro? Is this your lucky year? Wearing red shorts. My red shorts definitely 1T fade. Feel free to wear them. Just $10 for two. Zheng Wei's face darkened. What the hell are you looking at? From Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. The two young ladies followed Jiangnan's gaze and naturally noticed the red color at Zheng Wei's waist, bursting into laughter. Haha, Zheng Wei. It really is your lucky year. How vibrant. How bold. Let us get two pairs. They 1T fade. Good luck wearing red during your lucky year. Jiangnan interjected. You two fairies are absolutely right. Let us get two pairs. From Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. Hey, you think you're more handsome? I was a total heartthrob when I had hair. Jiangnan grinned as he processed the payment, earning $10. Zheng Wei, filled with resentment, fixed his gaze on the mineral water bottles at the stall. He chuckled when he read the label. Farmer's 3 punches? What's that? Jiangnan perked up. Bro, you don't know this? Ancestral Farmer's 3 punches, and it's a bit sweet. One bottle will increase your strength tenfold. Just 3 punches to take down your opponent. Zheng Wei's eyelids twitched. What the heck? Farmer's 3 punches is a bit sweet? That bottle has obviously been opened, right? An ancestral? Can mineral water even be ancestral? Waiter, bring me a bottle of 82 mineral water. Jiangnan exclaimed. Are you doubting me? He picked up a red brick from the roadside and slammed it against his forehead. The young ladies gasped in horror. Before they could finish, the brick smashed against Jiangnan's forehead with a loud crack. Zheng Wei. The young ladies. Is this how street vendors operate now? Do you believe me? Jiangnan asked, picking up another red brick. The sound of breaking echoed, making everyone shiver. I tell you, before drinking Farmer's 3 punches, I struggled to get up from bed. After drinking, I can smash bricks with my head and tear off manhole covers with my hands. Do you believe me? He smashed another brick against his forehead. Zheng Wei hurriedly intervened. Bro, don't do that. Brother, I'll buy. I'll buy? How much? Jiangnan wiped the dust from his forehead, grinning. Not expensive. Just 10,000 a bottle. Zheng Wei nearly choked on his saliva, exclaiming, 10,000? Your ancestral mineral water is too expensive. Jiangnan shrugged, but it's effective. The two young ladies became intrigued and encouraged. Zheng Wei, just give it a try. You can afford it. The girls skillfully split the red bricks, showcasing her dedication. Zheng Wei, observing the eager expressions of the two young ladies, had no choice but to accept the situation. Alas, let us consider this as paying to witness a remarkable skill. He transferred 10,000 through WeChat. Jiangnan quickly interjected, wait a moment, brother, I'm still short by 1. Zheng Wei was taken aback. ISNT at 10,000? Why is there still a missing piece? Jiangnan replied nonchalantly. ISNT the red brick worth money? Each piece is worth 50 cents. Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. You expect me to pay for splitting bricks? What a lucrative business this is. Zheng Wei thought. Just wait. If it doesn't work out. Without further ado, under the expectant gazes of the two ladies, Zheng Wei uncapped the Farmer's 3 punches and took a swig. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a wild energy surged within him, painting his face crimson. Goodness, it's really happening. Excitement filled Zheng Wei's eyes. As a 2-star bronze strength awakener, his power reached an astonishing level with a 10-fold enhancement. Clenching his fist, he managed to shatter the air. Boss, this is truly effective. Your ancestral mineral water is impressive. With this, tomorrow's expedition into the spiritual void was more assured. Jiangnan awkwardly chuckled. Well, if it works, then why would I deceive you? However, the two young ladies gasped in surprise. Zheng Wei, you're bald. Really bald. Ha ha. I can't hold it in anymore. Your shiny bald head is blinding. They laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming from their eyes. Zheng Wei rubbed his head, realizing the chilling night breeze. I really am bald. Zheng Wei's resentment value 999. From Zheng Wei. The system's resentment value surged wildly, surpassing 10,000 in no time. Zheng Wei exploded in fury. Boss, are you messing with me? Where's my hair? Jiangnan patted Zheng Wei's shoulder. Oh brother, don't sweat the small stuff. Ha. The cycle of destiny is relentless. Who escapes the fate of baldness? Small details? I'll take you on. Zheng Wei's eyes turned red. But he was halted by the two young ladies on the spot. Oh, bald heads can look quite handsome. They argued. Besides, you weren't deceived. The Farmer's 3 punches really work. Ha ha ha. Let me laugh a bit more. I can't take it. Jiangnan winked at the two ladies. It seems that I'm the more handsome one here, right? The young lady replied. Haha. You're so handsome. Let us add each other on WeChat. Sure. The three departed, leaving Zheng Wei with a desolate figure, his shiny bald head reflecting the streetlight glow, while the two young ladies continued to laugh heartily. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class rushed to a halt at the night market's entrance. A stunning beauty clad in a jacket and hot pants emerged from the driver's seat. Her beauty was overwhelming, akin to a snow lotus blooming in the night sky. With silver hair cascading to her shoulders and blue eyes deep as the ocean, she was clutching her phone, revealing a mischievous grin with sharp canine teeth. It must be him. This time, I can't be mistaken. From the passenger seat emerged a girl wearing a white orchid shirt and fitted jeans, topped with a sun hat. She chuckled. Xiao, you've been searching for nearly half a year. You always say that. Xiao huffed. Humph. Did you think I wouldn't recognize him just because he shaved his head? That deceitful merchant. Thinking about it makes me furious. With that, she grabbed Zhong Yingshua's arm and headed straight for the Jiangnan night market, her teeth grinding in frustration. Zhong Yingxue stifled laughter. Those hot pants really did fade quite a bit. Xiaoyao glared. Shoo, don't say that. It's embarrassing. Chapter 7, A Two-Pronged Attack. Having just sold a bottle of Farmer's 3 punches, Jiangnan tasted the sweetness of success. How could he easily let go of this business opportunity? Not only did he earn money, but he also accumulated a hefty amount of resentment points. It was time to strike it rich. He promptly retrieved a stack of red bricks from another dimension. Come on, the ancestral Farmer's 3 punches. A sip for splitting red bricks. 2 sips for kicking durians. 3 sips to ascend to the heavens. Living like a deity. No exaggeration, let us split some bricks right now. Saying this, he took a red brick and slammed it against his forehead. With a resounding crack, it shattered. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, and soon a crowd gathered around him. This guy is for real. Nowadays, you can't even set up a stall without some impressive skills. The boss is quite reckless. Is he really risking his life for money? Then someone exclaimed, Boss, is this brick fake? Jiangnan was instantly enraged, standing up with the brick in hand. Fake? Come here. Let me try it on you. From Song Xin's Resentment Value 666. Boss, even if it's fake, I wouldn't dare to challenge it. Haha, the boss is tough. Real bricks. A black-hearted killness bricks. This guy knows his stuff. Soon, many began recording videos, and the crowd grew larger. After Jiangnan split more than 20 bricks, his voice became hoarse. The curious onlookers refused to spend any money. Jiangnan felt a pang of regret. Aren't red bricks worth money? Nowadays, you have to pay to watch a duo performance. If you don't buy the Farmer's 3 punches, at least purchase a headband or hot pants, right? Are they all just freeloaders? Just then, a wave of gasps swept through the crowd as many were drawn away by something else. Jiangnan continued splitting bricks, oblivious to the commotion. The crowd stirred. What a stunning beauty. I've never seen someone so beautiful. She is even comparable to those celebrities. I'm in love. Is this what it feels like to fall in love at first sight? Xiaoao was searching around intently, exuding an untamed aura, like a white wolf hunting in the snow. With blue eyes and silver hair, clad in hot pants and a black tank top, she displayed her exquisite midriff. Standing around 180 centimeters, her legs were straight, resembling a character from a comic. Meanwhile, the slightly shorter Zhong Yingxue wore fitted jeans and a white shirt, topped with a sun hat, her black hair grazing her ears, revealing her fair neck. Her features were strikingly beautiful, almost impossible to describe. So, Xiaoyao, did you find him? Zhong Yingxue inquired. Xiaoyao shook her head, continuing her search. Zhong Yingshue's eyes lit up. There's a crowd over there. Let us check it out. Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled, and she pulled Zhong Yingxue away from the crowd. They soon spotted a bald man splitting bricks. Jiangnan looked up and turned pale. He was about to teleport away. Finally, I've caught you. Where do you think you're going? With that, she lunged forward, tackling Jiangnan in a fierce lock. Jiangnan? His eyes rolled back in disbelief. From Xiaoao's Resentment Value 1000. You despicable black-hearted merchant. I've been searching for you for half a year. The 2 pairs of hot pants you sold me all faded. Jiangnan's cold sweat broke out instantly, his face filled with guilt. Nonsense. How do you know they faded? Xiaoyao gritted her teeth in anger. How could she not know? After wearing them for just a day, she intended to enjoy a nice bath and sleep, only to find her skin stained black by the faded pants. Zhong Yingxue burst into laughter. Unaware of what kind of dye had been used, Xiao spent an entire week trying to wash it off, afraid to scrub too hard. It was a nightmare she would never forget. How could she possibly speak of it? It was utterly embarrassing. Since that incident, Xiaoyao vowed to seek revenge. For the past 6 months, she had scoured every night market. She encountered Jiangnan twice, but he always managed to escape. This time, she swore not to let him slip away. Xiao blushed fiercely, declaring, What is it to you? Humph. Pay me back. The crowd erupted in chaos. What is going on? Is the bald boss really that tough? Were those 2 stunning women there to find him? Wow, a beautiful woman was throttling him? He wanted that too. TSK. The shorts were losing color? Serves those unscrupulous merchants right. He was envious. He wanted to be an unscrupulous merchant too. Originally, Jiangnan had intended to teleport away. But now, with the 2 women pressed tightly against him, nearly suffocating him, how could he run? Yet, Zhong Yingxue stood to the side, covering her mouth. staring at Jiangnan in stunned disbelief. Tears had already soaked her eyes. Jiangnan? Is that you? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiangnan was taken aback. He had been so focused on defending against Xia Yao that he hadn't noticed Zhong Yingshue's presence. He couldn't help but look up at the girl before him. Xiao. Zhao Yingxiu? His heart was instantly filled with immense joy. Before he could speak, Zhong Yingxue rushed forward and embraced Jiangnan tightly. In an instant, his nostrils were filled with fragrance. He was met with a warm and tender embrace. People were instantly losing their minds. Holy crap, what the hell? A pincer attack? Was that even fair? Was there no justice? At that moment, Jiangnan was genuinely struggling to withstand the double assault. Ugh. Zhao Yingxiu. I can't breathe. Jiangnan struggled for a moment, feeling suffocated and truly stifled. But it felt amazing. Zhong Yingxue then realized her impropriety and quickly released him. Her fair face flushed crimson. She brushed the brick dust from Jiangnan's head. Xia Yao was also stunned for a moment. Why had Xue rushed up too? Was she trying to help her get revenge? Xiao Yao quickly released Jiangnan. Xia Yao. She then shook her head frantically. I finally caught him. What if he runs away if I let him go? Zhong Yingxue looked utterly helpless and said with a wry smile, This is Jiangnan, the friend from the orphanage I told you about. Xia Yao was utterly astonished. No way? What a coincidence. They had known each other for so long. And from the orphanage? Childhood sweethearts? Xia Yao's face was fierce but childish. Then I'll loosen my grip a little, but you can't run away. Jiangnan was also stunned for a long time. Looking at Zhong Yingxue before him, he could vaguely make out some of her childhood features. Zhong Yingxue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Why did you shave your head? And you're setting up a street stall and breaking bricks. Jiangnan scratched his head and smiled. It's hot in the summer, so I just shaved it all off. No need to manage my hair. Saves money. As for breaking bricks, I figured it might make the business better. Zhong Yingshue's eyes welled up again. These past few years since leaving the orphanage must have been hard, right? Jiangnan didn't care and said, What's there to it? We've been through worse in the orphanage, haven't we? As long as you have hands and feet, you won't starve to death. Both were orphans, growing up in the Jiangnan orphanage. They could be said to have depended on each other for survival. When they were young, Jiangnan would save his pocket money for a month or two just to buy her a bag of white rabbit candies. When she was bullied, Jiangnan was always there to protect her. When Jiangnan was sick, she was always the one by his bedside. For Zhong Yingxue, rather than a friend, Jiangnan was more like a great tree sheltering her from the wind and rain. This bond, no amount of money could buy. Two orphans without parents, depending on each other from a young age, relying on each other to get through the most difficult years. They thought it would always be like this. But when Zhong Yingxue was 13 years old, she awakened her fire-type ability ahead of time. Her talent even reached a terrifying S rank. She was eventually adopted by the powerful Zhong family and given priority training. Even though Zhong Yingxue cried and protested in every possible way, she was still separated from Jiangnan. After that, they never saw each other again. Jiangnan moved out of the orphanage when he was 16 and has been self-reliant ever since. He never expected to meet Zhong Yingxue here today. Xia Yao pouted. Hey, little bald head. Don't think you can escape my punishment like this. You have to compensate me. Jiangnan looked guilty. He tentatively asked, How about, I'll compensate you with 2 more pairs of shorts? This time, you can pick your favorite color? Xia Yao glared at him, her grip tightening. Dream on. What would I do with them? Wear them and dye them myself? Jiangnan's eyes rolled back. This girl named Xia Yao had so much strength. Okay, don't make a fuss. It's been so many years. You're still so mischievous. Let's have dinner together later. We'll talk about it when we get back. Xia Yao had no intention of letting Jiangnan go. She was determined to let him taste her power. Wait until I sell all the goods. Xia Yao kept Jiangnan pinned to the small stool, still maintaining the chokehold, with her entire weight pressing on his back. Don't even think about running. I'll help you sell. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. You can sell, but don't choke me. I can't breathe. The people who had gathered around were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were bloodshot. Maybe we should set up stalls tomorrow too. Zhong Yingxue was standing quietly beside Jiangnan. Xia Yao was behind Jiangnan with an invincible chokehold, afraid of letting Jiangnan run away. But she was also genuinely happy for Zhong Yingxue, because she knew how important Jiangnan was in Zhong Yingshue's heart. It was just that the posture was a bit eye-catching, but this girl didn't care at all. Xia Yu blinked and said in a delicate voice, Brothers and sisters, come and take a look at the goods. They're cheap. Jiangnan shivered. Such a tall and wild goddess speaking in such a delicate voice. Even if Jiangnan chanted the Vajra mantra, he couldn't withstand it. What are you shivering for? And nothing. It's cold, I'm freezing. From Xia Yao's resentment value 333. It's the middle of summer, are you kidding me? Zhong Yingxue, who was standing next to her, was a little embarrassed. But in order to help Jiangnan sell the goods, she also started shouting. As a result, this scene appeared. Two beautiful women were helping Jiangnan sell the goods with all their might. He sat on the small stool like a Buddha, motionless. He was frozen. He dared not move. He dared not move. The onlookers exploded instantly, scrambling to buy the goods. Not for anything else, but just to get a close look at these two beautiful women. It was worth it. A big brother rushed up. Don't move. 10 yuan for 2 pairs of shorts. Right? Give me 10 pounds. What the hell? You sell underwear by the pound? 10 pounds. You won't finish wearing them even when you die. Save the rest for your descendants. Leave some for us. Jiangnan, don't stop my big brother. 10 pounds of shorts. I'll weigh them for you right now. Ancestral shorts are no problem. My mineral water is also ancestral. From Wang Tai's resentment value 285. From Lu Quan's resentment value 666. From Zhong Yingshue's resentment value 111. Only Xia Yao giggled to herself. They all lose color. You guys wear them. She suddenly realized that the feeling of scamming people was quite good. As a result, the goods were cleared out in less than 10 minutes. And no one wanted the remaining 9 bottles of Farmer's Fist. Jiangnan was filled with emotion. He had shouted for so long without any effect. Look at these two girls. They were good at setting up street stalls. Looking good can really be a meal ticket. After packing up the stall, he threw all the messy things into the other dimension, even the flying pigeon bicycle. Okay, let's go. Let's have dinner. It's my treat today. Jiangnan was in a great mood. This time it was Xia Yao's turn to be stunned. She said in astonishment, "You're a space-type ability user?" Even Zhong Yingxue was stunned for a moment. Space-type? There were less than 10 space-type users in the world. Jiangnan shrugged. What else? You think a space-type ability user should be setting up a street stall? How about? Do you think delivering packages is more suitable for me? Xia Yao. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. Oh, I'm just kidding with you. My talent is the worst. E-level, my cultivation is slow. So what if I'm a space-type user? I can't rob a bank, can I? I still have to live. Xia Yao obviously didn't hear it, but started planning something. As Zhong Yingxue gently shook Jiangnan's arm, she said, "It's all right. You protected me in the orphanage, and now I shall protect you." Jiangnan exclaimed, "Wow. Do you have to be so gentle, Xiao Yingxue? You're making my heart melt." The trio arrived at the entrance of the night market, and Jiangnan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the luxury Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Is Xia Yao really this wealthy? How can she afford such a car at this age? With Jiangnan in the front seat and Zhong Yingxue in the back, he couldn't help but stare at the driving Xia Yao. Feeling flustered, Xia Yao asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm 18 and I have a driver's license." Jiangnan rubbed his eyes. "I must be nearsighted. Surely wealth has obscured my vision." Xia Yao's resentment level 666. How cheeky. If it weren't for your connection with Shueshua, I would have definitely made you pay. What shall we eat? Skewers, of course. Let's hit the food stall. What about Shueshua? I'll follow Jiangnan's lead. The roar of the V8 engine made the crowd envious, thinking, what a backdrop. Aren't they stealing business from the stalls? Unbeknownst to Jiangnan, his viral video of breaking bricks had been shared widely on Weibo, surpassing the previous video's popularity. At the food stall in Xiamen, they enjoyed grilled kidneys, soy sauce noodles, and cold noodles, with Jiangnan ensuring, no spice. Shueshua doesn't like spicy food. Zhong Yingxue smiled. You remember. Jiangnan replied, I have a good memory. Observing the closeness between Jiangnan and Zhong Yingxue, Xia Yao pouted. Xia Yao's resentment level 333. Indeed, Xia Yao seemed to harbor some issues. Jiangnan asked, Shueshua, where are you studying now? At Songjiang Lingwu High School. Xia Yao and I are in the same class. We're both in our senior year. Jiangnan was taken aback. Songjiang Lingwu? That's quite competitive, isn't it? Songjiang Lingwu was the only high school in Jiangqing exclusively for spiritual warriors, boasting comprehensive facilities and a strong faculty. It consistently ranked among the top 3 in provincial high school competitions each year. Xia Yao chuckled. Competition? Not a chance. Shueshue has a bronze 9-star fire ability. And with my bronze 7-star beast transformation ability, we are quite formidable. If it weren't for that scoundrel surnamed Luo, Xiao Yao, don't say that. Zhong Yingxue frowned. Xia Yao, frustrated, fell silent, but couldn't help but say, can't Jiangnan step up for the team? Although he can be a bit heartless, he is still trustworthy. Plus, he has spatial abilities. His control would be unbeatable. Zhong Yingxue shook her head. I will handle my own matters. Xia Yao pressed. How will you manage? Look at what he's forced you to endure. If I weren't here, what would you do? Xiao Yao. Xia Yao gritted her teeth in frustration, resorting to eating skewers in silence. Jiangnan, on the other hand, simply remarked, Shueshue is just a bit stubborn. Come, let's eat. Sister Xia Yao, can we add each other as friends? Jiangnan handed her his QR code, giving her a look. Xia Yao, slightly bewildered, added him. Jiangnan slyly sent a message. Let us talk more when you have time. Instantly, Xia Yao's anger dissipated as she gently nudged Jiangnan's knee with her long leg, signaling that he was quite clever. Come on, Shue, add me too. It'll be easier to stay in touch. Hiki, the Zhong family treats you well, huh? Zhang Yingxue replied, my parents are quite nice. Although Grandpa Zhong can be a bit strict, it's all for my own good. And you? How have you been these past years? Jiangnan scratched his head. Me? Just getting by. I moved out of the orphanage at 16, rented a place, worked at a food stall near the university, sold grilled cold noodles, and served tables. Ultimately, I found that selling goods on the street was the most profitable. Upon hearing this, both girls could hardly contain their astonishment. At just 16, managing school while working to support himself must have been incredibly tough. Yet he brushed it off with a smile, radiating positivity. Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy for him. Buying faded shorts for yourself is all for survival, huh? How pitiful. Well, considering how pitiable you are. I'll secretly forgive you this time. Chapter 9. You unappreciative little decimal. Jiangnan didn't think his life was that hard. With hands and feet, he could certainly sustain himself. There were countless others in the world who were far worse off than he was. Why wallow in self-pity? That would only be self-sabotage. However, the two girls began to imagine his struggles. Jiangnan, drenched in sweat, balancing a plate while grilling skewers, was supporting an entire household. Just moments ago, he had been breaking bricks at the stall. Your humble efforts for survival are truly admirable. Xia Yao said with pity, eat more. Look at how thin you are. Zhang Yingshue's eyes turned red as she lamented, why didn't I find you sooner? Thank goodness you sold those faded shorts to Xiao Yao, or I might never have met you. Xia Yao interjected, hey wait, Shue, I think you've misunderstood something. I'm the real victim here. My heart aches. Jiangnan, bewildered, asked, what are you both imagining? It's really not that exhausting. I was just grilling cold noodles. Selling hundreds of portions in a night is more profitable than working in an office. If it weren't for the ban on stalls, I'd probably still be selling cold noodles. Seeing Zhong Yingshue's red eyes, Xia Yao couldn't bear it and handed over a bank card. This is 100,000 yuan. Zhong Yingxue rummaged through her bag. I have 50,000 here. Jiangnan, looking serious, said, I must clarify. Although I may appear charming and dashing, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Are you two planning to support me? Xia Yao's resentment level 999. Zhong Yingshue's resentment level 666. Xia Yao bit her teeth in frustration. I'm not supporting you, you bald-headed scoundrel. I wouldn't even look at you. Zhong Yingxue playfully chastised, Xiaonan. You're being mischievous again. Jiangnan shrank back, laughing it off. They enjoyed their meal thoroughly. As they were about to finish, Xia Yao reached for Jiangnan's phone. What are you doing? Hand it over. Xia Yao was taken aback by the shattered screen of the domestic brand phone he handed over. What kind of junk is this? I'll get you a new one. After pondering for a moment, Jiangnan seemed to arrive at a serious decision. By the way, do you need any accessories for your legs? I'm not feeling motivated anymore. Xia Yao's resentment level 333. Accessories? Come on, smile for a photo. The three of them gathered together, with Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao flanking Jiangnan. Xia Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, squishing his face. Come on, Shue. Get closer. Yes, just a bit more. Click. In the photo, Xia Yao held a skewer in her mouth, hugging Jiangnan, whose face was contorted in a smile, while Zhong Yingxue leaned against him, making the trendiest gesture. If it weren't for your shiny bald head reflecting too much light, it would have been perfect. Jiangnan responded with a silent sigh. Zhong Yingxue laughed. Send it to me later. I want to make it my screensaver. Sure. At the counter, Jiangnan rushed to pay. I've already said I'll treat you. You two helped me sell, so it shouldn't be for free. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue couldn't protest. Boss, how much is it? 341. Just round it down. All right. Jiangnan scanned the payment code, only to be met with the message. Sorry, insufficient balance. What? How is that possible? How can I be insufficient? I just made 1,000 from the farmer's market. Besides all those goods sold. He quickly opened his WeChat wallet. His gaze fell upon the figures displayed, and he was dumbfounded. Balance, 124. 69 yuan. Damn it. Where did my money go? Jiangnan had meticulously memorized every transaction, and the sum should have been 12 for 169 yuan. How could it be reduced by 100-fold? This decimal point is utterly misguided. You've misplaced it, haven't you? Return home, my dear, and shift 2 places to the right. Don't frighten me so. I beg your forgiveness. Jiangnan rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the figures again, but indeed, only a little over 100 remained. The proprietor wore a dubious expression, wondering what was amiss. Accompanying 2 beautiful women for a meal, yet lacking the funds? Surely, you're not going to be unable to pay. Are you? Jiangnan, impossible. Wait a moment. System, where's my money? The fruits of my arduous labor. earned through splitting bricks. Congratulations, stall holder. Stall fees successfully paid. Within the confines of the stall cloth, the stall holder activates invincibility mode. Stall fees paid are automatically converted into skill points at a ratio of 100:1. Congratulations, host. Skill learning module unlocked. Congratulations? I congratulate your sister. What use do I have for skill points? Can they seduce young ladies or purchase scallion pancakes? What on earth is this stall fee for? All transactions completed on the stall cloth are subject to stall fees, divided at a ratio of 9.99.001. Stall fees are automatically converted into skill points for the stall holder to learn skills. I'm just beep, beep, beep. Jiangnan was sending frantic telegrams at this moment. Jiangnan had heard of 50-50 splits and even 90-10 splits, but 9.99.001. This division even includes decimal points? Are you serious? Down to the second decimal place. I'm splitting bricks and selling goods, risking my life, and it's not easy to earn a bit of money. Those are all hard-earned funds. The socks and underwear are all genuine goods that I purchased with real money. Yet the system takes 9.99, leaving me with 0.01. Jiangnan was instantly enraged. Is this paltry sum of money to Jiangnan? Bah, it's not money at all. It's life. It's life. System detects host insulting the system. Money deducted. As a result, Jiangnan watched helplessly as his balance dwindled from 124.69 to 24.69. This imbecilic, invincible, handsome system is trying to take my life. Jiangnan, with his Achilles heel exposed, froze in place, casting a pitiful glance toward Zhong Yingxue, who stood at the entrance. The proprietor rolled his eyes. Young man, you wouldn't go so far as to rushing to pay the bill, only to find insufficient funds? The proprietor's gaze was like a shooting star, piercing Jiangnan's heart. Zhong Yingxue smiled, approached, and settled the bill, patting Jiangnan's shoulder. Today, Jiangnan tasted the flavor of embarrassment. Don't ask. Just assume the payment password was forgotten. Fingerprint recognition failed. WeChat wasn't linked to a card. The phone was out of power. Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Why so slow? Zhong Yingxue smiled. It's nothing. Jiangnan's phone card. Well, Xue is simply too kind. Still thinking of saving face for him. Jiangnan wore a dazed expression. He didn't even know how he made it back to the entrance of the alley, watching the Mercedes-Benz G-Class speed away. Zhong Yingxue didn't forget to wave goodbye. Why did they leave so abruptly? Did they have to be so straightforward? That 50,000 or 100,000, they're not giving it to me. Hey, I still have something to say. Xue, Xiaoyao, I'm not being coy anymore. If you want to take care of me, then take care of me. I'm just that kind of person. Come back quickly. Don't let my tears fall. With only 24.69 yuan left in his pocket, Jiangnan felt as though the entire world had turned gray. As he walked along, he passed the landlord's barbecue stall, and the noise and cursing emanating from it caused him to frown. A single glance revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Chapter 10. Let's give him some color. At the alley's barbecue stall, a group of people were seated around a table. The leader, bare-chested, sported a thick gold chain around his neck and a dragon tattoo across his shoulder, shouting and gesticulating wildly. Beneath him sat 6 or 7 young men, clad in white tank tops, tight pants, and loafer shoes, quintessential spiritual young men, making a considerable racket. The patrons at the neighboring tables frowned, looking displeased. The dragon-tattooed leader raised his head and cursed. What's taking so long? Can we get the drinks already? If they're not here soon, I'll have eaten all the skewers. Aunt Zhou offered an apologetic smile. Coming right up, boss. Zhou Yuqing, who helped out after school, had her hair in a ponytail and wore an apron, carrying 6 or 7 large mugs of beer to deliver to them. Immediately, the dragon-tattooed leader and his gang lost interest in the drinks. Zhou Yuqing was pretty, petite, and adorable, the quintessential girl next door. The gang stared at her, making her uneasy. She said timidly, Boss, I've put the drinks here for you. Consider the extra mug complimentary. The dragon-tattooed leader perked up instantly. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and seized Zhou Yuqing's wrist. Don't leave, little sister. Have a drink with me? I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan. Zhou Yuqing's eyes were filled with fear as she instinctively tried to pull her hand away. But how could she match the strength of the bald man? Her wrist was turning red. Aunt Zhou immediately rushed over to pull her daughter away. Offering an apologetic smile, Boss, please let it go. My daughter is still young. How about I comp this table for you? Yuqing, hurry home. The gang of underlings immediately stood up, shouting, What's wrong? Are you looking down on our boss? Does my boss lack a few bucks? The dragon-tattooed leader refused to release her, his face contorted in a menacing expression. What's wrong? Are you looking down on me? I insist she keeps me company tonight. Zhou Yuqing had never seen anything like this before. Her eyes were red, and she kept trying to pull her hand away. Just then, A man at a neighboring table couldn't stand it any longer and stood up, cursing. You've had a few drinks and forgotten your place? This girl is still in high school. Have some decency. His temper flared, and the people next to him couldn't hold him back. The dragon-tattooed leader got excited and raised a beer bottle, ready to smash it over the man's head. But just then, a hand steadily caught the bottle. Jiangnan wore a smile on his face. What's going on? Where did this little bald head come from? Jiangnan Gij. Zhou Yuqing stared blankly at Jiang and with red eyes. For some reason, she seemed less afraid. Where did you little punk crawl out from? What's wrong? Want to meddle in other people's business? Jiangnan chuckled. Boss. Me? Don't you understand? He pointed to his own bald head. The dragon-tattooed leader was dumbfounded. Bald head? What's wrong with that? You want to join our bald head gang? Jiangnan wore a bashful expression. Hee hee, I've always admired your reputation, boss, but I never had the chance. By the way, what's your name again, boss? The dragon-tattooed leader. You want to join the gang? You've always admired my reputation, and you don't even know my name? From Wang Chong. Resentment points 666. Changji. TSK. Changji. I forgot. Look at my memory. Wang Chong sneered. You want to join the gang? Go. Give that little brat some color. Then I'll let you join the gang. Although he didn't know where this foolish kid came from. Falling into my hands. Humph. Jiangnan laughed. That's easy. He picked up the beer bottle and went over, putting his arm around the enthusiastic man's shoulders and forcing him to sit down. The man cursed. A little bastard who consorts with the wicked, not learning good things at such a young age. Jiangnan didn't care. He pointed to the beer bottle in his hand. The enthusiastic man was stunned. What did this mean? Jiangnan, see this? It's green. Hey, right. He pointed to the plate again. This is white. The beer in the glass is yellow, called yellow in English. The diners at the surrounding tables were already dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre operation was this? Wang Chong. What the hell? I'm giving you some color. I told you to smash their heads open. And you're actually giving them colors to look at? And yellow? Yellow your great uncle. From Wang Chong. Resentment points 999. From the enthusiastic man. Resentment points 666. Indignation value from Zhou Yuqing 521. Are you trying to act tough with me? You've got a death wish. Wang Chong was incensed. Just as he was about to stand, Jiangnan seized a bottle and smashed it against the bald head. Bang! Glass shards flew everywhere, and blood streamed down his face. The sudden attack startled everyone nearby. This kid is ruthless. He just cracked Baldy Chong's skull. Jiangnan pointed at the blood-soaked Wang Chong. See this? What color is it? A concerned bystander responded. Red? Red? Jiangnan nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Hit him. Wang Chong clutched his head and roared. His underlings, eyes bloodshot, shattered bottles and lunged at Jiangnan. With swift reflexes, Jiangnan grabbed a wrist, twisted it violently, and kicked out, sending the assailant flying 8 meters to crash against the alley wall. Skill triggered. Unarmed combat. Current level. Unarmed combat. LV1. Add skill points. Available skill points. 123. Jiangnan was taken aback. This must be the skill section that drained his funds. The skill points were converted from the stall fees he paid. Add them. Max it out. 100 skill points added. Remaining skill points. 23. Unarmed combat. LV 100. Automatic upgrade. Unarmed combat. Mastery. LV 1. Instantly, a flood of information surged into Jiangnan's mind. His eyes gleamed. So this is how one fights? Facing the incoming bottle, Jiangnan dodged with ease, pinned the attacker's head, and delivered a knee strike. The nose shattered, splattering blood. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 young toughs lay groaning on the ground. Baldy Chang was dumbfounded. Jiangnan slapped him, sending him spinning, spitting out teeth. Zhou Yuqing covered her mouth, her face a mask of astonishment. Was Jiangnan this capable? He's so brave. She felt like she was watching an action movie. Not one of them touched Jiangnan. And he took them down with ease. Haha. Satisfying. All this drunken noise. It's infuriating. Young man, you're fierce. Jiangnan chuckled, scratching his head. Keep eating. Everyone. Don't let me spoil the fun. I need to discuss something with this fellow. He grabbed Wang Chang by the waistband. He lifted the hefty man effortlessly. The underlings were terrified. They had messed with the wrong person. Chapter 11. Can he operate an excavator? Across the alley, several young men squatted against the wall, their faces bruised and swollen. Jiangnan's foot pressed down on Wang Chang's hand. Wang Chang let out a feeble cry. Please, stop. We were wrong. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. You were wrong. Wang Chang shook his head frantically. Yes, it was all our fault. Stand up. On one foot. Hands behind your head. Smile. The underlings complied. But it was difficult for Wang Chang. He wobbled precariously. Each time his foot touched the ground, Jiangnan kicked him. Eventually, he was forced to stand against the wall, balancing on one foot, with a forced smile. We'll pay for the meal. And the broken furniture. The underlings frantically pulled out money. Soon, Jiangnan had 7 or 8,000 in his hand. Good, you're reasonable. Keep your eyes open. I'm protecting this stall. I live here. If I see you causing trouble again, you know the consequences. Wang Chong and his gang nodded repeatedly. Jiangnan grinned and turned back to the stall. Wang Chong and his gang collapsed in relief. Jiangnan turned back. Who told you to sit down? Looking for a beating? He proceeded to beat them again. Indignation value from Wang Chang 999. Back at the stall, the concerned patrons greeted him warmly. Come on, have a drink. There aren't many young people with your sense of justice these days. You're from Lingwu High School, right? Be careful, they might seek revenge. Jiangnan rubbed his head and smiled. It's all taken care of. Aunt Zhou hurried over. Are you all right? I was so scared. I never expected this. Will they cause trouble again? Jiangnan smiled. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Here's the money for the meal and the furniture. Oh, that's too much. Jiangnan insisted. Keep it. Consider the extra as next month's rent. You child. Yuqing, thank Jiangnan. Zhou Yuqing, eyes red, approached timidly. Thank you, Jiangnan Gitch. Her heart raced. Jiangnan patted her head. I'll take Yuqing home. Walking alongside the courtyard, Zhou Yuqing's face was flushed. The image of Jiangnan standing up for her filled her with excitement. Jiangnan Gitch. Can I be as strong as you? Jiangnan replied, you started school early. You're only 15, 16, and you'll definitely awaken your powers. Keep trying. The best age for ability awakening is 16. Some prodigies awaken abilities before 16, like Zhong Yingxue. Jiangnan awakened his ability at 16. It's rare for people to awaken their abilities after this age. I'll listen to Jiangnan Gitch. Can I walk to school with you tomorrow? Zhou Yuqing asked, her face red. She had gathered her courage to ask. Jiangnan agreed. The girl had just experienced something traumatic. Zhou Yuqing smiled excitedly. I'll wake you up tomorrow. She paused, I'll knock. Jiangnan was speechless. He wouldn't be able to explain himself. Back in his room, Jiangnan checked the indignation value list. The indignation value from Zheng Wei was still increasing. This guy held a grudge. Would he come back for revenge? This time, Jiangnan felt the stall fee was worth it. The stall owner had an invincible mode within the stall's boundaries. Were they afraid he'd be beaten to death for selling inferior goods? The skill section was useful. It seemed that learning skills required him to trigger them. After a day of chaos, Jiangnan had earned over 300,000 indignation value. He couldn't resist another 3 tin draws. In the first 10 draws, he only received a marrow cleansing fruit and 9 bottles of strength potion. The consolation prizes had changed. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 pound of detoxifying peanuts. After 20 draws, he had 20 pounds of detoxifying peanuts. System shop activated. Previously available consolation prizes can be purchased in the system shop. Strength potion, 100 indignation value per bottle. What does this mean? Instead of strength potions, he was getting detoxifying peanuts? He could buy a strength potion for 100 indignation value, but a draw cost 10,000? What a frustrating system this is. By the way, can these detox yellow beans truly eliminate toxins? Who in Jiangnan would dare to experiment carelessly? After drinking a powerful potion, I lost my hair, and it still hasn't grown back. Who knows if these detox beans will have any side effects? Now I understand. Consolation prizes are all nonsense. Only genuine rewards are worthwhile. I've made up my mind to try these detox beans when the opportunity arises. After experiencing a setback, Jiangnan is hesitant to partake again. If only I could gather my grievances. Perhaps they would already be off the charts? Consuming the cleansing fruit with resentment, my aptitude has improved once more. Elevating my cultivation to black iron 8 stars. I wonder if there is a limit to the enhancement of aptitude. My talent must be a now, right? Jiangnan doesn't want to dwell on it too much. Just focus on reaching the peak. Previously, due to poor talent, my training was slow, rendering my spatial abilities utterly useless. Now that I have a chance, it would be remiss not to seize it. With that thought, I pulled out my domestic smartphone and began browsing, when suddenly my class group in Lingwu was buzzing. Oh wow, Nan God is trending again. The Weibo views have surpassed 1 million. Jiangnan set up a stall at the night market, breaking bricks with his forehead. Someone uploaded a video of him breaking bricks. In the video, Jiangnan was shouting and smashing bricks. Unbelievable. Is he really doing this? An invincible iron-headed kid? During the day, he crushes testing machines with a punch. And at night, he breaks red bricks with his forehead? Is my Nan God that busy? Nan God, can your head really break weights? Nan God, not only can I break weights, I can also operate an excavator. Wow. Haha. Li Xiong. Li Xiong. Li Xiong's grievances 999. Jiangnan chuckled at the screen. Curious, and registered a Weibo account named Bald Guy, using a profile picture of Saitama. Upon scrolling, he found his own brick-breaking video. With over 1.5 million views and more than 10,000 comments. It was quite the sensation. Just to clarify, it's real bricks. I must go to the night market to see him tomorrow. Although he is bald, that young man is quite handsome, just my type. Oofed, you don't stand a chance. I saw two stunning beauties helping him sell goods. So beautiful. Jiangnan opened the comments and replied, Brother, you're not mistaken. Image. Jap the attached image was the one Xia Yao helped take. When it comes to stirring jealousy, Jiangnan won't miss the chance. More grievances, please. 5-star reviews and add to the bookshelf, or you might get lost. More comments, more support. Chapter 12. Don't move him. Let me handle it. After browsing, he returned to WeChat and found Zhong Yingshue's account. Her username was Listening to Snow, and her profile picture was an adorable cartoon snowman. Jiangnan sent her the photo, and she replied in seconds. Why are you still on your phone so late? Go to bed early. Good night. Jiangnan's heart nearly melted. Wow, that emoji is so cute. It was already past 1 in the morning. He then sent the photo to Xia Yao. Her username was Wolf Extinction, and her profile picture was a white wolf howling at the moon in the night. Wait, Xia Yao, are you serious? Wolf Extinction? That's a few levels above being fierce. I didn't even notice when I messaged her during dinner. After sending the image, she didn't reply, probably asleep. Jiangnan turned in for the night, only to wake up early the next day. The class group and Weibo were both in an uproar. Class group, Nan God. Wow, who are those two stunning beauties? How did you win them over? Breaking bricks at the night market can even attract girls? The silver-haired lady is so cool. Even I, a girl, am moved. Your Weibo is exploding. You don't recognize them? They are the school flowers of Songjiang Lingwu High. Zhong Yingxue. That one is Silver Wolf Xia Yao, renowned throughout the city for her strength. The question is, how does Jiangnan know them? Nan God, it came with the phone bill. The lively atmosphere suddenly turned cold. From Zhou Bing's grievances 134. From Han Yuan's grievances 422. From. Haha, this is quite amusing. Jiangnan really adores his adorable classmates. He opened Weibo again, and the notifications were already at 99 upon closer inspection. His followers inexplicably surpassed 10,000, flooded with various direct messages. Hey, young man, want to meet up at Jiangnan night market tonight? I'll watch you break bricks. Old guy? Wow, that fits perfectly. I run a hair salon. How about I gift you a 1-year perm card? Let go of those two beauties. Let me take a turn. Those legs. So long. That head. So fair. Rain or shine, Jiacheng night market awaits you. Isn't that Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao from our school? Jiangnan quickly glanced, utterly amused by these silly online users. For the brother offering me a perm card. Don't leave. Let us meet tonight. Yet there were also unpleasant comments. One named Luo dared to touch my woman. You're dead. Jiangnan couldn't hold back and replied. If you touch her, you'll die. Then I must have been dead 1,000 times already. Hee, how cheeky. From Luo Tianxiang's grievances 999. From Luo Tianxiang's grievances 1000. The grievances list was refreshing at an unprecedented rate. It was the first time he saw 1,000. Is this guy going to die from anger? In a luxurious villa, Luo Tianxiang, dressed in pajamas, crushed his phone with a snap. His face was icy. Find out who this person is, and ensure Xiaoya doesn't find out. Yes, sir. Jiangnan left for school in high spirits, while that Luo Tianxiang had quite the temper. In a short while, I could afford a 10 consecutive draw. Beside him, Zhou Yuqing walked quietly, occasionally stealing glances at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. As they reached a narrow alley, several elderly men were gathered, curious about the commotion. Jiangnan approached to take a look. Oh wow. Bald Chong and his group were standing in a classic pose, hands on their heads, with dark circles under their eyes, shivering from exhaustion, having not slept all night. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave. They were genuinely scared of Jiangnan's strength. Upon seeing Jiangnan, they collectively exclaimed, Brother Nan, good morning. A crowd of eyes suddenly focused on Jiangnan. This bald guy is the boss. Zhou Yuqing gazed at Jiangnan, her eyes sparkling. Get lost. What a way to embarrass yourself early in the morning. Jiangnan retorted irritably. Brother Nan, my foot? Do I have no pride? Bald Chong and his crew felt relieved and quickly left. Changgu, is that it? How could that be? Given this kid's skills, he must also be a Lingwu practitioner. I'll find someone to deal with him. It must be my Changgu. Upon arriving at the classroom, since Jiangnan topped the leaderboard yesterday, no one made snide remarks. However, no one thought highly of him either. Just because he awakened a power attribute, what difference does it make? His talent is rubbish. He'll eventually fall behind. There has been an E-grade talent that has reached silver or gold. Even Li Xiong and Li Mayan had dark circles under their eyes, clearly having not slept well these past few days. During the morning cultural class, he was indifferent to it. His academic performance was excellent, consistently ranking first in class. He worked hard for his tuition, so he had no reason to slack off, right? Even Lingwu practitioners must study. Shouldn't they? Yet, few share Jiangnan's perspective. At noon, during lunch in the cafeteria, he devoured 2 large bowls of green beans and potatoes. Noticing something was off with the taste, it wasn't the usual flavor. Then, during the afternoon class, a situation arose. Midway through, Li Xiang, sitting in the front row, turned pale and clutched his stomach. Just as he was about to raise his hand to speak, he collapsed, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. What in the world is happening? Is he foaming at the mouth? Oh no. Could it be food poisoning? The green beans at lunch tasted a bit strange. I had them too. My mother said that undercooked green beans are toxic. Even the teacher was flustered, hurriedly calling to the students, "Quick, carry him to the infirmary." At that moment, Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Don't move him." This sudden outburst left the entire class in shock. What's going on? Jiangnan, don't stir up trouble. This is a matter of life and death. Li Muyin, seizing the moment, added, "Isn't it? If you let yesterday's incident get to you, you're being overly petty." Amidst the murmurs of skepticism, Jiangnan retorted, "Is it useful to carry him to the infirmary? This is food poisoning. He could go into shock at any moment. By the time the ambulance arrives, it will be too late. Why not let me try?" Jiangnan's earnest expression left both classmates and the teacher bewildered. "Jiangnan, you can treat illnesses?" The teacher asked incredulously. "In my hometown, there is a piece of exceptionally potent farmland in my backyard, and the soybeans grown there have detoxifying properties. They are very effective." Upon hearing this, the students and teacher exchanged doubtful glances. Indeed, since the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, there have been instances of plant mutations resulting in special properties. However, could soybeans really detoxify? Why are we hesitating? If we wait, it may be too late. Watching Li Xiang writhe in pain on the floor, the teacher clenched his teeth and said, "Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll carry him to the infirmary and call for an ambulance right away." Without wasting a moment, Jiangnan opened his dimensional space, pretending to extract soybeans. In reality, he retrieved detoxifying soybeans from the system. He took a pound and fed one to Li Xiang. Jiangnan was confident that these soybeans could detoxify. After all, consuming the strength potion had indeed made him strong. But the side effects? Who knew what they might be? "Li Xiang, I'm sorry to put you through this. As classmates, you must understand my good intentions. I'm helping you for your own good. Ahem. There are no ulterior motives at all." Chapter 13. Li Xiang. "You're really loud." All the classmates' eyes were fixed on Li Xiang as he consumed the detoxifying soybean, filled with doubt. Could these soybeans truly detoxify? Moreover, was Jiangnan really this kind-hearted? Given their previous conflicts, it was hard to believe. In mere moments, Li Xiang's complexion transformed from pale to a vibrant red, leaving him utterly bewildered. What just happened? Did I really just drool in front of the whole class? And convulse? The teacher asked with concern, "Li Xiang, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Li Xiang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. He had just experienced a wave of dizziness and intense stomach pain, but now, he felt perfectly fine. Not only was he well, but he felt invigorated. He could carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. In fact, he even craved some spicy hot pot. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Jiangnan shifted dramatically. It really worked. These soybeans were incredible. "Yes, I feel great. Just a moment ago." The teacher, filled with gratitude, remarked, "We owe this to Jiangnan. He saved you with those soybeans. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Indeed, if it weren't for Jiangnan, Li Xiang might be lying in a hospital bed right now." Li Muyin felt embarrassed. Who knew the soybeans would actually be effective? Li Xiang felt somewhat awkward. After treating Jiangnan so poorly, who would have thought he would be the one to save him, repaying malice with kindness? Thank you." Jiangnan, feeling guilty, replied, "Ah, it's nothing. We're classmates, after all. It's only right to help each other. What is going on? Where are the side effects? Why is Li Xiang acting as if nothing happened? Could it be that the side effects vary from person to person? Oh no, my stomach is starting to hurt too. The green beans I had for lunch must be toxic. What is the school doing? I had quite a bit of those beans at noon." A chorus of lamentations erupted in the classroom. The teacher, sensing something amiss, quickly said, "Jiangnan, your soybeans." Jiangnan, with an air of generosity, responded, "Teacher, feel free to use them. We're all classmates. How could I just stand by and watch them suffer? Everyone should take one for stomach pain, and those who feel fine should take one for prevention." The teacher replied, "Then let me thank you on behalf of all the faculty and students." It must be said, Jiangnan truly is a remarkable student. In times of trouble, true character shines through. Without saying a word, "I owe you one." The classmates looked at Jiangnan with gratitude. Their expressions changed. If these soybeans were sold, they could fetch quite a sum. Given Jiangnan's family's difficulties, his generosity was commendable. Consequently, the teacher distributed the soybeans, ensuring each student received one. Some even took 3 or 5. Just then, the teacher received a phone call from the principal, and his expression changed drastically. It wasn't just their class. Food poisoning incidents had erupted throughout the entire school. It was confirmed to be caused by the green beans. Jiangnan, look, Jiangnan declared, distribute them to everyone. We're all classmates. How could I bear to see them suffer? The teacher, moved by his words, exclaimed, I'll go right away. Students like you, with such integrity, are rare these days. Your classmates should take you as a role model. Under the admiring gazes of his classmates, the teacher took a pound of soybeans and left the classroom. The principal, panicked, realized that food poisoning at school was a monumental issue. One misstep could lead to headlines, jeopardizing his position. However, upon hearing from the teacher that Jiangnan's soybeans could detoxify and had shown remarkable results, there were students who had already recovered. Feeling grateful, the principal decided to commend Jiangnan later and reward him with a spiritual pearl this month. As the soybeans were distributed, all faculty and students consumed one, and indeed, all discomfort vanished, leaving everyone feeling refreshed. The principal, drenched in sweat, sat in his office, finally exhaling in relief. Phew, it's finally under control. He must properly thank that young man, Jiangnan. Meanwhile, in class, the math lesson continued. Yet, Jiangnan furrowed his brow. The detoxifying soybeans truly had powerful effects, yielding immediate results. But what about the side effects? Was it only he who would suffer from them? Was the system truly this treacherous? No, that couldn't be. Zheng Wei had consumed the strength potion and had lost his hair, but Li Xiang seemed completely fine. Jiangnan couldn't help but think that perhaps these effects varied from person to person. Now, with the entire school having consumed the detoxifying soybeans, casting a wide net, surely some side effects would emerge. But after a period of calm, Jiangnan began to think he was overreacting. Perhaps there truly were no side effects? Wasn't that ideal? He could simply regard it as a good deed. Just then, Jiangnan's eyes lit up. What was Li Xiang up to? Li Xiang's face suddenly changed. His stomach growled, initially manageable, but soon unbearable. Looking around to see if anyone noticed, he discreetly lifted himself. Pfff, the sound was barely audible, unnoticed by anyone. But the back row erupted with whispers. What the hell, that stinks. Did you fart? Get lost. It wasn't me. That's repulsive. Feigning seriousness, Li Xiang desperately tried to maintain composure. Stay calm. Stay steady. No matter the storm, I remain unshaken. But suddenly, the pressure of the impending release became overwhelming. Bang! This vigorous and uncontainable release caused the chair to tremble slightly. In an instant, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Even the teacher's chalk snapped. All eyes were suddenly fixed on Li Xiang. That sound, it was comparable to a firecracker. A thunderous fart that could deafen anyone who didn't hear it. A unique odor swiftly permeated the entire classroom. It bore a tangy sweetness reminiscent of unwashed, foul-smelling socks marinated in pickled cabbage for a year. Oh goodness! Jiangnan nearly retched at the scent. What on earth had that fellow consumed for breakfast? Surely it was the pickled pork buns. The aroma was simply overwhelming. The festivities hadn't even begun yet, and already someone was setting off fireworks? Ugh! The pressure was immense. Li Xiang, oh Li Xiang. Truly an ear-splitting affair. It must have reached 3 megapascals. How are you holding up, bench? You've truly suffered. Li Xiang sat upright, his hands firmly pressed against his thighs, trembling uncontrollably, his face flushed like a monkey's rear. The two girls beside him had already begun to roll their eyes and gag. Jiangnan pinched his nose, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Goodness! The side effects of these detox beans can't possibly be surely not this wasn't something I had given you. It was the teacher's assignment. I have no connection to this. Chapter 14. The wind in the corridor. The teacher was momentarily stunned by this cacophony. Yet, true to form, he gently tapped the blackboard, calmly announcing, let us continue our lesson. The scent lingered in the classroom, a sweet and sour aroma that would not dissipate. But soon, everyone's expressions began to shift. Li Mayan's cheeks flushed, her fingers squeezing her pen until they turned blue. She subtly shifted her weight on the bench, cautious not to exert too much pressure, for that would create an outburst. As a qualified little fairy, it was imperative not to let a sound escape. The art of silent release was an essential skill for fairies. However, amidst the mounting tension, the control was lost. A melodious, yet somewhat discordant sound erupted. Reminiscent of a swana, a traditional Chinese horn, gone awry, transitioning from high to low notes. Jiangnan thought, oh dear, please, dear fairy, do not push your muscles to their limits. It is too much for them. Just let it go. I assure you, it is detrimental to your health. Many gazes turned towards Li Mayan, with some male classmates struggling to suppress their laughter to the point of drawing blood from their lips. An atmosphere of acute embarrassment enveloped the classroom. Snap! The girl crushed her pen. Yet this was merely the beginning. A cough echoed, followed by a resounding bang. Others flipped through books, took sips of water, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, the classroom erupted into a spirited performance. Sounds of clapping and banging resonating through the air. Bang, bang, clap, bang, 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 pop, puff, oh puff, 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 puff. Some adorable female classmates, too shy to admit their contributions, inhaled deeply, attempting to reverse the calamity they had caused. Seriously? You can't take it back. Just give up. Jiangnan couldn't contain his amusement, slapping the table in rhythm, enthusiastically encouraging them. The classmates stared, astonished by Jiangnan's impromptu drumming. Was this truly happening? However, a significant issue arose. The classroom's scent was becoming increasingly overwhelming, even somewhat eye-watering. At last, one student, wiping tears from the corners of their eyes, declared, "Classmates, are you not feeling hot? Let us open a window. Quickly. Smart thinking, you clever little rascal." Once the windows were opened, the air improved significantly. Yet outside, an elderly janitor looked up, only to see a visible cloud of white smoke wafting from the classroom. As a breeze swept through, he exclaimed, "What on earth is that smell?" If it were just one or two individuals, it wouldn't be a problem. But with the entire class in this predicament, all eyes turned to Jiangnan, for they had all consumed the detox beans. Just moments ago, they had eagerly partaken of them at Jiangnan's generous offering. After all, the beans had indeed performed their detoxifying magic. How could they possibly blame him? Thus, Jiangnan's resentment points skyrocketed. Resentment from Li Xiang 999. Resentment from Li Mayan 999. A line of 999 surged, not just from his class, but from others as well. It was known that all students and faculty had consumed the detox beans. Other classes were not faring any better. Jiangnan was in a fit of laughter. This was not schadenfreude. He had helped them detox. A good deed indeed. Li Xiang, with a darkened expression, declared, "Teacher, I need to use the restroom." Just moments ago, he had felt grateful towards Jiangnan. Yet, it seemed that misfortune always accompanied him. The teacher cast a wistful glance at Jiangnan. "Go ahead, teacher. I wish to go too." "And I." "Very well, all of you may go. I shall join as well. Class, begin your self-study." Once the teacher exited, the classroom erupted into chaos as students rushed toward the restroom, akin to a pack of wolves. In an instant, Jiangnan found himself alone. He pondered, it seems these detox beans do have side effects. The intended purpose is detoxification, but the consequence appears to be diarrhea. Naturally, the toxins must be expelled, but this seems a bit excessive. The entire campus was now in disarray. Jiangnan vowed he had only the best intentions. With a quick pat on his chest, he was relieved he hadn't partaken. What if Jiangnan felt a sudden discomfort in his stomach? Realizing he too had consumed 2 large bowls of beans at lunch, he retrieved a detox bean, hesitating before finally chewing it and swallowing it down. His expression turned to one of despair. The chicken flavor was nowhere to be found. Karma is a relentless force. Who can escape its grasp? The retribution arrived swiftly. Like a tornado, Jiangnan rose, darkly determined, heading toward the restroom. An unusual odor permeated the corridor. In the hallway, a young lady in a short skirt and long hair walked gracefully, only to freeze in place. The wind slightly lifted her skirt, causing her flowing locks to sway. Jiangnan gulped. The wind in this corridor is quite strong. The young lady shot Jiang in a furious glare before hastily departing. Where had her grace gone? Indeed, even fairy sisters are not immune to such bodily functions upon reaching the restroom. Jiangnan was taken aback by the throngs of students and the desperate cries emanating from within. The restroom was bursting at the seams. After much effort, he finally squeezed inside, only to be confronted with a sight that shattered his worldview. All the stalls were occupied. But could this deter these ingenious individuals? Not at all. A row of urinals was occupied by those squatting in a rather unorthodox manner. Their expressions were nothing short of euphoric. Jiangnan was dumbfounded. Was this even feasible? Could one truly suffocate from holding it in? Fear not, it's merely liquid. It can be flushed. Was this truly about whether it could be flushed? Hurry up. For goodness sake. Some individuals stomped their feet in frustration, banging on doors. "Hey, are you done in there?" "Not yet," came the response from within. "Calm down," said a nonchalant classmate, smiling. "What is going on?" asked a classmate, their face flushed with urgency. "Are you not anxious?" The fellow replied nonchalantly, "Just now. I thought it was merely a trivial matter, but it turned out otherwise." Upon uttering those words, the surrounding people instinctively recoiled a meter away, their faces etched with terror. "I have finished. What about you?" Jiangnan concealed his face in disbelief. Indeed, one must never trust a seemingly benign moment, for it might be a deceitful trick. Chapter 15. One who can deceive will deceive. After waiting for quite a while outside, even Jiangnan's expression shifted as he urged, "What are you doing in there, brother? Are you embroidering flowers?" Unable to contain himself, Jiangnan teleported directly inside. A piercing scream immediately echoed, nearly causing the fellow to tumble headfirst into the abyss. He was in the midst of a delightful release of pressure when suddenly confronted by a living person. What the heck? A teleportation of grand proportions? Our South God is truly unparalleled. Who would have thought this ability could be employed in such a manner? You see, all spatial ability users globally must file reports, as their prowess makes bank heists exceedingly convenient. No vault door, no matter how robust, could withstand them. Yet here we are, our South God using it to indulge in his business. Jiangnan inquired, "Are you done?" The brother stammered, "Am I done? I mean, South God. Please don't stare at me like that. It makes me feel nothing." Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "Feel nothing? Do you need my assistance?" Drenched in sweat, Jiangnan exerted considerable effort to conclude the battle. He teleported away from the battlefield, returning to the classroom. He had forgotten that no one remained inside, and the restroom door was still locked. The line outside was on the verge of breaking, voices hoarse from shouting, yet Jiangnan did not emerge. Unexpectedly, he garnered a wealth of resentment points. Originally, Jiangnan believed that after this incident, classes would resume. However, the school was suspended. As for the reason, the school restroom was limited. Half the students had returned home to shower and change, while the remaining students were self-studying in the classroom. Jiangnan sat innocently in the classroom, feverishly working on exercises, unable to bear the glances of resentment from his classmates. When the final bell rang, he was the first to flee, fearing that lingering any longer might result in dire consequences. It appears that the stall fee was not paid in vain. At least in the market, he was invincible, evading the fate of being beaten. This dim-witted, handsome system was indeed quite thoughtful. Mounted on his bicycle, he returned to the Jiangxing night market, only to be taken aback by the throngs of people. What was happening? Why the hustle? Jiangnan struggled to push his way through the crowd. Suddenly, a bald man appeared. He had not come in vain. "Huh, I thought he wouldn't show up today." Jiangnan had been eagerly awaiting him. Someone shouted, and the crowd swiftly turned, their gaze fixating on Jiangnan, who was granted a path leading directly to his stall. Jiangnan soon realized that his Weibo had exploded yesterday. His brick-breaking video had gone viral. After dinner, netizens, having nothing better to do, came to witness the spectacle. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. A blatant business opportunity. He spread out his stall cloth, arranged 10 bottles of Farmer's 3 punches, and sat on a small stool. Behind him, red bricks were stacked neatly. He raised a brick and struck it against his forehead. It shattered on impact. What the heck? That was real. He started with a bang? Boss, that's impressive. This was far more shocking than watching the video. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Jiangnan proclaimed, "Want to break bricks like me? Kick durians, or tear off manhole covers. Drink this Farmer's 3 punches. If I can do it, so can you." At that moment, someone in the crowd scoffed, "Is that reliable? What is it? Some divine water? Spare me. Even the village's old yellow cow would be fooled by your claims." Someone genuinely asked, "How much for a bottle?" Jiangnan replied, 10,000 per bottle, no haggling." What the heck? Is this robbery? 10,000. I'll take it. Upon hearing this, even Jiangnan was momentarily stunned. A slender fellow clad in a white t-shirt, with flowing long hair, approached, holding a live-streaming device. He immediately tossed down 10,000 in cash, and the live stream was flooded with comments praising his wealth. 1982 Farmer's 3 punches, refreshing and delightful. You deserve it. Jiangnan realized that this was a small influencer who had come to ride the wave of his viral video. He accepted the payment and handed the influencer a bottle of Farmer's 3 punches. The influencer flicked his stylish bangs and joked, "Brother, if this doesn't work, I'll expose you live." Jiangnan smirked, "If it doesn't work, I'll take your head off and kick it like a ball." The influencer laughed, "Haha, that's your claim. Wait, why does that feel odd? If it doesn't work, why would you take my head?" Regardless, the influencer downed it in one gulp. The audience was left bewildered, followed by roars of laughter. The live stream was inundated with comments. "Ha ha ha. Bald. The light bulb. Mom asked why I was kneeling on the ground watching videos. I've laughed myself unconscious in the restroom." Su Yuan burped, instinctively flicking his stylish bangs. "Huh? Where are my bangs? Wait, where's my hair?" Jiangnan inquired. "How was it? Did it work?" Su Yuan grimaced, "Not the boss. I don't know if it worked, but my hair is genuinely gone." Jiangnan replied, "That's not important. What matters is that you can now break bricks too." "Not important? What do you mean? I'm bald now. Why would I break bricks? I rely on my looks as a streamer." Haha. You'll find out when you break a brick. You spent 10,000. Don't be cowardly. Isn't this a golden opportunity to gain followers? The crowd encouraged Su Yuan. He pondered and thought, true, I'm already bald. I might as well go all out. Followers or money. However, as he glanced at the red bricks below, he faltered. Real bricks? Real breaking? What if they didn't shatter and my head got cracked open instead? Maybe we should just forget about it. Jiangnan refused. How can that be? If you don't break bricks, people will claim my farmer's 3 punches don't work. What will become of my business? With that, he seized a red brick and aimed it at Su Yuan's bald head. Su Yuan was caught off guard. Bang! The brick shattered. See, not your head. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Given Su Yuan's slender form, a gust of wind could topple him. Could drinking farmer's 3 punches really allow one to break bricks? Jiangnan grinned. No problem, right? Bang! He struck Su Yuan's head again with the brick. Bang! Everyone look. This head. Absolutely a steel-headed boy. Bang! It seemed Jiangnan had become addicted to this, smashing over 10 bricks on Su Yuan's head in a short time. Su Yuan wished to evade, yet Jiangnan held him tightly, leaving him with nowhere to escape. What the heck? You want to break bricks? Do it yourself. Why use my head to break bricks? I can do it. But it really hurts. Chapter 16. One wave has yet to settle. Another rises. The onlookers were left speechless. They had witnessed this slender, monkey-like streamer downing farmers 3 punches and genuinely breaking bricks. If one were to suggest it was all staged, to aspire for greatness, one must possess the requisite capabilities. Just look at Su Yuan's foolish demeanor. What skill does he have to break bricks? The live stream's comments are overflowing with laughter. Haha. Embracing the neck of a red brick? Is he trying to crack it open? He's shattered more than 10 bricks already. Surely the boss doesn't harbor a grudge against him. Just look at his pitiful expression. It's downright hilarious. A mighty rocket has launched. Does Farmer Sanquan truly hold any efficacy? My goodness. I could certainly use a bottle. Su Yuan, initially brimming with rage, found no outlet for his frustration. But upon witnessing his skyrocketing follower count, well, he had to endure. Onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Just 1,000, right? Hand me a bottle. And me too. I'm already bald. What is there to fear? Jiangnan chuckled, saying, only cash accepted. Just wait. I'll retrieve the money right away. As for the reason behind accepting cash, Jiangnan wished to see the fruits of his labor grasped in his own hands. I wonder how the system deducts its share? A ridiculous 9.99.0.0.1? Dream on with your lofty ambitions. Business is booming. Su Yuan had hoped to escape unscathed, but little did he know, while Jiangnan was busy collecting money, he was still using his head to split bricks. Su Yuan. Has the resentment from Su Yuan never ceased? In just a short while, a bruised and battered bald man arrived. This time, he not only brought along his 7 or 8 lackeys, but also a scar-faced man leading a group of 20 or 30, brandishing clubs and parading through the streets. Bald Chong wore a sheepish grin. Hey, Scarborough, this time, we're counting on you. Last night, that kid wreaked havoc on us. Scarborough scoffed. What a worthless piece of trash. What else can he do? Today, I'll teach him a lesson. Bald Chong cautioned. Scarborough, you should be wary. This kid is rather sinister. He is probably a spirit warrior. Scarborough dismissed him, as if I'm not. He won't survive my wrath. Bald Chang wasn't just randomly recruiting help. Scarborough awakened his beastly powers in his 30s during a brawl. Over the years, he has gained some notoriety on the streets and can fight quite well. But where are the people? Where are they? Bald Chang pointed toward Jiang and in the crowd. That guy? A crowd of people pushed and shoved their way in. They were instantly taken aback. Jiangnan was seen embracing a wiry man, wildly smashing red bricks against his head, not holding back at all. Brick debris was flying everywhere. The onlookers cheered. What the heck? Is he hitting that hard? Have we fallen behind the times? The force of those blows made the spectators wince. Bald Chong's face paled. Scarborough was immediately on the back foot. His lackeys, clutching their clubs, were trembling in fear. If that brick smashed down on their heads, it would surely land them in the hospital. Chong, I think I overate last night and my stomach is upset. My strength might not be at its peak. How about we wait until tomorrow? Bald Chong looked bewildered. Overate? Didn't you just say you wanted a quick fight to get home for dinner? Scarborough's face stiffened. Huh? I meant I overate at lunch. A straightforward lackey chimed in. Lunch? Scarborough, you didn't eat anything at lunch either. Scarborough slapped the lackey across the face. TSK. Who do you think you are, knowing so much? Do you know why you're getting hit? The lackey pitifully covered his face, tentatively asking, is it because I know too much? Scarborough swiftly pulled out his phone. Hey, honey. Yes, I'm at the night market. I'll head back for dinner right away. What? You want a pancake roll? Sure. With that, he hurriedly walked away, moving at quite a pace. Bald Chong's face darkened. Scarborough, could you not answer the phone like that? The screen is facing outward. It's lit up and still locked. This act is too convincing. I almost believed it. Jiangnan sneered, calling out, "What s up? Are you inviting me to join in? Want to give it a try?" Wald Chang shuddered and quickly forced a smile. No. No, I just brought my brothers to support Brother Nan. How could he not be intimidated? Scarborough had already wilted, and revenge was no longer an option. The onlookers scoffed. With just this little crew, do they really think they can challenge Jiangnan? Not even enough to warrant a single brick. Jiangnan had no time to bother with them, as he was busy collecting money. In the blink of an eye, 10 bottles of Farmer Sanquan were sold out. "Boss, where did you get this Farmer Sanquan from?" "Yeah, it's so incredible." Jiangnan replied with a smile, "The spiritual energy in my backyard is so rich that the well water has mutated." "What? Selling well water? That has quite a profit. A bottle for 10,000? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Jiangnan scoffed. "I don't produce water. I'm merely a porter of nature." "A porter, indeed. Can you sell me that well?" "I want it." "A well? What kind of well?" "Go look for it. There isn't even a backyard." Jiangnan was contemplating whether to continue selling, but unexpectedly, just as one wave subsided, another rose. An abrupt screech of brakes announced the arrival of a stretched Lincoln and 3 Range Rovers at the night market. A young man dressed in designer clothes stepped out of the Lincoln, sporting a head of shiny, permed hair, with his pale complexion and chiseled features. He undeniably exuded the aura of a wealthy heir, radiating the scent of money. The doors of the 3 Range Rovers swung open. Out stepped 10 burly men wearing sunglasses, each exuding an intimidating presence. They were all spirit warriors, undoubtedly of high rank. The levels of spirit warriors include black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry. And the mightiest, Dao Tian. Each level has 10 stars. Yet, these hulks were all at least bronze-level spirit warriors. "Make way. Clear the path for young Master Luo." The once lively night market quieted considerably with their arrival. Those pushed aside had grievances, but dared not voice them. Just by observing the situation, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. Luo Tianxiang approached Jiangnan's stall with a darkened expression, pointing at Jiangnan and berating. "So it's you? A pathetic clown. You've provoked someone you can't afford to mess with. Don't you wish to die? I'll grant you that wish today." Jiangnan, dusting off the brick dust from his hands, replied nonchalantly, "And you are what? Just some nobody, coming here spouting nonsense? Did you dine in the restroom tonight?" He then turned to the burly men. "Isn't anyone going to stop this kid from eating dirt?" Su Yuan, who had just managed to slip away, overheard Jiangnan and was trying to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, while the live stream continued broadcasting. The viewers were captivated, and the audience was growing. "What are you doing? I can't see anything. Who would have thought this would turn into such a spectacle? I recognize that guy. The young Master Luo from Songjiang Spirit Warriors. The stall owner is indeed formidable. Facing such a crowd, he shows no signs of fear. My curiosity about this stall owner's identity is piqued." Chapter 17. Come. Give me a smile. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. Jiangnan suddenly recalled. "Isn't this the Luo from Weibo? He truly followed the internet connection here?" Jiangnan was unconcerned with how many people were on the opposing side. What background or identity did they have? Even if they brought a heavenly level powerhouse, what could they do? Standing on the stall cloth, he felt invincible. Isn't the stall fee wasted? Luo Tianxiang trembled with rage, his eyes filled with malice. "Is that all you can do? Just flap your gums? A mere clown. Let me tell you, I don't care who you are or what your relationship is with Zhong Yingxue. Stay away from her. I have status. I have money. I can give her everything. You are nothing. A dead broke loser. What do you have to compare with me? If I see you near her again, you won't see the sun tomorrow." Jiangnan frowned. "Is he here for Zhong Yingxue? Who is this kid? I seem to recall Xiaoya mentioning her during a meal." Zhong Yingxue appeared to be quite troubled. Since fate has brought him before me, I have no reason to let him off." Jiangnan stroked his chin. "You think I won't see the sun tomorrow? What is that supposed to mean? Checking the weather forecast?" The weather forecast for tomorrow predicts rain, which has stirred a sense of anticipation among the onlookers. The commotion in Su Yuan's live stream has reached a fever pitch, with the barrage of comments rendering the faces of participants virtually invisible. Luo Tianxiang seethes with frustration, cursing the meteorological predictions. His impatience is palpable as he commands. "Bring them to me. Let us see how long they can keep talking." 2 imposing figures, one a bronze-ranked 9-star and the other a silver-ranked powerhouse, charge forward. Despite the public setting where supernatural abilities are typically restrained, their physical prowess is unmatched. Jiangnan, standing his ground on a makeshift stall, dodges a powerful punch aimed at his abdomen. With a swift movement, he seizes the assailant's arm and yanks it sharply, the sound of dislocation echoing through the air. The brute stumbles, feeling a gust of wind at the back of his head as Jiangnan raises a red brick and brings it down with ferocity. The silver-ranked warrior attempts to unleash his water-based abilities, but finds himself unable to conjure any power amidst the chaos. Jiangnan seizes the opportunity, expertly executing a joint lock that renders the man's arm useless, followed by a devastating kick that sounds with a sickening crack. Both adversaries collapse, gasping for breath in silence. Jiangnan, seemingly immersed in the moment, strikes a pose and declares, "I am prepared to take on 10. The onlookers are left in stunned disbelief, questioning the audacity of the young man before them. Luo Tianxiang, dazed, grapples with the reality of a bronze-ranked 9-star defeating a silver-ranked opponent so effortlessly. Despite the unyielding strength of the Luo family, the prevailing societal norms against public displays of power loom large. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, warning of potential police involvement should the altercation continue. Su Yuan, aware of his audience, echoes the sentiment, cautioning against further escalation. The ramifications of their actions are clear. The stakes are high, and the consequences could spell disaster for the Luo family's reputation. As Luo Tianxiang's frustration boils over, he vows revenge, only to be met with Jiangnan's dismissive retort. An abrupt exit follows, with a shattered phone left behind as Luo storms away, further infuriated by his loss. Meanwhile, Jiangnan, reveling in his victory, captures a photo with a triumphant grin, juxtaposed against Luo Tianxiang's alarmed expression. The image, shared with his friend Xia Yao, prompts a flurry of laughter and concern over the events that transpired. As the conversation unfolds, Xia Yao expresses her admiration for Jiangnan's audacity, while cautioning him about the potential dangers posed by Luo Tianxiang's formidable background. The narrative hints at deeper connections and rivalries, setting the stage for further developments in their intertwined fates. At the outset, the team maintained a semblance of harmony. However, ever since Luo Tianxiang garnered the support of his family elders, his behavior escalated dramatically. He began to exploit every opportunity to approach Xiaoxue in the Lingxiu, forbidding her from interacting with other males. Naturally, Xiaoxue had no intention of being involved with someone like him, feeling quite troubled by the situation. Nonetheless, given the gratitude she owed to the Zhang family and the old man's insistence, she found herself caught between conflicting loyalties. During one gathering, he crossed a line by tampering with the drink Xiaoxue was consuming. Had I not intervened in time, the consequences could have been dire. Following that incident, the discord within the team intensified, and the mere sight of that individual now makes me feel nauseated. As Jiangnan perused the multitude of messages sent by Xia, his expression turned icy. He was not a benevolent soul by any means. Zhong Yinxue was the only person in this world who held any significance for him. Their lives in the orphanage were fraught with hardship, and they relied on each other for support. Jiangnan cherished every kindness Zhong Yinxue had shown him, and their bond was unbreakable. Now that they had finally reunited, how could he allow anyone to threaten her? Regardless of the Luo family's status, he was resolute that Luo Tianxiang would not have an easy time. He promptly replied, "Tomorrow is Saturday, a day off from school. Shall we plan a little rendezvous?" Image. GIF. Eagerly anticipating, Xia responded, "What do you intend to do with her?" Jiangnan, lying on his bed, felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled Xia's striking silver short hair and her alluring figure, swallowing hard. Was she truly so accommodating? Had she forgiven him for the incident involving the shorts? How could he dare? He feared her formidable grip. From Xia's resentment value 333. Humph. I don't restrain just anyone. Quickly tell me, what are you planning for tomorrow? Jiangnan replied, "Naturally, we're going to stir up some trouble. An eye for an eye. Now that things have escalated, why should we hold back? It's better to strike first." Xia inquired, "Are we targeting Luo Tianxiang? Do you have a plan? Count me in." Unbeknownst to Jiangnan, Xia, who was currently lounging on her bed, had already leaped up in excitement. Jiangnan added, "Ahem. It's a covert operation. Don't let Xiaoxue know." Xia exclaimed, "Oh no. I was too loud just now. Xiaoxue is coming to my room." Jiangnan was taken aback. "You were too loud? Wait, are they living together? When did this happen? Are they?" It dawned on Jiangnan that Xia had already gotten close to Xiaoxue, and he felt he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Without further ado, he declared, "Tomorrow morning, I'll pick you up." Dressed in a flowing white nightgown, Zhang Yinxue rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened the door. "Xiao, why are you making such a racket at this hour? Aren't you supposed to be asleep?" Xiao playfully responded, "I had a nightmare. I'm so scared. Please sleep with me, Xiaoxue." With a stoic expression, Zhang Yinxue retorted, "Dream on," and turned to shut the door, displaying her indifference. Meanwhile, Jiangnan lay in bed, contemplating the events of the following day. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he formulated a plan. Upon checking his resentment value, He discovered it had exceeded 70,000, largely thanks to his delightful classmates. The detoxifying yellow beans had proven to be remarkably effective. 10 consecutive draws, here we go. Thank you for your patronage. He had grown accustomed to receiving a series of thank you notifications after a string of 5 draws, yielding 3 cleansing fruits and 47 pounds of detoxifying yellow beans. The detoxifying yellow beans had now been categorized in the system shop, available for purchase at 200 resentment points. Jiangnan felt utterly drained from the endless cycle of draws. In the remaining 2 sets of 10 draws, he obtained yet another cleansing fruit, and with the last 19 draws, he received a new consolation prize. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a bundle of spiritual leeks. Spiritual leeks. Effect: consuming them will enhance your masculinity and happiness. The effects last for 3 days and 3 nights. Suitable for both genders. A must-have for handsome men and beautiful women alike. Jiangnan was perplexed. Spiritual leeks? Wasn't this just the blue jelly beans? 3 days and 3 nights. An endless cycle? Remarkable. Overcome by a sudden craving, Jiangnan contemplated preparing a dish of stir-fried leeks and eggs, but ultimately hesitated, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He couldn't afford to take such risks. What if something went awry? This was a matter of lifelong happiness. Nevertheless, he consumed the 4 cleansing fruits he had drawn, devouring them as if he were a hamster feasting on seeds. Jiangnan could feel his talents enhancing, and his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the black iron level. He was but a step away from advancing to the bronze level. Thus far, he had consumed 6 cleansing fruits, but by the 5th, he realized there was no further enhancement to his abilities. There must be a limit to such potions. Indeed, the cleansing fruit had appeared in the system shop, priced at 100,000 resentment points. Quite exorbitant. It seemed that in the next round of 10 draws, legitimate prizes would no longer include cleansing fruits. He wondered what he might receive instead. Taking a deep breath, Jiangnan suddenly recalled something and hurriedly accessed the alternate dimension. A heart-wrenching wail escaped him as he discovered that the 100,000 yuan he had earned from farmer Sanquan had, unsurprisingly, been reduced to a mere 1,000 due to the odds of 9.99.001. His skill points now stood at 1.013. His lament echoed so tragically that it even roused Zhou Yuqing from her slumber. What happened to you, Jiangnan Gij? The sound he made resembled someone who had stubbed their toe on a table, kicked a cabinet, pinched their chin with a zipper, or had a phone drop on their face, all equally tragic. Chapter 19. A proper young man doesn't eat breakfast despite all calculations. The system's harvest could not be evaded. He had been forcibly charged a stall fee. Upon reviewing his skill section, he was taken aback. Skill: unarmed combat, proficient LV1. Skill: brick slapping, LV0. Jiangnan was bewildered. Brick slapping was considered a skill? Could it be any less reliable? It seemed he had inadvertently learned this skill while striking that burly man. With over 1,000 skill points at his disposal, he thought, why not max it out? Deducting 100 skill points. Skill: brick slapping, proficient LV1. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Jiangnan realized he had misunderstood. A simple red brick could indeed be wielded with finesse. What a revelation! Brick slapping was an intricate art form. Jiangnan chose not to waste the remaining skill points, channeling them into unarmed combat instead. Unarmed combat, proficient LV91. Jiangnan was taken aback. It didn't level up? To advance proficient unarmed combat to the next tier, he would need 10 skill points. Was it too much to ask for a heads up? Now he was left with a pitiful 3 points. Frustrated, Jiangnan drifted into a restless slumber. The following morning, he awoke early and began brushing his teeth in the courtyard when he heard a commotion in the alley. Sensing something amiss, he quickly changed his clothes and stepped outside. At the alley's entrance, a stunning Koenigsegg blue ghost was parked. Shaya, donning sunglasses and form-fitting light jeans that accentuated her long legs, wore a stylish denim jacket paired with a cropped tank top, and a white beret that concealed her silver hair. She was peering into the alley. The elderly residents were gathered, observing the scene, and even Zhou Yuqing was present. This girl was breathtaking. The car was equally captivating. I heard from my son that car is quite expensive. Is she waiting for someone? Is she lost? Zhou Yuqing was equally curious, and just then, Jiangnan emerged. Jiangnan Gij, where are you headed? Aren't you supposed to be off today? Jiangnan smiled. I have plans with a friend, just a little matter to attend to. Before Zhou Yuqing could respond, Shaya spotted Jiangnan and waved energetically. Xiaonan, over here. Jiangnan thought to himself, I see you. How could I possibly miss such a radiant sight? Zhou Yuqing gaped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Was that comely woman seeking Jiangnan? Zhou Yuqing's brow furrowed as she observed Jiangnan waving goodbye. When did he become acquainted with such affluent individuals? If that's the case, Why does he still reside in a rented apartment? Is it possible that he will suddenly relocate? If he were to move, would they still maintain contact? The young woman's thoughts were filled with numerous concerns. She found Jiangnan increasingly perplexing. The elderly onlookers were equally perplexed. Was she truly there to see Jiangnan? Jiangnan retorted, Xiaoyu, weren't we supposed to maintain a low profile? This azure phantom of yours. An azure phantom worth over 11 million. Xiaoyu playfully stroked Jiangnan's head. In just a few days, Jiangnan's hair had grown into a short, dark stubble, creating a buzz cut. It felt quite pleasant to the touch. He appeared particularly energetic and clean-cut. It is often said that a buzz cut is the ultimate test of a handsome man, and as a refreshing-looking gentleman, Jiangnan had successfully conquered the style. I was being discreet enough, wasn't I? If I had driven the G-Wagon, wouldn't Shueshua have noticed? I spent quite some time deliberating before selecting the little blue. Deliberating? And so many options to choose from? You have more than one, don't you? Jiangnan earnestly stated. I truly don't want to exert myself any longer. Please consider it. Resentment points from Xia Yao 333. Don't be glib. Get in the car. Under the gazes of the elderly, the gull-wing door opened, and Jiangnan settled inside. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the azure phantom sped away. The alleyway was not smooth. Sitting in the car, Jiangnan winced at the scraping sounds from the undercarriage. Xia Yao, however, seemed completely unconcerned. Instead, she asked excitedly, Tell me about your plan. Jiangnan smirked. Where is Luo Tianxiang now? Xia Yao responded without hesitation. He should be at home. He'll be heading to the Luo Tian building later. I've gathered all the information for you. Jiangnan said, Let's go to his house first. At your service. Xia Yao was now fully in character. Outside the Haitian Villa district, Jiangnan remained in the car, taking out his phone to order takeout. Xia Yao curiously leaned over to look. Get me a steamed bun. All meat. As she spoke, she handed Jiangnan a brand new iPhone 11 from the side. Jiangnan was taken aback. Why are you spacing out? It's a gift for you. I told you I'd replace it last time. Jiangnan exclaimed. It feels so good not to have to work hard. Resentment points from Xia Yao 666. Xia Yao blushed. Not to be outdone. She leaned close to Jiangnan's ear and gently whispered, This big sister has a sugar bowl here. Would you like to partake? Jiangnan righteously replied, What a coincidence. My teeth aren't strong enough to handle anything hard. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. She was truly defeated by Jiangnan. You're so mischievous. Shueshua said you used to poke around in rat holes when you were a kid. I didn't believe it. Now I do. Jiangnan couldn't refute it. Because he had indeed done that. Before long, the starving-to-death delivery driver arrived, standing in the villa district looking bewildered. Jiangnan quickly got out of the car and called out, I placed the order. The delivery driver was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Are people who drive Koenigsegg's really this capricious? Xia Yao hadn't paid much attention at first, but she saw Jiangnan say something to the delivery driver. And then he cheerfully slipped him 500 yuan. Then the delivery driver started taking off his clothes. Xia Yao was dumbfounded. This, in broad daylight. Then she saw Jiangnan put on the starving-to-death uniform, put on a baseball cap, and put on a mask before returning to the car. Xia Yao patted her chest, relieved that she had overthought it. Back in the car, Jiangnan threw Xia Yao's bun to her. Wait, you didn't order this breakfast to eat? Jiangnan replied matter-of-factly, Of course not. What self-respecting young person eats breakfast these days? Xia Yao looked at the bun in her arms. Resentment points from Xia Yao 888. Don't show your face later, okay. The Koenigsegg Azure Phantom roared all the way to the Haitian Villa district, leaving a delivery driver in a vest and shorts standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. Are wealthy people really this eccentric these days? Those who can live in the Villa district are naturally wealthy people. Seeing the car, the security guard didn't even stop it. He was admiring the beautiful curves of the Azure Phantom. Then the car door opened. Jiangnan, in a starving-to-death uniform and carrying an insulated box, got out of the car. The security guard was stunned. Are delivery drivers this extravagant now? Can he even earn enough for gas with one delivery? Jiangnan opened the insulated box. He added some ingredients to the soy milk inside. Nothing much. Just half a bottle of Dolly and 10 detoxifying yellow soybeans. Very generous. 10 means 10. That's how generous he is. He walked to the villa and rang the doorbell. Take out. After a while, an old butler in a tailcoat with a white beard opened the door. He was stunned to see Jiang and in a starving-to-death uniform. Before the old butler could speak, Jiangnan said, Are you Mr. Luo? The old butler frowned. Did his young master order food? While he was stunned, Jiangnan had already handed over the steamed buns and soy milk. Remember to give a 5-star review. He turned and left. Upstairs, Luo Tianxiang was wiping his hair with dark circles under his eyes. There was a band-aid on his cheek. He had hit his head on the wine cabinet yesterday. There was still a big bump on his head. Laoyu, who is it? It's takeout. Did the young master order food? Luo Tianxiang was stunned. He didn't order anything? It must be the wrong order. Looking at the buns and soy milk, Luo Tianxiang was hungry, so he didn't explain. Put it on the table. I'll eat it later. Luo Tianxiang usually doesn't eat breakfast. Not because he's not hungry, but because he's too lazy to eat. Since it was delivered to his door, why not eat it? Sitting on the sofa, Luo Tianxiang took a bite of the bun and a sip of the soy milk. What the hell? Whose soy milk is this? Is it watered down? It's a little thin, but the taste is good. The soybean flavor is strong. After drinking the soy milk, Luo Tianxiang felt refreshed. He felt energetic. All the fatigue was gone. Good review. Good review. Luo Tianxiang rubbed his cheeks and sneered. He had already found out Jiangnan's address. He had contacted Luo Tian Group overnight and confirmed the acquisition and renovation plan. He was going there today to follow up on this matter. You dare to oppose me? Then I'll make you homeless. This is just the first step. He got up and went out. A cool breeze blew, and his head felt cool. Huh? Is it a little cool today? You, the butler, vaguely saw Luo Tianxiang's back as he left. The bald back of his head made him wonder if he had seen it wrong. Just as he was about to call out, Luo Tianxiang had already left. Oh, my old eyes are playing tricks on me. Jiangnan and Xiaoyao, who were hiding in the car, watched Luo Tianxiang leave. Xiaoyao opened her mouth wide and stared at Luo Tianxiang's head. The bald head was shiny and reflective in the sun. There was a bluish-purple bump on his head. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. He's bald. He's bald. Ha ha. What a shiny bald head. Is the bump on his head serious? I can't take it anymore. Jiangnan, I'm going to die laughing. Xiaoyao hugged Jiangnan and laughed so hard that tears came out. What did you put in the soy milk? Ha ha. You're so bad. I love it. Jiangnan tried his best to hold back, and his face was squeezed out of shape again. Shoo, keep it down. It doesn't look like he noticed. Luo Tianxiang really didn't notice. He got into his God of War GTR and drove straight to the Luo Tian Group with a roar. Quick, quick, follow him. Xiaoyao suppressed her laughter and stepped on the accelerator, following him. Luo Tianxiang in the car had a strange expression on his face. His stomach was growling like crazy, and a surge of excrement came. Damn it, why does my stomach hurt? So he decided to hold it in for a while and wait until he got to the company. The more he held it in, the more unbearable it became. So he could only step on the accelerator frantically. Xiaoyao asked suspiciously, why is this guy driving faster and faster? Jiangnan chuckled slyly. Is he not in a hurry? How could he possibly be? The sheer volume is overwhelming. 10 units, to be precise. Do you really believe he won't have to roll down the window shortly? Xiaoyao was astonished. Can one really foresee such things in advance? At this moment, Luo Tianxiang in the GTR had already turned pale. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and his face grew even paler. The odor inside the car was unbearable, nearly causing him to regurgitate the buns he had for breakfast. He hurriedly rolled down the window, gasping for air. The speed increased. He himself was astonished by the foulness he had just unleashed. Xiaoyao, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, wow, he really rolled down the window. How did you know? Are you some sort of wizard? Can you tell fortunes too? Jiangnan. At this moment, Luo Tianxiang gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins protruding from his arms, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He was determined to defend the rear door at all costs. He regretted the decision he had made moments ago. Of all times, he had to hit the morning rush hour. Sticking his head out, he shouted, hurry up. I can move faster than you. Then he began honking madly. After being stuck for half an hour, Luo Tianxiang could no longer shout. He feared that if he raised his voice, the rear door would surely give way. Jiangnan, meanwhile, was removing his work uniform, waving at Xiaoyao, with an excited expression. She leaned closer. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Do you understand? Xiaoyao felt a tickle in her ears, her cheeks flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? How thrilling. I love it. Jiangnan high-fived her. Finish up and wait for me in the car. Okay, Chief Jiang. After a long struggle, Luo Tianxiang finally made it to the company, rushing towards the building. His gait was awkward, hardly daring to take large steps. Every employee he passed looked astonished, quickly biting their lips to stifle laughter, bowing their heads to greet him. Good morning, young Master Luo. Even after he passed, they continued to stare in disbelief. Luo Tianxiang felt rather good. It had been a long time since he had experienced such attention. However, he had no time to engage with them. He dashed straight to the elevator. Jiangnan, having exited the car, hid in a secluded corner, opening a portal to another dimension. He retrieved a ladder and hoisted it onto his shoulder, heading towards the Luo Tower with purpose. The security guard reached out to stop him. What are you doing? Jiangnan replied, inspecting the circuitry. The guard let him through without hesitation. Indeed, TikTok had not deceived him. He had seen a skit recently stating that as long as you carry a ladder, you would not be stopped anywhere. No doubt about it. Inside the elevator, Luo Tianxiang stood frozen. He pressed the button for the 33rd floor, watching as the doors were about to close. Suddenly, a hand reached in. Jiangnan, with the ladder, stepped inside. Luo Tianxiang was on the verge of losing his mind. Couldn't you wait for the next ride? I'm in a hurry. In the midst of Luo Tianxiang's despairing gaze, Jiangnan pressed every button from the second to the 33rd floor. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment, 1,000. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment, 1,000. Jiangnan muttered, my apologies. I must check every floor for the circuit inspection. Luo Tianxiang attempted to exit the elevator, but as he took a step out, he hesitated. There was a young lady in professional attire, holding a folder, who smiled and nodded, saying nothing. Then the elevator started moving. Ahem. To those who enjoy this, please give a little nudge for updates. Let's motivate Qifeng. Chapter 21. Facing certain doom? The elevator ascended. Due to inertia, everyone felt a sensation of falling. Normally, this would be unremarkable, but for Luo Tianxiang, it was a different matter. He had a pressing situation. As the elevator began to rise, he squeezed his legs together, adopting an awkward pose while gripping the handrail. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment, 1,000. The elevator paused at the second floor, and Jiangnan pretended to peek out at the corridor lights, internally reveling in his amusement. Did they want to mess with me? Did they wish to bully Zhongning Xue? Today, I shall show you what despair truly means. The elevator doors closed again, and Luo Tianxiang's gaze towards Jiangnan was now filled with fury. But this glance proved to be a mistake. The elevator doors were stainless steel and reflective. Luo Tianxiang was stunned to see a bald head with a large, purple bruise on top. His expression turned blank. Who is this grotesque figure, drenched in sweat, displaying such a fierce demeanor? This, isn't that me? Luo Tianxiang exploded in rage. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment, 1,000. The resentment points piled up rapidly. He realized that the soybean milk he had consumed that morning was problematic. His anger surged. Who is doing this to me? He was about to erupt, but the elevator was in motion. My dear Mother Maria. The handrail was nearly deformed from his grip. Jiangnan could even hear the grinding of Luo Tianxiang's teeth. 10 units? Is that perhaps a bit excessive? The elevator continued its ascension. It stopped at each floor. Luo Tianxiang struggled to suppress the urge to release, anxiously watching as the elevator ascended to the 32nd floor. The resentment points never ceased. Victory seemed within reach. At this moment, Jiangnan calmly took out his phone and dialed a number. Simultaneously, with a click, the entire Luo Tower experienced a power outage. The elevator became stuck between the 32nd and 33rd floors. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened. What the hell? The young lady, initially startled, quickly regained her composure and called the emergency number in the elevator. All right, half an hour for repairs? Very well. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianxiang was dumbfounded. What? Half an hour? I am at my wit's end here. He immediately pulled down the elevator handrail, shouting at the two of them. You both turn away. The young lady looked puzzled. What has gotten into young Master Luo today? Jiangnan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Oh no, is he about to? Luo Tianxiang could no longer hold back. He couldn't endure for half an hour. You perverted freak. The young lady's face turned crimson as she quickly turned around. Under Jiangnan's horrified gaze, Luo Tianxiang squatted down to begin. Jiangnan exclaimed, what the hell? He hurriedly opened the portal to another dimension, retrieving a gas mask to wear, and thoughtfully handed one to the young lady. Then he pulled out his phone and activated the recording mode. The young lady was already in a frenzy. What is happening? A gas mask? Are you serious? With a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, relief finally washed over Luo Tianxiang's face. She never could have imagined that young Master Luo would, in the company elevator. Amidst the young lady's screams, Luo Tianxiang finally noticed Jiangnan recording him. How could he not comprehend the situation? There are no more than 10 individuals in the world with spatial abilities. Jiangnan, you are going to pay for this. Luo Tianxiang was truly driven to madness, wanting to lash out, but in his current state, he could not even rise. Jiangnan sneered, you should focus on saving yourself. Meanwhile, the security personnel monitoring the cameras were frozen in shock. They quickly called their colleagues over to watch. Then the entire Luo Tower echoed with an announcement. To the individuals in the elevator, please maintain decorum. What is happening? What is wrong with the elevator? You wouldn't believe it. There's a fierce individual in the elevator. Really? Impressive. A true talent, my friend. Since the power was out, the employees had nothing to do. Countless people gathered to witness the spectacle. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth, tearing off his short sleeve to cover his face. At this moment, he could only hide his face. Jiangnan, you will pay dearly for this. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes and replied, I warned you. The barking dog will not bite. Do not meddle with Zhongning Xue again, nor act behind her back. Otherwise, this video will undoubtedly surface on major news platforms. The juicy revelations about the heir of the Luotian group are something many desire. Despite Luo Shangxiang's intense animosity towards Jiangnan, he finds himself utterly powerless against him. You possess your background, while I have my story. It may not seem formidable, but it would be wise not to provoke it. With that, Jiangnan vanished in an instant from the elevator, leaving only the young woman clad in a gas mask to ponder her existence. Having been rescued, Luo Shangxiang's mind was consumed by three pressing concerns. Should he inform his father? Should he relocate abroad? Should he bid farewell to this world? Upon returning to the office, Luo Shangxiang locked himself in the restroom for a staggering 3 hours before emerging, feeling revitalized. No matter how much he loathed Jiangnan, he could only instruct his contacts to halt the acquisition of the residential project. There was no choice. Jiangnan held the leverage, and should he provoke him further, the consequences could be dire. Jiangnan, do not let me catch you. Luo Shangxiang seethed with frustration. This marked the second time he had suffered at the hands of Jiangnan. The cleaning lady, who had just finished questioning her life choices, entered the office restroom only to be taken aback by the sight of a shattered toilet. Ceramic shards lay strewn about as if a grenade had exploded. Is Luo Xiao truly that formidable? Can a mere trip to the restroom result in such destruction? These martial artists are astonishingly powerful. Little did she know, the combination of immense strength and detoxifying beans yields remarkable effects. Luo Shangxiang became the first fortunate soul to experience this phenomenon. As Jiangnan ambled down the street, he reflected on the truth that desperation can drive one to drastic actions. Back in the car, Xia Yao awaited Jiangnan's return with palpable excitement. So, how was my timing with the power outage? Jiangnan chuckled. Perfectly executed. At the very least, Luo Shangxiang would remain compliant for quite some time. Xia Yao leaned in curiously and inquired, what exactly did you do inside? What was the purpose of the power outage? Jiangnan grinned mischievously. Are you truly interested in witnessing it? Xia Yao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Absolutely, I want to see. Subsequently, Jiangnan played the video he had just recorded. Xia Yao burst into laughter. Aha. Xiaonan, you're ruthless. She was nearly in fits of laughter, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Luo Shangxiang, yet relishing the satisfaction of seeing him suffer for bullying Xiaoxue. Jiangnan chuckled. What can I say? I am, after all, the legendary bad boy. Chapter 22. The blissful life of Wang Kai the dog. Hurry, send it over. Xia Yao urged excitedly. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Jiangnan complied. On the way home, Xia Yao turned serious. Honestly, Jiangnan, consider joining our team. Only in a squad can martial artists explore the spiritual realm safely. We should expel Luo Shangxiang and his ilk. Your spatial abilities, once developed, would render you an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Xiaoxue would be thrilled to have you. Jiangnan scratched his head. I would love to, but I'm in my senior year. I can't just transfer schools. Xia Yao retorted, why not? I can arrange it. Jiangnan recognized that Xia Yao intended to leverage her financial resources. However, transferring mid-year could tarnish one's reputation. The competition at Songjiang Martial Arts Academy is fierce, and they prioritize strength. If you truly wish to join, you must earn it. Jiangnan was taken aback. Earn it? How? Xia Yao explained. Each semester, Jiangxing no. One high school has 3 exchange student slots. The top 3 students of the final assessment will be sent to our school for specialized training. Just ace your final exams and secure a spot in the top 3. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. It was indeed a feasible plan. However, he had never participated in their end-of-term assessments. Academically, as a top student, achieving first place was within reach, albeit his English could use improvement. The real challenge lay in the practical assessment for the martial arts class, which involved actual combat. Naturally, it would not be a student versus student battle, but rather a hunt for spiritual beasts in the spiritual realm. The problem was, in 3 years of high school, Jiangnan had never entered the spiritual realm. The nearest one to Jiangcheng was located in the Changbai Mountains, and entry was restricted to those with a black iron rank of 5 stars or higher. He had never even seen a spiritual beast. With only a month until the final exams, Jiangnan needed to step up. As Xia Yao leaned in close, whispering enticingly, if you secure first place, I'll reward you handsomely. A unique fragrance wafted into Jiangnan's nostrils, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Jiangnan replied, I need to focus on driving. Xia Yao's expression soured dramatically. I'll think about it, she said, fuming. You should just move in with us. Xiaoxue and I are renting a villa. You, with your black iron rank of 7. Wait, when did you rank up to black iron 10 stars? Her voice rose an octave. Jiangnan scratched his nose. Oh, just a little effort. I would prefer to avoid exertion, but you let me. Xia Yao shot him a look of reproach, still astonished. Just a few days ago, he was a black iron 7 star, and now he was a black iron 10 star? Was his talent truly E-grade? How many secrets is this guy hiding? Here, take this. It might help you break through to bronze. It will also enhance your chances for the final assessment. With that, she reached into her chest and pulled out 2 spirit orbs, placing them into Jiangnan's hands. Feeling the residual warmth of the orbs, Jiangnan swallowed hard. What an eye-opener. I've only seen such scenes in cartoons. This is the legendary hidden treasure? Xia Yao's cheeks flushed. What nonsense are you watching? These spirit orbs are quite valuable. You must keep them safe. They're over 20,000 each. Heavily regulated by the Martial Arts Association. Finding a market for buying or selling them is no easy feat. Jiangnan nodded earnestly. Only you could do this. Others lack the means to conceal spirit orbs. Xia Yao was at a loss for words. Jiangnan even raised the orbs to his nose and inhaled deeply. Quite fragrant. Xia Yao regretted giving the spirit orbs to Jiangnan. She kicked him out of the car and warned, "If you don't take first place, just wait and see how I deal with you." As Jiangnan stood at the alley's entrance, watching the blue phantom drive away, he shook his head with a smile. The spirit orbs in his hands radiated a vibrant red glow. They were attribute spirit orbs of bronze quality. Spirit orbs are produced by spiritual beasts, known for their powerful attributes and rarity. Their value is naturally skyrocketing. Martial artists with awakened elemental abilities experience remarkable benefits from absorbing corresponding attribute spirit orbs. For someone like Jiangnan, whose abilities are unique, absorbing spirit orbs of any attribute proves equally effective. While spatial attribute spirit orbs do exist, they are exceedingly rare, making them difficult for Jiangnan to acquire. The fire attribute spirit orb was likely intended for Xiexue. Bronze? It was worth a shot. Uncharacteristically, Jiangnan skipped the night market and returned home to absorb the spirit orbs. After consuming both, it was already past 7 in the evening. His cultivation remained at black iron 10 stars. Jiangnan rubbed his temples, realizing that breaking through this bottleneck would not be easy. Suddenly inspired, he grinned mischievously. He retrieved a bundle of spirit energy chives from his system inventory and began to work. Soon, he found himself in the adjacent courtyard. Crouching down, he called out, "Wankai, come." Out from the corner doghouse sprang a Shiba Inu, panting and bounding over, full of affection. Woof woof. Jiangnan pulled a sausage from his pocket and offered it to the eager pup. He gently patted the dog's head, sighing, "Look at you. What a miserable state you're in. I've moved here for 3 years, and I haven't seen you find a partner. Truly a single dog, indeed. Passing on the family line is a significant matter. I simply cannot stand by and do nothing. Let me lend you a hand. No need to thank me." The dog, Wankai, was happily munching on a sausage, its little tail wagging furiously, completely oblivious to the fact that a piece of chives was nestled within the sausage. From next door, Old Man Wang called out, "Shownan, haven't you eaten yet? Come over for a bite." Jiangnan cleared his throat twice and hurriedly replied, No need." With a guilty look, he scurried away, returning to the courtyard to observe Wankai's reaction. Wankai returned to its doghouse, lay there for a moment, and soon began wagging its tail excitedly. Woof. Arf. In the yard, Zhui Yuqing, who was picking vegetables, stared at the 2 dogs for over 10 seconds. Her face flushed a deep red. "Mom, our Guogua. Guogua is with." Jiangnan felt a swell of satisfaction as he returned indoors. "Wankai, you must keep it up. The chives are indeed a marvelous thing." Chapter 23. Can you please respect our profession? Lying on the bed, Jiangnan scrolled through Weibo for a while, only to discover that his followers had inexplicably surged to over 30,000. Among them, 3 had shown particular concern. One named Tingshu, undoubtedly the ever-luminous Zhong Yingshu. Another, called Moonlit Lone Wolf. Summer Yao, please tone down the melodrama. And lastly, a streamer named Su Yuan had sent him a private message. "Brother, why didn't you set up your stall today? Did your backyard well dry up?" Jiangnan replied casually, "I'll go tomorrow. Remember to come. I'll teach you how to kick durians." From Su Yuan's resentment value 888. Humph. As if you could challenge me. After some contemplation, Jiangnan changed his Weibo name to I am Tunan and posted his first tweet. "I am Tunan. A minute ago, from iPhone 11 Pro Max. If you're capable, click on it." Soon, a flurry of replies flooded in. "What a waste of my feelings. The stall owner is inhumane. I knew he was a student. Hey, why didn't you come today? We all missed you. I drove 250 kilometers to Jiangnan Night Market today to buy a bottle of Dolly, but you weren't there. Tingshu, Shaonan, keep it up. Moonlit Lone Wolf, I'll pinch your chubby cheeks." Jiangnan grinned brightly. This was the first time he genuinely wanted to accomplish something. For himself, and for Zhong Yingshu and Summer Yao. After putting his phone down, Jiangnan had intended to sleep. However, all the dogs in the vicinity erupted into a cacophony of howls and strange noises in the dead of night. The culprit was none other than Wankai. Guogua from Zhui Yuqing's home was merely the beginning of Wang Cai's joyous canine escapades. After conquering Guogua, Wang Cai wasted no time and dashed to Lu Dinyang's house, targeting a large dog named Laifu. The entire night passed in a flurry of activity. Wang Cai roamed through 108 households, winning over all the village's female dogs. By morning, a crowd gathered outside Old Man Wang's door. Wang Shu, could you please keep an eye on your Wang Cai? Last night, my tutor howled like it was possessed, right? My daughters and I didn't sleep a wink. Wang Cai is too much. A woman nudged her husband. Look at Wang Cai. Now look at you. Why don't you learn a thing or two from it? The man stood there, bewildered. What is going on? Old Man Wang was equally perplexed. He saw Wang Cai leisurely strolling through the alley, followed by over 10 female dogs, ranging from a Tibetan Mastiff to a Chihuahua. Such an array of sizes and breeds was truly astonishing. Wang Cai led the pack of female dogs from house to house, a smile reminiscent of a Shiba Inu gracing its face, inciting the jealousy of the male dogs who barked fiercely at him. The louder they barked, the more fervently Wang Cai wagged his tail. This, indeed, was the pinnacle of canine existence. Jiangnan silently applauded. Wang Cai, well done. The efficacy of the chives is quite remarkable. Should I get myself some chives and eggs? For now, it seemed Wang Cai was not exhibiting any unusual behavior. Yet, recalling the dolly and the detoxifying yellow beans, Jiangnan shivered. Perhaps it would be wise to observe for another couple of days. As night fell, Jiangnan appeared punctually at Jiangcheng night market. Alongside 10 bottles of Farmer's 3 Punch, he had also brought a bag of detoxifying yellow beans. He decided to hold off on the chives for the time being until he could ascertain their side effects. As soon as he set up, all 10 bottles of Farmer's 3 Punch sold out instantly, their popularity far exceeding Jiangnan's expectations. Thanks to Su Yuan's promotion and the buzz on Weibo, his business was booming. Unexpectedly, Bald Chong and Scarface were still undeterred and had come back with reinforcements. This time, they brought fewer people. The two followed a burly man, both wearing forced smiles. The man donned a black short-sleeved shirt and tight jeans, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles chiseled like stone. His bronze skin and crew cut gave off an intense aura of intimidation, despite his youthful appearance. Didn't he come yesterday? Are you sure he is here today? Scarface assured. Don't worry, Wu Xiao. Wei Ve inquired thoroughly. Bald Chong chuckled. Wu Xiao, we're counting on you this time. Wu Liang cracked his knuckles and grinned. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think our group is a pushover. When they reached the stall, they were taken aback. Whoa, Nanshun. Wu Liang froze. He was also from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, so how could he not know Jiangnan? He hadn't expected the person his underlings mentioned to be Jiangnan. A sinister grin spread across his face. Damn it, last time, the mock exam machine was ruined by Jiangnan, causing Wu Liang to miss the test altogether. Otherwise, why would the students of Ling Wu class have the audacity to act so high and mighty? This is the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson and remind Jiang Nan who the real boss is at Jiangcheng No. 1. As he approached the stall, Jiang Nan felt a shadow loom over him. He looked up to see Wu Liang, Scarface, and Bald Chong approaching. He instantly recognized they were here to cause trouble. Hey, I'm Wu Liang from Class 2, and today I'm here too. Before Wu Liang could finish, someone suddenly exclaimed, Whoa, brother, Wei Ve finally waited for you. I'm Zheng Wei. Jiang Nan was taken aback and raised his hand, saying, You three, just wait a moment. Wu Liang, Scarface, Bald Chong, wait a moment. We're here to cause trouble. From Wu Liang's resentment value 888. From Scarface's resentment value 666. Meanwhile, Zheng Wei, bald-headed, approached with 2 young ladies. Wu Liang noticed the 2 ladies were curiously observing him and couldn't help but lower his head slightly. Wow, this guy is so tall and muscular. Isn't this your type? Hey, what are you saying? Wu Liang felt somewhat embarrassed to spoil the fun, merely sneering at Jiang Nan while plotting how to deal with him. Zheng Wei, upon seeing Jiang Nan, was exceptionally friendly, enveloping him in a big bear hug, leaving Jiang Nan feeling slightly bewildered. Brother, you have no idea. After drinking your Farmer's 3 Punch, I'm on track to soar into the Lingxiu. The harvest was nothing short of explosive. Haha, indeed, right? A sweet young lady exclaimed. I came by yesterday, but I couldn't find you. I've been thinking about you these past few days. I couldn't care less about food or tea. Wu Liang's expression darkened. Jiang Nan, I came to find you today. Oh, wait a moment. Jiang Nan waved his hand impatiently. What? We're here to deal with you. Can you show a little respect for our profession? Just give us some face, will you? This is quite embarrassing for us, you know? From Wu Liang's resentment points 999. Friends, please give a 5-star rating and urge for more updates in the comments. The website relies on this for recommendations. Chapter 24. Impossible to look at. With two young ladies beside him, Wu Liang felt too embarrassed to explode. Zheng Wei raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you still have Farmer's Three Fists for sale? I want to buy more." Jiangnan chuckled. "Business is picking up. What? Not afraid of going bald this time?" Zheng Wei, "Baldness is irrelevant. Improving my strength is what truly matters. As a power-type awakener, combined with Farmer's Three Fists, it is an exquisite match." Jiangnan understood. Zheng Wei had indeed tasted the sweetness. This was not how it was supposed to go. Playing it this way would mean he wouldn't earn any resentment points. He didn't want to sell to him at that moment. Nevertheless, he inquired, "How many do you want?" Zhang Wei answered without hesitation, 100 bottles. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. "Sell? Why wouldn't I sell? What resentment points? Money. I want money." Zheng Wei was beaming with joy. Jiang Nan then directly retrieved 3 bottles of strength potion from the alternate dimension. Zheng Wei was astonished. What the heck? He was not shocked by the strength potion, but by Jiang Nan's spatial abilities. Even the two young ladies gasped in surprise. A space type? This was as astonishing as stumbling upon a large gold brick while walking. How many space types exist in the world? And yet, here he was, encountering one at a street stall? Could this be a true master? 3 bottles. I'll call it 1 million, and the rest is a gift. What do you think? Zheng Wei snapped back to reality. Sure. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Jiang Nan was ecstatic. 1 million. That's 1 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Although he would only get 10,000 after the system's cut, at least he had once possessed it. Once possessed. Beside him, Wu Liang's eyes nearly popped out. What is happening? A senior high school student is negotiating a 1 million deal at a street stall? That's not even the main point. The main point is you're selling 3 bottles of mineral water for 1 million? What kind of water is that? Golden water? Wu Liang's mind was spinning. His worldview was collapsing. Brother, are you still selling? My uncle runs a mineral water company. How about I give you 10,000 for a bottle? Jiangnan, I'm looking for you. Jiangnan shot him a glare. Why are you being so tedious, kid? Indeed, the essence of humanity is being a parrot. Wu Liang exploded on the spot. A parrot? Have you ever seen such a muscular parrot? Oh, my temper. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, the black half-sleeve on Wu Liang's upper body burst open. A primal aura surged around him. Dark, shiny hair sprouted on his bare skin. He transformed, becoming a half-human, half-bear figure. Half-bear? Gasps arose from the crowd. The transformation was utterly shocking. It was akin to a werewolf transformation, but instead of turning into a wolf, Wu Liang became a bear. At this moment, Jiang Nan felt a flicker of curiosity. Xia Yao's ability is beast transformation, and she transforms into a wolf. What would she look like when she transforms? Anticipation was building. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Shall we? Saying that, he walked toward a dark alley. Wu Liang bared his sharp fangs and flexed his bare paw. Humph. At least you're being sensible. Zheng Wei and the two young ladies looked worried. Brother, how about I? Jiang Nan waved his hand without looking back. Keep an eye on my stall. The girl with the bun exclaimed. Oh no. I think I'm falling for him. What should I do about my crush on crew cuts? Online help needed. Zheng Wei was somewhat concerned. Space types can be fragile in the early stages. That black bear is quite strong. The young lady retorted. Humph. What do you know? With good looks, victory is assured. Zheng Wei. Jiang Nan's decision to abandon his advantage at the stall was not recklessness, but rather an attempt to test his current abilities. He was preparing for the upcoming final exams. Wu Liang's bronze-level 3-star strength was sufficient as an opponent. In the alley, Wu Liang grinned savagely. I've wanted to test you for a while. Don't worry. I won't let you die too painfully. The result was a flying red brick. Bang. The brick smashed into his bare face, shattering on impact. Oh, Wu Liang roared. Taking 2 steps to reach Jiang Nan, his bare paw clenched into a fist, descending with a fierce whoosh. Boom. Cracks spread across the wall like a spider web. The tremendous force shook the streetlight. Wu Liang paused. Where had Jiang Nan gone? Suddenly, Jiang Nan had instantaneously moved behind him, bringing the brick down hard on the back of Wu Liang's head. My skills with bricks are no mere practice. The brick shattered, leaving Wu Liang dazed. He turned and swung his fist. A fierce wind rushed at Jiang Nan, who surprisingly caught it with both hands, using Wu Liang's force to spin around. He executed a beautiful shoulder throw. Wu Liang's enormous beastly form was flung away, crashing into a streetlight and slamming against the wall. Before he could regain his senses, a barrage of bricks, resembling cannonballs, flew toward him. Bald-headed Chong and Scarface were left dumbfounded. What the heck? People throw knives, needles, and pebbles, but you throw bricks? Is that even a thing? Wu Liang let out a furious shout, rising to attack again, his punches falling like cannonballs. Yet, he couldn't even touch Jiang Nan's clothing. His teleportation was simply terrifying. Wu Liang now recognized Jiangnan's terrifying prowess. His strength was formidable. His combat awareness was exceptional. His movements were swift and fluid. How could a high school student who had been trailing for 3 years be this strong? Wu Liang realized that unless he brought out his true strength, he wouldn't be able to handle this. With a fierce roar, he transformed once more. His clothes tore apart. He became a towering black bear nearly 4 meters tall. His eyes shone with ferocity. The pressure was utterly terrifying. However, faced with the descending bear paw, Jiangnan was momentarily stunned. For no other reason than, how could this beast transformation lead to such a wardrobe malfunction? Aren't you even a little embarrassed? Brother, have some dignity. Why not wear some shorts? Do you not have any sense of modesty? This image became permanently etched in Jiangnan's mind. It was nothing short of spiritual pollution. Little did Jiangnan know that Wu Liang didn't want to fight naked either. There simply weren't any shorts large enough for him. A normal 2-meter giant transformed into a 4-meter black bear? No shorts could withstand that. He had never dared to fully be astified at school. Today, he had no choice. With a mighty slap, Wu Liang smashed a large hole in the courtyard wall. Jiangnan instantaneously moved to the fallen streetlight, picked up the lamp post, and leveled it toward Wu Liang. Skill triggered. Long gun LV0. Skill points added 100. Skill long gun, proficient LV0. Countless visions flooded Jiangnan's mind as if he had mastered them over decades. He executed a beautiful flourish with the gun, delivering a fierce strike toward Wu Liang. The sound of slicing air was deafening. Come on, big bear. Just like the legendary Wu Song fighting the tiger back in the day, today, I, Jiangnan, shall battle the black bear. Chapter 25. What kind of competitor is this? The streetlight as a long gun struck Wu Liang with a deafening thud. Bang. Wu Liang felt as if he had been hit by a truck. After Beast's transformation, his nearly 800-pound body was flung away. He struggled to catch his breath, wincing in pain. Just as he was about to rise for another round, he witnessed Jiangnan's breathtaking maneuvers. The streetlight transformed in Jiangnan's hands as if it had come to life. With a flurry of kicks, smashes, stabs, and thrusts, Wu Liang was left howling in agony. Utterly defenseless, Baldy and Scarface were dumbfounded, captivated by Jiangnan's performance, which exuded raw, untamed power, akin to a master swordsman. They were nearly compelled to applaud. Thwack! A streetlight turned lance struck Wu Liang squarely in his monstrous face, sending his colossal frame staggering before collapsing to the ground. Jiangnan, inspecting the mangled streetlight in his grasp, marveled at Wu Liang's formidable resilience in his bestial form. Despite the beating, he struggled to rise. Jiangnan, however, was having none of it. With a swift teleport, he straddled Wu Liang and rained down blows with a brick. Why not use his fists? Jiangnan simply couldn't be bothered with the discomfort. After shattering some 20-odd bricks, Wu Liang finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiangnan, slightly winded, cursed under his breath before flashing a radiant smile at Baldy and Scarface, who recoiled in terror. No, Brother Nan. I'll do it myself, Scarface declared, proceeding to slam himself against a nearby streetlight. A resounding clang echoed as the streetlight wobbled, and Scarface crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Baldy's eyes twitched. Scar is indeed Scar, a seasoned veteran. He muttered before steeling himself and charging headfirst into a concrete wall. Ouch, damn it, Baldy cursed, clutching his bloodied face, still conscious. Spotting Jiangnan's approach, he panicked. Another headbutt. Thud. Still no knockout. Again. Thud. Still awake. Was he not putting enough force into it? Scarface, feigning unconsciousness, surreptitiously opened one eye, aghast at Baldy's desperate attempts to knock himself out. This guy's gotta be an idiot. I can't keep this lackey, he thought. As Jiangnan drew near, Baldy, still conscious and bleeding profusely, pleaded, Be our brother Nan. Could you lend me a hand? Jiangnan, his face darkening, landed a resounding slap across Baldy's face, sending him sprawling. There, that should do it. He then glanced at the prostrate Wu Liang, his gaze lingering on his waist and lower abdomen. The beast form is indeed potent. Ah, what the hell? I'll take pity on you, Jiangnan muttered, opening his interdimensional storage and tossing a pair of shorts in Wu Liang's direction. Returning to his stall, Zheng Wei was awestruck. He had witnessed the entire alleyway brawl, and Jiangnan's marksmanship had left him thoroughly impressed. Brother Nan, taking on any disciples? I know some loaded folks. Jiangnan was nonplussed. The two young ladies were starry-eyed. The battle had been so graceful, with fluid marksmanship and uncanny teleportation. So cool. Hey, handsome. Any interest in a disciple who's live, melodious, and easy to conquer? I can be a lowly or a mature woman. Me too. I want to learn that brick-flinging technique. It's so awesome. Jiangnan was speechless. I'm just a high school senior. Are you sure you want to take a high schooler as your master? Zheng Wei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You're a senior? One of the young ladies exclaimed, Holy crap. Ahem. Maintain some decorum. A senior who's this fierce? And a spatial ability user? How have I never heard of him? Zheng Wei mused. Cut the crap. Experts like you always keep a low profile. You must be from an ancient martial arts clan. One of the young ladies chimed in. Yeah, look at his aura. He's handsome, even with a buzz cut. Oh, just take us on. I want to learn to fling bricks. Jiangnan sighed. I knew it. Fanatics are the worst. And I'm too good looking to be turned down. He then declared earnestly. I'm coming clean. I'm actually a transmigrator from the Centaurus galaxy. 20 years ago, I initiated the spiritual Qi revival, burdened with the responsibility of saving Earth. Zheng Wei's grievance points 999. Yuan's grievance points 666. Su Jingrou's grievance points 765. Hey, don't go. First disciple, second disciple, third disciple. As Jiangnan packed up his stall and headed home, he treated himself to another 10 consecutive draws, courtesy of Luo Tianxiang and Wu Liang. Gazing at the 10 bundles of spiritual Qi chives, Jiangnan sighed. Still no business. It's only been 2 days, and I already miss my adorable classmates. He then opened his social media. Li Xiang's post read, someone more talented than me is still working hard. What excuse do I have not to try? Image, a clenched fist. The post had garnered over 50 likes and was filled with motivational comments. Jiangnan chuckled and quickly typed a reply. Jiangnan, someone more talented than you is still working hard. So what's the point of your efforts? Li Xiang's grievance points 999. Haha, that feels good. Li Mayan's post read, spent the entire weekend cooped up at home training, exhausted. But thankfully, I broke through to iron rank 10 star. Hard work pays off. The post had received over 30 likes, with many messages of encouragement and envy. Jiangnan, dogs aren't as tired as you think. Comment, haha damn, Nan is spitting straight facts. Li Mayan, I guess so. My dog just eats, sleeps, and plays. He isn't tired at all. But why am I so annoyed? Li Mayan's grievance point 666. Lu Wuchuan's post read, why do I always gag when I brush my teeth in the morning? Is it from smoking too much? Comments, yeah, me too. Maybe it's chronic pharyngitis? Smoke less. I gag when I brush my teeth too. Jiangnan, what does smoking have to do with it? Tomorrow morning, don't brush your teeth in front of the mirror. I guarantee you won't gag. So, you're saying I'm so ugly, I make myself sick? That actually makes sense. Lu Wuchuan's grievance points 999. From. After browsing his social media, Jiangnan had accumulated enough grievance points for another 10 consecutive draws. His eyes gleamed with excitement, having discovered a new gold mine. Just as he was about to strike, he realized that no one was posting anything. His classmates, filled with resentment, were afraid of being trolled. Humph, you won't post? I'll post myself. Jiangnan's post read, that's all there is to it. It's midnight, and no one has wished me a happy birthday. Click to view the full text. The classmates were taken aback. It's Jiangnan's birthday today? Was that whole thing about getting attention and seeing if anyone remembered his birthday? That's actually kind of sad. So, they left messages of good cheer. Happy birthday, Nan. Happy hatch day. Even though you made me change my pants, you still saved my life. Happy birthday. Ing Shui. Little Nan, you still have me. But it's not your birthday today. The classmates were stunned. They clicked to view the full text. Maybe it's not my birthday. If it's not your birthday, what the hell are you complaining about? You're wasting our emotions. What kind of person are you? Wang Bei's grievance points 666. From. Please rate us 5 stars chapter 26. Nan is a good person. Jiangnan chuckled wickedly behind the screen, sending shivers down the spines of those who could hear him. Looking at Zhong Ingshue's reply, he felt a warm glow in his heart, despite being exposed. It feels good to be remembered. But Shueshua's naivete is so adorable. He had originally planned to stir up some trouble in the class group. But after Jiangnan's barrage of toxic chicken soup, no one was in the mood. Watching the intermittent updates to his grievance point tally, Jiangnan drifted off to sleep. The other residents of the neighborhood were not so lucky. Wansai's happy dog life continued unabated. Every night, there was a passionate battle. A chorus of wails and howls. The cacophony kept half the village awake, cursing in their beds. But since they couldn't sleep anyway, they might as well make babies. Bathed in the warmth of the morning sun, Wu Liang awoke with a start. At this moment, he had reverted to his human form, albeit with a bruised and battered visage. His body was devoid of any external adornments, a solitary figure with a pair of empty sleeves. Indeed, such was his state. As Wu Liang slowly opened his eyes, he was momentarily blinded by the bright flashes of cameras. A throng had gathered at the mouth of the alley, and oh, how audacious the youth of today are. This young man had quite a presence. One elderly lady remarked, slurp hee hee. Could it be that he has been subjected to some extreme humiliation? TSK. The grannies exhibited predatory glances. while a shy young girl covered her eyes but couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. Wu Liang's head buzzed as he attempted to recollect the events of the previous day. Hastily, he searched around and discovered that Bald Chong and Scarface had long vanished without a trace. How vexing. Now, he was left with nothing but his own skin. He could hardly bear the gazes of the elderly and young women, wishing fervently to find a crack in the ground to hide himself. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he was covered only by a pair of shorts. Could this be a parting gift from Nanshan? In the spirit of repaying kindness with kindness, what a good soul. Wu Liang felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Bald Chong and Scarface had fled, leaving him with nothing but a pair of shorts gifted by Nanshan. Although they were Pikachu-themed, at least they were shorts. With a heart full of appreciation, Wu Liang donned the shorts. To his surprise, they felt rather comfortable. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. On this very day, Wu Liang transitioned from wearing boxers to sporting briefs. The crowd's gaze shifted from curiosity to sheer terror, parting to allow him passage. The blinding flashes of mobile phone cameras turned the narrow alley into a dazzling avenue of stars. Thus, Wu Liang strode out of the alley with an air of dignity. Reflecting on the previous day's battle, his expression turned grave. Who would have imagined that the so-called waste, Jiangnan, possessed such formidable strength? His marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat skills, and even his ability to throw bricks. The mere thought sent Wu Liang's blood boiling. Indeed, humility is the most remarkable form of ostentation. What he desired most now was to find Jiangnan. That morning, Jiangnan entered the classroom. As usual, the room fell into a momentary silence. The previous night's bitter jest still lingering in the air. The moment Jiangnan stepped inside, the resentment meter began to refresh. Li Xiang could not forget the double entendre. And as for Li Muyan, heartbroken. During morning self-study, Lu Chuanwu was leaning over his desk, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped him. Before long, Jiangnan's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw Lu Chuanwu had shared a Weibo post in their class group. Isn't this Wu Liang from class 2? Ha! I'm dying of laughter. This guy has gone public? And in Pikachu shorts, how adorably kawaii. Wu Liang's physique was nothing short of explosive. My goodness, were those muscles for real? I'm in love. You love him? But he doesn't love you. Ha ha. Jiangnan, intrigued, clicked on the post, only to be met with a rather scandalous sight. The headline read, "Shocking. A muscular man appears at the morning market on Walking Street. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline in morals?" Accompanied by a collage of images, there was Wu Liang, brazenly striding down the street clad only in a pair of shorts. He walked with the confidence of a dragon and tiger, a look of deep contemplation etched on his face. The comments section exploded. I admire this brother's courage. Cheers for Pikachu. I saw him at a roadside stall this morning. I'm sorry, I just spat out my tofu pudding. Refund my breakfast money. The Swordplay Boy Band. Brother, our family welcomes you. Nanshan, the night market in Jiangnan has shorts on sale for $10 for 2 pairs, same style. Jiangnan, trembling, exited Weibo, his hand covering his face. Last night, he had carelessly handed Wu Liang a pair of shorts. Who would have thought it would become such a sensational topic? Wu Liang actually wore them. Thus, he casually advertised, thinking, this is a solid investment. During class, the teacher rapped on the blackboard, as we approach the end-of-term exams. As members of the Spirit Warrior class, our practical tests will take place at the Tianqi Spirit Ruins on Changbai Mountain. I hope everyone forms teams in advance and prepares adequately. The spirit pearls obtained within the ruins will belong to you. It would be even better if you could acquire spirit pearls that contain spirit techniques. The top 10 students will be rewarded with star pearls imbued with spirit techniques, and to prepare for the college entrance examinations. The duration for entering the ruins will extend from the previous 7 days to half a month. Be mentally prepared, everyone. Team formations are not restricted to your own class. Ideally, you should have 1 tank, 1 magic user, 1 melee fighter, and 1 control specialist. Instantly, discussions erupted in the classroom. The Tianqi Spirit Ruins on Changbai Mountain. A place that evokes both love and loathing. Our school is lagging behind. The students at Songjiang Spirit Warrior High have already adopted a team model for their first years, while we are just left to fend for ourselves. Enough about that. Let's consider team formations. Hee, I prefer to stick with last year's teammates. We have great synergy. Jiangnan listened quietly, his mind occupied with thoughts of spirit techniques. Low-level spirit beasts within the ruins rarely possess spirit techniques. Even if they do, encountering one that corresponds to your own attributes is exceedingly rare. Spirit warriors can only absorb spirit techniques that align with their respective supernatural attributes. For instance, Jiangnan, at the Black Iron level, is only able to absorb 1 spirit technique, which must be of the space attribute. Although China is vast and rich, And there are countless spirit ruins. Space-type spirit beasts are exceedingly scarce, and the associations maintain stringent control. Jiangnan could not procure any. The only teleportation he could perform was self-taught. Some prodigies could decipher and utilize supernatural techniques, but Jiangnan was not among them. Nonetheless, he was not worried. Among his peers, very few had absorbed spirit techniques. After all, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School is not a proper institution for cultivating spirit warriors. Yet, Jiangnan was unaware that this time, the rewards for the top 10 students would include spirit pearls imbued with techniques. Perhaps he might acquire one with space attributes. Chapter 27. How dare you speak to my brother like that? The classroom buzzed with excitement. Some were busy reconnecting with old teammates, while others discussed the spirit beasts within the Tianqi spirit ruins. Jiangnan sat quietly by the window. Why was Tianqi seeking teammates? Li Xiang scoffed. Why would he need teammates? He is so strong. With dual awakening. Lu Chuanwu chuckled. Exactly. Our Nanshun is a powerhouse who crushed the testing machine with a single punch. Does he think the spirit beasts in the ruins will be as foolish as the testing machine and just stand there for him to strike? Ha. He has never even been to the ruins. But he is not worried. He has teleportation. It's an unparalleled skill for escaping. Survival is guaranteed. Ha. Let alone defeating spirit beasts. Nanshin probably hasn't even killed a chicken. A waste will always be a waste. Dual awakening? What a joke. With such conditions, that fool wouldn't team up with him. He'd just be a dead weight. Listening to the derisive remarks, Jiangnan stretched lazily, contemplating whether to rake in some more resentment points. The team roster was due this afternoon. Jiangnan hadn't planned on seeking teammates. With teleportation and considerable strength, along with a number of skill points, Jiangnan was confident he could make it through. From the very beginning, he aimed for the top spot of the academic year. His classmates were eagerly awaiting to witness Jiangnan's downfall. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open. A disheveled Wu Liang burst in, his bruised face causing everyone to pause in shock. Where's Jiangnan? His eyes scanned the room until they landed on Jiangnan sitting by the window. And he grinned widely. That grin sent shivers down the spines of the classmates in the classroom. Oh no. It seems Nanshin is about to face some trouble. What has he done to provoke this harbinger of doom? He is quite formidable. His father is the largest second-hand card dealer in the north. Yes, you know how that business goes. People on the streets of Jiangcheng call him Young Master Wu. Clearly, a good show is about to unfold, and with Wu Liang's imposing demeanor, there's no escaping it. Li Xiang, Lu Chuanwu, and the others couldn't help but wear expressions of schadenfreude. As for offering help, don't be ridiculous. Not taking action and allowing things to unfold was already a significant concession, was it not? Wu Liang strode purposefully before Jiangnan, his expression grave as he declared. South God, let me be your elder brother. I wish to learn from you. The moment these words escaped his lips, Li Xiang and the others were left aghast, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Learn skills? Acknowledging him as an elder brother? Hadn't Wu Liang come to confront Jiangnan? It seemed he was here to seek mentorship instead. Had his mind been muddled? Jiangnan scoffed. You are hardly a paragon yourself. Li Mu Yan stood frozen, as if he had never known Jiangnan at all. Speaking so defiantly to someone as notorious as Wu Liang? Was he seeking his own demise? Wu Liang shook his head. I've clarified the situation. The incident at the barbecue stand was entirely the fault of the bald-headed ones. I've already taken care of them. Such occurrences would not repeat. Last night, I was in the wrong. My elder brother was right. I accept that. Lu Quanwu was bewildered. All the students were dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in astonishment. What was happening? Had the two fought last night? Wu Liang had been thoroughly humiliated that morning. Was it Jiangnan's doing? Beyond his considerable strength and ability to teleport, what else could he do? Wu Liang was renowned throughout the school for his might. Yet here he was, bruised and battered, while Jiangnan appeared untouched. But the scene before them confirmed that it was indeed real. Jiangnan beamed. You have a high tolerance for pain. In the Tianqi Lingshu. Can you help me withstand some damage? Wu Liang's eyes lit up. He thumped his chest. Leave it to me. As long as I, Wu Liang, stand, I will ensure you remain unscathed. Jiangnan paused for a moment before smiling and patting Wu Liang on the shoulder. Stick with me. The team is in need of a shield. Wu Liang was somewhat perplexed. What team? Wasn't Jiangnan all alone? Wu Liang was unaware that Jiangnan's team was not at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, but rather at Songjiang Lingwu. Li Xiang couldn't help but interject. Wu Liang, think carefully. The Lingshu is fraught with danger. Bringing along someone like Jiangnan, a liability, will make achieving good results exceedingly difficult. Li Xiang could not bear to see Jiangnan join a strong team. The underdog should remain in their place. Suddenly, Wu Liang spun around. Ryup. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as his school uniform, strained by his iron-like muscles, burst open. His eyes blazed crimson. and his fangs elongated as he seized Li Xiang by the collar. "Watch your mouth. How dare you speak to my elder brother like that?" Li Xiang gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his face in the presence of Wu Liang's ferocious glare. I was just making a suggestion." Wu Liang glared. "What business is it of yours?" Just as he was about to strike, Jiangnan kicked Wu Liang from behind. "Enough? Do you truly enjoy discarding your possessions so carelessly? Is your uniform free?" Wu Liang's actions had indeed ruined his clothing. He tossed Li Xiang aside, sending him crashing onto the lectern, chalk scattering everywhere. "I will listen to you." Li Xiang sat on the ground, his face twisted with resentment, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Yet before Wu Liang, he found it hard to muster any bravado. The classmates swallowed hard. How could Wu Liang possibly recognize that underachiever Jiangnan as his elder brother? Just moments ago, Jiangnan had kicked him, and yet Wu Liang was not only unperturbed, but seemed to obey him wholeheartedly. The gazes directed at Jiangnan shifted significantly. At that moment, a long-haired beauty in an ultra-short skirt stealthily leaned against the classroom door. Spotting Wu Liang, she exclaimed with delight, "Wu Ge, want to team up with me? My teammates from last year have all abandoned me." Wu Liang glanced at Jiangnan. "This is my desk mate, Peng Qinya, a Black Iron 9-star with elemental ability user. What do you think?" Jiangnan was taken aback. Is there a breeze in the hallway? Wasn't she the girl he had encountered in the corridor that day? Peng Qinya looked at Jiangnan, awaiting his approval, her expression a mix of surprise. Why was Wu Liang asking Jiangnan? Upon hearing Jiangnan speak, Tang Qianya's face flushed with anger. There was no breeze in the corridor today. From Tang Qianya's resentment value 663. Jiangnan chuckled. This girl was rather endearing. All right, no problem. Wu Liang nodded, bending down to pick up his torn uniform. Swaggering out of the classroom. Yet Jiangnan's body stiffened slightly. Just as Wu Liang bent down, he distinctly spotted a small yellow hair tie at his lower back. Brother, are you serious? You're still wearing that. Have you awakened some peculiar attribute? Jiangnan shivered involuntarily, regretting his earlier decision. Li Xiang, his face grim, approached Jiangnan and coldly stated, "Once you enter the Tianqi Lingshu, you will understand my strength." Jiangnan shrugged. "I truly do not grasp where your misplaced superiority comes from. The Tianqi Lingshu. I am quite eager." Chapter 28. Jiangnan's team as fellow students. Jiangnan did not wish to be overly harsh. However, Li Xiang's persistent provocations led Jiangnan to believe it was time to teach him a lesson. Upon entering the cafeteria at noon, Jiangnan was greeted by a robust figure standing up and calling out, "South brother, over here." The loud voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Was I mistaken? The formidable Wu Liang was calling Jiangnan South brother? You have no idea. He went to class 1 this morning and now recognizes Jiangnan as his elder brother. Seriously? Did you see the Weibo posts? This morning, Wu Liang was wearing that Pikachu outfit. Now he's so close to Jiangnan. While Jiangnan might be somewhat lacking, he was undeniably handsome. Could they possibly be? The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Nearby, the Fujoshi were starry-eyed, whispering amongst themselves. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiangnan, in pursuit of good grades for the finals, is resorting to any means necessary, even selling his soul. As Jiangnan walked past, overhearing the murmurs, his face darkened. What were they thinking? Not studying properly and concocting such nonsense. Selling one's soul? If souls were worth money, Jiangnan would have sold his long ago. Approaching Wu Liang, he found him considerate, having already prepared a meal for Jiangnan. What's wrong, South brother? Is someone bothering you? If you're unable to handle it yourself, just let me know. I will help you teach them a lesson. Jiangnan wore a troubled expression. Big guy, how are your studies? Wu Liang was taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of pride. Every exam, I prove my strength to everyone. Just look at how many students are in our grade. Jiangnan nearly toppled into his bowl upon hearing this. So, he was consistently at the bottom of the rankings? With a darkened face, Jiangnan declared, "This time for the finals, you must achieve 3rd place in the cultural subjects. Understand?" Wu Liang pounded his chest confidently. Bottom 3rd? No problem. Jiangnan retorted, "No, I mean 3rd place overall." Wu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. "South brother, have you lost your mind? Even if you cram books into my head, I can't possibly achieve 3rd. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Having a body full of muscles is one thing, but does your head also consist of muscle? Must be in the top 3. Otherwise, don't even think about following me. Wu Liang looked utterly aggrieved. Why? Jiangnan pressed on. Have you considered your future? If you continue this way, you'll end up inheriting the family business and becoming a local tyrant? Is this where your life ends? The world is so vibrant. I want to reach greater heights and see more. The higher, the better. But can you keep up? Wu Liang fell silent, realizing Jiangnan genuinely cared for him. Jiangnan continued quietly, if you rank in the top 3, I will take you to Songjiang Lingwu. Wu Liang was taken aback, finally comprehending Jiang Nan's meaning and the profound implications behind his earlier words about sticking together. Bam! Wu Liang's face flushed as he slammed his palm onto the table. Without warning, the loud crash silenced the entire cafeteria. Jiang Nan stared at his bowl, which had been rattled by the impact. Brother, do you really need to be this passionate? I haven't even taken a bite yet. Beside him, Tang Qianya timidly offered, I can help tutor Wu Gu in his studies. Wu Liang looked touched. This time, I'll rely on you. If that doesn't work, I'll approach each one individually. Anyone who dares to score higher than me, I'll take them down. Jiangnan, brother, with your abysmal strength, you think you can take on the entire grade? That's quite an undertaking. After finishing his meal, Wu Liang embarked on an intense study session, his eyes fixed on the books as if he could will them to submission. Jiangnan felt a sense of satisfaction. There was a reason he sought out Wu Liang. First and foremost, the lad was remarkably resilient, possessing a rare talent. Additionally, he was genuine and straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. It was evident from their battles that Wu Liang's willpower was commendable. No matter how many times he was knocked down, he always strived to rise again. It was this tenacity that made Jiangnan choose him. As long as I, Wu Liang, stand, you shall not be harmed. Returning to the classroom, during the lunch break, the school began announcing the team lists. A gentle female voice resonated through the speakers, announcing the Starlet C team. Members, Wang Mengfan, Li Jilong, Lu Yang, Su Yang. Then came the Supreme team. Members, Madness is the only way to survive team. Members, Prosperity, Democracy, Friendship, and Harmony team. Members, Jiangqingyanga team. Members, a shout from me. The announcer began to stumble over the words, clearly struggling with the bizarre team names. The teachers and the principal looked perplexed as they scanned the long list. Finally, a somewhat normal team name caught her attention, striving for first place team. Members, Li Xiang, Li Mayan, Lu Chuanwu, Ling Feng. The announcement sparked a flurry of chatter. They were undoubtedly the seed team. Two formidable mages, one specializing in close combat, the other as a tank. Li Xiang stood as a bronze 3. Li Mayan was sure to reach bronze before the final exam. Two bronze mages? Impressive. Ling Feng was exceptionally swift, while Lu Chuanwu transformed into a rhino. A heavy armor tank. They were unbeatable. Li Xiang, seated in the front row, turned to Jiangnan with a challenging glance. Li Mayan smirked. Determined to reclaim their honor in the upcoming final exam, the announcer continued reading through the teams until her voice stuttered. Filled with resentment as she declared, the team of Jiangnan's words. Members, Jiangnan, Wu Liang, Tang Qianya. From Zhang Hong's resentment value 999. Wait, what did Jiangnan say to warrant this? Someone mused. It doesn't matter what he said. It's just right. Laughter erupted at the absurdity of the team name. Wu Liang, sitting in class, gave a thumbs up. Brother Nan is truly remarkable. Well read. Tang Qianya covered her face, mortified by the embarrassment. Lu Chuanwu scoffed. TSK. One Wu Liang carrying 2 deadweights? Quite impressive. Before Lu Chuanwu could finish, Jiangnan interjected, if you dare utter another word. Do you believe I won't take you down right now? Jiangnan stood, a radiant smile on his face, lifting a bench as if it were a weapon. Even pulling out a brick from thin air. The classmates were left in shock. Jiangnan, usually so reserved, was fighting back? Lu Chuanwu's expression soured. Just then, the teacher walked in. Jiangnan, what do you need that brick for? Ah, I needed a straight edge for drawing lines. From the teacher's resentment value 666. Chapter 29. Stunning beauty. Jiangnan indeed used the brick to draw straight lines. Li Xiang and Li Mayan wore displeased expressions. Let you have your moment. Just wait until we reach the heavenly pool. On his way home after school, Jiangnan passed a barbecue stall bustling with activity. Many young men stood guard, and a scar-faced man was eagerly helping serve plates. What was going on? Upon seeing Jiangnan, they all bowed in unison, shouting, Greetings, Brother Nan. Instantly, all eyes, whether dining or strolling, were fixed upon Jiangnan. Aunt Zhou greeted warmly, Little Nan, you've come. Yuqing, go greet him. Jiangnan looked puzzled. What s with these people? Aunt Zhou sighed. They came this afternoon, insisting on helping, and wouldn't he take no for an answer. I had no choice. Just have them work as your helpers. If anyone misbehaves, have them call me. Jiangnan reassured her, recognizing the chaotic surroundings. With them around, the atmosphere would surely stabilize. Aunt Zhou hesitated, but that feels so awkward. While Zhou Yuqing blushed, that's too many people. Thank you, Brother Jiangnan. Jiangnan affectionately ruffled her hair. No one has been bothering you lately, right? Zhou Yuqing smiled sweetly. No, they are all very kind. Jiangnan chuckled inwardly, let us see how kind they are. Passing by Grandpa Wang's house, Jiangnan curiously glanced into the yard. Noticing Wang Kai glumly lying in front of its doghouse, looking noticeably thinner. Outside the doghouse, several female dogs were lined up. Just then, Guoguo from Aunt Zhou's place excitedly wagged its tail and barked a few times. Wang Kai, with little energy, whimpered, Wang then. Guoguo grabbed Wang Cai's tail and dragged him into the doghouse. Wang Kai's expression was one of utter despair. Moments later, Guoguo emerged, looking unsatisfied, wagging its little tail as it walked away. Just as Wang Kai, trembling, crawled out of the doghouse, a large wolf dog approached and dragged him back again. Wang Kai was utterly helpless. Seeing the line of female dogs behind, Jiangnan shivered. Wang Kai, good luck. I can only help you this far. It seemed the spiritual leaks did indeed have side effects. Exhaustion, perhaps? It was high time to consider selling those spiritual leaks. Upon returning home, Jiangnan could not resist the urge to conduct a tenfold draw. After 3 days of saving, his resentment value reached over 310,000 points. He then received 20 bundles of spiritual leaks. Furious, Jiangnan cursed. This time, he actually won something. Thank you for your patronage. A consolation prize, a pair of Hong Kong brand shorts. Congratulations. You have won a stunning beauty pill. Congratulations. You have won another stunning beauty pill. Thank you for your patronage. Jiangnan was taken aback. Not only did he receive new consolation prizes, but he even won legitimate items. 2 of them? Considering the powerful effects of the washing marrow fruit, Jiangnan felt a flicker of excitement. He promptly checked the effects of the stunning beauty pill. Stunning beauty pill. Effect. Upon consumption, it enhances one's appearance, granting you a stunning beauty. Flawlessly perfect. Jiangnan was bewildered. He expected something like a spiritual pearl or upgrading potion to enhance his strength, but a beauty pill? Was this some sort of cosmetic surgery? What does this have to do with enhancing strength? No. Good looks are a form of strength too. The saying goes, beauty conquers all, right? Relying on one's looks is also a skill. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled, anxiously sitting in front of the mirror, touching his face. I'm already quite handsome. With no complaints. Yet, he still took out a stunning beauty pill and swallowed it. It tasted sweet, reminiscent of the famous white rabbit candy. Almost instantly, Jiangnan felt a tingling sensation on his face. Worry surged through him. This won't ruin my looks, will it? Or explode on the spot? The unreliable system had Jiangnan on edge. Half an hour later, he gazed incredulously at his reflection. His starry brows and sharp eyes, high nose, and upturned lips, complemented by deep black eyes that seemed to hold the vastness of the cosmos, were enough to steal any maiden's heart. His skin was smooth and fair to an unbelievable degree. He radiated an unrestrained and carefree charisma. Coupled with his daring buzz cut, a simple smile was like Cupid's arrow. No. It was Cupid's Gatling gun. An area of effect attack. The appearance remains largely unchanged, yet subtle adjustments have led to such a remarkable transformation. Jiangnan rubbed his face, feeling undeniably handsome. He had never fathomed that one could possess such striking good looks. A girl killer? A rich woman's little pet? With such an irresistible visage, he could easily outshine any top male star in the entertainment industry. He was utterly enamored. Jiangnan slowly clenched his fist, determination etched on his face. It was time to acquire a copy of How to Win a Rich Woman's Heart. Subsequently, Jiangnan turned his attention to a new consolation prize, the How brand shorts. Function: bug-level shorts. They could adapt to the wearer's body shape. Jiangnan swallowed hard, recalling how in the movies, the Hulk could burst out of his clothes, but never his shorts. No matter the battle, the shorts remained steadfast. Did the How brand shorts possess the same miraculous quality? Incredible. They were truly a boon for beastly, supernatural warriors. As for side effects, that was not his concern. He would let Wu Yang test them first. After all, that image still lingered vividly in Jiangnan's mind. A quick glance revealed a comprehensive selection of styles for both genders. At that moment, the spirit herb also entered the system store, available for 300 resentment points per bundle. Jiangnan was taken aback. Just then, his phone rang. A video call from Langmi. Jiangnan pressed the answer button. On screen, Xia Yao was smiling happily, linking arms with Zhong Yingxue. The background appeared lively, reminiscent of bustling streets. Xiaonan, come out for dinner. Xue is treating today because she's in a good mood. Zhong Yingxue chimed in gently. What do you feel like eating today, Xiaonan? Seeing the two stunning beauties, Jiangnan's spirits lifted instantly. Where are you two? I'm on my way. However, Xia Yao pouted. Xiaonan, you big man, are you using a beauty filter on video? You've cranked it up to level 10, haven't you? Turn it off. You're blinding me with your handsomeness. Jiangnan replied in disbelief. I didn't turn it on. Still trying to argue? Shue, is it true that mobile beauty filters are so terrifying now? Zhong Yingxue rolled her eyes. Ignoring Xia Yao, we are waiting for you at Century Square. All right, I'm coming. Jiangnan responded, exasperation written on his face. This was quite an unjust accusation. Wasn't it? Beauty filter? His good looks were naturally bestowed upon him. Chapter 30. The sudden explosion as Jiangnan prepared to join Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue for dinner. Wu Liang was at home, engrossed in his studies, having skipped dinner. Wu's father, bare-chested and in slippers, entered Wu Liang's room. "Son, come eat. Your mother just made dinner." Before he could finish, he noticed Wu Liang bent over his desk, nearly wide-eyed. What are you doing?" "Surely, just doodling in the textbooks. Students love that." But upon closer inspection, what the heck? You're actually studying? Wu Liang scowled. "Dad, just go eat. Don't disturb my studies. I need to rank in the top 3 this semester." Wu's father was bewildered, anxiously saying, "Top 3? Didn't you promise me you'd drop out of high school?" "Drop out of high school? Get into some mischief. Take my place on the streets, so Dad can rest easy." Wu Liang retorted disdainfully. "I have no desire for such a smooth-sailing life." Wu's father, concerned, asked, "Did you suffer some setback? Tell Dad who it is. I'll go handle it." Wu Liang stood up and pushed him out. "Dad, I need to study. Please don't disturb me." Wu's father stood at the door, questioning his life choices. "Wife, is our son suffering from some strange illness? What is wrong with him?" Wu's mother replied. "He is actually studying. Wants to be in the top 3. Wu's mother scolded. "I swear it's you who is sick. Hurry up and come eat." On the street, Jiangnan donned oversized shorts and flip-flops, paired with a vibrant Sailor Moon t-shirt, creating a rather flamboyant ensemble. He garnered countless glances, from an 80-year-old lady to a 13-year-old girl. "My goodness, this young man is so handsome. I can't take my eyes off him. Is he a celebrity? He's even more handsome than them. Quick, take a picture. I'm a fan now. I want to ask for his WeChat." All along the way, whispers filled the air. Not just from the women, but even men couldn't help but glance back at Jiangnan. Upon reaching Century Square, Jiangnan was approached 17 times for WeChat and requested for photos 3 times. Naturally, he accepted all. The WeChat moments were an important source of resentment points. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. "Xiaonan, over here." Zhong Yingxue waved excitedly under a streetlight. Today, she wore a sky-blue dress paired with white sandals that showcased her delicate little feet. Her hair was styled into a ponytail, simple yet elegant, embodying grace and poise. In contrast, Xia Yao was more exuberant, donning a black strapless top, complemented by a white sun-shielding jacket and denim shorts that highlighted her long legs. As the 3 gathered, they instantly attracted the attention of many passers-by, who turned to steal glances. Xia Yao stared at Jiangnan in disbelief, rubbing her eyes. "My heavens. I thought you were using a beauty filter. It's only been a few days since I last saw you. How did you become this handsome? Have you been eating papaya?" Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xia Yao's chest. "Is your papaya a beauty secret? Have you eaten too much?" Xia Yao grinned, playfully launching her hands at Jiangnan's face. "Your skin is so smooth and fair." Feeling a twinge of envy, Xia Yao demanded, "Tell me, how did you do it? Did you go under the knife?" Jiangnan replied earnestly, "No, I simply washed my face." Xia Yao rolled her eyes in disbelief. "How long has it been since you washed your face? The change is so drastic. Who are you trying to fool?" Zhong Yingxue chuckled. "Xiaonan has good foundations. He deserves to be this handsome. Come on, let us go eat hot pot." Jiangnan grinned, appreciating Zhong Yingxue's support. However, why did her words sound a bit odd? Deserving to be handsome? Why was he suddenly reminded of meal times? Wasn't he just Monday? He casually inquired. Zhong Yingxue smiled. "Can I miss you?" Xia Yao chimed in. "That surname Luo took a 2-week leave, and finally, we don't have to deal with him at school." Shui is thrilled, right? The 2 exchanged mischievous glances and high-fived. Zhong Yingxue looked suspicious. "Why do I feel like you 2 are hiding something from me?" "Nothing. I swear on my conscience," Xia Yao declared, placing her hand over her heart, while Jiangnan rolled his eyes. "Give it up, Sister Xia Yao. You can't reach your conscience. It's too far." Saying this, he pulled out a big white rabbit candy and offered it to Zhong Yingxue. "Here, have some candy. Enjoy it at home." Zhong Yingxue stared at the candy in her hand, memories flooding back. She smiled. "Okay, I'll eat it at home." But Xia Yao reached out. "What about mine? I want candy too." Jiangnan scoffed. "Disobedient children don't get candy." Xia Yao, teeth gritting in frustration, lunged at him in a playful chokehold, making Jiangnan roll his eyes. "Are you going to give it to me or not?" Jiangnan responded, "I really don't have any left. Just one. I'll bring you more next time." Whispering to Xia Yao, he added, "I found a shield warrior. Once I secure first place, I'll bring it for both of you to see." Xia Yao paused, then grinned. "First place? So confident. Haven't you ever been to the spirit ruins?" Jiangnan retorted, "Pfft. With my looks, would the spirit beasts dare to harm me? Ugh. So shameless. Just be yourself." Zhong Yingxue turned curiously. "What are you 2 whispering about?" Both Xia Yao and Jiangnan shook their heads vigorously. Zhong Yingxue looked perplexed, about to inquire further, when suddenly, they heard a loud explosion. A deafening explosion shattered the night sky, engulfing it in a brilliant blaze that illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. The tremendous sound shattered the glass of nearby residential buildings. And even the Walmart across 2 blocks was struck by a massive explosion. Panic ensued among the crowd as they sought refuge from the falling shards of glass. Gazing towards the mall, flames surged violently, having already consumed 2 floors. Thick, ominous smoke billowed, filling the air with a charred scent. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and horror. How could such a powerful explosion occur in a shopping mall, of all places? This was not a chemical plant. With so many civilians present during peak evening hours, the ramifications of such an incident were unfathomable. Jiangnan's expression grew serious. Let us go check it out. Zhang Yinxue and Xia Yao shared his solemnity. As the crowd panicked and fled or whipped out their phones to capture the moment, the trio swam against the tide. As spiritual warriors endowed with extraordinary powers, they bore the responsibility to confront danger and the unknown, rushing to the front lines, ready to contribute in whatever small ways they could. Why is China formidable? Even amidst the resurgence of spiritual energy, it remains the safest and most peaceful nation in the world, owing to the pride and sense of duty instilled in every citizen. Zhang Yinxue and Xia Yao moved with astonishing speed, leaving Jiangnan struggling to keep pace. Having trained in team mode since their first year of high school at Songjiang Linwu, coupled with years of hunting spirit beasts in the Lingxiu, their combat experience was unparalleled. Their synergy was flawless. One glance was all it took to understand each other's intentions. The disparity in their abilities became evident in that moment. Suddenly, Jiangnan spotted 3 figures clad in black suits and jackets rushing towards the mall with terrifying speed. Instinctively, he recognized them as soldiers. Their prowess unmistakable even without military uniforms. Shue Shue, Sister Xiaoyao, be cautious. This may not be an ordinary fire. Zhang Yinxue nodded. This is the work of a fire element awakener, and a powerful one at that. At that moment, Xia Yao's short silver hair sprouted 2 fluffy ears. Wolf ears? There are still people inside the mall. I can sense several powerful presences. Jiangnan's attention, however, was entirely captured by Xia Yao's newly manifested beast ears. Wow, that's adorably excessive. Is this her beast transformation? It can't be her final form, but what if the final form turns her into a wolf? Lost in thought, they arrived at the mall's entrance, which was now surrounded by a crowd that had begun to disperse. Several fire trucks linked to hydrants unleashed powerful jets of water towards the building, but the flames roared defiantly, proving resistant to the effort. Numerous water element spiritual warriors attempted to extinguish the fire, yet their efforts were futile against the raging inferno. What puzzled Jiangnan was the presence of not only fire trucks but also an armored vehicle and a military truck, alongside numerous reporters capturing the scene live. Flames had already engulfed the 4th and 5th floors, threatening to spread to the 6th. A reporter on site, Hu Shua, spoke into the camera. I am reporter Hu Shua. And it is now 8:03 p.m. A fire has erupted at the Walmart in Jiangcheng. The flames are fierce, and the fire department is actively conducting rescue operations. Despite the valiant efforts of several water element warriors, the situation remained dire. The area below the mall was too confined to set up air cushions, leaving many trapped on the 6th floor. As the camera panned to the 6th floor windows, a mother cradling her child prepared to jump, overwhelmed by the smoke. Firefighters were erecting ladders in a desperate bid to save them, while personnel from the Spiritual Warriors Association rushed to the scene. Zhang Yinxue looked anxious. I'm not afraid of fire, but I can't bring anyone down. Xia Yao was equally frantic. The 6th floor is too high. I can't reach that high. Jiangnan, with a grave expression, declared, I have a plan. Before either could respond, Jiangnan surged ahead through the crowd, attempting to enter the mall, only to be halted by a soldier. Young man, it's dangerous in there. Don't go in. Jiangnan urgently explained, I'm a spiritual warrior. I can save people. The soldier hesitated for a moment before replying. All right, head over there to register. We must be cautious during this critical time. Please understand and stay safe. Registration? Seeing the armored vehicle and military truck, Jiangnan sensed the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to comply, another explosion echoed, and flames erupted from the windows, reaching over 10 meters high. 4 figures leaped from the window, soaring to the rooftop of the adjacent building before fleeing. Then, a figure clad in black jacket jumped from the 6th floor, crashing onto a jeep, crumpling it upon impact. The woman, wearing a beret and a scorched jacket, wiped her soot-stained face before approaching the military truck and tearing off its door, tossing it aside. After them, the military vehicle roared to life, pursuing the escaping figures, while several concealed individuals in black jackets slipped away, following suit. Jiangnan swallowed hard. That woman was excessively violent. What kind of in the brief span of just 1 minute, Jiangnan managed to rescue over 20 individuals with his remarkable teleportation abilities. The onlookers, as well as the firefighters and armed police, erupted in cheers. For those who appreciate this, please express your support and leave a positive review. Chapter 32. The beautiful warrior amidst the flames. Those rescued by Jiangnan had yet to comprehend their sudden salvation. The crowd was filled with jubilant cheers and whistles. My goodness. This young man is incredibly formidable. A relentless life-saving machine. Though still youthful, his courage is truly commendable. How perilous must it be within the inferno? Isn't he the fierce one known for breaking bricks at the Jiangnan night market? So it's him? What a powerful presence. At this moment, Hu Shua from the news station passionately reported, let us shift our focus to this brave young man who has entered the fire to rescue others. He appears to be a student, yet he is an exceptionally strong spiritual warrior. In just 1 minute, he has already pulled out 27 people. Oh no, his shirt is on fire. Jiangnan paused, turning around to vigorously pat his short sleeves, only then realizing that several holes had mysteriously burned through his clothing. The temperature in the fire was exceedingly high, and even Jiangnan felt unbearably scorched. Without a moment to ponder, he reached into his spatial pocket and doused himself with a bucket of potent elixir. There was no other choice. 1,000 per bottle, meant for bathing. Such extravagant indulgence. The sudden cold water sent a shiver through Jiangnan, awakening a surge of strength from within his body. He couldn't help but be astonished. Could the elixir be applied externally as well? Alarmed, Jiangnan quickly checked his head. Thankfully, he wasn't balding. His eyes sparkled with newfound discovery. But there was no time for contemplation. He dashed back into the fire to continue his rescue efforts. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with 2 more individuals. The elixir on his body, subjected to the extreme heat, evaporated into steam and dispersed into the night sky. Hu Shua, visibly moved, exclaimed, did everyone see? This young man's shirt has been burned through, illustrating the grave danger within the fire. Yet, he disregards his own safety and persists in rescuing others. Such fearless spirit brings tears to our eyes. However, amidst the crowd, many could not suppress their laughter. Just say it's a short sleeve. What a ridiculous beautiful warrior. How strikingly out of place. The originally solemn rescue scene was disrupted by the mention of a beautiful warrior. Hu Shua chuckled awkwardly, realizing his slip of the tongue, and playfully stuck out his tongue. Inside the smoke-filled restroom, a petite girl with 2 adorable buns squatted by the sink, holding her phone. Live streaming. The girl, with a soot-stained face streaked with tears, pitifully asked, am I going to die here? The screen was flooded with comments. Don't be afraid. Stay put and don't go outside. You must avoid the smoke. Help is on the way. The firefighters are here. Turn on all the faucets. Following the advice of netizens, Yu Qingqing managed to hold on. I'm watching the live broadcast. A brave soul has rushed in to save you. I saw him pull out over 20 people already. The beautiful warrior. Yu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Wiping her tears, she exclaimed, someone is coming to rescue me? A beautiful warrior? Just then, she heard someone outside shout, is anyone there? Make a sound. If you don't respond, I'll leave. Yu Qingqing quickly shouted yes. 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 The comments exploded. You deserve to be trapped. Silly girl. Just respond with your location. Despite the chaos, Yu Qingqing wiped her tears and reported her location. Here. In the restroom. Moments later, there was a loud bang. The restroom door was kicked open. Through the billowing smoke, Yu Qingqing saw a tall figure stride in. Excitedly, she called out, beautiful warrior. Is that you? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. I'm more like a magical fairy. Yu Qingqing then noticed the beautiful warrior was merely a graphic printed on Jiangnan's short sleeve. The live stream comments erupted. This guy is quite the character. Haha. Magical fairy. Transform. Guna La, goddess of darkness. We're saved. Finally saved. Are you the beautiful warrior? No. I'm the magical fairy. Haha. Yu Qingqing felt her cheeks flush. This is rather handsome. Even covered in soot, Jiangnan's striking features shone through, adding an air of masculinity. Without further ado, Jiangnan swiftly picked up Yu Qingqing and teleported her out. Before she could even register what had happened, she found herself safely outside. Stunned, she wanted to thank Jiangnan, but he had already dashed back into the flames. Overwhelmed with emotion, she spotted Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao in the crowd and rushed over, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Xue, Yao Yao, you scared me to death. The two recognized her as their classmate and comforted her. Zhong Yingxue gently patted Yu Qingqing's back. It's okay. It's all over now. Xia Yao looked worried. I wonder how Jiangnan is doing. He is only at the Black Iron 10 stars level. Can he keep using his powers with all this teleportation? Yu Qingqing was taken aback. Yao Yao, you know the beautiful warrior? Zhong Yingxue smiled. He's my friend, Jiangnan. Yu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Is this fate? Meanwhile, Jiangnan had made over 10 trips, his complexion now pale. As Xiaoyao had mentioned, his spiritual energy was running low. Nevertheless, he had successfully rescued 63 individuals. Jiangnan wanted to confirm if anyone else remained inside. He teleported back in, scouring for any signs of life, and just as he was about to leave, something tripped him. Looking down, he saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign man. One of his arms was broken. The remaining arm and legs were in disarray. He stared intently at Jiangnan. Calm despite his injuries. What a resilient spirit. Jiangnan thought, don't be afraid. I'll get you out. Just as he reached out to assist him, the foreigner exclaimed, what do you mean by you in a bad state? Have you no compassion? Then, in a frenzy, he crawled away. I don't want your help. Let me die? Jiangnan was taken aback by the fluent Chinese. With righteous determination, he replied, how could I possibly stand by and watch you perish? The foreigner's eyes were filled with despair as he turned to slam his head against a nearby pillar. Bloodied, but still alive, Jiangnan felt a pang of sorrow. Why would you treat yourself this way? Your body is a gift from your parents. With that, he hoisted the foreigner onto his back. From Alexander Jurkovsky, 1,000 resentment points. Goodness, that's the longest name I've ever encountered. Alexander struggled violently on Jiangnan's back. No, I beg you, let me die? Jiangnan asserted. That's not an option. Life is precious. Alexander, in utter despair, cried, just let me die? No. Surviving in such a dire state is a sign of resilience. You must know that after great tribulations, there will be blessings. Alexander felt a weighty pressure. Magical Fairy Transform. Support the updates. 5-star reviews. Let us go. I hear that 50 requests for updates come with rewards. Big ones. Very generous rewards. Chapter 33. Professional Advertising. Alexander was on the brink of madness. Must I wait here to die without peace? Who told you to be so overflowing with compassion? Surviving such calamities must surely bring good fortune? All he knew was that if he survived, life would be worse than death. Jiangnan, sensing Alexander's struggle, let out a cold laugh. Injured yet remarkably composed while awaiting death. Such behavior is indeed peculiar for an ordinary individual. Reflecting on a prior incident, the identity of this person becomes apparent. Wishing for death? I shall not permit you to die. Rather, I implore you to let me perish. Alexander was on the verge of tears. Jiangnan declared, no, life is invaluable. If you desire my demise, I shall pay you. How much? Alexander hesitated. Just now you asserted life is priceless, and now you inquire about a price? Alexander's resentment level 666. I have. Jiangnan promptly tossed him to the ground and began rummaging through his belongings. Ouch. Be gentle. Don't touch my arm. Oh, that hurts. It's in my left pocket. Jiangnan retrieved a handgun, 3 passports, a mobile phone, and 250 yuan. He couldn't help but scoff. Your life is rather cheap. Only 250? What's the password for your phone? Do you have any money in WeChat? What about Alipay? This belt of yours looks decent. Alexander glared in disbelief. You must be kidding. Jiangnan swiftly slapped him, knocking out half of his teeth. Alexander exclaimed, I am trying to save you, and you curse me? Alexander's resentment level 1000. Jiangnan grinned, seized his belt, and teleported him outside, tossing him to the ground. Observing Jiangnan drag a bloodied foreigner, everyone was taken aback. Jiangnan called out to the armed police officer, this man is named Alexander. Is he the one you were looking for? The officer's eyes widened. This was indeed the individual on their wanted list. A group quickly approached. Guns aimed directly at Alexander's head. Frantically, he shouted, shoot. For heaven's sake, shoot. Jiangnan crouched down and delivered another slap, causing Alexander to roll his eyes back and faint. A sudden loud crack startled many onlookers. Is he that fierce? They stared at Jiangnan in astonishment. Jiangnan chuckled. This fellow is determined to meet his demise. We cannot let him be killed. He likely possesses crucial intelligence. The officer, smiling wryly, acknowledged, your slap nearly dispatched him. A golden-level spiritual warrior from Russia. He has committed numerous offenses. We owe you one. Well done. Jiangnan sprang up, feeling somewhat guilty. Golden level? Thank goodness he was incapacitated. Otherwise, reflecting on it, he swallowed hard. If a golden-level warrior could be beaten so easily, how formidable was the woman who jumped from the 6th floor? The armed police escorted Alexander to the vehicle. Rising, Jiangnan was approached by those he had saved, including a young girl who presented him with flowers. This made him somewhat bashful, scratching his head in modesty. From a distance, the firefighters gave him a thumbs up, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Just as he turned around, Hu Shua, armed with a camera, rushed over, nearly shoving the microphone into Jiangnan's mouth in his excitement. Jiangnan was taken aback. Hu Shua, looking apologetic, asked, sorry, you bravely rushed in to save people. What were you thinking? Were you scared at all? Jiangnan asked in surprise, is this live? Hushua confirmed live. Everyone can see. Really? The news station is broadcasting it in real time. Jiangnan wiped his face, cleared his throat, and earnestly declared. Jiangnan night market. Socks and shorts, hair ties and clips, all for a bargain. Only 10 yuan for 2. There was a moment of confusion from Hushua. What is happening? This is an interview, not an advertisement. Jiangnan, having inadvertently turned the moment into a promotion, delighted in his newfound fame. The crowd burst into laughter. Meanwhile, at home, Tang Xinya was engrossed in watching the interview on television, accidentally spraying her brother with soda. Hushua, smiling ruefully, inquired, Your name? Surely you can share your name? Jiangnan replied, I am Jiang Good Person. Hushua was left speechless. How dismissive can you be? Just as he was about to ask further, Jiangnan vanished. Among the crowd, Xia Yao leaped forward, beaming, You were so brave. And you saved little fish. Amazing. I owe you a big reward. Jiangnan, looking serious, replied, I merely wish to be a decorative piece. Xia Yao playfully squeezed his face. You're adorable. Zhong Yingxue joined in, poking and prodding Jiangnan, making him squirm. Let me see. Are you injured? I was so worried. Seeing her concern warmed Jiangnan's heart. He smiled. No worries, I'm fine. Zhong Yingxue, relieved to see him lively after his earlier antics, relaxed. Nearby, a girl with a dark complexion and a bun hairstyle. Yu Qingqing approached excitedly. Thank you for saving me. Jiangnan replied, Wow, this dark-skinned girl speaks Chinese quite well. Yu Qingqing was taken aback. Did I miss a chance to wash my face? Yu Qingqing's resentment level 333. Xia Yao laughed until she cried, wiping Yu Qingqing's face with her hand. This is Little Fish, a classmate of ours. Jiangnan, becoming serious, asked, Miss, shall we exchange WeChat? Yu Qingqing blushed, feeling overwhelmed by his directness. Okay. It was a humorous opportunity for Jiangnan, and he couldn't let it slip away. By the way, do you know about those people in black jackets? Zhong Yingxue replied. They are likely from the Huaxia Spiritual Warfare Unit, the Night Army. Jiangnan was intrigued. Night Army? It was his first time hearing of it. Xia Yao elaborated. Our Huaxia has not only the Night Army, but also the Longyuan Army. Each has its own duties, yet collaborates effectively. Both are composed of spiritual warriors. The Night Army defends our homeland, while the Longyuan unit projects our might. They are secret forces, so remember to keep it confidential. Jiangnan smirked. If it's a secret, how do you know? Zhong Yingxue giggled. Don't listen to Xia Yao. While they are officially secret, they are quite well known. Please encourage more updates and 5-star reviews. Thank you, dear friends. Let's interact more. I feel lonely. Chapter 34, The Blonde Sister? After this incident, who could still enjoy hot pot? Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao first escorted Little Fish home, while Jiangnan hurried back as well. By a fortunate coincidence, he had applied a powerful potion that enhanced physical attributes without causing baldness. If it worked internally, surely it would also work externally. On his way home, he stopped to buy a bathtub. In a wooded area on the outskirts of Jiangqing, chaos reigned within a 300-meter radius, with overturned grass and large craters marking the ground. A military vehicle lay wrecked nearby. Standing by the vehicle was a woman, wearing a beret. Her long hair styled in a bun, clad in a black leather jacket. In her mid-20s, her high nose and narrow, sharp eyes exuded an intense fierceness. Her features were exquisitely beautiful yet intimidating. At this moment, she bore a frosty expression, radiating an aura of coldness. With a swift motion, she wiped the blood from her face, leaving stark traces on her pale skin, wild and violent. Her subordinates were searching the bodies beneath her feet. Report, Captain. Nothing was found on these individuals. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. In missions, use code names. Understood. Captain Lynx. The lynx squinted and declared, if she is not here, then she must be on that serpent. Conduct a thorough search throughout the city. We cannot allow anything to slip away. She is injured and cannot escape the perimeter. Find her for me. Officer, yes. We are dispatching personnel to tighten the encirclement and conduct a comprehensive search. At that moment, the lynx hesitated. What is the situation at the mall? Officer, the fire has been extinguished, 12 dead, 37 injured. The lynx was taken aback, surprised by the number. As it seemed there should be more. The situation was critical, and she had not had time to save anyone. Allowing anything to escape would only exacerbate the danger. After the captain rushed out, a spatial ability wielder had teleported everyone trapped in the mall to safety. Oh, by the way, Alexander, whom the captain had incapacitated, survived and was also rescued and detained by the armed police. The lynx was astonished. Li Daodian intervened? Officer sighed. How could Li Daodian be involved? It was a senior student named Jiangnan. The lynx's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In the vast land of Huaxia, talent abounds. So far, there has only been one spatial ability wielder. That is Li Mingshan, Li Daotian, a second spatial ability wielder? How could the military be unaware? The officer clicked his tongue. Unsure of what to say, Captain, here is his information. Take a look. E-grade talent, truly of no use. The most formidable ability with the most pathetic talent? How absurd. The lynx meticulously examined the information, including the video of his rescue. He teleported 21 times, with a maximum range of 100 meters. His spiritual energy was still far from exhausted. At least a black iron 10-star. You tell me this is E-grade talent? The officer was taken aback. Are you suggesting the talent test was erroneous? The lynx gazed at the footage of Jiangnan carrying people out of the mall, her expression shifting. I want all of his information. Alexander brought him up. I want to personally interrogate him. Jiangnan was pouring powerful tonic into the bathtub, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 10 buckets later, the bathtub was full. Wow, $1 million for a single bath. No Dubai tycoon could rival my extravagance. After indulging in such delightful fantasies, Jiangnan, completely undressed, jumped into the bathtub. The icy water sent a shiver down his spine. Soaking in the tub, Jiangnan comfortably CLO in a desperate surge of power, he teleported, vanishing from the tub in an instant. Katerina was taken aback, realizing it was spatial manipulation, a teleportation. This action caused Jiangnan's heart to pound violently, his strength escalating exponentially, and his blood coursing rapidly. His body felt as though it were consumed by flames, his skin taking on an eerie crimson hue. Damn! This poison is potent. Alarmed, Jiangnan hastily consumed an antidote pill, a small yellow bean. The debilitating dizziness dissipated immediately, replaced by a sense of clarity and invigoration. He clenched his fist and struck Katerina with immense force. Bang! The tub shattered under Jiangnan's punch. Katerina barely evaded the blow, her expression one of astonishment. She had just injected him with venom. How is he still capable of movement? Ignoring her shock, Jiangnan charged forward, bellowing, invincible headlock. Katerina was severely wounded, with crimson stains marking her abdomen and shoulders. Yet, her reflexes remained sharp. With a flash of her dagger, she aimed a deadly strike at Jiangnan's neck. Moving with the swiftness of a viper lurking in the shadows, Jiangnan teleported, disappearing before her eyes. Before Katerina could react, Jiangnan had already secured her in an invincible headlock, clinging to her like a sloth. Both tumbled to the ground, Katerina's delicate features contorted in agony as she struggled. Jiangnan showed no mercy, executing a reverse joint lock on her arm. To his surprise, her arm bent to an unnatural degree without breaking, as if devoid of bones. Nonetheless, this restricted her movements. Katerina was infuriated. Were the Chinese so formidable? She had stumbled upon a spatial ability spirit cultivator who was adept at combat techniques, possessed frightening strength, and boasted terrifying physical prowess. Release me, Katerina demanded. Jiangnan demurred. No. Katerina, mortified and enraged, retorted, let go. You're touching me. Jiangnan responded, you're clothed. What's the worry? Katerina's resentment points 999. Was it merely about being clothed? The issue was that he was not. The current position was utterly compromising. Jiangnan was straddling her back, his arms locked around her throat, his legs employing a deadly scissor hold, and one hand manipulating her arm. Suddenly, they heard footsteps from the rooftop. Quick! She's here. For members of the Dark Knight Legion, clad in black leather jackets, 3 men and 1 woman peered through the hole in the roof. They were dumbfounded. What was happening? The scene was incredibly intense. Jiangnan, devoid of any attire, was restraining the blonde woman, seemingly on the verge of consummating the act. Desperate, Katerina unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, expelling a mouthful of blood that sent Jiangnan flying. She glared at him resentfully. You little brat. Just you wait. With that, she soared into the air, broke through the encirclement, and fled. Jiangnan scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off, and gazed up at the hole in the roof. 2 of the 4 pursued her, while the remaining man and woman stared at him, dumbfounded. The man wore a stern expression, while the woman blushed, glanced at Jiangnan, and spat softly. What was that all about? The male member of the Dark Knight Legion inquired. Jiangnan perked up, recognizing reinforcements, saviors. He righteously complained. That blonde woman scratched me with her fingernails and jabbed me with a needle. The man's face darkened. She jabbed you? More like you were the one assaulting her. Quite the spectacle. The man dashed off to pursue Katerina. The female member of the Dark Knight Legion shot Jiangnan a glare, her face still flushed, and followed suit. What? Everything I said was true. She really did scratch me and jab me. What do you mean I assaulted her? What did I use to assault her? Why did you leave like that? Not even a commendation? All of this was superfluous. At least repair my roof. What was this fiasco? Jiangnan examined himself, noting a needle wound on his chest and a small puncture on his shoulder. The sensation of his heart racing and his blood burning had subsided. TCH. What kind of poison is that? It's no match for my antidote pills. The night was destined to be sleepless. As Jiangnan spent the entire night repairing his roof and frequenting the lavatory. The following morning, Jiangnan, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, sat in class for the early self-study session. The events of the previous night filled him with irritation. What kind of people were they? However, the atmosphere in the classroom was unusually lively, with everyone discussing the mall explosion from the previous night. The city had been in lockdown all night. Rumors circulated that it was related to the mall explosion. Some had even spotted a group of mysterious individuals in black jackets searching the city. Could it be a clandestine military unit? Li Xiang scoffed. What do you know? That's the Dark Knight Legion, our country's most enigmatic force. Impressive, Xiang. How did you learn that? Li Xiang boasted. My cousin is in the armed police force. He participated in the operation yesterday. The classmates were captivated. What happened? Give us the details. Li Xiang whispered. It's all classified. But if I tell you, you can't spread it around. Apparently, it was an operation by the Russians. They infiltrated our country to steal something, fleeing north from the capital to the city. They were probably trying to cross the border through Jiaz. But our people intercepted them here. The mall explosion yesterday was their doing. The classmates were enthralled, showering him with compliments. Amazing. You can get your hands on such insider information? Li Xiang grinned and glanced at Jiangnan, his eyes filled with smugness. One classmate remarked, I watched the news live yesterday. Did you see the woman who jumped from the 6th floor? I saw her too. She was fierce. She ripped off a car door with her bare hands. Speaking of which, Nan was quite formidable last night. Many classmates turned their gazes toward Jiangnan. Some with complicated expressions, others giving him a thumbs up. Many had watched the news live the previous night and were stunned to see Jiangnan. Li Xiang was taken aback. Jiangnan. What does he have to do with this? Xiang, don't you know? Nan was at the scene of the mall explosion. He used teleportation to rush into the fire and rescue over 60 people. He was on TV. He even rescued a foreigner who was taken away by the armed police. He's truly impressive. I even have a video from yesterday of a girl trapped in the fire who was live streaming. Someone shared a video from Jiangxing Evening News in the class group. The title read, Nan, the enthusiastic young man who braved the flames. Is his true identity a magical girl? A fairy? A high school student? No. He's actually a night market vendor. The video featured clips of Jiangnan rescuing people, as well as his humorous dialogue with Yu Qingqing and his comical advertisement at the end. It had over 1 million views. Even Jiacheng Fire Department retweeted it and tagged Nan, with the caption, When the youth is strong, the nation is strong. Well done. Jiangxing Fire Department expresses its gratitude on behalf of the rescued individuals and all comrades. The comments section erupted. Haha, the strongest street vendor ever. That $10 for 2 pairs of underwear joke killed me. From today on, I'm in love with buzz cuts. Hihi. Good job. Xiaoyu followed. Special attention. Lonely wolf in the moonlight. You owe me a piece of candy. I want candy. Now. Immediately. Wu Liang. Big bro is awesome. Little candy. I burst out laughing and got hit by my brother. Poor me Jiang, Nin scratched his head. So many people use Weibo. Was little candy Tang Qinya? What was going on with Xiaoyao? He replied to Xiaoyao. Naya. Won't give it to you. He noticed that his Weibo followers had surged to over 100. 000. Li Xiang's face turned sour. A wave of unease washed over him. Here he was, boasting about his insider information, while in Jiangnan. People were heroically rescuing lives from a raging fire, and one of them even assisted the armed police in apprehending a suspect. The profound sense of disappointment and the stark contrast of his situation drove Li Xiang into a frenzy. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Li Mu Yin and her companions were equally grim expressions. Once the butt of jokes in their class, they had now eclipsed everyone else. The frustration within him intensified. Shortly thereafter, a series of jarring screeches from brakes pierced the air. Curious heads turned towards the window. Goodness! 3 military vehicles had arrived. A crowd hurried to the window. What is going on? Why are military vehicles here at our school? The classroom buzzed with excitement. Jiangnan, too, peered out with curiosity, and indeed spotted 3 olive-green military trucks. With personnel already entering the teaching building, Jiangnan couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the blonde beauty was captured? Were they here to commend him? Of course. After all, he had made such a significant contribution last night, successfully detaining the blonde beauty. Surely there would be recognition. Just as the classmates fervently discussed the military vehicles, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. The lynx, leading the way, entered the classroom. Clad in an all-black military uniform and combat boots, with no insignia on her shoulders. She was followed by a male and female member of the Night Corps, the very same 2 who had been on the rooftop the previous night. The once boisterous classroom fell into an eerie silence. The students were dumbfounded. What was happening? Members of the night corps? Wasn't he the woman who entered first, the same one who had jumped from the 6th floor last night? What was she doing in their classroom? The lynx's piercing gaze swept across the class. Those caught in her stare felt a chill run down their spines, as if a blade were poised at their hearts. Terrified, they sat up straight, not daring to breathe. The lynx's gaze landed on Jiangnan, and she glanced back at her two companions. Captain, that's right. It's him. The lynx nodded, and under the astonished gazes of the classmates, she strode directly to Jiangnan's desk. Her sharp, phoenix-like eyes fixated on him. The classroom was shrouded in a deathly stillness. Jiangnan awkwardly scratched his head. There's no need to make such a fuss. It's a bit embarrassing. In truth, he was already bracing himself for praise. Bring it on. Let the accolades rain down. Clang. The black handcuffs were tossed onto the desk. Would you like to put them on yourself, or should I assist you? Jiangnan? Wait, what? This isn't right. Where's the commendation? Where's the medal? Why do these handcuffs look so much like a trophy? How trendy, he timidly suggested. Perhaps you could check your pockets again? The lynx fixed her expressionless gaze on Jiangnan and pulled out a black hood from her pocket. Jiangnan. Oh no, this is a two-piece set. Run? Of course I should run. But recalling Alexander's grim fate, Jiangnan shivered. Run? Under the watchful eyes of this woman who could tear car doors off? Perhaps not. Jiangnan promptly slipped on the handcuffs. He donned the black hood and pondered aloud. Are we having lunch provided for us? The lynx's eyes twitched slightly as she seized Jiangnan by the collar. She flung open the window and leaped out. The thud of landing echoed. Jiangnan felt the rush of wind by his ears, and he couldn't help but scream. Were they jumping off buildings again? What kind of obsession was this? Couldn't we just take the stairs? The two accompanying members of the night corps looked on in disbelief and hurried after her, followed by a sweating, trembling principal. The students in the classroom were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Jiangnan was taken by the night corps? After their efforts yesterday, they had pushed for an update to reach 30, and if they tried a bit harder, they could hit 50. Let us charge ahead, hooray. Don't forget the 5-star ratings, they truly matter. Chapter 37, The Bow Tie. With Jiangnan being taken away, the classroom erupted into chaos. No way. Did 3 military vehicles come just to apprehend the South God? That was the night corps. Their presence was incredibly intimidating, undoubtedly seasoned in battle. Why were they capturing the South God? Had they prepared black hoods and handcuffs for him? How impressive. To be associated with the night corps. Wasn't he the South God involved in capturing a Russian yesterday? Surely, they weren't here to assist in solving a case. The classmates were abuzz with discussion. Being young and curious about the nation's mysterious forces, even students from other classes leaned out to see. They watched as Jiangnan was shoved into a military vehicle, which sped away with a roar. Li Xiang scoffed. Calm down, everyone. Jiangnan is done for. Those black handcuffs are specifically designed to restrict the abilities of spiritual warriors. Rescuing people in the marketplace? Don't tell me it's related to those Russians. Lu Qianwu added. Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would they be apprehending him? Don't tell me he is going in to provide cover for them. That would be. Others were unwilling to concede. Don't be sour grapes just because you can't have the grapes. Regardless of why they took the South God. He truly risked his life in the fire, carrying out over 60 people. Those were living lives. No matter what Jiangnan did, he would always be a hero in my eyes. As he spoke, he raised his thumb. The classroom fell silent. Even Li Xiang and Lu Qianwu had nothing more to say. Jiangnan, seated in the military vehicle, felt utterly compliant. He could sense that the woman known as the lynx was quietly sitting beside him. He subtly moved his wrist. Handcuffs that could limit abilities? Goodness. This felt reminiscent of the sea-stone handcuffs from One Piece. This was bad. This was bad. He couldn't even teleport. They wouldn't drag him into some bizarre human experimentation, would they? I'm still a mere 216 months and 21 days old. How could you be so heartless? Sister Lynx, I need to use the restroom. Jiangnan squeezed his legs together, nervously shifting in his seat. No one spoke. Sister Lynx, I need to hold it. The lynx didn't even glance at Jiangnan, simply uttering 2 words. Jiangnan. Another half hour passed. Sister Lynx, I need to go number 2. The lynx's eye twitched, yet she remained silent. Sister Lynx, she said nothing, but instead shoved something into Jiangnan's hand. Jiangnan felt it. What a bottle. A sports drink bottle? Are you serious? Wait. I'm talking about number 2 here. How am I supposed to use this? So, you expect me to do my business in the car without stopping? How heartless. The lynx raised an eyebrow. What? Would you like me to assist you? Assist me? How would that work? Jiangnan's mind suddenly conjured up some bizarre images. He shivered involuntarily. No, that won't be necessary. The male member of the Night Corps driving the vehicle struggled to suppress his laughter. After a grueling 2 hours, Jiangnan finally had the hood removed. The blinding lights momentarily disoriented him. At that moment, Jiangnan found himself locked to a table. The room was empty. It was a solitary chamber, with thick concrete walls surrounding him. The air was damp, likely a subterranean base of some sort. Jiangnan had been confined here for over an hour. Stop hitting. From the adjacent chamber came the muffled thuds of what sounded like a pile driver, accompanied by someone's cries. From Alexander Jojakovsky's resentment value 1000. Jiangnan shuddered at the ever-increasing resentment value. This wailing sounded oddly familiar. So it was from the infamous Yali Mountain. No wonder he was so desperate yesterday. It seemed he was waiting for him here. They're beating you. So why blame me? I genuinely tried to save you. Mom, this person is really strange. But Jiangnan couldn't sit still. He couldn't let himself be next. He glanced at his hands, tightly shackled. Jiangnan smirked, flipping his palm. The small copper wire, just torn from the military vehicle, was thrust into the lock. A flurry of movements ensued. Skill activated. Lockpicking, LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill upgraded. Lockpicking, proficient, LV0. Could a mere pair of rusty handcuffs thwart me? With a decisive snap, the cuffs were undone, and Jiangnan stealthily crept towards the exit, striving to make no sound. He dared not use teleportation. Who knew what awaited in the underground base? He quietly approached the door, ready to flee. But alas, he seemed to collide with something. Slow down. Let me savor this moment. Upon raising his gaze, Jiangnan discovered Mountain Cat staring down at him. With a stern expression, she stood like an immovable mountain at the doorway. Had he just stumbled into her embrace? How awkward. Mountain Cat, poised to grasp the doorknob, was startled when it turned of its own accord. Jiangnan, peering out mischievously, bumped into her. Glancing at the handcuffs on the table, curiosity ignited in Mountain Cat's eyes. Jiangnan timidly suggested, I was just thinking of checking what dishes the cafeteria has for lunch. From Luo Tianhong's resentment, 614. Luo Tianhong. Oh, how melodious. Seeing Mountain Cat's cold demeanor, Jiangnan obediently stepped inside. Mountain Cat settled into a chair, resting her feet on the table, while a male and female member of the Night Army stood behind her. She cast a glance their way, and with a resounding bang, the door closed. Come here. Startled, Jiangnan pointed at himself. Mountain Cat remained silent, placing her hand on the table. Noticing the blood on her knuckles, Jiangnan's expression turned serious, and he dashed to her side, beaming, What can I do for you? Please, just say it. Before he could finish, Mountain Cat's hand, swift as lightning, struck the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. As darkness enveloped him, he wondered if the scenes from the dramas were indeed real. Could one truly be knocked out like that? 10 minutes later, Mountain Cat examined the needle marks on Jiangnan's chest and the wounds on his shoulder, deep in thought. Indeed. Dress him up. A nearby girl wrapped Jiangnan in the freshly removed clothes, her cheeks flushing slightly. Jiangnan suddenly awoke, his head pounding, gazing around in confusion. Mountain Cat sat opposite him. Why had she knocked him out? Surely she wouldn't do something unspeakable to him? Looking down at his belt, Jiangnan's eyes widened in shock. His belt, originally tied in a simple knot, was now fashioned into a bow. Indeed. Had his little secret been uncovered? Jiangnan's face turned to one of indignation. Mountain Cat coolly inquired, How old are you? Jiangnan gritted his teeth. Since you already know, why ask? I'm 20. Mountain Cat blinked in surprise. The records say you're 18. Is that false? Jiangnan stammered. You meant age? Mountain Cat's face flushed, her voice sharp. What did you think it was? Can you be any more mischievous? What a peculiar thought process. From Luo Tianhong's resentment, 666. Indeed. Boys must take care of themselves when out in the world. In just 2 days, the blonde beauty, Mountain Cat, and a female member of the Night Army had discovered his little secret. Alas, being too handsome surely invites trouble. Chapter 38, Little Nan. I want candy. Mountain Cat rose and slowly approached Jiangnan, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. Would she be enraged and strike him? However, Mountain Cat merely cast a nonchalant glance at him, instructing the female Night Army member, take him for a blood draw, then return him. Jiangnan exclaimed, Wait. Are you serious? You went through all this trouble just to knock me out and take advantage of me? What about lunch? What about the little medal promised? Now that you know my secret, you must take responsibility. Don't just take advantage of me. With a forlorn expression, Jiangnan had his blood drawn and was unceremoniously shoved back into a vehicle. This time, Mountain Cat didn't escort him personally. Instead, it was the female Night Army member. Jiangnan felt aggrieved, primarily because he hadn't eaten. Miss, what's your name? Is working for the Night Army exhausting? Do you get social insurance? From Ning's resentment, 666. Social insurance? Are you serious? and Ning gazed at Jiangnan, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. After so many years, it was her first encounter with someone so audacious. Yet recalling the earlier scene, her cheeks flushed. "Shall we exchange WeChat?" Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. Was there a chance? "Of course. Why not? I adore ladies like you who exude elegance. Being near you gives me a profound sense of security." At the military base, Mountain Cat held Jiangnan's blood test report, an uncharacteristic smile gracing her lips. A male Knight Army member questioned, "Are we truly letting him go just like that?" The venomous blood reagent was injected into him and successfully integrated. The serpent will undoubtedly return for him. Leaving him unattended could be perilous. Mountain Cat replied, "Perilous? He is clever. Attempting to take him from under our noses is akin to chasing a dream. To abduct him would require a significant operation." The male Knight Army member's eyes lit up. "Captain, are you planning to play the long game to catch a big fish?" Mountain Cat narrowed her eyes. "Catching fish is secondary. My true aim is the bait. Encrypt Jiangnan's information. Access below the school level is prohibited." With that, she tossed her tablet to him. He glanced at it, gasping in shock. Name, Jiangnan. Age, 18. Abilities, space manipulation. Power manipulation? Uncertain. Physical condition, extremely robust. Talent, SSS, unprecedented in history. Cannot be clearly defined. Level, black iron 10 stars. Successfully fused with the venomous blood reagent. Reason unknown. At last, he understood why Mountain Cat valued Jiangnan so highly. Such talent was simply monstrous. Meanwhile, at school, the afternoon exercises were underway. Jiangnan disembarked from the military vehicle, and Ning waved cheerfully to bid him farewell. All the students noticed this scene, stunned. Was that not the Knight Army personally escorting the southern deity? And with such good manners? Having been taken away in handcuffs and a hood, he returned unscathed? Surely he had actually assisted in an investigation? Impressive. While they were here doing calisthenics, the southern deity was off visiting the Knight Army? What a disparity. Upon returning to class, Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu were expressions of dismay. They had claimed earlier that he was useless, yet Jiangnan returned in the afternoon, personally escorted back. What a slap in the face. Jiangnan, however, felt a sense of melancholy. Despite his sweet talking in the vehicle, he had gleaned no useful information from Ning. Truly, she was well trained. Yet, he had managed to obtain the Knight Army's contact number. At that moment, a crowd gathered around Jiangnan's desk, bombarding him with questions. Southern deity. What were they summoning you for? Was it to assist in solving a case? Where's their base? Is it near Zhuke Mountain? With utmost seriousness, Jiangnan replied. They summoned me to test the cafeteria's food quality. His classmates exclaimed, "What the heck? Are you serious?" From Wang Yiping's resentment 666. From Zhou Hongfeng's resentment 888. From Southern deity, stop hiding. Just share a bit. We won't tell anyone. Don't pressure him. Perhaps he signed a confidentiality agreement. Jiangnan shrugged. They called me in, knocked me out, took advantage of me, and then sent me back. Classmate, come on, Southern deity. You're as skinny as a monkey. You could use your ribs as a washboard. What advantage could they possibly take? A female classmate blushed, saying, I wouldn't mind a little look myself. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Look, I am speaking the truth. Why does no one believe me? The problem is that even Jiangnan himself doesn't really believe it. What is the Dark Knight Army up to? Are they here to catch themselves, just to peek at their little secrets? Li Xiang remarked sarcastically, You might as well not ask. Who knows if anything has really happened? Jiangnan chuckled. Some things truly cannot be disclosed. However, they received a notice stating that there has been a leak from the armed police, which has affected the unfolding of the mission, and they are conducting a thorough investigation. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's face turned pale. Even if he had doubts about Jiangnan's claims, what if it were true? At that moment, Li Xiang panicked. Not long after, he stepped outside to make a call. Naturally, the classmates dared not inquire further. The combination of saving lives in the fire and the matter involving the Dark Knight Army only added to Jiangnan's enigmatic image in their eyes. That evening, as Jiangnan was walking home, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see a video call from Langmia. He accepted the call, and immediately, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared on the screen. It was as if an ethereal fairy had descended from the heavens, perfectly flawless, evoking no sense of sacrilege. Who else could it be but Zhong Yingxue? Xiaonan. Xiao Yao has been bothering me all day. She wants candy too. Summer Yao rushed over, her little hands patting Zhong Yingxue's face. Look at you. You've become so beautiful. Xiaonan, I want candy. Just so you know, Xiao Xue is in my hands now. If you don't give me any, I'll make you pay. Zhong Yingxue curiously inquired. Xiaonan, where did you get that big white rabbit milk candy? I feel like I've become a bit prettier after eating it. Summer Yao chimed in, not just a bit prettier, but a whole lot. I don't care. I want to be beautiful too. Jiangnan smirked. No candy for you. No candy for you. Haha. Chapter 39. Scrambled eggs with chives. Summer Yao revealed her adorable little tiger teeth. Ah? You're driving me crazy. With that, she tackled Zhong Yingxue onto the bed, and the phone was filled with Zhong Yingxue's surprised exclamations, along with Summer Yao's mischievous laughter. Go ahead and scream. No one will come to save you. The phone screen shook as the two girls began to playfully tussle. Shall you? Stop it. Please, just stop. Kiki. No, I won't. Jiangnan watched in exasperation. To spare Yingxue from harm, he had no choice but to relent. All right, I'll give you candy. Summer Yao perked up immediately. Is that a promise? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Are you still going to say I used a beauty filter? Summer Yao shook her head vigorously. No more talk about that. Xiaonan is the handsomest. I like you the most. I can't stand not seeing you for even a day. And you want to choke me? Of course not. How could I? I'll be the one giving you massages and snacks. Summer Yao acted sweetly, playfully showing off her fluffy wolf ears. Even though Jiangnan's heart was as steadfast as a rock, he couldn't resist the charm of the scene before him. All right, I'll get you a piece when I get back. Yay, Xiaonan is the best. With that, the video call ended rather abruptly. Jiangnan's expression stiffened. Women. Just then, Jiangnan, pondering whether to try his luck with a few consecutive draws, pushed open the door to his room, only to find a stunning blonde beauty clad in an oversized white short-sleeve shirt standing inside. To top it off, she was wearing his shirt, emblazoned with a rather plump Pikachu. Most crucially, at that moment, Katerina was happily munching on a gigantic cabbage. Both Jiangnan and Katerina stood frozen for a moment, her mouth stuffed full of cabbage. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the air. Jiangnan scratched his head. Oh, I must have walked into the wrong room. What a strange day. With that, he attempted to close the door and leave. Katerina shot him a glare, hurling the cabbage in her hand at him. Jiangnan swiftly turned and teleported away. What the heck? How did this blonde beauty end up in my house? Dark Knight Army. Aren't you supposed to be capturing her? Come and get her. She is right here in my home. If you run away or call the police, I will kill all your neighbors. Jiangnan's expression stiffened. He paused at the doorway, glancing back. Katerina leaned against the door frame, looking at him with a beaming smile. Big S. The chives used in the scrambled eggs were none other than the ethereal variety. The bean sprouts stir-fried with meat were cultivated from detoxifying yellow soybeans. Abundant portions that would surely satiate. Just 2 plates of food could leave one utterly defeated. And then there was the plan to inform the Night Army in secret. How perfect it all seemed. Yet, Jiangnan could hardly fathom that this golden-haired beauty had such picky eating habits. Did the vegetables offend her in some way? A little courtesy to taste a bite, perhaps? In the end, throughout the entire meal, Katerina abstained from the chives and bean sprouts, consuming only 3 pieces of eggs, 2 pieces of meat, and 1 bowl of rice before declaring herself done. As night fell, Jiangnan lay in bed, a visage of turmoil. Katerina reclined beside him, not only stealing the blanket, but also leaving him without a pillow. The night was unbearably cold. Chapter 40. A fall from the sky. His phone had also been confiscated by her. How vexing. Jiangnan lay there, honest and still, unable to find sleep. When would the ethereal chives and detoxifying yellow soybeans take effect? Even if she hadn't eaten them, surely the eggs and meat had absorbed some essence? He stared wide-eyed for a full hour. Alas, it seemed futile. With a surge of pent-up frustration, he resorted to 2 consecutive 10-draw pulls, yielding a beauty elixir and 19 pairs of Haohua shorts. This outcome was somewhat acceptable, he mused. Just then, the quiet Katerina beside him began to stir. Her delicate face flushed as she shifted uneasily, stealthily opening her eyes to check on the slumbering Jiangnan, realizing he was fast asleep. Thus, she gently extended her hand, clasping Jiangnan's. Jiangnan? Big sister? What are you up to? How coy. According to her original plan, the combination of yellow soybeans and chives should have produced potent effects. Surely, she should be preoccupied. But now, could it be that merely consuming eggs and stir-fried meat had dulled the effects? Jiangnan trembled with unease. Was he inadvertently ensnared in a trap? At that moment, Katerina's expression twisted in anguish, her body slick with sweat as if she had been pulled from the depths of water. Jiangnan's excitement surged. Had the effects begun? Why did she appear feverish? No, he must feign sleep. He couldn't let her discover that he had laced her food with a potion. If he remained composed, nothing untoward would transpire. Yet, in the next instant, Katerina, in sheer agony, wrapped her arms around Jiangnan's neck. It was akin to a girl yearning for a doll when unwell. However, her strength was such that Jiangnan felt himself turning pale from the pressure. He hastily tried to pry her off, but she held fast. To his astonishment, Katerina's legs transformed into thick serpentine tails, her pupils morphing into slitted snake-like eyes. She coiled around Jiang and with relentless force. Jiangnan was paralyzed with fear, his body bristling with dread. Could it be she truly transformed into a snake? If this continued, would he become a victim akin to Suxian? The thought was unbearable. He attempted to teleport away, but the ideal was shattered as he found himself ensnared like a zongzi, unable to escape. It was as if some skill had rendered him powerless. Moreover, every movement tightened Katarina's serpentine grip. Panic coursed through Jiangnan. Suddenly, Katarina's eyes lost their luster, and she collapsed onto Jiangnan, unconscious. Ugh, ugh. Jiangnan was bound tightly, struggling to breathe. The moment he stirred, the serpent tail constricted further, leaving him no choice but to remain still. He never anticipated such a predicament. His meticulously devised plan had unraveled. What of the secret of communication? Surviving under life's constraints was now his only concern. Unbeknownst to Jiangnan, the ethereal chives had awakened Katarina's primal instincts. In her beastly form, she remained a venomous serpent, further exacerbated by the properties of the detoxifying yellow soybeans, leading her to faint. Per Jiangnan, this night was destined to be sleepless. The next morning, Katarina awoke languidly, only to discover Jiangnan beneath her, sporting dark circles and gazing at her with exasperation. What had transpired? Had she truly transformed? Why was she still entwined around him? Jiangnan, can we talk after getting up? Katarina quickly sat up, reverting to her human form, rubbing her head in confusion. Jiangnan boldly asserted, you, my dear, are quite the restless sleeper, and you sleepwalk as well. Tomorrow, you shall take the bed while I'll sleep on the floor. Katarina, sleepwalking? What do I remember? What do you recall? Katarina covered her face, only remembering feeling unwell and seeking some comfort, then discreetly reaching for his hand. Nothing else. Jiangnan sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding a beating. He dressed hastily and prepared to leave. Where are you going? You can't leave. Jiangnan shrugged. I'm still a student. I must attend school. No, who knows if you might report me. Jiangnan, if I don't go, it would raise further suspicion, wouldn't it? Katarina hesitated before declaring. Then I shall accompany you. Don't even think about any funny business. In these 2 days, she absolutely must not expose herself. Jiangnan, resigned, had no choice but to allow her to follow. On the way to school, a golden-haired Katarina donned a cap, wearing Jiangnan's oversized t-shirt and jeans, trailing behind him. Despite this, she still attracted countless gazes. Jiangnan was already strikingly handsome, and with the addition of the beautiful foreign girl, they were a spectacle. Yu Qingzhou trailed behind, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Wait, wasn't he the sister who had just emerged from Jiangnan's house? They together? At the school gate. Many classmates momentarily lost their bearings. After all, it was rare to see such a stunning foreign girl. What the heck? What is up with South God? Where did he meet this gorgeous beauty? Blonde and blue-eyed, she was simply too beautiful. A hidden treasure? South God truly lived up to his name. Why was it that such fortune eluded me? Katarina felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those around her, threatening Jiangnan. I can see your every move out here. Don't do anything reckless. However, to others, this appeared as an affectionate whisper. Jiangnan shuddered. Jealous? They could try. He finally understood. He was now akin to a hostage in her clutches. Just wait. He would let her bask in her glory for another day. Seated in class, Jiangnan focused intently on his work. Many students occasionally glanced outside. Katarina stood in the shade, waiting for Jiangnan to finish school, remaining where she was. Classmates were envious, exclaiming, South God, how impressive. He had a beautiful girl waiting outside for him all morning. Surely, he ought to show some concern for her. Indeed, perhaps he should bring her a bottle of water in the afternoon. What a callous fellow. Surely, beauty permits such indulgence. Jiangnan. Concern for her? A golden-level spirit warrior is hardly his concern. In fact, he wished nothing more than for Katarina to be scorched under the sun. South God, care to share how you met? Enlighten us. Jiangnan set down his pen, serious. She fell from the sky. From Wang Bin's resentment value, 999. From Yuan Yuhan's resentment value, 666. From, truly, don't doubt me. She fell from the sky, leaving a huge hole in my roof. From Wang Bin's resentment value, 1000. Chapter 41. Are you all fake? Today, Jiangnan was remarkably obedient. He listened intently in class and diligently worked on his assignments. How could he possibly engage in mischief? As a representative of the new generation of diligent students, a role model for his peers, his sole focus was on learning. Then, he glanced sideways at Katarina, who stood under the shade, gazing blankly at the ice cream vendor at the entrance. Should he borrow a phone to contact the night army? Katarina seemed to sense Jiangnan's gaze and shot him a fierce look. Jiangnan, studying. Just studying. The evening bell rang, and classmates noticed that Katarina had waited at the school gate for Jiangnan all day. My heavens, how romantic. What divine love story was this? Envious glances were cast all around. Jiangnan approached, offering her a bottle of ice-cold cola and a scoop of ice cream. Katerina eyed him suspiciously but accepted the gifts. With a sip of cola and a lick of ice cream, the creamy residue adorned her lips, and she relished the treat. Jiangnan chuckled mischievously, retrieving his bicycle from an alternate dimension. "Let us go," he declared. Katerina paused in confusion. "Where to?" "To set up a stall," he replied. "No way. I've waited for you all day. You must come home with me." Jiangnan retorted confidently. "That's out of the question. Without selling, there's no money. How could I afford to buy you delicious food without cash? Your identity is sensitive. We can't resort to theft, can we?" Katerina glanced at the cola and ice cream in her hands, her expression wavering. "Then, I'll go with you. On the bicycle." Katerina perched sideways on the back seat, one arm wrapped around Jiangnan's waist while she savored her ice cream. Jiangnan smirked wickedly, thinking to himself, "Just wait and see how I deal with you. Once we set up the stall, I call the shots." After waiting all day, this is what I've been anticipating. At the Jiang City night market, a mat was laid out, and a small stool was set up. Potent herbal medicines, detoxifying beans, and spirit-rich leeks were all on display. Katerina was utterly bewildered. Vendors typically sold trinkets, clothing, antiques, and pancakes. "Look at what you're selling: bottled water, leeks, beans. Will these even sell?" However, the ensuing spectacle shattered her worldview. Bottled water sold for a staggering 10,000 a bottle? Absurdly expensive, yet it flew off the shelves. Customers rushed in, eyes ablaze with eagerness, almost ready to snatch the items away. "Haha, Nanshan, we've finally waited for you. I saw the live stream of you saving someone at the mall the other day. Impressive, truly impressive. Haha, Nanshan, my handsome brother. Let us add each other on WeChat. Do you have more of that potent medicine? I'll take 5 bottles. And where did you find this beauty? Golden hair and blue eyes. I love doing business with you. Such a sight." As Jiangnan set up his stall, he became the most popular figure in the entire Jiang City night market. Katerina was left dumbfounded. In mere moments, nearly 1 million had been sold. When did money become so easy to earn? Here she was, risking her life daily for far less. Jiangnan was truly just an ordinary high school student. "Wait, Nanshan, what are the leeks and beans for? New products?" Curiosity about the leeks and beans piqued as people began to gather. If Farmer San's medicine is this potent, then what about the leeks and beans? Jiangnan cleared his throat and declared, "These are genuine spirit-rich leeks. Consume them, and you won't be able to resist." He consumes her, she consumes him. They both end up in bed unable to resist. Iron Kidney Warrior. Let your vigor be restored. 1,000 for a stock. A bundle for 100,000. His proclamation was met with skepticism. Is this reliable? More potent than the little blue pill? If it's produced by Nanshan, it must be premium. Do you wish to elevate your status at home? Tired of your wife demanding you deliver? Spirit-rich leeks are a must-have. Jiangnan's words flowed like a well-rehearsed script, captivating the crowd. "Buy me a bundle. Whether you can take flight tonight depends on you. Can it really restore vitality? I'll take a stock." As soon as the word spread that it could revive vitality, sales skyrocketed, especially with the reputation of the potent medicine preceding it. Jiangnan was overwhelmed with cash. And look at this. Detoxifying beans. A must-have. They can neutralize toxins. Beautify and rejuvenate your spirit all day long. Just 100 per bean. You can't lose, nor can you be deceived. Upon hearing this, the crowd exclaimed, "Wait, that is not expensive. Let us buy a few to try." Jiangnan was selling like hotcakes, grinning from ear to ear. But suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a serpent was watching him intently. He turned to see Katerina glaring at him with a murderous look. It dawned on him. Those spirit-rich leeks and detoxifying beans were from the very vegetables she consumed yesterday. No wonder Jiangnan refused to eat. He had insisted she eat her greens. Recalling her uncontrollable circling from last night, Jiangnan denied it was sleepwalking. Katerina felt a surge of rage. Yet Jiangnan merely raised an eyebrow, returning her glare with indifference. He was unafraid. Who threatened him first? Knowing about his little antics changed nothing. They were at the stall now. No backing down. As the crowd surrounded them, Katerina stifled the urge to confront Jiangnan until the market closed. Katerina exploded. "Aren't you going to explain yesterday's incident?" Jiangnan shrugged, making a face at her. "What is the problem? I did it. If you're not satisfied, come at me." Furious, Katerina lunged at Jiangnan, her delicate, boneless arm reaching for his neck with lightning speed. But Jiangnan instantly teleported behind her, employing his signature move, an invincible chokehold. She hadn't anticipated it and was taken aback. How could her powers fail her? Jiangnan seemed to have transformed overnight, exuding an unsettling strength. Jiangnan pulled out his phone, calling the night army. "Hello, Sister Shanmiao. I've subdued that golden-haired beauty. Right here at the Jiang City Night Market. Send someone to take her back. At the military base, Shan Miao lounged in her office, her legs crossed on the desk. A tablet in hand displaying satellite images of Jiangnan locking Katerina in place while making the call. After letting Jiangnan go, the Night Army had been monitoring his actions, and Ning, standing behind Shan Miao, was astonished to witness Jiangnan handling the notorious Viper they had struggled to capture. What was happening? She was a gold-level threat. Shan Miao calmly replied, "All right, I understand. Release her," Jiangnan exclaimed. "Wang Defa? No. She's right here. Just come and take her back." Shan Miao responded, "Understood. Release her." Jiangnan was taken aback. "Are you all truly the Night Army?" Chapter 42. A Woman's Words. Deceptive spirits. Meanwhile, Jiangnan exerted immense effort, enduring humiliation and resorting to trickery, only to finally bring Katerina to the stall. After overcoming considerable challenges to subdue her, he anticipated liberation from his tribulations, only to hear the Night Army say, "No need to capture her. Just let her go." Let her go? Are you joking? You can't just decide to release her so casually. How will that work? Jiangnan shot a glance at Katerina, whose face was shrouded in frost. If she were released, would he escape unscathed? They ought to take her back. She posed a serious danger. Allowing her to roam free was a dereliction of responsibility to society. The line went dead. "Sister Shan Miao? Hello?" Jiangnan swallowed hard, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. He then smiled brightly, not daring to release Katerina. Instead, he reached out to gently massage her smooth forehead. "Does it still hurt?" "Oh dear. It's all my fault. Let me soothe it for you." Katerina remained calm. "Let go of me. I won't harm you." From Katerina's resentment. 1,000. Jiangnan shivered. "Sister, your words are hardly convincing. 1,000 points of resentment. Everything has been revealed, hasn't it?" Jiangnan feels rather helpless. Surely, the two cannot linger endlessly at the street stall, can they? But once they step away from it, Jiangnan remains composed. "You have such a broad mind that even Pikachu has grown plump. Don't blame me, all right? Just pretend nothing happened, will you? Be good." Katerina smiled gently and replied, "I will be obedient. I am good. Let me go." Katerina's resentment points 999. Jiangnan. Indeed, a woman's words, a deceiver's tongue. How about I treat you to some skewers? Katerina's resentment points 888. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Could this work? With tender beef, succulent lamb, tripe, enoki mushrooms, chicken wings, and hairy crabs. Katerina's resentment points 777. 666. 555. With each item mentioned, her resentment points diminished slightly, not for any other reason, but simply because Jiangnan had made Katerina hungry. Truly, there is no problem that a good barbecue cannot solve. If there is, then 2 servings will do, and I will take you shopping. We shall buy the most expensive. Upon hearing this, her resentment points ceased to rise. Katerina pouted, saying, "It's a deal. Hurry, let me go. You're too close." Jiangnan's face flushed with embarrassment. He awkwardly scratched his head and tentatively released Katerina. To his relief, she did not explode in anger, but rather expressed her excitement. "Where shall we eat?" Jiangnan. He had forgotten that this girl hadn't eaten all day just to watch him. Given her pitiable state, he decided, "All right, today, I shall take you on an enjoyable outing. With me, the god of the south, there's everything at night." With that, Jiangnan indeed took Katerina to indulge in skewers, ordering the most extravagant dishes. They then went shopping for clothes. Katerina changed into a fitted pair of jeans and a black crop top, complemented by a purple fisherman's hat. She was already beautiful, and with Jiangnan's almost celestial handsomeness, they became the most striking couple on the street, turning heads wherever they went. Jiangnan even took her to see a movie, styled her hair, and treated her to a manicure. They spent the entire night at the arcade. Katerina was utterly fascinated by everything. In her usual life, she navigated through the shadows. These were experiences she had never encountered before. That night was truly special for her. The next morning, after a sleepless night, Jiangnan returned to school. Katerina continued to wait outside the school gates. Upon seeing Jiangnan's dark circles, his classmates exchanged knowing glances at Katerina, smirking and giving Jiangnan a thumbs up. "Well done, god of the south. You certainly had a lively night." "Impressive," the girls in class excitedly discussed, occasionally glancing at Jiangnan, their cheeks flushed. Lu Chuanwu envied Jiangnan, his teeth itching for a grind, intensifying his training. But Jiangnan was too lazy to explain, drifting into slumber. Katerina stood under the shade of a tree, uncertain why the Night Army had ceased their pursuit. Had they withdrawn due to the blood-burning reagent being used on Jiangnan? Perhaps it was for the best. At noon, her phone received a message. She cast a complex glance at Jiangnan before departing. When Jiangnan finally awoke, it was already afternoon. He instinctively glanced out the window. Where's the blonde beauty? Perhaps the heat drove her home early. Jiangnan paid it no mind. When he returned home that evening, he discovered his room had been meticulously cleaned. His phone rested on the table, piquing his curiosity. Upon checking, he found a message on WeChat from the blonde beauty, her profile picture featuring an adorable Pikachu. I've left. Please do not leave Jiang City for a while. It is best to seek the protection of the Night Army. You possess the blood-burning reagent, and the White Shark's people will not spare you. Be careful. Until we meet again, though I suppose you wouldn't wish to see me. Jiangnan stared at his phone in silence for 2 minutes. The message was sent at noon. She must have been escorted away then. Hey, you're the antagonist. Couldn't you have just told me directly? Jiangnan chuckled softly, realizing Katerina had genuinely treated the blonde beauty as a username. He replied, Hey, gorgeous. Your battle attire is left at my place. Aren't you coming to retrieve it? On a green train heading to Russia, Katerina gazed out at the scenery. Her phone vibrated gently. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly picked it up. Her expression shifted to one of fury. Sending this to you. Katerina's resentment points 888. Jiangnan glanced at the battle attire draped by the window, grinning mischievously. God of the South, you should refrain from engaging with the white shark targeting me. It could end very badly. Blonde beauty. I will try my best. God of the South, Yura. Blonde beauty. Yura. Jiangnan mused as he lay on his bed. The Night Army surely knew of his actions. They were also aware of the reagent's implications. Not capturing Katerina suggested they aimed to play the long game, baiting a larger catch. Thinking of this made Jiangnan furious. Using me as bait? Did they seek my consent? Those pesky felines. After ogling someone's body, they failed to take responsibility. Jiangnan dismissed the white shark and white bear matters entirely. The final exams were tomorrow. He needed to secure first place first. As the long night dragged on, sleep eluded him. Jiangnan retrieved his English book from the nightstand. Unable to sleep? Then surely it was time to study. Chapter 43. The first question is a challenge. Jiangnan studied English late into the night. The next morning, he awoke feeling invigorated. He received messages from Zhong Ingshuang and Xia Yao on WeChat. Ingshuang, Xiaonan, good luck on the exam. Don't forget to eat a sausage and 2 eggs tonight. First the sausage, then the eggs. That's the way. If I eat an egg first, then the sausage and another egg, it would turn into a strange combination. Something feels off. He replied, just you wait. Wolf Slayer, where's my candy? Jiangnan rolled his eyes and sent her a picture of a beauty-enhancing pill. Wolf Slayer, isn't it sweet? God of the South, what do you think? As the morning self-study began, students were divided into examination rooms. They quickly contacted others in the same room, forming tactical teams for collaborative efforts. Jiangnan felt no anxiety about the exam. Such confidence came naturally to a top student. Someone inquired, God of the South, which examination room are you in? Jiangnan, room 3? Why? Well, what a coincidence. I'm in room 3 too. God of the South. Are you thirsty? I have some red tea. What a fate. I'm also in room 3. God of the South, lunch is on me. Come. Let me give you a shoulder massage. In an instant, a throng of students gathered around Jiangnan's desk, all wearing eager expressions. Jiangnan smiled kindly. Don't worry. We're all classmates here. I'll handle it. With his words, their laughter grew even brighter. With Jiangnan's reputation for excellence, they felt reassured. Li Xiang watched Jiangnan, who was surrounded by admirers, with a cold smirk. This time, he had exerted all his effort into studying. He aimed to outshine Jiang and in the cultural exam. Afterwards, he would have his revenge in the Tianqi Lingxiu. Two-pronged approach. He would let Jiangnan enjoy his time a little longer. The first exam was about to commence. As Jiangnan walked towards his examination room, he encountered the towering Wu Liang in the corridor. He wore a red bandana emblazoned with the word strong. 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 After a few days apart, he had taken to wearing glasses. Clearly, he had been putting in the effort. The black-framed glasses suited him well. How is it going? Big guy, are you in the top 3? Wu Liang adjusted his glasses, confidence radiating from him as he patted his chest. Don't worry, bro. I've got this. Everything is under control. Jiangnan was taken aback. Wow, so confident. Good. No wonder I chose you. Upon receiving the news, I eagerly await your response, promising a grand reward for your efforts before the exam. Jiangnan delivered a punch to Wu Liang's chest before entering his examination room, only to be astonished to find Tang Qinya also present. Jiangnan greeted her with a smile, and under the stern gazes of the two invigilators, the examination commenced. Jiangnan fervently filled out his answer sheet, nearly setting his 2B pencil ablaze with his rapid strokes. He completed the Chinese exam in less than 30 minutes, astonishing all his classmates as he rose to submit his paper. His confidence was unshakable, his demeanor carefree, and undeniably audacious. Meanwhile, the other students regarded him with incredulity, muttering under their breaths, "Are you a human printing machine? Completing the Chinese exam in under 30 minutes? The resentment meter among his peers surged, and Jiangnan felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the effect he had created. He intended to seize this opportunity to accumulate more resentment points. As he attempted to leave the examination room, the invigilator admonished him, "Where do you think you're going? Return to your seat. Leaving early during the exam is prohibited." Jiangnan, seated in resignation, savored the resentment points occasionally drifting his way. Out of boredom, he observed the room and discovered several discrete actions among his classmates. Some were scribbling answers on the labels of their water bottles, while others had scrawled on their pencil cases, and some even had answers written on their hands. It was a display of resourcefulness. Jiangnan even spotted a particularly ingenious student tapping his fingers on the desk in Morse code to convey answers. A group of 7 or 8 classmates leaned in to listen, calculating furiously before hastily writing down the answers. Jiangnan could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking, with such talent, why not focus on studying instead? To help them find their way, Jiangnan decided to showcase his selfless side. He had always been unhesitating in such matters, and thus, he began to tap a rhythmic pattern on the desk. The students paused, taken aback. Wow, this rhythm is rather intricate. Perhaps this is how the problem should be solved. After half an hour, someone casually turned around and spotted Jiangnan also tapping on the desk, gazing forlornly out the window. Upon realizing he had only completed half of his answers, he nearly choked on his own disbelief. What the heck? You can be melancholic, but why tap the table? The other students were on the verge of losing their minds. Jiangnan watched the resentment points refresh rapidly, musing, "Remember to study hard." In a casual glance, he noticed Tang Qianya sitting diagonally behind him, her delicate face etched with anxiety. Seizing the moment when the invigilator turned away, she discreetly adjusted her short skirt, revealing her legs adorned with tiny black characters. Jiangnan stole a glance before returning to his answers. Tang Qianya seemed to sense his gaze, her cheeks flushing like a ripe apple, and she playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Jiangnan quickly turned away, reminding himself, "Do not gaze upon that which is inappropriate." The second exam was English, and Jiangnan, having diligently prepared, completed the paper early again. However, this time he refrained from submitting it prematurely, unable to exit the examination room. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a crumpled note onto his desk. Even passing notes now involves a touch of wind magic, he thought, amused. He noticed Wang Ping giving him frantic eye signals. Opening the note, he discovered it read, "South God, choices, please." Jiangnan swiftly pinned his answers on the note and, seizing the moment while the invigilator was distracted, flicked it back to Wang Ping. Upon receiving the note filled with answers, Wang Ping erupted with joy, furiously marking his answer sheet, feeling assured of success. He, of course, could not forget his friends. The note fluttered from hand to hand, a testament to their camaraderie. As the exam concluded, Wang Ping and his friends gathered around Jiangnan, praising him. "South God, you're amazing. This time I'm definitely in the clear. All thanks to you." Jiangnan chuckled modestly. "It's nothing, really." Wang Ping suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, South God, you're missing one choice. Did you not answer the last question?" Others chimed in. Although I couldn't comprehend it, the last question seemed quite difficult. Jiangnan replied, "No, I answered the last question." Wang Ping looked perplexed. "Then why is there one missing?" Jiangnan explained, "I didn't know the answer to the first question." Wang Ping exclaimed, "What? The first question?" We all started filling out from the first. It turned out they had all mismatched their answers. As Jiangnan observed the rapidly refreshing resentment meter, he found himself puzzled. I kindly shared all the answers, and yet they harbor resentment towards me? How strange. They seem completely oblivious to gratitude. In the third math exam, Jiangnan remained unfazed, finishing his paper swiftly. Meanwhile, Wang Ping, drenched in sweat, was at his wit's end. Although Jiangnan had left him in a bit of a bind, it was still better than struggling alone. Wang Ping recognized the questions, but found himself lost in them. Upon glancing at the note, Jiangnan was pleasantly surprised to find it meticulously numbered with the questions. Seeing Wang Ping frantically wiping his sweat, Jiangnan couldn't help but feel compassionate. He wrote down the answers, and upon receiving Jiangnan's response, Wang Ping opened it eagerly, only to almost spit out blood upon reading. 1. For 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. 2. For 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. 3. If they are about the same length, choose C. 4. Trust South God, you're guaranteed to succeed. 5. Not scoring full marks is inhumane. Wang Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. What the heck? Is this an acrostic poem or a catchy rhyme? I wanted A, B, C, D, F, G. South God, I'm kneeling before you. Please, No more flaunting your brilliance. Jiangnan, with an air of certainty, discreetly gave Wang Ping a thumbs up. In examination room 2. Wu Liang sat in the center, his robust physique resembling a small mountain, his expression grim as he stared at the questions, sweating profusely. Meanwhile, outside, a Wuling Hongguang van was bustling with activity. 7 or 8 muscular men with tattoos and imposing physiques were intensely focused on a laptop displaying Wu Liang's examination paper, transmitted in real time through his glasses. The red headband he wore functioned as a high-frequency antenna, rendering the school's signal jammers ineffective. One burly man shouted, "Hurry up with the calculations, Lao Wang. Wu Gu is waiting." Another, irritated, retorted, "What's the rush? This question is incredibly difficult. Aren't you a college graduate? Can't you handle high school questions?" The atmosphere was chaotic, with exclamations of frustration echoing as they scrambled to find solutions. "Call for backup. My son's a postdoc. I'll get him on the line. Lao Lu, isn't your daughter a high school math teacher? Get her here quickly." Passers-by glanced through the car windows and were taken aback by the sight of so many burly men huddled together. They quickly averted their eyes, murmuring about the state of the world. Back in the classroom, Wu Liang was nearly grinding his teeth to dust as the clock ticked down to the final 3 minutes for paper submission. Amidst the cacophony of shouts and chaos echoing in his ear, Wu Liang felt as if his head might explode. His iron fist slammed down onto the desk with a resounding bang. Boom! The sudden roar echoed throughout the quiet examination hall, reverberating through the entire floor. Nearby students jumped in fright, and the invigilator nearly leapt up in alarm, accidentally spraying his tea all over the face of the student in front of him. The student, bewildered, exclaimed, Westlake Longjing tea. In an instant, all eyes were directed at Wu Liang. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he had to keep his composure. I just can't seem to figure this out," he stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. The invigilator calmly wiped the podium and said, "The student, maintain silence." Another invigilator patted Wu Liang on the shoulder, offering reassurance, "It's all right. If you don't do well this time, there's always next time." Wu Liang's loud shout was even heard from the van parked outside the school. "Wu Gu, come out. Hurry up and fill it in." At that moment, Wu Liang's eyes widened, and his muscles tensed like steel cables. He grabbed his pen and began to write furiously, his arm moving so rapidly it seemed to create an illusion. Just before the bell rang, he managed to finish the exam paper and dashed out of the classroom like the wind, vaulting over the wall to reach the outside. He flung open the van door and leapt inside. The van, a Wuling Hongguang, shook violently. 3 minutes later, Wu Liang emerged, looking completely at ease, leaving behind a group of burly men with bruised faces on the phone, pleading, "Hello, daughter, come quickly. Save your father. Hello, son, hurry over. I'm counting on you today." On his way back home, Jiangnan encountered Wu Liang, who asked with a smile, "How did the exam go?" "Smoothly." Wu Liang, with a serious expression, patted his chest and replied, "Don't worry, brother Nan. Everything is under control." "Well, that's great." Haha. Jiangnan responded cheerfully, clearly pleased that his studying had paid off. Wu Liang thought to himself, how could he not do well? Half of the people on Jiangdao had been answering for him. As for the results of his studying, Wu Liang was certain of one thing. Brother Nan was right. His head was indeed filled with muscle. Thus, the day of examinations passed. After school, Wu Liang walked home with Jiangnan, in high spirits, relieved to have managed to scrape through the exams. With confidence soaring, he declared, "The cultural exam is done. Next up is the practical assessment in Lingxiu. Brother Nan, we're heading to Changbai Mountain tomorrow afternoon. What gear do you need? I can help you get it." Jiangnan was taken aback. What gear? Wu Liang suddenly remembered that Jiangnan had never been to Lingxiu and explained, "The spirit beasts in Lingxiu are extremely dangerous, far more so than out here. Most spirit warriors choose to carry a cold weapon for self-defense. It makes hunting spirit beasts or protecting oneself much easier. We're going for 15 days. It's bound to be quite a challenge. You need to prepare plenty of food and supplies. Also, we should bring some outdoor survival gear. Have you prepared anything?" "Brother Nan," Wu Liang offered, "just bring what you need. I can carry your backpack. I'm strong." Jiangnan rolled his eyes. "Carry a backpack? I'm just a walking luggage bag. Have you forgotten what I do? I really haven't prepared anything." Wu Liang was stunned. "Oh no, brother Nan has spatial abilities. How could I forget this? With that extra-dimensional space, the possibilities are endless. Let us go, brother Nan. Come to my turf. Take whatever you want. I have everything you need." As Wu Liang threw an arm around Jiangnan's shoulders, they changed direction. Jiangnan chuckled, "Perfect. I have something for you too. You'll definitely love it." A group of girls heading home from school watched the scene of Jiangnan and Wu Liang with gleaming eyes. "See, I told you so. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a waste of Jiangnan's good looks. What a waste. Humph. Just watch. I'll win him back. Ha ha ha, Xiaobei. Are you planning to make a move on Jiangnan? If I don't act now, someone else will snatch him away. Where else can we find such a handsome guy? Chapter 45. The Secret Base. Following Wu Liang, Jiangnan arrived at what he described as his turf, which turned out to be a transformed abandoned warehouse. It was quite spacious, covering around 300 to 400 square meters. When the roller door opened, Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback by the sight inside. Piles of fitness equipment, sandbags, and dumbbells were everywhere, but there was also an octagonal cage in the center. The walls were adorned with an array of cold weapons, including Nepalese knives, Malaysian swords, triangular military daggers, and crossbows. Additionally, several heavily modified off-road vehicles were parked inside, including Raptors, Wranglers, and Hummers, some of which Jiangnan didn't even recognize. There were also various outdoor gear, tents, floodlights, and generators. At a glance, it was a veritable paradise for any man. Jiangnan could only drool at the sight. Which man wouldn't appreciate these things? Wow. Unfortunately, he was lacking in culture. Wow was his only expression of amazement. Wu Liang excitedly grabbed two items from the side. A heavy titanium magnesium alloy shield, intricately embossed with the face of a roaring bear, towering at least 2 meters tall and weighing over 300 pounds. In his other hand, he wielded a 2-meter-long saber that looked utterly intimidating. Brother Nan, what do you think? Am I impressive or what? Jiangnan quickly shook his head. No, I'm not looking. Wu Liang's resentment points 666. How much do you weigh with all that? Can you move easily? Wu Liang hefted the iron shield, producing gusts of wind as he swung the saber, creating a deep, resonant sound that seemed weightless in his hands. I practice every day? No problem. If I beast out, it'll be even easier. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction, feeling as if he had struck gold. A solid shield warrior, a mobile fortress, an invulnerable tank. Suddenly, Wu Liang remembered something. Tossed aside the shield and saber, and retrieved a spear. The spearhead danced with red tassels, glimmering with a cold light. Brother Nan, what do you think of this one? Is it handy? Jiangnan took the spear, turned, and slashed downward. The spearhead cut through the air with a piercing shriek, and with a resounding crack. It shattered the concrete floor. Wu Liang watched in excitement, marveling at Jiangnan's technique. It was truly a sight to behold. However, Jiangnan shook his head. I don't want to use this thing. I'll pick something myself. Wu Liang was taken aback. Wasn't Jiangnan trained in spear techniques? During the last street battle, he had knocked himself out with a street lamp. His skill was undoubtedly master level. How could he simply refuse? Jiangnan scanned the room, taking a triangular dagger from the rack and tucking it into his waist. Skill triggered. Dagger. LV 0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgrade. Dagger. Expert. LV 0. In an instant, Jiangnan drew the triangular dagger from its sheath, twirled it in his hand, and thrust it forward. The blade danced through the air like a fluttering sprite, executing each movement with precision and grace, devoid of any unnecessary gestures. Wu Liang, watching Jiangnan wield the dagger with such finesse, was utterly astonished. Is he a master with daggers too? How is this possible? Did he train from birth? Jiangnan proudly returned the dagger to its sheath and spotted a Tang Dao with a scabbard on the wooden rack. The blade, measuring 1 meter 20, exuded an aura of ancient history without appearing worn. As he drew the blade, a sharp gleam flashed forth, the blade straight and adorned with intricate patterns, featuring an ancient character engraved on the hilt. The cold light was striking, capable of slicing through hair. Skill triggered. Swordsmanship, LV 0. Skill points added, 100. Skill upgrade. Swordsmanship, Expert, LV 0. Clang. The cold blade was drawn, cutting through the air and blooming into a magnificent display of swordsmanship. Jiangnan gazed at the straight blade with satisfaction, while Wu Liang stood agape, unable to believe his eyes. You can handle a spear, a dagger, and a Tang Dao, and excel at all of them? Why are you so exceptional? Jiangnan gently patted Wu Liang's shoulder and smiled. When summer vacation arrives, I shall teach you the art of wielding the broadsword. Wu Liang responded with bewilderment. What? What can I even say to that? It seems the title of God of the South is truly deserved. And what about this Tang Dao? It was something my father retrieved from the countryside. A relic from ancient times. A genuine weapon. The craftsmanship has been lost to history. If you like it, it's yours. Jiangnan, naturally, did not hold back, as he had a clear understanding of his future path. With space-related abilities and remarkable mobility, he preferred a shorter weapon. The Tang Dao was perfect as his primary armament, while a triangular military dagger would serve well as a secondary weapon, ensuring he would not falter in close combat. I have a treasure for you as well. he said mysteriously, beckoning Wu Liang over. Wu Liang approached with eager anticipation, only to witness Jiangnan extracting a pair of shorts from an alternate dimension, boxer shorts adorned with a bear's face. Wu Liang exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Is this the treasure you speak of? When did undergarments become treasures? Does he have a peculiar fondness for gifting shorts? He already gave me a Pikachu pair last time." Noticing Wu Liang's astonishment, Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Wu Liang scratched his head. "It's not about liking or disliking." Jiangnan insisted, "Listen, don't underestimate it. This is no ordinary pair of shorts. If shorts had a hierarchy, this would be the king of all shorts." Wu Liang retorted, "Does the Hulk know about this? No matter how he transforms, his shorts never tear." With that, Jiangnan demonstrated the shorts by stretching them to nearly a meter in length before releasing them, and they instantly returned to their original form. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is simply incredible. With these Hulk shorts, I need not fear becoming naked during transformation. This is a boon for all beast-transforming spirit warriors. The king of shorts indeed. I shall call these the ultimate shorts." Wu Liang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Impressive. What a fine gift." Feeling a bit embarrassed, he added, "And Nan, do you have these in a triangular style?" The air suddenly thickened with an awkward silence as Jiangnan's expression shifted to one of horror. "No, Nan, it's not what you're thinking. Triangular ones are quite comfortable. They offer a sensation that boxers simply cannot provide. You must try them at home." Jiangnan shook his head vigorously and produced 10 pairs of triangular shorts from his alternate dimension, each in various styles. Wu Liang gratefully accepted them, eager to try them on immediately, but Jiangnan firmly held him back. "Brother, please, do not leave any mental scars in my memory. I truly cannot handle it." Chapter 46. A little love letter. Jiangnan gazed upon a warehouse filled with equipment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This holds great potential." He chuckled. Wu Liang scratched his head. Puzzled, "What do you mean?" They busied themselves in the warehouse until past 2 in the morning before Jiangnan returned home. Lying in bed, he contemplated and ultimately decided to call the Dark Knight Army. Beep, beep. "Who's there?" A lazy voice answered, tinged with a hint of annoyance. Startling Jiangnan. It was as if he had awakened a sleepy kitten, her eyes still hazy. "Sister Lynx? It's me, Jiangnan. Tomorrow I shall head to the Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins for 15 days. You all." Beep, beep, beep. "Damn it." She hung up on me. Jiangnan grumbled, grinding his teeth in frustration. Why must she be so aloof? "Just wait. I shall make you obedient and docile one day." Lying in bed, Jiangnan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What if the white shark seizes this opportunity to strike against me? This is troubling. But I must go to the spirit ruins. I fear nothing. If worst comes to worst, I shall lay out a mat and deal with whoever comes my way. Meanwhile, Lynx had hung up on Jiangnan, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and dialed another number. "Is everything arranged?" "Report, Captain. All personnel are in position. And the white shark side? No signs detected at the border for now." They are surprisingly patient. Should anything arise, report to me immediately." "Yes, Captain." Awoken from her slumber, Lynx felt the fatigue dissipate. Dressed only in a white shirt, she approached her bedside. Gazing at the full moon, she murmured, "I hope this time I have not misjudged anyone." The next morning, Jiangnan arrived at school, brimming with energy, as he noticed many classmates sporting large hiking backpacks. Their faces alight with excitement, fully prepared for the trip to the Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins. Upon entering the classroom, his classmates paused in confusion, for he carried only a small bag containing a data cable and 3 power banks. Well, Jiangnan has truly gone to waste. With such meager gear, he might as well be foraging for bark and roots in the ruins. "Don't be so harsh." Li Xian laughed. "After all, our god of the south has never been there. It's understandable." Lu Chuanwu chimed in, "Huh? I had actually forgotten about that. Our god of the south is still a novice." Li Mayan smirked. "Jiangnan, if you can't handle it, feel free to give up. No one will mock you." Jiangnan beamed brightly. "Can't handle it? I am quite enduring. You should know this best." Li Mayan's face flushed, her beautiful eyes widened. Lost for words as the class fell silent. "What? There is this kind of relationship? Sister Yin is impressive." Returning to his seat, Jiangnan was taken aback to find breakfast waiting for him. Soy milk with an envelope pressed beneath it, adorned with lip prints and pink hearts. "Is this a little love letter?" Jiangnan felt a rush of excitement. When had he become so popular? As soon as he sat down, a cascade of envelopes tumbled out from his desk, of all shapes and sizes. Some folded into origami cranes, others featuring personal photos. And one girl had crafted a little frog from green paper. "Wait, are you serious? If you can't fold cranes, at least use a proper envelope. Who folds frogs to confess love? No wonder you're still single." More ingeniously, one was inscribed with 521, which Jiangnan found refreshingly direct. Does this girl have a crush online? Using a red envelope to confess. How bold. His classmates looked on in envy, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this even fair? Why can't we have some of these little love letters? The resentment index skyrocketed. Jiangnan chuckled, filled with gratitude for the girls who admired him. This is a business opportunity. He pulled out his phone, snapped a selfie, and posted it on Weibo. From my iPhone 11 Pro Max, God of the South. What to do with so many love letters? Shall we chat on WeChat? Image. One image depicted Jiangnan's radiant smile, surrounded by a mountain of love letters. The other displayed his WeChat QR code, boasting over 100,000 followers. Truly impressive. Before long, the comments section erupted. Inshue. Moonlit Wolf. You shameless heartbreaker. Didn't you say you'd be a pendant? Little fish. Added you. Sweetheart, do you want some soy milk? If not, I'll take it. With such a handsome young man, do you happen to need a spare? Underneath were numerous haters. Seriously, have some decency. Conserve paper resources for the nation. What is this? No more street vending? Transitioning into a micro-business? Leaks are impressive. Let me tell you a secret. Leaks grow strong. Human-powered pile drivers. Wow, I must try that. Jiangnan was overjoyed, for this single Weibo post had wreaked havoc among the single crowd. The resentment index exploded, proving once again that beauty prevails. The students gazed at Jiangnan's Weibo, their teeth clenched in frustration. How infuriating. They created alternate accounts to mercilessly berate him in the comments. Before long, the teacher entered, and the atmosphere shifted to one of tension as the exam results were about to be announced on the big screen. Li Xiang clenched his fists, brimming with confidence this time. He was certain his academic performance would place him ahead of Jiangnan. He intended to show him why he was renowned. Then the results were revealed. First in the year, Jiangnan. Total score 696. Second, Li Xiang. Total score 695. 5. Third, Wu Liang. Total score 666. Fourth, Zhou Qiliang. Total score 665. Fifth, Li Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly gasping for air, as he felt faint. Damn it, just 0. 5 points. He had hired several tutors, studied relentlessly, and sacrificed sleep, all to surpass Jiangnan. And what was the outcome? Just ask why Li Xiang is so renowned. It's all a joke. Jiangnan, with a smug expression, remarked, Ah, is that all? If I had known, I would have double-checked. The mocking disdain of a top student. Such confidence. Such arrogance. The classmates were furious. Could he be any more insufferable? Leave some dignity for us. Jiangnan, of course, wouldn't miss such an opportunity to bask in their resentment. Watching the rapidly increasing list of grievances was all worth it. Just then, a loud crash echoed from Class 2 of the Spirit Martial Arts. It sounded as if the desk had been shattered. Wu Liang roared, Yes. That's right. I'm third. Who else is there? Jiangnan. Teacher. Classmates. Chapter 47. Sweetened pearl milk tea. Jiangnan felt genuinely happy for Wu Liang. It seemed that Wu Liang's control over the situation was indeed effective. He had no idea how Wu Liang managed it. Looking at the score report on the screen, Jiangnan snapped a picture and sent it to Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, adding a note. Quick, praise me. Yingxue replied. Hiki, you're amazing. Here are 99 hearts for you. I withheld 1 to keep you humble. Jiangnan, received. Meanwhile, Xia Yao sent a short video. Jiangnan opened it to see Xia Yao lying on her desk, grinning mischievously at the screen. Then she pouted and blew a kiss. Mua? Startled. Jiangnan quickly closed the video. Oh no, that feeling. Wolfmia, first in the Spirit Lake. There's a reward too. Jiangnan, I don't want any other reward. Just change your username to something else when I take first. Wolfmia? I'll strangle you. From Xia Yao's grievance points 888. Ah, how delightful. Li Xiang took a deep breath, calming himself. There was still the Spirit Lake. Just wait. Now Li Mayan had also successfully broken through to bronze 1 star. His team was undoubtedly strong, and with Wu Liang, Jiangnan, and Tang Qinya as his burdens, how could they compete? Teacher, the results have all been announced. Students, please board the bus in order. The coach awaited outside. This practical test was not just for Jiangqing No. 1 High School. It included Yuan No. 2 High School and Jiangbei High School, with all 3 schools participating together. I hope students will protect their safety while also striving for victory. All right, let us get on board. Regardless of whether their academic scores were good or bad, at this moment, the students were all excited, eager to showcase their skills in the Spirit Lake. The students grabbed their backpacks and dashed towards the bus. Jiangnan, on the other hand, was more relaxed, wearing headphones and carrying a small shoulder bag, resembling a tourist. His classmates cast disdainful glances at him. Just wait until you enter the Spirit Lake. You'll be in for a rude awakening. On the bus, Jiangnan leaned by the window, listening to music, when a gentle female voice suddenly spoke beside him. South God. What a coincidence. Jiangnan smiled slightly. It was Tang Qinya. Having such a beautiful girl sitting next to him throughout the journey was quite pleasant. The bus slowly began to move. This girl immediately started munching on snacks and occasionally offered some to Jiangnan. Li Xiang watched with envy. Look at that. He had a girl next to him, and she was feeding him. Then he glanced at his own side, where someone was playing a game and shouting insults. Luban, get your act together. Stop playing with your feet. Seriously, was that a tumor on your neck? It could knock out a minion. After the bus had been driving for more than 10 minutes, Tang Qinya suddenly remembered something and her face filled with regret. Oh no, I left my phone on the desk. Jiangnan paused. Is it important? Tang Qinya replied. My mom is worried about me. She asked me to call home to reassure her. If I don't call, she will definitely be anxious. Use mine. Tang Qinya sighed. I don't remember my mom's number, and I can't even recall my own number. Jiangnan. This silly girl. He raised his hand and said, Driver, could you stop the bus? My friend's phone was left at school. I'll just be a moment. The driver ignored him. No can do. The teacher frowned. Your phone? Is it urgent? Before Tang Qinya could respond, Li Xiang interjected. What were you thinking? Stop the bus? Make everyone wait for you? Soon others chimed in. Exactly. We want to arrive sooner. How annoying. There is no signal in the spirit lake. What use is your phone? To take selfies? Li Xiang observed Jiangnan's face darkening and couldn't help but smirk. Tang Qianya's eyes reddened, biting her lip. She gently tugged at Jiangnan's sleeve and whispered, South God, thank you. It's fine. It's my fault for being careless. I shouldn't have. Before Tang Qianya could finish, Jiangnan patted her head and said lightly, Wait here. With that, he vanished from his seat in an instant. What the heck? Where did he go? Not just the classmates, but even the teacher and Tang Qinya were taken aback. They looked out the bus window to see Jiangnan's figure appear 100 meters away on the roadside. In the blink of an eye, he vanished again. In less than 3 seconds, he was gone. What was he doing? No way. Can teleportation be used like that? The spatial manipulation is incredible. Was he going back to fetch Tang Qianya's phone? Li Xiang scoffed. The bus was still in motion. It would be a miracle if Jiangnan could return. Let us see you show off. This would be amusing if you got left behind. 3 minutes later, Jiangnan suddenly reappeared in his seat, as if he had never left. In his hands were 2 cups of milk tea and a phone. Here, drink up. This one is sweetened. I figured you'd enjoy something sweet. Tang Qinya was stunned, gazing at the milk tea and phone on her tray, her eyes brimming with tears. Yes, I love sweet things. Thank you, South God. The bus fell silent. In such a short time, he had teleported back to school, retrieved her phone, and even bought 2 cups of milk tea, and he managed to catch up to the bus? Incredible. Even the teacher was momentarily speechless, then sternly said, You mustn't do such dangerous things again. This is a warning. Jiangnan continued sipping his milk tea and listening to music, unperturbed. If you don't stop for me, I'll just go get it myself. It didn't disrupt your plans, did it? Li Xiang gritted his teeth in frustration, but had nothing to say, burying himself in his game. Only Li Mayan furrowed his brow deeply. What level is Jiangnan at now? Is he still at the bronze 7-star? But how many times had he teleported back and forth? Can his spiritual power really sustain that? The only conclusion was that Jiangnan's abilities were far more formidable than they perceived. But how could this be? Had he truly leveled up in just a few days? Moreover, wasn't his talent classified as the worst E grade? Li Mayan could not comprehend. Yet, an ominous feeling gnawed at him. Perhaps opposing Jiangnan was a grave mistake. The bus traveled for a full 4 hours before finally reaching Chabai Mountain. The Chabai Mountain remains a popular tourist destination, especially during the summer months when it attracts a multitude of visitors. However, the Heavenly Lake is no longer open to the public, and military personnel are stationed at the entrance to prevent unauthorized access. Jiangnan and his companions are not there for leisure. They ascend directly to the summit via cable car. Upon arrival, they encounter armed soldiers and fortified structures, tightly controlling entry and exit. Standing atop the mountain, Jiangnan gazes at the Heavenly Lake, its surface as smooth as a mirror, shrouded in mist. Above the lake, a surreal portal resembling a shattered mirror emanates an intense spatial fluctuation, marking the true entrance to the divine realm of the Heavenly Lake. Jiangnan's eyes brim with anticipation. As dusk falls, they cannot immediately enter the realm. The final assessments commence the following morning. Before that, they must check into a hotel situated beneath the Heavenly Lake. Students from Yuan No. 2 High School and Beijiang High School's Lingwu class have already arrived, their demeanor rife with hostility towards Jiangnan and his group, igniting a spark of competition between them. Wu Liang joins their ranks, and the trio convenes. During dinner, the teacher begins to explain the rules and precautions. Most students have participated before and pay little attention, but Jiangnan listens intently. This joint training exercise among 3 schools will span 15 days. With performance evaluated based on the total number and quality of spirit pearls collected by each team, drones will monitor the event, and any discovered cheating will result in immediate disqualification. Students will be issued satellite positioning wristbands, and should anyone be deemed incapacitated due to injury, they will be escorted from the realm. In cases of emergencies, or if they wish to withdraw from the competition, they may activate the wristbands, which will also mean forfeiting their participation. As the teacher continues with the regulations, Jiangnan smirks. It seems there is no rule against stealing from others, is there? Tang Xinya feels exasperated by Jiangnan's competitive spirit even before the event has begun, raising concerns about their journey into the realm. Wu Liang, being a seasoned participant, explains that not only can they steal, but they can also form alliances with other teams, provided they do not go too far. This rule intrigues Jiangnan. Competition and the ruthless pursuit of spirit pearls, especially with the addition of other schools, will surely lead to chaos within the realm. Yet, Jiangnan relishes the challenge. Although the Heavenly Lake's divine realm is rated as a bronze-level domain, it harbors silver and gold-level spirit beasts in its depths. Students are warned to prioritize their safety and avoid venturing too far inside. All right, you are free to explore. We'll gather at 6 tomorrow morning, the teacher concludes. Upon hearing this, the students spring into action, some strategizing their approach within the realm, while others study the habits of spirit beasts. Li Xiang observes the bustling students with a smirk. He and his companions head towards the base of the Heavenly Lake, where many practitioners and recent returnees have congregated, forming a lively night market. Ling Feng, somewhat bewildered, asks, "What are we doing here, Xiang Gu?" Li Xiang replies, "We're here to procure a map of the Heavenly Lake's divine realm. Those people have valuable information." Lu Chuanwu chuckles, "Xiang Gu, you're truly insightful. With a map, our advantage will be substantial." Li Xiang's pride swells as he leads the way. In the hotel lobby, Tang Xinya excitedly suggests they strategize. Jiangnan dismisses the idea, saying, "Why bother with that? Just follow me. There will definitely be food. Let us go explore. I wonder if they have hand-grabbed pancakes. I'm craving some with salad dressing." Jiangnan has already set his sights on the night market at the Heavenly Lake. As a dedicated vendor, he knows where there is a night market. There's Jiangnan. Tang Xinya exclaims, "Hand-grabbed pancakes? Wait, we're entering the realm tomorrow. Can't we feel a bit of tension?" Following Jiangnan, she feels as if they are on a vacation, glancing toward Wu Liang for support. Wu Liang asks, "What's wrong? Don't you like hand-grabbed pancakes?" Tang Xinya replies, "I do." At the Heavenly Lake's night market, Jiangnan and his companions wander freely, discovering it starkly contrasts what Ning Yuan had envisioned. Black tiger claws at the peak of bronze level are priced at 200,000 each, with a bonus of a tiger tail for full payment. Complete maps of the large forest, spirit beast activity zones, and records of safe areas are priced at 300,000 each, no bargaining allowed. Bronze-level red-faced baboon spirit pearls, complete with fear-inducing roar techniques, are listed at 3 million. Also non-negotiable. The night market is filled with such offerings, with prices that astonish. Once out of the Heavenly Lake, these items lose their value, thus creating the night market phenomenon. Jiangnan, filled with curiosity, observes without purchasing. It's not that he isn't interested, it's simply because he is financially challenged. Nevertheless, the atmosphere is vibrant, and he is tempted to set up his own stall. Meanwhile, Li Xiang is haggling fiercely with a young bald man over a rudimentary hand-drawn map, their argument escalating as they negotiate from 30 to 50,000. At that moment, a girl with a bun hairstyle catches sight of the bald young man, exclaiming, "Look, Zheng Wei." The young man haggling with Li Xiang instantly brightens, realizing the connection. Li Xiang, feeling the pinch, suggests, "How about 35,000? But Zheng Wei is uninterested, calling for his friends instead. The situation escalates until Li Xiang, annoyed, snaps, 40. That's my final offer. Zheng Wei, unimpressed, retorts, "Stop dawdling. I don't have time to waste on you." Jiangnan, taken aback, turns to see the bald young man is indeed Zheng Wei and greets him. "What's this? A new venture for you?" Zheng Wei beams. "In the market game, you are my senior." Haha. The girl, Su Jingru, complains, "You never reply to my messages. You promised to teach me how to throw bricks." Yuan laughs. "Jingru talks about you every day." Li Xiang is momentarily stunned, realizing they are referring to Jiangnan, who has never entered the realm, yet seems to know these seasoned vendors. Jiangnan smirks, "I want to interrupt your business. You should focus on making sales." Zheng Wei waves him off. "Don't mind him, just a chatterbox." Li Xiang, irritated, glares at Jiangnan, declaring, 50 it is. I'll take it. Chapter 49. Confidential files. Zheng Wei, surprised, responds, well, that was unexpectedly straightforward. The allure of succulent meat delivered right to one's lips is irresistible. At that moment, a WeChat transfer was made, money exchanged for goods. Although Li Xiang wore an expression of regret, his gaze towards Jiangnan was laced with disdain. Humph. A bunch of paupers. Can you even afford this? Lu Chuanwu chimed in. Haha, you're lucky to have met my brother Xiang. With this map in hand, entering the Lingshu will be much easier. Ling Feng and Li Mayan also wore smiles of amusement. Meanwhile, Zheng Wei chose to ignore Li Xiang and warmly embraced Jiangnan's shoulder. What brings you to the Tianqi Lingshu, Nanshun? Jiangnan replied with a smile. Isn't it the final exam? This statement left Zheng Wei and the two young ladies in shock. What? You're really a high school student? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. I told you I'm from the Centaur Galaxy, but you didn't believe me. Zheng Wei seemed to recall something, rummaging through his backpack to produce a notebook. Just in time, Nanshun. Here, take this. It contains all the information our team gathered about the Tianqi Lingshu. Records of the upper, middle, and lower paths, safe zones, spirit beast gathering points, types, habits, supply points, and more. You'll definitely find it useful. Zheng Wei opened the notebook. Filled with detailed notes and meticulously drawn maps, an entire volume. Li Xiang and the others were taken aback. They glanced at the map they had purchased for 500,000, which seemed utterly inferior in comparison, merely rough sketches and a few notes. It was akin to a thorough explanation versus a mere outline. They had spent money on it. Yet Jiangnan received this for free? Why? Jiangnan hesitated. This doesn't seem appropriate. Zheng Wei's expression turned serious. No way. You must take it. Not accepting it would mean looking down on me. Zheng Wei. Su Jingru added with a smile. Nanshun, just accept it. If it weren't for you, our team wouldn't have made such great gains. Jiangnan looked at Zheng Wei's bald head, understanding dawning upon him. Haha, then I shall accept it. Li Xiang was irate, exclaiming, why do they get such detailed information while we only receive the shabby version? I paid for mine. I want that too. Zheng Wei regarded Li Xiang with a look of disbelief. 50,000 is the price for that. No matter where you go, that's the cost. As for mine, it's not for sale. Li Xiang pointed at Jiangnan. Then why give it to him? Zheng Wei raised an eyebrow. Do you have any say in this? He is my Nanshan. Who do you think you are? Su Jingru remarked. This guy is really annoying. Li Xiang gritted his teeth in frustration. There is absolutely no reasoning with this. Jiangnan cleared his throat twice and handed the notebook back. How about you give me 50,000 more? And I'll sell this to you? Li Xiang, you really know how to do business. Both Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu wore expressions as if they had just tasted something bitter. Angrily, they said, don't think that having a map will allow you to take advantage inside. We shall see. With that, they left, unable to endure the humiliation any longer. Zheng Wei chuckled. So Nanshun, are you satisfied? That Dolly. Jiangnan generously pulled out a barrel of Dolly potion from his dimensional space and tossed it onto the stall. All good. For inquiries, contact me on WeChat. Zheng Wei laughed heartily. OJBK. On the way back, Tang Qinya gazed at Jiangnan with admiration. You just stroll through the night market and come away with a map of the Lingshu? Jiangnan's connections are truly impressive. Wu Liang, however, was not surprised, for he knew that Jiangnan's abilities extended far beyond this. The next morning, students from 3 high schools gathered beneath the Tianqi, numbering around 1,500, all standing in their respective teams. At this moment, every student wore a satellite wristband, undergoing security checks one by one. Jiangnan's team had become the focal point of attention, for while every other team carried large mountaineering backpacks, Jiangnan's team appeared as if they were on a leisurely trip carrying nothing at all. Jiangnan was even listening to music. Were they truly here to compete? Is Jiangqing Yizhang really that incompetent? They have such contestants? What will they eat, drink, or where will they stay once inside? Wow, that buzzcut guy is so handsome. I want to ask for his WeChat. Oh my goodness. His looks have pierced my heart. Today, I believe in love at first sight. Some bold girls even shouted, handsome guy, come with me into the Lingshu. I'll take care of you. As a result, Jiangnan found himself the target of envious glares from all the single men present. The resentment level soared. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Jiangnan's turn to pass through security. He presented his ID card for scanning. Beep, beep. No record found. The soldiers nearby, armed and vigilant, fixed their hawk-like gazes on Jiangnan. Scan again. Beep, beep. No record found. Not only was Jiangnan bewildered, but so were Wu Liang and Tang Qinya. What was happening? Others scanned their IDs, revealing their information, abilities, and levels. Every entrant into the Lingshu had to verify their identity. In an instant, 3 armed soldiers pointed their weapons at Jiangnan. Who are you? Jiangnan helplessly raised his hands. Please check again. I assure you, I'm fine. My classmates can vouch for me. A commotion erupted. Li Xiang seized the opportunity to mock. Haha, a black household, Lu Chuanwu added, came out of an orphanage. Didn't he get registered? Is there a problem? TSK, TSK. How pitiful. No record found. Haha, is it because he isn't human? Move faster. I'm waiting to get through. A multitude of taunts emerged, while voices from behind urged them to hurry. The chaos grew. A scarred officer noticed the commotion and strode over with a stern expression, asking, "What's going on?" The soldier replied, "This kid's ID card isn't working. No record found." The officer, puzzled, thought to himself, "No record found? How could that be?" He glanced at Jiangnan and then at his ID card. The ID card seemed fine. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he fetched a specialized military device. Scanning Jiangnan's ID card again. Beep, beep. Identity file classified. Access restricted to officials below the school level. The cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the area. Gasps filled the air. The crowds gazed towards Jiangnan transformed. What was happening? His ID card could only be scanned with military-grade equipment, and it was encrypted. Those below the school level had no right to access it. My goodness, what did this signify? It meant that only a select few within Huaxia could view Jiangnan's information. No one present had the qualifications. Ahem. Here, I formally request a wave of 5-star ratings. A plea for bookshelf placements and comments. Immediate recommendations are crucial for the author and will determine how far this book can go. I kindly ask all my lovely friends to lend a hand of support. Thank you. Subsequent chapters will have explosive updates. Let us go big. Chapter 50. Report to the teacher. Jiangnan cheated. The officer's expression shifted dramatically. Beads of cold sweat forming. Such a level of encryption could only be accessed by a few special units. And this young man before him. He stood at attention, saluting Jiangnan with a solemn demeanor, stating, "Safe travels. You are permitted to pass." The 3 soldiers who had their weapons trained on Jiangnan hurriedly lowered their arms, also saluting him. The crowd fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Those who had urged and mocked moments ago now dared not utter a word. Who knows what background Jiangnan has? Li Xiang and the others were rendered speechless, feeling as if they had struck a punch into thin air, an excruciating sensation. Tang Qianya's delicate face was filled with astonishment, while Wu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Many students recalled the scene when Jiangnan was taken away by the Night Army. Could there truly be a connection with the Night Army? Jiangnan silently withdrew his identification card, filled with inward annoyance. Damn stray cat. How did I end up as a black household? Almost got me shot. However, with the stringent checks in Lingshu, Jiangnan felt considerably reassured. Surely, the White Sharks people would not be able to enter. Thus, all 500 participants from 3 schools successfully passed through the entrance of Lingshu. As soon as Jiangnan stepped into the gate, a profound spatial fluctuation enveloped him, a sensation he found familiar, akin to the feeling during teleportation. Suddenly, his vision brightened, revealing a lush, verdant forest. The mountains stretched endlessly, with some peaks capped in snow. The forest echoed with the occasional deep roar of beasts, creating an unmistakable sense of another world. The military had established a base at the entrance, constructing numerous wooden cabins. Troops were stationed year-round in Lingshu, with safety zones set up in various locations. Upon entering, the students formed small teams and charged in 3 different directions. There were 3 paths: upper, middle, and lower. The upper and lower routes featured lower-ranked spirit beasts, providing a higher safety factor. Conversely, the middle path, recently opened, was teeming with higher-ranked spirit beasts, significantly increasing the danger. Yet, most students rushed towards the central route. The abundance of spirit beasts along the way meant that the early birds would reap the rewards. Above, numerous drones broadcasted real-time footage of Lingshu back to the large screens in the hotel, monitoring each team's progress. Not long after Jiangnan and his friends entered, 3 military vehicles arrived outside the hotel, disembarking a team clad in Night Army uniforms, taking full control of the surveillance. The school could only comply. Meanwhile, the school's official website was also live-streaming the competition, as it aimed to generate revenue and promote itself. At this moment, the online viewership for Jiangnan, one high school, had surged to over 100,000. The comments flooded in. Haha, I'm here to see my South God. What a coincidence. So am I. Where is he? That handsome guy with the buzz cut. Can't find him? Clearly not a true fan. He truly is stunning from every angle. I envy the girl teamed with him. Seeing the soaring viewer count, the principal beamed with delight. Jiangnan was a natural magnet for attention. Simultaneously, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were nestled at home. Engrossed in the live stream, snacks and drinks at the ready. Xia Yao exclaimed, "Oh my! So many female fans for Xiao Nan." The chat is filled with people here for him. Zhang Yingshui chuckled. Then we are too. Xia Yao grinned mischievously. He said he'd take first place? I wonder what he's truly capable of. The scene shifted back to the event. Approximately 1,000 students had charged in, while over 500 hesitated on which path to take. Naturally, the more capable teams headed for the central route. Tang Qianya, brimming with excitement, asked, South God, which path shall we take? Jiangnan shook his head. Us? We shall not go. Tang Qianya was bewildered. Not going? Are we just going to stay here until it ends? Correct. It's been confirmed. Jiangnan is here for a vacation. She then looked towards Wu Liang for help. Wu Liang replied, Yes. We are not going. Tang Qianya felt a surge of resentment. Tang Qianya's resentment value 333. Jiangnan then flashed a radiant smile. Why move so slowly? With that, he snapped his fingers, and the door to the alternate space opened wide. Wu Liang promptly stepped inside, followed by a thunderous engine roar, with the headlights illuminating the area. A heavily modified Ford Raptor truck emerged before Tang Qianya's astonished gaze. Tang Qianya exclaimed, Mom, something strange has slipped in here. Jiangnan climbed into the vehicle, declaring, Let's drive. Hop in. By the time Tang Qianya settled into the back seat, her mind was in a daze. Jiangnan brought a car in. What sort of magical operation was this? While others traveled on foot, he chose to drive. No wonder he wasn't in a hurry. Meanwhile, the students still at the entrance were flabbergasted to see Jiangnan's team had actually brought a car in. They nearly choked on their disbelief. Are you serious? You're driving? Jiangnan pulled out a megaphone. Middle route. Get ready to hop in. There's room for 1001. Seats are limited. Don't miss your chance. Students went wild. Are you seriously charging for this? 1,000. That's not too expensive. A minute later, Wu Liang floored the gas pedal, and the Raptor roared into action, spewing thick black smoke as it sped towards the central route. The truck was a whirlwind of power, carrying 12 people in the back. Jiangnan sat in the passenger seat, counting money with a dazzling smile. Those left behind were dumbfounded. Where do we even complain about this? A vehicle in Lingshu dramatically increases mobility. They VE struck it rich. In a moment of urgency, someone reported to the drone, Teacher, Jiangnan is cheating. Yes, he is cheating. How can he drive? It's unfair. This was not just cheating. It felt akin to exploiting a glitch. Even the teachers and staff were left speechless. However, they replied, Jiangnan hasn't violated any rules. You can drive too. But where on earth do we get a car? The teacher's message was simple. If he could bring a car in, that was his skill. If you have the ability, you bring one too. How could you carry one in? Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded. Oh my God. South God is so flashy. DS driving? Charging people too? What a businessman. Haha. I can't stop laughing. The megaphone is pure genius. Damn. The spatial abilities are off the charts. South God is just South God. You never know what outrageous stunt he'll pull next. The comments flooded the screen. Zhang Yingshui and Xia Yao were in stitches, laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Is he really this extravagant? Xiaonan is too mischievous. Zhang Yingshui covered her face, shaking with laughter. P.S. Author's note. This book is about to be recommended. Same old requests. 5-star reviews. Add to your bookshelf. Push for updates. Every comment and review I receive directly influences this book's performance. The book's success during the recommendation period is crucial in determining how far it will go. I hope everyone who reads this can lend a hand. Give a 5-star rating. Add it to your shelf. Encourage more updates and leave comments. Qingfeng will respond to each one. If you find the work enjoyable, make sure to add it to your shelf and leave a 5-star review. The quality of a book is jointly determined by the readers and the author. So, dear readers, please support me. Let us boost the performance and data. Do not hesitate to use those hands for a 5-star review. Of course, during the recommendation period, explosive updates are inevitable. If everyone supports me, Qingfeng will deliver updates like never before. Hooray! Lastly, 5-star ratings bookshelf push for updates. Thank you. Much love. There will be updates at noon or in the afternoon. It's been recommended, so everyone must support it. Let us get those 5-star ratings rolling. Chapter 51, Lying Chicken? 50 pushes for more updates. The heavily modified Raptor truck has maximum off-road capability. Even amidst the forest, it moves swiftly. Meanwhile, the teams that set off early were now fully energized, racing towards the Spirit Beast gathering point. They aimed to secure a prime position, glaring at each other fiercely, refusing to yield. Abilities enhancing physical functions made the competition fierce. However, those elemental mages were utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat and panting like a dying dog. Li Xiong and his team, having set off early, found themselves at the forefront of the group, with Li Xiong wiping the sweat from his brow while drinking water. In the distance, he vaguely heard the hum of an engine, which left many puzzled. How could there be car sounds in the spirit ruins? Surely he must have misheard. Perhaps it was just the roar of some spirit beast. But the engine noise grew louder, prompting the students to glance back. They spotted a black raptor monster truck speeding towards them, pulling along a dozen people. Jiangnan was shouting through a loudspeaker, "Make way! Make way! Don't let anyone get hurt." The teams were bewildered. What is going on? Where did that vehicle come from? Li Xiang and Li Mian were dumbfounded. Isn't that Jiangnan? Just as they were processing this, the raptor sped past, splattering mud all over Li Xiang and his companions, instantly turning them into muddy figures. The earthy taste overwhelming their senses. The only way to distinguish between the genders was the modesty of their chests. What the hell? Jiangnan! Li Xiang roared in fury, but the vehicle had already vanished from sight. The frantic teams were left in shock. What kind of celestial team was this? Where did their vehicle come from? Many reported cheating, but received no response. Who were they? That was Jiangnan from Jiangqing No. 1 High School. The vehicle must have been stored in an alternate space. This was beyond impressive. The spatial abilities were enviable. How could they possibly compete? What was the name of their team? Jiangnan was right about everything. No, what was right? I asked for the name of their team. As they journeyed, the resentment meter was rapidly filling up. Jiangnan was grinning from ear to ear. If only there were competitions every day, he would be on cloud 9. How could he ensure his own enjoyment while others suffered? This was not Jiangnan's fault. It was the system's. The system was at fault. What did Jiangnan have to do with it? The passengers began to disembark, and Jiangnan's group also came to a halt, as they had encountered a group of spirit beasts, red-faced baboons. These social spirit beasts were mostly at the bronze level, highly aggressive with formidable physical prowess. The baboon leader possessed a fearsome skill, a terrifying roar that could briefly stun and paralyze enemies. Jiangnan, having thoroughly studied Zheng Wei's notes the previous night, immediately recognized the baboons. This was his first encounter with a spirit beast, and unlike the ordinary baboons of the outside world, these red-faced baboons were impressively large. Even when crouched down, standing at about 1.5 meters tall, their muscular bodies cloaked in golden fur, with fierce red faces. Attracted by the noise of the raptor's engine, the baboons had taken notice of Jiangnan and his companions, their eyes glinting with caution. What do you say? Shall we take them on? Jiangnan casually proposed. Wu Liang nodded. I'm with you. Jiangnan smiled. I'll draw their attention. You take the damage and protect Xiao Tang Tang. Leave the rest to me. Tang Qinya, feeling a bit anxious, asked, what should I do? Jiangnan replied, stay behind the big guy. With your wood-based abilities, you can control the plants around here to hinder them. Tang Qinya nodded eagerly. All right. The three of them exited the vehicle. Wu Liang activated his bear-like transformation, towering over 2 meters, wielding his blade with confidence, while Tang Xinya's hands glowed with green energy. Though she appeared somewhat tense, Jiangnan brandished his Tang sword and asked, are you ready? Wu Liang slammed his shield down. Let us do this. In an instant, Jiangnan teleported, appearing amidst the baboon horde 100 meters away. The suddenness of his arrival caught the baboons off guard as his Tang sword sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling arc in its wake. With a swift motion, he decapitated a baboon towering over him, grinning as he caught its head. Tang Qinya felt a shiver run down her spine. Could a bronze-level baboon truly be defeated so easily? The scent of blood enraged the baboon pack, who began hurling stones and sticks at Jiangnan. The baboon leader, noticeably larger than the others, let out a thunderous roar, a manifestation of its fearsome skill. Jiangnan felt as though his heart had been struck. Momentarily, Di Xiao Nan has truly never entered the spirit ruins? How astonishing. The beauty in Zhongying Xui's eye sparkles. During the battle, there was not a hint of hesitation. The timing was impeccable. If one were unaware of the circumstances, they might assume Jiangnan was a seasoned veteran. At this moment, Jiangnan and his companions resumed their journey. As he sat in the vehicle, Jiangnan reflected on the recent battle, feeling quite dissatisfied. He had underestimated the effect of the fear war technique. Given another chance, he would swiftly eliminate the baboon lord. He also recognized the shortcomings of his team. Their output was rather weak. Jiangnan had just played the role of an assassin. If only they had a powerful mage, things would be much easier. With this thought, he couldn't help but look forward to the days after reaching Songjiang's spirit marshal. After slaying 7 baboons, they had only obtained 3 spirit orbs, one of which contained the fear roar technique. What do you think? Does the big guy want this technique? Wu Liang shook his head. No, it's not suitable for me. What about Xiao Tang? Tang Qinya shook her head frantically. I'll pass. As a delicate girl, if she were to absorb this technique, a roar during battle would surely frighten both the enemies and spirit beasts. Wouldn't that ruin her persona? A Barbie in a frenzy? Xiao Tang's heart rejected the idea. As they sped along the road, Jiangnan showed no mercy toward any spirit beasts or groups he encountered. Eventually, he ignored even the black iron level spirit beasts. Jiangnan would teleport out, dispatch them in seconds, and then teleport back, leaving no survivors in his wake. Along the way, they no longer encountered spirit beasts resembling the red-faced baboons. After all, they were in the outskirts where spirit beasts were scarce and of low levels. By around 4 in the afternoon, they had reached a safe haven. They had collected 11 spirit orbs, 5 bronze level and the rest black iron level. At that moment, Jiangnan's grievance list was rapidly refreshing. It was filled with unfamiliar names, leaving Jiangnan perplexed. What on earth? I haven't done anything to deserve such grievances. Could it be that my handsomeness has incited jealousy? Unbeknownst to him, the group trailing behind Jiangnan was nearing madness. They found nothing left along the way. Every spirit beast they passed had been left as a lifeless corpse, as if plucked clean. Even the fruits along the path had been picked clean. They had traveled from early morning until after 7 in the evening. Not a single harvest to show for it. It would be odd if they didn't resent Jiangnan. They were questioning their very existence. Were they here to compete or merely run a marathon? Exhausted, they arrived at the safe haven with trembling calves, utterly drained. It was a vast area by a large lake. Soldiers had erected wooden barriers, creating a safe spot for spirit warriors to rest and regroup. After all, the spirit ruins were perilous at night, with numerous nocturnal spirit beasts about. There were also armed soldiers and military spirit warriors on duty. The group was filthy, like little demons. Li Xiang's team stood out particularly, resembling true mud people. Covered in dirt, they looked miserable. All were eager to enter the safe haven and rest for the night before battling again the next day. However, upon entering the safe zone, they were struck dumb. They beheld a massive inflatable tent standing by the lake. A luxurious 3-room, 1-hall tent. 3 bright 500-watt camping lights illuminated the area. Wu Liang was squatting by a campfire, bare-chested. A whole roasted deer was sizzling over the fire, emanating an irresistible aroma. A giant rainbow umbrella was set up by the lakeside. On a beach chair, Jiangnan donned a pristine white bathrobe. With a goblet in hand filled with chilled soda, he was elegantly enjoying the sunset-esque glow. Without turning around, he called out, "Big guy, add more cumin. And more chili powder." Wu Liang replied, "Sure thing, brother Nan." What the hell? After a day-esque grueling marathon, the group exploded in disbelief. How could it be this extravagant? The atmosphere felt all wrong. A 3-room tent, more cumin and chili powder, drinking soda from a goblet, admiring the sunset from a beach chair. In an instant, they thought they had arrived in Sanya. Were they competing or on vacation? In contrast, they had tents, hammocks, sleeping bags, and instant noodles. After running all day, who had the energy for such frivolities? They wished to collapse immediately in sleep. Yet, lying in their sleeping bags, the aroma of roasted deer wafted over, rendering their compressed biscuits tasteless. Damn, they were all human. Why were the disparities so stark? Eat your fill. Just don't let us see it. The competitors were inwardly cursing. Just then, Tang Qinya, wrapped in a bathrobe and drying her hair, emerged, fresh from a shower. Her lovely face still bore a hint of pink. "Wu Gu, is it ready?" "Almost. Want to play some games in the meantime?" The group. There's even a shower room. "What is this? Did you bring a gaming console too? Why not just move your entire house here?" "Oh heavens! Why haven't you struck this guy down with lightning?" Li Xiang glanced at Jiangnan and then at his own dirty self. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanwu rifled through his backpack. "Xianggu, what flavor of instant noodles do you want? Beef brisket? Chicken stew with mushrooms?" Li Xiang scowled. "Eat your mother's eggs. Sleep." Lu Chuanwu, Li Mu Yan, Ling Feng. Jiangnan gazed at his grievance list, which was overflowing. "Alas, I don't wish for such extravagance. Yet, it is the reality of my home. As a young man, one cannot suffer while away from home. My companions have been incredibly supportive. Let us keep this up. A 5-star review, just a click away. For those who enjoy, don't forget to add me to your bookshelf, so you won't lose your way. Thank you." Chapter 53, Jiangnan. Mind your manners. By the campfire, Jiangnan sliced into the roasted meat with a military dagger, savoring every greasy bite. Wu Liang was voraciously gnawing on a deer leg. Tang Qinya nibbled delicately beside them, her face alight with happiness. Spirit beast meat is incomparable to ordinary meat. The group stationed nearby wore expressions of despair, unable to sleep through the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat. Desperate, they could only plug their noses with grass. Yet, they could not suppress their drooling. Frustrated, they buried their heads and tried to sleep. Even in the evening, the live stream remained lively. How audacious. What a daring move. Haha, just look at those poor team members. I'm dying of laughter. After a day's marathon, they must endure the mental torment from Jiangnan. It became evident that Jiangnan was merely here for a vacation. Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yu watched Jiangnan and his team feast on roasted meat, their appetites whetted. Can one truly enjoy such luxuries in the spirit ruins? Jiangnan's actions had shattered their worldview. Every previous visit to the spirit ruins had been a test of endurance. How could one have such amenities? Yet, Jiangnan seemed to live in opulence. Xiao gazed at Jiangnan, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She resolved to team up with him, if only to bathe and enjoy roasted meat in the spirit ruins. The soldiers observing the drone footage of the Dark Knight army wore bitter smiles. After so many years of missions, they had never witnessed such audacious antics. Audacious to the extreme. The following morning, they were awakened by the aroma of coffee and the roar of engines. Upon opening their eyes, they saw Jiangnan and his team driving away in their Raptor. Panic ensued. They scrambled, their hearts racing. With red eyes, they frantically packed their belongings. Hey, Jiangnan, don't you dare leave. Damn it. On the road again? Get up, don't sleep. Let us chase after them. Ugh, why wake up so early? Why chase Jiangnan? He is not a beauty. Are you out of your mind? Let them run ahead. With our numbers, what can we gain? We'd be lucky to catch a warm meal. A hasty group packed their things. Some didn't even close the doors. Others had their chest straps fastened incorrectly. They paid no mind, disheveled as they hit the road, resembling a horde of starving zombies. Yet, what lay before them were always the tire tracks and scattered spirit beast corpses. After a day of relentless pursuit, we finally reached the next safe haven. Only to be once again outshone by Jiangnan. To add insult to injury, we had to endure an olfactory assault. Burdened with grievances, I fell asleep. Only to awaken to find Jiangnan had already sped off ahead. This predicament persisted for a full 3 days. The squad members were beginning to curse under their breath. The upper and lower routes had developed an advantageous situation, yet we remained stuck in the middle. Trailing behind Jiangnan, without a single gain, each of us bore dark circles under our eyes, as if we had been through a famine. Had we truly been running a marathon alongside Jiangnan for 3 days? If this continued, we might as well abandon our studies and register for a marathon. We would surely be gold medal contenders. Thus, we reported Jiangnan's misdeeds. We were at our limit. Our bodies could no longer withstand this. Can someone please rein him in? My step counter on WeChat surpassed 110,000 steps yesterday, ranking me 108th among friends. Can you believe it? I simply cannot go on. I must switch to the lower route, for the middle path is unbearable. Someone is clearly exploiting the system. The team in the middle was filled with grievances, collectively petitioning for relief. The teachers and staff could no longer bear to watch. Jiangnan, despite his antics, had not violated any rules. He was merely exploiting them. If this persisted, we would surely face collapse. While Jiangnan was comfortably examining his spiritual pearls in the car, his satellite wristband suddenly vibrated. Jiangnan, mind your manners. Do not disrupt the competition. A stern warning echoed. If this continues, we may have to ask you to leave. Jiangnan was taken aback. Why on earth would you ask me to leave? I am enjoying my 15-day vacation, preparing to secure first place. Who have I offended? Resigned, he extended his hand out of the car window, signaling a casual okay gesture. Wu Liang, with an expression of helplessness, asked, What now? Jiangnan grinned. Of course, we shall heed the teacher's advice. We have been so exhausted. We deserve a good rest these next few days. Tang Qianyao interjected with disbelief. Exhausted? Where have you felt fatigue? After 3 days, I have even gained weight. True to his word, Jiangnan refrained from seizing any more advantages over the next 2 days, instead choosing to accompany the group, sparing the spirit beasts and leisurely exploring the spiritual realm with Wu Liang and Tang Qianyao. The remaining squads finally breathed a sigh of relief and began hunting spirit beasts, gradually making progress. But why the frustration? We toiled day and night, risking our lives, while Jiangnan frolicked with the girls. We were all human. Why was he so extraordinary? On this day, Li Xiang's team was engaged in a fierce battle against a bronze 3-star Earth armor dragon, creating chaos all around. Lu Qianwu held the line with beast transformation. I employed mud to restrict its movement. Ling Feng seized the opportunity for a sneak attack, while Li Mayan dealt damage. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, Jiangnan burst in with Wu Liang and Tang Qianyao. Upon witnessing the scene, his eyes lit up. Li Xiang's team was on high alert, fearing Jiangnan might attempt to steal their kill. Jiangnan pointed to a small waterfall, exclaiming, The scenery here is splendid. Let's take some poses. Wu Liang and Tang Qianyao eagerly raced to the waterfall's side. Wu Liang, shirtless, struck a crab pose, his muscles bulging impressively. Tang Qianyao posed with 2 peace signs, beaming sweetly. Li Xiang, what the heck? Li Mayan, are we not in the midst of a battle? Can't you see the tension in the air? We're fighting for our lives here. And yet, you bring people to snap pictures? Have you no shame? All right. 1, 2, 3, smile. Say eggplant. Li Xiang's resentment level 999. Lu Qianwu's resentment level 666. With a snap, Jiangnan called out excitedly, Come. This is turning out brilliantly. Look. Tang Qianyao's eyes sparkled with delight. What girl doesn't love taking photos? She hurried over to join Wu Liang. However, the phone screen displayed a close-up of Jiangnan's face, grinning widely, revealing his pearly whites. Tang Qinya, a selfie? And do you think it looks good? What purpose does that serve if we were to pose? Hey, she pouted. Wu Liang exclaimed, Brother Nan, can I give you a beating? This is too much. Tang Qianya's resentment level 333. Wu Liang's resentment level 999. Wow. Looks like the big guy has quite the chip on his shoulder. More vain than the little girl. Jiangnan swiped through his album, finally revealing the photos just taken, showcasing Wu Liang's impressive muscles and Tang Qianya's radiant smile, with the background of Li Xiang's team appearing as a blur of frustration. Wu Liang and Tang Qianya's expressions darkened. Was this really necessary? Jiangnan chuckled. Let's move on to the next spot. Wu Liang, Tang Qianya, author's note. Currently, Dolly is still being recommended, and I urge everyone to support it. Raise the book's data and performance. If you like it, please add it to your bookshelf. A 5-star rating would mean the world to me. I will respond to comments. As per tradition, if we receive 50 comments asking for updates or ratings, I will add an extra chapter. This does not mean an extra chapter for every 50 comments. Please be kind. I'm really struggling. The additional chapter will likely be released around noon or afternoon. Thanks to everyone for being so supportive. Let's keep it up. Hooray. And remember to give a 5-star review and add it to your bookshelf. Qingfeng appreciates you all. For those interested in joining the Qingfeng Alliance, check out Chapter 34 for the number. Chapter 54 reveals the true fragrance law. Extra chapter. What peculiar fondness is this? Moving on to the next location. How much does Jiangnan enjoy aggravating people? Tang Qianya felt that for the past 5 days, she had been under the watchful eyes of those filled with grievances. Wu Liang remarked, Brother Nan, at this rate, our chance of securing first place seems quite slim. Jiangnan reassured, no worries, I have it all under control. It's just about the spirit pearls. The live stream chat exploded. He takes photos while they fight? When will I ever be as exceptional as him? Why do I feel the urge to beat him up? Haha, that's brilliant. What a cheeky maneuver. They won't even hunt spirit beasts anymore. Just showing off? Is this self-sabotage? At this moment, the group had entered the spiritual realm for the 5th day and reached their 5th and final safe haven. Beyond this point, no safe zones would remain. Most squads opted to use the safe haven as a base, hunting spirit beasts during the day and returning to rest at night. Few squads dared to delve deeper, as it posed significant dangers during the night. Over the past 2 days, Jiangnan had explored nearly all nearby areas and had a general understanding of the surroundings. This day, he returned early to the safe zone to set up camp. As the group members dragged their weary bodies back to the safe haven, an irresistible aroma filled the air. Before a spacious tent with 3 rooms and a hall, a colossal barbecue grill had been erected. Skewers of meat were sizzling over the charcoal fire. Several small tables had been set up in the open area, and a large fan blew gusts of wind, spreading the delightful scent throughout the camp. Over a loudspeaker, Jiangnan's voice repeatedly called out, Come, come. Special meat skewers from Tianqi. Absolutely delicious. Who wants to buy skewers? Mama, I want to eat grilled meat skewers. Enjoy. Are 10 skewers enough? That's plenty. Thank you, Mama. You're the best. Tang Qianya shyly covered her face. She never imagined she would find herself selling skewers in the spiritual realm. Moreover, the advertising was utterly embarrassing. Jiangnan had done all the voiceovers himself, even mimicking a little girl's voice perfectly. The group was stunned. What was happening? Upon returning to the safe haven, it felt akin to stepping into a night market. Setting up a food stall in the spiritual realm? Are you serious? Had he been preparing this for the last 2 days? But it truly did smell divine. After consuming compressed biscuits and instant noodles for 5 or 6 days, the mere scent of skewers made their mouths water. Someone immediately inquired, how much for the skewers? Jiangnan waved his hand grandly, declaring, 1 black iron-level spirit pearl per person. Unlimited meat skewers. A discount for the 4-person team was offered. Just 3 black iron-level spirit pearls for the lot. The group was taken aback, realizing they were being eyed for their spirit pearls. No wonder they hadn't hunted spirit beasts lately. It seemed they were merely biding their time for this moment. How shameless. Was this not a blatant attempt to exploit them? After all their hard work to acquire spirit pearls, Jiangnan was now attempting to fleece them? Absolutely not. But those skewers did smell absolutely divine. What a delight it would be to taste them. Wiping the drool from his mouth, he thought, it's just 3 pearls, right? I'll give them. He resolved to exert himself more tomorrow. Bring on the skewers. Let us go all out. A team that had enjoyed a decent harvest had no reason to hesitate. After 5 days of bland instant noodles, their taste buds craved something flavorful. Within no time, 8 tables were filled. Some teams had to sit on the ground to enjoy the skewers, devouring them like hungry wolves. sending sparks flying from the skewers. The sight made other teams envious. Seeing the situation was ripe, Jiangnan presented another tempting offer. Look here, everyone. Chilled green beers. Meat skewers paired with beer, it's a match made in heaven. Just one bronze-level spirit pearl for a dozen beers. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "What? Why so expensive?" Jiangnan retorted, "These are chilled. Think you can find another deal like this in the heavenly pool?" Initially, no one was willing to buy. But how could they resist the salty allure of the skewers? Jiangnan had ordered Wu Liang to douse them in salt. Thirsty from their previous meals, they took one look at the frosty green beers, glistening with frost, and exclaimed, "Give me a dozen. Boss, these skewers are way too salty. Can you ease up on the salt?" Jiangnan replied, "No can do. I run a business that's all about value." "Fine. Load on the salt. More cumin and chili powder, please." Wu Liang was sweating profusely. Tang Qinya tied on an apron and began serving. Spirit pearls were pouring in. Previously worried about securing first place, with the opening of this bustling food stall, they were assured victory. No one could resist, and it was clear they were being taken advantage of. But who cared? After 5 days without proper food, they simply could not resist the tempting aroma of the skewers. Jiangnan wandered around the camp with skewers in hand, enticing. "Hey, brother, care for a bite?" The person scowled, gritting their teeth in frustration. "Oh, it's so delicious. A single bite oozes with flavor." He strolled over to Li Xiang's group. "Want to grab a bite? Your team has done well and doesn't he mind parting with 3 spirit pearls, right?" Li Xiang scoffed. "We don't mind. But why don't you just give it to us for free?" Jiangnan smirked. "Free? Little buddy, are you dreaming?" Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. "Don't celebrate too soon. If this continues, the school authorities will definitely come looking for you." Jiangnan shrugged. "Looking for me? Have I broken any rules? I'm merely fulfilling a demand. They willingly give me their spirit pearls." Lu Chuanwu pointed an accusatory finger at Jiangnan, declaring, "I, Lu Chuanwu, would rather starve. I'd leap off this cliff and eat a single morsel from you." Li Xiang and Ling Feng gave Lu Chuanwu a thumbs up. "No doubt about it, my friend. You have principles." Jiangnan shrugged. "Fine, if you don't want to eat, that's your choice." He then called out, "Limited time offer. Anyone who dines here will receive a complimentary shower." At this announcement, Li Muyan could no longer stay seated. A chance to bathe? After 5 days, she felt filthy. Having been covered in mud since day 1, this was a disaster for any girl. "Should we also go eat something? 3 bronze-level spirit pearls is not a burden for us." Li Xiang frowned. "Isn't that just letting Jiangnan profit more? His spirit pearls will only multiply." Ling Feng whispered, "Even if we don't contribute, they've secured first place already." Li Xiang felt uneasy, yet he could not bring himself to join them. "Go if you wish. I'm not going." Li Muyan disregarded his protest and grabbed 3 spirit pearls to head off for a shower. Ling Feng and Lu Chuanwu exchanged glances. Having spent the money, wouldn't he not eating just benefit Jiangnan? Let's show him. They settled down on the ground, each with a large meat skewer. "Wow, it's so tasty. Why is it so delicious? Skewers are the best. Let us indulge," Jiangnan thought. I'll pretend Lu Chuanwu's earlier words were just nonsense. Indeed, nothing escapes the undeniable allure of delicious food. This chapter is an additional update for today, dear friends. Remember to leave a 5-star review. Add to your bookshelf to avoid getting lost. You're all so cool. Seeking bookshelves, seeking 5 stars. Chapter 55. Under the crooked tree they toiled until late into the night, raking in over 70 black iron-level spirit pearls and 13 bronze-level spirit pearls. Wu Liang could hardly believe that Jiangnan had secured first place through selling skewers. As they were packing up, Jiangnan carried a large pile of skewers toward the duty squad. Over the past few days, Jiangnan had amassed an unfathomable amount of resentment points, constantly refreshing. One detail caught his attention. An unexpected name had appeared on the resentment list. From Ivanov. Harivis resentment points 666. This occurrence had happened 3 times in total. Moreover, it surfaced only when he reached the last safe zone. Jiangnan sensed a conspiracy in the air. The White Shark Group? They too were eager to identify this individual. For this reason, Jiangnan had been snapping photos and showcasing his wares, desperately trying to ascertain whether Ivanov was hidden amongst the squats. However, that was not the case. Hence, only one conclusion remained. Jiangnan approached the soldiers on duty with skewers and beer in hand. "Hey, want some? It's delicious." The soldier glanced at Jiangnan, remaining impassive as he stood at attention. "Hey, not this one." The strongest street vendor system was simply phenomenal for identifying people. "Brother, you stood guard all day. How about treating your comrades to a bite? The military has regulations." "Seriously, not even a bite." Jiangnan waved the meat skewer in front of the soldier's nose. "Apologies. I'm just forced into this." Jiangnan lamented. "If you're angry, direct your ire toward that Ivanov. After testing the waters for a while, no one seemed tempted. Finally, he reached a soldier who stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, with a broad build. The soldier's expression shifted. Swallowing hard, he tentatively asked, then, "May I have one skewer?" Jiangnan exclaimed, "Wow, you're actually going to eat? Aren't there regulations?" The soldier's face darkened. "So you never intended to share with us? Why are you parading those skewers around?" From Ivanov. Harivis resentment points 999. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Here it comes. However, upon observing the soldier, he noticed he bore few traits typical of a goose country national. Had he undergone cosmetic alterations? Or perhaps utilized some spirit technique? The system was infallible. "I'm not afraid of you facing penalties. Here, I'll cover for you. Go ahead and eat," Jiangnan offered, extending the meat skewer toward Ivanov. Ivanov devoured the skewer voraciously. Why does it taste a bit like soybeans? And wow, this skewer is way too salty. Jiangnan chuckled as he watched Ivanov finish eating and then casually inquired around, but no one else was interested. Jiangnan sighed. "Then I'll just toss it away." What a waste. Watching Jiangnan's carefree retreat, Ivanov smirked. "Enjoy it while you can." Once outside the safe zone, Jiangnan's expression turned grim. Underneath an inconspicuous crooked tree, a string of skewers was carelessly discarded. With a swift clap of his hands, he teleported back to the safety zone. Inside the tent, Jiangnan beckoned Wu Liang and Tang Qianro to come over. "What's going on, Brother Nan? What's the matter?" Jiangnan replied, "If anything happens tonight, take little Tang and flee to the next safety zone, seeking refuge with the duty troops. Understood? Don't concern yourself with me, nor follow my lead." Wu Liang's expression darkened. "What kind of trouble are we facing?" Tang Qianya also appeared anxious. "Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago?" "Jiangnan seems unusually on edge today. It's not something that can be explained easily. Remember what I said. Keep yourselves safe. Stay awake tonight. Don't drive off. You'll attract too much attention." Wu Liang opened his mouth to respond, but upon meeting Jiangnan's gaze, he swallowed his words and muttered, "Understood, Brother Nan." That night, the three remained wide awake. Not a single one of them able to sleep. Jiangnan pondered, how did the White Shark's people manage to infiltrate such a tightly guarded entrance to the Lingxiu? Upon reflection, it dawned on him that they likely had their own operatives within the duty troops. Was it truly bold enough to act within the Tianqi Lingxiu? He wondered if the blonde beauty had arrived yet. "Sister Miao, at this critical moment, please don't let me down." Outside the safety zone, beneath the crooked tree, a bush rustled slightly. Concealed beneath a camouflage netting adorned with leaves lay two figures. A man and a woman, and Ning and Qinshan from the night army. Their gazes were fixed on the skewers Jiangnan had discarded. And Ning whispered, "What is happening? Did Jiangnan spot us?" Qinshan replied, "That shouldn't be the case. He definitely noticed. Why else would he deliberately come here to drop the skewers? So far from the entrance to the safety zone?" And Ning slowly extended her hand to retrieve the plastic bag containing the skewers, revealing a small note inside. "Soldier ID 009527. A member of the White Shark's crew." The two exchanged a shocked glance, bewildered. How did Jiangnan realize there were operatives from the night army trailing him? How did he pinpoint their hidden location? Did he suspect a spy? And Ning immediately pulled out a military computer and began searching. "This 009527 is indeed problematic. Damn it. How did he infiltrate? He's on duty right here in the safety zone, and we didn't even detect him." Qinshan asked, "Should we eliminate him?" "First, inform Captain Miao. I suspected something was off these past few days. The White Shark must have already initiated their plans." Just as they finished notifying, Ivanov stumbled out, clutching his stomach, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that kid's skewers weren't cooked, right? Were they poisoned or something? He had just eaten a skewer while on duty, and now his stomach was in turmoil, causing a series of unfortunate flatulence that drew the disdainful glares of his fellow soldiers. It felt as if he had ignited a firecracker in his pocket. As he searched for a suitable spot to relieve himself, an overwhelming pressure surged, and he could hardly endure it any longer. Spotting the crooked tree, he dashed over, unbuckling his belt, ready to unleash a torrent of relief. However, beneath the camouflage, two pairs of terrified eyes stared back at him, and Ning and Qinshan were nearly driven to madness. "What the hell? You sure know how to pick a spot." They had initially intended to spare him, but if they didn't act soon, it would be too late. Simultaneously, Jiangnan's resentment points were rapidly accumulating. From Ivanov, Harivis, resentment points 1,000. "Oh, things are heating up?" Jiangnan chuckled to himself, having sprinkled 10 detoxifying beans on the skewers. From a Ning, resentment points 1,000. From a Ning. From Qinshan, resentment points 1,000. From Qinshan. Jiangnan pondered, what the heck is going on? Aren't and Ning and Qinshan part of the night army? Why are they watching me from beneath the crooked tree with such intense resentment? Did they feel embarrassed about being discovered? What Jiangnan did not realize was that Ning and Chunxin's resentment stemmed from the impending storm of chaos and destruction they were about to endure. To make matters worse, the very spot Ivanov chose to squat was directly above their heads. Chunxin, enraged and sensing the urgency of the situation, drew her dagger, lunging forward to press it against Ivanov's throat. Ivanov was taken aback. What the hell? I'm just a big guy. Is this illegal? Are there people waiting here? Chunxin warned fiercely, if you don't want to die, hold it in. But Ivanov could no longer contain himself. He was already at his limit. Under the terrified gazes of Chunxin and Ning, he released his pressure. Oh no. Ning and Chunxin had no choice but to retreat rapidly, narrowly escaping disaster. Ivanov's face turned a ghastly shade. Damn it, it's the Night Army. I knew it was you. Yet, at that moment, Ivanov's words lacked any semblance of credibility, for he had no time to pull up his pants. With a surge of energy, he revealed himself to be a peak silver-level spirit warrior, and without hesitation, he plunged into the ground, using earth-based powers to speed toward the safety zone. His eyes wild with desperation, and Ning and Chunxin missed the chance and frantically chased after him. But Ivanov had already reached the center of the safety zone through his earth-shifting ability. Clutching a pink object resembling a grenade, he pulled the pin with a sudden yank. Boom! A deafening explosion jolted many from their slumber. The grenade detonated, showering the area with a torrent of red liquid, saturating the entire safety zone with a bizarre fragrance wafting through the air. The duty troops, guns drawn, aimed at Ivanov just as Ning descended from above. With a swift movement, she froze the air surrounding Ivanov. She possessed the rare air-based power. At that moment, Chunxin rushed in, slapping his waist pouch, releasing a barrage of steel balls that pierced Ivanov, turning him into a sieve. You're all dead now. With that, Ivanov collapsed to the ground. The sudden chaos startled everyone awake. Students looked on in horror at Ivanov's lifeless body, some even retching at the sight. What the hell? Someone's dead. What on earth happened? It's terrifying. Can anyone explain what is going on? The deceased wore the uniform of the duty troops. What is this pink goo? How do we get it off? They were all students, unaccustomed to such horrors, having never witnessed a life extinguished before their eyes. Their voices trembled with fear. In an instant, the duty troops aimed their weapons at the suddenly appearing Ning and Chunxin. Who are you? Chunxin produced his officer's badge. Night Army. We require your cooperation. The sight of the badge prompted the duty troops to lower their weapons, their expressions turning serious. We will fully cooperate with the Night Army. But what transpired? Chunxin replied, an intruder infiltrated and attacked the safety outpost, but has been neutralized. The students were thrown into disarray, their faces pale. Hearing the explosion, Jiangnan exited the tent, only to find Ivanov dead in the center, his pants still undone. What? Was it that urgent? Wu Liang furrowed his brow deeply, clearly aware that a significant crisis had unfolded. Meanwhile, Tang Xinya's face turned ashen. It was her first encounter with death, leaving her terrified as she hid behind Wu Liang, too frightened to step forward. Brother Nan, what is happening? Jiangnan shook his head. I'll go find out. Stepping out of the tent, I waved cheerfully at Anning. Sister Ningning, are you both hiding under that crooked tree? Anning turned around and shot a fierce glare at Jiangnan. Chunxin was at a loss for words. He had indeed noticed. What is going on? Why is there such a commotion over a mere silver? Anning, looking exasperated, replied, You should ask this big fool beside me. Chunxin covered his face, truly surprised that his threat had frightened Jiangnan out of hiding. Jiangnan approached Ivanov's body, kicked it, and turned it over. TSK, TSK. What a dreadful sight. The members of the group were stunned. What was happening? Jiangnan seemed to be chatting quite amiably with the two members of the Night Army. Were they that familiar? He even referred to the female officer as Sister Ningning. Coupled with the fact that Jiangnan's information at the entrance had been encrypted, his image became even more enigmatic to them. Was he truly just an ordinary high school senior? Just moments ago, he had nonchalantly kicked a corpse. Was he not afraid? Moreover, his tone was downright terrifying. Dealing with a silver? Is it not strong? Jiangnan glanced at Chunxin, who could only hide his face in embarrassment. It was indeed too awkward to voice out loud. Could he say that he had almost been killed and nearly met his demise, only to be saved by steel pellets? Anning, sensing something amiss, suddenly turned pale. I think we are in deep trouble. Chunxin also looked grave. This grenade is problematic. Jiangnan was about to inquire further when, within half a minute, deep beast roars echoed through the mountains. The ground trembled, and the forest lit up with crimson eyes. Is that a beast tide? The six-legged black panther burst forth from the thicket, its sharp claws scratching against the concrete wall. Its crimson eyes reflected a desperate yearning, as if something within the safe zone held an irresistible allure. And it was merely the first. A horde of spirit beasts surged through the jungle, launching a frenzied assault on the safe zone, quickly encircling it completely. Gunfire erupted. Bullet casings fell like rain. The soldiers aimed their dark muzzles at the door, unleashing a torrential barrage. Against spirit beasts below the silver level, firearms were quite effective. In an instant, the students were thrown into chaos. The night, once tranquil, was shattered, as if they had been thrust into a battlefield engulfed in smoke. Big guy. Xiao Tang Tang. Don't leave. You can't escape. Jiangnan's expression darkened. White Shark had truly invested heavily, calculating the participation of these students. Clang. The Tang knife was drawn. Jiangnan's eyes shone with determination. Wu Liang wielded a machete in one hand and a black iron shield in the other. South brother, just tell me what to do. Jiangnan commanded. With all your might. Survive. Chapter 57. Surely, they must have been moved by my bravery? Jiangnan was not merely scaring them. He had spotted the presence of a silver-level beast among the spirit beasts attacking the safe zone. The situation was dire. No one had anticipated the beast tide would arrive so swiftly. With over 500 students present, most were of black iron level, utterly incapable of defending against the ferocious beasts. Even if the station troops concentrated their fire, they could not withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. The six-legged black panther charged through the hail of bullets, opening its gaping maw to maul a soldier. Blood splattered, and the wails rang in everyone's ears, sounding the alarm of impending doom. The students had never witnessed such horror. In their worldview, hunting spirit beasts was akin to playing a game. They had never considered that spirit beasts could kill. In games, characters could respawn, but reality was not a game. Who would be the next to fall to the jaws of a spirit beast? Cries of terror and screams melded into a cacophony. Fear of death had completely consumed the hearts of all the students. Jiangnan's expression darkened as he shouted, Sister Ning Ning, have you informed the lynx yet? Anning replied, I've already notified them. However, it's a 5-day journey from here to the entrance. The night army will need time to arrive. Jiangnan surveyed his terrified classmates, then glanced at the beasts threatening to breach their defenses. They could not hold out. If they failed, everyone would perish. With that, Jiangnan charged forward, shouting, Big guy, if you're not afraid of dying, follow me. With that, he teleported into the throng of spirit beasts, his blades slicing down, decapitating the six-legged black panther. Blood splattered all over him. Wu Liang roared, transforming into a towering figure, wielding the black iron shield and machete with ferocity. Here I come. He charged forward, the black iron shield creating explosive bursts of air as it collided with 3 spirit beasts, sending them flying. Jiangnan flickered through the chaos, dispatching 3 more spirit beasts, their bodies hitting the ground, lifeless. Anning and Qinshan recognized Jiangnan's intent and joined him at the entrance, fiercely combating the spirit beasts. Yet the beast tide surged relentlessly. The small number of them could hardly push back. Moreover, the soldiers were running low on ammunition. The blade glimmered like the moon, slicing through another spirit beast. Jiangnan wiped the blood from his face, his bloodied sword pointed at the terrified students. Do you all? While Wu Liang seemed to be invigorated by the thrill of battle. With a ferocious roar, he underwent a complete transformation into a colossal black bear, towering nearly 4 meters tall. The sudden shift in size tore apart his trousers, leaving Ning nearly choking on her own blood from shock, while Qinshan was left paralyzed in fear. The classmates stood frozen, some of the female students covering their eyes and screaming in terror. Before them loomed a massive black bear, brandishing an iron shield and a broadsword, its fur bristling, clad only in a pair of triangular shorts that perfectly conformed to Wu Liang's form. The previously tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Triangular shorts? Was it really necessary to be so flamboyant? Brother, we never expected you to be such a man of depth. While others may embody the Iron Man with a tender heart, you, my friend, are the Iron Man with flamboyance. Tang Qinya was left bewildered, her worldview shattered by the sight of Wu Liang. What material were those shorts made from? They remained intact, even in his beastly form. Surely, he hadn't borrowed the Hulk's shorts, had he? Wu Liang suddenly sensed the gazes upon him, mistaking them for admiration of his valor. He bellowed, Come. Who dares to challenge me? And Ning. Qinshan. Spare us the shouting, brother. You were brave once, but now? Your triangular shorts have completely ruined the atmosphere. Opposite him, a silver-tier iron-eating bear beastman stood, its large ebony eyes darting between Wu Liang and itself. Confusion etched on its face. Both were bears, yet why did he have shorts while it did not? What made him so exceptional? Wu Liang wore a proud expression. Jiangnan shouted amidst the fray, The one in shorts is one of us, not a beast. Don't strike wrongly. And Ning. Tang Qinya. Is it really necessary to emphasize? Whose spirit beast wears shorts? especially triangular ones. Chapter 58, Precision Shot. The battle raged with fervor. The students exerted their utmost efforts, showcasing their unique abilities. Amidst the skirmish, they dared not let their focus waver for a moment. However, the incessantly prancing leopard-patterned figure on the battlefield was far too captivating. They didn't want to be distracted, but they simply couldn't help it. After a fierce struggle, they finally managed to push the spirit beasts back. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangnan teleported to the gate and activated the switch. With a series of clanks, the heavy iron gate descended, finally sealing the entrance. The encroaching spirit beasts were swiftly dispatched. The students gazed at the scattered remains of the spirit beasts and the battered soldiers, silence enveloping them. Just moments ago, they had charged to the front lines. Lacking supernatural powers, they had bravely faced the onslaught to ensure the students' safety. Jiangnan felt a pang of sorrow, silently saluting them. Such admirable individuals deserve respect. Yet, there was no time for mourning. Chun began organizing the remaining forces. The perimeter guards will snipe the spirit beasts from the walls. Students, volunteer. Earth and wood elemental spirit warriors, reinforce the walls. We must hold out until the night army arrives. With the arrangements made, the students sprang into action. Meanwhile, the previous scene was captured by drones. The Lynx had received the alert and was rushing to the scene with a grim expression. The hidden night army across the realm was also sprinting towards the fifth stronghold. At that moment, the hotel's monitoring screens were in chaos. Using satellite wristbands, they notified the students that the exam had been abruptly concluded. Emergency evacuation was underway. The students on both routes were utterly bewildered, yet they could only comply. Meanwhile, they hastily cut off the live broadcast. However, the events that had transpired at the stronghold had already been broadcasted. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to millions. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Beast Tide? How could a beast tide be triggered? Did you see that? The carnage was horrific. Nan Shun truly lived up to his name. At this moment, he was the most reliable among the students. With a Tang Dao and a triangular military dagger, he cleaved through the beast horde. Unbelievable. If not for his shout, the students would have remained frozen. His prowess was evident during the rescue. Though he appeared playful, when it came to critical moments, he was undeniably dependable. By the way, who noticed the black bear in shorts? Although it was out of place, I couldn't help but want to comment. Let us pray. May all be safe. Yet, at that moment, the live stream was abruptly cut off. Why did it suddenly stop? We want to see. Hey, why isn't it broadcasting anymore? I paid for a membership. The collective power of the internet was immense, quickly leading to Jiangnan's Weibo page, where users flooded the comments section with thousands of candle emojis and hands clasped in prayer. Nanshun, return safely. I'm waiting for you to come back and continue our online romance. Nanshun, perform another miracle, just like that time in the fire rescue. Bring them back safely. We're all waiting for you at the Jiangcheng night market. At this moment, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao sat on the bed, staring at the abruptly cut-off live stream in silence. Xia Yao's eyes were filled with anxiety. I'll go drive. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue was already getting dressed. 2 minutes later, the Koenigsegg Blue Ghost roared to life, speeding through the night towards Changbai Mountain. Little Nan, you must return safely. At that moment, at the secure stronghold, the walls trembled under pressure. The students were hard at work, with some elemental mages attacking the spirit beast from the walls. The perimeter soldiers unleashed a torrent of firepower from atop the walls. Jiangnan positioned the bodies of several soldiers, methodically removing their gear. He donned their bulletproof vests, M416 rifles, and magazines. When facing spirit beasts below silver tier, using firearms would certainly conserve more energy than wielding a blade. Skill activated. Firearms, LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill level up. Firearms, proficient LV0. This was not the time to conserve skill points. The reason for saving them was precisely for moments like this. Add more. Skill points added, 1000. Skill level up. Firearms, intermediate LV0. The perimeter soldiers were taken aback to see Jiangnan grabbing a gun and rushed to stop him. Classmate, you cannot joke around. Using a firearm is dangerous. Without proper training, you could easily harm yourself or others. And Ning and Chun naturally noticed this scene. Indeed, if he misfired, it would be disastrous. Too perilous. Besides, Jiangnan was merely a student. He probably didn't even know how to disengage the safety or change the magazine. Acting recklessly could truly lead to harm for himself and others. Li Xiang seized the opportunity to mock. Just give it up. You think this is a game? This is a real gun. Lu Chuanwu urged. Hurry and put it down. You might hit one of us. Other students wore expressions of fear, swallowing hard. Can reality even be compared to a game? They were completely different realms. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes, slinging the M416 rifle across his neck, expertly removing the magazine. He checked the ammunition. He pulled back the bolt to ensure it was not empty. Then he swiftly loaded the magazine, racked the bolt, and disengaged the safety. The motions were seamless and rapid. Raising the rifle to aim, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, and flames erupted from the muzzle. A spider attempting to scale the wall was struck down, its body crashing outside the perimeter. Jiangnan remarked, "Could you please shut your foul mouth? Focus on the task at hand." With that shot, Ning and Qinshin were left dumbfounded. The perimeter soldiers looked on in disbelief. At such a distance, and in dynamic conditions, even seasoned veterans with years of experience might not achieve such accuracy. Yet Jiangnan, how old was he? If one claimed he had received no professional training, no one would believe it. But where could he have possibly trained? Could it be sheer luck? Regardless, his stance, magazine changes, aiming, and firing were flawless. The entire scene fell into stunned silence. Li Xiang nearly choked on his disbelief. Jiangnan truly knew how to handle a firearm. Moreover, how could he shoot with such precision? The classmates were equally astonished. Goodness, this is utterly professional, isn't it? Could Jiangnan be an undercover agent from the Night Army, planted among the students? Yet, the subsequent maneuvers executed by Jiangnan were simply breathtaking. In an instant, he teleported onto the wall, facing a menacing swarm of spirit beasts. He switched his M416 to single-shot mode, aimed, and unleashed a torrent of fire. The first shot struck the joint of a spirit beast's leg, causing it to lose its balance. A follow-up shot promptly shattered the beast's eye, a perfect headshot. 2 bullets, 1 spirit beast. This was indeed the Mozambique shooting technique. The reloading process was even more terrifying. With one hand pressing the magazine release, he flicked the weapon, and the magazine fell away effortlessly. His other hand swiftly produced a new magazine, inserted it, and reloaded with a reverse motion, ready to fire once more. The entire reloading sequence took no more than 3 seconds. His movements were fluid, maintaining a shooting stance throughout. So professional that Anning almost believed her shooting instructor had arrived. Chapter 59, Motionless as a Tortoise. Bang! Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as another spirit beast fell. Each shot struck precisely at the joints and head of the beasts, maximizing lethality while conserving ammunition. Anning and Qinshin were at a loss for words. One by one, classmates raised their thumbs in admiration. Tang Xinya was utterly mesmerized by Jiangnan's striking shooting actions, more professional than anything seen in crime films. Just how many secrets lay hidden within Jiangnan? It stirred an irresistible curiosity. As for Wu Liang, he had long since grown accustomed to such displays. Why was Jiangnan revered as the god of the south? Because he was exceptionally skilled. If you told Wu Liang that Jiangnan could pilot planes and tanks, he would believe it. However, his leopard print attire, casually slinking along the wall, was undeniably eye-catching. As time passed, an ever-increasing number of spirit beasts gathered. They were overwhelmed. A female classmate, caught off guard, was suddenly pulled down. She screamed as she fell from the wall, her eyes filled with despair. Below, a fierce armored crocodile awaited with its gaping maw. Jiangnan's keen eyes caught sight of it. He wasted no time. With a swift teleportation, he caught the girl, rescuing her from the jaws of the crocodile. He teleported back instantly. The girl, tear-streaked and shaken, was about to express her gratitude upon realizing Jiangnan had saved her, when he remarked, "You should lose some weight. You appear slender, yet you carry quite a heft." Female classmate. Was that really necessary? Just as she was about to insist she wasn't heavy, Jiangnan had already teleported away. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, though her fear had subsided. From Yang Lu's resentment value, 521. Oh, this girl is quite interesting. Her resentment value seems to indicate affection. What can one do? Handsome men are often envied by fate. As the spirit beasts multiplied, even the silver-ranked Anning and Qinshin found themselves outmatched. The wall was on the verge of collapse. Another classmate lost their footing and tumbled down. Jiangnan rushed to save them again. However, this time, he only managed to retrieve half, grasping the classmate's ankle. He realized their upper body had vanished. Jiangnan distinctly remembered this classmate as the one who had first stepped up to help. Damn, cursing under his breath. Jiangnan's vision turned red with rage, and he charged into the fray. Anning panicked. Jiangnan, don't be impulsive. But he was already immersed in the battle, aiming for the rhino that had claimed the upper half of his classmate. With all his might, he swung his blade down. In the next moment, Jiangnan reappeared, drenched in blood, clutching the rhino's severed head. The classmates fell silent. Casualties were inevitable. Witnessing such brutality unfold before them was unsettling for anyone. Just then, someone exclaimed, "The Night Army! It's the Night Army!" Indeed, figures clad in dark uniforms raced towards the safe zone. Yet before Jiangnan could breathe a sigh of relief, chaos erupted. The ground at the center of the stronghold began to undulate like water. Emerging from the earth was a goose-like figure clad in green military attire. Sporting a shoulder patch emblazoned with a white SH Chapter 60, "If you want to live, listen to me." Li Muyin was on the verge of madness. What time was it? How could one still have the mood for jokes? And remaining as still as a turtle? Was such composure really necessary? Jiangnan calmly tore apart the barbed wire and hoisted Li Muyin onto his shoulder, turning back to cast a nonchalant glance at the towering, earth-shattering bear, giving it the middle finger. Goodbye. Boom. The ground trembled as the massive paw of the bear slammed down, sending dirt and rocks flying. The sheer force was astonishing. If one were to be struck by that, it would surely be a disaster. More than 100 meters away, Jiangnan wielded his knife, deflecting the incoming debris. But what about Li Xiang and the others? Li Muyan's body stiffened, biting her lip until it bled, completely oblivious to the pain. No. She did not see. A tumult of emotions churned within her. The one she trusted the most, Li Xiang, her seemingly dependable class leader, had abandoned her without hesitation in the face of death. To her surprise, it was Jiangnan, who often opposed her, that ultimately saved her, though she found him irritating. She could not deny that Jiangnan's series of actions and that radiant smile beneath the bear's paw were undeniably heroic, despite being carried on Jiangnan's shoulder. Li Muyin felt an inexplicable sense of security. She just wanted to stay there, but Jiangnan had other ideas. Hey, if I call you a turtle, are you really going to remain motionless? Get down. Move on your own. Li Muyin, you want me to move on my own? Humph. Fine. I will. Wait, why did his words sound so different coming from him? Li Muyin's resentment value 333. Yet, gazing at the rampaging, earth-shattering bear, fear filled her eyes. What should we do now? At that moment, Jiangnan was her only anchor. Jiangnan scoffed. What do you mean we? It's you. If you follow me, you'll die? Upon hearing this, Li Muyin clutched Jiangnan's arm tightly, desperately holding on. No, don't leave me behind. Sensing Li Muyin's trembling, Jiangnan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. I'm not joking. Following me will truly lead to your demise. This was no joke. The white shark was heading straight for him. He had no idea how many arrangements had been made behind the scenes. How could he let Li Muyin follow him? He couldn't bear the thought of letting a fellow classmate die. After all, who wouldn't be heartbroken if their child were to perish in the wilderness? He tried to pull away, but Li Muyin held on fiercely, refusing to let go. Are you some kind of adhesive? Why was this woman so clingy? At that moment, the earth-shattering bear caught a whiff of them, its blood-red gaze locking onto Jiangnan. It charged forward with heavy steps. Jiangnan's eyes widened. Why did it have to target him among so many others? Was it jealous of his handsome appearance? With no other option, Jiangnan hoisted Li Muyin onto his shoulder and made a hasty escape. To his astonishment, the bear chased after them. Jiangnan felt like 100,000 horses were galloping through his mind. If only he could have this kind of luck when buying a lottery ticket. The earth-shattering bear was drawn away, significantly relieving the pressure on the classmates at the makeshift refuge, most of whom had managed to escape. At this moment, Ning and Chun had reunited with the arriving Lynx. Lynx wore a frosty expression. What happened? Where's Jiangnan? Ning replied anxiously. I just saw him being chased by that earth-shattering bear. The White Sharks group included gold-tier Earth Elemental spiritual warriors. Lynx retorted coldly. The White Shark possesses more than just these individuals. The remaining retreating students are also under ambush. You two coordinate with the Night Army and assist the students' evacuation with all your might. We must prioritize the students' safety, even if it costs us our lives. Do you understand? Chin saluted yes. Captain. And Ning looked worried. But what about Jiangnan? The wilderness is so vast. Finding one person is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Besides, the White Shark is lurking in the shadows. The Night Army is focused on escorting students to safety and cannot afford to search for Jiangnan. It's tantamount to declaring his death sentence. Lynx gritted his teeth. Sacrificing the small for the greater good. Every life is valuable. We cannot risk so many students for Jiangnan. This was also the White Shark's intention. To use the students to restrain the Night Army's manpower. I will personally go find him. If Jiangnan dies, I, Luo Tianhong, will bear the burden. Saying this, she crouched down, unleashing a wild surge of power. The hard ground exploded beneath her feet as she shot forth like a cannonball, stirring up a fierce wind. And Ning looked on with concern, while Chin declared solemnly, execute the orders. On the other side, Jiangnan was fleeing with Li Muyin in tow. In the pitch darkness, Jiangnan barely recognized the path and managed to hide Li Muyin in a stalactite cave. They both breathed a sigh of relief, faintly hearing the distant rumble of the outside world. The earth-shattering bear was still searching for them. Jiangnan was puzzled. Why was it so intent on pursuing him? What had allowed this beast to track him so persistently? Even his teleportation could not shake it off. He turned his gaze to Li Muyan, who was curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. Tears glistened in her large eyes. Her usual pride completely vanished as she quietly sobbed. At that moment, Jiangnan's gaze swept across Li Muyan like a razor. She timidly glanced back at him, shrinking her neck. Why was he looking at her like that? Was he thinking of something strange? Just as she was worried, Jiangnan spoke. Take off your jeans. Li Muyan. Take off my pants. At a time like this, you want me to take off my pants? What do you want to do? Indeed, Jiangnan's intentions were far from innocent. He had deliberately brought her into the cave. As Li Muyan pondered this, she instinctively retreated, terror evident in her eyes. Don't come any closer. Jiangnan, I never thought you were this kind of person. Jiangnan. What do you mean this kind of person? I'm just asking you to take off your pants. Self-serving women were truly terrifying. Jiangnan noticed that Li Muyan's jeans were smeared with large patches of pink sticky substance, remnants of the hand grenade that had triggered the beast tide. At that moment, the earth-shattering bear found them, its massive paws wildly striking the cave entrance, causing Li Muyan to scream in fright. Jiangnan grew frantic. Hurry! Take off your pants. Li Muyan wiped her tears. Can we escape first? You can do whatever you want when we are safe. Listen to me. Her tone had taken on a pleading note. Jiangnan. What are you saying? I really can't understand. No. Take them off now. Li Muyan shook her head vehemently. There was something she could never let Jiangnan see. Chapter 61. Does everyone have their own little secrets? But Jiangnan was in no mood for such thoughts. If she didn't strip now, even with his teleportation abilities, he wouldn't be able to escape with Li Muyan. She continued to shake her head vigorously, retreating until her back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to go. The situation was dire. If they delayed any longer, the bear would break in. In a flash, Jiangnan lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning Li Muyan to the ground and reaching for her jeans. Li Muyan pushed against him with all her might, struggling fiercely. Her hands flailed at Jiangnan's face, her fingers nearly poking into his nostrils. She kicked out with her legs, almost sending Jiangnan flying. Indeed, the latent potential that a woman could unleash in a dire situation was not to be underestimated. Li Muyan screamed incessantly. No. Get off. You pervert. You're not human. You shameless fiend. Someone. Help. Jiangnan. What do you mean I'm not human? I'm doing all this to save you. Why can't you understand my good intentions? Be reasonable. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Wait. Why did he feel like a villain? Despite Li Muyan's struggles, she could not overpower Jiangnan. But as he fumbled with the button, she seized the opportunity to bite down on Jiangnan's hand. Jiangnan. Why are you biting me? Are you a dog? Must I endure bites when I attempt to save someone? Jiangnan became agitated, suddenly recalling his own capture by the bobcats. They had struck him on the neck with a swift hand, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Should he attempt it himself? To make you struggle again? Watch as I shut you down. With nimble hands, Jiangnan formed a blade with his fingers and aimed a fierce strike at Li Muyan's neck. A loud thud echoed. Li Muyan's eyes widened, his features contorted in pain, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Li Muyan's resentment point 777. What are you doing? Jiangnan's hand froze mid-air, his mouth twitching. An awkward silence enveloped the air. I thought I could knock you out, ahaha. Li Muyan exclaimed. What kind of stance was that? With such force, you clearly intended to kill me. Li Muyan's resentment point 666. Jiangnan scratched his head, noting how quickly the others had rendered him unconscious. Why was his own attempt ineffective? Surely he hadn't struck hard enough. Steeling himself, he thought, don't be scared. Try again. Trust me. I can do this. With that, he raised his hand to strike once more. Li Muyan panicked, thinking, if you try again, I might not survive. He was acutely aware of what Jiangnan would do after knocking him out. It must not happen. But before Li Muyan could struggle, Jiangnan's muscular arm surged. And with a second ferocious strike aimed at Li Muyan's neck, a crack resounded. Li Muyan's head tilted, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, motionless. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Did I succeed? Have I mastered such a cool technique? Indeed, extraordinary strength yields miraculous results. But seeing Li Muyan lying still, a pang of anxiety struck Jiangnan. Where did that cracking sound originate? Had he inadvertently killed him? He quickly checked for Li Muyan's breath and sighed in relief upon feeling it. The roars of beasts outside prevented Jiangnan from pondering further. Li Muyan's trousers were smeared with too much pink substance, posing a deadly allure to spirit beasts. They needed to be changed immediately. With a powerful tug, Jiangnan ripped off the jeans. But in the next moment, the cave fell eerily silent. Jiangnan's expression froze. Now he understood why Li Muyan had refused to let him remove her pants. Good heavens, her shorts were so revealing. even cooler than those from his own market stall. Did Li Mayan possess such tastes? Indeed, everyone has their little secrets. Shaking his head, Jiangnan took a deep breath and quickly retrieved a pair of his black sports pants from his dimensional space to cover Li Mayan. Despite his disdain for her, Jiangnan would never take advantage of her while she was unconscious. What would that make him? Just as he finished dressing Li Mayan and tied the belt in a bow, she began to stir from her stupor. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Jiangnan fastening her belt and noticed the change in her trousers. Have you finished? Li Mayan asked in disbelief. Yes, I just changed, Jiangnan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Mayan's face fell into despair, and she burst into tears. You are inhumane. How could you treat me this way while I was unconscious? It's so unfair. Jiangnan was bewildered. What do you mean you didn't feel anything? I simply changed your pants. Wasn't that the crux of the matter? Li Mayan's sobs abruptly ceased. Wait, it was just a change of pants? Upon further reflection, she realized she felt no abnormalities, and her face flushed. The change meant her secret had been uncovered by Jiangnan. How could she face him now? She felt utterly humiliated. Seeing Li Mayan wiping her tears, Jiangnan felt awkward. I removed your pants for your own good. Li Mayan retorted. What kind of explanation is that? No one would believe you. Li Mayan's resentment points 1,000. With no other option, Jiangnan rolled up the pants he had removed and hurled them outside the cave. The massive earth-shattering bear immediately abandoned its pursuit of the two and lunged for the discarded pants, devouring them in a single gulp. Li Mayan was stunned. What just happened? The bear was after the pink substance on your pants. If I hadn't removed them, we would both be finished. Li Mayan's face turned crimson with shame and anger. Why didn't you say that sooner? I thought. What did you think? Jiangnan pressed. Li Mayan couldn't voice her thoughts, no matter how embarrassed she felt. She would never dare to ask Jiang and if he had seen anything. That would be mortifying. Jiangnan had acted to save their lives, and she had even kicked and hit him. With this realization, Li Mayan's heart twisted in conflict. As she gazed at Jiangnan's profile, her face reddened further. Earlier. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. What happened earlier? My memory isn't that great. Sometimes I can't even recall what happened yesterday. Li Mayan was taken aback, and seeing the smile on Jiangnan's face, she couldn't help but smile back. It's nothing. Jiangnan shrugged, thinking he wouldn't hold a grudge against a girl over past events. That would be petty, especially since Li Mayan's true nature wasn't bad. Chapter 62. This woman is quite violent. The atmosphere in the cave felt somewhat awkward as neither spoke. The earth-shattering bear, sensing the silence, gave up. Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to be pursued, even teleportation would be futile. Just as the bear turned to retreat, a howling wind swept through the sky, and a tall shadow plummeted from above. It crashed to the ground with a resounding impact, sending dirt and stones flying. Jiangnan and Li Mayan stared in disbelief. The newcomer was clad in black military garb, her long hair tied into a bun tucked beneath a beret. Her narrow eyes gleamed with cold light, and her beautiful face was icy. It was none other than the bobcat, the earth-shattering bear. Infuriated by the sudden appearance of the bobcat, swung its paw in a furious strike. The bobcat didn't flinch. She charged forward, meeting the blow with her fist. With a deafening roar, dust and smoke erupted. Half of her body was pinned against the rocks, yet she withstood the impact, unmoved. She grasped the bear's toe with both hands and, with a powerful exhale, hurled the 30-foot bear to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jiangnan was left in awe. Is this even humanly possible? The golden-level earth-shattering bear was thoroughly subdued by the bobcat's fists. This woman is exceedingly violent. Jiangnan had initially thought he could tame her into a docile little kitty, but that seemed increasingly improbable. He feared she might turn around and slap him dead. Recalling how he had previously bantered with her, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. The lynx stood upright, taking a deep breath before calling out, Jiangnan. Have you truly come to find me? Jiangnan waved vigorously at the cave entrance, exclaiming, Sister Mountain Cat. I'm right here. Li Mayan, startled, found himself at a loss for words. This military-clad woman could crush a colossal bear with her bare fists. Was she not even more terrifying? Why was Jiangnan so familiar with her? Their closeness reminded him of the time when Mountain Cat personally came to take Jiangnan away from school. In Li Mayan's eyes, Jiangnan's identity grew increasingly mysterious. 3 years as classmates, yet he had never truly understood her. While others mocked and belittled him, they remained oblivious to the heights Jiangnan had reached, far beyond their grasp. Reflecting on their past misunderstandings, Li Mayan felt a pang of regret. Realizing how childish he had been, seeing Jiangnan unharmed, the coldness in Mountain Cat's eyes melted away. She scolded, What are you doing running around like that? You little thief. Jiangnan chuckled, rushing forward. I knew Sister Mountain Cat would worry about me. How could you not be concerned? You have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. However, upon noticing Mountain Cat's increasingly frosty demeanor, Jiangnan promptly fell silent. It was simply from the heart. Approaching the colossal bear, Jiangnan's excitement surged as he swiftly extracted its spirit pearl, an exquisite golden-grade pearl, replete with spirit techniques. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Mountain Cat cast a glance at Li Mayan and Jiangnan, uttering not a word, before hoisting Jiangnan by the waistband and lifting Li Mayan with her other arm. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Jiangnan, reminiscent of that harrowing experience of jumping from a building. No, don't. With a powerful leap, Mountain Cat propelled herself into the air, the rushing wind distorting Jiangnan's face from the sheer speed. The scenery blurred on either side as he experienced the exhilarating rush akin to a roller coaster ride. The cold wind whipped against the back of his neck, while Li Mayan, cradled in Mountain Cat's arms, felt as if he were a mere chick being carried. Why the disparity in treatment? Despite this, Li Mayan's face turned pale with fear. They raced through the forest until Mountain Cat reached a base where the Night Army was organizing the evacuation of students. The classmates only saw a figure in black military attire descending from the sky, carrying two individuals. After dropping Li Mayan, she leapt again with Jiangnan, vanishing into the night. Jiangnan's scream echoing behind them. Li Mayan was stunned. Had he been saved just like that? But what about Jiangnan? Why had she taken him away? The classmates were equally bewildered. What just happened? Was that the South God? A girl remarked, "Are you blind? How could you not recognize the handsome South God?" A male classmate questioned, "Wait, isn't the South God supposed to be retreating with us? Has he been taken away again? I refuse to believe the South God has no connection with the Night Army. If it weren't for him just now, we might all be corpses." Li Mayan, you're still alive? How wonderful. Ling Feng's face was alight with joy. Though Li Xiong and Lu Chuanwu beside him wore grim expressions, Li Mayan forced a smile, casting a cold glance at Li Xiong and Lu Chuanwu, choosing not to approach them. There was no need for resentment anymore. After all they had been through, Li Mayan had matured significantly. Ling Feng was puzzled, having lost contact with his team during the escape and unaware of the circumstances. However, he couldn't help but notice that Li Mayan had changed from jeans to black athletic pants. Clearly, they were menswear. Li Mayan, why have your pants changed? Upon being questioned, Li Mayan's expression stiffened and his ears flushed red. He shot a fierce glare at Ling Feng. Why are you so inquisitive? Ling Feng replied, I didn't even ask anything. She was just taken back by the South God. Could it be that those pants belonged to the South God? Were they? Ghastly Xiong and Lu Chuanwu remained silent, unable to fathom that Li Mayan had miraculously survived. On the other side, Jiangnan was still reveling in the thrill of the unexpected roller coaster ride. The fierce wind buffeted his face. Why won't you just put me down? I've clearly escaped. Why take me again? Mountain Cat replied coldly, they are after you. If they don't take you, everyone else is in danger. Jiangnan exclaimed. What? Does that mean I'm in even greater peril? Am I merely bait? Is Mountain Cat the fishing rod? Just then, Mountain Cat seemed to sense something amiss but did not react. As she landed, the sturdy ground suddenly turned to sand, engulfing her halfway. With a powerful throw, she flung Jiangnan away, who, midair, teleported to a tree branch. Finally, he had escaped the clutches of danger. On the sandy ground stood Constantine, clad in camouflage, with a sinister smile. Jiangnan grinned. Wasn't this the inept fellow from Goose Country? Fancy meeting you here. Don't even think about escaping this time. He taunted. Just wait until I deal with this woman. Then it's your turn. Jiangnan shrugged, choosing not to flee, but rather sitting on the branch, swinging his legs with interest. Deal with Mountain Cat? You must be dreaming. That big brute can crush Golden Grade Beast with her fists. You think you can handle her? What are you going to do? Scare her with your lengthy name? Jiangnan beamed. Constantine, please, do begin your performance. Constantine, bewildered, thought, is it really wise to be so cocky? Why is he constantly breaking the mold? How do I respond to such banter? From Constantine, resentment level 666. Mountain Cat forcefully extricated herself from the sand, advancing step by step towards Constantine. He shouted, clenching his fists, as endless yellow sand spiraled towards Mountain Cat, wrapping around her entirely. With a mighty constriction, it formed a 10-meter square pyramid. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, the sand burial technique. Impressive. Have you been watching too much Naruto? However, the execution was rather juvenile for someone of his age. Constantine's face flushed with embarrassment. Shut up. What's wrong with watching Naruto? Just then, his expression shifted dramatically as the sand pyramid exploded, revealing a perfectly intact Mountain Cat, her body glistening like black iron, exuding a unique, fierce beauty. Constantine grinned. Not bad. Now behold my next move. He stomped his foot on the ground, summoning sharp stone spikes that lunged towards Mountain Cat. Clang. Clang. The spikes pierced her military uniform. Yet beneath, her skin gleamed with the same iron hue, igniting sparks as they shattered against her. Jiangnan was dumbfounded. What a monstrous physical constitution. Even a powerful drink wouldn't compare. He was curious about Mountain Cat's abilities. Constantine panicked. Why couldn't he subdue her? His face reddened as he raised one hand, causing an avalanche of earth and stone to rise, enclosing Mountain Cat within a 20-meter diameter floating stone sphere. Jiangnan's eyes widened, applauding. Whoa, the Earth explosion star? Is it that impressive? You still claim you haven't watched Naruto? Do you even know the heavenly push or universal pull? Come on, show me, Constantine exclaimed. So you understand? What the hell is this heavenly pull nonsense? A cry for assistance echoed. I am a wielder of earth-based powers. The air crackled with energy as a massive stone sphere shattered upon impact. The figure of the Mountain Cat surged forth like a swift arrow, striking Constantine's face with tremendous force, slamming him into the ground. Pain radiated through his skull as the Mountain Cat's hand gripped him like a basketball, relentlessly pounding him downwards. A shiver ran down Jiangnan's spine. The retribution was swift, akin to a tornado. Constantine was rendered unconscious, and spiritual restraints were swiftly applied. Only then did Jiangnan eagerly approach. The Mountain Cat gradually shed her dark iron exterior, revealing her flawless alabaster skin beneath the tattered military attire. Her chiseled abdominal muscles were breathtakingly beautiful, resembling exquisite jade. Unable to resist, Jiangnan reached out to press against her soft belly, marveling at its elasticity. Just then, an icy chill swept across his back, and he looked up to find the Mountain Cat's piercing gaze, brimming with ferocity. He hastily withdrew his hand, embarrassment flooding him. I was just curious, he stammered, lifting his sleeve to reveal his own abdomen. I won't let you take advantage. You can poke back? The Mountain Cat, bewildered, questioned his peculiar logic. What do you mean by not taking advantage? Jiangnan, relieved to have escaped the fate of becoming a punching bag, swiftly hoisted Constantine onto his shoulder, teleporting behind the Mountain Cat as they entered a cave. She instructed him to wait outside, and Jiangnan, sensing Constantine's impending doom, shivered in anticipation. The cave resounded with dull thuds and Constantine's anguished cries, sending chills down Jiangnan's spine. Moments later, the Mountain Cat emerged, her fists stained with blood. Jiangnan, grinning, exclaimed, Tired? Let me take a turn. He dashed into the cave, seizing the opportunity to accumulate more resentment points. With a devilish smile, he unleashed a flurry of blows on the bloodied and pale Constantine, demanding answers. The latter, teary-eyed and exasperated, lamented, You keep asking me to confess while pummeling me. How can I respond when you don't even give me the chance? Jiangnan scratched his head, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. You didn't ask? How bizarre. He glanced back at the Mountain Cat, who appeared slightly flushed but quickly regained her composure. I forgot to ask, she declared nonchalantly. Jiangnan, incredulous, realized that her earlier actions were merely an emotional outlet. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and stated defiantly, If I don't ask, you should still provide information. Constantine retorted, Do you hear yourself? I wanted to explain, but your incessant beating left me no opportunity. As the Mountain Cat inquired about the number of adversaries, Jiangnan pressed for honesty. Fearful of the duo's violent tendencies, Constantine divulged everything, nearly revealing his accomplices' addresses. Jiangnan scoffed, You lack backbone, a disgrace among mercenaries. Constantine, infuriated, sputtered blood. You push me to confess. What hypocrisy. Jiangnan dodged the blood spray, pointing an accusing finger at the Mountain Cat. Sister Mountain Cat, he is falsely accusing me. Her expression darkened. She retorted, Little one, do you misunderstand the term false accusation? Jiangnan, unimpressed by her lack of response, recalled Constantine's revelations about the White Shark's infiltration, plotting to use students to entrap the Night Army. The plan had gone awry, resulting in a formidable earth-shattering force. At that moment, a bare-chested, brawny figure approached, exuding calm confidence. I knew those fools could not contend with you. The Night Army of Huaxia lives up to its reputation. A rare look of seriousness crossed the Mountain Cat's face. This time, you will perish on Huaxia's soil. I assure you. The figure, known as the Diamond, responded. You and I will fight, but I will take my men with me. The Mountain Cat, without turning, instructed, Take care of yourself. If I perish, you must flee. Huaxia requires another spatial power. Jiangnan's expression stiffened, yet he nonchalantly replied, If you die, I will undoubtedly escape. Inside, he felt a weight of concern. Could the Diamond truly overpower the Mountain Cat? Satisfied, she nodded and transformed, her body enveloped in dark hues. The Diamond erupted in laughter, and to Jiangnan's astonishment, his flesh began to morph into diamond form, shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. What an extravagant ability! To transform into diamond? Jiangnan mused, envious. They had little to say to one another as their figures collided, fists meeting with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the air. Jiangnan could hardly believe his eyes as he noticed blood on the diamond, a testament to the mountain cat's ferocity. Despite the diamond's hardness, the mountain cat's strength cracked through. Jiangnan's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the diamond fragments scattered from the diamond's body. Instantly, he teleported to the battlefield. Hunkering down, he began to gather diamonds. This was all cold, hard cash. Beholding the pigeon egg-sized diamonds in his palm, he was elated. He frantically gathered them, bizarre notions sprouting in his mind. If the diamond warrior was once a person, then the diamond shards falling from him, weren't those just human dregs? This thought prompted Jiangnan to abruptly gaze at the diamond warrior, coldly uttering, "Scum, diamond warrior? What in the world? What kind of competitor are you? Picking up my droppings? And calling me scum? Have you no shame?" Lynx. Their battle escalated fiercely. Lynx employed a red aura technique, intensifying her attacks. The diamond warrior, in turn, utilized some technique to sprout diamond barbs all over his body, tearing bloody gashes into Lynx's flesh, causing Jiangnan considerable distress. He contemplated aiding Lynx, but aside from his teleportation escape, his existing attacks were futile against the diamond warrior's defenses. As he was fretting, both combatants became bloodshot. Lynx suddenly emitted a dazzling red glow. Accompanied by an explosive roar, the earth trembled. Jiangnan swiftly looked over. Lynx was impaled by 3 diamond barbs. One in her chest, one in her abdomen, one in her thigh. Blood gushed forth. The diamond warrior lay on the ground, most of his spikes broken. Countless diamond fragments scattered about. Cracks covered his body, as if he were a fragile ceramic about to shatter. He dared not move. Lynx attempted to rise again, but collapsed weakly. Alarmed, Jiangnan rushed to support her. Gazing at the barbs piercing Lynx, Jiangnan struggled to breathe. Vital spots. Blood ceaselessly poured from her mouth. Jiangnan, frantic. What to do? What to do? You can't die, can you? Damn it. I have a first aid kit. Wait for me. I'll patch you up. Lynx shook her head, hoarsely. The diamond warrior isn't dead. Never mind me. Kill him. Quickly. Jiangnan hesitated. The diamond warrior was indeed alive, glaring ferociously at Jiangnan. Covered in cracks, he dared not move, lest he shatter and truly die. Moreover, the cracks were slowly mending. Lynx was spent and facing Jiangnan. Only a black iron 10th level, he had no fear. I'll just stand here and let you hack away. You can't even break my defense. Jiangnan was anxious. If this Diamond King recovers, they'd both be done for. Without further ado, he'd take him down. With such a massive diamond, Jiangnan refused to believe he couldn't handle it. Give Jiangnan 200 pounds of bricks, and he might not be able to lift them. Give him 200 pounds of RMB and see. He'd hoist it up and run. Even leap. How much more so with 200 pounds of diamonds? The diamond warrior, seeing Jiangnan's eyes gleaming with avarice, couldn't help but gulp. A little apprehensive. Should be fine, right? Jiangnan drew his triangular bayonet. He stabbed fiercely at the diamond warrior's neck. Sparks flew. Jiangnan's arm went numb. The blade chipped. Pretty tough, damn it. The diamond warrior was smug. See how you'll manage? Jiangnan was enraged. Damn it. I can't get my hands on anything else. Can't I get my hands on small change? His eyes darted about, thinking of grabbing the bayonet and hacking at the diamond warrior's lips. Open your mouth for me. The diamond warrior clenched his teeth, refusing to open. Jiangnan. Fine. You wait. He picked up 2 pebbles and stuffed them into the diamond warrior's diamond nostrils. He chuckled sinisterly. Won't open your mouth? Everyone has to breathe, right? Resentment points from Markov. Sergei 1000. Blocking his nostrils? Playing dirty with me. This is... The diamond warrior, having held his breath for over 3 minutes, could no longer bear it, and abruptly gasped for air. Jiangnan seized the opportunity and stuffed a handful of detoxifying yellow beans mixed with spiritual chives into his mouth. The diamond warrior's eyes were about to pop. But to breathe, he had no choice but to swallow them. Damn it, what did you feed me? Jiangnan grinned wickedly. What? You'll find out soon enough. Before long, the diamond warrior reacted, and the reaction was extraordinary. His body writhed restlessly, but he dared not move. He was about to suffocate. Jiangnan seized the opportunity, inserting the triangular bayonet into a crack, frantically prying out diamonds. The effect was remarkable. The diamond warrior was enraged. If this continued, he'd be dismantled by this kid sooner or later. No longer suppressing himself, he roared, I'll fight you to the death. The diamond warrior abruptly rose, his 2 diamond arms slamming towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan was quick and nimble. He caught them. The 2 locked in a contest of strength. Diamond fragments continued to fall from the diamond warrior's body. Jiangnan's face flushed crimson, but the immense force from his arms made it impossible to resist. The disparity was too great. He teleported behind the diamond warrior. Grabbing his head, he pressed it down hard, locking his arms tightly, then lifted sharply. A standard naked choke guillotine. The diamond warrior choked, unable to breathe, his fist pounding frantically on Jiangnan's back. Muffled thuds like drumbeats. Jiangnan felt as if he were being hammered by a rammer, blow after blow. His ribs were definitely broken. A mouthful of sweet blood surged up his throat and was swallowed back down. At that moment, Jiangnan's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Damn it. Let's see who dies first. Link's weakly. Run. Never mind him. Never mind me. Don't throw yourself away. Jiangnan gritted his teeth. Let me give up such a big diamond? How is that possible? Lynx was anxious. What time is it? And Jiangnan is still joking. Didn't you promise me just now? I die and you run. It was agreed. Jiangnan spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled brightly. A man's words are deceiving ghosts. You were still too naive. He was hammered out of a mouthful of blood. Jiangnan would not let go. Just run away? Still not a man? Lynx was in this state, in the end for himself. Some things Jiangnan did not want to regret. Lynx's heart was filled with emotions, biting her lower lip tightly. She couldn't say a word. Jiangnan loved to joke. He was glib. But at the crucial moment, he never dropped the ball. In the end, he didn't want to leave her and run away. Lynx knew that she had not misjudged him after all. Jiangnan glared, steel teeth clenched. It was even more determined. Today, I can't kill you. I will eat shit live. As soon as the flag was set up, suddenly, Jiangnan felt his heart beating wildly. Blood flow accelerated. Body temperature soared. Flowing in the blood vessels is not blood, but magma. The high temperature even evaporated the moisture in Jiangnan's body, puttering out along the pores. The skin showed a strange crimson color. Veins burst. A surge of surging power came. Jiangnan felt that his ears and eyes were clear, and his 5 senses and physical fitness were all round increased. Lynx widened her eyes. Burning blood. The blood-burning reagent worked. Just listen to a click. A diamond made of a big head was Jiangnan gave cracked down. The diamond warrior's body fell weakly to the ground. Jiangnan gasped, looking at the big diamond head in his hand. TSK, TSK, TSK. How much is such a big diamond worth? Lynx. She already didn't know where to start complaining. No time to worry so much. Jiangnan quickly checked Lynx's injuries, but this look could not help but silence. The blood on the ground has gathered into a small puddle. Lynx's face was frighteningly white. Don't save. In the wilderness, can't live. Go. With your ability, you can get out of this spirit ruin. Jiangnan squatting on the ground nonsense. People who are more seriously injured than you in the movie are still alive and kicking. What are you? Lynx smiled bitterly. Can't you be serious for a while? Jiangnan shook his head. I finally made it to the end. How could he watch Lynx die? Looking at his nearly 2 million resentment points. Silently in his heart. System. Don't pit this time. Reliable once in a while. As Jiangnan gazed at the sudden information that flashed in his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. I find myself at a loss for words. Then let the show commence. 10 consecutive draws begin. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a pair of Hawkeye underpants. Jiangnan had anticipated something spectacular, yet it was merely a token of gratitude. Watching his resentment accumulate to a staggering 100,000 points, his expression darkened like that of a coal miner. After 19 rounds of 10 draws, he had acquired 5 beauty-enhancing pills, with the remainder being Hawkeye underpants. Jiangnan was on the verge of insanity. Finally, on the 20th draw, a new item appeared. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a vitality ginseng. Jiangnan opened the item information to reveal the vitality ginseng. Function, restores the health of the user. Cures all ailments. Revitalizes energy and blood. Truly revitalizing. Jiangnan felt a wave of skepticism. It sounded quite impressive. However, given the system's propensity for deception with such serious information, coupled with the consolation prize status of the vitality ginseng, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. But now, with the mountain cat on the brink of death, there was no time for Jiangnan to ponder further. He promptly extracted the vitality ginseng. Jiangnan was stunned to see that the ginseng was barely the size of his thumb. It looked terribly shriveled and malnourished. How could it possibly cure all ailments? Who would believe such nonsense? Cough, cough. New products are available. Anyone interested? 5-star reviews, bookshelves. Let's get moving. I know you are all the cutest. Chapter 66. That is true revitalization. Additional update. What a ridiculous appearance. If it were so effective, why not restore itself first? Yet there was no time for Jiangnan to hesitate. He quickly brought the vitality ginseng to the mountain cat's lips. Here, consume it. This ginseng is incredibly revitalizing. After eating, you will be well again. The mountain cat gazed at the shriveled, unimpressive ginseng. Was this not a desperate measure? Ginseng is indeed revitalizing, but she was suffering from a life-threatening injury, not to mention whether normal ginseng would even work. This malnourished ginseng. The mountain cat couldn't bear to consume it. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 333. Enough of this nonsense. Can you let me be at peace for a moment? The mountain cat was contemplating a brief reflection on life before her demise. Jiangnan's interruption completely shattered the somber atmosphere. Jiangnan, even at this moment, still acting proud. If you want to eat it, I'll feed you myself. Just take it literally. The mountain cat glared fiercely at Jiangnan. Seeing that he was genuinely about to feed her, she angrily retorted, "Stop right there. I'll eat it. How dare you imply I would be fed by you?" From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 888. Jiangnan chuckled and stuffed the vitality ginseng into the mountain cat's mouth. Then he hesitated briefly before swallowing another ginseng himself. It must be said, it had a slight sweetness. He anxiously observed the mountain cat. What side effects might this vitality ginseng possess? He hoped it wouldn't revive her only to have her brutally retaliate against him. That would be quite the loss. The mountain cat felt warmth spreading through her body, and a tingling sensation at her wounds. She couldn't help but wonder, could this ginseng actually be effective? Pull it out. Jiangnan swallowed nervously. Cautiously grasping the diamond spikes embedded in the mountain cat's body, he looked guilty. I could pull it out. You don't need to say so much. Jiangnan. In the blink of an eye, all 3 diamond spikes were extracted. The flesh around the wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. But then, 3 jets of blood erupted from the wounds, spraying over a meter high. The force was immense. Jiangnan was immediately drenched in blood. He was like a human fountain. Jiangnan was stunned. He quickly pressed his hands against her chest and abdomen. The mountain cat exclaimed, "Hey, where are your hands going?" From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1000. Jiangnan declared solemnly, "I am merely staunching your bleeding." Goodness, Sister Mountain Cat, you are losing a lot of blood. The mountain cat. Indeed, I am losing an alarming amount of blood. This must be 6 or 7 pounds by now. She had thought she could hold on FO with a serious expression. She fixed her gaze upon Jiangnan and said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Jiangnan was taken aback for a moment, then fell into contemplation, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. The lynx nodded. After all, such a significant decision regarding the future warranted careful consideration. After half a minute, Jiangnan sighed deeply and said, "I will follow you, but I want a Mercedes. I want a small villa. I want cash. And I want hugs every morning and night. If you agree to that, I'll go with you." The lynx was bewildered, nearly losing her mind. "I merely asked you to join the Night Army as a sentry. Demanding a Mercedes, a villa, and cash is already excessive. And hugs too?" Chapter 67, Mechanical Cat. Little Ding Dong. Is this to become a little pet, or a worker for the Night Army? The lynx's face darkened as she angrily retorted, "Hugs? I think you're asking for a beating." Jiangnan looked conflicted. "What? No. That's not right, is it? I'm not into that kind of play." From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1000. The lynx seized Jiangnan's face and rubbed it vigorously. "You're going to be one of my workers in the Night Army. I'll take you under my wing." Jiangnan was astonished. "Weren't you going to support me?" He immediately felt dejected, thinking he would finally be able to live off someone else, relying on his looks to enjoy life as a carefree little pet. The lynx was speechless. "Hey, are you really feeling disappointed? A normal person wouldn't think like that. So what do you say? Have you considered it?" Jiangnan pouted defiantly. "I'm not going. I still have to go to school." The lynx protested. "What's the point of school? I can teach you everything you need to know. Don't waste your time there. I've been working for so long in the Night Army. I can't let you go. With me, Jiangnan, you have endless possibilities for the future. Your stage 1 TB this tiny Jiang city, but all of China, even the world." Jiangnan shook his head vigorously. "No way. You're joking. To work for the Night Army? What benefits are there in that? Are there tattered girls in the Night Army? Can I make a little money selling on the street? Can I enjoy my youth at school? Absolutely not." Seeing Jiangnan's steadfast refusal, the lynx suddenly smiled. "If you don't want to go, then don't. I want to force you. Let us go." Jiangnan was taken aback. "You're letting me off that easily? This isn't like you. Shouldn't you be beating me up and dragging me along?" Suddenly, an ominous feeling stirred within Jiangnan. "Sister Lynx, what's the deal with the blood-burning reagent? Just now, when we were fighting the diamond?" The lynx shot him a glance. "Can't say, military secret." Jiangnan exclaimed seriously. "Now you're playing this game with me?" Indeed, she had been waiting for this moment. The lynx tempted him. "Join the Night Army as a worker. And I'll tell you." Jiangnan turned his head defiantly. "Not going." "Humph. Stinky lynx. Scheming woman. Human Tyrannosaurus Rex. A woman who runs after getting what she wants. Sigh. In the end, I bear all the burden." The lynx led Jiangnan around, contemplating how to support the night army. However, after a round, she received news that all the white sharks who entered the spirit ruins had been captured. Only the diamond and Constantine remained. The students had all been safely evacuated. In fact, Constantine had been restrained, and the diamond had transformed into a massive diamond, lying in Jiangnan's alternate space. Yet, Jiangnan had not been idle along the way. After the beast tide passed, there were corpses of beasts everywhere. The Night Army had no time to retrieve the spirit pearls, only taking the silver grade ones, leaving the rest for Jiangnan. He had been diligently collecting money along the way, which he adored. At the entrance of the Heavenly Pool spirit ruins, the Night Army had taken charge and was strictly guarding it. At this moment, numerous parents had arrived, relieved to see their children safe. Some parents, having received the terrible news, were in tears. As spirit warriors, they were aware of the dangers involved. Even with some mental preparation, they could not accept it all at once. Fortunately, the Night Army had intervened, minimizing the losses. At that moment, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue rushed over overnight, extremely anxious. Everyone had come out. Even Wu Liang and Tang Qinya returned safely. Yet, Jiangnan was nowhere to be seen. Both of them were frantic. What if something happened to Xiaonan? Zhong Yingshue's pretty face was filled with worry, her eyes slightly red, with tear stains visible, clearly having just cried. Xia Yao comforted her. Don't worry, Xue. Xiaonan is so clever. He will take care of himself. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance of the spirit ruins. Jiangnan emerged behind the lynx. Walking out of the grand entrance, the Night Army saluted the lynx in unison. Captain. The lynx nodded slightly without speaking. At that moment, the Night Army looked at the lynx with peculiar expressions. She was not wearing a military uniform, but rather baggy shorts and a short shirt. The short shirt was a midriff-bearing design, emblazoned with a mechanical cat. Looking at Jiangnan, he too wore baggy shorts and a short shirt. The shirt featured a cartoon character? Couple outfits? What the heck? The lynx wore male clothing, evidently Jiangnan's. Coupled with the fact that the lynx had taken Jiangnan away and they had not shown up for 3 hours. It was astonishing that she had changed into Jiangnan's clothes. Impressive. Many in the Night Army looked at Jiangnan with newfound respect. Did he manage to win over our captain? Incredible. Chen Chen frantically gestured to Jiangnan, as if to say he was amazing, a big shot. And Ning secretly gave Jiangnan a thumbs up. Jiangnan looked quite pleased. I didn't do anything. The classmates who had come out were also bewildered. Staring at the couple outfit of the lynx and Jiangnan, they were astonished. No wonder they had been so close to the Night Army. It turned out there was this kind of relationship. Impressive. The circle is truly chaotic. Li Mayan was also stunned. Did the lynx specifically take Jiangnan away too? To that, suddenly realizing something, her pretty face flushed. Bah! The lynx looked suspicious, feeling somewhat at a loss. She rolled her eyes at Jiangnan, who was grinning from ear to ear. Is it really that delightful just to have picked up a few spirit pearls? Let us go back. I still have work to do. Jiangnan replied cheerfully. All right, Sister Lynx. Remember to think of me. Scram. As soon as Jiangnan exited the secured area, he was immediately engulfed in a sandwich hug from Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. The delightful fragrance filled his nose. After a round of hugs, Zhong Yingxue asked, How are you? Are you hurt? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Xia Yao inquired, Why did you come out so late? What happened? Seeing the two girls rush to Changbai Mountain overnight due to worry for him, Jiangnan felt a warm surge in his heart. I went diamond mining. Do you believe I dug up over 200 pounds of diamonds? Zhong Yingxue. Xia Yao. Mining diamonds? In the spirit ruins? And you dug up over 200 pounds? Are you kidding me? They both shot Jiangnan a fierce glare. From Zhong Yingshue's resentment value 666. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. Jiangnan chuckled. To reward you for coming such a long way to welcome my triumphant return, here are some jelly beans for both of you. Saying this, he conjured 3 beauty-enhancing pills in his hand. Xia Yao's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned in and planted a kiss on Jiangnan's cheek. Xiaonan, I'm simply in love with you. She snatched away 2 beauty-enhancing pills and tucked them into her chest. Then, she disdainfully spat 3 times. Wiping her lips, she jumped over to Zhong Yingxue and wrapped her arm around her. Xue, listen to me. My devotion to you is unwavering. What just happened was merely yielding to someone's coercion. It doesn't count. Can I steal another kiss to make up for it? Zhong Yingsno. Jiangnan. You despicable wolf. Are you dismantling the bridge after crossing it? Killing the horse after it has finished its work? Shameless. Remember to leave a 5-star review, add to the bookshelf, and urge for updates. Thank you. Chapter 68. Let us weigh it by the pound. Saying this, he attempted to kiss Zhong Yingsno, only to be pushed away with a look of disdain. Xia Yao. Jiangnan chuckled mischievously. Fortunately, Snow is principled. How could such a beautiful girl like her fall into the clutches of the big bad wolf? Xia? He slipped a beauty pill into Zhang Yingsnow's pocket. Then he leaned in closer. What? Don't you want to come in for a kiss? Zhang Yingsnow chuckled, radiant like a lily blooming under the starry sky, leaving those nearby utterly entranced. She gave Jiangnan a light smack on the head. Humph. You're so full of yourself. I wouldn't kiss you. Jiangnan felt wronged. The classmates around them erupted in envy, their hearts clawing with jealousy, their expressions sour. Just look at them. They've just returned from the spirit ruins. And two stunning beauties are here to greet them, so breathtaking that they are beyond comparison with even first-tier actresses. And what about us? This isn't just a gap. It's a chasm. Meanwhile, Wu Liang and Tang Xinya approached. Nangge. I knew you'd be all right. Tang Xinya was still sniffling. I was so worried. You finally returned. Jiangnan mouth twitched, his body stiffening, because Wu Liang was still wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. Many teachers and students nearby, including the Dark Knight Army, were whispering, pointing fingers. Some even whipped out their phones to take pictures, expressing their disdain with exclamations of "oh." Yet, Wu Liang was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he flexed his muscles, showcasing his sculpted physique with pride. For Jiangnan, this was sheer mental pollution. The combination of a muscular man in shorts was likely the most explosive pairing in the world. Even Zhong Yingno and Xia Yao were momentarily dumbfounded. Could this be the legendary muscle freak? Such a sight could rot one's eyes. A blatant disaster. Jiangnan cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Now, let me introduce you. This is Wu Liang, my chosen shield warrior. What do you think? Xia Yao covered her face. Are you really sure there is no problem? Zhang Yingno. Xiaonan. Be cautious. You must be careful. She began to worry that Jiangnan had some strange proclivities. Jiangnan laughed. Don't worry. I made the right choice. From now on, we'll be teammates. After this, let us grab a meal together to get acquainted. Xia Yao chuckled. I'll stick with you from now on. I want to eat skewers in the spirit ruins too. Zhong Yingno also laughed, then suddenly paused. Wait, teammates? What do you mean? Xia Yao wrapped her arms around Zhong Yingno. You don't know. Xiaonan has been working hard to come to our Songjiang Lingwu. He has been striving for first place. He was just trying to help you out. Do you know why Luo took a leave? It's all thanks to Xiaonan. If he secures a top 3 finish, he'll join us at Songjiang Lingwu. Then we can kick Luo Tianxiang and Han Qing out. We'll form our own team. Zhong Yingno's eyes immediately welled with tears. So that's why Luo Tianxiang was absent? He had already arranged this with Xia Yu before the fire rescue at the mall. Gazing at the radiant Jiangnan, Zhong Yingno felt her heart melt. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Jiangnan, burying her head deep in his shoulder. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You two kept this from me for so long. The feeling of having someone silently supporting her behind the scenes. It felt truly wonderful. Jiangnan grinned. I was just afraid you'd worry. Zhong Yingno continued to hold him tightly, unwilling to let go. Xia Yao, meanwhile, bared her teeth like an agitated dog, seething with anger. If she had known, she wouldn't have kept it from her. Now Jiangnan had the advantage. She hadn't even received such affection. Jiangnan, feeling triumphant, raised an eyebrow at Xia Yao, wearing a victorious smile. Well, compared to a hug, I prefer a kiss. Zhong Yingsno's cheeks flushed. Xia Yao rushed in with a quick chop, separating them. What are you kissing for? No kisses allowed. Keep your distance from him. Protectively positioning Zhong Yingsno behind her like a dog guarding its food. What is there to be smug about? With 3 schools involved, you might not even secure a top 3 finish. Having said that, it felt wrong. Why did it feel like they had fallen into a trap? Jiangnan chuckled. If I get first place, what will you do? Xia Yao was unfazed. Whatever you say goes. Yet, after saying that, she felt something was off. Why did it feel like she had walked into a trap? Jiangnan smirked. If I get first, you'll wash my socks for a month. Xia Yao felt a pang of guilt, but with the arrow already shot, she had no choice. Regret washed over her for not having refused earlier. But verbally, she still asserted, fine, I'll wash them, but what if you don't get it? Jiangnan shrugged. Then you'll wash my socks for a month. Xia Yu glared. It's a deal. Meanwhile, the teacher was already calling for assembly, preparing to tally the scores. Jiangnan greeted them, and hurriedly led Wu Liang and Tang Xinya over. As they walked in line, Jiangnan's group immediately attracted everyone's attention. Not because Jiangnan was exceptionally handsome, but because Wu Liang was exceedingly flamboyant. Each team took turns to report their spirit pearl count. Soon it was Jiangnan's turn. The students who had experienced the skewer incident clenched their jaws. They all knew Jiangnan's team was bound to secure first place. Jiangnan opened the dimensional space, pulling out a handful of spirit pearls. The dazzling array of colorful pearls was blinding. Just as the teacher was about to check, Jiangnan felt uneasy. What if the other team snagged some of the Dark Knight Army's advantage and deducted spirit pearls like him? With this thought, he pulled out another handful and placed it on the table. The students. Just as the teacher was about to check, Jiangnan thought, how could I let Xia Yao wash my underwear? If that spreads, how will I face anyone? So he pulled out another handful. From Xia Yao, 666 fury points. From Li Xiang, 1,000 fury points. From the supervising teacher, 666 fury points. From, oh hey, am I earning fury points? Jiangnan continued to pull out more. The tray was already piled high. The supervising teacher was on the verge of losing patience. Can you finish pulling them out in one go, please? The students were going crazy. Was there no end to this? Is your dimensional space a magic bag like Doraemon's? So many spirit pearls? Even Wu Liang and Tang Qinya looked as if they had seen a ghost. Selling skewers didn't yield this many. Was Jiangnan pulling out a den of spirit pearls? But Jiangnan kept pulling. The supervising teacher. Is there more? Jiangnan quietly asked. Teacher, could you check if this is enough to secure first? If not, I have more. The teacher's face darkened. What do you think? The students gritted their teeth in fury. Are you seriously asking? We can all hear you. Jiangnan, that is all. If it's not enough for first, you'll have to compensate me. The teacher? Thus, he began counting the spirit pearls. Jiangnan chuckled, reveling in the chaos, casting a glance at Xia Yao with a raised eyebrow. She was fuming with anger. She was definitely going to wash those socks for a month. After counting for over 3 minutes, he barely finished. Jiangnan, teacher, let us skip the counting. Just weigh it by the pound. I have a scale. The students were growing impatient behind him. Teacher, weigh it by the pound? Do you think these spirit pearls are peanuts or raisins? After teaching for 20 years, he had never weighed spirit pearls. The students were exploding with rage. Please, stop showing off. Have some shame. Don't keep stabbing our hearts. Watching the rapidly refreshing list of fury points, Jiangnan, oh, this feels so good. Chapter 69, where's my box? Bonus update. In the end, the teacher truly stopped checking and just weighed them. 6 pounds. The large screen displaying the hotel rankings flashed wildly. The remaining teams are as follows. The striving for first place team has 4 bronze star orbs and 17 black iron star orbs. The Zhao Zhao team boasts 3 bronze star orbs and 11 black iron star orbs. Upon reaching Jiangnan, Jiangnan's team claims 6 gene of star orbs. Ascending to the top. Is this truly not a bustling market? Calculating star orb achievements by gene is a first for Jiangnan. By the way, the team names are quite flamboyant, aren't they? None of the names from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School are serious. The resentment points are skyrocketing. Jiangnan beams with delight, swiftly capturing a snapshot of the leaderboard. He tucks away the star orbs and returns to Xia Yao, exclaiming triumphantly, a month's worth of socks. As agreed, Xia Yao grinds her teeth in frustration. Why not let others have a chance? ISNT second place enough to go to Songjiang Lingguo? From Xia Yao's resentment points 1,000. She shoots Jiang in a fierce glare. Humph. A dense straight man. Jiangnan? Quite bewildered. How did he become a straight man? Does Xia Yao, the silver-haired fierce dog, want him to wash her socks? Humph. As if. He has his pride. After a thorough tally, it is no surprise that Jiangnan claims the top spot with a remarkable score of 6 gene. The school organizes students to return. And upon learning of Jiangnan's safety, Zhang Yingxue and her companion drive back to Jiangcheng. She had hoped to spend more time with Jiangnan, but Xia Yao simply cannot wait. Eagerly wanting to return home to test the effects of the white rabbit candy, the group agrees to dine together during the holidays and then parts ways. On the bus, Jiangnan begins fiddling with his phone. As soon as he connects to the internet, his phone erupts into a frenzy of vibrations. Jiangnan is dumbfounded, watching his phone buzz for half an hour. Upon opening Weibo, he finds over 99 notifications. It has completely exploded. The comments are filled with concerns for his safety. Emojis of candles and prayers flooding in. Jiangnan feels a warm rush in his heart. He promptly posts a Weibo update. Nanshan, from my iPhone 11 Pro Max. Strength and looks are indeed proportional. No choice. Songjiang Lingwu, here I come. Image. One picture shows the final leaderboard, while the other captures the trio in Lingxiu, posing and beaming with joy. In the background, Li Xiang's team appears furious, hunting spirit beasts, creating a stark contrast. After posting, Jiangnan drowsily drifts off to sleep. When he awakens, the comment section has surpassed 10,000. Haha, I knew he was fine. Good people live long. Trouble lasts a millennium. What are these team names? Quite extravagant. You're right. With looks, anything goes. 6 gene? Am I seeing things? Their team counts by orbs, while Nanshan's team counts by gene. 666. As long as he is safe. Xiaoyu, are you coming to our school? I'll treat you to grilled fish. So excited. Jiangnan chuckles and replies to Xiaoyu. Iron pot braised carp. Grilling it myself? From Yu Shaoqing's resentment points 333. Quite splendid. The bus journey continues, and the exhausted students return home to sleep the entire day. The next day, the awards ceremony takes place. Jiangnan, Wu Liang, and Tang Xinya naturally stand on the podium. They're all a bit exhilarated. Jiangnan is especially thrilled, rubbing his hands together. The school will reward them with spirit orbs infused with spiritual abilities, distributed by the Spirit Martial Association, tailored to each individual's unique powers. Jiangnan has long anticipated the space-type spirit orb. To his surprise, Li Xiang's team actually secured second place, the perennial runner-up. Remarkable. However, on the podium, Li Mayan stands far from Li Xiang's team, remaining silent the entire time. He appears quite dejected, not due to anything else, but because his neck still aches, preventing him from sleeping. How much force did Jiangnan use to strike the back of his neck? Li Mayan doubts he might have cracked a vertebra. Seemingly noticing Jiangnan's gaze, Li Mayan shoots him a fierce glare. Jiangnan glares back. Oh, is he feeling spirited now? Jiangnan raises his hand in a mock salute, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, provocatively throwing a glance at Li Mayan. Li Mayan flinches, instinctively covering his neck. He shrinks back, too intimidated to meet Jiangnan's gaze. Satisfied, Jiangnan retracts his hand. Meanwhile, the teachers begin distributing the spirit orbs. Each student receives a small red box containing a spirit orb. Tang Xinya receives a silver-level wood-type spirit orb. Skill, Vine Whip. Wu Liang also receives a silver-level spirit orb. Skill, Frenzy. Both are suitable for their abilities. When it comes to Jiangnan, the principal steps forward to shake his hand, beaming with approval. Not bad, young man. Outstanding performance. A pillar of the nation, blah blah blah. His words flow like a rapid-fire machine gun, going on and on. Jiangnan's hand is left sweating from the handshake. He nods vigorously. Like a chick pecking at grains, his smile becoming increasingly stiff. Please stop shaking my hand. Enough talking. You've been rambling for 10 minutes. Just give me my little box. Finally, the principal finishes. Jiangnan hastily extends his hand. The principal coughs slightly, then turns to leave. All right. The award ceremony is officially concluded. Come on, students. Smile. Let us take a commemorative photo. It will hang in our hallway. Jiangnan? Hey. Did you forget something? Did you forget to take your medicine before coming out? You talked for over 10 minutes. Where's my little box? The spirit orb and skill? Jiangnan stretches his hand towards the principal again, subtly gesturing with his fingers. Isn't that obvious? The principal glances at Jiangnan, then turns away. All right. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Jiangnan, are you doing this on purpose? Is this revenge for me breaking the testing machine by withholding my reward? Where's my box? The one I earned through blood, sweat, and tears. Snap. The shutter clicks, signifying the conclusion of this semester's exam. Everyone in the photo beams with radiant smiles, holding their small red boxes. Yet Jiangnan stands there, bewildered, hands outstretched. The meaning is clear. Look. First place. In my hands, nothing. Chapter 70. The void koi. After the photo was taken, the principal felt an immense sense of relief. This semester's joint examination among 3 schools, thanks to Jiangnan's presence, not only generated substantial revenue from the broadcast, but also secured the best results for Jiangxing No. 1 High School. There will be no issues with enrollment next year. Just then, the principal felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around to see Jiangnan's resentful expression, his gaze seemingly lethal. If the roadside system could collect Jiangnan's resentment points, it would likely have enough for 2 consecutive 10 pulls right now. The principal shuddered and pretended not to notice. Jiangnan, if he does not receive an explanation today, he will not let this go. After the award ceremony, the principal beckons Jiangnan to follow him. Jiangnan, filled with suspicion, wonders if he is being treated to something special. His excitement builds. In the principal's office, 2 documents lie on the desk alongside a metallic box. Jiangnan snatches the box without a second thought. Inside rests a spirit orb, radiating waves of spatial energy. Jiangnan's mouth waters. This is the space spirit technique he has long yearned for. The principal chuckles wearily. Put it down. It's not yours yet. Jiangnan, taken aback, protests. But I came in first. The principal gestures towards the documents on the desk. Take a look. Jiangnan glances at the documents. One is the spirit orb and a transfer file to Songjiang Lingwu, while the other is a request from the Night Army for Jiangnan's spirit orbs from Lingxiu. They state that the 7 gene of spirit orbs were claimed by the Night Army and do not count towards Jiangnan's total, thus must be returned to them. Jiangnan explodes. How can he possibly return the money that is now in his pocket? The principal hands him another document. Jiangnan, puzzled, asks, what does this mean? Sign this. The spirit orb and transfer documents will be yours. If you don't sign, that request for return will be yours. Jiangnan? A dilemma of extreme choice? Does he even need to think? Of course, it's the spirit pearl and the transfer documents. But upon glancing at the papers in hand, Jiangnan was taken aback. The enlistment form for the Dark Knight Army? The information was already filled out for him. All that was left was to affix his fingerprint. How considerate. Ah, how infuriating. Jiangnan nearly exploded on the spot. No wonder the lynx seemed so composed. So, this was the plan all along. Without hesitation, he dialed a furious phone call. You despicable lynx. Manipulative witch. Clumsy oaf. Heartless woman. Human Tyrannosaurus. Rampaging Goliath. EVA Unit 01. Astro Boy. Beep, beep, beep. The principal was left bewildered. What on earth was happening? Who dared to engage in such banter with the Dark Knight Army? Such audacity. One would think Jiangnan was floating on air. Joining the Dark Knight Army was a dream for countless individuals. Why did it feel like a death sentence for him? Glancing at the disconnected call, Jiangnan dialed again. Before he could speak, the lynx's indifferent voice came through. Do you wish to die? Jiangnan stiffened. Feeling wronged. Is this how you treat your savior? The lynx, seated in her office, struggled to suppress her laughter. Striving to maintain a calm tone. Just press your fingerprint and be done with it. From now on, you belong to me. Given your recent merits, I shall grant you the rank of lieutenant. She could already envision Jiangnan's pitiful expression. A wave of satisfaction coursed through her. But I still have school. Jiangnan protested. The lynx replied, you won't miss any classes. You have winter and summer breaks, and days off, right? Jiangnan exclaimed, what? So, I'm supposed to work part-time for the Dark Knight Army during my holidays? The lynx clarified. The space system spirit pearls are strictly regulated by the state. The Void Sea Spirit Ruins is not open to the public. The Dark Knight is your only means of obtaining space system spirit pearls. Consider it a part-time job. Jiangnan grimaced. He had to admit, the lynx had a point. He couldn't rely solely on his teleportation to conquer the world, could he? What about his luxury car, his cozy villa, and his affectionate embraces? The lynx gritted her teeth. I may not have much else, but I can offer you a hug. Jiangnan shivered. The lynx's hug? Wouldn't he that send him soaring? Terrified, he hastily ended the call, begrudgingly pressing his fingerprint. The principal looked on with satisfaction. This was more like it. Lieutenant? Surely, train tickets would be discounted, right? The principal replied, discounted? I'll break your legs. So, you joined the Dark Knight Army, earned a lieutenant rank, just to get a train ticket discount? Jiangnan glanced at the space system spirit pearl and couldn't help but inquire. Principal, what kind of spirit pearl is this? The principal explained. It's the void koi from the Void Sea Spirit Ruins in Miaojiang. A golden level spirit beast. Quite rare. Jiangnan's mind reeled. Golden level? Was the lynx truly this generous? Just be content. The Void Sea isn't open to outsiders. The lowest tier there is a golden level spirit beast. The Void Koi's spirit technique, space wormhole, is exceptionally rare and difficult to capture. The Dark Knight Army truly values you. Jiangnan felt a thrill. A space wormhole? That sounds impressive. As he reached the school gate, he spotted Tang Qianya and Wu Liang waiting for him. Wu Liang grinned. So, did they give you special treatment? Tang Qianya inquired eagerly. What spirit pearl did they give you? It must be extraordinary. Jiangnan lamented. It's quite good, but I've sacrificed my future for it. I've sold myself. Tang Qianya. Wu Liang. On his way home, an idea struck Jiangnan. He pulled out a spirit pearl and handed it to Wu Liang. Wu Liang was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. A golden level spirit pearl? Brother Nan. This. Why so tongue-tied? It was the spirit pearl of the golden level Earth Berserker. Its spirit technique, Bear King Shield, is quite impressive. You should absorb it. One wild, one Bear King Shield. This configuration is sufficient before reaching silver. Wu Liang's hands trembled. A golden level spirit pearl with a spirit technique? And it aligns perfectly with his beast transformation ability? The value is beyond monetary measure. Jiangnan simply gifted this to him. Wu Liang sincerely felt he had aligned himself with the right person. By the way, how did Jiangnan obtain the Earth Berserker's spirit pearl? Brother Nan. Thank you. Jiangnan smiled and waved his hand. Upon returning home, he immediately prepared a vigorous potion bath. Immersed comfortably in the potion, Jiangnan reveled in the enhancement of his physical attributes. He also consumed a beauty pill. Following the principle that beauty guarantees victory, Jiangnan took out the Void Koi spirit pearl. This time, surely he could break through, right? After absorbing it, Jiangnan felt his spiritual power ascend to a new realm. The terrifying power contained within the golden level spirit pearl had propelled Jiangnan's rank to bronze 3 stars. Before he could celebrate, he wished to test the new spirit technique. Space Wormhole. Dear friends, don't forget to leave a 5-star review, urge for updates, and click on the bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 71. As long as I stand, snowflakes shall not fall. Jiangnan's mind stirred, and two space wormholes materialized before him. One entrance, one exit, each the size of a basin. Jiangnan extended his arm into one of the space wormholes, then emerged from the other. He even casually touched his own face. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Wasn't he this merely folding space? The ability to freely set the entrance and exit of the wormhole. Any part of his body could bypass distance, transitioning from entrance to exit? How astonishing. No wonder it bore such a grand name as Space Wormhole. After a brief trial, he discovered he could control the size of the space wormhole at will. It could be opened within a range of 300 meters. Even his teleportation range had expanded to 300 meters. In an instant, Jiangnan felt a playful urge. He opened a space wormhole and reached into it. Meanwhile, an arm appeared at the kitchen fridge. Opening the fridge door, he retrieved a bottle of soda. Jiangnan chuckled. With this space wormhole, the surrounding 300 meters were under his playful command. No wonder they had to enforce strict controls. A must-have tool for bank heists. Thinking ahead, he opened another space wormhole. One beneath the bathtub, another in the sewer. In no time, the bathwater in the tub had completely drained. This was simply outrageous. Couldn't one solve their bathroom needs right from bed? Without hesitation, Jiangnan rose from the bathtub, opened the space wormhole. His waist swiveled. The exit opened beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard. Perfect, time to give it some fertilizer. In the courtyard, Zhou Yuqing was tidying up. Suddenly, an iridescent water column appeared beneath the old locust tree. She stared in wonder, completely astonished. Rushing over, she squatted down to take a closer look, even tempted to reach out and touch it. Was this a supernatural occurrence? How marvelous. She couldn't help but shout, "Mom, come quickly. The old locust tree has manifested." Jiangnan. Zhou Yuqing's exclamation completely startled Jiangnan. Was this luck or misfortune? How could he be discovered? And now, a crowd would soon gather? This was bad news. He hastily retracted. Zhou Yuqing? Why did it stop flowing? Indeed, supernatural occurrences like this are rare and fleeting. "And Zhou, what's wrong, Xiaoqing?" Zhou Yuqing, looking frustrated, replied. It disappeared. Hiding in the bathtub, Jiangnan felt uncomfortable. It was best to avoid showcasing such powers in the future. Misunderstandings could easily arise. As the final exams concluded, universities began their summer breaks. Jiangnan was preparing to make a fortune at the night market, setting up a stall to earn some quick cash. That evening, while Jiangnan was at home absorbing spirit pearls, he received a video call. It was from Ming Shui. Upon connecting, two breathtakingly beautiful faces appeared on the screen. It is indeed Zhong Yingshui and Xia Yao. After consuming 2 pills of the exquisite beauty elixir, Xia Yao was simply stunning. With her silver hair, she was a breathtaking beauty. Xia Yao called out, "Xiaonan, come out quickly. I'll treat you to hot pot. Let us have a drink. Today, I'm not driving." Zhong Yingshui chuckled. "Come on. I have something to discuss with you." Yes. My fans are eager to meet you." The two-bun-haired Yuqing squeezed into the frame. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "A drink?" Xia Yao grinned mischievously. "You think today I want to let you drink until you're lost?" Jiangnan, excited, exclaimed. "Where are you?" "I'm on my way." Zhong Yingshui smiled. "Call Wu Liang and Tang Qinya too. The more, the merrier." All right. After summoning Wu Liang and Tang Qinya, the three set off for the hot pot restaurant. Zhong Yingshui had already reserved a private room. Upon entering, not only Wu Liang was taken aback, but even Tang Qinya was stunned. How could someone be this beautiful? It was utterly suffocating. Xia Yao's wild charm pierced through Tang Qinya's heart. "Oh my, I think I've fallen in love." Xia Yao observed their reactions with satisfaction and then turned to Jiangnan. "Hey, why aren't you praising me? Am I not beautiful?" Jiangnan smirked. "Because I know the essence of you being the fierce dog-wolf killer." Xia Yu bared her teeth, wishing to strangle Jiangnan. Zhong Yingshui laughed and greeted. "You two, always bickering upon meeting. Come, little Tang Tang, sit with me. This is little Fish, a classmate of ours." Yu Qingqing shyly smiled. "Hello everyone." She waved at the phone beside her. "Did you all see? Your beloved Nan God is here." The barrage in the live stream exploded. "Wow, Nan God is still so handsome. Sailor Moon, I finally see you again. Sorry, my thoughts have long departed from Nan God. Let me drink him under the table." Jiangnan was taken aback. This girl live streams while eating? Last time she was trapped in a mall, she was also live streaming. Zhong Yingshui chuckled. "Don't be fooled by our little Fish's dazed demeanor. She's a well-known big streamer on Penguin. She signed a contract worth 10 million. Jiangnan's expression became serious. "Little Fish, do you need some accessories for your legs?" Yu Qingqing's face turned red, unsure how to respond. Xia Yao rolled her eyes and then laughed. "Don't tease her. Today, I must take you down." Wu Liang patted his chest. "Today, you must let me see Nan good drink under the table." Tang Qinya shyly added. And me too," Zhong Yingshui said. I'll join you for a few drinks. But I can't handle too much. Jiangnan realized this situation was not right. They were all here for him. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense. He slammed the table and declared, "Let us battle." With a commanding presence, Xiaoyao curiously asked, "How much can you drink?" "I'll test the waters." Jiangnan shrank his head, weakly raising a finger. Xiaoyao laughed until she cried, "Ha ha ha, just a bottle? And you claim to be from Jiangnan?" Jiangnan slowly shook his head. "A bottle? No, you're mistaken. It's continuous drinking." Upon hearing this, everyone at the table thought Jiangnan had gone mad. Xiaoyao scoffed, "Just you?" Uffed. Zhong Yingxue chuckled. And Wu Liang chimed in, "Nan go. A person who boasts like that eats instant noodles without seasoning." Jiangnan rolled his eyes. "You don't believe it, huh? Let me make it clear. As long as Qingdao stands, I 1T fall. As long as the snowflakes don't dance, I 1T sway. I 1T say anything else, just aim to take me down." Yu Qingqing's live stream room exploded. The vast fandom was in uproar. "Well, I, the god of Jiaqing. 1T back down. The video is rolling. Just let us have a battle." "Nan god, you're already this tipsy before even drinking? Are you soaring? Or can't I handle the knife anymore? You've already inflated your ego to this extent. Today, I want to see how much you can manage." With this proclamation, he garnered a considerable amount of resentment. Jiangnan found himself increasingly fond of Yu Qingqing. "What a good person. Xiaoyao. I'll just quietly watch you show off. I only ask for a 5-star review, for more updates, and for my humble author to be supported. Writing is not easy. I type until after 2 in the morning every day. I plead for your compassion. It's the weekend. Let us go, everyone." Chapter 72. Who dares to challenge my big brother? Cases of beer were being brought in by the box. Jiangnan picked up a bottle, smirking wickedly. "You don't believe me, right? Today, I'll give you a spin." Xiaoyao hastily raised a napkin to shield herself, looking utterly disdainful. "Hey, the dishes on the table haven't even been touched yet. What do you mean by a spin? How can we eat?" Wu Liang said, "Nan go. Maybe it's better to skip this. I still need to change my clothes later." Jiangnan glared. "What? You can't hold back?" "I'll shout. If it exceeds 3 seconds, I'll call you daddy." Saying that, he tilted his head and downed the beer in 3 seconds, leaving only a bit of foam. Xia Yu and Zhong Yingxue were stunned. Tang Xinya covered her mouth in astonishment. Wu Liang was momentarily dazed. How could someone with Jiangnan's physique drink so much? Only Yu Qingqing clapped excitedly for Jiangnan. Her live stream chat exploded. "Wow, he broke my record. An invincible little whirlpool. A wicked grin? I thought Nan God was going to perform a human fountain. A master. Oh my, this is a master." Xia Yu coughed, feeling a bit guilty. "This seems a bit too strong." With her big eyes twinkling mischievously, she declared, "Since you can drink so much, let us drink 1 cup. You drink a bottle. To the capable go the spoils." Jiangnan responded with a radiant smile. "All right, Xiaoyao. You agreed to such an unreasonable request? Are you that confident in your abilities? If I can't take down Jiangnan today, I'd be letting myself down." Thus, the battle commenced. The girls took a drink, and Jiangnan downed a bottle. Wu Liang felt embarrassed to drink cup by cup, so he joined Jiangnan in downing bottles. With wide eyes, they were determined. An hour later, Jiangnan remained unfazed, still dipping tripe in the hot pot. Tang Qinya had already slumped over the table, fast asleep. Zhong Yingshue's cheeks were flushed, her eyes misty as she gazed dreamily at Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao finished her drink and pointed at Jiangnan, saying, "Huh? Why are there 2 of you? You're cheating. 2 people are drinking against us." Jiangnan. On the other side, Wu Liang, who had just finished a bottle, rolled his eyes and lay flat on the ground. Some indescribable, visually disturbing substances poured from his mouth uncontrollably. Jiangnan covered his face. "Brother, you are the real human fountain, all right? Wu Liang, you're quite something. Only 21 bottles and you're down?" The battle continued. Meanwhile, the staff at the hot pot restaurant were utterly shocked. They even drew a crowd. Jiangnan had already downed 66 bottles. Is he still human? Could he be a drain that has come to life? Even more astonishing was that Yu Qingqing, sitting opposite Jiangnan, had also downed 66 cups. Such a petite and adorable girl can drink like this? Were they a table of deities? This time, Jiangnan ordered 10 bottles of Niulan Mountain, 10 bottles of Red Star, Erguo 2. Then he told the waiter, "To be honest, your hot pot dipping sauce is a bit too salty." With that, he opened a bottle of Erguo 2, grabbed a straw, and inserted it, drinking it like bubble tea. A piece of fatty beef, a sip of Erguo 2. The waiter, "I can't believe this. This is liquor. Do you think it's plain water?" While others grimace and gasp while drinking liquor, "You're using a straw." Xia Yao looked as if she had seen a ghost. "Hey, this has surpassed the limits of humanity, hasn't he it? If this continues, I will surely lose." She couldn't help but lament. "I'd rather support you than the walls." but we still have little fish. The task of taking down Nan will be entrusted to you. Yuqing wore a grave expression. I will do my best. Little did she know that as a live streamer, she possessed an extraordinary talent. Her unique ability was to consume food. She could transform everything ingested into energy, storing it within her body. Throughout the years of indulging in alcohol, she had never feared anyone. Yet, this was the first time she encountered someone like Jiangnan, a formidable opponent indeed. The viewers in the live stream were already in a frenzy. Drinking white liquor through a straw? Chugging beer from the bottle? What a spectacle! Jiangnan was no mere mortal. He was a deity. Downing 107 bottles without a single trip to the restroom. A titan of endurance. Where did all that alcohol go? Did no one notice the burly man sprawled on the ground, spraying forth like a fountain? Poor little fish was in peril. So this was how one drank. Unbeknownst to her, Jiangnan was unfazed. In fact, he was somewhat amused. You think you can take me down? Not a chance. Because he wasn't drinking at all. One wormhole opened in his mouth, while another led outside the hot pot restaurant. Forget about drinking. Jiangnan could swallow an entire reservoir. Meanwhile, outside the hot pot restaurant, Bald Chang was patrolling his territory with 7 or 8 henchmen. He could no longer thrive in the night market. After much effort in securing a new turf, they happened to pass by the hot pot restaurant when a stream of thick yellow liquid with white foam sprayed all over him and his gang. What the hell? Startled, Bald Chang and his companions quickly dodged. Looking up, they saw a yellow water spout gushing down from the second-floor private room, drenching the ground in foam. Bald Chang and his men wore expressions of sheer horror. Who on earth was the fool that drank so much? Not even going to the restroom. Just letting it spray out the window? How dare you spray my boss? I'll break you. What kind of dishes could lead to such a spectacle? So much yellow? He must have had quite a bit. His henchmen were filled with righteous indignation, ready for a fight. Suddenly, the yellow stream transformed into white, then back to yellow. What was this sorcery? It could even adjust its color? One of the henchmen licked his lips, bewildered. Boss, this flavor seems off. Upon hearing this, the others looked at him in shock. Did you really just taste it? What do you mean it's off? What should it taste like? Have you drunk it before? The young man looked confused. It tasted like beer. But Bald Chang was furious. Walking down the street, he had been doused like this? Not only soaked, but with something so yellow? Rage surged within him. Let's get him, he shouted, leading his gang into the hot pot restaurant. Storming up to the second-floor private room. Bang! A blonde henchman kicked open the door, shouting, Who the hell dared to spray my boss? The entire room fell silent. Jiangnan turned to look, slightly furrowing his brow, still clutching the straw of a liquor bottle. The henchman beamed with pride. Yes, the silence was just the effect he wanted. He glanced back at Bald Chang, as if to say, See? I'm loyal, right? But wait, where was my boss? The blonde suddenly froze, looking down to see Bald Chang. Drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground, his expression nearly in tears. His fellow gang members followed suit, all kneeling as well. The blonde? This is quite extraordinary 5-star rating, urging for updates, just stroll through the bookshelf. Following the South God, there is everything in dreams. Chapter 73. Home. What just happened? The blonde was bewildered. How did he just finish a tough talk and end up kneeling? And everyone was kneeling? The newcomer didn't even recognize Jiangnan, utterly dumbfounded. Is this how confrontations are handled now? Who can kneel the best? Meanwhile, Bald Chang was frantically signaling the blonde. Seeing him dazed, he quickly yanked him down to kneel. Inside the private room, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were equally perplexed. What was going on? They were simply dining when a group of burly men rushed in, only to drop to their knees decisively. Bald Chang stuttered, in Nan. Brother Nan, Happy New Year? Jiangnan, with a dark expression, replied, It's only July. You celebrate New Year quite early. Bald Chang's face flushed crimson, utterly at a loss for words. All eyes in the private room turned to Jiangnan. This man, with his burly physique and shiny bald head, looked like trouble. Why was he addressing Jiangnan as Brother Nan? And why was he in such a state? The looks directed at Jiangnan were now tinged with intrigue. At that moment, Jiangnan felt a twinge of guilt. Had he truly sprayed Bald Chang and his men with alcohol through a wormhole? Was he that unfortunate? If Yuqing saw the water flooding his home, she would almost certainly gather the mother-daughter duo to gawk at him. And now this? Nothing could let Xiaoyou know about this, or his heroic image would shatter. He would surely be throttled. He had to admit, he was feeling a bit anxious. Yet he maintained his composure, asking, What do you want? Bald Chang's head was about to explode. Finally, he thought of a reason, forcing a smile. I heard Brother Nan was dining here. How could I let you pay in my territory? I specifically came to settle the bill for you. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Well, Bald Chang has grown wise. Progress indeed. Xiaoyou was stunned. They stormed in with such ferocity, only to come and settle the bill? Such dedication was impressive. So, the usual arrangement? Bald Chang felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Got it. We all understand. Saying this, he quickly stood up, and his gang members followed suit in perfect unison. Standing on one leg, they grasped their earlobes, forcing out a grim smile, and hopped downstairs to pay the bill. Xiaoyao? Zhongningsue. Yuqing. Jiangnan sighed in relief. Nothing was revealed. Now, let us continue drinking. Meanwhile, downstairs, Bald Chong and his gang approached to settle the bill. Hello. Sir, the total for private room 02 is 3,888 yuan. Bald Chong. What the heck? 6 people consumed 3,800? Is this a scam? The server smiled wryly. Sir, please take a look at the bill. Bald Chang glanced at it. My goodness. 374 bottles of beer? 20 bottles of liquor? You must be joking. Did you bathe in beer? Can we put it on credit? The server looked at him disdainfully. What do you think? Finally, Yuqing succumbed. She too had reached her limit. Her cheeks flushed. She mumbled that she could drink no more. The way she tilted her head. Gazing at Jiangnan was utterly adorable. Jiangnan burst into laughter. Haha, is there anyone left? The barrage of comments in the live stream flooded in. Remember, never be the last one standing when drinking. Jiangnan, oh Jiangnan, you are still too naive. Tonight, sleep shall elude you. One by one, you shall carry the fallen. At that moment, Jiangnan looked at the table full of incapacitated individuals, falling into silence. Indeed, I am still too young. First, he sent Wu Liang and Tang Xinya home. Then he struggled with Yuqing. Ultimately, he ended up taking selfies with her in the backseat of a taxi. Following that, he began to escort Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao. Zhong Yingxue was merely a bit dazed, manageable. However, Xiaoyao, upon sensing the wind, collapsed entirely. She fell right into Jiangnan's embrace. In the taxi, Zhong Yingxue quietly leaned against Jiangnan's shoulder. The scent of shampoo wafted into his nose. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao was in a state akin to a corpse, her hair a chaotic mess. Little Nan, open your mouth. I'm going to throw up. Jiangnan. Oh no, has her true nature been exposed? You big wolf. Hold it in. Xiaoyao suddenly straightened, asking the driver, Master, do you believe in love? The driver replied, throw up in my car, it's 200. No bargaining. Xiaoyao? Jiangnan nearly burst into laughter. The driver certainly had experience. No nonsense. Zhong Yingxue stifled a giggle, gazing at Jiangnan's profile, and softly proposed, Xiaonan, come live with me and Xiaoyao. We've already agreed. She had intended to discuss it during their meal. Jiangnan's eyes widened, and his body stiffened. What is this? Living together? Happiness arrives too swiftly. Like a whirlwind. This seems inappropriate. Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed deeper. No, it's not what you think. There are plenty of rooms at my place. You can stay downstairs while we occupy the upstairs. Besides, you'll be coming to Songjiang Lingwu next semester, and the rented place is too far from school. Commuting would be inconvenient. Moreover, we need to form a team again. It's better if you come over. Jiangnan fell into contemplation. She had explained extensively. She genuinely wanted him to move in. Zhong Yingxue gently grasped Jiangnan's hand. After all these years, you deserve a home. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan felt a sudden sting in his nose. Home. For someone who grew up in an orphanage, the concept of home felt exceedingly distant. Even after leaving the orphanage, he had merely rented a place on his own. Could it be that he would finally have a home? A smile crept onto his face as he replied, all right, I'll move in, but I don't have money for rent. Zhong Yingxue shot him a playful glare. You little rascal. The taxi journeyed to the Oasis Villa, a charming 2-story abode with an open balcony and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, complete with a private swimming pool. It was exquisitely magnificent. After settling Xiaoyao, Zhong Yingxue lay on the bed, feeling drowsy. Just as Jiangnan was about to leave, Zhong Yingxue tugged at his shirt. Your room is downstairs. Jiangnan flashed her a cheeky grin. Got it. Upon reaching downstairs, he discovered his room, a cozy space with a large bed, wardrobe, and desk adorned with a computer. It felt warmly inviting. On the nightstand lay an old photograph, slightly yellowed with age. The picture depicted a 7- or 8-year-old Jiangnan, his round face smeared with dirt, holding a wooden stick and wearing a red bedsheet as a cape, exuding a proud demeanor. A band-aid was plastered on his nose. Beside him stood Zhong Yingxue in a floral dress, beaming brightly, crowned with a flower garland that Jiangnan had crafted for her. This was a photograph taken during their childhood at the orphanage, just this one. When Zhong Yingxue was taken by the Zhong family, she had nothing but this photo. To think that after all these years, she still cherished it. Gently caressing the picture, Jiangnan felt his eyes moisten. Could it be that he finally had a home? Chapter 74. I'll strangle you. While Jiangnan was lost in his thoughts, a loud crash echoed from upstairs. Rolling his eyes, he sighed, can't we have a moment of peace? He made his way to Xiaoyao's room, only to find her sprawled on the floor, still in her pajamas, her hair resembling a bird's nest. At that moment, She was half on the bed and half on the floor. After a considerable effort, he managed to lift her back onto the bed. Exiting her room, he proceeded to the bathroom. Upon seeing the luxurious, oversized bathtub, Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he filled it with a powerful potion and jumped in, relishing the pleasure of his enhanced physical abilities. Not to mention, the potion had significantly bolstered his physique, rendering him as formidable as a beastly spirit warrior of the same level. In fact, he felt even stronger, as evidenced by his performance in battles within the Tianqi Lingxiu. If only the potion wouldn't cause baldness, he would indulge in it daily. However, not long after, another crash resounded from upstairs. With a scowl, Jiangnan reluctantly crawled out of the bathtub, returning to Xiaoyao's room, only to find her having tumbled to the floor again, nearly rolling under the bed. 10 minutes later, he emerged from her room, hair tousled, brushing off his hands. He swore to the heavens, if I ever let you drink again, I'll no longer be human. After a night of chaos, Jiangnan was too exhausted to shower. He collapsed into bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Zhong Yingxue awoke, rubbing her throbbing head. The villa was eerily quiet. Everyone was still asleep. She decided to start her day with a refreshing bath. Upon entering the bathroom, she discovered a tub filled with warm water, glistening under the morning sun. Furrowing her brows, she mused, did Xiaonan prepare this for me? How thoughtful. She shed her outer garments and slipped into the water. After a while, her face morphed into an expression of astonishment. She could feel a stream of energy enhancing her body. It was elevating her physical capabilities across the board. For an elemental ability user like her, who typically struggled with physical strength, this was astonishing. The bathwater could directly improve her physical condition? How miraculous! She marveled at the water's effects. Physical prowess is crucial for spirit warriors. While body-enhancing ability users had some advantages, for her, boosting her physicality was a monumental challenge. Yet, this bathwater effortlessly achieved it. After half an hour of soaking, feeling nearly saturated, she quickly donned a bathrobe and dashed to Xiaoyao's room. Xiaoyao, you must try this. It's amazing. However, upon pushing open Xiaoyao's door, she was taken aback. Xiaoyao was wrapped tightly in her comforter like a dumpling, securely bound to the bed with ropes. What on earth happened last night? Xiaoyao stirred awake, realizing her predicament with a look of terror. She squirmed but couldn't break free. The tightness of Jiangnan's bindings was evident. Only then did she recall fragments of the previous night, falling off the bed repeatedly, with Jiangnan returning her to her place. How desperate must he have been to bind her this way? Did he witness her unrefined sleeping posture? Oh dear, the thought of it made Xiaoyao blush crimson. What transpired last night? With a guilty expression, Xiaoyao stammered, "In nothing." Hastily switching the topic, "What did Xue want from me?" Zhong Yingxue, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. "Oh yes, Xiaoyao. Hurry and try it out. The bathwater Xiaonan prepared can enhance physical abilities." Xiaoyao looked bewildered. Bathing can enhance physical abilities? How incredible! Zhong Yingxue hurriedly untied her, leading her to the bathroom. As Xiaoyao gazed at the sparkling water in the tub, Zhong Yingxue urged, "You must try it quickly. I'll wait outside." Skeptical yet intrigued, Xiaoyao, who had bathed the previous night, decided to indulge herself. She stripped down and sank into the tub, relishing the experience, even humming a tune. Soon, she felt her physical abilities gradually improving. She was astonished. As a bronze 7-star beastly ability user, her physical prowess was already formidable. Initially just testing it out, she never expected to truly enhance her abilities. How extraordinary! Xiaoyao was elated, splashing water playfully against her skin, feeling fabulous. She even floated a few rubber ducks on the water's surface for amusement. But just as her gaze drifted downward, her movements froze abruptly. Thinking she must be seeing things, she rubbed her eyes, only to find it wasn't an illusion. Xiaoyao gasped, with a shriek. She leaped out of the bathtub, her eyes filled with horror and fury, quickly wrapping herself in a bathrobe and storming out of the bathroom, heading straight for Jiangnan's room. Hearing Xiaoyao's screams, Zhong Yingxue feared something was amiss, only to witness Xiaoyao kicking open Jiangnan's door and pouncing on him like a ferocious tiger. Two hands clutched Jiangnan's neck with an expression of rage, shaking him violently while shouting, "I will strangle you. I will strangle you." Just then, Jiangnan, who had been lost in a beautiful dream, jolted awake, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to breathe, kicking his legs in a panic, nearly losing his spirit. Jiangnan thought, "What on earth is going on? I'm utterly bewildered. Shouldn't girls in cartoons wake boys up gently? Why is this a physical alarm clock?" Chapter 75, A Little Secret. Extra update. Zhong Yingxue, who had been following closely, looked utterly confused as Jiangnan appeared on the verge of losing consciousness. She quickly interjected, "Xiaoyao? What's wrong? Haven't you improved your physical fitness?" Xiaoyao, still gripping Jiangnan tightly, responded with fury, "I have improved. But there's nothing left. Not a single thing. She shouted at Jiangnan, "You better die," and began shaking him again. Zhong Yingxue asked in astonishment, "What has gone?" Xiaoyao stammered, oh no. Her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to voice it. At that moment, Jiangnan finally grasped the situation. He glanced at the two stunning women still wrapped in bathrobes, and his expression shifted to one of terror. He instinctively glanced at Xiaoyao and gulped. "You two didn't use the water from the bathtub to bathe, did you?" "Oh no. This is a disaster. Bathing in that powerful potion will lead to baldness. What if Xiao fell victim to it?" Unable to contain himself, Jiangnan burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as tears streamed down his face. Xiaoyao's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, clinging desperately to her bathrobe, her teeth grinding in frustration like a furious dog. It was evident that Jiangnan understood what was at stake and felt utterly humiliated. Zhong Yingxue, still perplexed, asked Xiaoyao, "What has really gone?" Xiao shot Jiangnan a glare, too shy to speak, and leaned in to whisper to Zhong Yingxue, "It's all gone." Zhong Yingxue's face flushed crimson in surprise, followed by a puzzled expression. "Why am I unaffected?" Jiangnan was equally stunned. The effects of the powerful potion were undeniable. It did enhance physical fitness, and it could lead to baldness. Yet, Zhong Yingxue had also bathed, and she had gone in first. Why was she fine? Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Zhong Yingxue. "Oh please, you never had any to begin with." Jiangnan's gaze turned increasingly strange. "What do you mean she never had any? Could it be that Yingxue had a significant secret?" Zhong Yingxue's face flushed crimson as she quickly covered Xiaoyao's mouth. Xiaoyao, having finally escaped her restraints, wasted no time in grabbing Jiangnan by the throat, demanding, "Speak. Was this intentional? You scoundrel." Jiangnan, looking innocent, protested, "How could I dare? You chose to bathe. It wasn't my idea. If it's gone, then it's gone." Xiaoyao retorted, "What do you mean it's gone? It's not your fault." Suddenly, both their gazes turned to Jiangnan. Having bathed as well, he too was in danger. Jiangnan trembled at their gaze, thinking, "Oh no. My little secret has been discovered. If this continues, everyone will know." Xiao laughed, "So you're in the same boat? TSK, little brat. Now, what shall we do about this? There's no problem that cannot be solved with a big white rabbit milk candy. Let me tell you." "Oh no, 2 candies." Half an hour later, Jiangnan knelt on the bed with a pitiful expression while Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao sat contentedly in chairs, each with a beauty-enhancing pill in their mouths and another tucked away. Zhong Yingxue asked, "Now, tell us what is going on." Xiaoyao added, "Be honest." Jiangnan, looking sheepish, replied, "Well, this is called the powerful potion. If consumed, it boosts physical fitness tenfold for 3 days, but the price is baldness. Bathing in it can permanently enhance fitness, but, well, you already know the consequences." At that moment, Xiaoyao and Zhong Yingxue both gaped in shock. Is it really that miraculous? They looked at Jiangnan's pitiful expression, realizing he was likely also a victim of the potion. Jiangnan felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't ingested any while bathing. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. Xiaoyao pouted, "From now on, we must bathe in the powerful potion every day." "Understood?" Jiangnan was taken aback. "Are you sure?" Xiaoyao rolled her eyes, "Since it's already gone. What is there to fear?" Jiangnan chuckled. "You are quite open-minded." Zhong Yingxue, with a serious demeanor, stated, "This is something we must keep secret among the 3 of us." Jiangnan queried, "Are you talking about the powerful potion or the fact that it's gone?" Zhong Yingxue's cheeks reddened as she glared at Jiangnan. "What do you think?" Jiangnan grinned. "So it's our little secret then?" Zhong Yingxue was unfazed, while Xiaoyao was filled with resentment. Just thinking about it made the candy in her mouth taste less sweet. She decided to tidy up and accompany Jiangnan for his move. Tomorrow was grandfather Zhang's birthday banquet, and they were all expected to make an appearance. Jiangnan was surprised. "Grandfather Zhang's birthday banquet? I would love to go. I've always been curious about the Zhong family, but my impression was never great because of Luo Tianxiang." In the afternoon, Xiao drove Zhong Yingxue and Jiangnan to his rented apartment. A Mercedes G-Class parked at the entrance attracted the attention of several elderly residents. The 2 women followed Jiangnan into the small room, which was less than 20 square meters, meticulously organized by Jiangnan. They fell silent, realizing that he had been living like this for years. Their gazes toward him were filled with maternal warmth. Zhong Yingxue gently reassured, "Don't worry, Jiangnan. I will ensure you live a good life." Xiaoyao patted his head. "Don't be afraid, little Jiangnan. I'll protect you." Jiangnan was bewildered. "What is wrong with me? How did I become the subject of pity?" Truly, women have such vivid imaginations. For Jiangnan, who possessed a spatial anomaly, moving was rather convenient, and there was little to pack. After bidding farewell to Aunt Zhou, he left. Zhou Yuqing was heartbroken for a long time, urging him to visit home for meals often. Standing at the door of the small house he had lived in for 3 years, Jiangnan gazed for a long while before breaking into a radiant smile. Let us go. Chapter 76. The joys of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. The next day, Zhang Yingxue busied herself all day preparing for grandfather Zhang's birthday banquet, while Xiaoyao, with her formidable family background, had countless ties to the Zhang family and was naturally required to attend. Jiangnan spent the day organizing his room, decorating it to his liking. In the afternoon, with a rare moment of free time, he planned to absorb some spiritual pearls and level up. Just then, the door swung open. Zhang Yingxue entered, donned in a stunning white evening gown, her dark hair elegantly styled up, resembling a noble swan, breathtakingly beautiful. Jiangnan stared in awe for a long time before breaking into a grin. Xue is truly stunning. Zhang Yingxue giggled. Only you would say that. Hurry up and get ready. The banquet is about to start. Xiaoyao emerged from the side, having dressed formally for once in a daring black gown that revealed her beautiful back, complemented by her silver short hair, creating a striking visual. You'll be driving later. Dressed somewhat casually, Jiangnan was met with a prompt okay. Let's go? From Jiangnan, who, already out of bed, shuffled towards the door in slippers. Xiaoyao and Zhang Yingxue were bewildered. Wait, you're going out like that? Jiangnan was sporting short pants, slippers, and a white t-shirt with a quirky, cartoonish face printed on it. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Zhang Yingxue chuckled wryly. There's a huge problem. Dressed like that, you might not even get past the hotel entrance. Xiaoyu chimed in. I recall having a complimentary suit from a car purchase. Let me fetch it for you to see if it fits. 10 minutes later, Jiangnan stood before them, clad in a black suit. His devil-may-care demeanor, combined with his considerable height and striking looks, made him irresistibly handsome. A flamboyant bow tie and a white handkerchief in his breast pocket completed the ensemble. Zhang Yingxue and Xiaoyao nodded approvingly. The boy looks quite presentable when he dresses up. Fantastic. Let's go? Jiangnan, however, felt uncomfortable. It feels awkward. Nothing beats my shorts and t-shirt. This time, Xiaoyao didn't bring the Mercedes-Benz G, instead tossing Jiangnan the keys to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As Jiangnan gripped the steering wheel, he triggered a skill. Skill activated. Driving, beginner LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill upgraded. Driving, proficient LV0. With a roar of the engine, the flying golden dragon weaved through the bustling streets. Xiaoyao was taken aback. Xiaonan, you actually know how to drive? Don't you lack a license? She had initially intended to make things difficult for Jiangnan, seeking retribution for his actions. She didn't expect Jiangnan to actually know how to drive. Zhang Yingxue was equally curious. When did you learn? Jiangnan boasted. There's nothing this young master can't do. I just learned. Xiaoyao scoffed, humph, bragging. Zhang Yingxue giggled. Now that I see it, you really do resemble a driver. With a driver as handsome as me. You should count yourselves fortunate. They arrived at Jiangqing Century Hotel. As Zhang Yingxue and Xiaoyao emerged from the car, they immediately captured everyone's attention. Look, those two are absolutely stunning. I can't take my eyes off them. The Zhang family's daughter. The Xiao family's heiress. They're incredibly beautiful. Wow, is the driver that handsome too? Xiaoyao and Zhang Yingxue, wanting to avoid the crowd, went ahead. As Jiangnan parked the car and stepped out, he noticed a man with curly hair, wearing a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses, approaching him. Jiangnan returned the gaze. The air hung still for a full 10 seconds. Then, the effeminate man handed Jiangnan a car key. With a gentle press, the Porsche 911's lights flashed beside them. Here, Jiangnan's eyes widened. What? The world of the wealthy is truly incomprehensible. They just gift sports cars upon first meeting? Is it because I'm too handsome? Is my charm that irresistible? Jiangnan said bashfully this. This isn't right, is it? The flamboyant man retorted. Why are you being so fussy? He forcefully shoved the key into Jiangnan's hand. Jiangnan was taken aback. Is this the joy of the wealthy? Amazing. Since the key is already in my hand, why not take it? He pocketed the key. He walked along, marveling at his luck. Being gifted a car while strolling? Incredible! Before he could take a few steps, a woman, resembling a wealthy matron, saw Jiangnan and tossed him a car key without a word. Jiangnan was surprised again. A Lamborghini Aventador? What's going on? Is money like wind to you all? Do you give away cars to anyone who's handsome? After a few more steps, a pot-bellied man threw Jiangnan another set of keys. A BMW X7? This isn't up to par, big brother. They're giving away supercars. And you're giving away a broken BMW. It's a bit of a letdown. Nevertheless, Jiangnan accepted the gesture with a clear conscience. By the time Jiangnan exited the parking lot, he had 17 car keys in his pocket, and his face was full of emotion. Relying on looks is indeed the way to go. When I have time, I'll attend a few more banquets and open a used car dealership. Just as Jiangnan was about to enter the hotel, he noticed a waiter wearing an evening dress almost identical to his. The same bow tie. A white handkerchief in the pocket. He was greeting guests with a smile, taking their car keys, and heading to the parking lot to park the cars. Soon, the waiter returned, looking perplexed. What's happening? The parking lot is jammed. More than a dozen cars are blocking the entrance. Who's in charge of that area? Jiangnan looked at the 17 car keys in his hand, his face darkening. Are they all treating me like a valet? He tore off the bow tie and the white handkerchief from his pocket and tossed them into the trash. He went to the lost and found at the gatehouse, throwing all 17 car keys on the desk. The gatekeeper was dumbfounded. What's going on? Jiangnan was filled with grievances. People lost them. I found them. The gatekeeper asked. Lost 17 at once. You're not making spare keys on the side, are you? Jiangnan glared. First a valet, now a key maker? Are you all ganging up on me? Resentment points from the gatekeeper 666. Jiangnan didn't care and went straight into the hotel. As more guests arrived, the parking lot was jammed and the hotel manager was going crazy. They were desperately looking for the car keys. They had no choice but to contact the car owners. The car owners were also confused. They had clearly given the car keys to the valet. Could they have encountered a car thief? They ran outside and saw the parking lot in chaos. The 17 car owners were a mess. After a lot of work, they finally found out that the car keys had been turned into the lost and found. The hotel manager's face darkened. Who's the jerk? Taking the car keys and not parking the cars. What kind of operation is this? Are they even human? Too cheap. Don't let me catch that kid. I remember a handsome young man with a bright smile. That's him. The car owners never thought they would encounter such a thing. At this moment, Jiangnan was in the banquet hall, eating pastries. Resentment points from Gao Jin 1000. Resentment points from Gu Beihai 1000. From the resentment points list refreshed wildly, and Jiangnan was happy. Well, I feel much better. At least it's not a complete loss. The banquet hall was large and magnificent. It was full of men and women in gorgeous clothes. It showed an upper-class atmosphere. He didn't see Zhong Yingxue, who was probably greeting guests. Jiangnan didn't care. He was here to freeload anyway. As long as there was food. He was enjoying a cup of mousse strawberry sundae. A young lady in a gorgeous evening dress walked over. Her black hair was up, her makeup was delicate, she looked about 20 years old. And her eyes were moving back and forth between the sundaes. Finally, she chose her target and licked her lips. Hello, can you help me get that mango sundae? Thank you. Jiangnan glanced at her, took the mango sundae, and handed it to her. She lowered her head and ate it with a small spoon, occasionally looking at Jiangnan. A visage of hesitation lingered in the air. Ultimately, courage surged forth as she inquired softly, Can you eat this too? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Why on earth couldn't I? The young lady lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Jiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief. What's wrong with me enjoying a sundae? Is it a crime? Why speak so quietly? Miss, are you perhaps misunderstanding something? With indignation etched on his face, Jiangnan seized the last cup of mango sundae from the table. Not only will I eat it, but I shall indulge in too. The young lady was taken aback, realizing that her beloved mango sundae had been commandeered by Jiangnan, causing her to pout. Are waitstaff nowadays this audacious? From Gong Xiaoyu's resentment value 333. At last, having found a moment of solitude, Jiangnan was enjoying his mango sundae. To his delight, the mango variant was indeed superior to the strawberry. Just then, a waiter approached, glaring at Jiangnan. Hey buddy, you need to tone it down. Stealing food should not be done so brazenly. Jiangnan retorted, Am I stealing from your great-uncle? Just as he was about to respond, the waiter thrust a tray towards him. Stop eating. We are short-handed. Hurry and serve the drinks. Jiangnan glanced at the tray, which held 4 glasses of liquor and a bottle of champagne, utterly bewildered. Are you serious? Is this how it's going to be today? Even if you were to pay me, it wouldn't be right. As he was about to set the tray down, a young couple approached, arm in arm. One of whom was the effeminate man. Waiter. Refill. The effeminate man paused upon spotting Jiangnan, his expression shifting. Isn't this the scoundrel who just returned the car keys to the lost and found? Jiangnan glared, fury igniting within him. The effeminate man's glass still held half a glass of champagne. You still have that much left? Refill? Not a chance. Jiangnan snatched the glass and drank it down. In a shocking display, he consumed all 4 glasses of liquor and the entire bottle of champagne before the astonished gaze of the couple. Refill? Not happening. Is this never-ending? Attending a banquet shouldn't require moonlighting as a waiter. Xiaoyu, come here. I promise not to harm you. The effeminate man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, fuming. Are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't make you vanish from Jiangqing tonight? Jiangnan smirked. Have you been playing too many games? Always disappearing this and that. You. The effeminate man was about to retort when the girl beside him pulled him back. At the Zhong family banquet, don't create a scene. She then turned her gaze to Jiangnan. Lowering yourself to his level is beneath you. We can deal with him later. The effeminate man narrowed his eyes. I'll let you off this time. Just you wait. From Gao Jin's resentment value 1,000. Jiangnan, holding the champagne bottle, beamed. Don't leave yet. You wanted a refill. Didn't you? Allow me to assist. Yet, the effeminate man was pulled away by the girl, leaving Jiangnan feeling disappointed. He had intended to show him a thing or two about red, but alas, the opportunity slipped by. Glancing at his attire, Jiangnan resolved to remove his clothing. Otherwise, he might not enjoy his meal tonight. As he fumbled with his buttons, a girl in tattered clothes caught his eye, dressed in a dazzling gown adorned with diamonds. She sparkled like a star, capturing the attention of many gentlemen who dared not gaze too long. Unfazed by the attention, she strode confidently towards Jiangnan, her high heels clicking against the floor. As Jiangnan was adjusting his buttons, he suddenly found her very close, the scent of her perfume enveloping him. What was happening? Just as he prepared to step back, the girl raised her delicate hand and gently caressed his cheek, her large, luminous eyes sparkling with mischief. Leaning in closer while bracing herself against the wall, Jiangnan was taken aback. What the? Am I being wallbanged? She leaned in even closer, whispering, at 11 p.m. Room 69 awaits you. Be clever and don't disappoint me. With a playful breath against his ear, Jiangnan felt a shiver run down his spine. Just as he was about to push her away, she flitted away like a dragonfly, leaving him breathless. With a teasing smile, she patted his chest and departed. Jiangnan was left bewildered. Mom, someone is taking advantage of me, teasing me, wallbanging me. What audacity. Is this place even somewhere a pauper like you could come? And in a server's outfit, no less? TSK. Are you masquerading as a server to gain entry? Haha. I can hardly contain my laughter. Jiangnan turned around to find Luo Tianxiang, clad in an Armani suit, sneering at him with utter disdain. Xia Yao's delicate face turned icy. Mind your words. Don't think I'm unaware of your sordid affairs. Luo Tianxiang scoffed. And what if you do? Are you planning to report me to the Zhong family? The old man Zhong is fully aware of this matter. You have no business here. What is the matter, Jiangnan? Are you just going to hide behind women? Is that all you're capable of? Jiangnan grinned brightly. ISNT this Luo Xiao? Have you only now dared to show your face after letting your hair grow out? You brazenly took a dump in the elevator without a care for discretion. Yet you still concern yourself with a shred of dignity? Luo Tianxiang's face turned ashen from the shock, his expression contorted in disgust. Puffed. Ha! Xia Yao could no longer contain herself, laughing until tears streamed down her face. No one knew the torment he had endured over the past month. Even his father looked at him with disdain. Anyone who knew what his son was up to in the company would surely question their life choices. Do you think that video still holds any weight over me? Go ahead, release it. I'm eager to see which media outlet dares to publish it. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. If you dare show up at Songjiang Lingwu, I, Luo Tianxiang, will ruin you. Jiangnan remained unperturbed, engrossed in fiddling with his phone. What is the matter? You worthless piece of trash. Can't even muster a reply? Jiangnan replied casually. Me? I'm just posting a video. Luo Tianxiang exclaimed in disbelief. What? You're actually posting it? You wouldn't dare. Jiangnan smirked. Sister Xia Yao? This person is truly strange. He clearly told me to post it. Now he is having second thoughts? Luo Tianxiang's eyes turned red with fury. How could he allow Jiangnan to post it? Manipulating the media required time. Who would have imagined Jiangnan would post the video right on the spot? Give it to me. With his temper flaring, Luo Tianxiang lunged forward to snatch the phone. But Jiangnan swiftly wrapped his arm around Xia Yao's waist and disappeared in an instant. Luo Tianxiang was left fuming. Just you wait. With no time to waste on threats, he hastily grabbed his phone and called. Hello, Boss Ma. I need your help. He actually posted it. Hello, Brother Lu. About that matter I mentioned last time. Hello, Brother Ma, damn it. Why can't I get through? Luo Tianxiang was drenched in sweat, frantically dialing. Meanwhile, Jiangnan had whisked Xia Yao away to a nearby table. Xia Yao's face radiated excitement. Wow. That was instant teleportation. This is my first time experiencing it. So exhilarating. Jiangnan chuckled. I adore your Navi enthusiasm. Hey, don't pinch me. That hurts. She protested playfully. You're such a rascal. By the way, did you really post that video? Xia Yao asked, her face alight with anticipation. Jiangnan grinned mischievously. No, I have bigger plans for it. Xia Yao perked up. Quick, tell me, what wicked scheme do you have in mind? Jiangnan whispered in her ear. Gunyu he. You're so naughty. I absolutely love it. At that moment, a sun-kissed young lady approached Luo Tianxiang, who had been sweating profusely from half an hour of phone calls. Xiaoxiang, who are you talking to? Luo Tianxiang was taken aback. Cousin? You're back from Australia? Yu Runan replied. I'm asking you a question. Who is that buzz-cut handsome guy? Her focus was evidently on Jiangnan. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth. I know him. How could I not? I do recognize him even in ashes. Yurunin was astonished. He is not a server? Have you ever seen a server with bronze star-level spatial abilities? Yurunin's face flushed crimson. He is not a server? He is a guest invited by the Zhong family, and I just gave him a room card. So that means Yurunin felt mortified, wishing for a hole to swallow her whole, her anger boiling over. If he is not a server, why the hell is he dressed like one? What kind of perverted hobby is this? Luo Tianxiang was baffled. Why are you blushing when I mention Jiangnan? Could it be that my cousin has taken an interest in him? Oh damn, Jiangnan. I want to let this slide. Chapter 79. A head full of problems? Even his own cousin fell victim to Jiangnan's schemes? Look at that bashful demeanor. That indecisive expression. Does being handsome grant one the liberty to act with impunity? I, Luo Tianxiang, refused to accept this. Little did he know, Yurunin was losing her mind. Her thoughts consumed by what would happen if Jiangnan truly showed up at 11 o'clock tonight. She had initially thought Jiangnan was a mere server. But now meanwhile, Jiangnan had begun to feel her intense gaze upon him. Who was Yurunin? A familiar face to Luo Tianxiang? Xiaoyou glanced back and remarked. She is his cousin. She doesn't come back to the country often. Her family is quite influential in Australia. What? Are you interested in her? Jiangnan replied seriously. How could that be? If anything, she should be interested in me. He let Luo revel in his moment of pride a bit longer. My thoughts on this matter are already quite mature. It was your sister who sent me. Just then, the entire banquet hall fell silent. All eyes gravitating towards the main seat. The Zhong couple appeared, pushing a wheelchair, with old man Zhong seated in it. His white hair was neatly combed back. And at over 70, he still exuded vitality, albeit with signs of aging. Wrinkles adorned his face, and age spots were beginning to appear. His complexion was pallid. And he coughed incessantly, as if he might cough up his lungs. Xiaoyu sighed heavily. This is old man Zhong. A year ago, he was still quite robust. But since being diagnosed with lung cancer, his health has deteriorated year by year. He likely doesn't have much time left. If old man Zhong were to pass, what would happen to Shui and the Zhong family? Jiangnan regarded old man Zhong, a faint recognition stirring within him. It was he who had taken Zhong Yingshu away all those years ago. Lung cancer? Indeed, it seemed to be in the later stages. Jiangnan's eyes darted about, lost in thought. As old man Zhong made his entrance, guests flocked to congratulate him, and he received each with the utmost courtesy. Come, little Shui. Why are you standing so far away? Don't you want to greet your grandfather? Zhong Yingshu stepped forward with a smile. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Here is a gift I prepared for you. She presented a beautifully crafted sandalwood box containing a string of star moon Bodhi beads. Huh. My granddaughter knows just what I like. Old man Zhong exclaimed. What about the girl from the Xia family? Here I am. Xiaoyao called out, taking Jiangnan's arm as they approached, instantly becoming the center of attention. Grandpa, do you like this pair of walnuts? They're starry lion heads. Old man Zhong received the walnuts with a benevolent smile. You little girl. You must have spent a fortune. Grandpa likes them. Glad to hear that, Grandpa. Meanwhile, Jiangnan stood like a statue, feeling like a fool. I have to give a gift to? No one even bothered to inform me. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Old man Zhong inquired. What is this? Is he your young boyfriend? This lad has quite a nose and eyes. Not bad, not bad. Jiangnan was taken aback. What? What are you saying? Surely you jest. What kind of praise is that? Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. Him? He is not my type. Old man Zhong looked puzzled. Then who is he? Jiangnan darkened his expression. 5 years ago, at the Nanjing orphanage. With a wooden sword. I shall strike you until your head is adorned with lumps. Upon uttering these words, not only was Xiaoyao taken aback, but the entire gathering fell into a stunned silence. What on earth is happening? Has such an incident truly occurred? Only Zhong Yingshu could not contain her laughter. Recalling the time when her grandfather, old Master Zhong, went to the orphanage to adopt her, only to be chased around by Jiangnan, wielding a wooden sword. He had indeed left old Master Zhong with quite a few bruises. Their eyes met, recognizing a worthy adversary. So it is you, Zhong Yingshu exclaimed, this time. Taking advantage of Grandfather Zhong's grand birthday celebration, I brought him along to meet you. The group of servers stood bewildered. 17 car owners were flabbergasted. So they were guests of the Zhong family? Then why on earth were they dressed as servers and mingling about? And why had they taken 17 car keys to the lost and found? Was that merely idleness? Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoyu appeared equally perplexed, mistaking Jiangnan for a mere server, completely unaware of his true identity. However, Luo Tianxiang could no longer remain seated. Stepping forward, he smiled. I wish old Master Zhong blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountain. This time, I have prepared a substantial gift that I am certain you will cherish. With that, he produced a green fruit, instantly flooding the area with a delightful fragrance. The fruit even shimmered with a mystical glow. Its appearance caused an uproar among the crowd. My heavens, the Yinkan fruit. The Luo family truly spares no expense. The market price for such a treasure had soared to nearly 30 million. It was a sacred herb produced in the ancient forest of Jiangnan, known to cure a multitude of ailments. Such miraculous properties? Could it possibly help old Master Zhang with his cancer? While it may not cure it, it could certainly alleviate his symptoms. Seeing the yinkin fruit, old Master Zhang was visibly moved, stating, "The Luo family is indeed thoughtful. I shall graciously accept this token of your kindness." Luo Tianxiang chuckled, "Old Master, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty as a younger generation." Yet he directed a pointed remark at Jiangnan, "Here to attend the old man's birthday banquet and not even bringing a gift? Are you merely here to indulge in the feast?" His gaze fell upon Jiangnan. Zhang Yingshua's expression turned icy. "Xiaonan came with me. If you have any issues, direct them towards me. Don't be so insidious." She continued, "Grandfather, Xiaonan only just learned about your birthday. He wasn't able to prepare anything." Just as she attempted to defend Jiangnan, Luo Tianxiang sneered, "Prepare? A street vendor from a night market, relying on cheap tricks. Even if he were to prepare something, what could it possibly be? Fried pancake rolls? Huh. Jiangnan, this is not a place for you." Upon hearing the mention of a street vendor, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Was he attempting to leverage his previous relationship with Zhang Yingxue to attach himself to the illustrious Zhang family? Consequently, the gazes directed at Jiangnan shifted. Disdain, mockery, and derision filled the air. Old Master Zhang made no effort to intervene, instead watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Zhang Yingshue's anger flared. "So what if he is a vendor? Xiaonan has never relied on anyone else in his life. I will not allow you to speak of him that way." Jiangnan, flashing a smile, reassured her, "Xiao Shui, do not be upset. Who said I came unprepared? My gift is quite precious, a rare treasure I retrieved from the heavenly pool after battling a golden-grade earth-shattering bear. I nearly perished in the process to bring this gem back. That so-called yinkin fruit pales in comparison." Luo Tianxiang scoffed. "Then let us see what you have. Otherwise, your words are mere drivel." Jiangnan retorted, "I will not allow you to speak ill of yourself." Luo Tianxiang was left baffled, nearly exploding with anger. Why was it that Jiangnan always managed to counter him? "Fine. I shall see what you can produce that could rival my yinkin fruit." Jiangnan proclaimed with an air of confidence, "Let me tell you, my treasure is truly formidable. It can cure all ailments, replenish energy and blood. It is incredibly nourishing." Upon hearing this, curiosity piqued among the attendees. Could it truly be so miraculous? Could it even cure old Master Zhang's lung cancer? Even Zhang's father and mother were intrigued. However, Zhang Yingxue knew that Jiangnan had not prepared any gift. He had only recently learned of the banquet. Had she known earlier, she would have arranged something for him. A wave of guilt washed over her. Xia Yao, equally curious, found herself eagerly anticipating what Jiangnan would unveil. Jiangnan rummaged through a spatial compartment, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. A spatial ability? Was this boy a spatial ability user? Even old Master Zhang's expression shifted in surprise. There were no more than 10 spatial ability users in the world. And in China, only one, Li Daotian. Jiangnan was indeed a rare spatial ability user? As the crowd marveled at this revelation, Jiangnan finally produced his treasure. With utmost care, he presented it to the audience, revealing a thumb-sized ginseng that appeared severely malnourished. Its appearance was utterly pitiful, with barely any roots left. The sight was almost comical. Zhang Yingxue buried her face in embarrassment, while Xia Yao looked on in disbelief. Zhang's parents were equally taken aback, and old Master Zhang questioned, "Are you playing with children? Does this ginseng even compare to a piece of spicy strip?" Jiangnan, unfazed, replied, "Is this not enough to fill your gaps? Then your gaps must be exceptionally large." The audience erupted in laughter. Xia Yao nudged Jiangnan, whispering, "Hey, are you serious? If you cannot produce a gift, no one will hold it against you." Jiangnan remained calm. "Do I look like I am jesting?" Xia Yao retorted, "When have you ever been serious?" Luo Tianxiang sneered, "With such a pathetic trinket, how could you possibly compete with my yinkin fruit? Curing ailments? I suspect this was dug up from some garden. If you cannot produce anything worthwhile, do not embarrass yourself here." Jiangnan smiled brightly. "What if it truly works?" Luo Tianxiang scoffed, "If it does, I shall eat this table. And if it does not?" Xia Yao watched Jiangnan intently, realizing the familiar nature of this wager. The last time she had bet with Jiangnan, she had ended up in a pitfall. "All right. If it does not work, I shall kneel and call you daddy." Jiangnan proclaimed with confidence, "Come, old Master Zhang. Open wide." Old Master Zhang blinked in surprise. "What? Must I eat it now? I must admit, I am a bit apprehensive. This ginseng does appear quite tragic. What business do you two have wagering with me?" Luo Tianxiang urged, "Old Master, just give it a try. If not, I still have the yinkin fruit." "Mr. Zhang, what in the world? Why are you even trying to engage in conversation here? This insufferable brat has no sense of propriety. Yet, he reluctantly took it and placed it in his mouth, chewing. Huh? It's somewhat sweet? Mr. Zhang, Dad, how does it feel? I feel nothing. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Jiangnan. Luo Tianxiang wore a sneer. What is the effect? Jiangnan, have you ever seen anyone take a laxative and immediately relieve themselves? There must be a process. You should know that. Luo Tianxiang glared, his face flushed with anger. You. Mr. Zhang was alarmed. What? Laxative? Is this ginseng reliable? At that moment, the effeminate Gao Jin stepped forward. If you can endure this, I certainly cannot. You dare present that inferior ginseng? Do you look down on Mr. Zhang? Old sir. You will surely love this. Saying this, Gao Jin produced an exquisitely packaged ring box. He opened the lid to reveal a magnificent blue diamond. The size of a pigeon's egg. Such a large diamond? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is that the renowned heart of the ocean? It was auctioned for a staggering 70 million at a recent auction in Britain. It turns out it was purchased by the Gao family. What extravagance! Luo Tianxiang's expression darkened. With the heart of the ocean out, his medicinal fruit paled in comparison. Jiangnan retorted, what is so special about your inferior diamond? A pitiful little diamond, weighing less than a pound, and you dare present it to Mr. Zhang? Upon hearing this, Gao Jin was taken aback. The Zhang couple was stunned. Zhang Yingxue was bewildered, while Xiaoyao frantically gestured. That's the heart of the ocean. Gao Jin laughed heartily. Less than a pound? Do you measure your diamonds by weight? Mine is the heart of the ocean. You ought to calculate wisely and avoid embarrassing yourself. Jiangnan scoffed. What of the heart of the ocean? If you fancy such things, you should have stated so earlier. Producing this was a hassle. I possess a larger one. Saying this, he retrieved a diamond the size of a human head from an alternate dimension and placed it on the table, creating a dent in the marble surface. In that instant, the entire audience was rendered speechless. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What on earth? Gao Jin nearly popped his eyes out. Is this a colossal diamond? It must weigh around 5 pounds. Do you truly measure your diamonds by weight? And it's sculpted into a lifelike human head? What sorcery is this? Does such a large diamond truly exist? Jiangnan, please enjoy. What should I call it? The heart of the ocean has such a cool name. I should have one too. Please enjoy. The invincible diamond. Gao Jin. Seriously? The invincible diamond? A 5-pound diamond shaped like a human head? Just how much is this worth? Everyone was astonished, their gazes fixated on Jiangnan. Zhang Yingxue and Xiaoyao exchanged glances. Where did Jiangnan acquire such a large diamond? He previously mentioned finding it in the spirit ruins. Could it be true? Gao Jin scoffed. Nonsense. My Gao family is in the jewelry business. I've never heard of a diamond this large. The largest one is the Cullinan diamond from South Africa. Over 3,000 carats, but only slightly over a pound. Valued at $7.5 billion. Yours is 5 pounds? You must be joking. Luo Tianxiang commented sarcastically. Nowadays, even glass can be considered a diamond? This is your level. Many guests chimed in. A 5-pound diamond? I bet it's just a glass ball. Huh. One moment it's ginseng, the next it's glass. This fellow is indeed a peculiar sight. Jiangnan scoffed. Just because you haven't seen the world doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Gao Jin sneered. The truth will reveal itself. I recall Brother Zhang is knowledgeable about gem appraisal. Would you mind verifying its authenticity? Mr. Zhang chuckled. I shall embarrass myself then. He was curious whether this diamond was genuine. He stepped forward, retrieving a professional appraisal kit from his pocket. Using a small magnifying glass, he scrutinized the diamond. Zhang Yingshue's heart raced. Xiaoyao was frantically signaling. It wouldn't really be glass, would it? Jiangnan remained unperturbed. Why would I need such a large piece of glass? Xiaoyao gasped. Is it truly a diamond? Jiangnan shrugged. Mr. Zhang appeared increasingly astonished. His expression growing serious. Rising, he declared, it is authentic and of the utmost quality, completely devoid of impurities. A diamond of such size, sculpted into a likeness, is invaluable. At this declaration, everyone was left dumbfounded. No one could doubt Mr. Zhang's word. He is a revered figure in the gem industry. A 5-pound diamond. Authentic? How can this be? Gao Jin's face contorted in disbelief. This can't possibly be genuine? Luo Tianxiang's mind buzzed. Where on earth did Jiangnan acquire such a treasure? The gazes of everyone shifted towards Jiangnan. With such a gem, why would he bother with a mere stall? Please. Young brother, take it back. Such a precious treasure should not be shown so freely. Jiangnan, didn't I say it was a gift for Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang was momentarily dazed. A single pound of Cullinan diamond is valued at $7.5 billion. How much could this 5-pound invincible diamond be worth? Mr. Zhang, this is indeed rather precious. Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. I have over 200 pounds more. The crowd nearly choked on their disbelief. What? You have over 200 pounds more? Are you even human? Their worldviews were crumbling. Did diamonds truly weigh that much now? Xia Yao was left speechless. She realized Jiangnan was simply extraordinary. Whether it was the spirit pearl or the diamond, he measured everything by weight. Hey, where did you get that? Is there really over 200 pounds? Xia Yao whispered. Zhou Mingxue also cast an inquiring glance. Didn't I tell you already? I unearthed it in the spirit ruins, and you still don't believe me. Jiangnan casually mentioned how he had transformed a robust man into diamond form. 200 pounds was an understatement. Xia Yao. Mr. Zhong, seeing that Jiangnan had no intention of taking it back, solemnly declared, young brother, this kindness shall not be forgotten by the Zhong family. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Xia Yao shot a triumphant glare at Gao Jin and Luo Tianxiang. What now? They had no retort, their teeth clenched in frustration. Even if they sold everything they owned, they couldn't acquire a 5-pound diamond. Mr. Zhong laughed heartily. Good, good, good. What a remarkable young man. Jiangnan. What do you mean by don't judge a book by its cover? How am I not to be judged by my appearance? Come, explain that to me. One moment you're talking about my nose and eyes. The next it's about not judging by looks. If you can't compliment someone, just stay silent. This Mr. Zhong holds grudges. It's not like I just gave you a bump on the head. Is it really necessary? Gao Jin and Luo Tianxiang could muster no further retorts. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangnan gracefully approached, wearing a smile. Setting aside her tattered attire, it genuinely captivated everyone's attention. Xia Yu quickly covered Jiangnan's eyes. Children shouldn't see such things. Jiangnan. Hey, you can cover my eyes, but don't poke my eyeballs. Why can't I look? Yu Xiangnan chuckled. Old sir, you will surely adore this imperial green ring. Some small trinkets are merely a token of the young lady's affection. Old Master Zheng chuckled. Not bad, girl. With a sweet smile, Yu Xiangnan crouched down, saying, come on, old man. Let me put it on for you. As she bent down, her alluring figure was displayed in all its glory, causing the gentlemen present to hastily avert their gazes, fearing the consequences of lingering too long. Jiangnan coughed. 1 pound of diamonds. I demand a finger opening. Xia Yao pouted. Not happening. Don't think you can bribe me. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangnan lifted old Master Zheng's hand, preparing to slide the large ring onto his finger. Suddenly, old Master Zheng's eyes widened in shock. A rush of warmth surged through him, causing his complexion to flush. The onlookers were taken aback. What was happening? Why was the old man blushing? Could it be due to Yu Xiangnan? True to his seasoned experience, old Master Zheng managed to suppress the rising heat within him. He thought to himself, this was not good. What on earth was happening? At over 70, he shouldn't be feeling this way towards a young girl. Yet, the more he suppressed it, the stronger it became. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. A torrent of blood erupted from his nostrils, gushing forth with such force that it nearly sent him reeling backwards. In that moment, he lost his balance in his wheelchair. Propelled by the force of the blood, careened backwards. The chaos culminated with the wheelchair getting stuck on the steps, flipping old Master Zheng over. The sudden turn of events left everyone in utter disbelief, silence enveloping the room for a good 10 seconds until someone exclaimed in awe, old Master Zheng is impressive. Still vigorous at over 70. Yu Xiangnan stood frozen in embarrassment, replaying the shocking scene in her mind. Could it be that old Master Zheng truly had feelings for her? What was she to do now? Old Master Zheng, flustered, sprang to his feet, clutching his nose as he cursed, damn it, I'm not that vigorous. What kind of nonsense is this? Is this some potent ginseng? Jiangnan snickered, reveling in the absurdity of the moment. Didn't you say one cannot judge a book by its cover? Didn't you say my nose is just a nose and my eyes just eyes? Watching the rapidly updating list of grievances brought him immense satisfaction. Old Master Zheng was drenched in blood, an alarming sight. No matter how he tried to stem the flow, it cascaded from his fingers like a tiny fountain. Panic set in as he realized he had never seen anything like this in his 70-plus years. It was akin to a high-pressure water gun. Had he just bled out 2 or 3 pounds? Was he about to meet his end? Celebrating a birthday that turned into a funeral would be quite the twist. Is this blood still flowing? Old Master Zheng pondered, recalling the years of solitude since his wife passed. He had never sought companionship, a truly noble man. Old Master Zheng exclaimed, I'm not fainting. Today, I've lost face. How unfortunate that this incident had to happen while Yu Xiangnan was putting a ring on his finger. Zhang's couple looked equally bewildered. What is happening to our old man? Quick, call an ambulance. At this rate, he might just bleed out. Flowing blood could lead to a rather pitiful demise. But old Master Zheng shouted, stop with the ambulance. Get back here. I feel perfectly fine. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Gao Jin interjected, this must not be taken lightly. It could be a sign of revival. We need to get him to the hospital. Old Master Zheng retorted, what nonsense. I said I'm fine. Bring me a tea jar. He stopped trying to stifle the blood, allowing it to flow freely into the jar, the sound echoing loudly, leaving the crowd in sheer astonishment. Within minutes, the jar was filled to the brim, and another was fetched to continue the collection. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Tianxiang pointed an accusing finger at Jiangnan, demanding, "What did you give old Master Zhang? Are you trying to harm him?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Jiangnan, their expressions filled with suspicion. After all, this was no trivial matter. If something had truly gone wrong, it would be catastrophic. Jiangnan shrugged. "You're all overreacting. This is a good thing. I told you it's a great tonic." The crowd was speechless. A tonic doesn't tea work like this, does it? That little ginseng can't be this effective. Old Master Zhong's face darkened. "Today, I've fallen for your tricks." Jiangnan chuckled. "Don't sweat the small details. The real issue is the old man's health. This remedy is a cure-all, not just talk." "You don't believe me? Try it." Zhongshan paused, recalling that he had indeed just performed an impressive feat. At over 70, could he still execute such a maneuver? Defying the odds, he held the tea jar and, before the astonished gazes of everyone, executed a backflip. Zhong's couple gasped, while Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao covered their mouths in shock. Was this truly not a dream? Jiangnan was equally astonished. "Old man, you're exceptionally skilled. Please respect the laws of nature. Over 70 and still flipping? Not a drop of blood spilled from the tea jar?" As the crowd struggled to comprehend the spectacle, old Master Zhong took a deep breath, exhaling with a newfound ease. "I think I'm better." The revelation left everyone in a state of shock. They understood the implication. He was cured of his cancer. Stuttering, old Master Zhong asked, Really cured?" Zhong Yingxue, her voice trembling with anxiety, inquired, "Grandpa Zhong, are you sure?" Zhongshan nodded decisively. He was acutely aware of his own body. Previously suffering from late-stage lung cancer, each breath had been agony. Now, he breathed freely and powerfully, as if all ailments had vanished. Even the blood was merely a minor inconvenience. Tears welled in Zhong Yingxue's eyes as she leaped into Zhongshan's embrace, filled with joy. "Little brother, this medicine is akin to a rebirth for my father, for the Zhong family. This kindness will never be forgotten. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Whether it be money or anything else, whatever I can do." Old Master Zhong waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not go there. He is not doing this for that." Zhongshan smiled wryly. "I was so short-sighted. A 5-pound diamond can be given away so easily. Does Jiangnan really need money?" Jiangnan, taken aback, thought, "What do you mean not for this? I definitely want that. Oh, it's nothing, as long as Xiaoxue is happy." Zhong Yingxue's heart melted as she gazed at Jiangnan, her eyes filled with warmth. This precious ginseng, he had risked his life to retrieve from the spiritual realm, was selflessly gifted to her grandfather for his treatment. How could she not be moved? Jiangnan, noticing Zhong Yingxue's gaze, felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, women tend to overthink. It wasn't as arduous as imagined. A simple prize, and it was all worth it. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiang seethed with rage, watching Zhong Yingxue's gaze linger on Jiangnan, even nearly shattering a steel tooth. A mere ginseng cured lung cancer? And that 5-pound diamond pales in comparison to Jiangnan. My own Yankagwo is utterly insignificant. Just then, Jiangnan approached the marble table and tapped it with his finger. If consumed raw, it would surely be hard on the teeth. Why don't we grind it into powder and mix it with water? What do you think, young Master Luo? I'll add an extra dish for you tonight. Let me tell you, this dish is exceedingly tough. Luo Tianxiang's forehead bulged with veins, his face reddening with anger. The nearly new marble surface. How could this dish not be tough? It's ridiculously hard. Grind it into powder to drink. It seems it's an absolute necessity. Luo Tianxiang glanced around, feeling all eyes fixed on him. The gaze was so piercing it made him feel utterly ashamed. More so than when he had an embarrassing moment in the elevator. He was filled with immense regret. How could Jiangnan, a mere street vendor, possess such exquisite items? Why did he let his emotions get the better of him and bet against him? Just wait until I reach Songyang Linwu. You'll see. Saying this, he stormed out of the banquet hall, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Jiangnan's voice rang out casually, "Old Master Zhong, with such goods. It seems they are unworthy of Xiaoxue, don't you think? What my Luo family can offer you, I, Jiangnan, can provide too. What they cannot give, I can just as easily supply." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Jiangnan's words were laden with confidence, even bordering on arrogance. Yet one could not deny the truth in his assertion. A rare spatial ability. His stage was not Jiang City, but the entire world. Ultimately, it was old Master Zhong who sighed deeply. "Xiaoxue was originally adopted by me. She has no ties to the Zhong family. I do not have long to live. And if I die, Xiaoxue's life in the Zhong family will be far from easy. I just thought to match her with the Luo family, as having them as support would at least spare her from being bullied." The situation was escalating, and all sorts of characters were getting involved. As he spoke, Old Master Zhang cast a scornful glance at Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, who hung their heads in shame. The Zhang family's enterprise was built through Zhongshan's hard work, and they were well aware of the intricacies involved. Now it seems I still have quite a bit of time left. I shall not meddle in your youthful affairs. Do as you wish. Zhongshan patted Jiangnan on the shoulder, and they exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's sentiments. However, the blood gushing from Zhongshan's nose was quite the distraction for Jiangnan. Jiangnan flashed a radiant smile. Rest assured, old master. Zhang Inchue could no longer hold back her tears, biting her lip to wipe them away. Her expression was heart-wrenching, prompting Xia Yao to step forward and offer comfort. Old Master Zhang had spoken, completely resolving the emotional turmoil Zhang Inchue had endured for years. How could she not be touched? Jiaonnan's emergence was all for her. Usually, he jested, eliciting a mix of affection and exasperation. Yet unbeknownst to her, he had resolved one dilemma after another that plagued her. He had never disappointed anyone. Her heart melted. She truly wished to embrace Jiangnan, cherishing him. However, with so many people around, she felt too shy. At that moment, everyone's gaze towards Jiangnan shifted. Having cured old Master Zhang's cancer was akin to bestowing a new lease on life upon the Zhang family. The two pats on his shoulder spoke volumes. Old Master Zhang, with a darkened expression, remarked, "By the way, is this nosebleed ever going to stop? In just a little while, I filled 8 large teacups. If I were to donate blood, I could easily earn a medal." Jiangnan replied, "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Men have those days every month." Old Master Zhang. Xia Yao. Ha! She was stifling her laughter, her face flushed, shaking all over, even pinching her own thigh to suppress it. Could old Master Zhang not preserve his dignity? From Zhongshan's resentment value 1,000. Although he had cured my cancer, I should be grateful. Why do I feel the urge to punch him? The banquet continued until after 10 o'clock, but old Master Zhang left early. Ultimately, he took his teacup to the hospital, not out of fear of dying from a nosebleed, but to have a thorough examination. When the results came in, the doctors were baffled. No ailments whatsoever. Furthermore, he had never seen such a healthy man in his 70s. After the banquet concluded, Jiangnan and Xia Yao were waiting in the car. Zhang Inchue was still accompanying her parents to see off the guests. Jiangnan sat in the car, feeling restless. He glanced at the time. 10:43, still early, no rush. Xia Yao, curious, asked, "Why do you keep checking the time? Are you anxious to go home?" Jiangnan's expression turned serious. "I have a promise to fulfill. It is my duty. My mission." Xia Yao? What on earth? It's so late. Where are you going? Jiangnan, to accomplish my unfinished business. Suddenly, Xia Yao thought of something, looking disdainful. You're not thinking of going to see that you Jiangnan. Are you? TSK. No wonder she keeps looking at you. Jiangnan's face turned crimson. You're talking nonsense. Damn, how did Xia Yao catch on? Women are truly terrifying. Xia Yao grinned mischievously. Am I wrong? Why are you blushing? Jiangnan, I had too much to drink. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. You, who down 107 bottles, are telling me you're drunk. Spare me the lies. Why is your face so sweaty? Jiangnan, it's too hot in the car. We have the air conditioning on. Do you think the air conditioning in my Rolls Royce is just for show? Hurry, confess honestly. Jiangnan, I can't take this anymore. If you keep asking, I'm really going to spill. He glanced at the time again. It was exactly 11 o'clock. Wait for me to return. And in an instant, he vanished. Xia Yao stared wide-eyed. Hey, you're really going? You scoundrel. Jiangnan. In room 69 of the Century Hotel, Yu Xiangnan was in a state of turmoil, her thoughts a jumble. Will he really come? I even mistook him for a waiter. How infuriating. He cured old Master Zhang's illness, and he is so handsome. Surely he wouldn't come, right? A man like him would surely dislike a woman like me. What if he does come? Oh dear, I'm so worried. Just as Yu Xiangnan was lost in thought, she heard the door unlock with a click, followed by footsteps. Yu Xiangnan. Jiangnan really came? Her face flushed bright red, feeling incredibly nervous. Then she steeled herself. He is here. What else can I do? Shall we just start? Jiangnan nodded eagerly. Let us begin. Wait while I find a video for you. Yu Xiangnan? We need to watch a video? Jiangnan took out his phone and opened a video featuring Luo Tianxiang. Yu Xiangnan stared at the screen, her expression shifting dramatically. Yu Xiangnan. Ugh. Turn it off. This is absolutely disgusting. She gagged. Even through the screen, she felt nauseous. Jiangnan chuckled. Now you know who he is, right? Be careful. He is not normal. Who knows what he might do one day. Oh. And with that, he vanished in an instant. Yu Xiangnan? What the heck? You came to my room in the middle of the night just to show me a video of Luo Tianxiang in the elevator? I've been agonizing over this for so long. How utterly embarrassing. Are you even human? From Yu Xiangnan's resentment value 1,000. The next moment, Jiangnan appeared in the car. At this moment, Zhang Inxue had also returned. Xia Yao looked astonished. How did you come back so quickly? It's only been 3 minutes? You. Jiangnan. What the heck? Only 3 minutes. What nonsense? Zhang Inxue, with a curious expression, asked, Where did Xiaonan go? Xia Yao chuckled. Why don't you ask Xiaonan? It's only been 3 minutes. TSK. Jiangnan protested. What 3 minutes? I went to show you Xiangnan the video of Luo Tianxiang. What do you think I went there for? Ugh. Such unhealthy thoughts. Xia Yu was taken aback, her face flushing red. He specifically went out at night just to show you Xiangnan the video of Luo Tianxiang? Pfft. Haha. I was wrong. I was mistaken. Xiaonan, you're too mischievous. Haha. Zhang Yingxue was astonished. What video? Jiangnan and Xia Yao replied in unison. It's a secret. Zhang Yingxue. Chapter 84. In Wind and Rain. I await you at the night market. Jiangnan certainly couldn't let Zhang Yingxue see the video. That would tarnish her eyes. Watching the snickering Jiangnan and Xia Yao, Zhang Yingxue felt a headache coming on. What trouble were they up to behind her back? Let's go home. Jiangnan. All right. Let's go. As Zhang Yingxue sat in the passenger seat, she gazed at Jiangnan's adept driving and couldn't help but say, Xiaonan, I also want to learn how to drive. Xia Yao was stunned. Xue, don't you already have a license? Why do you need to learn? Zhang Yingxue's face turned crimson. Having a license and knowing how to drive are two different matters. Now that Xiaonan is on our team, he can drive into the Lingshu in the future. You both can drive, but I can't. I want to learn too. Xia Yao chuckled. Sure. I'll teach you. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. You, big wolf, should probably refrain from that. Even if you put wings on a car, you'd still take off. You don't even look at the road. He couldn't help but recall the tragic state of the Koenigsegg Blue Phantom after being scraped. Ah, damn Jiangnan. I'll strangle you. Xia Yao's resentment level 1000. No. Drive safely. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Luo Tianxiang was going wild, smashing things in a frenzy. With reddened eyes, he howled to the heavens. Such impotent rage was unparalleled. Just then, the phone rang. Hello. Son, is Yu Yao with you? Luo Tianxiang was taken aback. Yeah? What does Dad want with my cousin? Luo's father replied. Tell Yu Yao to come to the company tomorrow. We have a 1 billion deal to discuss with her family. We're here for old Zheng's birthday banquet and this business deal. Don't neglect her, understand? Luo Tianxiang was shocked. 1 billion? Wow, that's no trivial amount. He patted his chest, saying, Don't worry, Dad, leave it to me. Luo's father's face darkened. I trust you? For you, I even replaced the company elevator. What sins did I commit in my past life to have a child like you? Meanwhile, Jiangnan had just left. Yu Xiangnan recalled the earlier scene. Her pretty face flushed. It was so embarrassing. But thinking of the video content, where's the mood for anything else? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. And Yu Xiangnan frowned slightly. Who could be looking for her at this hour? Did Jiangnan come back? With that thought, she felt a bit excited and hurried to open the door. Luo Tianxiang. Cousin, Dad said. Yu Xiangnan. Her expression was filled with terror as she took 2 steps back, covering her mouth. Ugh, Luo Tianxiang. What the hell? Is it that bad that you vomited the moment you saw me? Am I that ugly? At least it shouldn't be that bad, right? Cousin, are you okay? Do you feel unwell? As he spoke, he tried to step inside. Yu Xiangnan took another 2 steps back, pushing him away. Quick. Get out. Don't come in. It's disgusting. If there's nothing else, hurry and leave. Ugh, Luo Tianxiang. What is disgusting about me? His face darkened. He had been fine at the hotel. Why was she so disdainful now? Cousin, Dad said there's a 1 billion business deal to discuss with you. And you need to come to the company tomorrow. Yu Xiangnan, get lost. I don't know such a disgusting person. Discuss business? You were in the company elevator. Ugh, I'm not going to your company. It's too disgusting. Get lost. I feel like vomiting just seeing you. I don't have a cousin as disgusting as you. Bang. The door slammed shut. Luo Tianxiang stood there, stunned. The elevator incident? How did she know? Jiangnan showed her the video. The disdain in her eyes felt as if she were looking at a pile of refuse. Not doing the business anymore. 1 billion. That's 1 billion. Luo Tianxiang was nearly explosive with rage. His reputation was ruined. And it was so late. Jiangnan went in his cousin's room? Surely nothing happened? He couldn't believe it. Did he even show her the video of me in the elevator? Luo Tianxiang felt his mind unraveling. Jiangnan. I will not rest until you are destroyed. His roar echoed throughout the hotel. Hello? Son, did you get the message? Dad, the 1 billion deal is off. Luo's father, Wang Defa? You little brat. Beat. After hanging up, Luo Tianxiang looked utterly despondent. Back in his room, Jiangnan was pouring energy drink into a bottle, patiently tying strands of spiritual chives into little hearts. During this time in Lingshu, he hadn't had much chance to set up a stall. His skill points and resentment levels were nearly used up. Jiangnan was looking forward to what good things might come after the beauty pill. He planned to seize the summer vacation to earn a fortune. Tomorrow was Valentine's Day. Chives and energy drink would surely sell like hotcakes. He couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. How to relieve worries? Only through sudden wealth. Thus, he took out his phone and posted a Weibo update. God Nan, from my iPhone 11 Pro Max, in wind and rain. I await you at the night market. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock. See you at the university town. Image. It was a meme of two hands holding pens. The comments section exploded with replies. I've waited so long. The flowers have withered. I can't turn in my assignments lately. Without chives, I can't live. Moving to the university town? New products coming? Excited. The picture is quite suggestive, wow. I can already smell the smoke. Funny face. Yesterday, I had chives with the energy drink, then ate a yellow bean to detox. Guess what? You weren't halfway through when. Is that brother upstairs still alive? Reading this reply, Jiangnan's expression gradually turned to one of horror. What the heck? This brother is something else. Chives and energy drink with yellow beans? Jiangnan envisioned the scene and immediately shivered, covering his face. What were you thinking, eating detoxifying yellow beans for no reason? Then the big brother replied, well, I lost my girlfriend. Sold my house. Don't ask, the hospital's Wi-Fi is pretty fast. The brother who bought my house forced $2,000 on me and asked how I ended up breaking the ceiling. Jiangnan. What the hell? Is it that powerful? Did he really break the ceiling? One can only imagine how desperate that brother's girlfriend must have been. Jiangnan quickly shut off his phone. Would he be beaten up tomorrow at his stall? Thinking of the stall fee, it wasn't he for nothing. Whatever. Nothing could stop me from setting up a stall. Little money is what Jiangnan loves the most. Chapter 85. The Big Tail Wolf. The next morning, Jiangnan woke up early to prepare the energy drink. Enjoying a nice bath. While he was in his room absorbing spiritual pearls, he soon heard Xia Yao calling, Shaonan. I forgot my towel. Bring it to me. It's in the second compartment of my wardrobe. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, completely unwilling to move. With a swift motion, a spatial wormhole was opened, and a towel was extracted from Xia Yao's room. The portal was then reopened in the bathroom, where the towel was handed over. Xia Yao was humming a delightful tune, reveling in the euphoria brought by her enhanced physical prowess, completely oblivious to the issue of land desertification. At that moment, she felt a tap on her shoulder, causing her to startle and turn abruptly. Before her stood a hand materializing out of thin air, nonchalantly waving the towel. Terror filled Xia Yao's eyes, akin to encountering a ghost, prompting her to leap from the bathtub. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the living room. Clad only in a sports tank top, Xia Yao dashed into Jiangnan's room, her fair skin still glistening with droplets of water, her silver hair damp. With a curious expression, she exclaimed, Shaonan. What was that just now? Is that your spatial technique? How could your hand just appear from the bathroom? Jiangnan beamed brightly, opening another spatial wormhole, his hand emerging from behind Xia Yao to close the door, leaving her in stunned silence. Xia Yao pondered. Can spatial techniques truly be real? Isn't there a limitation on spatial spirit pearls in the country? Jiangnan chuckled mischievously. I've got connections. Xia Yao rolled her eyes in disbelief, then warned, you mustn't open spatial wormholes indiscriminately, all right? We need to prevent any nighttime surprises for me and Shue Shue. Jiangnan retorted with a smirk, with your sleeping posture, even if I did sneak up on you, you wouldn't wake up. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed as she recalled a moment of being sealed like a dumpling. Filled with indignation, she vowed to teach him a lesson today. She called out, come here and be my sparring partner. Jiangnan was bewildered. Sparring partner? What are you talking about? Xia Yao dragged him to the third floor of the villa, discovering a hidden paradise filled with fitness equipment and a soft wrestling mat at the center. At that moment, Zhong Yingxue, dressed in workout attire, was on the treadmill, perspiring profusely, and smiled at the two. Jiangnan's demeanor turned serious. He knew that Zhong Yingxue's impressive ranking in Songjiang spirit martial arts was not mere luck. Her dedication to training was evident. Excited, Xia Yao struck a pose on the wrestling mat, exuding confidence. Come on, I'll show you how it's done. Losers get their heads flicked. Jiangnan, with a charming grin, asked, are you serious? A nagging sense of foreboding crept into Xia Yao as she added, no spirit techniques allowed. No teleportation either. All right, Jiangnan agreed. Xia Yao, brimming with confidence, was a skilled hand-to-hand combatant, honed through countless real battles in the spirit ruins over 3 years. Today, she was determined to reclaim her dominance and give him 100 head flicks. In a flash, Xia Yao lunged forward, moving with astonishing speed like a silver shadow, throwing a punch toward Jiangnan's eye. Startled by her quickness, he swiftly countered by stepping forward, lowering himself, and using his shoulder to absorb her blow, pivoting around her waist. In a swift motion, he lifted her, executing a flawless throw. Xia Yao felt the world spin before being slammed to the ground. As she attempted to rise, Jiangnan had already locked her arms with his legs, securing her in a hold. What on earth? Why can't I move? She exclaimed, bewildered. Zhong Yingxue gasped, nearly losing her balance on the treadmill. Xia Yao was well aware of her own abilities. Few could match her in close combat. Yet, in mere seconds, she was subdued by Jiangnan. His movements were impeccable, and his reactions flawless. Are you convinced now? Jiangnan asked. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That doesn't count. I wasn't warmed up. Let us go again. As soon as Jiangnan released her, Xia Yao aimed a punch at his eye. Oh! Trying to sneak attack? Jiangnan caught her fist and executed a shoulder throw. Pain shot through Xia Yao, twisting her face in agony. Before she could recover, Jiangnan trapped her in a chokehold. Defeated, she tapped his arm. Wow, are you cheating? How can you be so strong? Where did you learn this? Xia Yao was nearly driven to madness, initially intending to teach Jiangnan a lesson, yet she found herself becoming a living punching bag. Is it fair for a spatial control expert to be this good at close combat? Jiangnan simply grinned. How many surprises does Jiangnan need to give himself to be content? I don't know how long it had been. Xia Yao was already drenched in fragrant sweat, panting heavily. The glistening sweat flowed down her cheeks, and her silver hair became soaked. Throughout the entire process, apart from hitting Jiangnan's eye socket at the very beginning, she hadn't touched Jiangnan again. She probably wouldn't be able to touch him even if she fought until tomorrow morning. She couldn't help but say angrily, I'm not fighting anymore. You can touch it. As she spoke, she turned around and presented her tail to Jiangnan. Jiangnan looked at the silvery, fluffy tail and couldn't help but gulp. I'm really going to touch it. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. Ugh. Just touch it if I let you. A bet is a bet. But she turned her head and said, but after you touch it, you have to take responsibility. I want to learn your close combat skills. Zhong Yingxue quickly said, I want to learn too. Jiangnan patted his chest. Easy peasy. Looking at the white wolf tail in front of him, Jiangnan had a melting expression. Beast girl, this is my ultimate dream. I didn't expect it to be right in front of me. For a moment, Jiangnan was at a loss. Xia Yao was anxious and said unhappily, Ugh. Hurry up and touch it. It's so embarrassing. At this moment, Xia Yao's pretty face was flushed, urging him repeatedly. Jiangnan took a deep breath and put his hand on the tail, stroking it. Wow. So soft. Wow. Fluffy and so comfortable. Wow. Wolf tails are amazing. Xia Yao frowned. Her whole body bristling, her face red to the roots of her ears. Jiangnan? It's just touching the tail. Why such a big reaction? At this moment, Jiangnan was a little curious. Where exactly does the tail grow from after beast transformation? Is it an extension of the coccyx? Jiangnan thought while touching the tail. Then his expression became serious. Let me see what the principle of this tail is. As he said that, he raised the wolf tail and lifted it up. Xia Yao, how dare you? Xia Yao suddenly canceled her beast transformation, her face exploding red. She raised her small fist and went straight for Jiangnan's other eye socket. Jiangnan's eyes widened. Oh, playing sneak attacks? He subconsciously opened a space wormhole in front of his eye socket. Xia Yao's small fist slammed into it and popped out from the other side. It hit her own eye socket, and her eye socket immediately turned black and blue. Xia Yao? Xiaonan, I'll strangle you. As she said that, she pounced on Jiangnan like a ravenous wolf. Jiangnan looked guilty. Ahem. I'm going to set up a stall. Then he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Xia Yao turned her head and looked at Zhong Yingxue pitifully. Shue shue. Is my eye socket black? Zhong Yingxue covered her face. Not very black. Xia Yao. Damn it. Xiaonan, you wait for me. Hey, big guy, I'm going to set up a stall. Come over here. Let's meet at University City. Okay, brother Nan. I'll be right there. Wu Liang was also surprised. Jiangnan was setting up a stall. What did he want him to do? The two met at University City. Wu Liang looked at Jiangnan's black and blue eye socket, looking astonished. What's wrong, brother Nan? Who beat you up? Jiangnan smiled wryly. Domestic violence. Domestic violence. But touching the tail wasn't a loss. It's just that I don't dare to go home now. Otherwise, I'll definitely be bitten to death by this fierce dog Xia Yao. But that doesn't stop Jiangnan from making small money. Calling Wu Liang over, Jiangnan has his own purpose. That night, the traffic in University City's night market soared threefold. It can be said that it was crowded with people, all because of Jiangnan. As soon as the two showed up, the entire University City night market was completely ignited. Holy crap. God Nan. Why is his eye socket black and blue? Quick. Quick. Make way for him. We've been waiting for him. What if his eye socket is black and blue? It still can't hide Godnan's handsomeness. I absolutely love him. I don't know why. It's so satisfying to see. Jiangnan. Can we not mention the eye socket? This is the fist of love, you know? As soon as Jiangnan arrived, the originally crowded crowd instantly made way for a path. It led directly to the stall. And there were even many streamers setting up their mobile phone tripods too. Su Yuan was the first one. Wu Liang was shocked. Jiangnan's appeal is too terrifying, isn't it? It's just setting up a stall. Are you sure this isn't some kind of cult organization? Stallism? Jiangnan spread out his stall cloth, sat on his small stool. Strength potion. Detoxifying yellow beans, spiritual leeks, Hulk brand underpants, all online. And the spiritual leeks were tied into heart shapes and hung on the mouth of the strength bottle. Bundled sales. And the most eye-catching was the Hulk brand underpants. There was a complete range of varieties and styles. Jiangnan was hoarsely shouting, "Come, come, come. The latest products are freshly out. Hulk brand shorts. Unbreakable, unterrible. Brothers may betray you, girlfriends may betray you, but shorts will never betray you. The price is 10,000 per pair. The crowd? It's just a pair of shorts. And you're making it sound so flowery. Where did you learn these advertising slogans? 10,000 a pair? Are these golden shorts? Unbreakable? Unterrible? Are you keeping them as heirlooms?" As Jiangnan revealed the new products, there was a chorus of boos in the venue. The female streamers that Su Yuan brought to were even more disappointed. Livestream comments. Godnan is still not good enough. I thought he was holding back some big move after not setting up a stall for so long. Selling a few rags for 10,000? Do you really think we're stupid? Godnan is starting to make easy money. The shorts used to be $10 for two. Now it's 10,000? Su Yuan even chimed in. Godnan, I brought people to support you. These sisters all came for you. Don't disappoint them. The female streamers behind him pouted. But looking at the pile of shorts on the stall, their pretty faces were still slightly red. Are we out of touch with the times? This is too exciting. Jiangnan curled his lips. You know nothing. Big guy. Complete beast transformation. Wu Liang finally knew what Jiangnan brought him here for. He could show off his proud figure again? Thinking of this, Wu Liang was excited. Okay. So with a Sheila sound. In everyone's astonished eyes, Wu Liang, who was nearly 2 meters tall, directly turned into a 4-meter-tall black bear. Jeans and short sleeves exploded directly, bringing unparalleled visual shock. At this moment, the whole place was silent. The crowd was petrified. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. My eyes. What the hell did I just see? Damn it. My values. My values are completely destroyed. How many learning materials do I have to watch to make up for my injured soul? Jiangnan was also stunned. That's not right. That shouldn't be the effect. So Jiangnan turned his head and saw a scene he would never forget. A 4-meter-tall black bear, wearing Pikachu briefs. Wu Liang's bare face showed a proud smile. He struck a bodybuilding pose with his biceps. Jiangnan. Damn it. Why did he put on Pikachu again? Quick. Change back. If you don't change back, you'll scare the children of the ants. Wu Liang returned to human form. The crowd exclaimed. A 2-meter-tall, iron tower-like muscle man. Paired with Pikachu. It was explosive. Wu Liang looked like he was enjoying it. Yes, that's the feeling of being the center of attention. Exciting. Jiangnan. Did Wu Liang awaken some strange attribute again? Following the triangle tough guy. He also has a socially attribute. Su Yuan and the 2 female streamers were also stunned. What kind of is this? Livestream comments exploded directly. I hate that I'm not cultured enough. Just one is enough to describe it. He's just missing a steel pipe. The Bulgarian has a successor. Jiangnan struck while the iron was hot. Did you see? Everyone, did you see? These shorts are simply a boon for those with therianthropic abilities. They allow you to transform freely during combat, avoiding any awkwardness. A must-have for strong men. Irresistible to cute girls. Even the Hulk approves. Trendy and fashionable without any worries. 10,000 for one. Get them while they're hot. Outshine the campus beauties and hunks. That Jiangnan's advertising spiel was relentless, bombarding people until they were dizzy and captivated. To complement Jiangnan's brainwashing, Wu Liang repeatedly underwent complete therianthropy, showcasing his muscles from every angle. At that moment, the onlookers were genuinely tempted. Because it was a university town, many were university students, and quite a few possessed therianthropic abilities. They all shared the same problem as Wu Liang. And these Hulk brand shorts perfectly solved their issues. Look at Wu Liang. With such a significant transformation, his Pikachu clung tightly to his figure. Damn it. Give me 2. For alternating wear. A handsome guy. Give me 1. Jiangnan was stunned. 1 isn't enough, brother. You need 1 for backup. That brother. If the front gets dirty, I can wear it inside out. Jiangnan looked horrified. What kind of player is this? Never mind what I said. With Wu Liang's demonstration, Hulk brand shorts were selling like crazy. The 2 female streamers who came with Su Yuan squatted down and started picking as well. Looking at Jiangnan, they couldn't help but ask, Nanshin, any discounts for the ladies? I want to choose this one. That girl took a cherry Maruko. Discounts? No way. Girl, what's wrong? Are girls' small fortunes not as attractive as money? Don't be so heartless. I'll wear it when I get home and send you the photos. Can't you just give me one? That female streamer was casting alluring glances and subtle flirtations. Su Yuan. Damn it. Is this a good thing? He imagined it and quickly covered his nose. This works too? Jiangnan's expression turned serious. Discounts are possible. If you try it on here, I won't charge you. Female streamer. Her face turned black. Try it on here? Are you serious? With so many people? Wouldn't I be exposed? Hee hee, you're so bad. Resentment value from Li Qin 666. Su Yuan chuckled. Shao Qin, I'll pay for it. Will you send me the photos when you get home? Li Qin glanced at Su Yuan. Dream on. Su Yuan? Why? Why can she show Jiangnan? But not me. I'm paying for it. Jiangnan smiled brightly. Want to know the difference between you and me? Su Yuan was stunned and quickly asked, where? Jiangnan pointed at Li Qin and then at himself. See that? It's a character. Then he pointed at Li Qin and then at Su Yuan. What's this? Su Yuan pondered for a moment. Character? Jiangnan shook his head. No. It's a character. That's the difference. Li Qin. Ha ha ha. She laughed until tears came out. Su Yuan. What the hell? That's for you? How did it become for me? Isn't that just plus? Are you cursing me in such a roundabout way? If you don't have any culture, you won't understand. Resentment value from Su Yuan 1000. Just then, the crowd that was frantically buying Hulk brand shorts suddenly fell silent for a moment. Jiangnan was stunned. What's going on? He couldn't help but look back. His eyes almost popping out. Jiangnan was so scared that he fell off his small stool. Wu Liang had reverted from a black bear to human form. Unlike before, this time, the Hulk brand shorts didn't revert with him. Instead, they lost their elasticity, slowly sliding down Wu Liang's body, directly slipping to Wu Liang's ankles. Jiangnan. Wu Liang. Chapter 88. What kind of player is this? Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but even Jiangnan was stunned. The crowd was silent for 3 seconds. Then there was a deafening exclamation. Immediately afterward, the flashing lights and shutters almost blinded Jiangnan's big eyes. The shorts fell off. Wu Liang was no longer wearing a single piece of cloth. No one expected such a corny situation to happen. Jiangnan was still thinking that Hulk brand shorts might be the best consolation prize from the system. No side effects. Who knew that before Jiangnan could praise it? He would be hit with a club. Did Hulk brand shorts have a usage limit? About 30 times. If the number of uses is exceeded, it will lose its elasticity. It was discovered too late. Wu Liang was already stark naked. At this moment, the male compatriots in the crowd covered their faces with their hands, subconsciously closing their eyes. Only by studying frantically at home could they wash away the spiritual pollution. The young ladies screamed, but couldn't help but look. The old ladies, however, marveled and commented. Damn, this young man. Oh my, this is better than my old man's. Hee hee. It wasn't a wasted trip. The two female streamers were directly frightened. This. What kind of player is this? Resentment value from Wu Liang 666. At this moment, the big guy was calm. What big storms haven't I seen? I've been through it in the alley before. I just didn't expect the second time to come so quickly. Twice being watched, and both times because of Jiangnan. Wu Liang's face turned dark. Brother Nan, can you be any more of a pit? Jiangnan covered his face and pulled over a pair of shorts. Handing it to Wu Liang. Don't say anything. Put it on quickly. Wu Liang looked at the underwear Jiangnan handed over and shook his head. I want the briefs. Jiangnan. Damn, it's already this time, and you're still arguing about briefs or boxers. How persistent are you? Brother Nan, you don't know. Briefs are a belief. Stop it. Believe my ass. If someone comes later and arrests you as a pervert. In the end, Wu Liang was given a pair of briefs. Jiangnan coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. That? Everyone has seen it. Hulk brand shorts have a usage limit. Everyone must pay attention when transforming. Jiangnan was explaining when he heard. Two exclamations, plus a pig-like scream, resounded throughout the night market. It was the two female streamers and Su Yuan. At this moment, the phone screen displayed a line. This live broadcast room has been banned. Please go watch other streamers. Su Yuan was crying. The two female streamers' faces were also twitching. They originally wanted to ride the heat. They didn't expect to lose their live broadcast rooms. After all, this scene came too suddenly. Who would have thought that Wu Liang would show off his shorts for a long time and then drop them? They couldn't help but look at Jiangnan with resentment. Last time, I came to ride the heat and got a brick on my forehead. This time, I lost my live broadcast room. Why is there no good thing when I meet Jiangnan? Resentment value from Su Yuan 1000. Resentment value from Li Qin 666. Resentment value from Zhou Xiang 999. Jiangnan was secretly happy. This has nothing to do with me. You wanted to come and ride the heat. Don't touch me. Jiangnan is worthy of being an old hand and directly change the subject. Don't just buy shorts. Today is Valentine's Day, and we are launching new products, Powerful Leaks. Enhance the relationship between husband and wife. and promote the relationship between lovers. Valentine's Day special offer. Only 15,000. At this time, the crowd woke up from the craze for shorts. Seeing the powerful leaks, do you still need to think about it? They came up and paid. Jiangnan was stunned. I thought they were all returning customers. Who knew that the first ones to buy were middle-aged women? They were frantically snatching them, not bargaining at all. Looking up, a group of men in their 30s and 40s were standing on the side of the road, all looking lifeless, with deep-set eyes, sallow faces, looking like they were about to ascend to heaven. Looking at these middle-aged women, their faces were ruddy, their skin was smooth. They were radiant. Jiangnan shuddered. I cannot help but recall the spirited dog named Wonkai from the neighbor's house. I wonder if he has finished work yet. The elderly gentlemen around me gaze at Jiangnan with expressions filled with resentment. Meanwhile, the list of grievances refreshes rapidly. Jiangnan chuckles to himself. For there has never been land that could be overly exhausted, only oxen that tire. Suddenly, a bewildered fellow exclaims, wait a moment. Previously, Dolly was priced at 10,000 for a bottle and chives at 1,000 per stock. Altogether, that should amount to 10,000. Yet your Valentine's Day special is 15,000? What kind of absurdity is this? A reverse discount? Jiangnan shrugs. No problem at all. It's a 14 discount. The man, perplexed, responds, I've heard of 90 off and 50 off. But have you ever heard of 14 off? Is it not a price increase disguised as a discount? From Wang Tianho's grievance value 666. Jiangnan smirks. Buy it or not? That's your choice. The man grimaces. Of course I'll buy it. How could I not? If I don't, I want to be able to submit my assignment. With this lead, a number of university couples arrive, generously parting with their money. Jiangnan is making a fortune. In a short while, sales surpass 1 million. Just then, a familiar voice calls out, South God, save some for me. Save some. Zheng Wei bursts into the crowd with a girl in tow, finally making his way to the front. Come, quickly call for South God. The girl, dressed fashionably, tall with a form-fitting dress and luscious waves, greets Jiangnan with a sweet smile. I've met South God before. Jiangnan is taken aback. I don't recall her being the one you brought last time. Jiangnan's words leave Jiang Hong momentarily stunned. Before she shoots a fierce glare at Zheng Wei and stomps on his foot with her high heel. Zheng Wei, wide-eyed, cries out, ouch. What do you mean it's not her? Hey, let us clarify this. I can't explain. From Zheng Wei's grievance value 666. Those two are my teammates, not my girlfriend. South God, please don't tease me. Zheng Wei is on the verge of tears. Jiangnan beams. What is the matter? Do you still want Dolly? Zheng Wei, in a grand manner, declares, 3 barrels. I heard there is a new product? Jiangnan tosses a bottle of Dolly and chives his way, winking, chives and Dolly. There is a surprise. Zheng Wei's eyes light up. A new product? He can't help but stroke his shiny bald head, grabbing the chives to eat. Jiangnan. A group of elderly gentlemen nearby. Wow, brother, you're impressive. Eating it right there? Zheng Wei feels a surge of heat rush to his head. His eyes redden. He grabs Jiang Hong's hand. Hong. Let us hurry. Jiang Hong? What is wrong? Something terrible is happening. From Zheng Wei's grievance value 1000. Chapter 89. The next vehicle Jiang Hong, bewildered, is dragged away by Zheng Wei. Feeling his hand burning as if touched by a hot iron. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't we agree to check out the stalls, and then have some spicy hot pot? Zheng Wei senses his blood rushing, nearly bursting. His ears are ringing, and he is drenched in sweat. South God's chives are too potent. They kick in immediately. What hot pot? We're heading straight to the main event. Jiang Hong. What do you mean by heading straight to the main event? Where are you taking me? However, Zheng Wei is determined to move forward, his grievance value skyrocketing. He vows never to eat anything from South God's stall again. It's too much of a scam. At this moment, Zheng Wei feels dizzy, nearing his limit. Jiang Hong anxiously asks, what is going on? Should we go to the hospital? Zheng Wei shakes his head vigorously. No, the hospital can't help me. We're almost there. I can hold on. Looking up, he sees their destination in sight. Jiang Hong follows Zheng Wei's gaze, her face darkening. Isn't that a themed hotel? So this is what you meant by heading straight to the main event? I traveled all the way to Jiang City to find you. And you want to even treat me to a bowl of spicy hot pot for $7, but you take me to a hotel? Ugh, you scoundrel. Zheng Wei is nearly in tears. Hong, this isn't my fault. It's all because of South God's chives. They're too powerful. I feel like I'm going to pass out. Only here can save me. Seeing Zheng Wei's pitiful appearance, Jiang Hong's heart softens. And she helps him into the hotel. Zheng Wei leans over the front desk, his eyes bloodshot. A room, please. The receptionist replies, I'm sorry, but we're fully booked. Today is Valentine's Day, and without a reservation, rooms are unavailable. Zheng Wei? What? Zheng Wei rolls his eyes and collapses to the floor, foaming at the mouth. Is it really this bad? Full. The receptionist, alarmed, thinks. Does this gentleman have such a temper that he has fainted from being told we're fully booked? Jiang Hong, terrified, exclaims, if the themed hotel can't save you. We need to go to the hospital. Quick, call an ambulance. From Zheng Wei's grievance, value 1,000. As Jiangnan packs up his stall, he strolls home, satisfied. He gives Wu Liang 10 small triangles as wages. He earned 5 million in a night. After the system took its 9.99 as stall fees, he still has a whopping 50,000 left. This is a substantial sum, not to mention the over 300,000 grievance value earned. His skill points have reached 49,500, enough for him to indulge. It's splendid. Plus, the grievance value continues to refresh. Jiangnan is all set to return home and unleash a wave of rewards. He is in high spirits, almost home, when suddenly he hears a loud roar of an engine. A Mercedes G-Class skids around the corner. The immense centrifugal force lifts one side of the vehicle off the ground. As it lands, the engine roars again, accelerating wildly. Jiangnan. What is going on? Isn't that Xia Yao's car? What is she up to so late? The Mercedes shows no sign of slowing down, continuing to accelerate. Jiangnan. Is Xia Yao out of her mind? It was just an accidental bruise. That was her own doing. What does it have to do with me? Is she trying to run herself over? Let her blow off some steam. Jiangnan does not dodge, but opens his arms to embrace the approaching G-Class. Bam! With a thunderous crash, Jiangnan is flung into the air. Spiraling 7,200 degrees, he is propelled over 30 meters. He lands squarely on the sidewalk. A perfect landing. Followed by a screech of brakes. Inside the car, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue scramble out in a panic. Zhong Yingxue is nearly frantic, exclaiming, "Wow, was that Xiaonan?" Xia Yao, fuming, replies, "Yes, and you just sent him flying over 30 meters. Zhong Yingxue is stunned. It turns out the driver was not Xia Yao but Zhong Yingxue. Both rush over in a frenzy. Meanwhile, a crowd is gathered around Jiangnan, astonished. Well, he got flung over 30 meters? Surely he has done 4. How unfortunate. To be hit while walking? And he is so young? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a waste. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao hurry to Jiangnan, who is now half buried in the greenery, with only his legs sticking out. Oh no, Xiaonan can't be gone already. Xia Yao covers her face. A normal person, I fear, would have already perished. Just then, Jiangnan's legs twitch, and he pulls his upper body from the foliage, covered in leaves. Looking at the stunned crowd, Jiangnan spits out the leaves from his mouth, brushes his hair, and calmly declares, "Next vehicle." Zhong Yingxue? Xia Yao? The bystanders stare at Jiang and in disbelief. Well, do you really need to be so ostentatious? Is one vehicle not sufficient? Are you truly going for another? Have you become addicted? You've managed to make this cup appear so round. Chapter 90. Come, let us end her. Additional content. Observing Jiangnan, aside from a bit of dirt, he appears to be unscathed. Is this still a human? An invincible fool? At this moment, the onlookers directed their gazes towards Jiangnan, their expressions shifting. Thumbs were raised in admiration. This performance deserves a perfect score. When will I ever become as outstanding as you? Now you understand what the first words should be after getting hit by a car? Next one. Subtle yet dignified. Elegant but profound. Remarkable. I've learned so much. However, first you must be able to stand back up. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. You all truly are remarkable. You've exaggerated my actions to the extreme. This is merely a routine maneuver, do you understand? I relish your naive demeanor, having never witnessed the world. With the continuous enhancement from the strength potion, Jiangnan felt quite confident in his physical resilience. Otherwise, how could he engage so recklessly? Zhong Yingxue dashed forward, embracing Jiangnan. You're unharmed. That's wonderful. I was utterly terrified moments ago. Jiangnan gently patted her back, soothing her. Then he fixed her with a stern gaze. Big bad wolf. Your heart is truly ruthless. Did you vent your frustrations now? Let us consider this matter settled. Do not bite me. Xia Yao. What on earth? Why am I suddenly the big bad wolf? Why am I heartless? I was just worried about you. Humph. Xia Yao's resentment value 666. You don't think I was the one who hit you, do you? Am I that petty? Jiangnan was taken aback. It wasn't you? He noticed Zhong Yingxue nestled in his embrace. Her face flushed to her ears, unable to meet his gaze. I was the one who hit you. Xiao Yao and I had just stepped out to practice driving when. Jiangnan. So it was Zhong Yingxue driving just now? Wow, that was quite reckless. Xia Yao wore a smug expression, raising an eyebrow at Jiangnan. The implication being, see, you wronged me, didn't you? Hurry and praise me. Jiangnan, it's all your fault. How did you instruct Yingxue to drive? Just think if she had hit a cat or dog instead. Zhong Yingshu could not possibly be at fault. No way. Xia Yao. Xia Yao's resentment value 1,000. Ah, I shall bite you to death. She instantly lost her temper, lunging at Jiangnan and biting his arm. Hey, that hurts. You really bit me. Inside the Mercedes G-Class, Jiangnan sat in the passenger seat, with bite marks on his arm. Xia Yao fumed in the back seat, while Zhong Yingshu, her delicate face filled with anxiety, was in the driver's seat, timidly asking, "Really, can I drive?" Xia Yao was momentarily taken aback, quickly fastening her seatbelt and gripping the armrest tightly. Zhong Yingshu's face reddened even more. Jiangnan reassured her, "It's fine. Just listen to me. I'll teach you. Now press the clutch. Shift into first gear. Gently release the clutch while pressing the gas." Jiangnan's tone was soothing, and Zhong Yingshu felt a wave of comfort. The car slowly began to move. "Little Snow is doing great. Press the clutch, shift to second gear. Release the clutch, accelerate." Under Jiangnan's careful guidance, the car finally hit the road. Cruising at a leisurely pace of 30 miles per hour, Xia Yao looked on in astonishment. Has Jiangnan really taught her? At this speed, it's hardly commendable. Zhong Yingshu's face was also filled with joy. Just then, an elderly lady appeared crossing the street ahead, about 300 meters away. "Jiangnan, did you see that old lady?" Zhong Yingshu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "She's crossing so slowly. Haha, let us run her over." Zhong Yingshu's eyes widened. "No, that can't be right." Jiangnan covered his face. "What do you mean? With that tone of yours, it seems you might actually consider it?" To Jiangnan's despair, Zhong Yingshu really pressed the accelerator. He could envision, 10 seconds later, that old lady would be propelled over 30 meters, spiraling through the air, executing a perfect 360-degree flip before landing. However, whether she could stand up and say next one, Jiangnan had no idea. "No, still not braking?" Zhong Yingshu's face was as red as a ripe apple. She finally slammed on the brakes, coming to a stop right before the crosswalk. Jiangnan was left in shock. Little Snow is incredibly entertaining. So obedient. It made Jiangnan reluctant to tease her further. "Uffed. Ha ha." Xia Yao in the backseat laughed so hard she was doubled over, repeatedly slapping her thigh. Zhong Yingshu's face was crimson as she shot Jiangnan an annoyed glance. Jiangnan felt a twinge of guilt. All right, no more teasing. When the light turns green, we'll go, okay?" With 99 seconds of red light, a line of over 10 cars formed behind them. Then the green light arrived. After the old lady incident, Zhong Yingshu became even more anxious. As she started, the engine stalled. Upon trying again, it stalled once more. The drivers behind were already beginning to sound their horns impatiently. Zhong Yingshu felt increasingly flustered. "Don't rush. Let us take it slow." As the green light was about to expire, Zhong Yingshu's anxiety intensified. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the car. Instantly, silence enveloped the interior. Jiangnan almost popped his eyes out. Xia Yu sat frozen in the backseat. Zhong Yingshu had completely pulled the steering wheel off. At this moment, her mind went blank. Holding the steering wheel she had just yanked off, she was utterly stunned. "Jiangnan, what the heck? You can pull off the steering wheel with your bare hands? How strong can you be? What should we do now?" Xia Yao haraha. She wasn't just laughing to the point of tears, she was nearly squealing. Jiangnan was also on the verge of bursting into laughter. "Steering wheel, I'm too weak for this." The drivers behind erupted in frustration. "Come on, are you not moving?" Another red light. "What is going on? Can you even drive? Female drivers, right? Is the G-Class that impressive? Beep, beep, beep. Why aren't you driving?" A cacophony of horns and shouts ignited a fire within Zhong Yingshu. Why the rush? She rolled down the window and thrust the detached steering wheel out. The drivers behind. In an instant, there was a stunned silence. Did she really just pull off the steering wheel? How on earth are we supposed to drive now? Apologies. Sorry for the interruption. This girl is ridiculously strong. Save me. Zhong Yingshu looked at the steering wheel in her hands, a picture of grievance. Jiangnan felt a pang of sympathy. "No worries. I have a solution. It's just a steering wheel." Saying this, he reached into an alternate dimension and rummaged around. To Zhong Yingshu and Xia Yao's astonished gazes, Jiangnan produced a pair of adjustable wrenches. He managed to attach it to the steering column. Xia Yao, using an adjustable wrench as a steering wheel? Turning with a wrench? Are you serious, Jiangnan? Xia Yao's resentment value 333. What kind of bizarre operation is this? It's too wild. Zhong Yingshu, with a serious expression, I want to try. Xia Yao swallowed hard, quickly pulling the other side of her seatbelt across herself. Safety first. Yes, safety is paramount. Jiangnan flashed a bright smile. Let us set off. This chapter is an additional update for today. It's the weekend. Friends, let us go? Please leave a 5-star review. urge updates, and support the series. Thank you. Chapter 91, A Coke Bottle? After a period of practice, Zhong Yingshu now held the adjustable wrench, skillfully adjusting her angle and making turns. The car's speed gradually increased. However, her expression became even more tense, her beautiful eyes fixed on the road. Not daring to lose focus for a moment, Jiangnan, beside her, cradled the steering wheel she had detached, guiding her attentively. Meanwhile, Xia Yao stealthily took out her phone from the back seat, capturing candid shots with a mischievous grin. Driving with an adjustable wrench? Such a spectacle is rare. Now, it's time to pick up the speed. Shift to third gear. Zhong Yingshu nodded eagerly. Okay. Her expression was tense, her eyes glued to the roadside. Press the clutch. Shift gears. Why can't I find the gear stick? Perhaps a bit further to the right? After a moment of fumbling, I finally grasped the gear lever. Jiangnan. He couldn't help but glance down at Zhong Yingshu's small hand, a look of sheer terror on his face. Hey, the gear lever is just a little to your left. You've got the wrong spot. You're holding onto the cola bottle next to the armrest. Yet, Zhong Yingshu wore a contented expression, having inadvertently shifted into third gear while clutching the bottle. Jiangnan was on the verge of losing his mind. I've never seen anyone shift gears with a cola bottle before. Are you just shifting for the sake of it? However, Zhong Yingshu seemed confused. Why isn't the car speeding up? Behind them, Xia Yao watched Zhong Yingshu clutching the cola bottle, biting her lip to suppress her laughter, nearly fainting from the effort. Just as she was about to speak up, Jiangnan shot her a look that silenced her. Doesn't Xiao Xue care about her dignity? With her thin-skinned nature, if she realized she was using a cola bottle to shift gears, she'd probably want to find a hole to hide in. She might even give up learning altogether. I should show her some respect. Jiangnan, with one hand in his pocket, discreetly engaged the third gear for Zhong Yingshu. The car indeed began to accelerate. Zhong Yingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It really is speeding up. Jiangnan chuckled. Perhaps the car's response is a bit sluggish? You did great, Xiao Xue. Thumbs up for you. At that moment, Xia Yao pressed her face against the headrest, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Must you be so considerate? You'll spoil Xiao Xue. Seeing the car pick up speed, Zhong Yingshu eagerly shifted into fourth gear while still clutching the cola bottle. Jiangnan, please, let go of the cola bottle. Can you at least feel around for the gear lever again? The lever is feeling quite lonely. However, Zhong Yingshu was too anxious to divert her gaze from the road. She dared not release her hold on the lever, fearing she might lose it altogether. Left with no choice, Jiangnan once again discreetly engaged the gear. In no time, they were at the highest gear. The car raced down the highway, surrounded by an increasing number of vehicles. Zhong Yingshu's palms were drenched in cold sweat. Xiaonan, this is too much. There are so many cars. I can't drive anymore. How do I stop? Jiangnan spoke gently. Just press the brake and pull over to the side. Zhong Yingshu nodded nervously and slammed her foot down on the pedal. Vroom. The engine roared ferociously, unleashing a wild surge of power, the tachometer soaring to 8,000 RPM. The car jolted forward, pushing Jiangnan back into his seat. Zhong Yingshu, panicking, exclaimed, "Why is it getting faster?" At that moment, he began to frantically maneuver the wheel, dodging vehicles as if he were playing a racing game. Jiangnan, you're pressing the accelerator. Xia Yao's face paled as she hurriedly fastened both her seatbelts, gripping the handle tightly. Jiangnan remained calm. Don't panic. You pressed the wrong pedal. The brake is next to the accelerator. Press the middle one. Zhong Yingshu nodded repeatedly, but just then, the car sped over a speed bump. With a loud bang, Jiangnan was jolted from his seat, his head hitting the roof with such force that it created a sunroof. The wind rushed in, distorting his face. Zhong Yingshu, urgently pressing the brake, exclaimed, I'm pressing the brake, but it's not working. Xiaonan, what do I do? Turning to Jiangnan, she saw him still inside the car, his head sticking out of the roof. Zhong Yingshu, Xiaonan, you. Jiangnan struggled to pull his head back from the hole. Is the brake broken? Xia Yao gasped. Does that mean the car won't stop? Jiangnan rubbed his head. Don't panic. We can use engine braking. It's just, Upon hearing they might not stop, Zhong Yingshu's emotions surged, radiating an intense heat. Flames burst forth from her skin. Jiangnan, why are you getting so worked up? Is that necessary? The flames emitted by Zhong Yingshu ignited the car's interior, filling it with choking white smoke, obscuring the view. Jiangnan pinched his nose, tears streaming from the smoke. Xiaoxue, calm down. Please, regain your composure. Zhong Yingshu patted her heart. Who? I'll try. Meanwhile, Xia Yao's eyes were filled with terror. Xiaoxue, what are you holding? Jiangnan focused on the object in her hand. A live wrench? That means we have no control over the steering wheel. The car emitted 3 startled screams. On the highway, A man leisurely driving suddenly saw a vehicle emitting thick, white smoke zoom past him at an alarming speed. Flames flickering within. The man was horrified. What the hell? Are they cooking in there? With a loud crash, the car veered into a small grove by the roadside. Jiangnan was propelled through the windshield, landing in a tree. Moments later, the car door was violently kicked open, and Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao crawled out. Coughing but fortunately uninjured, Jiangnan hung from the tree, his mouth twitching. Indeed, wearing a seatbelt is crucial. The three of them stood by the road, covered in soot, staring at the burning vehicle. Jiangnan cleared his throat. I think we should stop learning to drive. Zhang Yingxue, blushing, replied, I'm done learning. She never wanted to drive again. Chapter 92. Heart-pounding bubble candy? Back at home, Jiangnan prepared a bath for Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao. He settled on the sofa, ready to draw his lottery. 500,000 resentment points. System, please give me something good. 10 consecutive draws begin. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 energy ginseng. After 2 rounds, he received 2 beauty pills and 18 energy ginsengs. Jiangnan grimaced. Why can't I expect anything from the system? Am I just wasting my efforts? More beauty pills? Am I not already handsome enough? Finally, on the 3rd draw. Congratulations. Prize, a bag of heart-pounding bubble candy. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 energy ginseng. Jiangnan was taken aback. Had he finally drawn a new prize? And not just a consolation prize, but a legitimate one with no side effects? Jiangnan was ecstatic. Heart-pounding? Why not heart-stopping? What kind of half-baked system is this? Didn't they notice the typo? Still, he couldn't resist and quickly opened the system's item list to check its effects. Heart-pounding bubble candy. Effect. Increases the absorption rate of spiritual energy tenfold for 24 hours, enhancing personal charm, making you adored by all, causing flowers to bloom and cars to burst. Give me fire, Jiangnan. Wow, this stuff is amazing. Just the boost in cultivation speed alone is incredible, and it enhances my charm? This is simply a tool for wooing girls. The ending even came with a line in English? Give me fire? How cheeky can this system be? Jiangnan swallowed hard, unable to contain his eagerness to try it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao had just finished their baths, looking rejuvenated, their cheeks flushed. Jiangnan's expression turned serious. Come, I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged surprised glances, both taken aback. It was rare to see Jiangnan so earnest. They sat across from him, with Zhang Yingxue still drying her hair. Xia Yao chuckled. It's Valentine's Day. You're not planning to confess to me, are you? Please don't. I want to accept. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Relax. How could I confess to you? After all, there is a species barrier. How could a human possibly? Resentment value from Xia Yao 1000. Ahem. Let go of me. I can hardly breathe. Zhang Yingxue, you're being naughty. Xiao Yao. Teach him a good lesson. Understood, Jiangnan. Even you, Xue, are not on my side? Stop. 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 I have gifts for you. Jiangnan pleaded desperately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. Gifts? I adore gifts. Is it the big white rabbit milk candy? Where did you hide it? Let me search. Xiao Yao rummaged around, even tugging at Jiangnan's ear to look. What the? Can I hide it in my ear? Do you think I'm Sun Wukong? Zhang Yingxue also looked on with curiosity. Here for you. Jiangnan pulled out 2 exquisitely wrapped boxes. One was small for Zhang Yingxue, while the other was considerably larger for Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao snatched the large gift box and chuckled. You like me this much? Giving me such a big gift? Jiangnan cleared his throat, preparing to flee at any moment. You'll know when you open it. Both opened their boxes. Inside were a large white rabbit milk candy and a vibrant red fruit radiating a mystical glow. They both paused momentarily, recognizing the beauty elixir they were aware of. Zhang Yingxue, what is this red fruit? Xiao chuckled. You'll know once you eat it. She had already consumed the beauty elixir and shoved the red fruit into her mouth. There is no flavor. Zhang Yingxue also took a cautious bite. This red fruit was none other than the spirit-cleansing fruit Jiang and had exchanged with the last 200,000 resentment points. Before long, Xiao Yao's face shifted to one of astonishment as she gazed at her own body. My innate talent seems to have improved. The rate of absorbing spiritual energy has increased. Zhang Yingxue was equally astonished. I feel it too. This fruit can enhance talent? Their eyes widened in disbelief. In the 20 years since the revival of spiritual energy, they had never heard of any divine object that could enhance innate talent. It seemed to be predetermined from birth. Yet this fruit accomplished it. Originally, Xiao Yao's talent was only A, but now it was at least S, comparable to Zhang Yingxue's previous level. And Zhang Yingxue's original S talent had even improved further. Wasn't S supposed to be the limit? Such a miraculous object could not be measured by money. How did Jiangnan obtain such a precious fruit? Whether it was this red fruit, the big white rabbit milk candy, or the strength potion, each could be deemed miraculous. Jiangnan beamed. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. Zhang Yingxue and Xiaoao wore serious expressions. How could they possibly divulge it? Speaking out would only bring trouble to Jiangnan. His unreservedly gifting these items to them indicated that he had truly integrated into this family. Such trust was the most touching aspect. As for how Jiangnan acquired these, did it really matter? If Jiangnan chose not to disclose, they wouldn't pry. Some feelings are meant to be kept hidden in one's heart. Xiaoao, just coming down from the joy of her talent enhancement, suddenly noticed that beneath her gift box lay another layer. Xiaoyao, what else is there? What is this? She pulled it out directly. The air seemed to freeze. 10 pairs of shorts in various styles. Xiaoyao's face flushed red, recalling her previous dyeing experience. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a murderous glare. Her little tiger teeth showed. Like a fierce tiger pouncing, she charged over. Ah, stinky Jiangnan. I'll kill you. Jiangnan instantly teleported away, having been prepared. Hey. Don't repay kindness with malice. I did this for your own good. This is a Howoo brand short, so next time you half-beast transform, you won't worry about it tearing. Moreover, it won't fade. Why aren't you grateful? They're quite comfortable to wear. Quite pricey too, at 11,000 per pair. Zhang Yingxue watched Jiangnan flee around the room from Xiaoyao's wrath and couldn't help but chuckle. She glanced at the pile of refreshing shorts on the table, her cheeks slightly reddening. Chapter 93, that is truly overwhelming. Additional update. That night, Jiangnan returned to his room. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he fell into deep contemplation. Although the circles under his eyes were dark, they did not detract from his handsome and charming visage. Quite symmetrical, in fact. Very nice nonetheless. He pulled out a beauty elixir to remedy the situation. After all, nobody complains about being too handsome. Having completed all of this, Jiangnan could no longer contain his excitement. He finally retrieved the heart-pounding pop rocks. The system's description boasted impressive functionality. Moreover, it was a rare legitimate prize. After all, the spirit-cleansing fruit and beauty elixir were not to be underestimated. Then Jiangnan stared blankly at the pop rocks in his hand. What on earth was that cartoonish packaging? And it even came with a straw? What the heck is this ridiculous appearance? I'm too old for this kind of stuff. Jiangnan gritted his teeth. I wouldn't care about that. He opened the package, shoved the straw in, and then sucked with ferocity. The intensity was more than that of Qian or smoking. A whole pack of heart-pounding pop rocks was emptied into his mouth. Ah, how sweet. But before Jiangnan could relish the sweetness for long, boom, a tremendous explosion erupted in his mouth. It left him dazed. His head buzzed, lying stiffly on the bed, a look of terror on his face. What the heck is this? Are these truly pop rocks? Not some kind of C4 explosive? Is it this powerful? Before Jiangnan could gather his wits, his mouth was bombarded by a storm of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. It felt like setting off 20,000 firecrackers in his mouth. His lips were numbed. This time, Jiangnan finally understood why they were called heart-pounding pop rocks. They were indeed explosive. Ultimately, he could not help but cry out. A cacophony erupted from his mouth. Boom, 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 clap. It was so intense. Even a Gatling gun spewing blue flames would pale in comparison. Terrified, Jiangnan quickly shut his mouth. His body convulsed on the bed, trembling. He clutched the sheets tightly, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes. He shouldn't have trusted the system. Now not only was his mouth numb, but his entire body felt tingly. Jiangnan could only endure the relentless bombardment. Yet his body was undergoing astonishing changes. Spiritual energy surged towards him at 10 times the usual speed. It propelled his cultivation from bronze 3 stars to bronze 4 stars. Meanwhile, in Xiaoyao's room on the second floor, 10 pairs of refreshing shorts lay on the bed, and Xiaoyao couldn't help but blush. I'm just trying it on. It's nothing. After all, it's a token of Xiaonan's affection. Saying this, she picked a blue one and secretly put it on. Looking down at herself, she felt satisfied, thinking she looked lovely. Then she quickly turned around to check the door, realizing it wasn't locked properly. Xiaoyao's face turned even redder. For some reason, she felt utterly embarrassed. She then transformed into her half-beast form. Under the moonlight, wolf ears perked up on her head, and a fluffy silver tail swayed behind her. Absolutely stunning, just as Xiaonan had said. These Howoo brand shorts perfectly suited her half-beast transformation needs. At that moment, a series of loud thuds echoed from downstairs. It sounded like a machine gun firing or a tractor starting. Startled, Xiaoyao quickly tucked away her ears and tail, her face filled with suspicion. What is going on? She hurriedly dressed and opened the door. Zhang Yingxue peeked out as well. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Without hesitation, they both made their way to Jiangnan's room. Upon opening the door, they were left speechless. Jiangnan sat there with vacant eyes, as if his soul had departed, tears at the corners of his eyes. His face bore a faint melancholy. Covered in sweat, he was still twitching on the bed. The moment they caught sight of Jiangnan's profile, both Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoao felt their hearts race. The more they looked, the more enchanting he seemed. Zhong Yingxue worriedly asked, Xiaonan, why are you crying? Xiaoyao, why are you crying so sadly? The quilt is entirely soaked with tears. Jiangnan, that's just sweat, okay. The effect of the popping candy has just subsided. It was overwhelmingly intense. Summer Yao sat beside the bed, gently wiping Jiangnan's tear stains. Her face filled with concern. Stop crying. I'm sorry. Did I make you cry by bullying you? I promise I won't hit or bite you anymore, all right? Zhong Yingxue held Jiangnan close, softly patting her back. Don't be scared, Xiaonan. Xue is here. Did you have a nightmare? Jiangnan. No way. Zhong Yingxue's gaze is far too gentle. She radiates a maternal glow. Even the fierce wolf has become so tender. Her soft words are simply sweetening the atmosphere. Is it the effect of the popping candy? Has my charm increased? This is fantastic. It even stirs a pang of guilt within Jiangnan. I actually have a peculiar condition. I can't sleep at night unless someone is by my side. Taking advantage of others? I can't help it, I tell you. I love guilt. Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed. No, but I can give you a hug. Summer Yao glared. No hugs for him. I've never hugged him like that. I was so worried about you. Just deal with your insomnia. Saying this, she took Zhong Yingxue's hand and left the room. Jiangnan was taken aback by Summer Yao's figure. Haoka shorts? She changed into those? Claiming she doesn't like them, but her body is quite honest. Summer Yao and Zhong Yingxue exited Jiangnan's room. By the way, Xue, don't you think Xiaonan looks particularly charming tonight? In an instant, I felt he was my type. Zhong Yingxue's face turned slightly red. My heart is racing. How strange. In the room, Jiangnan, eavesdropping through a space wormhole, couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the popping candy indeed makes others feel a rush of affection for oneself. However, the effect has its limits. It cannot alter a person's subconscious. Speaking of which, just the tenfold absorption speed of spiritual energy is already extraordinary. If I could maintain this, wouldn't my realm soar like a rocket? It's just too exhilarating. Bang bang. It appears I need to accumulate more resentment points. In the days that followed, Jiangnan trained fervently with the two beautiful ladies during the day, teaching them close combat. At night, he went out with Wu Liang to set up stalls. After closing, he would go to Wu Liang's secret base to teach him how to wield a saber and use a shield. Each day brought fruitful gains. Additionally, with the 7-gene spiritual pearl in Jiangnan's possession, it was sufficient for several people to enjoy a fulfilling summer vacation without suffering in the spiritual ruins. That night, as Jiangnan was fiddling with his phone, he suddenly received a friend request. A friend request from Luo Tianhong? The username was her real name, and even the avatar was her ID photo. In the picture, Luo Tianhong looked somewhat youthful, sporting short hair. Absolutely stunning. A friend request? Jiangnan promptly rejected it. A man must be assertive. Can one just add my WeChat casually? I am a man forever unattainable by 900 million girls. But in the next moment, Jiangnan's phone rang abruptly. Hello? Do you want to die? Hurry and accept. Jiangnan shivered, recalling the scene of the mountain cat striking the earth bare. He quickly accepted the friend request. It's just a matter of the heart. Survival is paramount. Chapter 94. A tragic incident triggered by an emoji. Upon accepting the friend request, the mountain cat immediately sent a message. Luo Tianhong, come to the Jiancheng military base tomorrow for rookie training. I will send someone to pick you up. Jiangnan? Rookie training? Why would I go? Isn't it nice to set up stalls and earn some pocket money? Isn't it delightful to practice combat with two beautiful ladies every day? Besides, I have my transfer proof, space-type spiritual pearls. In the spiritual pearls I brought back from Tanchi. No more vulnerabilities. What can the Dark Knight Army do to me? Nanshan. I want to go. No way. A man must be this assertive. Luo Tianhong. Are you sure? Nanshan. I won't go. Hee Luo Tianhong. Jiangnan chuckled. See, even such a strong-willed woman like the mountain cat can't do anything to me. You can't just capture me, right? Besides, I have teleportation and space wormholes. Can you catch me? As expected, after this, the mountain cat stopped replying. Jiangnan grinned, planning to set up stalls a bit later tomorrow to earn some more money, and then fell into a delightful slumber. That night, Zhong Yingxue, who normally slept lightly, sensed footsteps. She got up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and glanced out the window, instantly becoming alert. 10 armored vehicles had arrived outside the villa. A group of soldiers in black military uniforms surrounded the entire villa with guns drawn. What on earth is happening? As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Ning blocking the door, smiling. Don't be afraid, young lady. We are the Dark Knight Army. We need Jiangnan for something. But we will return him before school starts. Zhang Yingxue was stunned. So many people just to find Jiangnan? And it's the Dark Knight Army? Since when did Jiangnan have anything to do with the Dark Knight Army? This is the country's special spiritual martial force. She became flustered and timidly asked, did Xiaonan do something wrong? And Ning couldn't suppress her laughter. Maybe it's because he sent an emoji. Zhang Yingxue. He got captured for sending an emoji? What on earth? Meanwhile, Summer Yao was also apprehended, and the two exchanged glances, looking as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Jiangnan, deep in slumber, felt an unusual chill on his back. Abruptly waking up and glancing back, he was petrified. The mountain cat, clad in black military gear, stood expressionlessly at his bedside. Accompanying her was a short-haired young lady around 20, with delicate and adorable features, large sparkling eyes, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. She was petite and appeared endearing. As she gazed at Jiangnan on the bed, her eyes revealed a hint of timidity. Jiangnan. Run. They've come to capture me? Are you serious? Do you think I can't teleport? Space wormhole. It's ineffective. My abilities feel nullified. Jiangnan's gaze fell on the short-haired young lady. Domain-type abilities? The mountain cat coolly commanded, bring him to me. Bind him. Chen chuckled, brandishing a bundle of ropes as he charged over. Old Chen, what are you doing? We are comrades. Chen, hee. I listen to the captain. I assure you, you cannot defeat me. Chen was brimming with confidence. You think you can escape? 3 seconds later, Chen was sent flying by Jiangnan's kick. His face turned crimson. The mountain cat. Surui. Wow, this young man is so formidable. Jiangnan grinned. Even without using abilities. My physical prowess is innate. Hand-to-hand combat skills are also natural. From Chen's resentment value 888. My old face has lost all dignity. In Surui's domain, Chen's abilities were rendered useless. The mountain cat cracked her neck, and the Dark Knight Army outside synchronously closed the door. Jiangnan. Bind. Any method is fine. Should I bind my hands in front or behind? Surui tilted her head, perplexed. What binding methods are these? I've never heard of them. Meanwhile, the seasoned gentleman, Chen, nearly spat out blood. Must you be so professional? 1 minute later, the mountain cat had Jiangnan slung over her shoulder like a dumpling. Let me go? I want to go. You promised to give me a hug. You lied. Eventually, Jiangnan was shoved into an armored vehicle under the watchful eyes of Zhang Yingxue and Summer Yao. Zhang Yingxue? Summer Yao. Why does this feel like heading to the gallows? And Ning chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry. We shall ensure Jiangnan's safety. Let us go. The Dark Knight Army arrived with fervor and departed with equal zeal. However, worry etched across Zhang Yingxue's delicate features. Xiaonan. He won't get into trouble. Right? Xia Yao, with a serious expression, replied, based on the Dark Knight Army's demeanor, you should be fine. If there were real danger, their attitude would be quite different. Rest assured, Shui. It's likely a good thing. Inside the armored vehicle, Jiangnan was bound tightly, resembling a rice dumpling. Seated in the back alongside Mountain Cat and Surui, his large eyes darted around curiously. Is this a new sister? You're so beautiful. Surui couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiangnan, her heart racing inexplicably, her face flushing with embarrassment. Yes, I'm new here. It was her first time being addressed by such a handsome young man. Surui felt anxious. She had only joined the Dark Knight Army 2 weeks prior and was still in training. Today marked her first mission, accompanying Captain Mountain Cat to apprehend someone. She was bewildered. Didn't everyone clamor to join the Dark Knight Army? She had fought hard for this opportunity. Yet, this young man not only seemed reluctant, but required Captain Mountain Cat to personally intervene and bring him in. What kind of person was he? Upon meeting Jiangnan, she was even more astonished to learn he was still in high school and 2 years younger than her. Sister Mountain Cat, how long does this training last? Are there any rewards? I haven't even learned a spatial skill yet. Is there some allowance for training? Oh. Just tell me to come over directly without all this fuss. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 888. I already mentioned. You should calculate it. Why are you using emojis to annoy me? Mountain Cat realized Jiangnan was akin to a stubborn mule. He either needed to be fed or whipped to work. Otherwise, he wouldn't lift a finger. Night 14. Surui blinked. Huh? 14? Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. Is that the codename for this operation? Mountain Cat shot a cold glare at Surui. Follow orders. Surui replied, Okay. She rummaged through her backpack and produced a small bottle and a handkerchief. She opened the bottle, soaking the handkerchief in the transparent liquid. I know. This must be the magical item from the television that makes one faint by covering the nose. Jiangnan's smile faltered slightly, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Hey, you can't do this to me. Su Rui looked tense. I'm sorry, just bear with it. Suddenly, the handkerchief was thrust over Jiangnan's nose. He struggled, recalling the incident where he had to block his nostrils with 2 pebbles. Indeed, misdeeds invite retribution. But would it truly hinder him, the South God? Su Rui, resembling a frightened little rabbit, screamed, "Ah!" He licked my hand. Please, don't lick anymore. Can't you stop? Mountain Cat's expression darkened. Hold it together. 3 minutes later, they managed to subdue Jiangnan. Chapter 95. The Watermelon Operation. Su Rui's face flushed crimson as she stared at her damp hand, feeling sullied. It was her first encounter with such a situation. Was it necessary to be so shameless? Even while unconscious, Jiangnan looks handsome. I might have a bit of a crush. When Jiangnan awoke, it was already the following morning. His head felt a bit foggy, and he noticed the neatly arranged Dark Knight Army uniform, officer's credentials, and all necessary items at his bedside. Jiangnan smirked, ultimately accepting the fact that he had been bound for training. He couldn't help but lick his lips. To be frank, Su Rui's hands tasted a bit salty. Dressed in military attire, Jiangnan stepped outside. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, mingling with the sounds of cicadas and gunfire. At that moment, 20 new recruits from the Dark Knight Army were practicing shooting. Su Rui was among them. Her delicate face flushed from the sun as she concentrated hard on aiming. Ning and Qinshan were guiding the new recruits, while a group of seasoned soldiers surrounded them, watching the training with amusement. What is up? Are those nostrils just for breathing? A robust, white-bearded instructor shouted. I can shoot better just by aiming with my nostrils. Under the golden sun, firearms remain the swiftest and most effective means of subduing an enemy. This is the Dark Knight Army, regardless of which unit you hail from. If you were elite in your former ranks, here, you're merely trash. Keep practicing. Jiangnan yawned, intrigued by the scene. His arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. Clad in Dark Knight Army attire, he stood tall, exuding confidence. And his looks were simply off the charts. Su Rui's cheeks flushed again as she recalled being licked by Jiangnan for 3 minutes. Her hand trembled, sending her shot astray. The seasoned soldiers perked up. Wait, is that the South God? Did the captain really bring him in? Haha. I participated in yesterday's operation. This kid was sleeping soundly, forcibly brought back by our captain. Remember when South God and our captain emerged from the heavenly pool dressed in matching outfits? Seriously? That happened? The moment Jiangnan made his entrance, the seasoned soldiers erupted into animated discussions, leaving the new recruits bewildered. What is going on? Why are they calling him South God? The instructor called out, Kid, come here. Participate in the training. Jiangnan beamed brightly. I think I'll pass. There is not much for me to practice. The statement silenced the crowd. In this military base, no one dared to defy the instructor's orders. The instructor's expression turned icy. Do you think you're hot stuff? I'm just average. Sufficient. Qinshan, sensing the instructor's displeasure, quickly interjected, Instructor Chen, I believe Jiangnan doesn't need to participate. And Ning nodded. He has a shooting foundation. Yet, she thought to herself, it was more than just a foundation. Jiangnan's marksmanship was simply extraordinary. During the safety point, his Mozambique shooting technique was practically textbook material. Chunli was taken aback, and Ning and Qinshan were soldiers he personally trained. Their endorsement held significant weight. This young man appeared too young. How could he possibly earn their trust? Shooting foundation? Had he even held a gun? Since both of you believe he is capable, then so be it. He may engage in light activities. Jiangnan grinned, casting a glance at Ning. Alrighty then. He then sauntered over to the seasoned soldiers, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. This was a rare opportunity. He swiftly activated his spatial abilities, retrieving 3 beach umbrellas and setting up beach chairs. He then brought out a large table laden with watermelons and chilled cola. Come on, brothers. It's scorching hot. Let us cool off with some watermelon. The seasoned soldiers were astonished. Is this even possible? Watermelons too? Even with spatial abilities? Is it really this impressive? What on earth is stored in your spatial realm? Wow. Incredible. I'll definitely stick with you from now on. I've heard summer and watermelon go hand in hand. It's making me crave it. I'll be dreaming about it tonight. How sweet. Refreshing. The seasoned soldiers relished their watermelon while watching the new recruits train, who were parched and sweating profusely. Jiangnan even ran over to share a slice with the instructor. Chenli and Ning. This kid is quite considerate. Qinshan eagerly chimed in. South God. What about mine? Jiangnan smirked. Didn't you hear Mountain Cat? You tie me up. You think you can have watermelon? Not a chance. Qinshan. Seriously? You're holding a grudge? Weren't you the one who asked me to tie you up? From Chun's resentment value 666. The air was filled with the refreshing aroma of watermelon. In the summer heat of Jiangnan, one hand held a watermelon and the other a chilled cola, swaying them back and forth with unrestrained delight. The newcomers gaped in disbelief, their frustration mounting. How can you be so shameless? If you want to indulge, do it in private. Must you flaunt it in front of us? They felt the malice of the summer air and the relentless blows from Jiangnan. From Wang Tai's resentment value 1000. From Lu Yuting's resentment value 1000. From Su Rui's resentment value 111. Chun-Li commanded, do not let yourselves be distracted. Focus. The newcomers protested, we don't want this either. By the way, instructor, could you swallow that watermelon before lecturing us? You're spitting everywhere. As the resentment values surged, Jiangnan chuckled with glee. Ah, how sweet this is. The newcomers could only stare in disbelief. Finally, a buzzcut young man could no longer contain himself and stood up, declaring, I refuse to accept this. Why does he get to skip training? We are all newcomers. I was a sharpshooter for 3 consecutive years in my previous unit. I can't believe he is better than me. Does that mean if we outperform him, we can also skip training? Many newcomers chimed in. Exactly. How old is he? What kind of foundation could he possibly have? Just because someone is backing him doesn't make him impressive. I'm not convinced. Let's have a comparison. Jiangnan's watermelon antics sparked outrage. The veterans perked up, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Jiangnan blinked innocently, not convinced. Well, if that's how you feel, I understand. He then reclined on a beach chair, munching on his watermelon. The veterans were left dumbfounded. Wang Tai exclaimed, what the hell you know that? I'm supposed to report this to the higher-ups. Normally, you would retaliate. Instead, you're just eating watermelon? You really think of yourself as a spectator. From Wang Tai's resentment value 1000. He felt as though he had struck a pillow with all his might. Chun-Li chuckled. Want to give it a try? Don't just talk. Let's see what the person chosen by the lynx is capable of. Jiangnan's expression darkened. Chosen. More like tricked and dragged here. Those who liked the story were encouraged to leave a 5-star review, added to their bookshelf, and urged for updates. Thank you for your support. Hehe. Chapter 96. Breaking Records. Extra update. Reluctantly, Jiangnan stood up. He flashed a bright smile at Wang Tai. If I outperform you, you have to make my bed and fetch water throughout the training. Wang Tai replied angrily, what is wrong with that? What if I outperform you? Jiangnan grinned. Then this watermelon is yours for free. Wang Tai agreed. Deal. Wait, why does this feel off? The onlookers could hardly suppress their laughter. Su Rui's face turned crimson, stifling her laughter. Jiangnan was too mischievous, and Ning and Chun Chin exchanged glances, resigned to their fate. Wang Tai was about to take a big hit. Jiangnan approached the table stacked with parts. Oh, a Type 92 pistol? At that moment, Jiangnan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. The instant he picked up the gun parts, it was as if he had rehearsed this countless times in his mind. His hands moved with astonishing speed. He assembled the gun body, inserted the barrel, and compressed the spring. The assembly process was so swift that it was nearly impossible to follow Jiangnan's finger movements. Loading the magazine, disengaging the safety. No one saw the action of chambering a round. He raised the gun and fired. The result? Bang. From the start of assembly to the first shot, only 7 seconds had passed. The speed left everyone astounded. That single gunshot stunned all present. Wang Tai was dumbfounded. How? How did he fire without chambering a round? What is happening? This is too fast. I didn't even see it. Su Rui covered her mouth in shock. Even instructor Chun-Li's expression changed. Only an experienced shooter could execute such swift movements. Jiangnan was merely 18. Had he been practicing since birth? The veterans were equally stunned. Wait, he chambered and assembled in 7 seconds? He must have spent his entire life honing that skill. Jiangnan shrugged. Instructor Chun-Li looked at the bewildered newcomers and remarked, do you know why he can fire without chambering a round? This is called a pre-chambered assembly. A bullet was already in place when assembling the gun body, structured as if it had been chambered. It is significantly more complex than normal assembly. However, the benefits are evident. It saves a tremendous amount of time. Wang Tai's face darkened, and the newcomers were left astonished. Pre-chambered? They had never even heard of such a term. How could Jiangnan possibly know this? And how could he be so skilled? Was he truly a newcomer? But if not, where could one find an 18-year-old veteran? At his age, he was likely the youngest in the entire Dark Knight army. Wang Tai, blushing, retorted, what is so impressive about pre-chambering? Accuracy is what matters. Just look. Where did he even hit? Haha. 7 rings? Am I seeing things? With a flurry of rapid-fire actions, Jiangnan's salary was only 2,500? 7 rings? He could hit that even with his eyes closed, right? Chun-Li's expression darkened. He had just praised Jiangnan unnecessarily. 7 rings? Are you kidding me? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Less talking, more shooting. Bang. Bang, bang. Jiangnan continued firing. 8 shots rang out, clearing the magazine. Each shot hit the bullseye with astonishing precision. In fact, he even left a dent in the center of the white steel target. Everyone was left speechless. How could he be so accurate? Not even a slight deviation? Jiangnan declared. This is a domestically produced Type 92 pistol, 9mm caliber. The magazine holds 8 rounds, but I've chambered 9. For personnel, it uses lead core copper jacket bullets. For armor penetration, steel core bullets can be used. The sight was off by about 1.5 degrees. As he spoke, he began assembling a Type 95 assault rifle. The crowd gazed at Jiangnan in disbelief. The reason he hit 7 rings with the first shot was due to the misalignment of the sights. Even more terrifying was the fact that, under the same misalignment, all 8 remaining shots hit the bullseye. He even calculated how many degrees the sight was off. Was he even human? Meanwhile, Jiangnan had completed the assembly of the Type 95 assault rifle. Bang! He fired a single shot. 3 rings. Bang! 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 Then he fired 10 shots, all hitting the bullseye. Switching to automatic mode, he fired 20 rounds, all hitting the bullseye. Each bullet struck the same spot on the steel target, the intense heat and pressure piercing through the white steel. What was even more astonishing was that every subsequent bullet Jiangnan fired passed through the center of the existing bullet hole. Jiangnan stated, Type 95 assault rifle, 5.8mm caliber. Bullets are 5.56mm. 1 round chambered. Magazine capacity is 30 rounds. The sights are aligned, but the barrel rifling is severely worn and the bullet velocity is insufficient. It needs replacing. Chun-Li was left speechless. The veterans could hardly believe their eyes. Hitting the target with a single shot was already a feat. But hitting the bullseye 20 times in a row? What about the recoil? An assault rifle has about 1.5 kilograms of recoil with each shot. Not to mention firing continuously. Jiangnan managed to control it all? This could almost be described as supernatural skill. In reality, controlling the recoil was nowhere near as simple as in video games. Wang Tai felt his head buzzing. The newcomers gazed at Jiangnan with newfound admiration. Chen and Ning were utterly stunned. They realized they had underestimated Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A Barrett heavy artillery? Was this available too? As he spoke, he could not help but rub his hands together. In the blink of an eye, he had completed the assembly. To Chen Li's astonishment, Jiangnan did not install a muzzle brake. Instead, he stepped forward, raised the gun, and aimed. Pressing the stock against his shoulder, he chambered a round. With a deafening bang, the sound echoed, and flames erupted from the muzzle brake, stirring up a cloud of dust. The recoil was immense. No wonder it was called heavy artillery. Jiangnan's muscles tensed with the force of it. The upper body stood like a rock, utterly unmoved. Without hesitation, a second shot was fired. The crowd quickly pulled out their binoculars to observe. In the wilderness, a fruit tree laden with green fruits stood tall. Approximately 3 seconds after the gunfire in Jiangnan, a green fruit fell to the ground. The bullet had struck the fruit stem. After 10 shots, the tree was devoid of 10 green fruits. The fruits remained intact. Only the stems were severed. The veterans had forgotten about their watermelons. Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The newcomers gazed at Jiangnan as if he were a deity. Is he even human? What on earth is he doing with an anti-material sniper rifle? How much strength does one need to withstand such recoil? Chen Li swallowed hard, astonished. This must be over 2,500 meters. A record-breaking feat. In my years in the military, I have never witnessed anything like this. High-precision shooting without the need for an observer? Wind speed, air humidity, even latitude and longitude must be considered. How on earth did you achieve this? Jiangnan chuckled. Perhaps it's because I always secure a chicken dinner in PUBG? Chen-Li? What a flimsy excuse. Wang Tai covered his face. Today, he felt like he had encountered a deity. In comparison, the reigning shooting champion for 3 consecutive years seemed like nothing in Jiangnan's eyes. I am truly the one lacking skill. This chapter is an additional update for today. Friends, let us keep it exciting. Heart racing, jumping, all of it. What we seek is stimulation. Chapter 97. Let's get to it. Seeing Wang Tai glaring at him with a flushed face, Jiangnan beamed. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Wang Tai? This line sounds familiar? The veterans protested. Come on. I want to learn too. South God, please teach me. His shooting skills are divine. I have never seen anyone so arrogant in my life. Chen, the handgun practice from 2018 wasn't for nothing, was it? South God, please impart your ancestral skills to us. Jiangnan frowned. Why do your compliments sound so off when they come from your mouth? Is this what they mean by a dog's mouth not spitting out ivory? From Chen's resentment value 333. A group of newcomers gathered around. South God, teach us too. I want to learn that magazine assembly. It's so cool. Su Rui blushed. I want to learn too. Jiangnan shouted. All right. I will teach you the skill. Chen-Li? So this kid is here to steal my business? From Chen-Li's resentment value 666. Yet, it must be acknowledged, Jiangnan's shooting skills even surpassed his own. Where on earth did the Bobcat find this treasure? I heard he is still in high school. At the shooting range, Jiangnan strolled with his hands behind his back. The newcomers lay behind sandbags. Jiangnan corrected their stances with his foot. However, when it came to female comrades like Su Rui and Lu Yuding, it was a different story. He guided them hand in hand. Their faces were almost touching. Watching Jiangnan's profile, Su Rui felt her cheeks flush. Her heart raced. No, I mustn't think wildly. He is only 18. So much younger than me. I must be reserved. Yes, reserved. Male comrades? Seriously, is this blatant favoritism? Can you be any more obvious? From Wang Tai's resentment value 666. From Lu Xiaofeng's resentment value 666. At that moment, the previously noisy shooting range suddenly fell silent. The veterans, who had been lounging under the sunshade, instantly stood up, forming a neat line. Jiangnan was instructing Su Rui, feeling as if his feet had left the ground. Looking up, he saw the expressionless Bobcat. One hand had lifted him up. That familiar motion. What are you doing? Jiangnan scoffed, teaching the newcomers how to shoot? Stinky Bobcat. Let go. I don't need to save face. Of course. These thoughts remained unspoken. Well, that is good. But can you please let go of her hand first? Su Rui's face was crimson, and Jiangnan was still hanging on without releasing his grip. Hand-in-hand guidance. This only adds to the professionalism. Bobcat. This hand-in-hand instruction is quite literal. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 666. She initially intended for Jiangnan to undergo training to temper his character. Yet after just one morning, Jiangnan had become the instructor? What kind of divine operation is this? Bobcat had witnessed Jiangnan shooting on the office monitor. Her heart was unsettled for a long time. Although she had heard about it from Ning and Chen before, she never anticipated Jiangnan's skills to reach such a level. Had he not drunk Mangpa soup in a past life? If Jiangnan continued to lead, this batch of newcomers might be led astray. Bobcat looked at Jiangnan, who blinked innocently and felt a headache coming on. She then placed Jiangnan back on the ground. Be good. Understand? Her tone even carried a hint of negotiation. Jiangnan grinned. All right. At that moment, both veterans and newcomers, even the instructor Chen-Li, were taken aback. They had never seen Bobcat speak like this before. Has she changed? What are you looking at? Combat training. No. All of this was merely a fantasy. The veterans cracked their knuckles, excitement gleaming in their eyes. The newcomers wore a grim expression. Once again, they were about to be put through the ringer. Only Wang Tai looked exhilarated. The scene immediately set up, with veterans shedding their shirts, revealing their toned muscles, while the newcomers were knocked down within minutes. Only Wang Tai, with his robust physique, resembled a young bull. In a single throw, he managed to take down a veteran. Damn, old Lu, are you even capable? Have you been watching too many movies? Saying this, another veteran charged in, and the two began to grapple. Bobcat, you should join in and practice too. Jiangnan chuckled. I think I'll pass on that. Right, old Chen? Chen-Chen's face darkened, 1,000 wild horses galloping in his heart. But he could not oppose Bobcat and could only go along to spectate, seeing their captain watching. The others put in even more effort. The atmosphere in the arena became intense. And Ning watched Wang Tai and another veteran wrestling and couldn't help but frown. She muttered, why do you men prefer to take off your shirts while competing? Jiangnan pondered while stroking his chin. Perhaps because if we all took off our pants, the atmosphere would get a bit strange. And Ning? Bobcat? Su Rui, is there a way to compete by taking off pants? The three were dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre reasoning is this? Men prefer to remove their shirts during contests because taking off pants would create a strange atmosphere? Upon reflection, it does make sense. However, it still feels off. Bam! A dull sound echoed as Wang Tai landed a punch squarely on a veteran's nose, sending him staggering to the ground. In a short time, Wang Tai had taken down 5 veterans. His moves were bold and powerful, reminiscent of traditional martial arts. This kid is quite the talent. Instructor Chen-Li also expressed admiration. The veterans dared not rush in recklessly. If they were taken down again, it would be quite the embarrassment. Wang Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead, his bronze skin shining in the sunlight. Excitedly, he shouted, who is next? No one. Chen, you've really outdone yourself. South God, go teach him a lesson. Yes. South God, show him what you're made of. South God, South God, South God. Chen began to rally the crowd, and both newcomers and veterans joined in the chant. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Damn, Chen is looking for revenge. I must teach this kid a lesson. Wang Tai's gaze turned to Jiangnan. He had never feared anyone in close combat. Having formally trained in traditional martial arts, he was unafraid. Jiangnan's marksmanship may be divine, But Wang Tai was skeptical that Jiangnan's close-quarter skills could surpass his own. So what is it going to be? Ready to fight? Jiangnan grinned. Let us do it. And then, to everyone's astonishment, Jiangnan began to unbuckle his belt. As the situation escalated, even Wang Tai wore an expression of sheer terror and instinctively took a couple of steps back. What on earth are you planning to do? Are you truly going to engage in a serious fight? Both veterans and newcomers stood in stunned silence, while the mountain cat blushed slightly, grabbing Jiangnan's arm and exclaiming, "If it's a contest, then let it be, but why are you taking off your trousers?" Anning was equally bewildered. But Su Rui watched Jiangnan with a glimmer of excitement, her spirit ignited. Jiangnan, observing the others shedding their upper garments for the battle, thought to himself, "If they can remove their shirts and gain an advantage, could removing my trousers provide a similar boost?" Mountain Cat and Anning exchanged incredulous glances, realizing the absurdity of the situation. If Jiangnan were to actually do so, he would undoubtedly become the first person in the history of Huaxia to engage in a trousers-off contest. While the potential benefits of this approach remained uncertain, it was certain that it would be quite an eyesore. In Chapter 98, titled "This Girl is My Kryptonite," the tension mounted as Jiangnan decided against fully disrobing, but did remove his shirt, revealing a well-defined physique. The sunlight accentuated his handsome features and charming smile, causing the hearts of the young women present to race. Standing relaxed in the center of the arena, Jiangnan called out, "Come at me head-on." Wang Tai, his expression grave and fierce, advanced with a powerful punch that seemed to cut through the air. Yet, Jiangnan stood firm, seemingly unfazed as the punch hurtled toward him. Just when it seemed he would be struck, Jiangnan swiftly lifted one leg and kicked Wang Tai's knee, causing him to lose his balance. As Wang Tai leaned forward, Jiangnan's fist struck his abdomen with a resounding thud, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. The arena fell silent as Su Rui stared in disbelief at Jiangnan's effortless victory over the formidable Wang Tai. Instructor Chun-Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized the depth of skill displayed in Jiangnan's single punch and kick. He called for all the soldiers to join in, promising a reprieve from physical training for anyone who could take down Jiangnan. The veterans surged forward like tigers unleashed, eager to test their mettle against him. Jiangnan, feeling overwhelmed, exclaimed, "What is this madness? You can't be serious." But Mountain Cat, with a determined glint in her eyes, commanded Su Rui to unleash her powers. Jiangnan's frustration escalated as he realized that Mountain Cat had summoned her to counter him. The veterans, fueled by their anger, charged at him, ready to prove their strength. Jiangnan, however, was undeterred, declaring, "You won't be able to defeat me." The ensuing chaos saw him deftly maneuvering through the crowd, landing punch after punch, each strike resonating with the weight of his prowess. 15 minutes later, the ground was littered with defeated soldiers, and Jiangnan, panting heavily, leaned against his thigh, beads of sweat cascading down his face. He jested, "To the brother who suggested I do push-ups, remember to call me when you're off the toilet." Chen lamented, "I was wrong about you, Jiangnan." Instructor Chin-Li was visibly shaken. In just 15 minutes, Jiangnan had taken down 70 soldiers, all while maintaining a playful demeanor. His combat skills were nothing short of terrifying, a true embodiment of the spirit of Huaxia's warriors. As Mountain Cat prepared to engage, she shed her military uniform, transforming into a formidable opponent with her hair pulled back and muscles defined. "Defeat me, and you will be exempt from any future training." The mere mention of her name sent shivers down the spines of those present, a testament to her formidable reputation. Jiangnan, fully aware of the threat she posed, felt a jolt of adrenaline. He questioned whether she would truly fight him without using her powers. With a deafening crash, Jiangnan propelled himself forward, moving with a speed that blurred his form. The arena was stunned as he launched a spinning kick that connected with Mountain Cat's jaw. In a swift turn of events, she caught his leg, lifting him effortlessly and slamming him into the ground. Jiangnan, using his hands to absorb the impact, retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at her temple. Yet, Mountain Cat countered with a knee strike that sent him flying back several meters. The exhilarating exchange brought a spark of excitement back to Mountain Cat, who had not felt such thrill in ages. "Jiangnan, you are simply incredible!" As the scene unfolded, the atmosphere pulsed with energy, anticipation hanging thick in the air. With a rub of his belly, Jiangnan eyed Lynx, his neck retracting instinctively. Heavens! A humanoid beast of destruction had awakened. Somewhat terrifying, Jiangnan sensed that even without utilizing his powers, Lynx's physique was alarmingly robust, perhaps even surpassing his own. His own strength stemmed from potent elixirs, but Lynx? Was it purely the result of rigorous training? How much painstaking effort had she invested behind the scenes? Without affording Jiangnan any respite for contemplation, Lynx launched a powerful assault. Jiangnan countered with a punch. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce exchange in the arena, each blow landing with a resounding thud upon flesh, a sound that ignited the senses. Every maneuver concealed a deadly intent, every moment fraught with suspense. The audience was rendered speechless, captivated by the duel, unwilling to divert their gaze for even a fraction of a second. Ning inquired, "Instructor, what are his chances?" Su Rui also strained her ears to listen. Chun-Li, with a grave expression, responded, "Luo is serious. No one can withstand her." Jiangnan was at a disadvantage due to his physical constitution, even without employing her abilities. Luo's physique was at the gold level. Coupled with years of combat experience, Jiangnan would likely be outmatched. Chun-Li refrained from mentioning that even if Jiangnan were to lose, it would be a remarkable feat. After all, he was merely bronze. His physique could rival that of a peak gold like Lynx? Had this kid been raised on concrete slabs? At that moment, Jiangnan found himself in peril. Lynx had seized a position behind him, executing a triangle chokehold, causing Jiangnan's eyes to roll back. The veterans exclaimed, "It's over. The captain has locked in the hold." Once it's established, there's no escape. Nanshun is formidable, though. He's lasted this long against the captain. The captain is serious. Her gaze sends shivers down my spine. But then, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiangnan's large eyes darted about. Extending his tongue, he began to frantically lick Lynx's fair arm that was constricting his neck. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Lynx felt a warm, moist sensation on her arm. Glancing down, she was astonished. Jiangnan was licking her arm? Eek. What are you doing? Resentment value from Luo Tianhong 1000. She instinctively loosened her grip. Hee. How does it taste? Only a fool would confront Lynx head-on. Jiangnan was well aware of his limitations. He couldn't win through brute force. But who said defeat was inevitable? A rogue had his own cunning strategy. Everyone was stunned. Licking an arm? What kind of behavior was that? Only Su Rui covered her face. This time, Lynx experienced the terror she had inflicted the other night. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangnan thrust his head upward, breaking free from Lynx's hold. Just as he was about to retaliate, Lynx pinned him down, straddling him with a look of mortified anger. Jiangnan's face was filled with terror. That was how the Earth Bear had met its end. One could imagine the barrage of punches that Lynx was about to unleash. Just as Lynx's fist descended, Jiangnan raised his hands, interlocking his fingers. Lynx glared, and her other fist came down. Jiangnan intercepted it again, interlocking his fingers. With a roar, he exclaimed, "Behold my divine technique." He then stretched his arms outward with all his might. As their fingers were interlocked, Lynx's arms were involuntarily extended as well. This caused Lynx's upper body to lose support, throwing her off balance. She was pulled towards Jiangnan's embrace. Lynx was horrified. In her vision, Jiangnan's face was rapidly approaching, and Jiangnan had puckered his lips. At the last moment, Lynx instinctively turned her head. But she was still kissed on the cheek. Wow, warm, so wonderful. The arena fell into a deathly silence. He kissed their captain? Deliberately? What kind of divine maneuver was that? A divine technique. Truly a divine technique. Ah, I'll kill you. Lynx's fair face was flushed crimson. She was completely flustered. She struggled desperately, but both her hands were restrained by Jiangnan. Even her legs were pinned down. Don't be shy. Come on. Another kiss. Jiangnan puckered his lips, desperately trying to move closer. Lynx, on the other hand, was frantically trying to evade. Resentment value from Luo Tianhong 1000. She couldn't break free. At this rate, her other cheek would likely suffer the same fate. Fine. I concede. Boom. The aura of a peak gold expert erupted completely. A terrifying shockwave sent sand and gravel flying in all directions. Jiangnan was embedded in the earth. Lynx quickly rose, wiping her cheek with her hand. The blush on her face lingered, and her eyes were slightly red. Did you all see that? Sometimes strength isn't the only factor that determines victory or defeat. That's right. No one is allowed to learn from him. Humph. Shameless. Lynx stomped her foot in anger, glared at Jiangnan, and quickly departed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The captain, usually as cold as an iceberg, had revealed such a girlish demeanor. Her face was even red. Jiangnan felt a pang of guilt. Fortune favors the bold. He had one. He didn't have to participate in training, but this was akin to touching a tiger's backside. Would Lynx become enraged and beat him to a pulp at night, disposing of his body? Humph. So be it. At least I got a kiss. That's a win. But seeing Lynx's slightly red eyes, Jiangnan regretted bullying her. Chin Chin's eyes lit up. Damn. Nanshun is awesome. I want to learn that divine technique of yours. I want to learn it too. Ajin falls in love with a Chong? Too saucy. Shinli sighed. Alas. As the saying goes, still water runs deep. And shamelessness is invincible. Jiangnan? Old man. If you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them, okay? Who are you calling shameless? Just because you're handsome, does that mean you're superior? Resentment value from Chinli 1000. Resentment value from Qinshin 1000. Resentment value from. Hey, where are you all going? At least have the decency to dig me out of the ground. Qinshin Pa. Shameless. Humph. You shameless scoundrel. Dig yourself out. Jiangnan. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that he was about to be silenced for good? Jiangnan. Unable to sleep and tossing and turning, finally couldn't hold back any longer and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the Link's office, Jiangnan gently pushed open the door and discovered her resting with her head on the desk. Relieved, he took another instant teleport into the office. Under the moonlight, Lynx lay deeply asleep at her desk, her usual icy demeanor replaced by a softness. Suddenly, Jiangnan felt a pang of sympathy for her. This seemingly formidable woman. What could her inner world be like? He casually reached into his pocket and produced a beauty-enhancing pill, placing it in Lynx's palm. Then he picked up a pen and began to write frantically on a piece of paper, chuckling to himself before gently covering her with a military jacket draped nearby. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. 3 minutes later, Luo Tianhong slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the large white rabbit candy in her hand for a long time. Then, she noticed the note left by Jiangnan. I'm sorry. Here I say candy for you. Please don't be angry anymore. Remember to rest, and don't sleep in the office. Smile more. You look so beautiful when you smile. Lynx smiled, and indeed, her smile was captivating, her dimples enchanting. Savoring the sweet candy Jiangnan had given her, she found it truly delightful. Back in his bed, Jiangnan was still wide awake, feeling the bustling energy of the night. In his restless state, he decided to cocoon himself in his blanket and retrieved a stash of popping candy he had saved earlier. It was vital to absorb spiritual energy. Even in the dark military camp, ripping open the cartoonish packaging, he poured the candy into his mouth. Sweetness surged. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds burst in his mouth, causing him to writhe and shake uncontrollably, caught in a whirlwind of pain and pleasure. This popping candy was exhilarating. As Jiangnan trembled, the iron bunk beds in the dormitory began to creak rhythmically, rousing Chun Shun from below. Hearing the vibrations and rhythmic creaks, Chun Shin instantly understood and donned a characteristic gentlemanly expression. Nanshin, up to mischief in the middle of the night. No wonder your shooting skills are so exceptional. He nudged the bed. Nanshin, enough already. You're young. Take care of your health. Jiangnan, what on earth do you mean by taking care of my health? This candy is just too intense. I can't help but twitch. He poked his head out from under the blanket and shot Shinshin a glare before diving back in. Jiangnan wanted to explain, but his mouth felt like a Gatling gun, too loud to articulate. Shinshin, seeing Jiangnan drenched in sweat, was taken aback. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, the popping candy erupted once more, and Jiangnan felt as if he might explode. Trembling uncontrollably, the bunk creaked louder. Shinshin, this is too intense. If it keeps up, the bed might collapse. He rushed over and pulled back Jiangnan's blanket. Nanshin, enough already. Before he could finish, they both froze, eyes wide with fear. Shinshin's face turned cold as he demanded, what are you doing? Jiangnan panicked. If the others found out he was secretly indulging in popping candy at night, his reputation as the formidable Nanshin would be shattered. He quickly hid the cartoon packaging under his pillow. Old Chun, please don't tell anyone. Chun Shin retorted. Not tell anyone? Do you even realize what you're doing? This is a military base. You're breaking the law. Jiangnan, what are you talking about? Who says you can't eat popping candy in a military base? Am I breaking the law for enjoying some candy? Just don't spill it, and I'll share some with you. Shin, you think I'll join you in your mess? Jiangnan, you should never touch that stuff again. You're still young. I'm looking out for you. If you haven't become addicted yet, stop now. If you have, just turn yourself in and seek treatment. Jiangnan's expression turned incredulous. Are you joking? Can you really get addicted to this? Is it even illegal? Chin Chun was astonished. You're not serious, are you? Before Chin Chin could finish, Jiangnan exploded with frustration. This is just popping candy. He pulled the candy out from under his pillow. Chin Chin snapped. Trying to mislead me with cartoon packaging? You're just making excuses. Jiangnan, excuses? Open your mouth. Chin Chin instinctively opened his mouth, and Jiangnan poured the remaining candy into it. Chin Chin's eyes lit up. So sweet. Then, boom. In an instant, the popping candy exploded in Chin Chin's mouth, leaving him dazed. He rolled his eyes and fell onto the ground, convulsing as if he had been infected by a zombie virus. The sound of popping echoed through the dormitory, awakening everyone. Enemy attack. Emergency assembly. The enemy has heavy weaponry. Is that a Gatling gun? It sounds like artillery. Everyone scrambled to find cover, determined to thwart the intruders. In an instant, the dormitory was in chaos. As everyone rushed to get dressed, the lights were abruptly turned on, revealing Chin Chin twitching on the floor, drenched in sweat and making incessant popping sounds. Jiangnan buried his face in his hands. I told you not to doubt me. You want to die from a little candy. The Dark Knight army stared in disbelief, realizing that the bizarre scene was simply the result of indulging in popping candy. Jiangnan felt a flush of embarrassment as he caught the curious gazes of his peers. It is over. I have indeed been discovered. Their brilliant and formidable southern deity, secretly indulging in popping candy under the covers at midnight? Jiangnan's heart is hanging by a thread. He raises an eyebrow. Addicted, are we? Well, if you are, then you might as well turn yourself in. Chin. You foolish buffoon. At that moment, Jiangnan feels the air in the dormitory heat up. The members of the Dark Knight army begin to gaze at him with peculiar expressions, their faces tinged with a slight flush. Jiangnan's expression gradually morphs into one of horror. Damn it. It's my irresistible charm again. The soldiers of the Dark Knight army are equally baffled. What is happening? Why do they find Jiangnan so appealing? So likable? Even somewhat adorable? In an instant, they begin to believe that Jiangnan is their fated one. Hearts racing, butterflies in their stomachs. No way. He is a man. But he is so handsome and so capable. No, wait. What on earth is this? This is camaraderie. It must be a profound bond of brotherhood. They all shake their heads, yet cannot help but steal glances at Jiangnan. Jiangnan swallows hard, his expression growing ever more terrified. How can I possibly sleep in the dormitory now? If one of the brothers loses control in the middle of the night, wouldn't I be drenched in sweat? Isn't that just madness? One night of this, and it would be catastrophic. Startled, Jiangnan shivers with dread. If I eat popping candy in the dormitory again, I might as well not be human. Resolute, Jiangnan vanishes in a flash. Chun, you fool. Prepare to face the wrath of the great heavenly dragon. In the dormitory, Chun is brimming with excitement. Thanks to the popping candy, he has also shattered his own limitations. Silver 9 stars. Golden opportunities are just around the corner. Huh, why are you all looking at me like that? Chin senses something amiss. The gazes of his comrades are unsettling. They resemble a pack of wolves eyeing a defenseless little lamb. Old Chin. You might as well get some sleep early. Yes, sleep. It's better to be asleep. Chin's face is one of terror. Meanwhile, Jiangnan wanders the corridor, unsure of where to go, and finds himself at the door of the lynx's office. He cannot dare return to the dormitory. Otherwise, he might as well kiss his rear goodbye. Danger. Too dangerous. I wish Chin happiness. Come in. The door is unlocked. Jiangnan. He pushes the door open and enters the office, where Lynx is perusing documents, draped in the garment Jiangnan lent her. Jiangnan is momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lynx is simply breathtaking. Her striking features, high-bridged nose, and the piercing coldness of her eyes, coupled with the stray wisps of hair framing her forehead, create an indescribable beauty. Years of hardship in the Dark Knight army have not diminished her skin's perfection. This version of Lynx truly leaves Jiangnan speechless. Lynx's cheeks flush as she recalls their earlier encounter, feeling shy to meet Jiangnan's gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Jiangnan, yes. Just a hint of adorability. Luo Tianhong. Where did you learn such cheesy lines? She had intended to scold Jiangnan, yet suddenly found herself unable to do so. Struggling to sleep in the dormitory? They must be quite noisy while sleeping. Jiangnan scratches his head and chuckles. Lynx gestures to the side. There's a bedroom over there. You can sleep here for now. Oh, so there's a single bedroom adjacent to the office. The room is small, but impeccably tidy. A water bottle sits on the nightstand, with a wildflower inside. Jiangnan beams and throws himself onto the bed. The pillow still carries a hint of fragrance. This is Lynx's room. If I sleep here, where will you sleep? Lynx, sleep if you want. If not, get lost. Jiangnan? What the hell? Just when things were getting warm and fuzzy. It was all just an illusion. Sleep. I'm going to sleep like a log. For the next few days, help me train the newcomers, and soon, I might have you lead them on missions. Jiangnan. All right. Lynx, surprised. Aren't you going to ask? It could be quite dangerous. Jiangnan turns over, his consciousness slipping away, murmuring, what is there to ask? I trust you. Lynx gazes at Jiangnan lying on the bed, lost in thought. She smiles. The next morning, the Dark Knight army assembles. Jiangnan nudges Chin beside him lightly, grinning. Hey, brother, does it hurt anywhere? Chin, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Chin's resentment points 1,000. Afraid of losing the target, Chin hadn't slept a wink last night. Chapter 102, merging all into the night. Guarding the light with our lives. Bonus chapter. Last night. Chin tied himself tightly to the bed with a belt. You can't possibly betray me, can you? Ultimately, he preserved his innocence. Yet, that flicker of fear lingered. What kind of divine popping candy was that? It was terrifying. For the sake of leveling up, it hardly seemed worth it. Chin's resentment points 1,000. At that moment, everyone stared at Lynx in disbelief. My goodness! What divine beauty is this? One cannot tear their gaze away. Why is everyone looking at me like this? And Ning, report, Captain. Please look in the mirror. Lynx? She pulls out a compact mirror and stares. Momentarily stunned. Is it possible that I've become more attractive? In just one night? How could this be? Is it because of the milk candy I had yesterday? Is there truly such magic in this world? And what about that ginseng that saved my life? How many surprises does Jiangnan have in store for me? Her gaze instantly shifts to Jiangnan, giving him a playful glare. The milk candy has beautifying effects? You didn't even tell me. Jiangnan grins widely. Meanwhile, the members of the Dark Knight army can no longer contain themselves. What is going on here? Are they flirting? Jiangnan didn't sleep in the dormitory last night, and this morning, someone saw him leaving Lynx's office? Oh my. This is scandalous. No wonder Captain Lynx has become more beautiful. It seems she has been well nourished. One by one, they silently give Jiangnan a thumbs up. Jiangnan? Jiangnan steps forward. From today onwards, Jiangnan will train you as an instructor. Any objections? At this announcement, everyone is stunned. In just one day, the southern deity has risen to the rank of instructor? As a newcomer, no less. Yet, no one dares to dissent. The skills Jiangnan displayed yesterday were already monstrous. If they could learn those skills. Everyone gazes at Jiangnan, their eyes alight with fervor. Chen Li. I'm out of a job. Chen Li's resentment points 1,000. Yet for the next half-month, everyone experiences the terror of Jiangnan. Tactical reconnaissance, coordinate calculation, infiltration, counter-infiltration, assassination, tactical planning. In every subject, Jiangnan reaches a celestial level of proficiency. He can even skillfully handle military computers and all sorts of military equipment. He is truly versatile. For an 18-year-old still in high school, this is simply impossible. Yet Jiangnan excels in every area. Without reservation, he shares all his knowledge. Half a month later, whether newcomers or veterans, they now look at Jiangnan as if he were a celestial being. The southern deity truly deserving of the title. Even Lynx is speechless. She has begun to suspect that Jiangnan is an international spy secretly trained by another country. The reason he was reluctant to participate in the newcomer training was that he simply had no need for it. Did he just pick up a military prodigy? On this day, Lynx urgently calls for a meeting. In the operations command room, Lynx wears a grave expression. We have received a mission. The newcomers look grave, while the veterans appear solemn. The large screen displays the mission information. Lynx, the underground organization of Goose Country has obtained a nuclear warhead. Explosive yield 5 million tons of TNT, 100 times the little boy bomb. Information regarding its sale has surfaced on the dark web, attracting numerous domestic underground organizations seeking a transaction. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression grew grave. An explosive yield of 5 million tons of TNT could impact an area of nearly 100 kilometers. The consequences of it entering the country are unimaginable. Reliable intelligence indicates that the warhead is located in the foreign town of Succa and is in a primed state. Any provocation could lead to a catastrophic outcome. Jiangnan was speechless. This was more than just a thorny issue, it was a complete debacle. It was akin to someone holding a bomb, demanding money in exchange for goods, and threatening to detonate everything if refused or confronted. The mission objective was to prevent the transaction, retrieve the warhead, and avert the explosion at all costs. They would only have one opportunity. Given that the operation was taking place abroad, they were aware that their identities would be expunged upon departure, and no support would be provided from headquarters. All their actions would be of their own volition and have no connection to Huaxia. Even in the event of their demise, they would not be remembered. We are Dark Knight, the guardians of Huaxia. We blend into the darkness, safeguarding the light with our lives. Jiangnan inhaled deeply and responded with all the Dark Knight soldiers. Yes, Captain. SH&MO nodded approvingly and turned his gaze toward Jiangnan. Operation codename, Cuckoo. Team leader, Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Entrusting Jiangnan with command of the operation? It was unheard of. This was foreign territory, fraught with peril. No matter how formidable Jiangnan was, he was still a rookie with no operational experience. This mission was of a hellish difficulty. Team members, Chen Chun and Ning, Su Rui Wang Tai. Including Jiangnan, there were a total of 10 individuals. Aside from Chen Chun and Ning, the rest were promising newcomers from training. The remaining personnel had other assignments and were not to object. Jiangnan, do you have anything to say? Jiangnan smiled radiantly. I suppose we'll be getting some operational funding, wouldn't we? Some petty cash, perhaps? The entire Dark Knight force was rendered speechless. SHNMO, bewildered, replied, weapons, equipment, and operational funding are all yours for the taking. Upon hearing that there was money to be had, Jiangnan's eyes lit up. You said it. Next, they learned more about the mission details. In the afternoon, the 9 of them were fully armed in the drill ground. Bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, grenades, rifles. And radios, they had everything. At that moment, Jiangnan arrived with a spring in his step, followed by a scowling SHNMO. I'm off now. Sister SHNMO. Just go. Get out of here. It was no wonder SHNMO was angry. Jiangnan had nearly emptied half the armory, filling his interdimensional space to the brim. Was he planning to level Sukka? It seemed Jiangnan was about to turn Sukka upside down. Looking at Jiangnan, SHNMO couldn't help but say, don't push yourself. Bring back as many as you take with you. Their lives are in your hands. If the mission fails, it's fine. We have a second line of defense. Jiangnan looked at the 9/10 team members and smiled radiantly. Just watch. Half an hour later, under the scorching sun, beside an empty highway, Jiangnan and his team stood in a neat formation, fully armed. Jiangnan exclaimed, are you serious? They just dumped us on the side of the road and that's it? Couldn't they at least give us a car? Are they expecting us to walk back to Jiang City? Wang Tai couldn't help but feel nervous. It was his first time acting as a Dark Knight soldier, and it was an overseas operation to boot. Do we have a plan? Jiangnan replied, yes. Of course we do. First, we'll hijack a car. The entire team was taken aback. Hijack? Can't we be a little more reliable? Inside a military base, Chun-Li looked worried, entrusting Jiangnan with command, with most of them being rookies. Is that feasible? This is no small matter. SHNMO said with certainty. Jiangnan is the most suitable candidate. Don't underestimate him. Someone like Jiangnan can thrive anywhere, better than most people, whether it's in an orphanage, in Jiang City, in the spirit ruins, or on the battlefield. The higher-ups are paying close attention to Jiangnan. This is more like an assessment. Besides, I'll be going too. In a Wuling Hongguang van heading to Jiang City, Jiangnan sat in the passenger seat with the petite Su Rue on his lap, while 8 others were crammed in the back. This van was truly divine. Jiangnan felt like they could squeeze in 5 more. The driver, Master Wang, was sweating profusely, his hands trembling. Anyone would panic with a van full of armed Dark Knight soldiers. Come on, everyone, take some and rehydrate. Jiangnan retrieved 7 bottles of mighty potion from his interdimensional space and distributed them to Chen and the others, without giving it much thought. They tilted their heads back and chugged it down. It was so refreshing. What? I feel like my strength has increased tenfold. It's not just strength. My physical fitness has increased tenfold. I'm full of energy. Haha. What is this stuff? It's amazing. Where did you get it? The team members were excited. Jiangnan scratched his head, feeling guilty. I'm doing this to enhance your abilities. Yes, it's for your own good. It's not for earning resentment points. And Ning asked curiously, why didn't you give us any? We want to try it too. Su Rue sat in Jiangnan's arms, pleading, I want some too. Jiangnan covered his face and said, not you too. I'm doing this for your own good. The two pouted. Chen was showing off to Ning when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Huh? Why is my helmet sliding down? He reached up to adjust it. What the? It slid down again. Is the elastic broken? So Chen took off his helmet to inspect it. This sight plunged the van into silence. Ning and Su Rue looked terrified, and the team members were dumbfounded. Ning tried to suppress her laughter. Chen, don't you feel like you're missing something? Chen, bewildered, replied, no, I just feel cool. The team members seemed to realize something and swallowed hard. They quickly took off their helmets. Chen exclaimed, what the? Why are you all bald? A group of shiny bald heads in the van nearly blinded everyone. Wang Tai cried out, like you're not bald too. Chen touched his head. What the? No wonder I couldn't keep my helmet on. So I'm bald? And Ning burst out laughing. Su Rue giggled. Daggers seemed to shoot from the team towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan coughed and said, to become stronger, you have to pay a price. On the battlefield, a little more strength means a better chance of survival. It's just hair. Is hair more important than life? The team members were speechless. You make a good point. Then why didn't you drink it? Jiangnan replied, me? I think hair is more important than life. Chen was indignant. Damn it. Then why did you let us drink it? Chen's resentment points 1,000. Wang Tai's resentment points 1,000. Chen looked at the van full of bald heads and covered his face. I think we shouldn't call ourselves the Dark Knight Legion. Let's call ourselves the Bald-Headed Legion. And Ning burst out laughing. Su Rue looked frightened. I'm glad I didn't drink it. Jiangnan pondered for a moment and said, that's a good name. The vehicle gradually entered the city. Just as the team members were still fretting over their hair, a sudden jolt. The car shook violently. A black Land Rover had forcefully cut in, ramming into the Wuling Hongguang. Master Wang's face turned tense. I'm so sorry. Before Jiangnan could respond, 5 burly men emerged from the black Land Rover. The leader, a man with a face full of muscle and wearing sunglasses, shouted, what's wrong with your driving? What kind of junk car is this? Can you afford to fix it if you break it? My car is worth hundreds of thousands. Why didn't you let me through? Get out of the car. Master Wang trembled as he reached for the door, but Jiangnan calmly said, "No need to open it for him." The big man was furious. "So you're not going to open it?" He then kicked the car door with a loud bang, denting it. "Still not opening? Fine. Just wait." As he spoke, he signaled his brothers to open the trunk. They pulled out 5 or 6 steel pipes and approached menacingly, wrenching open the sliding door of the van. In an instant, the leader was left dumbfounded. 10 soldiers clad in black military uniforms, armed to the teeth, sat inside the vehicle, coldly staring at him. Several dark gun muzzles were pointed directly at his head. What the hell is going on?" Wang Tai coldly remarked. "Looks like the little brat was having a great time, huh?" Qinshan squinted, obstructing military duties, carrying controlled weapons, intimidation, threats, cutting in line. The more he spoke, the paler Sun Chang became. He had seen the world and could tell that these men were armed with real weapons. He was immediately terrified, his face contorted as he stammered, "And no, I just wanted to ask if you wanted to see a pole dance. It's free." His brothers nodded in agreement, their legs trembling in fear. They thought to themselves, "You're executing military duties, yet you're in a van?" The Dark Knight army was stunned. This was indeed a unique talent. A pole dance? A bunch of middle-aged men? Are they serious? Jiangnan's lips curled into a playful smile. "Why not? Let us see it. Give us a show." "Sun Chang, are you serious? You really want us to dance? What do we do?" Thus, the 5 scruffy men planted the pole into the ground and began their flamboyant performance. They twisted and turned, showcasing their ludicrous dance moves. The sight was utterly cringeworthy, drawing a crowd of onlookers who pulled out their phones to record the spectacle. What in the world is this? Dancing in broad daylight? And it's a bunch of middle-aged men? This is truly shameless. What has this world come to? The crowd was baffled but entertained. After half an hour of this absurdity, Jiangnan finally let them go, pocketing 5,000 yuan, not leaving a dime for the driver, Master Wang. In the car, the team members could no longer suppress their laughter. And Ning complained, "South God, what kind of twisted sense of humor is this?" Jiangnan chuckled, "You don't understand. If others are unhappy, I'm happy." "Master, Tenshio shopping mall." And Ning asked, puzzled, "What are we going to the mall for? Aren't we on a mission?" The others shared similar confusion. Jiangnan looked at them as if they were foolish. "A mission? You think you can just waltz into Suckatown like this? All decked out to fight? Steal back a nuclear warhead? Have you lost your minds?" The team exchanged glances, realizing that going in this way would indeed be suicidal. Not only would they fail to retrieve anything, but they would be taken out the moment they entered Suckatown, a notorious den of thieves. "So what do we do? Is there a plan?" Jiangnan grinned mischievously. "From now on, we shall be members of the Bald Gang. I am your leader, and Sister Ning and little Rue are my women. Understand?" Wang Tai was astonished. "South God, you mean to disguise ourselves as an underground organization from our country? To infiltrate Suckatown and strike a deal with them?" As he spoke, the eyes of all the team members lit up. Previously, they had felt utterly lost regarding the mission, never imagining that Jiangnan would choose such an unconventional method to complete it. And Ning chuckled, "Bald Gang? That is quite fitting." The team members' expressions darkened. Jiangnan must have already made up his mind, tricking them into drinking the strong stuff. Qinshan remarked, "You're the leader of the Bald Gang. You have to be bald too." Jiangnan scoffed. "Do you know what it means to be a leader? A leader must stand out." Qinshan retorted, "Then why do Ning and Su Rue get to be your women? Shouldn't you choose one?" He then rubbed his hands together with excitement. "How about you give Ning to me?" And Ning angrily wrapped her arms around Jiangnan's neck, exclaiming, "Pa, shameless." Qinshan was taken aback. "Are you serious? You're really getting into character? Am I too serious, or are you too deep into this?" As they exited Tinshu Shopping Mall, the Dark Knight Army squad was dressed uniformly. Shiny bald heads, tank tops, baggy shorts, big gold chains, flashy shirts, and even one guy wearing flip-flops. And Ning was clad in white, fitted jeans and a crop top, exuding an alluring vibe. While petite Su Rue dressed like a trendy college student, the group strutted down the street, with Jiangnan proudly holding in Ning and Su Rue at his sides, wearing an expression of utter triumph. The team members, usually bound by rules, felt a bit uneasy in their new attire. Qinshan, being a veteran, blended in effortlessly. Wang Tai couldn't help but ask, "Qin brother, how can we act like members of an underground organization?" The others looked at him with eager expressions. "Yeah, Qin brother. Share your wisdom." "Well, you see Jiangnan?" Qinshan raised an eyebrow. Everyone nodded. "Just tone it down a bit." Wang Tai was puzzled. "Huh?" The team members were equally confused. "Wait, tone it down? You mean Jiangnan is currently more outrageous than actual underground criminals?" Looking at Jiangnan's flashy strut, they realized they might need to tone it down a notch to avoid trouble. At the McDonald's in the train station, the group ordered an enormous feast, devouring their food like ravenous wolves. The other patrons stayed clear of Jiangnan's table, and the server approached, barely containing her fear. "Sir, how can I assist you?" Jiangnan's eyes lit up. "Anything and everything. The beautiful waitress responded, Feel free to make any requests. Jiangnan replied, well, could you assist me in settling the bill? The waitress was taken aback, exclaiming, have I ever heard such an unreasonable request in my years as a waitress? Helping you pay? Is that even a sensible thing to say? From Lu Shuang's resentment value 1000. The team members frowned. Was this the demeanor of the bald-headed gang leader? Anning playfully smacked Jiangnan on the back of his head. Could you be any more stingy? Jiangnan pouted. She clearly said I could ask for anything. Humph. How can she not keep her word? After settling the bill, Jiangnan led his group to the platform to sell tickets, 10 tickets to Russia's Sakhanin station. Oh, by the way, I want hard seats. Shinshin and the others gasped. 42 hours on a green train. You actually want hard seats? They had expected to fly or drive through customs, opting for some high-class method. Instead, Jiangnan brought them to take the cheapest train, and he even wanted hard seats? Shinshin couldn't hold back his frustration, exclaiming, didn't the links give you any operational funds? Jiangnan replied, I did take some. Shinshin urged, then don't be stingy. Jiangnan retorted, that money was given to me by the links. What does it have to do with you? Shinshin was left speechless, while Anning and Su Rue exchanged bewildered glances. The ticket seller announced, sir, the total is 18,006 yuan. Jiangnan was taken aback. Wow, that's so expensive. Suddenly, he recalled his military officer's ID, thinking it might grant him a discount. But then he hesitated, realizing that pulling it out would expose him. I have a student ID. I'm a student. Can I get a discount? Anning and the others covered their faces, exclaiming, enough already. You really think this discount is going to work? The ticket seller, bewildered, looked him up and down, a big gold chain, a small watch, and 2 beautiful women by his side. A student? Do you look like a student to me? Jiangnan was furious, but managed to restrain himself. There are 10 of us. Can't you just drop a 0? The ticket seller hesitated, and Anning urged, just give him the discount. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. With a long sigh, the ticket seller conceded, fine, I'll cover the 6 yuan myself. I must have encountered a god today. Jiangnan beamed, hey, thank you. So, 806, right? I'll pay right now. The ticket seller and the others were left dumbfounded. You just erased a 0? You really can erase it all the way from 18,006 to 806? That's over 10,000 yuan. Anning erupted, pulling out a bank card, use mine. The group instinctively distanced themselves from Jiangnan, embarrassed by his antics. You're such a disgrace. Hooray for Ningning. From Anning's resentment value 1000. From Su Rue's resentment value 666. Chapter 105. Show your wrist? Extra update. After completing all the formalities, the green train slowly commenced its journey. Jiangnan and his companions set out for the town of Sakhanin in Goose Country. Among the 10 of them, 7 were bald-headed. At this moment, they all wore fierce expressions, intimidating the other passengers who dared not approach. It wasn't that they were pretending. Rather, the hard seats were simply unbearable. Meanwhile, Jiangnan, comfortably nestled between Su Rue and Anning, had his legs propped on the small table, mouth agape in delight. Su Rue, blushing slightly, popped a grape into Jiangnan's mouth. Hey, it's really sweet. Good job, Xiaorue. Su Rue's face turned crimson, internally questioning why she was doing this. She could only console herself. This is a mission. I am executing a task. There is no other way. Chun Chun and the others watched this scene with envy, grinding their teeth in frustration. Wow, this treatment is too good. I'm so jealous. Wang Tai gritted his teeth. Next time, I want to be the leader too. Chun Chun scoffed. You lack the aura of a leader. Just then, Anning discreetly nudged Jiangnan with her elbow, pretending to whisper, Xiaonan, look over there. Something seems off. Jiangnan glanced toward the front right of the carriage, spotting a group of over 10 young men in suits crammed into the hard seats. The only thing they had in common was a tattoo behind their right ear, a blood-red snake coiled around a sword. Their gazes occasionally drifted toward Jiangnan. Shinshin's expression darkened. Are they from the Blood Alliance? The Blood Alliance is a notorious underground organization, recognized by the tattoo behind the ear, with branches across the country and immense power. Their presence on the train to Sakhanin was ominous. The team members were shocked to encounter Blood Alliance members en route. It seemed Jiangnan's choice to take the train was not without reason. Jiangnan chuckled. The Blood Alliance? Are they aiming for something explosive? How intriguing. Anning whispered. What should we do? Jiangnan grinned. Just follow my lead and act according to my signals. Jiangnan shot a fierce glare in their direction and shouted. What are you staring at? The command immediately captured the attention of everyone in the carriage. The team members were stunned. What the heck? The moment those words were uttered, they understood his intention. Jiangnan was deliberately provoking them. A tall, slender youth sneered. What are you looking at? Jiangnan replied. Try staring again. I dare you. The tension escalated as the slender youth growled. Let us see if you can back it up. Jiangnan spat, grabbed a beer bottle from the table, and hurled it toward them. You think you're tough, huh? The bottle smashed against the Blood Alliance's table, shards of glass and beer splattering everywhere. You're looking for trouble? Aren't you? In an instant, all 10 members of the Blood Alliance rose, their faces filled with menace, and a palpable aura of energy began to swell. At that moment, Wang Tai and the others also stood up, revealing sinister smiles and radiating a readiness to fight back. Just then, a long-haired man in glasses sitting in the corner remained unmoved, leisurely wiping the beer off his clothes, and coolly commanded, "Everyone sit down." The Blood Alliance members, teeth clenched in anger, begrudgingly complied. From Qi Yunfeng's resentment value 888. From Qin Long's resentment value 666. The bespectacled man rose slowly and looked at Jiangnan. What is it going to be, brother? Show your wrist? Jiangnan spat out a sunflower seed shell, disdainfully curling his lip before revealing his wrist, adorned with a pink electronic watch, limited edition for children, featuring Peppa Pig. The bespectacled man and the Blood Alliance members were left speechless, while the team members were utterly dumbfounded. Are you serious? Who wants to see your watch? You actually showed it off? Literally? How could a leader wear such a childlike watch? From Hanze's resentment value 666. Anning facepalmed. Showing your wrist is slang. It means to introduce yourself, not to literally show your wrist. Jiangnan was stunned, pondering, these Blood Alliance members are really strange. They want to see my wrist? Hanze coldly remarked. Brother, are you disrespecting us? Jiangnan scoffed. Out here, people always give the bald-headed gang respect. No one has ever asked for respect from me. Do you think you're worthy? Qinshin and the others were left in shock. Well, look at this attitude. This acting. That disdainful gaze. It's simply explosive. Hanze frowned. The bald-headed gang? What kind of ridiculous name is that? It sounds utterly absurd. Why haven't I heard of this? There are always greater talents beyond our kin and skies beyond the heavens. I advise you, my brother, to exercise some restraint. Jiangnan sneered, a bunch of cowards. Make sure your subordinates keep their eyes to themselves. Do not dare to gaze upon my woman. Look again, and you shall lose your eyes. Su Rui inhaled deeply. For reasons unknown, even though she was aware that Jiangnan was merely acting, his words still sent her heart racing. Hanze's forehead pulsed with veins as he struggled to suppress his fury. The Blood Alliance members could no longer tolerate Jiangnan's arrogance, yet they remained silent. Hanze shot a cold glare at Jiangnan before heading toward the sleeper compartment. At that moment, Jiangnan exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Tai, who grinned mischievously. As Hanze passed by, Wang Tai stealthily tripped him. Hanze stumbled, nearly falling, his gold-rimmed glasses clattering to the ground and shattering. Ha! Why didn't he fall flat on his face? Some people are blind, too careless while walking. Jiangnan led a chorus of laughter. Hanze was so enraged he felt he might shatter his own teeth. Picking up his glasses, he stormed toward the sleeper compartment with a cold expression. Qinshin remarked, how shameless. I feel like giving you a beating. Wang Tai added. When it comes to provoking people, no one can rival Nan Shun. And Ning furrowed her brows slightly. They've been bullied to this extent, and Haven T retaliated? Something seems amiss. Jiangnan replied nonchalantly that man with glasses isn't the boss, merely a minor leader. The true decision-maker must be in the sleeper compartment. The more they endure, the more it indicates their desire to avoid conflict. Their target is evident. Su Rui asked, should we send someone to follow Hanze? Jiangnan chuckled, no need. If these people can reach Sukur Town unscathed, I, Jiangnan, will fly upside down. The expressions of the team darkened. The battle had already begun. Chapter 106 Jiangnan's thoughts were not so convoluted. The situation in Sukur Town was unclear, but fewer competitors heading towards the nuclear warhead was certainly preferable. Otherwise, in the end, they would all be enemies. Hanze arrived at the sleeper compartment. At this moment, a slightly portly man sat on the bed, exuding a rather rotund aura. Nestled in his arms was a woman of alluring stature. Both were engrossed in their intimate exchange. A tattoo was visible behind his ear, with a blood-red skull added to the hilt of a sword. Xiaohan, what brings you here? Hanze replied, Brother Wei. It seems we've encountered a competitor. Wei Changsheng frowned. The people from the Rakshasa? Or the heroes gathering? Those heading to Sukur Town were undoubtedly after the nuclear warhead. Hanze covered his face. Neither. It's the Bald Gang. Wei Changsheng. The Bald Gang? What nonsense is this? When did we get a Bald Gang? That name is utterly ridiculous. Hanze then recounted the events in full. Wei Changsheng scoffed. I don't know where this brash newcomer came from, a wild card, and even the Blood Alliance doesn't recognize them. A bunch of insignificant players. You did well. Do not stir up trouble on the train. Remain low-key. Everything must be focused on completing the transaction. Ensure absolute safety. Everyone must arrive safely in Sukur. Prevent any black-on-black violence. As for them, let us endure one more night until we reach succor. Then we can take them out. Hanzhe grinned viciously. Understood, Brother Wei. Good. Off you go. Hanzhe returned, casting a cold glance at Jiangnan and the others, but saying nothing. Jiangnan discreetly retracted his spatial wormhole. Within a radius of 300 meters, he could hear everything loud and clear. Come on, Sister Ningning. Let us gossip. And Ning's cheeks flushed as she leaned in closer. Jiangnan asked, who is Wei Changsheng? And Ning paused, realizing Jiangnan had somehow acquired intelligence. No wonder he hadn't sent anyone to follow. She took Jiangnan's hand and wrote in his palm, one of the 12 cadres of the Blood Alliance. A golden level. Very powerful. Jiangnan chuckled gleefully. A big fish. This scene made the Blood Alliance members seethe with envy, wishing they could pounce on Jiangnan. Hanzhe sneered. Let you bask in glory for a little longer. Once we disembark, it will be your demise. As for these two women, humph. Both sides yearn to eliminate each other. However, the Blood Alliance intends to act after disembarking, while Jiangnan never waits until the next day. Here, gather your feet. Sunflower seeds, beverages, and bottled water, beer, peanuts, and edamame? The attendant pushed a small cart down the aisle, calling out, in this long night, one cannot sleep without a drink in the hard seats. Could Hanzhe and his group endure this? They quickly gathered a heap of beer, sunflower seeds, and edamame. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. If not now, then when? Little Rue, come give me a kiss. Su Rue? Do we really need to kiss? This is ridiculous. Is executing a mission really this difficult? Yet. Looking at Jiangnan's face, her heart raced again. A kiss. Perhaps wouldn't he be a loss? He is so handsome. After a mental struggle and self-encouragement. Su Rue blushed as she leaned toward Jiangnan's cheek. At that moment, Jiangnan, using Su Rue's figure as cover, activated the spatial wormhole and began tossing white powder inside. While administering the drug, Jiangnan wore a mischievous smile that sent shivers down the spine. Su Rue? Weren't we supposed to kiss? Humph. Bad person. You're deceiving my feelings. For some reason, I feel a little disappointed. Meanwhile, Chen and the others watched the attendant push the cart by, utterly silent. Based on Jiangnan's demeanor, it would be a miracle if he bought them beer. And Ning, bewildered, asked, Nanshun, what is this? Jiangnan shushed her, shuhihi. And Ning shivered slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. After scattering the white powder, Jiangnan was still unsatisfied, targeting the sleeper compartment, opening the spatial wormhole again, and furiously tossing more powder inside. And Ning, puffed opening the beer, the Blood Alliance members clinked their glasses and began to guzzle down. Chen and the others watched enviously. However, upon taking a sip, they were all taken aback. What is this beer? It has a strange taste. I taste soybeans. Is it expired? Damn. And they sold it for $10 a bottle? Ridiculously overpriced. Not expired. Who cares about the taste? As long as it gets you intoxicated, that's all that matters. Hanzhe sneered. Is it the shabby? Out on the road, they can't even afford decent beer? A bunch of paupers. TSK. Following him was a waste. Country bumpkins. The so-called bald gang. I'm laughing. Inside the compartment, Wei Changsheng and the alluring woman had just finished watching a movie. On the table sat 2 cups of freshly brewed Kopi Luwak coffee. Wei Changsheng took a sip, his brow furrowing. Why does this Kopi Luwak coffee taste so strange? The alluring woman replied, let me try. A soybean flavor. Maybe that cat likes to eat beans or something. Wei Changsheng grimaced. Did that cat eat a pound of beans to produce this coffee? It's truly undrinkable. In the hard seat compartment, Jiangnan kicked his fellow brothers. Mission. Instantly, the team's eyes were drawn to him. Was there a mission? There were 8 carriages in total. Except for the one where Wei Changsheng was, the 7 of you are to occupy them. No one is to be let in. Understood? Chen? The team members? What kind of mission is this? Are we truly occupying the toilet without using it? Why are you all standing there? Hurry up. Guarding the bathroom means securing victory. When did victory become linked to the bathroom? Though they were utterly confused, the 7 bald heads sprang into action. And Ning suddenly recalled the white powder Jiangnan had secretly scattered and looked on in horror. This, could it be? At that moment, lying on the bed, Wei Changsheng and the alluring woman felt their stomachs churning. As the blanket stirred, the entire compartment filled with an intoxicating aroma. They exchanged glances. Faces darkening. Had that Kopi Luwak coffee expired? In the next moment, a thunderous rumble erupted from within, startling both individuals, who promptly dashed towards the restroom. Meanwhile, the members of the Blood Alliance, indulging in their revelry in the hard sleeper section, were busy boasting under the influence of alcohol. Suddenly, a loud noise disrupted the atmosphere, transforming the compartment into utter silence. Who on earth was that? Exclaimed one, shocked. It must have been held in for 30 years. The stench is unbearable. My eyes are watering. Ugh, I can smell edamame. Quick, open a window. This is a train. Open your uncle's window. I'm about to be sick. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Hanzei, who exclaimed, "This beer is toxic." Chapter 107, The Death Train? It's more than just toxic. At that moment, Hanzei felt as if a blender had been set off in his stomach. Hold it in? His brain protested. You know you can't just let it out, right? His body responded, understood. I'll do my best. But his rear end retorted, you don't make the rules. The cacophony continued. And Hanzei's pockets felt as though they were harboring a lit tractor, releasing gusts of wind that left the members of the Blood Alliance rolling their eyes in disgust. What is wrong with you, Han? Is this some kind of beat? His face flushed with embarrassment, Hanzei shouted, everyone, shut up. Clear the way. I need to use the restroom. He hurriedly stood up, crossing his legs, taking small steps towards the restroom, the sound of his predicament accompanying him. From behind, one could even see the bulge in his suit trousers. The bewilderment was not confined to the Blood Alliance. Other passengers were equally astonished. After years of life experience, they had never encountered such a vigorous display. But then, the odor began to permeate the compartment, vibrant and overwhelming. Hurry up and move. Don't stop halfway. A moving cannon. Hanzei was at his wit's end, feeling more humiliated than ever. And Ning struggled to contain her laughter, while Jiangnan, ever mischievous, grinned broadly. Though unaware of the nature of the white powder, its potency was evident. Su Rui was nearly fainting from the smell. Hiding in Jiangnan's embrace and covering her nose with his clothing. And Ning dared not breathe. The stench was unbearable. Are you trying to ruin us all? With a radiant smile, Jiangnan declared, after 18 years in the world, I've faced many storms. Then, to the astonishment of Ning and Su Rui, Jiangnan produced 3 gas masks. Both were dumbfounded. Who carries such things around? It seemed this was not Jiangnan's first time using such tactics. The trio quickly donned the masks, but Hanzei was not the only one reacting. Several members of the Blood Alliance turned pale, and a raucous symphony began to play. Lively and spirited, the fragrance spread like wildfire through the compartment of the non-ventilated green train, transforming it into a veritable hell on earth. Jiangnan felt a visible cloud of white mist enveloping the air. This is unbearable. The restroom. I'm going too. Don't you dare block me. This beer is toxic. I can't tell if I farted or released something else entirely. Like zombies, a dozen individuals raced towards the restrooms. Unable to remain in the stench any longer, the passengers' gazes turned murderous as they watched the spectacle unfold. After a struggle, Hanzei finally reached the restroom. Is anyone in there? Open up. I know you're in Thui Changxing is currently in a state of panic. He arrived, filled with ambition, yet remains perplexed about the unfolding events. How is it that, in the midst of his endeavors, he has become a solitary figure? Hello, leader? What's wrong, old Wei? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Wei Changxing responds. Please send me another 20 individuals. All those I brought have been captured. The leader's anger surges. What else can you do? I instructed you to maintain a low profile. Once outside the borders, all can be dealt with. And yet you managed to remain so inconspicuous? Wei Changxing retorts, it wasn't due to fighting. Then what was it? The members of Hanzei's group were apprehended for relieving themselves in public. The leader is bewildered. What nonsense is this? Are you serious? A member of the Blood Alliance captured for such a trivial matter? What about our dignity? Do we still have any? If this gets out, how will the Blood Alliance survive? Just wait. Once you reach Succa, safeguard the items. I will send more assistance. You just need to wait a few days. Suddenly, Wei Changxing recalls something. By the way, leader, please help me investigate the origins of the Bald Gang. The leader exclaims, what on earth? The Bald Gang? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Enough. No more issues. Ensure the items are returned, or do not return at all. Yes, leader. In the carriage. After the incident with the gas grenade, Hanzei and the others have been captured. Jiangnan and his group finally find some peace. They now were expressions of relief. The team members gaze at Jiangnan as if he were a celestial being. Look at him. Before even reaching their destination, he has eliminated all competition without a fight. Shinshin and the others merely held the restroom door. For the first time, they feel that victory has come so easily. Moreover, thanks to this round of cunning maneuvering, Jiangnan has amassed 500,000 resentment points. Without further ado, let the draws commence. 10 consecutive draws begin. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a vitality ginseng. Thank you for your patronage. For consecutive 10 draws yield 2 packs of bouncing candy and 38 vitality ginsengs. Jiangnan is unfazed. Accustomed to his usual misfortune, it's inconsequential. Yet, during the 5th round, thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a lucky little cherry. Jiangnan is taken aback. No substantial rewards, yet he has received a new consolation prize? A lucky little cherry? It sounds delightful. He quickly checks the system's item description. Lucky little cherry. Effect. Maximally enhances the user's luck. Effect lasts for 30 minutes. Guaranteed rewards upon consumption. Chance to find money while walking. Luck at its peak. Transform into a lucky boy. Jiangnan's eyes gleam. What is this? Enhancing luck? Is it truly possible to augment something so elusive? The mention of finding money sends him into a euphoric state. If he consumes this cherry and buys a lottery ticket, wouldn't he sort of success? Money would be effortlessly within reach. Wouldn't he using it for system draws guarantee a win every time? What a treasure. However, a small print catches his eye and douses his excitement. Note: Lucky Little Cherry is ineffective for this system. Jiangnan is left bewildered. Why is the note in such tiny font? Is it meant to be overlooked? Initially, he contemplated testing the cherry's effects, but realizing its ineffectiveness against the system quashed that idea. After all, his looks are his greatest asset. As long as he possesses charm, the world is a beautiful place. Besides, consolation prizes often come with bizarre side effects. Who knows what the side effects of this lucky cherry might be? Perhaps he could let Qinshan try it. Wang Tai would work as well. He Nanshan. And Ning notices Jiangnan lost in thought, grinning mischievously, which sends a shiver down her spine. What scheme is he concocting now? What is up, Ning? And Ning replies, although the Blood Alliance members have been eliminated. What about Wei Changxing? As long as he remains, the Blood Alliance still poses a significant threat. Furthermore, he is a golden level powerhouse. None of us stand a chance against him. Jiangnan confidently asserts, of course, we will seize him. The team members gasp, seize him? But he is a golden level warrior. Do you misunderstand the strength of golden level spirit warriors? Isn't there's still little Rie Rue? Su Rue blushes. I am at the pinnacle of bronze. My domain only extends 300 meters. Currently, I can only nullify abilities of golden level and below. It's ineffective against Wei Changxing. Jiangnan chuckles, such a big fish cannot be allowed to escape. He possesses treasures that could be exchanged for nuclear warheads. Don't worry, I'll handle it. As those words leave his mouth, everyone is stunned. Qinshan exclaims, have you forgotten your level? Wang Tai adds, bronze 5 stars. And you want to tackle a golden level? Jiangnan rolls his eyes. Trust in Nanshan. A true man. Just follow my lead. The team members are perplexed. What now? Again. After the gas grenade incident, they feel a strange sense of confidence. Their hearts race with excitement as they eagerly prepare for the final stretch. Once they disembark the train, the station is bustling with activity. Among the crowd, many mercenaries clad in camouflage and wielding AK-47s can be seen. A tense atmosphere hangs in the air. It appears that the armed forces holding nuclear warheads have taken control of the entire town. Jiangnan and his companions' arrival immediately draws the mercenaries' attention. Wei Changxing, carrying a briefcase, also notices Jiangnan's group, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he strides towards them. He intends to show these oblivious individuals that the Blood Alliance is not to be trifled with, even in the absence of his subordinates. His golden level prowess instills him with unmatched confidence. This is foreign territory, not Huaxia. No one can restrain him. As Wei Changxing approaches, the team members become increasingly anxious. They hadn't expected him to be so brazen. Is he truly going to strike immediately after disembarking? What should they do? A golden level. They cannot contend with him. Nanshan, retreat. Don't confront him head-on. Hurry. And Ning and Su Rue's faces are filled with worry. As Wei Changxing closes in, the distance diminishes to less than 200 meters, and he seems ready to attack. At that moment, Jiangnan beams brightly. He steps forward and swings his fist, channeling all his strength. The immense force creates a sharp sound as it cuts through the air. Wei Changxing scoffs, this fool. From this distance, you still dare to. Bang. Suddenly, Wei Changxing's body stiffens. His eyes bulge as if they might pop from their sockets. His mouth gapes wide enough to fit an egg. His face flushes crimson. A blood-curdling scream reverberates throughout the station. Jiangnan's entire forearm vanishes, having traversed a spatial wormhole, materializing 200 meters away. He lands a solid punch squarely on Wei Changxing's chest. The team members stand in stunned silence, gasping in shock. The entire station echoes with the sound of people inhaling sharply. Every male instinctively recoils, taking a few steps back. Could it be that this is the long-lost Celestial Horse Meteor Punch? Chapter 109. Penniless? Wei Changxing trembles with pain. Beads of sweat cascade down his forehead as he collapses to the ground, tears streaming down his face. What golden level? What fire-based abilities? What spirit techniques? He can't think of any of it. The agony is overwhelming. Today, Wei Changxing finally comprehends what it means to experience suffocating pain. Even his kidneys ache. The team members gaze at Jiangnan in horror. Wow, Nanshan, where did you land that punch? Spatial abilities can be used this way? Seeing Wei Changxing kneeling and convulsing, Qinshan and Wang Tai shudder. This is pain that every man understands. And Ning and Su Rue cover their faces, their cheeks flushed. Must you be so ruthless? Yet, they cannot deny its effectiveness. Having utterly incapacitated a gold-level combatant with a single blow, Wei Chongqing was caught completely off guard and rendered defenseless. Jiangnan grinned, beckoning, "Come on, brothers, let's get him." Chen and the others cracked their knuckles, their faces contorted in menacing grins. Wei Chongqing was bewildered. "I've already yielded and am unable to fight. Why are you still hitting me? Have you no decency?" Resentment points from Wei Chongqing 1000. The 7 bald-headed men descended upon him, unleashing a flurry of fists and feet. "Ouch! Stop! Please stop!" Resentment points from Wei Chongqing 1000. Resentment points from Wei Chongqing 1000. After a solid 15 minutes of pummeling, Wei Chongqing lay prostrate on the ground, utterly spent. The force of that initial blow had been devastating. That celestial meteor fist had landed a critical hit, leaving him utterly broken. He was now a bloody mess, barely clinging to consciousness. "The stuff is in the briefcase. Just stop hitting me." Jiangnan snatched the briefcase, sneering, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wei Chongqing was exasperated. "I yielded from the start. Did you really need to beat me up before taking the stuff? Is this some kind of mandatory procedure?" Resentment points from Wei Chongqing 1000. Jiangnan chuckled. "Heh, I like that watch of yours too." Wei Chongqing gritted his teeth. "Take it. And the gold ring. Take it all." The others watched in dismay as Jiangnan stripped Wei Chongqing of all his valuables. It was a rather unseemly spectacle. "Hey, let's have some standards, all right?" Only Chen's intervention prevented Jiangnan from prying out Wei Chongqing's gold teeth. Having thoroughly plundered Wei Chongqing, Jiangnan and his crew absconded with the briefcase, leaving the bloodied and battered man behind. Wei Chongqing, with a sniffle and a tear, struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his face. Those bald-headed thugs are inhuman. Veritable demons. Clutching his injured groin, Wei Chongqing limped to the restroom to assess the damage. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within. "Arg! I'm ruined." A mouthful of blood gurgled up, and Wei Chongqing's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. That punch from Jiangnan had indeed done some serious damage. Resentment points from Wei Chongqing 1000. At that moment, Wei Chongqing was utterly destitute, stripped of all his valuables and penniless in every sense of the word. The blood alliance was finished. Chen, Wang Tai, and the others wore expressions of triumphant glee. "We just took down a gold-level operative. Even if the methods were unsavory, we still took down a gold-level operative." Su Rui and Ning, however, couldn't bring themselves to look Jiangnan in the eye. "Why do you never play by the rules?" Just then, a bearded uncle emerged from the crowd, having observed the entire spectacle. As Jiangnan turned to approach, the man's eyes widened. He pulled out a photograph, comparing it repeatedly, still in disbelief. Nevertheless, he stepped in front of Jiangnan and his crew, tentatively uttering, "Heavenly King covers the earth?" The team members were perplexed. "What the heck? Is this guy crazy? He just bursts out with Heavenly King covers the earth?" Jiangnan's eyes lit up. "Pagoda suppresses the river demon?" And Ning's jaw dropped. "What? You're actually responding?" The uncle stammered. "Haircut is flamboyant?" Jiangnan grinned. "Walks with a swagger?" The bearded uncle was taken aback. "Brother Jiangnan? Uncle Wang? Next door?" The two embraced warmly. The team members were dumbfounded. "What is going on? Is this bearded guy one of us? And what kind of code is that? It's so obscure that even a literary genius couldn't decipher it without prior knowledge. The bald heads are indeed flamboyant, and the swagger is real." Wang Tianhua was also bewildered. He had received word from Lynx that a Nightshade squad would be carrying out a mission, but never imagined it would be this group of bald heads. Arriving at the station and immediately engaging in a double-cross with a Blood Alliance executive? Bald heads, Hawaiian shirts, sandals, and gold chains? Are you really Nightshade? You're even more unscrupulous than the criminals. Are you trying to be conspicuous? If Jiangnan hadn't responded with the code, he would never have believed it. Without further ado, Jiangnan and his crew followed Wang Tianhua through the streets of Sukka Town. The streets were bustling with people, and the exotic atmosphere was palpable. Jiangnan seemed more like a tourist than someone on a mission, snapping photos left and right. At that moment, a slick-haired young man with a travel bag and distinctly Asian features noticed Jiangnan and his group. His gaze lingered on Jiangnan. This young man was part of a group of 8, both men and women, all carrying hiking backpacks. The leader wore a fisherman's hat, giving the impression they were there to climb. The slick-haired youth approached Jiangnan's group before his leader could stop him, and in broken Russian, he asked with feigned enthusiasm, "Excuse me, do you know where Belbar is?" Chen and the others immediately became wary, unable to understand what he was saying. Wang Tianhua was about to respond when Jiangnan grinned and replied. The young man was stunned. Jiangnan's fluent Russian left Ning and the others speechless. "When did you learn Russian? And how are you so proficient?" They had no idea Jiangnan spoke the language. Wang Tianhua was also taken aback and then scowled. And Ning was curious. "Uncle Wang, what did Jiangnan say?" Wang Tianhua grimaced. He asked Jiangnan if he knew where Belbar was, and Jiangnan said he didn't understand Russian. and Ning and Chen were flabbergasted. What the heck? If you don't understand, why did you respond in Russian? Resentment points from Zhang Mo 666. Hey, are you deliberately messing with me? Still, the young man patiently asked, can you speak English? Jiangnan shook his head. I can't speak English. Zhang Mo exploded. Then what the hell can you speak? Jiangnan grinned. Get the hell out of here. Zhang Mo glared. So, you're just playing with me. Damn it. In a fit of anger, he launched a water blade at Jiangnan's head. Chen stepped forward, and a handful of nails from his pocket shot out, piercing the water blade with a piercing sound and hovering inches from Zhang Mo's forehead. One more move, and his head would be full of holes. You dare move against my brother? You think you're tough? Chen, ever the seasoned soldier, displayed his ruthlessness. Zhang Mo paled and was about to speak when Jiangnan kicked him in the stomach. The force sent him flying over 30 meters, where the leader caught him. The leader's expression was grim. Zhang Mo knelt on the ground, retching, writhing in pain. Jiangnan said, Buddy, stop with these pathetic tricks. What's the point of all this probing? I'm here for the nuclear warhead, and anyone who gets in my way will die. If you're not convinced, let's fight right now. I'll hack you to pieces. Brothers. The bald heads roared in unison. Lead the way, boss. The leader in the fisherman's hat said with a somber face, You're ruthless. You even took down Wei Changxing of the Blood Alliance. But I'm not Wei Changxing. Since we're both after the same goal, let's see who's more capable. We'll meet again. Jiangnan interrupted. Stop yapping. I want to fight right now. The leader in the fisherman's hat was dumbfounded. Why do you want to fight everyone you meet? You're like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. Did you not perceive that I was trying to find a way out for myself? Today, we have no desire to engage with you, yet you insist on pursuing it? From Su Shao's Resentment 1000. The fisherman hat brother waved his hand. Let us go. Jiangnan. Hey, don't leave. Can't we just have a little go? Chen covered his face. He finally understood. Jiangnan had set his sights on the treasures within their mountaineering backpacks. Wang Tianhua was genuinely taken aback for a moment. Is Jiangnan really this aggressive? So audacious? Does he not fear exposure? And just like that, the hero's assembly was dismissed? Little did they know, with Wei Changxin's example preceding them, Su Shao the hero's assembly had no desire to provoke Jiangnan further. This visit was merely to gauge the origins of these bald heads, to ascertain if they were indeed here for nuclear warheads. Who could have anticipated that Jiangnan would see through the ruse and be so direct? Upon seeing Su Shao leading his men away, Jiangnan appeared dejected. What do you think? What treasures are concealed within their backpacks? And Ning, Chen, this guy, indeed here for the treasures. The group followed Wang Tianhua to a hotel that had been prepared in advance. Jiangnan did not conceal his intentions, revealing his entire plan to old Wang. He aimed to leverage the reputation of the Bald Gang to connect with the armed forces controlling Suka Town. Ultimately, he sought to discover the precise location of the nuclear warheads. Whether to purchase or seize them remained uncertain. The more audacious Jiangnan and his companions appeared, the more it showcased the confidence of the Bald Gang. From the moment they disembarked the train, Jiangnan felt a sense of being watched. Every move they made likely did not escape their eyes. Wang Tianhua, now aware of Jiangnan's plan, was astonished. He had not expected Jiangnan to pursue nuclear warheads in such a manner. The audacity was boundless. However, this approach might be unfeasible. Jiangnan was taken aback. Why do you say that? Wang Tianhua replied gravely. Currently, the armed faction controlling Suka Town and possessing nuclear warheads is called the Wild Bears. They are exceedingly cautious, facing immense pressure from both the Goose Country's military and Huaxia's Dark Knight. Numerous factions, large and small, have gathered in Suka Town, including infiltrators from the Goose Country's military. Among our domestic factions, there are the Rus, the Heroes Assembly, and the Blood Alliance. He had forgotten that the Blood Alliance was already half defunct. Moreover, the Wild Bears have yet to disclose the specific location of the nuclear warheads. Furthermore, not every faction is qualified for trade with them, as the Wild Bears do not know which faction consists of military personnel. Currently, the Wild Bears have only extended invitations to the Blood Alliance, the Rus, the Heroes Assembly, and the ambitious Rofi family. They have requested these factions to meet at the Bell Bar in 3 days to discuss trade. It seems we are. And Ning furrowed his brow. Realizing that the Wild Bears primarily wish to negotiate with domestic underground organizations, the intentions behind this are already quite apparent. With this thought, Ning clenched his fists. South God, we absolutely cannot allow the warheads to enter the country. If necessary, we shall resort to a full frontal assault, even if it costs us our lives. We are willing to safeguard the light with our very existence. At that moment, all eyes turned to Jiangnan, serious and resolute. Jiangnan remained silent, then rolled his eyes. Stop with the dramatics. It's merely an invitation. I'll think of a way. Saying this, he lay back on the bed and began fiddling with his phone. However, and Ning and the others were not optimistic about Jiangnan. Who the wild bears choose to invite is entirely at their discretion. What could Jiangnan possibly do? Jiangnan opened WeChat. Scrolling through his friend list to find a Pikachu? South God, is the stunning beauty around? Golden-haired beauty, what's up? Jiangnan was momentarily stunned. What? Instant reply? Is she really that free? South God. Image, guess where I am? In the photo, Jiangnan stood beneath a fountain sculpture, beaming with joy, wearing a floral shirt, casual slippers, a big gold chain, and a small watch, just like he was on vacation. The architecture behind him exuded a strong goose style. Golden-haired beauty. You're in goose country? Where? I'm coming to find you. Jiangnan chuckled. He was becoming increasingly adept at using Katarina-S emojis. South God, Sukha Town. Golden-haired beauty. Well, what are you doing in that shabby place? Aren't you afraid of being blown up? Jiangnan paused. Realizing Katarina was aware of the nuclear warhead situation, then he thought, as a member of the White Shark, how could she not know? South God. So? Can you guess what I'm here for? Manual sarcasm, golden-haired beauty. Humph. I knew you needed my help. Otherwise, how would you remember me? Scoundrel. Jiangnan. Fine. You have a point. South God, are you coming? Golden-haired beauty. I'll be there tomorrow morning. I'll bring you something delicious. South God, Jiangnan chuckled. Done. The team members were astonished. P.S. The flag was raised during the live broadcast. 1,000 urges for updates and I'll go cut the bald head. Let us go, everyone. Chapter 111, The Golden Poisonous Snake. Additional update. Everyone's heads were momentarily blank. Has it been 3 minutes? Without leaving the house, just fiddling with a phone, and it's all sorted? Has South God always been this swift? And Ning exclaimed in disbelief. How did it get sorted? Shinshin's eyes widened. South God. Can you really acquire the wild bear's invitation? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Why would I deceive you? Just watch. Yet until now, the team members wore expressions of disbelief. At this moment, Jiangnan had already pulled out the briefcase he had snatched from Wei Changxing, rubbing his hands together excitedly, and the team members gathered around. Equally curious about what treasures the Blood Alliance had prepared to trade for the nuclear warheads. Upon opening the briefcase, everyone was stunned. Inside lay 15 golden-level spirit orbs, quietly resting. Moreover, they all possessed spiritual techniques. Shinshin, what the hell? Wang Tai, what the hell? And Ning, what the hell? Jiangnan covered his face. Hey, have you all dipped your education in sauce since childhood? Alas, I am illiterate. Does a simple exclamation suffice? Sister Ning, mind your image. Jiangnan inspected them one by one, feeling somewhat disappointed. Among them was not the spatial spirit orb he desired. However, he did select two. One was the spirit orb of the three-eyed snow marten. Spiritual technique, Silver Shadow. It significantly enhances speed, which Jiangnan planned to reserve for Big Wolf Me. The other was the spirit orb of the Fire Lion King. Spiritual technique, Burning Sea. It can unleash a sea of flames to scorch enemies, perfectly suited for Zhonging Shua. Come. Choose freely. Just $2. You want to suffer a loss for $2. You want to be fooled for $2. Truly worth every penny. Whatever you take is cheap. Whatever you buy is a bargain. And Ning rolled his eyes. Did you just change the channel? Do you really think you're running a 2-yuan store? Unable to help but swallow hard. Are you really giving this to us? Su Rue was equally exhilarated. Her heart racing wildly. Golden-level spirit orbs. Their value is immeasurable. Jiangnan, if you don't take them, I'll keep the car orbs. Shinshin, you. Using golden-level spirit orbs to make car orbs into bracelets? Even Ma Baba isn't this extravagant, right? Seeing that Jiangnan was not joking. The team members all approached to select a spirit orb they were satisfied with. Even Wang Tianhua received one from Jiangnan. Shinshin cradled the spirit orb. Her eyes filled with infatuation. How about we go mess with the Heroes Assembly again? Wang Tai, I think we can take them on. And Ning, I find them quite displeasing as well. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. When I said I wanted to mess with you on the street, you refused. Now that you've tasted sweetness, you remember their mountaineering bags? Go. Tomorrow, I still need to ask the wild bears for that invitation. Everyone, go back to your rooms and sleep. Early the next morning, Ning and the others appeared radiant. Clearly, a single golden-level spirit orb had significantly enhanced their strength. Just then, Wang Tianhua burst into the room looking pale. No, this is bad. We've been exposed. A golden-level powerhouse has come knocking. The implications are enormous. With that one sentence, everyone in the room felt as if they were facing a formidable adversary. Upon waking, Jiangnan found himself in a state of dishevelment, with unwashed face and unbrushed teeth, looking utterly bewildered. How had he been so exposed? Just then, the door swung open, revealing a stunning blonde beauty clad in white shorts, sandals adorning her feet, a crop top tied around her neck, and a sunnet perched atop her head. Her figure was curvaceous and exceptionally tall, with long golden hair cascading casually over her shoulders, an explosion of beauty. She carried a travel bag in her hand. Qinshan and Ning were left in stunned silence. Wait, isn't that? Isn't that? Wang Tianhua wore a grave expression, the golden viper of the white shark. A formidable presence at the golden level. Everyone must exercise caution. I shall guard the rear. Then, to their astonishment, Katerina beamed with excitement at the sight of Jiangnan lounging on the bed. Stinky brother, you didn't even come to pick me up. With a burst of energy, she lunged forward, crashing into Jiangnan's embrace. Wang Tianhua was flabbergasted, while the team members exchanged confused glances. What is happening? Isn't she the golden viper of the white shark? A golden-level powerhouse. Why is she throwing herself at the South God and calling him stinky brother? When did Jiangnan become acquainted with someone from the white shark? Wang Tianhua nearly had his eyes pop out. Qinshan and Ning covered their faces, knowing too well that the nature of their relationship was anything but ordinary. They had sensed something amiss when they first encountered each other on the rooftop. Katerina gently caressed Jiangnan's face and smiled. Did you miss me? Jiangnan coughed lightly. There are so many people here. Mind the influence. Katerina pouted. So did you miss me or not? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Oh, are we getting feisty now? Watch me unleash my unbeatable throat lock. Katerina was taken aback, while the team members were left speechless. This is a golden-level powerhouse. The golden viper of the white shark. How did you two end up like this? After some playful banter, it was ultimately Katerina who relented, rummaging through her travel bag. This is a specialty from my hometown, salted fish roe. Also white chocolate, canned sardines, brandy, and vodka. Oh, and a matryoshka doll. As she continued to pull out items and hand them to Jiangnan, he smiled warmly. Seeing him enjoy the treats brought a smile to her face, but her gaze turned serious as it fell upon Qinshan and Ning. How did you end up with the Night Army? Were you kidnapped? I can tell that everyone in this room must belong to the Night Army. And Ning's expression darkened, recalling the unpleasant encounter with the white shark. Jiangnan scratched his head. Well, I'm part of the Night Army now. Katerina was taken aback. You're not here for the nuclear warheads, are you? Jiangnan confirmed. Yes. We need to secure the nuclear warhead. But the bear doesn't trust us and isn't giving us a chance to negotiate. I was hoping you could help us obtain an invitation. After a moment of contemplation, Katerina replied, I can do that. Jiangnan hesitated. It won't cause you any trouble, will it? Given your status. Katerina scoffed. The bear doesn't have the right to trouble me. They're just a ragtag bunch. I'll contact them. She pulled out her phone and dialed. Speaking in flawless goose language. I want to meet the leader of the bear. Yes. Today. There's a group here wanting a nuclear warhead. Why so many questions? I'm in Sukkah. Stop wasting my time. Her tone was icy, sending chills through the onlookers. After hanging up, Katerina smiled brightly, all arranged. We'll head over at 5 tonight. Qinshan was bewildered. What just happened? She's a completely different person when she's with Jiangnan. At 5 in the afternoon. Jiangnan led the bald brotherhood through the streets of Sukkah, exuding confidence. Katerina walked beside him, linking arms and laughing merrily, while Ning walked closely beside them, holding Su Rui's hand. The 7 bald men behind them were green with envy, gnashing their teeth in frustration. Look at that. He has no shortage of hands. Is he even human? From now on, during missions, he's definitely the boss. Jiangnan chuckled, feeling on top of the world. All the while, numerous factions observed their every move from the shadows. Jiangnan was unfazed. He intended for them to watch. The golden viper of the white shark, Katerina, had a formidable reputation. Many were astonished that the Bald Brotherhood had allied themselves with someone from the white shark. What was the true identity of the Bald Brotherhood? They arrived at a CAF at the street corner, where the infamous Bald Brotherhood was well known. To their surprise, they found the golden viper of the white shark was already taken. At a table, a burly man sat shirtless, speaking in pure goose language. He was a towering figure with a scar on his lip, and his thick chest hair was hard to ignore. The CAF was filled with members of the bear, numbering no less than 100, all armed to the teeth. In Ning and Qinshan's expressions darkened. This was undoubtedly a trap. Jiangnan remarked with a grin, brother. You must not need a sweater in winter. Katerina burst into laughter, her mirth filling the air, clearly amused by Jiangnan's newfound proficiency in goose language. The bear's smile faltered. You think I don't need a sweater? Are you mocking me or my chest hair? Jiangnan was taken aback by the man's name, which was quite striking. He casually plopped down at the table opposite, crossing his legs and inadvertently spilling coffee everywhere. He pulled out 2 golden-level spirit orbs and began to toy with them, exuding an air of arrogance. In an instant, the guns of 100 men were aimed squarely at Jiangnan. Katerina's expression turned icy, while Jiangnan remained silent, merely smiling at Andre. The tension in the air became palpable. Andre stared at Jiangnan for a full half-minute, while Ning's heart raced. How could Jiangnan remain so composed? What immense mental fortitude he possessed. Finally, Andre broke into a smile and waved his hand, signaling the weapons to lower. You have guts, brother. Jiangnan replied nonchalantly. Let us skip the intimidation tactics. You want money, and I want the nuclear warhead. I'm here for the invitation. Andre squinted. How do I know you're not from the Knight of China? The Bald Brotherhood? I've never heard of you. Katerina interjected coldly. Do you doubt me, or the White Shark? You best think twice before you speak, or there will be no safe place for the bear on this land. Andre shrugged. Of course I trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. I just want to know what you can offer me. Jiangnan grinned. What do you desire? Andre's gaze fell upon the two golden-level spirit orbs in Jiangnan's hands. Is this all you have to offer? Jiangnan tossed the orbs to Andre, who caught them with ease. If you like them, take them. The Bald Brotherhood isn't short on money. Andre's eyes sparkled. Huh, you're quite generous. Tomorrow night at 7, at the Bell Bar? Jiangnan was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days later? Andre replied coolly, in my territory. I make the rules. Jiangnan nodded, having secured the invitation. As they prepared to leave, Andre called out, Wait. Everyone's hearts raced. Had their cover been blown? Jiangnan turned back. What now? Am I supposed to pay for this? Have some dignity. Andre? Team members. Is this a question of who pays the bill? We are truly baffled by your thought process. From Andre's resentment level 666. Brother, since you've arrived, you are a friend of the wild bears. The hotel is ready for you. Until 7 tomorrow, do not wander around. The city is quite chaotic, wouldn't you agree? The crowd's eyes flickered with suspicion. Clearly, the wild bears had little trust in the Baldies. All right then. A small service is in place. Food and lodging provided, accompanied by a group of mercenaries. Jiangnan and his companions headed towards the hotel. Along the way, they encountered 3 individuals dressed in suits, wearing devil masks, making their way to a CAF. Anning's expression darkened. Rakshasa? Jiangnan chuckled. Andre is quite busy. Upon entering the hotel, under the envious gazes of the mercenaries, Jiangnan led Anning, Su Rue, and Katerina into the presidential suite. Anning and Su Rue immediately began a thorough inspection of the room. Jiangnan rode on Anning's back. No cameras. However, the room is filled with listening devices. Meanwhile, the 3 Rakshasa had already seated themselves across from Andre, just as they were about to speak. A younger member leaned over and said, Boss, Jiangnan has brought those 3 women into a room. Andre smirked. Bring it over. Subsequently, a speaker was placed on the table, and Andre and his crew gathered around. Andre, we Rakshasa. Wait a moment. No, we Rakshasa. TSK. Stop the noise. The Rakshasa were bewildered. What is going on? You call us here and don't let us say a word? What are we listening to? Presidential suite. Su Rue looked at the only bed in the room, her face scrunched in disappointment. The wild bears are really something. With 3 of us, they only provided 1 room? Just 1 bed? How are we? Jiangnan. What? Isn't 1 bed enough? Where else do you want to run? If the bed is too small, the sofa and chairs will do just fine. Before Su Rue could finish her sentence, Jiangnan interrupted her. Anning's face turned pale. Quickly covering Su Rue's mouth, Jiangnan pointed to the room and used lip language. Listening device. Su Rue's eyes widened, realizing the gravity of the situation. She almost let something slip. Their side was pretending to be part of the Baldies, and she was posing as the boss's woman. Of course, they needed 1 room. If she slipped up, they might not even get out of this room, all under the wild bear surveillance. Chapter 113. Years deceived? Yet, what seemed like completely ordinary words took on a different tone when spoken by Jiangnan. Katerina was the first to react, bursting into laughter. My dear sister is quite greedy. It's the same anywhere. Anning quickly chimed in. Su Rue, being new, is understandably a bit out of her element. She'll adapt over time. Su Rue finally breathed a sigh of relief, managing to smooth things over. Jiangnan smiled brightly. Ahem. So why are we still standing around? Don't you need to prepare? The 3 were momentarily taken aback. Prepare? For what? No way. Jiangnan wouldn't actually go through with it, would he? Katerina was already giggling, starting to unzip her jacket and remove her down coat. Anning's face turned beet red. No way. Is Jiangnan really considering going through with this? Acting is one thing, but he can't be serious, can he? Katerina seemed to be gearing up, but considering Jiangnan's relationship with Katerina, that was acceptable. After all, he'd seen her on the rooftop before. But today, were they really going to do it again in the room? The thought made Anning's face flush even more. Just as Katerina was about to start taking off her sweater, Jiangnan's eyes widened, quickly grabbing her little hand. Using lip language, he said, What are you doing? Katerina, with an expression of obviousness, wrote on Jiangnan's chest. Preparing, right? Didn't you say we should be ready? Jiangnan, what on earth do you mean by preparing? Can you let me finish my sentence? Jiangnan cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, take off your shoes, lip language, and sit on the bed. Let me arrange things for you one by one. At that moment, the expressions of the three froze. Take off shoes? What for? Though puzzled, they complied, removing their shoes and sitting on the edge of the bed. The request sounded quite normal. But Jiangnan had used lip language to speak those words. And as those words fell into the ears of the wild bears eavesdropping in the CAF, things sounded quite different. At that moment, the people at the table surrounding the speaker gasped. The Baldy's leader is that bold? Planning to arrange everything for them? Is he a war god, perhaps? Don't say something outrageous and get your tongue twisted. At that moment, the faces of the Rakshasa darkened. I said, what are you listening to with such enthusiasm? Can you hear this too? Can it get any weirder? Are we still negotiating business? Andre, we Rakshasa. Andre glared. Shut up. Keep it down. It's about to start, can't you see? Rakshasa. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Anning and the others were swinging their little feet, looking curiously at Jiangnan. What is he making us take off our shoes for? Jiangnan grinned, twisted his neck, and stretched lazily. He grabbed a stool and sat in front of Katerina. He took one of her feet. Skill activated. Foot massage, LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill level up. Foot massage, proficient LV0. Countless foot massage techniques flooded Jiangnan's mind. Jiangnan chuckled. Today you will witness my skills. He began to rhythmically pat Katerina's foot, producing a crisp sound with each strike. The strikes left phantoms, as if he were practicing Wing Chun. Katerina stared at Jiangnan, who was massaging her feet, bewildered. You can do this too? You must have done this in a bathhouse before, right? Jiangnan grinned. How is it? Am I doing well? Is it comfortable? Katerina's expression radiated delight. She had never enjoyed such treatment before. This is simply amazing. At this moment, Anning and Su Rue were both left in shock. What an incredible foot massage. Jiangnan's skills are that comprehensive? Is there anything he can't do? Jiangnan smiled. Get ready. I'm about to get intense. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up, targeting the kidney reflex zone under Katerina's foot, pressing down hard. The piercing pain made Katerina's eyes widen, and she screamed. Ah, be gentle. Jiangnan smacked his lips. Judging by her reaction, the golden-haired beauty might not have the best kidneys. Hee, but that is not for her to decide. Jiangnan's expression turned serious as he launched an all-out attack on Katerina's kidney reflex zone. Katerina, in a frenzy, tugged at her hair, screaming incessantly. What was originally a perfectly normal foot massage turned into something entirely different when the dialogue and screams fell upon the ears of Andre and the others from the wild bears. Coupled with the rapid sounds of foot slapping, they conjured an entirely different scene. Andre's eyes widened, his face turning crimson. My dear heavens, this is too intense. Can anyone endure this? Beside him, the Rakshas's faces darkened. Does it matter if she can withstand it? Why worry about something useless for her? Can you focus on the business negotiations instead? Jiangnan not only massaged Katerina's feet, at the urgent request of Anning and Su Rue, after finishing with Katerina, he also massaged the feet of the other two. Overwhelmed by the exertion, Jiangnan felt as if he had run a 10-kilometer race. Oh dear. Ningsals are so hard. She must not sleep well at night. Outside, the two mercenary guards were practically driven mad with suppressed excitement. They crouched, ears pressed against the door, consumed by envy. This is too intense. A real man. Absolutely a real man. At a nearby CAF, Andre's face flushed crimson as he listened. Over 100 subordinates were on tenterhooks. Andre clicked his tongue, exclaiming, damn, he's fierce. Who would have guessed? He resolved to seek advice from Jiangnan at the first opportunity. Luo Sha began to grind her teeth in frustration. Had they come all this way only to witness an epic battle in their imaginations? This bald-headed gang leader was truly formidable. Little did Andre and his crew know. Jiangnan was merely providing them with a professional foot massage. 6 hours later, Jiangnan emerged from the room, beads of sweat dotting his brow, and leaned against the windowsill to cool down. The mercenaries regarded him with the awe reserved for deities. 6 hours. The sounds from the room never ceased. This was beyond a real man. This was a god. One of them promptly offered Jiangnan a cigar. Mr. Nan, a post-coital smoke? Jiangnan accepted the cigar with a smile, appreciative of the gesture. He took a puff, the smoke swirling in the air. A faint smile played on his lips as he concealed his accomplishment. He silently mused. 6 hours of foot massage is truly exhausting. Even feet are hard to massage these days. Chapter 114. Revolver Roulette? Bonus chapter. After eavesdropping, Andre was convinced that the bald-headed gang was not an elaborate disguise by Dark Knight, and that the White Shark's golden serpent really was Jiangnan's woman. Not a setup by White Shark. He was finally relieved. Now we can talk, Andre declared. Luo Sha was incredulous. After hearing this, what the hell is there to talk about? Back at the hotel, Katerina and the others were fast asleep, basking in the afterglow of their foot massage. The only sound in the room was the gentle rhythm of their breathing. By the window, Jiangnan sat on the sofa, meticulously cleaning a tang saber. The blade reflected his intense gaze, filled with both resolve and determination. At that moment, Jiangnan was unusually calm. Ning stirred from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open. She was captivated by the sight of Jiangnan polishing his saber. She bit her lip in silent admiration. One man leading a 10-man squad, venturing deep into enemy territory. In a foreign land, with no support. Surrounded by enemies. If the mission failed, the entire town of Sukka, home to hundreds of thousands, would be doomed. Yet, Jiangnan remained composed, exuding an air of calculated confidence. Each seemingly reckless step was the result of meticulous planning. His formidable mental fortitude was awe-inspiring to Ning. She wondered if she could have done a better job than Jiangnan, yet he was only an 18-year-old boy bearing this immense burden. Get some more sleep. Tomorrow night will likely be eventful, Jiangnan said. A lump formed in Ning's throat. We will succeed, won't we? Jiangnan grinned. Just watch me outmaneuver them. Seeing Jiangnan smile, Ning felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The next evening at 7 o'clock, Jiangnan and his entourage made their way to the Bell Bar. Katerina was still reminiscing about the foot massage and pleaded with Jiangnan for another session. Upon entering the bar, they were greeted by pulsating music and dazzling lights reflecting off the disco ball. Dancers in scant attire moved sensually, expressing their untamed allure. Around a circular table, 10 members of Luosha, masked and led by a figure in a blue demon mask and a ponytail, were present. The 8 members of the heroes gathering were also in attendance, their faces grim. A group of burly men with deep-set eyes and prominent noses, representing the Italian Raffi family, were led by a well-groomed man with slicked-back hair, white gloves, and a cigar, exuding an air of sophistication. To Jiangnan's surprise, Wei Changsheng was also there, his head wrapped in bandages and his arm in a sling, looking pathetic and devoid of his former golden-level prowess. Upon seeing Jiangnan, he erupted and slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. You dare show your face before me? Jiangnan grinned. Oh, isn't this the pauper? Poor and... Ahem, you came to buy a nuclear bomb? The others at the table were taken aback. What? No balls? What's going on? They instinctively looked at Wei Changsheng. Wei Gonggong? Everyone knows about the conflict between the bald-headed gang and the Blood Alliance at the train station. Was the attack this brutal? Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1,000. The gazes of the crowd were unbearable. I'll kill you right now. Wei Changsheng roared. Andre slammed a hand on Wei Changsheng's shoulder, forcing him back into his seat. In my territory, we play by my rules. Jiangnan casually sat down, brazenly placing his legs on the table, causing the leaders of the other factions to frown. Andre grinned. Brother Jiangnan, I've heard that you had an extreme operation last night, lasting 6 hours? Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Jiangnan. Ning and Su Rui blushed, while Katerina smiled radiantly. Chen Chen and the others were dumbfounded. Did Mr. Nan actually do it? Was it real? 6 hours? A god of war. Chen Chen's resentment value 666. Wang Tai's resentment value 666. From. The Luo Sha members were visibly uncomfortable. Having witnessed the events of the previous night, Jiangnan chuckled. It's nothing. A man has to have some fun. He paused, then added, unlike some people, who can't even muster the strength to try. Wei Changsheng was enraged, shattering his glass. I'll cut you to pieces. Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1,000. Andre restrained Wei Changsheng once more. What's the secret? Share it with your brothers. Jiangnan smirked. That's a secret I can't reveal. Wei Changsheng scoffed. A secret? You're just a bunch of paupers. What can you possibly offer? A nuclear warhead? Can you even afford it? Each faction had brought their offering, placing black briefcases on the table. Jiangnan, however, had nothing. He clapped his hands, and Wang Tai dropped the bulging sack on the table. The others stared in disbelief. They had brought briefcases, and Jiangnan brought a sack? What was inside? Bricks? Andre was taken aback. Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. He clapped his hands, and a scantily clad dancer placed a tray in the center of the table. With a flourish, she removed the red cloth, revealing bullets and a revolver. The crowd tensed. Andre picked up the revolver and loaded a single bullet into the chamber, spun the cylinder, and placed the gun on the table. Let's begin. Luo Sha was the first to speak. What is the meaning of this? Su Xiao followed. We came here to make a deal, not to gamble with our lives. Wei Changsheng narrowed his eyes. This is pointless. Raffi spoke coldly. Are you trying to double-cross us? Do you have a death wish? Jiangnan remained silent, observing the scene. The tension in the room thickened. What was Andre planning? Andre shrugged. I told you. In my territory, we play by my rules. Too many people came. It's no fun unless a couple of you die. Su Xiao retorted. What if we refuse? Andre smiled. Simple. We can all die together. The nuclear warhead is already counting down. From the moment you entered the blast radius, I am the boss here. Everyone's expression was exceedingly grim. Luo Fei grinned. You are the madman. As he spoke, he picked up the revolver and aimed it at his temple. Pulling the trigger without hesitation. Click. A blank shot. Andre clapped and laughed heartily. Haha. Excellent. Truly worthy of being an elder. What audacity. His gaze then fell upon Su Xiao, who appeared as dark as a stormy sea. Can anyone else take my place? Andre scoffed. Of course. As long as they are your people. Su Xiao rose and turned, seizing Zhang Mo and forcefully pressing him into the chair. It was the pale-faced youth from that day of testing in Jiangnan. He was terrified, trembling all over. Su Gu. I shoot. 1 in 5 chances. If I don't die, I'll give you $1 million. Zhang Mo gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening as he picked up the gun. His hands shook as he slowly aimed at his temple, filled with the dread of death. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed the trigger. Click. A blank shot. Zhang Mo was so frightened he went limp, collapsing onto the table as if pulled from water. In the next moment, all eyes turned towards Jiangnan. Andre narrowed his eyes. Brother, it's your turn. The atmosphere was tense. Jiangnan smiled broadly. With a 1 in 4 chance, I'm still coming out ahead. But Ning and Chinchun could no longer sit still. Chinchun exclaimed, Big brother, let me do it. Wang Tai, with red eyes, shouted, Get lost. It's my turn. Big brother, let me have a go. A throng of bald-headed men clamored behind Jiangnan, stirring deep emotions in everyone present. Both Luo Fei and Andre looked on with admiration. Such is the worth of a big brother at this juncture. However, the members of the Heroes Association felt discomfort. Especially Su Xiao, whose expression darkened. At the brink of life and death, the disparity was evident. Jiangnan shouted, Everyone, shut up. What a trivial matter to fuss over. The life and death roulette? Jiangnan was not at all afraid. A spatial wormhole opened at his temple. Once the gun went off, he could choose who would die. He would be unscathed. The issue was that Jiangnan did not wish to reveal his spatial abilities. Otherwise, with Andre's cautious nature, the deal's success would be uncertain. Andre's insistence on playing the revolver game was merely a guise for murder. After all, there were too many people present, even if the transaction succeeded. The wild bear might not escape unscathed. Once the deal was complete, the wild bear would lose its only trump card, the nuclear warhead. What seemed a simple transaction was fraught with deep calculations. Nonetheless, even without resorting to his spatial powers, Jiangnan remained unfazed. He reached into his pocket, retrieved a bright red cherry, and began to chew. The sweet and sour flavor was delightful, reminiscent of cherries. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? What occasion is this? Our brothers are gambling with their lives. Jiangnan continued to munch on the cherry. Suddenly, Jiangnan picked up the revolver and aimed it at his temple. Everyone's hearts raced, and Ning and Su Rui were filled with concern. Katerina tensed, ready to act the moment the gun fired. Whether she could save Jiangnan was a matter of luck. The lucky cherry. Would it transform him into the luckiest boy, the brightest star of the night? Of course. Jiangnan was not entirely at ease. After all, the system was notoriously unreliable. Who knew if the lucky cherry would truly be dependable? He opened a spatial wormhole at his temple. As for the other side, there was no need to deliberate. He aimed at Wei Changsheng. Jiangnan would never gamble with his own life. Dead friends do not hinder the living. With double insurance, Jiangnan pulled the trigger. Click. A blank shot. Fu and Ning and the others exhaled deeply. Wei Changsheng's face turned ashen, for he was next. Andre chuckled. Brothers. Click. Click. The sound of 2 consecutive blank shots interrupted Andre. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Jiangnan. In the brief moment of conversation, Jiangnan had fired twice, without hesitation, not even blinking. His teammates were bewildered. Luo Fei, Luo Cha, and Su Xiao were equally stunned. A 1 in 4 chance of death. You fired 3 shots in a row? How bold could one be? Did you not fear death? Is your life merely a promotional gift? Katerina was drenched in cold sweat, and Ning's hands trembled. Yet Jiangnan remained utterly composed. What terrifying mental fortitude. Jiangnan grinned. With this luck, I regret ever bothering with nuclear warheads. Scratch-off tickets would have been more appealing. Teammates. Andre. What the hell, a scratch-off ticket? How can you win a nuclear warhead from a scratch-off? Jiangnan tossed the revolver in front of Wei Changsheng. Old brother. Here you go. I've left you a fortune. Wei Changsheng. There were only 6 bullets in total. 5 were blanks. The Luo Fei family and the Heroes Association had used 2. Jiangnan had fired 3 blanks. The remaining bullet was surely lethal. How could he play this game? Just delete the account? From Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1,000. All eyes were fixed on Wei Changsheng. They relished the misfortune. Wei Changsheng gritted his teeth. Is there even a point to this? Andre replied coolly, What? Does my brother not want to play by the rules? That would not merely cost 1 life. From Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1,000. He glared at Jiangnan. Why can't you play properly? Why fire 3 shots in a row? not even leaving a sliver of hope. Saying this, he picked up the gun and aimed behind him, pulling the trigger. Bang! The flash erupted. A Blood Alliance member clutched his chest and fell to the ground. The remaining Blood Alliance members turned pale, their faces filled with horror. Andre took the gun, loaded another bullet, and continued. Luo Cha. Another round. Once again, Luo Fei took the lead, aiming at his temple and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet spiraled into Luo Fei's temple, exiting from the other side. Half of his head was blasted away, yet there was no blood. His entire head transformed into water. It quickly reassembled, returning to its original state, not even a hair out of place. Everyone's expression darkened. Luo Fei calmly remarked, "It seems my luck isn't very good." Indeed, it was not good. But you aren't afraid of bullets at all. Water attributability? Elementalizing the body. Truly, for golden tier powerhouses, conventional firearms rarely have any effect. In a fleeting moment, Wei Chongqing found himself bereft of 3 subordinates. At last, it was his turn to take the lead. With a pistol in hand, he finally exhaled in relief. What a thrill. I'm in charge now. Surely, Jiangnan, this prodigy, won't overshadow me? A 1/6 chance. Victory was imperative. He turned to his subordinate and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted. Another subordinate fell. The room fell silent. Jiangnan was left dumbfounded. What kind of atrocious marksmanship was this? How could he hit anything? Ha ha. Jiangnan laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Wei Chongqing, my spirit is crumbling. This roulette game is delightful, but it's costing me my subordinates. Luo Sha, Brother Wei, give us a chance. We've already played 5 rounds. We haven't even touched a gun. We want to play too, but Brother Wei is too righteous to let us. This tale is purely fictional. Dangerous actions should not be emulated. Ahem. Chapter 116. Loading 6 rounds. I bet this gun will misfire. The roulette game continued endlessly. Whenever it was Jiangnan's turn, regardless of how many rounds remained, he would invariably fire the last shot and hand the gun to Wei Chongqing. 20 minutes passed. Luo Fei remained composed. While Su Xiao had already lost 3 subordinates, Luo Xiao was unscathed. However, Wei Chongqing bore the brunt of the damage, as one subordinate after another fell, littering the ground. They all died at his own hand. Almost all the bullets in the roulette game were absorbed by Wei Chongqing, to the point that he had become numb to the losses. 2 waves of subordinates, over 40 souls, all perished under Jiangnan's hand. What kind of luck did Jiangnan possess? After more than 20 rounds, firing relentlessly, and still, the gun remained silent. Had this fellow saved the entire galaxy in his previous life? As Anning and the others observed Jiangnan shoot at his own head, they could no longer feel nervous. Even Andre looked bewildered. Could it be that Jiangnan's supernatural ability was simply good fortune? What kind of absurd power was that? Just then, Jiangnan, with an air of impatience, exclaimed, "Can we not drag this out? It's terribly dull. I could play this all day." Everyone was speechless. Jiangnan was truly one of a kind, capable of playing the roulette game to such an extent. Andre said calmly, "So how should we play?" Jiangnan snatched the pistol, loaded 6 bullets, and swiftly chambered it. 6 rounds. Fully loaded. I bet this gun will misfire. Andre. The teammates. Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded. Betting on a misfire? Wasn't he that courting death? After over 20 rounds, the gun had never misfired. Firing a full chamber must result in a bang. And yet, he dared to wager on a misfire? Even if his luck was divine, this was reckless. Su Xiao sneered, "If you want to play, you should go first. Whoever goes first dies." Luo Fei, intrigued, remarked, "I have no objections." Luo Sha added, "Isn't that a bit reckless?" Wei Chongqing narrowed his eyes. "You go first. The goddess of fortune cannot favor you forever." Jiangnan grinned, "Apologies. The goddess of fortune resides in my home." With that, he aimed at his own head. Everyone gulped nervously. He had loaded 6 rounds. There had to be bullets. Had Jiangnan lost his mind? As Jiangnan pulled the trigger, a resounding click echoed. Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be? It truly misfired? Could one's luck be so extraordinary? This was beyond mere luck. Click, 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 click. Jiangnan fired 5 more shots. Each one misfired. The bar fell into a deathly silence. Everyone regarded Jiangnan as if he were a monster. Chen covered her face. The southern god truly lives up to his name. The son of death. Wang Tai exclaimed in astonishment. Not just that. A man whom even death cannot claim. Wei Chongqing's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that the gun was genuinely broken? Otherwise, how could 6 shots misfire? If it were broken, what was there to fear? Wei Chongqing took the pistol, turned around, and realized that all his Blood Alliance subordinates had perished. Ultimately, the burden rested upon his shoulders. Yet, he covered the gun's muzzle with his palm as a precaution. Pulling the trigger, a loud bang resounded. Wei Chongqing's face turned pale. His palm was engulfed in searing crimson. In the next moment, molten metal streamed through his fingers. The intense heat melted the bullet, but Wei Chongqing's palm was now riddled with a bloody wound. He was drenched in sweat, nearly losing his life. At that moment, no one cared that Wei Chongqing had blocked the bullet. All eyes turned to Jiangnan, filled with horror. The gun had not malfunctioned. So, the previous 6 misfires were purely due to luck? What kind of absurd luck was this? If this continued, everyone in the room would perish, but Jiangnan would remain unscathed. What a bizarre encounter. Jiangnan shrugged. I mentioned it was quite dull, Andre. That's enough. Jiangnan was eager to play. The more people that died, the better. However, the effect of his lucky charm was about to expire in 30 minutes. The side effects were unknown. Who knew what would happen if he consumed another? Andre appeared speechless. What had begun as a solid plan to weaken the opposing forces and create an opportunity for escape had become unplayable with Jiangnan's divine presence. Fortunately, they had crippled the Blood Alliance and severely weakened the Heroes' Conference, so it wasn't a total loss. Andre declared, since my brother has spoken, I shall not waste any more time. Let us each make our offers. The highest bidder wins. Once the transaction is confirmed, I will bring people to inspect the goods. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting to the crux of the matter. Luo Fei opened his briefcase, revealing a laptop. $10 billion. If you agree, I will transfer the funds immediately. The Luo family will also ensure the safe escape of the wild bear. Upon hearing this, Andre's eyes lit up. Clearly, he was tempted. Su Xiao also opened his briefcase. Inside were 3 green plums, sacred healing items from the spiritual realm of Yan Island. One could even regenerate severed limbs. Each one was worth a life. Andre licked his lips. Wei Chongqing scoffed. Is that all you have to offer? As the briefcase opened, unsurprisingly, 20 golden-grade spirit pearls imbued with spiritual techniques were revealed. These were not items that could be acquired with money. Luo Sha could no longer contain himself. He pulled out a peach from his briefcase. A spiritual peach from the Pinglai realm. Consuming it could elevate one from gold to platinum. With strength, one could acquire everything. Andre licked his lips, clearly satisfied. Meanwhile, Jiangnan's gaze flitted between the various briefcases. Good heavens! Such treasures. Rare? Exceedingly rare. Jiangnan was practically drooling. Everyone regarded Jiangnan with incredulity. It's not for you. Their gazes were even more fervent than Andre's. Brother, what about your contribution? Jiangnan snapped back to reality. Huh? You take a look. With that, he tossed a large burlap sack onto the table, producing a clattering sound. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What on earth was in that sack? They cast curious glances. Andre ripped open the sack and nearly blinded himself. Oh my goodness. Seeing Andre's reaction, the various factions were taken aback. Luo Sha asked, Brother Jiang, what's in that bag? Jiangnan replied nonchalantly, nothing much. Just 100 pounds of diamonds. Luo Fei sprayed vodka all over Su Zhao's face. Luo Sha's mask of terror fell off. Wei Chongqing was left frozen on the spot. What in the world? 100 pounds of diamonds? Did he think they were pebbles? Andre was utterly enraged. A sack was emptied, revealing a plethora of diamonds, each the size of a fist, with even the smallest comparable to a pigeon's egg. Immaculately pure and of the highest quality. In that moment, the entire bar fell into silence. Jiang, the mine owner, was engaging in reckless behavior. Friends, do not attempt this. I implore you for a 5-star review, to urge for more chapters, and to fill the bookshelf. Chapter 117, The Diamond Treasure. All present were from the underworld. Diamonds and gold are hard currency. They are well acquainted with their authenticity and can discern real from fake with a mere glance. The 100 pounds of diamonds on the table were undoubtedly genuine, of exceptional quality, and of such size. All eyes turned to Jiangnan. Was he perhaps a miner at home? Carrying 100 pounds of diamonds to purchase a nuclear warhead? Who measures diamonds by the pound? Compared to Jiangnan, the items they possessed seemed utterly trivial. It was akin to playing a game of do di zhu, where one player led with a 6 of diamonds, followed by the others with a 7, 8, and 9. Yet Jiangnan played a bomb, presenting 2 kings and 4 twos, leaving everyone dazed. How could they compete? This was simply insurmountable. From Wei Chongqing's resentment value 1,000. From Luo Fei Kappan's resentment value 1,000. From Su Zhao's resentment value 1,000. The list of resentment values refreshed wildly. The teammates were equally bewildered. Where had Jiangnan procured 100 pounds of diamonds? Was it the operational funds allocated by Captain Lynx? No, it was impossible to receive 100 pounds of diamonds as funds. Only Katerina looked on with suspicion. She knew well that the White Shark and the Iron Man had been involved in the abduction of Jiangnan. The operation had failed, the Iron Man was missing, and there had been no word since. Now, gazing at the pile of diamonds on the table, the blonde beauty shivered slightly. Were these diamonds remnants of the Iron Man's body? The legendary Iron Man had truly met his end at Jiangnan's hands? The expressions of several others turned grim. Andre laughed heartily. Bro, you're extravagant. Haha, what's the matter? No one else intends to raise the price. If not, these diamonds will belong to the bald head gang. Andre did not hesitate. Diamonds, as hard currency, surpassed all others. They were easily transportable. The most terrifying aspect was their substantial weight. 100 pounds of diamonds. How much was that worth? Luo Fei maintained a cold demeanor. I will contact my family. Su Xiao sighed deeply, ultimately conceding. Wei Changsheng gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing the Blood Alliance would not part with their treasures again. They had already let Jiangnan snatch away 15 spiritual pearls. The Azura remained silent. In acquiring a nuclear warhead, it was not necessary to buy it outright. There were many methods. As long as one knew the location of the warhead, Jiangnan seized the moment. Enough of this hesitation. I shall share with you my secret formula for 1 against 3. Just sell it to me. Andre's eyes sparkled. Really? He felt invigorated. 6 hours of true masculinity. An unbeatable 1 against 3. If he learned this, wouldn't his nights be filled with revelry? This secret formula was something he had to possess. The Azura also suddenly perked up. They wished to witness what kind of secret could elevate a man to a godlike status. In an instant, curious gazes converged upon him. And Ning and her 2 companions exchanged glances. What secret? You clearly gave us a 6-hour foot massage in the room, right? You were truly spinning tales without a script. Andre excitedly exclaimed. I will sell you the warhead. I have the final say. What secret is this? Show it to everyone to broaden their horizons. The 3 Azura removed their masks, anxious not to miss an exciting moment. Jiangnan wore a mysterious expression. Let me tell you. For those present today, seeing is equivalent to profiting. Jiangnan rummaged through his pocket, and under the expectant gazes of all, he produced the diamond treasure. Look. In an instant. Over 100 patrons in the bar gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Luo Fei exclaimed, What the hell? This is a masterwork. Andre gasped, My goodness. Is this naturally formed? There are no signs of carving. How enlightening. How enlightening. Andre was awestruck. My God. This can be a diamond? The diamond treasure stood on the table, illuminated by the glowing light fixtures, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. It was strikingly lifelike, with details visible even to the naked eye. The onlookers erupted in exclamations, and Ning and Su Rue were left speechless, their faces flushed, eyes closed. My goodness. South God, what on earth have you pulled out? Do you carry this with you? Just now, you were pulling cherries from your pocket. Chin Chin and Wang Tai were equally stunned. A diamond treasure? This was blindingly brilliant. What peculiar items did Jiangnan possess? Only Katerina bit her lip tightly, suppressing laughter. She even pinched her thigh, nearly going mad from stifling her amusement. Was this a remnant of the Iron Man? What on earth? And a secret formula? The Iron Man would have never imagined that after his demise, his diamond treasure would be treated as a sacred relic, worn around the neck and used for infusions. Jiangnan was thoroughly entertained, but he relished it. The Azura, Su Xiao, and Wei Changxing were all filled with doubt. Was this truly the case? Did it really come with a chant? Andre, indignant, exclaimed, You woman, what are you laughing at? Don't you see we are discussing serious matters? Wei Changxing couldn't help but swallow hard. With this diamond treasure, would his 2 little pearls grow back? How about we negotiate? I'll give you 10 golden level spiritual pearls if you let me have this diamond treasure. I want to try it. Andre glared. You wish. As he spoke, he pulled out a paracord and tied it to the diamond treasure, directly hanging it around his neck. The sight was remarkable. A burly man, bare-chested and covered in chest hair, wore a diamond treasure around his neck. Jiangnan's forehead was lined with veins, his teeth clenched. No, he could not laugh. I am a professional, unless I can't help it. Chapter 118. I'm in such a predicament. Yet my gaze is drawn to the diamond pendant swaying around Andre's neck. Jiangnan cannot help but be distracted. All eyes are oddly fixed on Andre. Satisfied. Andre stands up and declares, Then it's settled. The nuclear warhead belongs to the bald gang. As for the others, business may not have been concluded. But there remains the potential for future cooperation. Come, bring out the drinks. Everyone rises to their feet. The leaders of the other factions inadvertently cast their eyes upon Jiangnan. Some with malicious glee, others with cold smirks, and some with venomous glances. Anning and Chinchin are aware. What follows is the true battle. A few ragged dancers approach, carrying meticulously prepared deep-sea bombs. They set them down on the table. Suddenly, the blonde dancer approaching Jiangnan stumbles. Her high heel snaps. In a moment of panic, she instinctively grasps for something, inadvertently clutching Jiangnan's pants. Splash. Jiangnan freezes in place. A full cup of liquor spills all over him. Soaked. The liquor is not the issue, but the problem is, the fallen dancer has also pulled down Jiangnan's pants. Jiangnan. Everyone is momentarily stunned. What the heck? Floral shorts? With cartoon patterns on the front? Anning and Su Rue are initially taken aback, but then they struggle to suppress their laughter. No way. Is South God so childlike? Those floral shorts are simply eye-catching. How risky. And Katrina, still recovering from the diamond pendant, glances down at Jiangnan's cartoonish floral shorts and bursts into uncontrollable laughter. The dancer, flustered, exclaims, "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to." She never imagined that serving a drink would lead to Jiangnan losing his pants. Jiangnan. This is beyond embarrassing. How sudden. Completely unprepared. Silently pulling up his pants, he thinks, "Calm down. As long as I'm not embarrassed. It's you all who should be." Andre, too, is momentarily taken aback, but being an old hand at this, he says, "My apologies, brother. Didn't he mean to startle you?" Another drink. The second round is quickly served, and everyone raises their glasses. Of course, someone as cunning as Jiangnan wouldn't tea drink. Who knows what bizarre concoctions Andre may have added to the alcohol. As the spatial wormhole opens, on the other end, it's certainly Wei Changxing's mouth. Jiangnan is drinking heartily. Wei Changxing beside him stares wide-eyed. What? This quantity is off. A bit too much. He doesn't care at this point. Drink. Jiangnan chuckles to himself. Just then, a loud crack is heard, followed by a scream from the dancer. The steel pole in the center of the dance floor suddenly breaks off from the ceiling. It crashes down. Bang. With a sharp sound, one end of the pole strikes Jiangnan on the head. Jiangnan. Mid-drink, Jiangnan shudders, choking on the liquor. Cough, 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 cough. Jiangnan clutches his nose and coughs violently, tears streaming down his face. His head ringing from the blow. What is happening? How could a steel pole fall on my head? What kind of absurdity is this? Drinking has made me choke. Jiangnan rubs his head. What the hell is going on? Have I brought this upon myself? No way. This world is supposed to be wonderful for the beautiful. Why am I so unlucky today? Unlucky? Wait a minute. I just ate a lucky little cherry. The effect just wore off. Its side effect wouldn't be bad luck, would it? Realizing this, Jiangnan looks terrified. He feels a chill run down his spine. What the heck? Could it be this ridiculous? The more fortunate you are, the more unfortunate you become afterward. I swear. Katrina, ha ha ha. She is laughing so hard she can barely stand. The team members are also stifling their laughter. It's rare to see Jiangnan in such an awkward state. For some reason, it's oddly satisfying. The leaders are dumbfounded. How unlucky can one be? A fallen steel pole hitting them on the head. What a joke. Andre clears his throat. That should be enough. Everyone, let us part ways amicably. Please don't linger in Suckatown. It's not good for anyone. As for my brother Jiangnan, I will arrange a time to take you to see things. Wait for my notification. Jiangnan waves his hand. Okay. His mind is no longer on the nuclear warhead. He is panicking, feeling hunted, looking around. He senses everyone is out to get him. Right now, Jiangnan just wants to hurry back to the hotel. The group exits the bar. The transaction is successfully completed, and everyone is quite pleased, except for Jiangnan, who is suspicious and glancing around. Anning asks, "What is wrong? Are you being followed?" Jiangnan swallows hard. No. Katrina laughs. That was a game of chance. You didn't use up all your luck, did you? You've been quite unfortunate since just now. Haha. Anning can't hold back her laughter. Serves you right. You always tease us. Jiangnan glares. You think I'll let you all rub my feet for free? You ungrateful bunch. Just as he speaks, Jiangnan feels himself trip over the curb. He suddenly loses balance and falls forward, falling flat on the ground. In a moment of desperation, Jiangnan reaches out to brace himself. Upon closer inspection, what? A pile of dog poop the size of a bowl? How could it be so big? What dog made this? Seeing his hand about to land in the poop. No way. Watch me teleport. In a flash, Jiangnan appears 30 meters away. Phew, finally. Bang. Another sharp sound. As Jiangnan, having just teleported, crashes into a streetlight. Damn. Jiangnan covers his nose and crouches on the ground. His mindset collapses. Why is this happening to me? Am I going to be this unlucky forever? South God. South God. Look up. Jiangnan. What is up? Jiangnan looks up. Too late. The streetlight's lampshade falls directly onto his face. Jiangnan. An infinite chain reaction? Why must this happen to me? Jiangnan explodes with frustration. The team members look at Jiangnan's expression as if they've seen a ghost. How can one be this unlucky? Whoa. Is bad luck contagious? They all hurriedly distance themselves from Jiangnan. Jiangnan wears a pitiful expression. Beautiful lady, please don't leave. Come protect me. I'm terrified I won't make it back to the hotel. Katrina, in disdain, says, get away from me. Bad luck is contagious. Jiangnan reaches out to grab Katrina's retreating figure. Beautiful lady, wait for me. As he reaches out, not only Jiangnan is stunned, but Katrina freezes as well. Everyone is dumbfounded. Jiangnan's hand has inadvertently caught the clasp of Katrina's back while still in her clothes, pulling it out long. Jiangnan, In a moment of daze, he loosens his grip. Snap. The elastic of the back clasp springs back, hitting Katrina's back with a sharp sound. Ah! Katrina clutches her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Almost instinctively, she spins around and kicks. Jiangnan is sent flying 30 meters away, crashing into a cement wall, burying himself beneath the debris. Jiangnan, utterly dejected. I'm really in such a predicament. Woe is me. Chapter 119. Trouble comes from within the home. Katrina finally realizes something is amiss. In a panic, she rushes over and digs Jiangnan out from under the cement slabs, covered in dust. Apologetically, she says, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It was a reflex. Jiangnan, on the verge of tears, feels targeted by the universe. Even his striking good looks cannot salvage his situation. Standing up with a pitiful expression, he says, You all go ahead. Stay away from me, it's too dangerous. Thus, the team members walk on the left side of the street. Jiangnan walked cautiously along the right side of the street, ever alert to the slightest rustle of leaves or whisper of the wind. Just a little longer. The hotel is almost within reach, he thought, as he turned a corner and spotted the distant glow of victory, only 300 meters away. However, in that very moment, he froze. Jiangnan finally realized the source of the large, unsightly mess on the ground. There, a fair-haired, blue-eyed young lady was walking her dog, a seemingly innocent act. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that she was leading 10 purebred Tibetan Mastiffs. Miss, why on earth do you have 10 Tibetan Mastiffs? Are you that fond of them? Why are you out walking dogs at this late hour? Jiangnan exclaimed. At that moment, the street fell silent, and his gaze locked with that of the 10 imposing dogs. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted away. A cacophony of growls erupted as the 10 Mastiffs lunged at him, baring their teeth. The young lady, caught off guard, was dragged along, skidding across the ground as if she were a sled. Jiangnan could only watch as he disappeared into the distance, pursued by the ferocious pack. The team exchanged worried glances, swallowing hard. Qinshin remarked, Those who commit wrongdoing are destined for misfortune. And Ning struggled to contain her laughter. Who would have thought one could be chased by dogs while walking down the street? Su Rue voiced her concern. I hope Jiangnan is all right. Katerina chuckled mischievously. Worry not. Good deeds are seldom rewarded, while mischief lingers for ages. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was in a state of panic, his clothes torn and tattered from the relentless pursuit. He managed to escape into the mountainous wilderness, convinced he would find safety there. Just as he exhaled in relief, he froze once more. A massive black bear was before him, vigorously crashing into a tree that was as thick as a person. Jiangnan's heart raced. What the hell? Bears can climb trees. The bear, startled, turned its piercing gaze upon Jiangnan, its eyes radiating an intense glow. In an instant, it ceased its assault on the tree and charged at him. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiangnan resolved to confront the bear, grappling with it in a desperate struggle. You think you can bully me? I wanted to let you take me down. But as the fight ensued, the sounds of rustling in the forest grew louder, and a multitude of glowing eyes emerged from the darkness. Jiangnan sensed the peril and fled, knowing his luck had run out. The forest erupted in chaos upon his arrival, and amidst the frenzy, he spotted a large lake. Without hesitation, he leapt into the water, thinking, surely there are no crocodiles here. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, he felt something slippery slithering up his pant leg. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, his teammates were filled with concern. It had been 3 hours since Jiangnan had gone missing. What if the forces at the Gathering of Heroes have targeted him? Katerina exclaimed, unable to sit still. Just then, Jiangnan reappeared, his face grimy and his clothes in tatters, as though he had just emerged from the water. In his hand, he clutched a large eel. The team was left bewildered. What on earth happened to Jiangnan in those 3 hours? He collapsed onto the sofa, finally alive and back at the hotel. What a stroke of misfortune. This so-called lucky cherry is more trouble than it's worth. Just then, a deafening screech echoed from outside, followed by a loud crash as a truck smashed into the hotel, leaving a gaping hole in the wall. Amidst the chaos, Jiangnan found himself pinned beneath the vehicle, silently consuming a ginseng to regain his strength. How is it possible that I could be hit by a truck while sitting at home? Tears welled in his eyes, and he lamented, if I consume another lucky cherry, I might as well cease to exist. Meanwhile, in a villa, Andre was engaged in a solemn ritual, preparing a glass of hot water with a diamond gem and goji berries, reciting incantations with fervent devotion. After taking a sip, he hesitated, sensing something was off with the taste. Could this truly grant me the strength of Jiangnan in just half a month? He pondered, still hopeful. In the hotel, Jiangnan had spent 3 hours in the restroom, not out of shame, but due to an uncontrollable nosebleed. He had come to understand the unfortunate side effects of the lucky cherry. 30 minutes of fortune followed by 3 hours of calamity, with no remedy in sight. As the team awaited news, a truck arrived at the hotel front at 1 in the morning. Andre instructed everyone to board as they set off to retrieve the nuclear warhead. After a long journey through the mountains, they arrived at an abandoned air raid shelter, heavily guarded. With hearts racing, the team opened the heavy iron door, revealing the dormant nuclear warhead, its keypad glowing ominously. Jiangnan and Andre exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent understanding as they stepped forward, each harboring their own secrets. Ender kept one hand firmly tucked in his pocket from the moment he hit the road until now, never once pulling it out. Jiangnan squinted. "All right, brother. Then I shall take it." Their cooperation was pleasant. But before Jiangnan could finish his sentence, he widened his eyes in shock as a silhouette suddenly emerged behind him. A flash of cold light swung menacingly toward Ender's head. Simultaneously, one of the soldiers accompanying Ender grinned and charged out from a corner, brandishing a Gatling gun. He pulled the trigger and unleashed a frantic barrage into the cramped room. Gunfire erupted, and chaos ensued, all too sudden. Chen Chun reacted swiftly, positioning himself at the front. His eyes glowed crimson as he bellowed, "Everyone, cover your heads and crouch down." The powerful armor-piercing rounds whistled through the air, capable of penetrating 10 millimeters thick steel. Chen Chun unleashed his powers, a metallic force field expanding around him, desperately shielding against the incoming bullets. Wang Tai roared, his body hardening, transforming into a human-shaped steel barrier, arms wide open to protect those behind him. At this moment, Jiangnan could afford no distractions. He lunged for Ender's hand, still buried in his pocket. It was then that Jiangnan realized the blade aimed at Ender was wielded by a member of the Rasha. His ability was invisibility? Only by movement could he catch a glimpse of his form. Had the Rasha been lurking in the hotel all along, following their group? Now they had finally struck. Jiangnan's eyes blazed with fury. "Damn it, don't touch him." The Rasha narrowed his eyes. "You have no say in this." But Ender shouted back, "I knew it. Wild bear, kill them all. Leave none alive." At that moment, Ender's face was a mask of madness. He pulled his hand from his pocket, grasping an electronic key. Even with his teleportation, Jiangnan couldn't catch up. Ender pressed the key, crushing it in his palm. The blade descended. Ender sidestepped, his skin hardening like rock. A clang resounded as the blade shattered the stone, blood spraying. Ender roared, energy surging, his fist crashing down into the earth. The seismic waves radiated outward, shaking the entire cave. Ender threw himself into battle against the Rasha. Two golden-level warriors clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, Jiangnan's gaze was fixed on the nuclear warhead. The nuclear bomb had been activated. The countdown read 120 minutes. His face darkened as he cursed, "Rasha, you big fool. You'd have spared me your aspirations. So what if it's activated? At least it wasn't detonated domestically. Your mission was a success." Jiangnan gritted his teeth, tens of thousands in the sucker region. How many within a 1,500-kilometer radius? Are they not people? Everyone has family. Why should they die? Can you bear the responsibility for their lives? Don't you have family? Who ensures their safety? The safety of hundreds of millions of compatriots in China is not provided by trash like you. It's borne by those who charge to the front lines, with flesh and blood. Jiangnan slapped Luo Sha's face, a fierce impact. Boom. The immense force slammed Luo Sha's head against the wall. Luo Sha's body finally slumped down, lifeless. Silence filled the bomb shelter. Outside, artillery fire raged. Inside the room, the sound of the nuclear countdown was deafening. "Lord Nan, Brother Chen might not make it." Jiangnan turned his gaze. He saw Chen Chun lying in a pool of blood, his face pale. A team member was using wood-based abilities to urgently heal him, but it couldn't stop the bleeding. And Ning bit her lip, wiping away tears. Su Rue sobbed uncontrollably. Could a comrade in arms who had come all this way really die like this? How could they bear it? Even Katerina, accustomed to life and death, turned away, unwilling to watch the scene. Jiangnan knelt beside Chen. Chen's hand, covered in blood, grabbed Jiangnan's arm. His eyes wide. He said, "Lord Nan, take them back alive. I, Chen, have never admired anyone in my life, except for the lynx in you. It's just a pity. I couldn't die at home. I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while." Hearing Chen's final farewell, the men of the Dark Knight team, iron-willed men, their eyes reddened. Wang Tai punched the wall, sending soil and rocks flying. Hot tears streamed down. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Smack. A slap landed directly on Chen's face. "Team members. Chen, the battle isn't over yet. What are you blathering on about?" He's even getting sentimental, making my eyes red. Trying to deceive my feelings? Bah, shameless. Chen. Damn, I'm about to die. Can't I even be sentimental? Can I say a few last words? I finally made it this far, just to say a few things. Make it a bit tragic. I've been shot full of holes, and you still want me to get up and fight. Lord Nan, are you a devil? The whole atmosphere is gone. Resentment points from Chen 1000. The The slap stunned Chen. The team members were also stunned. Damn, ruthless Iron Hand. So cruel? Oh, quite resentful. I said, however many people I brought out. That's how many people have to come back with me. Wanna die? Did I let you die? Saying that, he pried open Chen's mouth and stuffed a vitality ginseng into it. Chen was dumbfounded, not knowing what he had eaten. But he still chewed it and swallowed it. Chen explained, no, Lord Nan, I really feel like I'm about to die. Jiangnan curled his lip. Yeah, you feel wrong. Chen grabbed Jiangnan's arm anxiously. No, look at these 10 or so holes in my body. I'm not lying. I'm really going to die. Hey, really going to die. I feel like I only have about 30 seconds left. Listen to me. Say goodbye or something. Damn. Chen explained and stood up, getting more and more excited as he spoke. The team members all looked at Chen in horror. Damn. Something's not right. Why isn't he dead yet? He even stood up on his own? Just then, Chen felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. 10 or so holes in his body instantly shot out streams of blood, spraying more than a meter away. A frantic, indiscriminate spray in all directions. Team members. Chen, this is a walking sprinkler. Ning and Su Rue widened their eyes. Wang Tai was dumbfounded. Katarina was stunned. Damn, does this guy have so much blood? Chen was dumbfounded. He frantically covered the holes in his body with both hands, but he couldn't cover them all. 2 hands. 10 or so holes. It was really too much to handle. Chen was horrified. I'm leaking. Jiangnan. Chapter 122. Come. Face me head on. Chen transformed into a walking sprinkler. No, a walking fire hydrant. The scene was quite explosive. The Dark Knight team was stunned. What the hell? Even a final burst of energy isn't this strong, right? Before long, all the holes in Chen's body healed. Not even a single scar was left. Chen was dumbfounded. No way? He really didn't die? He took a trip to the gates of hell and came back? Was the ginseng he just ate that strong? Where did Jiangnan get it? Such a good thing must be very precious. Jiangnan gave it to him without hesitation to save him. Chen's nose twitched, and his eyes welled up with tears. He was so moved that he was about to speak. Jiangnan, come, everyone gets one. Hold it in your mouth. If you feel like you're about to die, just eat it. Don't hold back. I have plenty here. Chen. Liar. You made me feel moved. Resentment points from Chen 1000. In addition to that, Jiangnan also gave all the male comrades a boost of strength to increase their combat power. Chen was happily celebrating his survival win. 2 streams of blood shot out of his nose. Chen? No. Lord Nan, can you explain this nosebleed to me? Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. It's nothing. It'll stop in 3 hours. Chen, what the? 3 hours? So I have to go to the battlefield and fight while bleeding from my nose? Is that appropriate? Even if the enemy isn't killed by me. They'll laugh themselves to death, right? My brilliant and heroic image. It's all ruined. Resentment points from Chen 1000. I'd rather be dead. Looking at Chen, who was alive and kicking, with blood gushing from his nose, the team members couldn't help but laugh. But looking at the nuclear bomb that had been activated and was counting down, everyone's faces sank. If it couldn't be disarmed, everyone would die. Jiangnan didn't delay. He opened the other dimension, took out the disarming tools, and went up to disarm the nuclear bomb. The team members were all startled. Chen, damn. Lord Nan, what are you doing? Ning was stunned. You're not going to disarm the nuclear bomb, are you? Katarina was stunned. You can disarm nuclear bombs too? Don't mess around. We might all die. Jiangnan, it doesn't hurt to try. We can't get out now. The local troops are bombarding outside, and other forces are watching. They don't even know the nuclear bomb has been activated. While the bomb shelter can still hold for a while, I'll give it a try. Skill triggered. Disarming. LV0. Skill points added. 1100. Skill upgraded. Disarming intermediate LV0. Everyone watched Jiangnan use professional tools to remove the outer shell bit by bit. His movements were skilled. His hands were steady. They couldn't help but swallow. No way. He really knows how to disarm bombs. How can Lord Nan do everything? As a result, Jiangnan fell into deep thought looking at a pile of circuit boards. Wasn't there supposed to be a red wire and a blue wire? Just cut one at random and you're done? This is not right. There are no wires at all. It's all circuit boards. Team members. What? Red wire? Blue wire? Bro, you're disarming a nuclear bomb. Do you really think this is a movie? Cut a wire or something. Are you reliable? Don't accidentally blow us all up. We were just thinking that Lord Nan could do everything. But resentment points from Ning 666. Resentment points from Katarina 666. Resentment points from. The iron door of the bomb shelter was shaking violently. Obviously, it couldn't hold on any longer. Jiangnan's eyes were full of anxiety. Damn it, stack. Skill points added, 10,000. Skill upgraded. Disarming, advanced LV0. Countless experiences and knowledge flooded into his mind. Jiangnan looked at the circuit boards again. Visages of profound distress were evident. Further attempts were deemed futile. The nuclear device was secured with an unbreachable cryptographic lock, impervious to disengagement without the proprietary electronic key. A pall of apprehension descended upon all present. With Andre, the sole custodian of the decryption key, having absconded and the electronic key rendered irreparable, was the detonation of the warhead inevitable, consigning them all to oblivion? With gritted teeth, commanded, radio to Lynx, relaying our coordinates. Dispatch an aircraft capable of ascending to the stratosphere immediately. We have a mere 87 minutes. Subsequently, activated his extra-dimensional space, and amidst the astonishment of his comrades, deposited the warhead within its confines. A wave of disquiet washed over Jiangnan. What are you interjected? Spare me the inquiries. Time is of the essence. We must breach the perimeter forthwith. Endeavor to survive. With that, he brandished his long sword and advanced towards the entrance of the subterranean fortification. All 12 members of the contingent ensconced themselves behind the concrete entrenchments flanking the aperture. With sudden inquisitiveness, queried, "Dear boy, do you not fear death?" Paused. Then retorted with a wry smile, "Death is my greatest dread. However, I am more fearful of failing to return alive. As for you, you've been ensnared here alongside me." Retorted with a smile, "To perish alongside you would not be an unwelcome fate." Scoffed, "Perish the thought. I have no desire to meet my end in your company." Exclaimed, "What? Wouldn't returning alive together be preferable?" Rolled her eyes. "Is this the time for jesting?" A thunderous explosion reverberated as the iron gates were violently breached. A phalanx of indigenous troops, clad in sophisticated armaments and masked visages, unleashed a torrent of gunfire. The commanding officer bellowed, "Surrender the asset." Vociferously countered, "The warhead is armed and cannot be disengaged. Cease your assault. Surely you wish to avert its detonation?" The commanding officer retorted, "We entertain no concessions. I demand the asset." "And your demise." Bewildered, exclaimed, "What manner of reasoning is this?" Shrugged, "Do not expect rational discourse. Their modus operandi is, as you know." In exasperation, covered his face. "What recourse remains but to charge forth?" Interjected, "Impossible. The suppressive fire is insurmountable. We cannot expose ourselves." With a piercing gaze, retorted, "You speak of suppressive fire? Unleash hell upon them." The extra-dimensional space was once more activated, leaving the team in utter bewilderment. Rocket-propelled grenades, RPGs, mortars, Gatling guns, C4 explosives, a veritable arsenal that sent shivers down their spines, had, upon their departure, emptied a significant portion of the armory. Suppressive fire, they said? Such a concept was rendered obsolete. The team members hastily seized the available weaponry, deployed a force field to deflect incoming projectiles, while erected an air barrier to serve as a shield, and then commenced a frenzied barrage of ordnance, brandishing a Gatling gun. Ascended atop a stone abutment and unleashed a torrent of fire. The indigenous troops exclaimed, "What is transpiring? How can such a small contingent unleash such a formidable assault? They must be employing the might of 100 men." They sought refuge behind cover, returning fire, having sustained his relentless assault for a full 3 minutes. His Gatling gun's 6 barrels glowing crimson betrayed a hint of annoyance. Is there no end to this? With a sudden burst of translocation, he materialized at the vanguard, exposing himself to the full brunt of the enemy's firepower. The team members exclaimed, "Jiangnan, what madness possesses you? To expose oneself thus is suicidal. Have you lost your senses?" The commanding officer and his troops were equally dumbfounded. Their initial enthusiasm waned as they questioned the rationale behind self-exposure. Does he seek his own demise? Has his mind fractured? With arms outstretched, unleashed a thunderous roar. "Every last one of you present is nothing more than refuse. Dare to challenge me, confront me directly," and were immobilized in their tracks. Wide-eyed, covered her mouth in astonishment, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. "Jiangnan, how can you be so audacious?" His countenance and tone were such that they felt compelled to assault him. The commanding officer was incensed. The assembled 500 troops were equally enraged. "Shall we tolerate such insolence? Annihilate him. Exert every ounce of strength at your disposal." In that instant, sparks erupted, and gunfire echoed like a cacophony of firecrackers. Countless projectiles converged upon. The team members' hearts pounded in their chests. Such an act of self-destruction defies comprehension. Within mere seconds, S body would be reduced to minced meat. Yet, at that very moment, bewilderment gripped all present. Despite the unrelenting barrage, remained unscathed. His floral shirt and gaudy shorts billowed insouciantly in the night wind. Simultaneously, in the rear of the indigenous troops, a deluge of projectiles rained down. An ambush. "We are under attack. We are beset from behind. Reinforcements have arrived. Return fire. Engage the rear." The sudden assault from the rear inflicted grievous casualties upon the indigenous troops. As they turned to engage the rear, A renewed barrage assailed them from the front. The indigenous troops exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this?" The commanding officer, with a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Spatial manipulation. Cease fire." Chuckled. He had expanded his spatial wormhole to its maximum extent, placing one end before himself and the other behind the indigenous troops. The incoming projectiles were redirected, resulting in friendly fire. The team members, ensconced behind the concrete abutment, felt a wave of goose flesh wash over them, squealed with delight, and, their faces flushed, their eyes brimming with excitement, lauded spatial abilities. Spatial manipulation was truly heaven-defying, was extraordinary. It was no wonder that spatial manipulation was subject to stringent control by various nations. It possessed the potential to reverse the tide of battle. Even the members of the Luo family, the Crimson Alliance, the Blood Covenant, and the Rakshasa, lurking in the nearby gullies, were dumbfounded, their faces etched with incredulity. Was a spatial manipulator the second of his kind in China? The commanding officer, his face contorted in fury, roared into the communicator, "Bring them up. Spare no expense to eliminate China's second spatial manipulator." Reveling in his triumph was interrupted by the whirring of rotors. A Grey Hawk attack helicopter emerged from behind the mountain, seizing the high ground. Rockets and autocannons were trained on the entrance to the fortification, unleashing a relentless barrage. S eyes widened. Oh no. With a burst of translocation, he vanished. He could not afford to be complacent. His spatial wormhole's range was limited to 300 meters, rendering it incapable of reaching the helicopter. The team members, pinned down, dared not expose themselves. Exclaimed, "Damn it. They've deployed an attack helicopter." Covered her face. "This is insurmountable. We are trapped within the fortification, with the imminent detonation of the warhead spelling our doom." With unwavering resolve, declared, "Jiangnan, you must depart. Your translocation ability will allow you to escape. Take the warhead to Captain Lynx. We shall remain here to draw their fire." With urgency, added, "Yes, Jiangnan. This is no time for sentimentality. The warhead must not detonate here. The fate of Sioux country hangs in the balance." Rolled his eyes. "An attack helicopter dares to impede me? I shall give them what they deserve. Chin-chin. Wang Tai. Join me." And were stunned. What was he planning now? Even in this dire situation, was determined to ensure the safe return of all present? He could have fled on his own. Nothing could prevent a spatial manipulator from escaping. Yet, refused to abandon them, seeking every means to lead them to safety, and felt a lump form in their throats. The most unreliable of them all was, in this critical moment, the most dependable. Even at the risk of his own life, he refused to abandon anyone. As in the others were moved with emotion, they heard the roar of an engine. From the extra-dimensional space, pushed to its limit, a main battle tank emerged in a cloud of black smoke. The team members exclaimed, "A main battle tank? You've brought a tank? Why not bring the entire military base?" No wonder the Lynx's face was so grim before heading out. They finally witnessed it. Jiangnan was like a mobile armory. Chin-chin laughed heartily, flooring the gas pedal. Wang Tai was shoving shells into the cannon. "Damn it. The cannon won't spare you." Jiangnan, perched atop the cannon, patted it. A heavy machine gun was positioned behind. "Who is coming?" Su Rue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, a tank. It's what she dreamed of driving." Instantly, she raised her hand, exclaiming, "I'll do it." Jiangnan beamed. "All right. Everyone in the squad. Follow behind. Breakthrough. Beautiful girl. Come. Let me take you for a ride." Katarina's eyes gleamed. Riding a tank on the battlefield? That is incredibly awesome. She hopped onto the cannon, wrapping her arms around Jiangnan's waist. Off they went. Outside the air raid shelter, the commander wore a smug expression. "Let us see how long you can hide. In 3 minutes, I'll flatten the mountains. Just wait and see." Virum. The engine roared violently. The steel tracks smashed through concrete barriers, emerging in a cloud of dust. Jiangnan and Katarina, riding on the cannon, donned little steel helmets. The commander, local troops. They were utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? A tank? Where on earth did you get this main battle tank? How do we fight this? Not only were they stunned, but the hidden Rasha in the ravine were equally dumbfounded, mouths agape. What level of combat is this? Tanks and planes are all in play? Su, brother Su, are we still robbing? Su Xiao's lips twitched. Can you withstand the shelling? Isn't it too intense? Su Xiao glared. Then why are you complaining? Jiangnan shouted, "Brothers, no need to aim. Fire the cannon. Blast into smithereens. I'll handle the rest." Aiming? Not a chance. Jiangnan aligned the spatial wormhole directly with the cannon's mouth. The other? Within 300 meters, fire at will. Jiangnan was playing with the spatial wormhole like a master. Wang Tai exclaimed with excitement, "All right." Boom. Accompanied by a blinding flash and a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust erupted. The shell left the chamber, vanishing through the wormhole. Then, a helicopter above. Bang. It was blown to smithereens, illuminating the night sky. The commander. You blasted our plane right away? From Ivanov. Brada S. Resentment 1000. Bombardment continued. This time, Jiangnan targeted the enemies hiding behind cover, unleashing a barrage. Accompanied by cannon fire, flames erupted, and debris flew. Jiangnan's resentment list was wildly refreshing. He chuckled with glee. Nothing beats bombarding with artillery. Plus, resentment points to earn. The only downside. Jiangnan regretted sitting on the cannon. It was burning hot. Katerina looked equally distressed, leaning against Jiang's back. It was just her rear that was burning. At that moment, Jiangnan, illuminated by the explosion of the plane, spotted a group of people crouching in the small ravine. Jiang's gaze locked with Wei Changxing's. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Wei Changxing's heart dropped. Oh no. Chapter 124. Brothers. You finally arrived. Cold sweat instantly dripped from Wei Changxing. The moment Jiangnan smiled, it was certain trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, a shell slammed into the ravine. What the hell? Who fired this? Shrapnel. My rear. You missed. It's off target. One shell landed, and suddenly, 5 or 6 dozen people surged from all directions in the ravine, each exuding a terrifying aura. The Heroes Association, Blood Alliance, the Rofi family, Rasha members all emerged. Could they just wait to be shelled? Each glared at Jiangnan, nearly murderous. They were fuming. What the hell? We just came to watch. Why are you shelling us? From Su Shao's Resentment 1000. From Rofi. Capone's Resentment 1000. The commander was baffled. Where did these powerful spiritual warriors come from? The resentment list was refreshing wildly. Jiangnan was moved to tears, looking skyward and crying out, Brothers, you've finally come. I thought I'd never see you again. You have no idea. They've bullied me terribly. You must take revenge for me. His sobs were heart-wrenching, stirring emotions. The team? The commander, hearing this, was alarmed. Reinforcements? This is serious. Everyone, listen up. Fire at will. We must not let them escape. In an instant, the firepower intensified. The underground forces were sent into a frenzy. Stop. Don't shoot. Jiangnan. You want to get away with this. Wei Changxing glared. You bastard. Jiangnan. Damn you. Su Shao, with a dark expression, shouted. Who the hell is your brother? You all need to listen. We don't know him. The commander was furious. Nonsense. If you don't know him, why are you sneaking around in the ravine at night? Picking mushrooms? Then what should we do? Fight? Do you expect us to be shot to pieces? Jiangnan was grinning mischievously. This is fantastic. Want to be mere spectators? Dream on. I'll take advantage of every opportunity. Shinshin clicked his tongue. Lucky you're on our side. And Ning covered her face. Such a schemer, but I love it. This operation is simply brilliant. It significantly alleviated the pressure on the night squad, allowing them to break through wildly. The battlefield was in total chaos. Meanwhile, in the mountains, an all-terrain armored vehicle charged through the forest. The Lynx was at the wheel, flooring the gas pedal. Tires kicked up mud for meters. Her eyes were fierce. Jiangnan, stay alive. Not a single one of you is allowed to die. I found you. I brought you here. Luo Tianhong. Want to allow you to perish. Gunfire echoed from the mountainside. The battlefield lay ahead. The Lynx grew increasingly anxious. It was so intense. Jiangnan and his crew only numbered 12. How could they withstand this? The all-terrain vehicle broke through the brush, drifting into the battlefield. The Lynx was instantly stunned. She saw Jiangnan and Katerina riding atop a main battle tank, each wearing a little green helmet. Jiangnan stood with his hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. His floral shirt was a stark contrast to the battlefield. The rest of the team was fully armed, fiercely engaging. Other underground organization members joined in, seemingly aiding Jiangnan against the local troops. The Lynx nearly choked on her own blood. What is happening? The situation on the battlefield was entirely different from what she imagined. Why so arrogant? I worried for nothing. From Luo Tianhong's Resentment 1000. Jiangnan? Spotting the drifting Lynx, Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Well, Sister Lynx, I've missed you so much. Miss? What nonsense. Hurry up and get in the car. Hey, what about compliments? Where's the tenderness? A kiss or a hug would be nice, right? I'm feeling neglected. The team, seeing their Captain Lynx arrive, erupted with joy, rushing to get in the vehicle. Jiangnan parked the tank, wearing a radiant smile. Turning back, he waved, Brothers. You're so loyal. Thank you for having my back. I'll remember your contributions. When we get back, you'll receive little medals. The kind that looks like handcuffs. The underground organizations. Wei Changxing was furious, jumping up and cursing, Jiangnan. Damn you. The Rakshasa hurriedly called out, Hey, don't leave us behind. Take us with you. Su Shao erupted in anger. You scoundrel. What do we care for a measly medal? Come back here. Luo Fei. Capon rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, my dear Mother Maria. Look at this wretched groundhog. It's driving us all insane. Jiangnan made a face. Can't hit me. The team members wore expressions of disbelief. Clearly the mindset of those underground organization members had already collapsed. And Ning rubbed her forehead. My neighbor's 7-year-old is just as infuriating. The team members collectively gave a thumbs up. Indeed. What a character. Jiangnan scoffed. You have no idea the thrill of watching the resentment list refresh at lightning speed. It's more exhilarating than making money. Sister Lynx. Where's the plane? Lynx replied. How many more minutes? Jiangnan responded. 29 minutes. Lynx's face darkened. It's a 20-minute drive to the airport. Buckle up. The team fell into a collective silence. Only 29 minutes left? If the nuclear bomb detonated, it would mean the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives. The airport was currently under complete lockdown. All flights were grounded. The car sped towards the runway. With 28 minutes and 47 seconds remaining until the nuclear explosion, Jiangnan shouted, Where's the plane? Lynx pointed to a plane parked at the end of the runway. The words Western Airlines left Jiangnan dumbfounded. Jiangnan exclaimed, What? A commercial airliner? You can't be serious. Lynx replied, This is outside the country. Where do you expect me to find a fighter jet? This one was just made available. Give me the nuclear bomb. You all leave. The team members were instantly stunned. What did that mean? Was Lynx planning to deliver the nuclear bomb to the stratosphere herself? That would mean she could never return. Whoever flew the plane would perish. This was a mission from which there was no return. Jiangnan grinned. You're joking. There's no way you can pilot a commercial airliner alone. It requires a captain and a co-pilot. I'll go with you. Lynx glared at Jiangnan with red eyes, her teeth clenched. The team members were equally emotional. Chen said, South God, you're still young. Let me go? And Ning bit her lip. I'll go? Chen had barely salvaged his life. He had a younger sister at home. He needed to live. Wang Tai's eyes were red. I'll do it. I have an older brother. My parents have him. Jiangnan glared. Shut up. Do any of you know how to fly a plane? The team members replied. Actually, we really don't. Jiangnan smirked. Huh. I can. Jealous, huh? Let us go. With that, he grabbed Lynx's arm and instantly teleported into the airliner. The team members watched Jiangnan's retreating figure with reddened eyes. Their noses tinged with bitterness. This was a mission leading to death. What was there to be proud of? You were only 18, with the power of space manipulation, a bright future ahead, yet you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the lives of hundreds of thousands. Not even a frown. Katerina bit her lip, her eyes reddened. Su Rui crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The team members clenched their fists tightly. These men, who had never shed a single tear even when shot, were now letting their hot tears flow freely down their cheeks. Until the very end, were you still trying to make us laugh? Chapter 125, Jiangnan. You scoundrel. On the aircraft, Lynx stared at the rows of buttons, her head spinning. Although she had learned to fly a fighter jet, she was far from proficient and was now frantically flipping through the flight manual. Jiangnan grinned. Sister Lynx, you take the co-pilot seat. I'll fly. Just assist me. Lynx was taken aback. You can really fly the main controls? Jiangnan promptly took the pilot's seat. Skill triggered. Flying. LV0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgrade. Flying proficient LV0. Looking at the mere 3 skill points left, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was enough. Otherwise, it would be game over. Jiangnan skillfully began operating the controls. Power on. Check. Test the turbofan engine fire alarm system. Check. APU ignition switch on. Check. Air supply system pressure normal. Check. Lynx watched Jiangnan deftly manipulate various switches as the turbofan engine ignited normally, utterly dumbfounded. Jiangnan could really fly a plane? He was only 18. How was that possible? Her mind was overwhelmed with disbelief. But then again, how many miracles had occurred around Jiangnan? Jiangnan commanded, increase thrust on both wings. Lynx stammered, Oh. She quickly took her place in the co-pilot seat, assisting Jiangnan in operating the aircraft. The commercial airliner taxied down the runway. Finally retracting the landing gear, it ascended into the sky. During this, Lynx occasionally glanced at Jiangnan's profile. He was so young, yet when focused, he exhibited a maturity far beyond his years. Buckle up. There's no time for leisurely ascents, Lynx warned. Jiangnan grinned widely, pulling the thrust lever to maximum. The airliner, just airborne, shot skyward at a near 45-degree angle. The tremendous G-force acted upon them. Lynx gasped. This isn't a fighter jet. Jiangnan squinted. Now it must be. The airframe creaked under the strain but held on, climbing rapidly. All personnel at the airport stared wide-eyed at the airliner piercing through the clouds. Well, is a commercial airliner really capable of this? Who on earth is flying this plane? Even the seasoned captain, with over 10,000 flight hours, was in shock. Incredible. Jiangnan effortlessly lifted the airliner into the stratosphere, continuing to ascend. Lynx took a deep breath. Takeoff complete. Steady yourself. You'll need to parachute out. You have teleportation and spatial wormholes. Whether you survive the explosion depends on your luck. The rest is up to me. Though she said this, her heart ached. Could he really survive? This was a nuclear explosion. Jiangnan beamed. All right. Don't worry. I have no intention of dying here. Lynx fell silent. The two remained quietly in the plane, the only sound the alarms blaring from the cockpit. 10 minutes later, Lynx struggled with her gaze. Do you hate me? It was I who forced you to join the Nightshade. It was I who brought you into this mission. If it weren't for me, you would be living a good life now, without risking your life. Jiangnan, for once, spoke seriously. This path is one I chose for myself. No one can force me to do what I don't want to do. Growing up in an orphanage, I had no grand ambitions. I just wanted to take care of myself. But now, I feel like I can do so much more. Lynx stared at Jiangnan in a daze, her eyes reddening as she sniffled. She took a parachute from the side and tossed it to Jiangnan. Get going. Parachute down. The rest is up to me. Jiangnan replied with a brilliant smile. All right. He quickly donned the parachute, while Lynx took the pilot's seat. Her gaze resolute. Sister Lynx, does this look right? Lynx turned around. How did you fasten the buckle? Wrong. Jiangnan replied. I can't do it. Can you help me? Lynx shot him a fierce glare, then stood up to assist Jiangnan. Just then, Jiangnan's hand clasped tightly around Lynx's arm. Lynx's heart raced as she seemed to realize something. She looked up and said, Don't. In the next moment, their bodies were suddenly suspended in the high sky, plummeting rapidly. The wind howled painfully in their ears, and Lynx clung desperately to Jiangnan's arm. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Jiangnan, you tricked me again. I don't want you to die for me. Take me back. Take me back. Lynx's voice was drowned out by the wind. Jiangnan chuckled. Silly Lynx. Same trick. You can go up twice. With that, he released the parachute during their descent, wrapping it around Lynx. Despite the Lynx's vehement struggles, Jiangnan managed to dress her. The Lynx cried and resisted. Jiangnan, you scoundrel. At that moment, Jiangnan cradled the Lynx's face, their eyes locking. Tears welled up in the Lynx's eyes. Jiangnan smiled radiantly and planted a resounding kiss on the Lynx's forehead. If I make it back alive, remember you owe me a hug. With that, Jiangnan pushed the Lynx away and teleported towards the plane. The Lynx desperately reached out, but grasped only air. Jiangnan had already dwindled into a speck in her vision. The Lynx felt as though her heart had been pierced by 1,000 knives. An unbearable ache. At the airport, the team anxiously scanned the sky, their eyes filled with anticipation. Su Rui's eyes lit up. Look, look. The team erupted in excitement. A figure plummeted through the clouds, a parachute unfurling as they landed on the runway. It was Lynx, their captain. The team rushed over, only to find the Lynx collapsed on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, wiping away tears with the back of her hand, inconsolable and unable to utter a word. No one in the Dark Knight army had ever witnessed the Lynx cry. This woman was known for her coldness, ruthlessness, severity, strength, and mercilessness. Yet, in this moment, she shed all her fortitude and succumbed to her emotions. Jiangnan, you scoundrel. The team fell silent. Had Jiangnan teleported the Lynx to safety, carrying the nuclear bomb aloft himself? A wave of goosebumps washed over them. Chen glared, his teeth clenched so tightly they nearly shattered. Wang Tai kicked a vehicle, overturning the all-terrain vehicle, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it. Inside the passenger plane, Jiangnan reclined in his seat, legs propped up on the thrust lever, humming a tune. The nuclear bomb beside him was set to detonate in 3 minutes. The plane had ascended to a great altitude, its wings already glazed with ice. Jiangnan was uncertain if he would survive the nuclear blast. He retrieved his phone, switched to video mode, and turned the camera towards himself. With the nuclear bomb tucked under his arm, he teleported outside the plane and began recording. Jiangnan grinned. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm currently over Russian territory, aboard a civilian airliner. I'm about to set off a firecracker. I never had the money to buy firecrackers as a kid, so I never got to set them off. Now I'm setting off a big one. It's quite a momentous occasion. I'll be back after I light this firecracker. Remember to leave a 5-star review, add to your bookshelf, and demand more chapters. Jiangnan teleported upwards. The air was thin, making each breath a struggle. As the nuclear bomb neared detonation, Jiangnan used a spatial wormhole to send it away, then teleported downwards with frantic speed. Countdown. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The nuclear bomb detonated. Jiangnan filmed the explosion. Smiling radiantly, that firecracker was probably the loudest I've ever set off. Just awesome. A blinding white light illuminated the sky, obliterating the passenger plane. Jiangnan hastily opened his extra-dimensional space and retrieved a tarpaulin. He curled into a ball, wrapping himself tightly. Hee. As long as I'm within the tarpaulin, I'm invincible, right? The system is so powerful, it should withstand a nuclear blast. Suddenly, the system exclaimed in Jiangnan's mind. What the heck? Even the system was bewildered and resorted to vulgar language. Using me as a shield? Jiangnan gulped, wondering if it would work. He opened a spatial wormhole on the side facing the blast. At the airport, the sky was momentarily illuminated by the nuclear explosion. A small sun appeared in the sky. The shockwave was detected by various nations, triggering alarms as they scrambled to gather information. Even in Jiangnan, China, a bright spot could be seen in the north. The Dark Knight team stood in silence, removing their hats, clenching their left fist over their hearts, and saluting with their right hands, tears welling up in their eyes. Without Jiangnan, the entire town of Succa would have been a living hell. The lynx stared blankly at the explosion, her mind replaying Jiangnan's radiant smile. As the fireball reached its peak, tearing through the clouds and forming a mushroom cloud, shouts erupted from the crowd. What the hell is that? A person. Someone's coming out of the nuclear blast. A person? Impossible. You're joking. It can't be. The temperature at the center of a nuclear explosion is hotter than the sun's core. It vaporizes everything. You must be mistaken. Am I lying? I recorded it on my phone. A powerful electromagnetic pulse spread, disabling all electronic devices. The Dark Knight team was dumbfounded. A figure emerged from the flames, wearing shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. Who else could it be but Jiangnan? He teleported to the ground. His legs trembling, his spiritual power depleted, covered in sweat, his face blackened, and radiating heat. Damn it. I set off a firecracker and blew myself up. I'm not happy. The team was ecstatic. Nanshan. He survived? He actually survived. A nuclear blast didn't kill him? Is he a god? And he set off a firecracker? Who's ever seen a firecracker that powerful? They were filled with joy and awe. The lynx's eyes lit up, and she pulled Jiangnan into a tight embrace. Jiangnan gasped. Is this what suffocation feels like? Don't move. I won't listen. The lynx squeezed him harder, his face contorted. Next time you trick me, I'll kill you. Understand? Jiangnan was taken aback. Is such a direct threat really necessary? Can't you be a little gentler? The team lifted Jiangnan into the air. Katerina smiled and waved goodbye to Jiangnan. I'll come find you again soon. Jiangnan grew anxious. Hey, don't go. Katerina departed, cherishing her time in Succa. With the nuclear explosion, Succa would soon be under martial law. If she didn't leave, she would be trapped. Katerina's identity was too sensitive. The lynx smiled as she watched Jiang and being tossed into the air. Although the nuclear bomb had detonated, the mission was not perfect, but at least no one was injured. She suddenly remembered something. Jiangnan, your school starts today. Jiangnan exclaimed. What? At Songyang Linwu High School in Jiacheng, the summer break had ended, and a new semester had begun. The sports field was crowded with students, abuzz with chatter. Everyone was discussing the same thing. Hey, did you see the news? Something big happened. Yeah, you mean the nuclear explosion in Succa, Russia, last night? It was terrifying. I even saw the light in the north from my window. That's how many kilometers away? A high-altitude nuclear explosion. Is this the start of a nuclear war? The Russian government claims it was a nuclear test. Don't listen to their lies. Would they choose a town to conduct a nuclear test? Something else must be going on. On Weibo, a video has surfaced. Hurry and watch it before it disappears. Students are abuzz with discussions about last night's Succa nuclear explosion, which has quickly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. News outlets have even broadcasted special reports. This incident has sent shockwaves not only through Huaxia but around the globe. Speculations abound, and the atmosphere has grown increasingly tense. Among the various clips circulating, one particular video has ignited a frenzy on Weibo, capturing the attention of everyone in the crowd. At this moment, Xiaoyu and Zhong Yingxue appear somewhat anxious, frequently glancing towards the school gate. Wu Liang, a transfer student, arrives early and asks Xiaoxue, is Nanshan not here yet? Zhong Yingxue looks weary, replying, I can't reach him. His phone is off. Xiaoyu adds, we can't contact him at all. Didn't he say he would return for school? This is so frustrating. Wu Liang reassures her, don't worry. Nanshan will be fine. Just then, Yu Qingqing approaches. Excitement written all over her face. Have you seen the video of the Succa nuclear explosion? The group pauses, fully aware of the event that has captivated the nation. Xia Yao asks in astonishment, a video has been released? Yu Qingqing responds, not just a video. The media is in chaos. Someone emerged from the center of the explosion. Their interest peaked. They see the video titled, Succa nuclear explosion footage leaked. Shocking the world. Who is this person that can withstand a nuclear explosion? The video is lengthy. It begins with a passenger plane taking off at a 45-degree angle, and after about 20 minutes, a small sun brightens the sky. The footage captures gasps of astonishment as the atmosphere grows tense. Suddenly, a massive fireball illuminates the night sky, and a mushroom cloud billows upward. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao cover their mouths in disbelief, as this scene is utterly breathtaking. However, what follows is even more astonishing. A person bursts forth from the enormous fireball. As they emerge, an electromagnetic pulse strikes, and the video distorts into static. Yet the figure is magnified, a person clad in baggy shorts and a floral shirt, their face obscured but undoubtedly human. The group is left in shock. Who is this person that can withstand a nuclear explosion? What on earth transpired in Sukkot? Zhang Yingxue scrutinizes the figure and inexplicably exclaims, Xia Yao. Doesn't this person look familiar? They exchange glances, and Xia Yao gasps, no. It can't be. Chapter 127. The opening ceremony. The moment Zhang Yingxue laid eyes on that figure, an inexplicable familiarity washed over her. Xia Yao felt the same. But wasn't Jiangnan taken by the Dark Knight? How could he possibly appear in Sukkot, a foreign land? Yu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Stop joking. How could it possibly be Nanshan? He's so pale. Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged looks of disbelief. The person's face was dark, perhaps indicating they were of African descent. This sensation of concern leading to confusion was palpable. Just then, Luo Tianxiang approached Zhang Yingxue's group, narrowing his eyes and taunting. Where's Jiangnan? Is he too scared to show up? I was looking forward to teaching him a lesson. He scoffed, hiding behind women, thinking he can usurp my position? Dream on. Zhang Yingxue retorted angrily, Luo Tianxiang, watch your words. Shounan will be here. Xia Yu coldly laughed. Just you wait. You'll get what's coming to you. Luo Tianxiang sneered. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. The National High School Spirit Martial Arts All-Star Tournament is approaching. Do you think I would allow you two to leave unscathed? How Jiangnan arrives is none of my concern. I'll ensure he leaves in disgrace. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, swung a punch at Luo Tianxiang's head. Luo Tianxiang merely sidestepped, countering with a palm strike to Wu Liang's chest, sending him stumbling back 3 steps, his face flushed. Big guy, this isn't your place to speak. I'm waiting for Jiangnan. Luo Tianxiang declared, Zhang Yingxue. You will be mine sooner or later. Zhang Yingxue bit her lip in anger, while Wu Liang took a deep breath. This guy is strong. Xia Yu gritted her teeth. That bastard. He's become a silver 1-star. How much did he spend to reach that level? At this moment, all students had gathered. The principal stepped forward to address the assembly, a speech that seemed interminable. Throughout, Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yu kept glancing toward the school gate, still unable to spot Jiangnan. This year, as with past years, the top 3 students from various high schools across the province were invited to transfer to Songjiang Spirit Martial Arts for their education. The audience erupted in applause as 14 students took the stage, Wu Liang among them. Wu Liang felt a pang of anxiety. Where was Jiangnan? Principal Sun Hongji frowned deeply. Why is one student missing? A nearby teacher replied, Jiangnan from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School hasn't arrived. Sun Hongji exclaimed in anger. Late on the first day of school? What kind of student is this? The teacher looked troubled. This Jiangnan is the top scorer from the Tianqi Spirit Martial Arts examination. His grades are exceptional. Sun Hongji retorted, what of being first? Does that give him the right to be late? Does he think Songjiang Spirit Martial Arts is too small to accommodate him? His voice grew louder, causing the transfer students to shrink back, aware that they were being warned. The crowd murmured, who is this Jiangnan? He seems rather arrogant. So what if he topped the Tianqi Spirit Martial Arts exam? Is he really that impressive? Is he from a second-rate school? Does he think being first in school makes him special? He clearly hasn't seen much of the world. This is Songjiang Spirit Martial Arts, a prestigious institution. Principal Sun's words were harsh, and both Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over them. The timing of the transfers would certainly lead to exclusion, especially with Jiangnan absent. Sun Hongji continued, if he doesn't show up, then Songjiang Spirit Martial Arts will certainly not keep him. Send him back. Principal? The teacher interjected. Isn't that a bit excessive? Sun Hongji narrowed his eyes. Are you the principal, or am I? The teacher stammered. Luo Tianxiang broke into laughter. Looks like I won't even need to lift a finger. Jiangnan isn't worthy of this. He lacks the strength, yet his arrogance is unfathomable. How embarrassing. Zhang Yingxue glared at Luo Tianxiang, her knuckles turning white from clenching her fists. Xia Yao's expression darkened. What was the principal thinking? How could he send Jiangnan away? Sun Hongji addressed the 14 transfer students. Only those who abide by the rules can achieve greatness. Do you all understand? Understood, principal. Got it. Wu Liang seethed, regretting his decision to come to Songyang. Sun Hongji nodded in satisfaction. Now, as we begin this school year, let us also extend a warm welcome to our new first-year students. Each year, Songjiang Spirit Martial Arts conducts a 2-week military training for first-year students to lay a foundation for their school life. This time, I have gone to great lengths to invite members of the Dark Knight Army as instructors. At this announcement, students erupted in cheers. Wow, the Dark Knight Army? Our principal is impressive. The Dark Knight of Huaxia. I can hardly contain my excitement. The first-year students are in for a treat. I can't wait to start military training. The Dark Knight Army. They're incredible. The soldiers are the best. Seeing the students' enthusiastic expressions and their adoring gazes, Sun Hongji felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now, students. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by the sound of helicopter blades whirring. All students looked up in astonishment, gasping as a large armed helicopter descended, circling above the school, with soldiers clad in black combat gear and armed to the teeth from the Dark Knight Army on board. My goodness! The Dark Knight. They're here already? An armed helicopter? How magnificent! Love it. Did you just return from your mission? I'm getting goosebumps. Sun Hongji, what's happening? Are the instructors here already? Didn't they say 3 days later? Did they arrive on an armed helicopter? Am I that important? A rope ladder descended. 9 members of the Knight Army disembarked from the plane, and all eyes were fixed on this scene. At that moment, their minds went blank. A young man in floral shorts and a blood-red short-sleeve shirt, wearing flip-flops, was lowered from the aircraft. His face was filthy. He looked as if he had been begging on the street for half a year. Xiaoyu, Zhongningsue, Wu Liang, Jiangnan. It's actually Jiangnan? Upon landing, Jiangnan shouted, "Don't fall behind in training. Get lost. What gifts could a grown man like me possibly have?" And Ning and Qinshan exchanged dry smiles. They hadn't anticipated such haste. Less than half a minute had passed since returning from Succa, and they were already at school. Qinshan's expression turned serious. All members of the Knight Army, salute. In this moment, whether on the ground or in the air. All members of the Knight Army saluted Jiangnan. Right hand raised in salute, left fist thumping against their hearts. Jiangnan beamed a radiant smile, saying nothing. This salute was something he rightfully received. Meanwhile, the students from Songjung Linwu were left bewildered. Who is this young man? What is his identity? Why is everyone from the Knight Army saluting him? And he spoke so casually to them, even telling them not to fall behind in training? What is going on? Is he also part of the Knight Army? Jiangnan turned back. Sorry, Principal. I got held up. I'm not late, am I? Sun Hongji, puzzled. You are. Jiangnan wiped the grime off his face. It's me. Jiangnan, the one from Tianqi Lingxiu. Sun Hongji's eyes widened in shock, trembling like a leaf. What the hell? From Sun Hongji's resentment value 1000. Chapter 128. Instructor Jiang? The students on the playground were dumbfounded. This godlike figure descending from the armed helicopter is Jiangnan? No way. Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yao were also stunned. They never expected Jiangnan to make such an entrance. Returning to school on an armed helicopter? Attending the opening ceremony? Looking at Jiangnan's attire, floral shorts, and a shirt, Zhou Ningxue instantly recalled that fierce figure she saw in the video, the one who emerged from the nuclear explosion. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Yu Qingqing stared wide-eyed, stammering, "No, it can't be that coincidental. The fierce man from Succa really is Nanshan?" The students erupted in chatter. Well, do you feel it? Who does he resemble? The man who burst out from the nuclear explosion. You're talking about Jiangnan? Impossible. He is just like us, still a student. How could he possibly be in Succa? Stop it. Look. The patterns on the floral shirt are identical. How could this be? Are you joking? This guy ISNT cosplaying. Is he? No way. The video from this morning, and now he is cosplaying? The students speculated wildly. Luo Tianxiang's face was extremely grim. How could Jiangnan have returned? It had only been one summer vacation. How did he get entangled with the Knight Army again? At this moment, Sun Hongji trembled, wishing he could slap himself twice. How did he just say he wanted to repatriate Jiangnan, returning on a Knight Army helicopter? If he claimed there was no connection to the Knight Army, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten. Swallowing hard, he asked, what delayed you? Jiangnan sighed deeply. No need to speak of it. The more I say, the more it hurts. The crowd was curious. What happened? Did he really go to Succa? Jiangnan, on a moonless night. I was abducted by a group of exceptionally lovely ladies from the Centaurus galaxy. The crowd? They insisted on extracting my genes to create the perfect life form, claiming I am the most perfect man on Earth, that they couldn't find a better man. Despite my resistance, I was captured, but fortunately, the Knight Army rescued me. That is why I'm late. Sun Hongji? Damn those ladies from the Centaurus galaxy. I'm 48 this year. The excuse you're giving is something I wouldn't believe even 40 years ago. Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yao looked darkly at him. What kind of ridiculous excuse is this? You clearly were abducted by the Knight Army in the middle of the night. Students, extracting genes? Creating life? How does that work? Well, that sounds amazing. And the most perfect man on Earth? Pooh. Have some self-respect? You're just late. Is there really a need to concoct such a grand excuse? Just this cowardly demeanor. What does it have to do with the Knight Army? The 9 members of the Knight Army covered their faces. Nanshan, although you signed a confidentiality agreement and cannot disclose the nuclear mission, at least come up with a reliable reason. From Sun Hongji's resentment value 666. From Zhou Ningxue's resentment value 333. From the students. Jiangnan felt quite pleased. Confirming that Jiangnan could not possibly have any connection to the Knight Army, Sun Hongji's tone became firm again. No next time, understood? Come up here. Jiangnan instantly teleported to the podium. This maneuver elicited a chorus of gasps. Wow, Jiangnan is the one with spatial abilities? Jiangqing no. One high school's Nanshun, don't you know? The one who brought out 7 Jin and 6 Liang of spirit beads from Tianqi Lingxiu. What's this 7 Jin 6 Liang? Are you sure it's spirit beads and not pork? Now on the podium, Jiangnan spotted Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao in the crowd, making frantic eye contact. He mouthed, "Miss me? I've prepared little gifts for you." Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were amused yet exasperated. Jiangnan is still the same Jiangnan. At the same time, they felt a wave of relief. But where had Jiangnan been all this time? The red stains on his short sleeves. It's blood. They would never mistake that. The principal furrowed his brows. Jiangnan, behave yourself. It's crucial to maintain a strong front. Otherwise, where would the principal's dignity lie? Jiangnan shrank back, pouting. Just then, Sun Hongji's phone rang. He initially hesitated to answer, but upon seeing the caller ID, he shivered. He hurriedly picked up the phone, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His gaze fell on Jiangnan. The more he listened, the more horrified he became. He wiped the sweat continuously, his hands trembling. Jiangnan was bewildered. What's wrong? Why does the principal look so frazzled? Is he having a seizure? After hanging up, Sun Hongji forced a smile. Jiang. Commander. They said for you to be the chief instructor for the freshman's military training. Sun Hongji was practically blown away. Jiangnan, a lieutenant in the Night Army? An 18-year-old worker in the Night Army, just back from the Sukha battlefield? Is this a celestial being? Don't shake me. Damn those ladies from the Centaurus galaxy. I was just thinking of standing firm, and one phone call made me weak. From Sun Hongji's resentment value 1,000. The students were bewildered. They want Jiangnan to be the chief instructor for military training? On what basis? Could it be that he really is from the Night Army? Jiangnan exploded. What? Chief instructor for military training? No way. Sun Hongji, with a pained expression, don't. Please don't. This is an order from above. I have no choice. Jiangnan frowned. Give me the phone. He directly called Mountain Cat. You pesky Mountain Cat. What's this nonsense about being the chief instructor? I'm not doing it. Mountain Cat replied softly. You must obey. Be good, Jiangnan. Humph. You can't sweet-talk me. I still have to study. I need to earn money to support my family. Mountain Cat. Don't you want the little medal? Don't you want the lieutenant rank? Don't you want the spatial spirit bead? No. Yes, yes, yes. Mountain Cat rolled her eyes. Do you want it or not? Jiangnan hurriedly replied. I want it. Where is it? That's exactly what I've been waiting for. I'm currently applying with the higher-ups. It will take some time, so don't rush. I'm short on manpower, and since you're in school, you should take charge. Jiangnan chuckled. I guarantee the completion of the task. Mua. Mountain Cat replied. By the way, return my tank. Jiangnan responded. What tank? Mountain Cat covered his face, exclaiming. Must you be so nonchalant? It's as if you genuinely have no idea. Once something is in Jiangnan's hands, you can forget about getting it back. Mountain Cat added, forget it. It's all mine anyway. Jiangnan exclaimed. What the hell? Even though I've confiscated the tank along with a heap of military arms, why do I still feel like I've come out on the losing end? The students below, alongside the teachers on stage, were utterly bewildered. Who was Jiangnan just on the phone with? Who did the principal just speak to? Sun Hongji truly felt at a loss. How did such a revered figure end up in my school? Jiangnan flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and addressed the freshmen. From this day forth, I shall be your chief instructor for military training. Little darlings, prepare yourselves mentally. The freshmen shivered, sensing an ominous premonition despite Jiangnan's smile. Those of the same grade were equally perplexed. On the very first day of the new semester, this transfer student had transformed into the chief instructor for military training. Where could one possibly seek justice in such a scenario? Thus began the delightful school life. Remember to leave 5-star reviews, urge for updates, and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 129. The young man burdened with 30 million in debt. Additional update. The opening ceremony hastily concluded. Sun Hongji found it impossible to continue. With Jiangnan's arrival, everything had descended into chaos. Until the ceremony ended, the freshmen remained in a daze. Meanwhile, Jiangnan leapt off the stage, exclaiming, Shue Shue, Big Wolf, come here for a hug. I missed you so much. Xia Yao, with a disdainful expression, responded, Oh dear, you're filthy, and firmly pushed Jiangnan away. Zhong Yinxue inquired curiously, Xiaonan, where on earth have you been? What happened with the Dark Knight? Xia Yu revealed her small canine teeth. Quick, confess honestly, or I'll bite you. Jiangnan shrugged. Didn't I already say? A bunch of centaur sisters. Xia Yao's eyes widened. Wait, you're really going to bite me? Xia Yao, you really are straightforward. From Xia Yao, anger value 333. Zhong Yinxue scolded, stop fooling us. Well, I can only tell you that I joined the Dark Knight army. Both were taken aback, their hearts in shock. Joining the Dark Knight Army at 18? It's known that such elite special forces have an extremely rigorous selection process. It demands not only strength, but also other criteria. Xia Yao still remembered the difficulty her brother faced when he joined Lonyuan and Jiangnan. Did he get forcibly recruited in the dead of night? My goodness. Xia Yao's face flushed with excitement, while Zhong Yinxue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Hey, don't get too excited yet. I have little gifts for you. Let us talk at home. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates had been eavesdropping on Jiangnan's conversation, utterly bewildered. Jiangnan really had joined the Dark Knight Army. Moreover, he seemed to be quite close with Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao. Going home? Did that mean they were living together? Oh dear, the more they thought about it, the more frustrated they became, gnashing their teeth in envy. All of them were 18 years old. Why was he so exceptional? What kind of celestial being was this transfer student? Casting a glance at Luo Tianxiang beside them, his face was turning green with envy. On the way home, they passed a mobile phone shop. Jiangnan turned in and entered. Xia Yao asked, "What are we doing here? Wanting to change your phone?" Jiangnan grimaced. "Change? No way. Just need a repair." The repairman, wearing glasses, suddenly perked up upon seeing Jiangnan. "Wow, brother, you're quite the character. Is that a cosplay of a nuclear explosion macho man? The shirt patterns are identical." Jiangnan blinked. "What nuclear explosion macho man?" Xia Yao exclaimed. "You don't know? It went viral on Weibo. A tough guy survived a nuclear explosion and emerged from its center." Zhong Yinxue added, "Here is the video. Watch." As Jiangnan glanced at the screen, a cold sweat instantly trickled down his back. Damn, who the hell posted this? ISNT that a trap for me? Below the video, comments flooded in. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Given this cultivation level, it must be at least the nascent soul stage, right? Nonsense. At least the transformation stage. Humanity resisting nuclear weapons? Is the era of nuclear arms coming to an end? Wow, doesn't T that look like Nanshan? Nanshan, found your long-lost brother. Jiangnan gulped, feeling the weight of his fans' keen eyes. What was there to gawk at? I just want to fix my phone. Zhong Yinxue chuckled, realizing Jiangnan truly had no idea. Of course, how could it possibly be Jiangnan? The repairman opened the phone and exclaimed, "Wow, brother, your phone's motherboard is heavily damaged. Did an electromagnetic pulse fry it? Can it be repaired?" 2,500. Jiangnan gritted his teeth. "Fix it." Xiaoyu suggested, "Just buy a new one. You could add a bit more and get a new phone." "Fix it." Jiangnan wanted to switch phones, but he was broke. In his mind, 100,000 wild horses galloped back and forth. This damn system. The makeshift cloth indeed shielded him from the nuclear explosion. But then, this information popped into his mind. Overload to bear damage for the host. Insufficient funds for current stall fee. Advance 40 million stall fee to cover losses. Please pay the stall fee promptly. Moreover, Mountain Cat's 10 million operational funds had been confiscated by Jiangnan, which he had intended to use as a dowry. That too was directly deducted by the system. Thus, Jiangnan currently found himself 30 million in debt, his pockets emptier than his face. He was resolute in selling goods like a madman to repay the debt, or else this life would become unbearable. The repairman said, "All right, come pick it up tomorrow." Upon returning to the villa, Jiangnan eagerly dashed into the shower and called Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao to the living room. "I have little gifts prepared for you too." Xia Yao, brimming with excitement, asked, "What treasures? If it's shorts again, just wait until I deal with you." Zhong Yinxue's eyes sparkled. "Is it the red fruit from last time?" Seeing their eager expressions, Jiangnan felt as though he were indulging in a secret delight. "Here, one for each of you." Both were momentarily stunned. "Is this a spirit pearl?" They examined it closely, gasping in astonishment. A golden level spirit pearl?" Jiangnan beamed. "The spirit pearl of the three-eyed snow marten, with the spirit technique silver shadow. This one's for Big Wolf. The other one is the flaming sea from the Fire Lion King for Xue Xue." Xia Yao stood in awe. "Silver shadow? It's actually silver shadow. Yaha. Xiaonan, I'm absolutely in love with you." Xia Yao leaped forward, grabbing Jiangnan's face and showering it with kisses. Jiangnan, wide-eyed, gasped, Hey, it's all saliva." Zhong Yinxue's face flushed with excitement. Golden-level spirit pearls were exceedingly rare and expensive. Even with money, one might not find them, let alone ones that suited them perfectly. The flaming sea was a dream skill for Zhong Yinxue, enhancing her fire-based output to explosive levels. And for Xia Yao, being a melee fighter, speed was everything. Nothing suited her better than Silver Shadow. How could they not be thrilled? "Xiaonan, where on earth did you acquire these spirit pearls?" "It wouldn't be from those centaur sisters, would it?" Xia Yao teased. TSK, selling your charms for us too. You've really worked hard." Jiangnan retorted. "No way. If you don't give them to me. Come catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you." Jiangnan suddenly stood up, grinning mischievously. Xiaoya? In the dead of night, the mobile phone repairman took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Sigh, this 2,500 ISNT easy to earn. Finally, he managed to fix it. He powered it on, preparing to test its functions. Everything seems normal. Then, a sly grin spread across the repairman's face as he thought, hee, let us see what kinds of little films you've been starring in. I have to update my study materials. Upon opening the photo gallery on his phone, he discovered only 2 videos. The young man exclaimed, what? Are you still a male? You don't even have a single little film on your phone? From Wang Lijia's resentment value 999. Yet, he clicked on one of the videos anyway. To his astonishment, he wondered, who is this guy? A big shot in the elevator? Impressive. This is quite heavy content. He quickly exited and clicked on the next video. He was left stunned, his eyes wide as he watched, excitement flushing his face. What the heck? Is this brother the real deal? No way. It suddenly dawned on him why Jiangnan's phone was in such a disastrous state. His hands trembled as he hurriedly saved the video onto his own device. Haha, this time, I'll be the one to go viral. Gain some followers. This is definitely insider information. He then opened Weibo and uploaded the video. Within half an hour, Weibo exploded. Chapter 130. Nuclear explosion. Man Jiang Depeo. After bathing, Jiangnan comfortably lay on his bed, preparing to sleep. He rubbed his nose. Is autumn approaching? Tomorrow will be another beautiful day. Late at night, the phone repair technician finally finished his work and returned to bed, glancing at the Weibo notification with 99 messages. He couldn't help but chuckle. I'll check it in the morning to see how many followers I gained. Then he drifted off into a sweet slumber. At 3 in the morning, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, startling the technician awake in confusion. A group of armed night soldiers burst in, wearing masks. Wang Lijia? Huh? What is going on? He was knocked unconscious, wrapped up, and taken away. The following morning, Xiaoyao groggily answered her phone. Xiaoyu? What is up? Yu Qingqing excitedly exclaimed, Nanshan. It's really him. He is so handsome. I'm already his die-hard fan. Xiaoyao replied. What do you mean it's really him? Quickly check Weibo. I sent you the link. Bewildered, Xiaoyao opened Weibo just as Zhong Yingxue entered the room. Still drying her hair. Don't be late again. My goodness. Xiaoshui, look. The top trending topic on Weibo. 170 million views. Weibo's official title read, The Suka Nuclear Explosion Incident. The true identity of the nuclear explosion man revealed. The soul of the Chinese military. Heroes never die. The two immediately clicked on the video. In the video, Jiangnan stood beaming atop an airplane, clutching a nuclear bomb with 3 minutes left until detonation. The wind howled around him. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoya widened their eyes in disbelief. Jiangnan? It truly was Jiangnan. Ladies and gentlemen, just a moment. I'm about to set off some firecrackers. I couldn't afford firecrackers as a kid, but today I'm lighting the biggest one. This is worth remembering. Chills ran down their spines. The person launching a nuclear bomb into the sky was indeed Jiangnan. Firecrackers. That is a nuclear bomb. They were at a loss for words. In the video, Jiangnan embraced the nuclear bomb, teleporting wildly amidst the howling winds. The countdown ticked down as Jiangnan's determined profile shone through. Utterly mesmerizing. Suddenly, the bomb detonated. A blinding white light enveloped the sky, illuminating the entire area with a terrifying blaze. Astonishment. Unparalleled shock. The two were left utterly speechless. Jiangnan had really gone to Suka? No wonder he looked so haggard. They scrolled through the comments, alone with a nuclear bomb to save tens of thousands in Suka? China is amazing. The Night Army is amazing. Nanshan is the best. I'm in love. Heroes never die. China's second spatial ability. How magnificent is our great China. I knew it was him. Nanshan, I'm in love. I want to have his babies. In the Jiangqing night market. The Suka nuclear bomb incident? Well, the strongest street vendor in history. The comments flooded in, and the two exchanged glances, their hearts racing with excitement. In less than half a month, Jiangnan had gone on a mission with the Night Army, rescuing tens of thousands. The video was proof. Officially released. They hurried to Jiangnan's room. Xiaonan, wake up. You're famous. Such a big event, and you didn't tell us. Jiangnan awoke, confused. What do you mean famous? What is going on? Zhong Yingxue handed him her phone. The cold sweat immediately broke out on Jiang's forehead. What the heck? How did the video on my phone get onto Weibo? Was it that phone repair guy? No way. This is a huge deal. I want to end up in a military court. Will I? Zhong Yingxue's eyes were red. Xiaonan, that was so dangerous. You almost died. Please don't engage in such perilous activities again. I finally found you, and I fear losing you one day. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like a string of scattered pearls. Xiaoyao felt her heart ache. Jiangnan, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced Zhong Yingxue gently, comforting her. Don't worry, I'm back. I promise. There won't be a next time. Be good. Don't cry. I have it under control. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone. Jiang Yingxuan nodded through her sobs, and Xiaoyu continued to console her, shooting Jiangnan a glare. You silly boy. The ones who truly care for you never think about how glorious you're outside. They only worry about whether you eat well or sleep well. Jiangnan felt warmth in his heart. Once he had calmed Zhong Yingxue down, their interest peaked, and they urged Jiangnan to share details about the Sukkah mission. Their faces lit with curiosity. Jiangnan hesitated, unsure of what to say. He borrowed Zhong Yingxue's phone to call Mountain Cat. Hello, Sister Mountain Cat, about the video. Jiangnan spoke timidly, like a child who had made a mistake. You don't need to worry. The person who posted the video has already been caught. You were quite daring. Jiangnan scratched his head, chuckling nervously. This matter has already been explained officially. It will soon be suppressed. You don't need to worry. It's not your fault. Overall, the positive impact will outweigh the negative. China needs heroes. However, your spatial abilities have been completely exposed to public view. Be cautious of foreign agents or ill-intentioned individuals who may pose a threat. Do you want us to send someone to protect you? Jiangnan quickly declined. No need. Protecting me would just be a form of monitoring, and I don't want that. All right, focus on your students. When the spirit beat arrives, I'll send someone to deliver it to you. For now, stay put and avoid the limelight. After hanging up, Jiangnan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let us head to school. As a result, the three of them ended up being late. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyu hurried to their classroom. While Jiangnan noticed the first-year students lined up neatly, 9 members of the Night Army were supervising their military stance. As soon as Jiangnan arrived, the new students turned their eager gazes toward him, filled with anticipation. They still couldn't believe that the person before them was the nuclear explosion man from Sukkah. Nanshan, care to say a few words? The Night Army asked. Jiangnan grinned and shook his head. The new students looked disappointed, hoping Jiangnan would teach them some skills or tricks. Instead, they faced the most dreaded part of military training, standing in formation. An hour later, their legs ached from standing. The sun was blazing. They were all sweating profusely. Jiangnan grinned. Everyone, listen up. The new students were filled with excitement. Were they finally going to get a break? Are you still going to teach us martial arts? Right turn. The freshmen responded with confusion. Another hour has passed. Jiangnan commanded, all units, attention. Right turn. The freshmen were bewildered. What is this? It's been an entire morning of turning in circles. Finally, someone could not hold back and asked, Instructor Jiang, why do you keep making us turn around? The others looked on in anticipation. Jiangnan straightened his expression. This is for your own good. The freshmen were taken aback. For our own good? Jiangnan grinned. To ensure you tan evenly. We would want anyone to have a patchy complexion. The freshmen were incredulous. Is he serious? Is this really for us to tan evenly? Mom, did you hear what he's saying? Do you think this is a barbecue? Do we need to flip ourselves too? Maybe sprinkle some cumin on us? From Ma Chi Feng S resentment value 666. From Su Xing S resentment value 999. From Sun Kaiyong S resentment value 999. From Sister Links. I absolutely adore you. This instructor is having the time of his life. Chapter 131. You must control your emotions. If Jiangnan didn't seize this opportunity to accumulate resentment points, one would question if he was even human. The freshmen were on the brink of a breakdown. Jiangnan was a devil. Tanned evenly? By the end of the day, they would all look like soy sauce. When they returned home that night, their mothers would surely faint at the sight. At that moment, even with the formidable reputation of Jiang Depeo, the nuclear explosion man, he could not quell their rising resentment. The girls who had previously admired Jiang Nan were now reconsidering their affections. But he still looks quite handsome. As Jiang Nan observed the freshman standing at attention, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He produced half a watermelon from a pocket dimension and a spoon. Standing before the line, would you like a piece? The freshman swallowed hard. Report, Instructor Jiang. Yes. Jiang Nan smiled. Open your mouths. The onlooking classmates cast envious glances. Jiang Nan wasn't so devilish after all. He was offering watermelon. Wait a minute. Didn't our elementary teachers tell us not to eat things offered by strangers? Just smell it first. In that moment, one of the freshmen stuffed a piece of watermelon into his mouth. The others were left speechless. Seriously? Is this how you bully people? From Lu Tao S resentment value 1000. At that moment, the pain they felt physically was nothing compared to the emotional turmoil. Instructor Jiang was simply toxic. The resentment points kept pouring in. Jiang Nan, to express gratitude for their contributions, offered each female student a piece of watermelon. Consequently, the resentment from the male students surged even more. Lu Tao gritted his teeth. Instructor Jiang, can we take a swing at you? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Oh? How do you plan to do that? Lu Tao retorted, one-on-one. 1,000 of us against you. Jiang Nan grinned. I know you're not satisfied, but controlling your emotions is something everyone must learn. While anger can empower, It can also lead to irrationality. You can challenge me. I won't use my abilities. Go ahead. If you take me down, you won't need to come back tomorrow. You'll have a day off. That is my call. At this proclamation, the freshmen erupted in astonishment. Are we really allowed to fight? And get a day off? The Dark Knight army looked at these naive newcomers with pity. You want to challenge Jiangnan? This man's fighting skills are beyond even Lynx's capabilities. The freshmen, filled with determination, charged at Jiangnan. Some unleashed their abilities. Fireballs, steel balls, and water cannons aimed at him. Jiangnan smirked, little cuties. Don't cry later. With that, he plunged into the fray, kicking first at Lu Tao, sending him flying. Jiangnan moved through the crowd like a fish in water, his strikes as swift as lightning. Shoulders, knees, elbows, even his head became weapons of victory. Anyone who got too close was swiftly taken down. Even those using abilities couldn't land a hit on Jiangnan. What was most astonishing was that he held half a watermelon in one hand and a spoon in the other, casually eating as he fought. In less than 5 minutes, the ground was littered with fallen students. Lu Tao was dumbfounded. The freshmen were in disbelief. What kind of terrifying prowess was this? One person, without using abilities. Could be this formidable? This was not even on the same level. Lu Tao clutched his stomach, bellowing, charge. I refuse to believe we can't take him down. In the classroom, during the break, someone shouted, what is happening on the playground? Instantly, the windows filled with curious eyes. Zhou Ningxue and Xiao Yao also peeked out. They saw Jiangnan facing over 1,000 challengers, going in and out of the fray. Their expressions darkened. What had he done to provoke such ire? The training history of Songjung Lingwu had never been this lively. This new Jiangnan was incredibly fierce. No wonder he was known as the nuclear explosion man. These are mere trifles. I've seen the videos. Incredible. If it were me, I wouldn't have the courage. Not just anyone can join the Dark Knight army. How amazing. Jiangnan didn't even use his abilities. He was eating watermelon while fighting? How cool. Hey, I heard Jiangnan is joining the Xiaolangmia team. What? And what about Luo Xiao and Han Cheng? The voices in the classroom suddenly quieted. Luo Tianxiang stood nearby, his expression as dark as water. What is there to see? The newcomers are all black iron level. They have no real strength. Just bullies fighting weaklings. I could do it too. Xia Yao retorted. Oh? You think you can? Show me. You don't use abilities or hands. Pick one to challenge. Luo Tianxiang scoffed. I don't need to prove myself to anyone. Zhang Ningxue coldly stated. I've submitted an application to the principal, Xia Yu, and I will form a new team with Jiangnan and Wu Liang. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth. You want to get away with it. If you can't beat me in Hanqing, the principal won't to let you go. Wu Liang cracked his knuckles, grinning. My big knife is itching for action. Han Sheng, tall and muscular, with a buzz cut and a scar on his lip, warned. You will regret this. Tomorrow will be your end. The classmates were all excited, never expecting such fierce sparks to fly right after arriving. Luo Tianxiang was challenging Jiangnan. Wu Liang was going after Hanqing. The strength of Luo Tianxiang and Hanqing was well known. Luo Tianxiang had even reached silver level. At 19. Silver ranks were exceptionally rare. Jiangnan was only bronze 5-star. Even with the Dark Knight army, even with his nuclear explosion prowess. He was still riding on the coattails of his abilities. His overall strength was not necessarily comparable to Luo Tianxiang. This was going to be interesting. Wait, what? Jiangnan just took them all down. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the playground. Over 1,000 freshmen lay sprawled on the ground. Under the sun, Jiangnan wore a radiant smile. Chapter 132. Invincible Mediterranean. The freshmen lay on the ground, questioning their existence. What kind of terrifying martial arts skill was this? In the time it took to eat a watermelon, over 1,000 of them were defeated? He hadn't even used his abilities. He didn't even use his hands. He was on a completely different level. Was he a deity? How is it that just 2 years older than us, he has become so formidable? Jiangnan grinned. Gazing at Lu Tao, who was squatting on the ground, clutching his stomach. He placed a meticulously hollowed-out watermelon rind atop Lu Tao's head. Quite fitting, indeed. Lu Tao exclaimed. Fitting my foot. Did you really have the time to craft me a hat? This color is all wrong. Is love a light? It's making me uneasy. Lu Tao's resentment level 1,000. Jiangnan retorted, a bet is a bet. The fight is over. No more pretending. Now get up and run laps. The freshman, looking quite pitiful, stood up and began to jog around the playground. After 9 laps, they were all drenched in sweat. South God, how many more laps until we can rest? Jiangnan raised a finger. The freshman's eyes lit up. Just 1 more lap means we can rest? Speed up. Charge. We can win. But just as they picked up speed, the freshman's legs turned to jelly, causing them to fall in a heap. Mama, this guy isn't devil. He is the king of hell. Jiang, the king of hell. This is simply life-threatening. Lu Tao's resentment level 1,000. Tang was resentment level 666. During the lunch break, more and more people gathered on the playground. Many curious classmates came to watch. Zhou Ningxue and Xiaoyou brought Jiangnan 2 bottles of chilled cola. Wu Liang stood by, holding an umbrella for Jiangnan, provoking envy among onlookers. At this moment, Luo Tianxiang pushed through the crowd with a dark expression, and with a swift motion, tossed a document at Jiangnan's face. Before Jiangnan could react, Wu Liang stepped forward and caught it. Luo Tianxiang coldly declared, "I know what you're after. I won't give up my position. Even the principal can't help you. My Luo group has shares in Songjiang Linwu. You and Wu Liang can try to seize my spot. Defeat me in Hanqing. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the gym. If you win, I'll leave. If I win, you and your little brother will vacate Songjiang Linwu. Do you dare sign?" The atmosphere was thick with tension. One was the illustrious Luo family heir, a genius who dominated the strength leaderboard for 3 years, while the other was Jiangnan, a rising legend, the nuclear powerhouse Jiang Depeo. Jiangnan replied nonchalantly, "Do you know? I have 100 ways to outplay you. From the very beginning. You never had the qualification to compete with me, nor have I ever regarded you as a threat. Not even for a second. Since you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the end." With that, he signed the document. Luo Tianxiang clenched his teeth in frustration. "Don't speak so confidently, or you might not know how you perish." Jiangnan smiled mischievously. "How's your cousin? Still in Jiacheng?" Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in fury. "Shut your mouth. Not only has my 1 billion deal gone down the drain, but now, because of this, Yu Xiangnan is on the verge of cutting ties with the Luo family. Every time she sees me, she feels sick. If she is still around, tell her I still have videos." Luo Tianxiang's resentment level 1000. Luo Tianxiang was utterly furious. "Jiangnan, are you even human?" The surrounding students were equally stunned. What kind of grudge is this? Jiangnan still has contact with Luo Tianxiang's cousin? TSK. Only Xiaoyou is stifling laughter. "Jiangnan is truly wicked. You better watch out. You're in for it." Fuming, Luo Tianxiang stormed off. Zhang Ningxue expressed concern. "Xiaonan, you shouldn't have agreed to his challenge. Luo Tianxiang is very powerful." Xiaoyou added, "No joke, he is already at silver 1 star. Jiangnan chuckled. "Do you think I will lose? Care for a wager?" Xiaoyou and Zhou Ningxue shuddered and vigorously shook their heads. Jiangnan pondered, "This one do. They're all too sharp. I need a different strategy. What about Hancheng? He has a bronze 9 star. Do you have confidence?" Wu Liang licked his lips. "Everything is under control." Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Whenever Wu Liang said that, it felt like disaster was imminent. He then tossed a bottle of energy drink to Wu Liang. "Drink this before heading home. Tomorrow, we'll take him down." Wu Liang grinned. "Thanks, brother Nan." Zhang Ningxue and Xiaoyou looked at Wu Liang with pity. Tomorrow, this guy would have to say goodbye to his hair? How unfortunate. The next morning, the gym was packed. Students flocked to witness the bout. Even first-year students were dragged in to witness the disparity between their senior classmates. Even teachers were present to maintain order. Han Cheng stood in the center early on, his fists adorned with a pair of purple copper knuckle rings, glistening with sharp spikes. Meanwhile, Jiangnan showed no sense of being the main attraction, sitting in the audience with Zhou Ningxue and Xiaoyou, each holding a bucket of popcorn, rolling their eyes in boredom. "Where's the big guy? If he doesn't show up soon, I'll finish this popcorn," Xiaoyou exclaimed with anticipation. "I can't wait to see Wu Liang." Just then, Wu Liang arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers. He strode in, his bare chest gleaming, a 2-meter-long broadsword resting on his shoulder. His muscles, chiseled like a sculptor's masterpiece, and his shining bald head created a striking visual impact. "Wow, a broadsword? This guy is serious." The chatter grew louder. "Look at that shiny bald head. It's blinding." Wu Liang, sporting a significant black eye, looked toward Jiangnan. Wu Liang's resentment level 1000. Strength is amplified tenfold. "But no one told me I would go bald." Wu Liang had been staring at himself in the mirror all night, growing increasingly aware that his head resembled a light bulb. "Self-God, can you be any more of a troll?" Jiangnan stood up and shouted, "Wu Liang, believe in yourself. You might be bald, but you're stronger. Go win." Wu Liang, Han Qing, surrounded by a surge of energy, squinted. "Shall we begin?" Wu Liang swung his broadsword down with a loud crash, bellowing, "Let us fight." The atmosphere was electrifying. With a loud rip, his shirt tore apart. Wu Liang transformed completely, morphing into a 4-meter-tall black bear. He roared to the heavens. Han Cheng was taken aback. Jiang Nan and the others froze in shock. All the students gaped in disbelief. What on earth? A 4-meter-tall black bear wielding a broadsword? This should be quite a sight. But wait, the bear was bald on top. A shiny, round bear head reflecting sunlight. The rest of the body was covered in thick fur. This was an absolute Mediterranean look. A bald bear? Seriously? And not to mention, the triangular shorts he wore were adorned with a character from the Vocaloid series. Holding 2 scallions? The next moment, if he swung that broadsword while singing a vegetable-themed song, we would totally believe it. Han Chang's expression shifted from disdain to terror, taking several steps back. This guy, is he some sort of freak? Wu Liang grinned maliciously. Man, the aura must be on point. Look, this coward is intimidated by my dominating presence. Chapter 133. Let us fly, Grandpa. Wu Liang was entirely oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. Zhang Yingxue was struggling to contain her laughter, her cheeks flushed. Xiaoye was shaking Jiangnan, completely losing it with laughter. Jiangnan stood there, dumbfounded. Wow, is this potion really that powerful? Going bald was already strong enough. But turning into a black bear with no hair? There is no reasoning here. It's just sheer unpredictability. A black bear in cartoon shorts. Sporting a bald head? Fearsome? Not even close. This is utterly ridiculous. The crowd erupted into chaos. What on earth is this? What species of bear is this? A bald-headed bear? A bear that can't see? Hatsune Miku? Are you kidding me? You've stolen my dreams of the second dimension. And Hatsune? The iron-willed man as flirtation? I can hardly contain my laughter. And the battle. Han Chang's face turned pale with fear. Perhaps he dreaded being crushed by Wu Liang. Goodness. Does no one know what material Wu Liang's shorts are made of? Indeed. Even a 4-meter-tall black bear in beast form could fit in them. How I desire them. I have never dared to fully transform into a beast. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan realized it was time for business. Just as the two were about to engage in combat, Jiangnan suddenly stood up, stepping on the railing. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Do you see that? Wu Liang wears Hao Kai shorts. Indestructible and unterrible, providing you with angelic comfort. More care, less worry. Leak-proof. They fit perfectly, with numerous styles available. Now only 10,000 each. Buy 5, get 1 free. Try them on right here." As he spoke, Jiangnan laid out a cloth on the ground and set up a small stool. From an alternate space, he frantically pulled out shorts, demonstrating their incredible elasticity. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Teachers and classmates, even the Knight Army, were bewildered. You actually set up a stall? Selling shorts? You truly know how to do business. Is the profession of street vendor ingrained in your very being? Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao covered their faces. Why does your advertisement sound so much like a certain bread advertisement? And leak-proof? Anyone who doesn't know might think you're selling Safi. Han Cheng and Wu Liang were equally baffled. We were about to settle our differences. A clash between men, and you're over there selling shorts? Nevertheless, it did attract a crowd of beast transformation enthusiasts. The boys' eyes sparkled as they tested the elasticity. Ready to pay. The girls blushed at the sight of those refreshing shorts. This is truly avant-garde. Jiangnan noticed a tall, stylish girl hesitating between 2 pairs. She was extremely fair-skinned, with a ponytail revealing her snowy neck. Her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. A veritable goddess. Jiangnan watched her for a moment. If you're unsure of your size, you can try them on right here. The girl shot Jiangnan a glare. Try them on? How shameless. From Lin Chuqing's resentment value 666. Jiangnan, you should choose size M. Size L is too big. M is just right. Lin Chuqing. Blushing furiously, she retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I want size L." Jiangnan, are you questioning my professionalism? Or overestimating your own size? Lin Chuqing was taken aback. Professionalism? You're just eyeballing my measurements. What kind of professionalism is that? She angrily declared, I want size L. Well, size L is fine. After all, there is still a chance for growth. Lin Chuqing blushed. I refuse. From Lin Chuqing's resentment value 1,000. Boom. Jiangnan's stall business was thriving. Meanwhile, Wu Liang and Han Cheng had already begun to fight. Their hearts, however, were not filled with combat fervor, but rather resentment towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan took the opportunity to watch the battle. To his astonishment, Han Cheng, the tank type who could withstand damage, was actually a metal-type mutant, controlling 9 titanium alloy shields with a force field. Moreover, under the enhancement of the force field, he could accelerate the purple-copper 4-finger boxing rings on his hands. His punches even created shockwaves. His attack power was formidable, and his mobility was exceptional, far surpassing Wu Liang. Yet, Wu Liang stood his ground against Han Cheng's punches without flinching. Amidst the surging spiritual energy, a shield made entirely of spiritual energy, resembling a golden bear, appeared before him. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Wow, the Bear King's shield of the earth-bursting bear. Wu Liang is extravagant. The lowest grade, golden-level spiritual technique. Terrifying. So resilient. Han Cheng's fist struck the shield, even sparking flames. Wu Liang grinned, and with the shield, his 2-meter-long broadsword whirled into action, producing a whistling wind. Han Cheng hurriedly controlled his shields to counter. Bang! With a massive sound, 4 out of the 9 shields were knocked away, spinning into the cement wall. Han Cheng, what kind of terrifying power is this? with the Bear King's shield for defense and the broadsword for offense. Wu Liang is simply unbeatable. Han Cheng gritted his teeth. You can withstand, can you? Let us see how long you can hold on. Spiritual technique, doubling. In an instant, a layer of golden radiance enveloped Han Cheng. The golden force field enhanced his abilities, completely abandoning defense. The 9 titanium alloy shields soared through the air, becoming like flying knives. Even though Wu Liang wielded his broadsword with precision, the Bear King's shield continuously defended, yet he was still slashed with deep wounds. Under the force field's enhancement, Han Cheng's boxing rings became fiercer and faster. In a frenzied assault, he even shattered the Bear King's shield. Wu Liang, lacking mobility, became a living target. The spikes on the boxing ring struck him, blood soaking his bare fur. Xia Ya looked worried. Damn it. Han Cheng's strategy isn't even a true tank. Wu Liang is at a significant disadvantage. Zhang Yingshui anxiously said, Wu Liang can't keep up with the speed. If this continues, he will lose. Jiangnan, however, remained completely unfazed. No one knew better than him how resilient Wu Liang was. No matter how many times he was knocked down before losing consciousness, he would rise again. This guy never admits defeat. Just then, Wu Liang let out a furious roar. Tossing aside the broadsword, he no longer focused on the Bear King's shield. Spiritual technique, red eye. A dazzling red glow enveloped his entire body, his eyes turned blood red. Filled with brutality, this was the silver-level spiritual technique from the silver-backed honeypot. At the cost of brief confusion, it granted him a tremendous surge in physical strength. Gritting his teeth, Wu Liang clenched his fists, similarly abandoning defense, building up his power. Han Cheng could not miss this opportunity. He unleashed a torrent of attacks. In just a short while, Wu Liang was covered in blood. Goodness, why isn't he fighting back after activating Red Eye? Has Wu Liang been stunned? Can he even reach Han Cheng? What is Wu Liang planning? Is he holding back for a decisive strike? It's a matter of who falters first, whether it be Han Cheng or Wu Liang. Not to mention, this massive black bear can endure so much. After being hit for 3 minutes, he still stood firm. The shield battle. It's simply a treasure. It can only maximize its value within a team. In this match, Wu Liang suffered losses. Goodness. He struck. In the arena. As Han Cheng took a breath and was about to move, he felt a chilling wind on his head. He involuntarily shivered, looking up to see a bloody black bear with a ferocious expression, raising its massive paw. With all its strength, it slammed down, roaring, "Fly for me." Han Cheng widened his eyes, about to run, but the next moment his mind went blank. It felt as if he had been struck by a mountain. Bang. Han Cheng was sent flying over 70 meters by Wu Liang's slap, crashing into the cement wall, embedding himself within. Meanwhile, Wu Liang charged forward, not waiting for Han Cheng to struggle out. The Bear King's shield materialized and slammed Han Cheng against the wall, leaving only his head exposed. A fierce grin spread across Wu Liang's bear-like face. Let us see where you can run this time. He then began to rain down punches. Boom, boom, boom. The audience shivered in fear. Goodness, rubbing him against the wall? This is too brutal. Chapter 134. I aimed to overthrow the entire firmament. Han Cheng was utterly dazed. His mind was a blank slate. Want to run? Good luck with that. Of course. 10 seconds later, Han Cheng wouldn't have to think about that anymore. Because he was knocked out. Wu Liang released his grip, dispersing the shield. Covered in blood, he pounded his chest with his fists, throwing his head back. He let out a wild roar. The resounding bear growl echoed throughout the stadium. The students' blood surged with excitement in an instant. This is the essence of a battle between men. If it weren't for that shining bald head and the flamboyant Hatsune Miku, perhaps it would have been even more imposing. The battle concluded with Wu Liang's hard-won victory. Yet, it was remarkable that Wu Liang, a mere bronze 4-star, triumphed over Han Cheng, a bronze 8-star. On the sidelines, a teacher snapped his fingers, and a massive sunflower sprouted from the ground. Showering golden light, both of their injuries began to heal slowly. Jiangnan intended to offer Wu Liang a ginseng for vitality. However, once one descends, one inevitably transforms into a mere human sprinkler. After some contemplation, it seems best to refrain. After all, the bald black bear has already suffered enough. At that moment, a grim-faced Luo Tianxiang strode into the arena. Wielding a silver-long spear, its tassel of vivid red, exuding an undeniable aura of superiority. He coldly cast a glance at Han Cheng and sneered, "Useless. Can't even defeat a bronze 4-star. What purpose do you serve?" Han Cheng lay on the ground, his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet his mind was plagued by images of his own humiliation. That bald black bear truly possessed formidable strength. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was preoccupied with selling shorts. Luo Tianxiang pointed his silver spear directly at Jiangnan, declaring, "Come down and face me, you pitiful clown. Today will mark your final day in Songyang Lingwu. This battle would be devoid of suspense. Defeating you warrants no justification. I intend to make it known to all that opposing me, Luo Tianxiang." Jiangnan, waving his hand dismissively, interrupted, enough. Stop your incessant prattle. Must I engage in a back and forth with you endlessly? Luo Tianxiang trembled with rage, exclaiming, those who oppose me. Luo Tianxiang will not end well. Jiangnan retorted, what nonsense. Is this a bargain? 1,000. No room for negotiation. Luo Tianxiang. Those who oppose me, Luo Tianxiang, will not end well. Jiangnan interjected, what nonsense. I'll knock your legs out. 1,000. Take it or leave it. Luo Tianxiang, now furious, shouted, can you let me finish my statement? He was on the verge of exploding. Yesterday, he had labored over his words, crafting a statement he deemed imposing, only to be interrupted by Jiangnan repeatedly. Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1,000. Jiangnan sighed deeply, indeed. The essence of humanity is but a recording machine. All right, speak on. I'm listening. Luo Tianxiang, suppressing his anger, sought to regain his composure. Those who oppose me, Luo Tianxiang. You get down here. Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1,000. The atmosphere was utterly ruined. He couldn't even maintain his train of thought. What was there left to say? The onlookers burst into laughter. Jiangnan was simply infuriating. Jiangnan stood up. Shua. Big Wolf Mia. Keep an eye on my stall, and ensure no one steals my shorts. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Xiaoyao and Zhang Yinxue covered their faces in disbelief. Who would dare steal your shorts? Is this a serious duel? Show some respect. Although Wu Liang had been somewhat reserved, he was still quite passionate. Why did the mood shift so drastically when it came to you? With a sudden movement, Jiangnan appeared in the arena. Luo Tianxiang scoffed. 3 minutes? Who gave you the audacity? Jiangnan urged. Hurry up. I'm pressed for time. Luo Tianxiang interrupted again. His eyes widened as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. The presence of a silver 1-star provoked gasps from the crowd. Even the teachers appeared astonished. A 19-year-old silver? That was indeed terrifying. Humph. Your prideful teleportation is no match for my silver. Insects, prepare to face your fears. With a rush, a shadow swept across the sky. A figure leaped down from the gym's awning, performing a 7,200-degree flip in midair. Bam! He landed on one knee in the arena. Jiangnan. Luo Tianxiang erupted. Who the hell interrupted me again? At that moment, the spectators were left bewildered. Who was this? Such flamboyance. Jumping from dozens of meters high, executing a 7,200-degree flip and landing on one knee? Jiangnan's eyes twitched. You can kneel if you must, but you've shattered the concrete surface beneath you. Does that not hurt? Are you willing to risk your life for the sake of appearance? By the way, was that you made serious? Though strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones and exquisite features, long hair cascading past his ears, the individual slowly rose, brushing back his elegant hair with a melancholic gaze. I can no longer suppress my yearning. A mountain cannot accommodate 3 tigers. Today presents the perfect opportunity for a showdown. As he spoke, he stumbled slightly. Upon closer inspection, his jeans were torn. Blood oozed from his knee. Yet, he forced himself to maintain composure. Despite the sweat dripping from his forehead, Jiangnan could no longer bear to watch. Brother, shouldn't you treat your leg first? Humph. Such a trivial injury is hardly worth concern. From Qin Shou's resentment value 888. You would do well to keep quiet. Jiangnan was stunned. Is this person even mentally sound? Luo Tianxiang fumed. Qin Shou, are you out of your mind? This is not your place to speak. Get lost. Qin Shou smirked. Humph. Are you intimidated? Luo Tianxiang? Intimidated? What the hell? You, a perennial student. I can't be bothered with you. Qin Shou narrowed his eyes. Today, I shall not only defeat you two. My aim is to conquer the entire sky. I presume you do not know me, Jiangnan brother. I am Qin Shou. Shall we engage in a match? I will surely defeat you. Jiangnan beamed. What did you just say? Qin Shou momentarily paused. I will surely defeat you? No. The previous line. With a confident smile, Qin Shou declared, I aim to conquer the entire sky. He thought, Jiangnan brother truly understands me. This line has flair. Wait, what was the line that followed? Qin Shou paused, almost instinctively stating, I am Qin Shou. Perhaps. Jiangnan nodded. It seems you possess some self-awareness. Qin Shou. Utterly baffled? Pfft. Ha. The spectators erupted in laughter. Such a pitiful display. Xiaoyao was in tears from laughter, while Zhang Yinxue trembled. Covering her mouth, Xiaoyao remarked, finally, someone has put Qin Shou in his place. This delusional youth. Unrepentant. Zhang Yinxue shook her head. What a pity. He possesses considerable strength, yet his mind seems a bit unhinged. Qin Shou's face flushed as he glared. You. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. If you wish to step on me to rise, feel free. Once I finish this match, should you still wish to challenge me, I shall oblige. Jiangnan. Welcome all challengers. Now step aside. Qin Shou glared, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet he obediently retreated to the sidelines. Luo Tianxiang, gripping his silver-long spear, squinted and said, "Rest assured, once I am done with you, I shall deal with that fool Qin Shou." Jiangnan smiled brightly. "You are mistaken." Chapter 135. Am I stabbing myself? Additional update. The tension in the arena escalated as both parties took their positions. Crackling sounds filled the air. Luo Tianxiang's aura surged. Brilliant blue lightning radiated from his body, dancing like a serpent in the air. The electric arcs, as thick as a finger, struck the ground, scorching the cement beneath. Jiangnan was taken aback. What? Luo Tianxiang is no joke. He possesses the rare lightning ability? The crowd erupted in gasps. A silver-level lightning user? Luo Tianxiang's offensive power is astounding. How terrifying. If struck, one would surely be charred. Furthermore, Luo Tianxiang's spear is silver, highly conductive. A hit would undoubtedly bring one to their knees. No teleportation could outpace this. It remained uncertain how Luo Tianxiang would counteract the teleportation. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao grew increasingly anxious. Though aware of Jiangnan's strength, they had never witnessed him engage earnestly. Luo Tianxiang towered over Jiangnan in rank. Was there truly a chance of victory? Doubts lingered in their minds. Luo Tianxiang roared, "Spirit technique, minor divine might." His muscles bulged, veins visible, as he unleashed the silver-level technique, enhancing his physical prowess threefold for 3 minutes. He then shouted, "Spirit technique, lightning spear thrust." In an instant, the arena was engulfed in thunderous roars. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from Luo Tianxiang, enveloping the entire area. Jiangnan felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Luo Tianxiang grinned wickedly. "If you can withstand my strike, I, Luo Tianxiang, shall soar before all." The crowd was utterly astonished. To make such a venomous vow, was there truly absolute confidence in shattering Jiangnan's teleportation? Jiangnan stroked his chin and remarked, "Your move should not be called Thunderland Stab. It lacks gravitas." Luo Tianxiang paused, perplexed. Then what should it be called? Jiangnan replied, "Pikachu's Thunderbolt." "Pika pika pika." Luo Tianxiang exploded. "Pikachu, you old man. Do you think I'm a Pokemon?" From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Thunderbolt from Pikachu. With this burst of electricity, it had a certain flair. The previously tense duel suddenly felt lighthearted in Jiangnan's presence. "Enough of your nonsense. Prepare to die." Luo Tianxiang's silver gun whirled wildly. The currents in the air converged towards the tip of the gun. Visible electricity crackled around the silver gun. Spirit technique, lock on. Instantly, he transformed into a silver streak, lunging towards Jiangnan's heart. Zhong Yinxue exclaimed, "Oh no, lock on. It's lock on." Xia Yao's face darkened. Xiaonan's teleportation is rendered useless. Damn it, has Luo Tianxiang gone mad? He actually learned lock on at the silver level just to defeat Xiaonan? The lock on spirit technique serves only to ensure the attack hits its target. The crowd erupted in shock, exclaiming, "Lock on? Luo Tianxiang is ruthless. Jiangnan is done for. Teleportation can't evade it. The lock-on will ensure the Thunderland strikes true. The outcome is clear. Jiangnan is defeated." Yu Qingqing's eyes widened with anxiety. "Oh no, what do we do now?" Even the teachers were prepared for immediate rescue. At this moment, Luo Tianxiang had exhausted all his strength for his ultimate blow. He transformed into a silver shadow, charging towards Jiang and with tremendous force. Yet, Jiangnan merely stood there, smiling, showing no signs of defense. He even had his hands behind his back. What the hell? Why isn't Jiangnan dodging? Has he conceded? He must be stunned. How could a bronze 5-star possibly defeat silver? Luo Tianxiang's strike was lethal. In a flash of electric light, the gun tip was nearly upon him, illuminating Jiangnan's handsome face in azure. Luo Tianxiang's expression twisted, his eyes bloodshot. He thrust the silver gun fiercely. Die. The sound of the spear-piercing flesh echoed. Gasps erupted from the observing students. His then came a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in horror, his entire being trembling. He gaped, letting out the most tragic wail of his life. Aya? Suddenly, a silver spear appeared behind him, plunging deep into the bullseye. The force was tremendous. Luo Tianxiang had poured all his strength into it. Who would have thought? I stabbed myself. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, with a spear of nearly 6 feet embedded in his back. The electricity crackled upon him, causing him to smoke, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. From. The students were stunned. What just happened? How did Luo Tianxiang stab himself? His image of kneeling on the ground with a silver spear lodged in his back was indelible. How deep was that? The thought alone sent chills down their spines. Zhang Yinxue covered her face. Oh no. Xiaonan. Xia Yao burst into tears of laughter. PFF. Ha. Shua, look. Look. A sight you'll never forget. Xiaonan, I adore you. Faha. What a wicked move. Yu Qingqing was bewildered. Qin Shou, standing nearby, shivered, instinctively covering his rear, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. This is too ruthless. Jiangnan was gleefully reveling in it. Lock on? I'm just standing here for you to stab. A spatial wormhole opening into my chest and behind Luo Tianxiang. How delightful. Jiangnan leisurely circled around to Luo Tianxiang's back, flicking the gun barrel playfully. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened, drenched in sweat. No, no, no. Don't move. Don't move. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. He was utterly bewildered. How could he stab himself? What kind of skill is this? Hitting my own target? This is more humiliating than a public elevator incident. With so many students watching, the teacher rushed forward. Jiangnan wins. Upon inspecting Luo Tianxiang's injury, he shivered in dread. Jiangnan remarked, TSK, TSK, TSK. Luo Tianxiang exclaimed, heal me. Quick. He felt himself slipping away. The teacher, without further ado, he extracted the silver spear from Ho Chou's posterior. Resentfully, he consumed the 30 million yuan worth of vitalizing ginseng. A bitter taste permeated his being. The observing students were bewildered, and the teachers were astonished. What was transpiring? At that moment, Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened. He felt a surge of energy coursing through him. It went straight to his head. His face flushed crimson. Quick, quick, quick. I can't hold it anymore. It's coming. It's coming. Luo Tianxiang exclaimed. The teacher was taken aback. What's coming? Luo Tianxiang urged. Pull out the spear. Hurry. The teacher hesitated. Really pull it out? Yes. Pull it out quickly, or it'll grow in. The teacher was still hesitant. Jiangnan stood up resolutely and declared, I'll do it. With that, he grasped the silver spear and yanked it out. Poof. It sounded like a cork being pulled from a wine bottle. Arg! Luo Tianxiang screamed, with a hint of tremor in his voice. The crowd shuddered. Damn. That's brutal. Was that scream for real? Luo Tianxiang felt relieved. His mind was completely relaxed. But the next moment, his expression turned to horror. Behind him, a high-pressure stream of blood erupted with unstoppable force. It shot out for more than 10 meters. Jiangnan exclaimed in terror, Oh my god. Luo Tianxiang. What are you doing? You actually kept your promise. Public free-flowing? The students were in an uproar. Luo Tianxiang. 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 He really is taking flight. What the hell? Did Luo Tianxiang get a leak? Damn. Young Master Luo is true to his word. Publicly soaring? Amazing. Blood can shoot out for more than 10 meters? What pressure? A superhuman. Zhong Yingxue covered her face, unable to watch. Xiaoye was laughing so hard she had no strength left, and she lay in Zhong Yingxue's arms, still laughing. The teacher was startled and jumped back. He roared, Luo Tianxiang. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. Be mindful of your image. Hold it back. Luo Tianxiang covered himself with his hands, his face filled with grief. Hold it back? Do you think I can just hold it back? I want to, but I've tried my best. Damn you, Jiangnan. I shouldn't have believed your nonsense. The blood jet behind him grew stronger and stronger, in everyone's horrified gaze. Luo Tianxiang's body, lying on the ground, was pushed forward, from a slow start to an increasingly rapid pace. A person lying on the ground with their rear end up and blood spurting out behind them was sliding across the ground at high speed. A human rocket car. Aiwa. Jiangnan. I'll. Luo Tianxiang was going insane. He looked at the approaching wall with horror. Stop. 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 I'm speeding. Bang. Luo Tianxiang's head slammed into the concrete wall due to the immense force. Everyone swallowed. This is so powerful. They looked at each other in disbelief. What have I witnessed today? My worldview is shattered. Luo Tianxiang, with his head stuck in the concrete wall, finally stopped spurting blood. The wound healed. His body slumped limply to the ground, knocked unconscious. Luo Tianxiang lay on the ground, covered in embarrassment. 2 streams of blood spurted from his nostrils, like small fountains. Still flowing. The crowd turned to Jiangnan. From beginning to end, no one even saw Jiangnan make a move. Luo Tianxiang had been turned into this mess. They couldn't help but recall what Jiangnan had said. I have 100 ways to mess you up. You never had the qualifications to compete with me from the start. I never put you in my eyes, not even for a second. What Jiangnan said was true. They finally understood why Jiangnan was called the god of the south. Luo Tianxiang went all out, but he didn't even force out Jiangnan's true strength. His power was astonishing. Jiangnan smiled brilliantly and turned his gaze to Qin Shou. What's up, brother? Still want to fight? Qin Shou's face was pale. He looked at Luo Tianxiang, who was spurting blood on the ground, and subconsciously covered his behind. Let's forget about it. Today my knee is injured. Even if I win against you, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Jiangnan's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't you say it was just a minor injury, not worth mentioning? Resentment points from Qin Show 1000. I calculated with my fingers. Today is not a good day to go out. With that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Still limping. Jiangnan? Han Qing was defeated, and Luo Tianxiang was carried away. Jiangnan and Wu Liang achieved a complete victory. Supporting Wu Liang, Jiangnan teleported back to the stands with a radiant smile. The Jiangnan squad is officially established. Zhou Ningxue smiled sweetly. She shook Jiangnan's arm. Well done. You're the best. Xiaoyao wiped away the tears of laughter. Watching your duel, I developed 8-pack apps. That was so satisfying. Your space wormhole is simply a divine skill. You never know where your spear will come out from. After paying off his debts, Jiangnan was in a good mood. He couldn't help but ask, what's the deal with that Shinibu youth? Kneeling on one knee and shattering the concrete floor. I think I need to know more about him. Xiaoyao, you mean Qinsho? He's a repeat student from the previous year. I heard he even got into Kyoto University, but he was sent back. Jiangnan was stunned. Why? He has the strength to get into Kyoto University? That's a top-tier spiritual martial arts school. No different from Tsinghua or Peking University. Zhang Yingxue rolled her eyes. After what just happened, you should know why. Jiangnan covered his face. Could it be that this guy was too Chinibu and the school didn't want him? Xiaoyao, but don't underestimate him. Even though he's a repeat student, he has the strength of a silver level. Plus his ice-type ability, he's very capable. Looking at Qinsho's limping figure, Jiangnan grinned. This could better not cause trouble for himself. After the competition, the whole school had a new understanding of Jiangnan. That is, don't mess with him. Otherwise, you might be turned into an invincible rocket car. After that, Jiangnan transformed into the king of hell Jiang and gave the freshmen a brutal physical training session. After a day of school life, Zhang Ningxue and Xiaoyao went home early to cultivate their spiritual energy. Jiangnan went straight to the phone store to retrieve his phone. Unlike before, the phone repair guy was gone. He opened Weibo and was shocked. His followers had increased to more than 1 million. It was a surge. The video incident had been well suppressed. But these were not things Jiangnan needed to worry about. He posted a Weibo. From iPhone 11 Pro Max God of the South. Rain or shine. I'll be waiting for you at the University City. P.S. New goods are in stock. By now while supplies last. As soon as it was posted, the comments flooded in. Damn. The first Weibo post is about setting up a stall? Sure enough. Setting up a street stall is your main job. Do you sell autographs? The kind on my face. God of the South, my rent is due. Can I live in your heart? Come on. Hurry up and come. I feel uncomfortable without drinking some Dallas. Leaks. Hurry up and give me more. I can't get out of bed. What new goods? I'm excited. I'm the brother who ate leeks, Dallas, and soybeans together last time, broke the roof while pounding, and then sold the house. Don't worry, everyone. I've been discharged from the hospital and I'm lying down making money with leeks in Dallas. Mercedes-Benz and a small villa are all set up. Let's go. Jiangnan was stunned. Making money by lying down with leeks in Dallas? How does that work? Were small villas and Mercedes-Benz involved? It couldn't be. Your online alias is quite suggestive. Replies below. You're awesome. Take care of yourself. Mr. Nan. Seeking guidance. I too wish to earn money effortlessly. Same here. Arriving at the university town, all thanks to Jiangnan's Weibo post. The night market is now overflowing with people, all anticipating Jiangnan's arrival. As soon as he set up his stall, he faced a frenzied rush. Jiangnan couldn't even keep up with collecting payments. Fortunately, he had the foresight to print his WeChat payment QR code directly onto his t-shirt. Ingenious. Scam me. Scam me to your heart's content. Scam me until your phone explodes. Whether it was the Hulk-branded underpants or the Leak Vigor pills, everything was incredibly popular. Even the detoxifying yellow beans were being snatched up at 100 apiece. Though what people were actually using them for back home remained a mystery. This time, Zheng Wei was nowhere to be seen. He was probably still reeling from the trauma of the small forest incident. For some reason, Jiangnan had a feeling that he was being watched. It was unsettling. Unbeknownst to him, a petite figure was standing under a nearby streetlight. She was less than 5 feet tall, wearing black stockings and denim shorts. She had on a black hoodie with a large hood. The streetlight obscured her features, revealing only a pair of large, aquamarine eyes beneath the hood. Her gaze was fixed on Jiang and the entire time. With her hands in her pockets, she pulled out a photograph. She looked at Jiangnan, then at the photo. Then she put the photo back in her pocket. Mr. Nan, didn't you say you had new merchandise? Yeah. What kind of treasure? Show it to us. Jiangnan cleared his throat and carefully pulled out a red cloth package from his bosom. Let me tell you, this treasure is absolutely amazing. It cures all diseases. It can even cure cancer. Everyone looked on with anticipation. What kind of good stuff was it? Why was it wrapped up so tightly? A cure-all? Could it really be that miraculous? Upon opening the cloth package, they saw 10 withered and severely malnourished ginseng roots lying on the red cloth. What kind of garbage was this? Where did you dig up these broken weeds? If you hadn't said it was ginseng, I wouldn't have recognized it. Calling this ginseng? It's an embarrassment to the ginseng family. Jiangnan glared. What do you know? My vital energy ginseng may not look like much, but it's incredibly nourishing. Extremely nourishing. It can cure cancer, leukemia, femoral head necrosis, and all sorts of ailments. Only 100,000 per root. You might not be cured with 100,000 in the hospital, but you're guaranteed to get better with my ginseng. Money back if it doesn't work. The crowd erupted. You've got to be kidding me. I've never heard of anyone curing cancer with ginseng. Extremely nourishing? With this little thing? 100,000? That's too expensive. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. He knew that people wouldn't readily accept the vital energy ginseng. 100,000 was no small sum, but if it could really cure diseases, it wouldn't be expensive at all. Just then, a voice rang out. Leukemia? Can this ginseng really cure leukemia? A woman, dressed decently but with graying temples, walked over. Her face was haggard. Her clothes were faded from washing, and her eyes were filled with deep fatigue. She looked at Jiangnan with anticipation. My daughter is hospitalized with leukemia, and we can't find a suitable bone marrow match. Is this ginseng really effective? Someone said, Andy, it's not reliable. You should save your money for your daughter's treatment. Jiangnan wasn't angry. Looking at the Annie's hopeful eyes, he felt a pang of emotion. Auntie, it works. Take one of my ginseng roots and give it to your daughter. I don't want your money. The woman quickly shook her head and declined. How could I do that? 100,000 is too expensive. Could you give me a discount? Jiangnan shook his head. Auntie, take it. Just consider it advertising for me. Don't you want your daughter to get better? Take it. As he spoke, he stuffed the vital energy ginseng into the Annie's hand. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes, and she thanked him repeatedly. Jiangnan just smiled. Looking at the 9 vital energy ginseng roots on the red cloth package, he was silent for a moment. Then he said loudly, Does anyone have a sick family member? Today, the vital energy ginseng is free. Those in need can take it home to treat their illnesses and save their lives. No money needed. Don't even think about taking advantage. I'm serious today, Jiangnan thought. Giving it away was fine. It wasn't expensive anyway, and he could exchange it for resentment points. It might not mean much to him, but to those in need, it was a good thing that could cure diseases and save lives. It could even save a broken family. Just consider it advertising for himself. The hooded girl under the streetlight silently watched Jiangnan. This caused an immediate sensation. My father had a stroke and is bedridden, Mr. Nan. What do you think? My grandmother has femoral head necrosis and is in a wheelchair. Can I have one? Jiangnan smiled and distributed the vital energy ginseng roots. As for whether they were trying to take advantage, he could tell from their attire, demeanor, and tone of voice. This time it was free. But next time they would have to pay. The way people looked at Jiangnan changed as well. This kid is awesome. Support. Mr. Nan is amazing. His character is beyond reproach. Great. If this ginseng really works, I'll definitely buy it next time. Jiangnan grinned. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when he finished packing up. Jiangnan hummed a tune as he walked home. One outing had earned him more than 3 million. Even after deducting the stall fee commission, he still had more than 30,000. Plus, Luo Tianxiang's 30 million, after the split, left him with 300,000. Jiangnan had never felt so wealthy before. He opened the system panel. Resentment points, 713,446. Skill points, 326,700. Enough for 7 10 draws, and an explosive number of skill points. So he decided to go home and have a massive draw. As he walked, Jiangnan's face was filled with doubt. He suddenly turned his head to look at the alley behind him. The street was empty. That's strange. Jiangnan always felt like someone was watching him. That feeling had been with him from the start of his stall until now. Next to the trash can in the alley, the hooded girl squatted there, patting her chest. She muttered, This guy, how can he be so vigilant? Back at the villa, he enjoyed a wonderful bath with vigor potion, wrapped in a towel. Jiangnan went to the 3rd floor, where Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were still cultivating. The bathwater is ready. Remember to wash yourselves clean. Xia Yao wiped the sweat from her body and rolled her eyes. Pooh, I'm very white even without washing. Zhong Yingxue smiled softly. Okay, I'll go over in a little while. Jiangnan, oh, right. I got 2 more of those fruits from last time. They're on the coffee table in the living room. Remember to eat them. Back in his room, Jiangnan threw off his bathrobe and plopped himself onto the bed. Let's get started. Add skill points, 10,000. Skill upgrade. Hand-to-hand combat, advanced LV0. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Countless combat techniques appeared in his mind, completely subverting his understanding. Again, add skill points, 100,000. Skill upgrade. Hand-to-hand combat, top tier LV0. Oh ho ho. Awesome. Is top tier the peak? Is there anything above it? Sorry. Insufficient skill points. Jiangnan was stunned. Damn. The remaining 200,000 skill points were still not enough? Would it require 1 million to upgrade to the next level? After all, the skill points required for each level increased tenfold. Obviously, top tier was not the end, but Jiangnan didn't plan to keep pushing it. Jiangnan spent the remaining skill points on other skills. Swordplay was upgraded to top tier. Dagger skills were upgraded to advanced. Even brick smashing was extravagantly upgraded to the advanced level. Jiangnan experienced the joy of spending money, squandering it wildly. Looking at the mere 10,000 skill points left, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. There were still 500,000 resentment points. Let's keep going. Originally, there were 700,000 and 200,000 was spent on fruit for Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. The 10 consecutive draws have begun. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a lucky little cherry. After 3 attempts, I received 2 packs of delightful popping candy. 28 lucky little cherries. The odds were so generous that Jiangnan was deeply moved. Is the system feeling benevolent today? On the 4th attempt, thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, a black garlic. After the 10 draws, there were no substantial prizes, but a new consolation prize was introduced. The original lucky little cherries have now been relocated to the system store. 500 resentment points for one. When setting up a stall, Jiangnan dared not sell it, as this item was simply too bizarre. Lucky for half an hour. However, the next 3 hours turned out to be a streak of bad luck. It could easily lead to disastrous consequences. Black garlic? What a peculiar name. Jiangnan was bewildered. The name itself sounded rather dubious. Hastily, he opened the system inventory to check its function. Black garlic. Function: to sense any movement within a radius of 1,000 meters. Effect lasts for 24 hours. No explanations. Experience it for yourself. Jiangnan. That's it. What a useless item. What does the last mean? And why is there no explanation? If you don't explain, how could I possibly figure this out? This unreliable system is becoming more and more ridiculous. Detected host insulting the system. Deducting money. Phone notification. Ding. Your bank account ending in 7931 has been charged 10,000 current balance. Jiangnan gritted his teeth in anger. Can I even think about it? Upon taking a look, it was just a large, dark garlic. Its appearance was even worse than a ginseng. It looked like a piece of black coal. Can this even be eaten? Jiangnan took a deep breath. If I don't enter hell, who will? It's better to understand the side effects of this cursed item early. Otherwise, if something like the lucky little cherries happens again, wouldn't Jiangnan be in tears? After considering, he pinched his nose and consumed the black garlic. It made him cry from the spiciness. Even darker. This really is a head of garlic. Jiangnan was tearing up uncontrollably. But the next moment, he stood frozen in place. Wow. A mouthful of old blood nearly spewed out. In his mind, Xia Yao's room appeared vividly, almost like watching a movie. He saw Xia Yao standing in front of the mirror, fluttering her big eyes. She was checking her figure to see if it had changed recently. Then she partially transformed. Furry wolf ears and a silvery wolf tail emerged. She struck a charming pose, lifting her paw beside her face. Tilting her head, she blinked her big eyes. Meow. Not attractive. Woof. Jiangnan. Exploded. Exploded right now. The kind of explosion that happens on the spot. Late at night. What is the wolf doing secretly in her room? No. This is too much. The beast-eared girl is too adorable. Lying on the bed. Jiangnan let out a heartfelt laugh. So delightful. Chapter 139 up and down. Left and right. Alibaba, this garlic is a treasure. Even if it made me cry, it was worth it. The big wolf has been discovered in her little secret. Let us see if she dares to bite me again. Fantastic. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Jiangnan. This is not what I wanted to see. It's the garlic. Yes. It's all its fault. The images within a 1,000-meter radius are all in my head. I can't control myself. In the bathroom. Zhong Yingxue was comfortably lounging in the bathtub. Her little face was rosy. She glanced at the bathroom door to ensure it was not locked. Then she took a book from the side of the tub and opened it. It was meticulously marked, with folded pages and highlighted sections. Jiangnan. Reading while bathing? What book is this? And why does she have to be so sneaky? Jiangnan took a look. Duong secret technique? What is this book? It contained a secret incantation. Up and down. Left and right. Alibaba. Zhong Yingxue nodded. Taking a deep breath, she set the book aside. With both hands free, she began to practice the technique. Up, down, left, right. Jiangnan covered his face. Wow. Shui. What are you doing? Ba. After completing a series of movements, Zhong Yingxue's face turned even redder. Then, clenching her fists, a fierce determination ignited in her beautiful eyes. Little Yao, I will catch up. Jiangnan's mind went blank, and he sprang up from the bed. He wanted to rush into the bathroom to tell Zhang Yingxue, but it would be futile. The book was filled with lies. Up and down, left and right. Alibaba will not turn the life of Contra into 30 lives. It's certainly one tea make you grow. Who wrote this book? Isn't this a scam? The naive Zhang Yingxue still firmly believed in it. Poor little Shui. My heart aches for her. No, I can't go. If I do, it will be the end for me. That would expose everything. It's better to find a suitable opportunity to gently remind her. Now, it's time to put on some clothes and head to the supermarket next to the women's bathhouse to buy a bottle of nutritional supplement. Emphasizing the supermarket next to the women's bathhouse. Not for the bathhouse. Mainly because I want to drink the nutritional supplement. Jiangnan feared that his nutrition might fall behind. As he jumped off the bed, he suddenly froze in place. Staring at the mirror before him, his eyes widened. He roared, "What the hell?" Jiangnan was filled with despair. Deep, profound despair. The reflection in the mirror showed him completely dark. Every inch of his skin had turned black. There was not a single spot left untouched. Completely black. Absolutely black. Incomparably black. So black that he couldn't see his own hand. Perfectly blending into the night, reflecting not a hint of light. This was a living coal. Black garlic? Jiangnan finally understood. Why the last hand I lacked the mouth radical. Is it because after eating it, one turns completely black? Indeed. One will face consequences for their misdeeds. Tears streamed down his face. Surely I won't look like this for the rest of my life? A smile emerged on his face. One even uglier than crying, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The room was so dark that he couldn't see anything. Only his white teeth floated about Jiangnan. How am I supposed to go to the bathhouse? I look like a ghost, with nothing visible but my teeth. In the dead of night. A floating set of white teeth on the road? Wound teeth that scare people to death? No. I must remedy this. With his last 100,000 resentment points. Jiangnan grit his teeth and exchanged for a beauty pill. Without a second thought, he swallowed it. Jiangnan stared at his face with anticipation. Then he transformed into a slightly more handsome, dark brother. Damn, this is utterly ineffective. Jiangnan covered his face. How am I supposed to go out like this? Useless system, useless garlic. One bite, and I'm as black as carbon. Absolutely ridiculous. Just then, Jiangnan was slightly taken aback. In his mind's perception, something suddenly occurred outside the villa. He saw a petite figure scaling the villa fence, landing silently. Glancing around to see if anyone noticed her. It was the hooded girl. She approached the window. She was barely taller than the windowsill. Peering over the edge of the window, she saw the room was pitch dark and quiet. Is she asleep? Jiangnan? Is she here to steal? Oh no. Is she trying to take my precious treasure? He saw the hooded girl pull out a set of professional lock-picking tools from her hoodie pocket. Skillfully prying open the window lock, she created a small opening. Then she produced a tube, directing it towards the room while blowing into it. A colorless and odorless mist wafted into the space. Jiangnan instinctively held his breath. Wang Defa, are you really using knockout gas? Must you be so audacious? I'm standing right here by the bed. How could you possibly miss me? After finishing her puff, the hooded girl flung the window wide open, nimbly flipping into the room and covering her nose. Silent as a shadow, she then retrieved a sharp dagger from her hoodie. Jiangnan exclaimed. Is your hoodie a magical pocket like Doraemon's? How does it contain everything? The room was pitch black, and the hooded girl groped towards the bed. It's empty. Where is everyone? Jiangnan was baffled. How could there be no one? I'm standing right in front of you. Do I not resemble my former self? I witnessed your entire operation. Is it possible for a blind person to become a thief? How pitiable. Blinded at such a young age. And yet you venture out to steal for a living. The hooded girl, filled with confusion, wandered around the room. Suddenly, Jiangnan realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. If she were blind, how did she unlock the door? He waved his hand in front of her, but she remained unresponsive. Jiangnan thought, am I truly so engulfed in darkness that I cannot see a thing? It's not that she is blind. It's that I'm too shrouded in shadow. Jiangnan was clad in nothing. The room was unlit, and there was no moon outside. He blended seamlessly with the night. His mindset crumbled. Am I truly this obscured? Just then, a voice echoed from upstairs. Xiaonan, why are you making such a racket at this hour? The hooded girl dashed away like a startled cat, not forgetting to close the window behind her. Jiangnan sighed in despair. What am I to do? I find myself in utter hopelessness. Very well. I shall sleep. Perhaps I will awaken transformed. With a heart full of uncertainty, Jiangnan fell into slumber. The next morning, a loud knocking resounded at the door. Xiaonan, why are you still in bed? You're going to be late for school. At that moment, Jiangnan stood before the mirror, gazing at his coal-black visage, his spirit plummeting. Why haven't I returned to normal? It was manageable at night, but during the day, it's utterly overwhelming. Why are you not responding? I'm coming in. Jiangnan interjected. No, Please, do not enter. Zhong Yingxue queried. What's wrong? Are you not going to school? Jiangnan grimaced. I can't possibly go. With this ghastly appearance, I cannot allow anyone to see me. Otherwise, I would be reduced to Jiang the coal. Zhong Yingxue was taken aback. Why not go? Are you ill? Jiangnan replied, Indeed. I've contracted a peculiar malady that causes me to perish upon stepping outside. Zhong Yingxue was baffled. What sort of bizarre illness is this? Chapter 140. Quick. Send me back. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao headed off to school, while Jiangnan curled up, feeling aggrieved, his gaze fixed on the bedside clock. Time ticked away agonizingly. Given the system's tendency, the side effects of consolation prizes are often time-limited. If I remain in this state indefinitely, I might as well die. While Jiangnan sat idly, he pulled out some popping candy, hoping for a distraction. The euphoric sensation would surely help him forget his sorrow. However, 3 minutes later, a wriggling black loach appeared on the bed. Jiangnan was stunned and simultaneously amazed to find that spiritual energy from a radius of 1,000 meters was converging towards him. Was this due to the black garlic's effects? His absorption of spiritual energy had surged from 10 times to approximately 15 times faster. This propelled Jiangnan's level from bronze 5 stars to bronze 6 stars. Incredible! Black garlic combined with popping candy? Who knew they could be so synergistic? Jiangnan thought. Exhilarated. By 10 a.m., Jiangnan finally noticed that he had reverted to his original complexion. His skin appeared significantly smoother. Even a whitening effect? He had consumed the black garlic around 10 the previous night, meaning the side effects of darkening lasted about 12 hours. Jiangnan felt a wave of relief. It was worth it. After changing into a fresh outfit, he cheerfully stepped outside. Of course, he had to go to school. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his newfound charm? Perhaps he might attract a throng of admirers. As he walked along the road, Jiangnan furrowed his brows. Thanks to the effects of the black garlic, his perception range remained at 1,000 meters. Any slight rustle or movement was immediately relayed to him. This was quite disconcerting. Furthermore, Jiangnan made a troubling discovery. The hooded girl from last night was stealthily following him from a distance. An elderly man sitting on a park bench, pretending to read the newspaper, was also stealing glances at him. When Jiangnan's gaze fell upon him, the old man quickly averted his eyes, feigning interest in the paper. There were also the ice cream vendor and a man walking his dog. Jiangnan thought, goodness, have thieves begun to operate in teams? How professional. Wait, no. If they were truly after stealing, they would have targeted his home when it was empty. Why focus on him? Were they specifically after him? Jiangnan recalled the words of the mountain cat, warning that if his abilities were exposed, he might face danger. Was this group a threat? This was far from professional. Was the hooded girl from yesterday indeed sent to assassinate him? With her clumsy demeanor, she could hardly find him. Jiangnan stroked his chin, growing increasingly vigilant. He had considered seeking help from the mountain cat, especially since he had just returned. If the Night Army insisted on keeping him safe by forbidding him from attending school, sending him to a military base would be disastrous. No, he must remain silent. Unfazed, Jiangnan headed straight to school. Upon entering, he noticed 5 blood donation vehicles parked outside. Numerous students were queuing up. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao were among them. Beckoning him over, Xiaoyao exclaimed, Xiaonan, come on, join the line. Jiangnan inquired, what is going on? Blood donation? Is it mandatory? His instincts kicked in. Something felt off. It was the start of school, and blood donation trucks were already here. His gaze darted towards the busy nurses. Zhong Yingxue smiled. It's voluntary. Jiangnan shook his head vigorously. I won tea. It hurts. Xiaoyao glared. You're scared of a little pain? Hurry up. This is contributing to society. Plus, you'll receive a blood donation certificate. If you ever need a transfusion, those with certificates are prioritized. Jiangnan remained adamant. I'd rather draw your blood. You have plenty. Xiaoyao exploded. I'll give you a taste of the 7-day lock. Jiangnan chuckled mischievously. Oh, you want tea? Let go. Will you? Meow Xiaoyao? You think you can charm me? Not a chance. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Woof. Suddenly, Xiaoyao recalled something. Her face turning as red as a cherry. Ah, I'll get you for this. Did you spy on me yesterday using a spatial wormhole? Xiaoyao tightened her grip. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. For heaven's sake. How could that be? Xiaoyao blushed. How did you know then? Zhong Yingxue was perplexed. Spy on what? Both Jiangnan and Xiaoyao shook their heads in unison. Nothing. As Xiaoyao whispered fiercely, I'll settle this with you later. Jiangnan feigned innocence. I swear. It wasn't me. Zhong Yingxue asked, Xiaonan, are you really not donating blood? You'll receive a small gift for donating 300 cubic centimeters. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. What? A small gift? Draw as much as you can. Xiaoyao. Zhong Yingxue. After a long wait, it was finally Jiangnan's turn. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing had just finished donating blood, and it was now Qin Shou's turn, who appeared somewhat pale. Little fish. Does it hurt? Yu Qingqing shook her head. Not at all. It's just like a mosquito bite. Are you afraid of needles? Upon noticing Jiangnan watching him, Qin Shou straightened his chest. Afraid of needles? Huh. What a joke. We, as men, know not of fear. The word fear does not exist in my lexicon. Jiangnan chuckled. Well, it seems you might have purchased a rather unfortunate dictionary. Qin Shou? Wang Defa. Is that what I meant? From Qin Shou's resentment value 666. He promptly sat on the stool, extended his arm. Go ahead. His eyes widened in fury, exuding an extraordinary presence. The nurse asked, how much do you wish to donate? At least how much? Jiangnan covered his face. Could you not suffer in silence for the sake of pride? To utter such cowardly words with such fervor? The nurse could hardly contain her laughter. 300 cubic centimeters. Please. Qin Shou closed his eyes, his expression resembling that of a condemned man. After the needle was inserted, blood slowly flowed into the bag. As time passed, Qin Shou's complexion grew increasingly pale. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and his lips turned blue. The nurse, concerned, asked, Are you all right? Perhaps we should stop? Qin Shou retorted angrily. As men, we do not speak of giving up halfway. Continue. Jiangnan swallowed hard. This guy can't be fainting at the sight of blood, can he? Xia Yao sighed. Alas, this is truly a predicament for him. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou protested. Nonsense. We as men stand tall. How could I possibly faint at the sight of blood? However, he glanced at the blood bag, his face instantly turning pale. He slumped in the chair, feeling dizzy. Jiangnan was astonished. Well, he really did faint. What was the point of donating blood if he fainted? Qin Shou weakly exclaimed. Hurry. Return it to me. The nurse was stunned, quickly suspending the blood bag, reinserting the needle, and returning Qin Shou's blood. Even after returning the donated blood, it wasn't enough. Another 300 cubic centimeters was added. Only then did Qin Shou's complexion improve slightly. The nurse, speechless, said, All right, next. Remember not to donate blood again. Qin Shou was bewildered. Whereas my small gift? Wasn't there supposed to be a small gift? Jiangnan? Xia Yao? All the students? Do you even have any shame? You still want a gift? You just had 300 cubic centimeters returned to you. You even took an additional 300 cubic centimeters. Are you here to donate blood or to rob us? The nurse. A small gift? I'll give you a hammer. This is purely for entertainment. The author still supports blood donation. It's a contribution to society. You must be at least 18 years old to donate. Friends, remember to urge for updates. Add to your bookshelf and give 5-star reviews. Chapter 141, The Soaring Brick. Extra update. Qin Shou now felt a bit blue. He endured a needle for nothing. Received no blood donation certificate and got no small gift. How unfair. The nurse rolled her eyes. A small gift? We just added 300 cubic centimeters. Meanwhile, it was finally Jiangnan's turn. He sat confidently in the chair, a solemn expression on his face. The nurse asked, How much would you like to donate? Jiangnan licked his lips. It's 300 cubic centimeters for a small gift, right? The nurse smiled. Indeed. We have utensils and coffee cups, and... Jiangnan declared earnestly, Draw for me. Draw 10 Jin. Zhongning Xue and Xia Yao. The nurse was utterly baffled. The students. Silence enveloped the room. What is this? Draw 10 Jin? Do you think you are a mobile blood bank? If you actually drew 10 Jin, wouldn't tea that drain you dry? Xia Yao was speechless. Hey. For a small gift, do you really need to go to such lengths? Zhongning Xue, are you planning to cosplay as a mummy? Why is it that whenever it comes to Jiangnan, all units convert to Jin? Spirit pearls, diamonds, blood donation. Qin Shou nearly fainted at Jiangnan's assertion of 10 Jin. Are you even human? The nurse's mind went blank. Just then, another nurse approached. With long hair tucked into her nurse's cap, standing at 7 meters tall, she was not short, had exquisite features, and wore light makeup. She had an incredible figure. With wind chime earrings adorning her sparkling earlobes, she radiated an overwhelming aura. With a gentle smile, she said, Xiaoyu, let me handle this. Jiangnan's gaze roamed over her. Grinning, Miss, please be gentle with the needle. I'm afraid of pain. She glanced at Jiangnan, merely smiled, and said nothing. Skilled in her task, she inserted the needle and connected the blood bag. Watching his blood flow into the bag, Jiangnan casually inquired, How many people have you brought? The nurse's heart skipped a beat. From Su-he's resentment value 1,000. But she maintained her composure. We brought 5 blood donation vehicles. Jiangnan, stop pretending. I can see the well-defined muscles in your calves. You should have removed the earrings. It's unprofessional. Su-he. Her expression shifted gradually. She never expected Jiangnan would see through her disguise. Su-he smiled. So, you still came to donate blood? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the small gift, I wouldn't be here. Su-he. You know we're here to assassinate you, yet you come to donate blood? Just for a small gift? How much do you love small gifts? Su-he. Do you really want to donate 10 Jin? Jiangnan pulled a vitality ginseng from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. With a radiant smile, "If you say Tenjin, then Tenjin it is." In the next moment, the previously deflated blood bag filled up in 3 seconds. The immense pressure caused the bag to burst. Then the plastic tube danced wildly in the air. "Let us first execute Plan B, as the objective has already detected the imminent danger. Caution is imperative to avoid direct confrontation. Otherwise, capturing the spatial entity will be utterly impossible. TSK. The Bronze 5-star is indeed a formidable opponent. Suhi, be vigilant during your operations. We are not the only ones targeting Jiangnan." After a day of classes, Jiangnan and his companion strolled home. Suddenly, Jiangnan exclaimed, "Big Wolf, little Shui, take these 2 ginsengs." Xiaoyu was taken aback. "What is going on?" Zhong Yingshui queried. "What happened?" "During blood donation today." "That nurse." Jiangnan shook his head. "Nothing serious for now, but better to be prepared." Hesitating for a moment, he produced 2 lucky little cherries. His expression grave. "These 2 cherries. Do not consume them until you face a life-threatening crisis. Understand?" Xia Yao and Zhong Yingshui wore puzzled expressions, but remembered Jiangnan's instructions. Xia Yao asked, "Are we in trouble?" Zhong Yingshui added, "Is it because of Suka Town?" Jiangnan beamed reassuringly. "Do not worry. I am here." He had little fear for himself, but was concerned about those who might harm his companions, hence the need for preparation. Just then, Jiangnan's demeanor shifted. A cold smile crossing his lips. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being sliced pierced the atmosphere. A bullet grazed Jiangnan's temple, smashing into a marble pillar by the roadside with a resounding boom. The immense force left a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the pillar. Xiao Yao gasped in shock. Zhong Yingshui exclaimed in horror, "A sniper?" On a rooftop of a skyscraper, 500 meters away, the sniper wore an expression of disbelief. How could he have missed? I clearly. Beside him, Suhi held a pair of binoculars. The bullet seems to have passed right through. This is bad. Jiangnan is looking this way. How did he detect us? Jiangnan bent down, prying a brick from the pavement. Squinting, he muttered, "Burning blood." Instantly, Jiangnan's blood surged with heat, his skin flushed crimson, veins bulging, steam rising around him. It was akin to Luffy's second gear. His physical capabilities surged. With a mighty leap, he hurled the brick with all his strength. The sniper thought, "What is he throwing?" The next moment, bang! The brick struck the sniper's head with pinpoint precision, knocking him unconscious. Suhi. A brick? Did he just throw a flying brick? Failing to hit Jiangnan, our own sniper was instead knocked out by a brick. Are you even human? From Suhi's resentment value 1000. Tomato organized an event regarding topic discussions. What topics do friends like to discuss? Character roles? Plot developments? Or system rewards? Cast your vote here. Personally, I prefer reward settings, as I am curious to see everyone's creativity. Choose one, and I will sign up for the event. Chapter 142. There is a watch in the second drawer on the right. Jiangnan grinned widely. Heavens, that skill of throwing bricks must not be a mere coincidence. Have you ever seen a flying brick? Had it not been for the sensing effect of the black garlic, Jiangnan might not have noticed the sniper in time. Otherwise, even he would have found it hard to evade such a hidden gun. After all, he lacked the foresight of a prophet. To ensure the brick could be thrown that far, Jiangnan deliberately activated burning blood. Zhong Yingshui and Xia Yao stared at Jiangnan in astonishment. Why had he suddenly turned red? Why was he emanating steam? What new skill was this? Jiangnan, wait for me 3 minutes. With that, he teleported swiftly toward the skyscraper. Zhong Yingshui and Xia Yao were filled with worry. Being targeted by a sniper on the way home from school? What on earth was happening? Sui's expression was grim. She never expected Jiang and would pursue her. There was no time to hesitate. Her body instantly dispersed into a stream of water to escape, leaving only a pile of clothes behind. The next moment, Jiangnan appeared on the rooftop, only to find a dazed sniper and a heap of girls' clothes. He reached out to rummage through them, but found no identification. TSK. What a large girl to be wearing Cherry Maruko's outfit. From Suhi's resentment value 1000. Jiangnan was taken aback. He could still hear himself speaking? That meant she hadn't gone far? Yet, despite cranking up his sensing to the maximum, he could not locate Suhi. Hey, didn't she want to kill me? Why does she hide upon seeing me? How could a girl be so shy? Hidden as a stream of water within a water tower. Suhi was grinding her teeth in frustration. She wanted to make a move. But alas, Jiangnan's teleportation thwarted her every attempt. She absolutely could not engage in a direct confrontation. Her secret weapon was still unprepared. Jiangnan smirked, glancing at the sniper. The flying brick had left the poor fellow bloodied and dazed. He then grinned widely, teleporting away with the sniper in tow. It was 3 full minutes before he dared to emerge. Stealthily donning a nearby outfit, she clenched her teeth. Where did that brute take him? At that moment, Times Square was bustling with people. A statue of the flying goddess bore a man clad in nothing but a pair of shorts. Biaozi groggily awoke, his head throbbing painfully. The cool breeze swept across him, sending chills down his spine. As he opened his eyes, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. What the hell? An elderly man exclaimed. What the heck? This young man. What the heck? An elderly woman remarked. We truly do not understand this performance art. How on earth did this brother get up there? A bewildered child cried. Don't look. This person is a pervert. Perverts are contagious. Huh. Is there a pervert here? Come quickly. From Wang Biao's resentment value 1,000. From Wang Biao's resentment value 1,000. On the roadside, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao anxiously awaited, while Jiangnan had returned. Are you all right? What about the sniper? Jiangnan grinned. Handled it. Let us go home. Zhong Yingxue inquired. Are you really okay? Jiangnan sighed. I have no better solutions. We'll face whatever comes our way. Xia Yao excitedly tugged at Jiangnan's arm. Shaonan, Shaonan. They say there's a pervert at Times Square. Let us go see. Jiangnan felt a pang of guilt. What is so interesting about a pervert? Homeward bound, homeward bound. Upon returning home, Jiangnan took a shower and retreated to his room early, neglecting to set up his street stall. His mind was preoccupied with concern for the two girls. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt a wave of regret. He should have captured that sniper to extract some information. The more he thought, the more troubled he became, so he messaged the cat girl. South God, sister cat, someone is trying to kill me. I need support. Half an hour later. Luo Tianhong. Understood. Jiangnan. What do you mean by understood? Is that all? I exposed myself because of the nuclear bomb incident. Can't you at least show some concern? Afterward, no matter how much Jiangnan pressed, the cat girl remained unresponsive. Humph. If she chooses not to care, so be it. I will handle it myself. As the long night dragged on, sleep eluded him. Jiangnan retrieved the black garlic. After all, one must not neglect their cultivation. It is said that popping candy pairs well with garlic. He swallowed a clove of black garlic. As expected, Jiangnan darkened significantly. A deep, dark hue. Yet, Jiangnan was unbothered. The door was locked. No one could see him. After 12 hours, he would return to normal, with a 15-fold increase in his ability to absorb spiritual energy. Was that not enticing? Once the black garlic took effect, he arranged for the popping candy as well. Lying in bed, Jiangnan felt both agony and delight. To his astonishment, at 11 o'clock that night, a small figure once again climbed up to the windowsill. It was the hooded girl, ready to unlock the window. Unlocking. Blowing smoke. The entire process mirrored yesterday's. Jiangnan. No way. Is she back again? Is she always this punctual? How persistent can one be? The hooded girl nimbly leaped into the room, casting a glance around, her eyes filled with disappointment. Where is everyone? Is this fellow not returning home to sleep? Jiangnan exclaimed. Here I am, lying on the bed. You should pay better attention to your profession. After some contemplation, the hooded girl deemed it necessary to install a camera in the room to prevent another fruitless visit. Thus, she began rummaging about, pondering where to place it. Jiangnan interjected. What's the matter? Are you not going to steal something since you haven't found your target? What's with the lack of professionalism among assassins these days? Unable to endure the sight any longer, Jiangnan noted. You've come here for 2 consecutive days. Surely, you should find something worthwhile. There's a watch in the second drawer on your right. The hooded girl replied. A watch. Instinctively, she opened the drawer. Upon closer inspection, she found a Peppa Pig children's electronic watch. Her eyes widened in horror as realization dawned upon her. Whipping around, she was met with 2 eyes and a set of large white teeth floating in midair. Oh no, a ghost, with a glint of cold steel. Her dagger darted towards the ominous teeth. Jiangnan was not one to hesitate. He swiftly seized her dagger, teleporting behind her, gripping her wrist, and executing a flawless stranglehold. Let go of me, the girl cried, struggling like a wild beast, tears streaming down her face as her hood fell away. Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback by her youthful visage, blue eyes, delicate features, and a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Complemented by a small braid in her black bob hairstyle, still bearing a hint of baby fat. Suddenly, Leaf Knight headbutt Jiangnan's chin in a desperate attempt to escape. Jiangnan winced. Wow, so fierce? Chapter 143. I am a heartless assassin. Could Jiangnan allow her to escape? With a swift teleportation, he blocked the window. His silhouette darkened under the moonlight. Leaf Knight, disregarding everything else, rushed to the door, locked. Jiangnan smirked. Finally caught someone. Let us see where you can run now. Fear etched on her face. Leaf Knight's crystalline blue eyes widened as she frantically tugged at the door. Perceiving Jiangnan as nothing more than a floating set of white teeth, Jiangnan lunged forward like a hungry tiger, gaining control of her once more, pressing a sharp dagger against her neck. Behave yourself. But Leaf Knight show with a pouty face, Yi struggled in vain against Jiangnan's impeccable bindings. Jiangnan rummaged through her pockets and pulled out a claw hammer. Astonishingly, the girl carried a claw hammer on her person. Next, he retrieved a set of lockpicking tools. A pinhole camera, a dagger, a blowpipe with tranquilizer darts, a 5 yuan bill, 2 steel coins, a bugging device, a photo of Jiangnan. A bottle cap inscribed with try again, a stitch keychain, 2 lollipops, and a half-eaten bag of cookies. Jiangnan, gazing at the pile of small objects beside him, was astounded. Was this truly a magical pocket? How much had this girl crammed inside? Yi, her face flushed, glared fiercely at Jiangnan. Are you sure you're really an assassin? She seemed to ask. What kind of things are these to carry? No phone, no ID, and only 7 yuan to your name? What kind of assassin is this? If I hadn't caught you, you'd probably starve to death out there in a few days. Jiangnan chuckled. You think I'm helpless? Watch me bluff you. You might as well confess. I know almost everything about your identity. The little girl scoffed. Oh, really? Then tell me, what's my name? Jiangnan grinned. Yi. She paused, looking surprised, but quickly retorted, yes, grandson. Jiangnan was taken aback. Xia Yao burst into laughter. Uffed. Ha ha. Zhang Yingxue looked bewildered. Xiaonan? Why did you call her grandpa for no reason? Jiangnan exploded. Damn it. Don't anyone stop me. How dare you take advantage of me? I'm the only one who gets to take advantage of others. Watch me blast you with a tank. Arg. Remember to give us a 5-star review, request updates, and add to your bookshelf. Thanks. Chapter 144. Iron Pot Stewed Lowly. Bonus chapter. Jiangnan was already mortified enough that Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao had witnessed his transformation into Jiang Cobalt. Now, the little lowly was taking advantage of him, calling him grandson. Ordinary weapons were useless against her, but she wouldn't be able to withstand a tank shell, would she? Don't anyone stop me. Watch me blast her. Xia Yao, lounging on the sofa eating potato chips, said, no one's stopping you. Go ahead. We won't stop you. Zhang Yingxue tilted her head, a lollipop in her mouth. Jiangnan was speechless. Must you be so awkward? Can't you at least pretend to stop me? You're making me lose face. He took a deep breath, glared, and uttered the harshest words he could muster. Humph. I'll starve you. Yi stuck her tongue out at him. The three returned to the living room. Jiangnan's face clouded with worry. He couldn't kill her. Who knew where this girl came from? An assassin? Sending such a weak assassin to kill him? His enemies must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Zhang Yingxue asked, shouldn't we notify the Dark Knight army? I've been feeling strange lately. Jiangnan sighed. I already notified Lynx, but she's ignoring me. Xia Yao exclaimed excitedly, could it be that you're on some bounty list because of the nuclear explosion? And assassins from various underground organizations are coming to take your dog life? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Do you think this is a movie? Who knows what's going on? That little girl won't talk, and I'm completely clueless. I still have to find a way to pry her mouth open. Drugs? Detoxifying yellow beans? Chives? No. Too cruel. Yi is still young. If she learns about the wickedness of society too early, she might lose her love for the world. The next day, Jiangnan was puzzled on his way to school. The AI garlic sensory ability was still active, yet he detected nothing unusual. No one was disguised or following him. This made Jiangnan a little uncomfortable. Had they given up, or was this the calm before the storm? Jiangnan, training the new recruits, was also distracted, often losing focus. They didn't dare slack off, looking at Jiangnan with awe. The flying duel from the previous days had shown them Jiangnan's power. Yesterday's blood donation further demonstrated that the Jiangyama was a boss-level entity with 1,000 HP. These newbies who hadn't left the novice village shouldn't court death. Jiangnan called out. Lu Tao stepped forward, reporting, Jiangyama. Jiang instructor. Lu Tao's face turned pale. Jiangnan didn't notice. How can I get a girl to open up and confide in me? Lu Tao was stunned. What's going on? Jiangyama has been absent-minded all morning. Does he have a crush on someone he can't get? Unrequited love? TSK. Even the god Jiang has a day like this. The new recruits perked up. Lu Tao comforted, Jiang instructor, as someone who's been there, I have to advise you, what you can't get is always the best. Jiangnan was confused. What do you mean, been there? Were you assassinated and interrogated, too? What you can't get is the best. Why? I'm just after information. The others protested. Taozi, shut up. Jiang instructor, don't listen to him. You have to give her care, give her love. A passionate, fiery love. Jiangnan became animated. Oh, passionate and fiery? Yes. Passionate and fiery. It must be fervent. It must be intense. Like boiling water. Jiangnan mused. Fervent love? Like boiling water? Yes. Envelop her with love. Let her feel your sincerity. This will surely make her open up. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Good idea. I've learned something. I'll try it when I get home. The girls rolled their eyes. What kind of logic is this? A bunch of straight men. If a girl doesn't like someone, even his breathing will be called scummy. Poor Jiang instructor. Jiangnan was secretly excited. Watch me use fervent, fiery love to unlock your tightly closed heart when I get home. After school, Jiangnan exclaimed excitedly, Big wolf annihilation, shwe shwe. You guys go home first. I've got an idea. Xiaoyao was taken aback. What idea? Feed her AI garlic? Turn her into a little black girl? Zhong Yingxue asked. You're not going to feed her a strength potion, are you? Jiangnan pouted. Would I be that cruel? Wait for my good news. He teleported away. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao exchanged glances. An hour later, Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao were already waiting for Jiangnan in the basement. Yi was still silent, maintaining her beast form, looking fierce but pale from hunger. Suddenly, Jiangnan appeared in the basement, grinning. Still not talking? Yi pouted. Humph. How do you talk to your elders? You don't know how to respect the old and care for the young. Jiangnan was displeased. Is that joke still going on? Fine. You just wait. Jiangnan opened the alternate dimension. To Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao's astonishment, he carried out a large iron pot and set it up. He poured water into it frantically. Shwe shwe. Boil it on high heat. Zhong Yingxue was speechless. Do you think I'm a gas tank? Xia Yao was stunned. Xiaonan? What are you doing? Yi said haughtily. You want to make me something delicious to bribe me to talk? No way. I'm a heartless assassin. I have professional ethics. But I can help you taste it to see if it's good. Jiangnan grinned. That's right. I'm going to make something delicious. Zhong Yingxue was confused, but she still summoned flames with both hands. Two thick pillars of fire shot directly under the pot. Jiangnan chuckled. He stepped forward, untied Yi from the concrete pillar, tied her up again like a dumpling, and carried her up. The little girl realized something was wrong and struggled. What? What are you doing? Plop. Yi was thrown into the pot. Zhong Yingxue was stunned. Are you going to boil her? Xia Yao exclaimed. You said we were cruel? How dare you? Shall we proceed directly to boiling? Jiangnan clapped his hands, exclaiming, Someone enlighten me today. To unlock a girl's heart, one must employ a fervent, all-consuming affection, envelop her like scalding water, and thus move her. I find this quite logical. To have a girl bear her soul, one must utilize a pot. The passionate fire is present, the iron cauldron is here, and the boiling water is imminent. The person is within the pot. Flawless reasoning. Xia Yao, her face darkened, retorted, Hold on. Haven't you misinterpreted something? This isn't the same thing, is it? Zhong Yingxue covered her face, lamenting. These are fundamentally disparate concepts. The notion of using a pot to coax a girl into revealing her innermost thoughts is utterly ludicrous. What peculiar thought processes do you possess? Jiangnan, setting up his phone stand with a radiant smile, promptly initiated a live broadcast on Weibo. The title of the broadcast room read, Lowly stew in an iron pot. Person in pot. Water about to boil. Give me big fire. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with viewers, causing Weibo to explode. Yi's little face wrinkled in displeasure. Resentment value from Yi 1000. Resentment value from Yi 1000. Resentment value from Yi. My little companions, what flavors do you desire? Sour? Sweet? Nearly a 5-star review. An urging for updates, and a spot on the bookshelf will grant you a taste. Chapter 145. Where's my blade, old man? Originally, Jiangnan's fanbase on Weibo exceeded 1 million due to the nuclear explosion incident. The fervor had barely subsided when he unexpectedly commenced a live broadcast. The live broadcast room was instantly crammed with over 50,000 viewers, and the numbers were escalating exponentially. The barrage of comments exploded, obscuring the entire screen. Reporting in. A fan of the southern deity. Reporting in. A fan of the southern deity. Heard there's a lowly. All gentlemen present, manually winking. Oh, my heavens. Is he genuinely cooking her? Ha! Southern deity is too formidable. Actually live streaming lowly stew in an iron pot? Are you being serious? Lolas are so adorable. Why would you devour one? Curious about the flavor. Want to sample it? I beseech you for a sip of the broth. I willingly proclaim you the ultimate clickbait artist. You said you'd cook a lowly, and you're actually doing it. I'm about to explode. The Songjiang spiritual martial goddess, Zhong Yingxue, is actually being utilized as a gas canister by you? Southern deity is awesome. Jiangnan chuckled mischievously as he approached the iron pot, wielding a cleaver in one hand and a potato in the other. Still not talking? The water temperature is gradually rising. Yi's little face is flushed red with heat. Her hair is damp, with only her small head remaining above the water. I simply won't speak. I am devoid of emotion. Jiangnan directly stuffed the potato into her mouth. Then, he tossed seasonings into the pot. Ginger, potatoes, cabbage, carrots, chili peppers, small garlic sprouts. Still not talking? Pooey. I am. salt, soy sauce, aged vinegar, eggs, ham, fresh tripe, resentment value from Yi 1000. As the water temperature steadily increased, heat permeated the air and a fragrant aroma wafted through. Xia Yao rubbed her stomach and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells divine." Zhong Yingxue chuckled. Dinner hasn't been eaten yet. Such a large pot will last for days. Jiangnan secretly rejoiced. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were also quite mischievous, assisting him in scaring her. Yi's large eyes were filled with terror. Are they genuinely going to eat me? It doesn't seem like a joke. Am I actually going to be thrown into a pot and cooked? The outside world is so frightening. She was now somewhat regretful about sneaking out. Thinking that she was about to die, she furtively shed tears. Then, her face filled with indignation, and she lowered her head to bite into the cabbage floating on the water's surface. If I'm going to die, I must first eat my fill. Jiangnan. What's this? I haven't even had a bite yet. And you're already eating? Live broadcast comments. Haha. The little lowly is adorably cute. My heart aches for her. Cruel. Utterly inhumane. Remember to add more chili peppers. I enjoy spicy food. Southern deity. Don't soak her. Soak me, pretty please. The ultimate stall owner, Jiang Ironhead. Ruthlessly stewing Lolis? To be honest, I'm actually feeling hungry. Why does looking at Southern deity remind me of Grey Wolf cooking lazy sheep in the Wolf Castle? Of ha. Divine Grey Wolf. The tide remains. Oh heavens. Jiang Yama, why have you started cooking? Brothers, that's not what we meant. Triangular faction, utterly bewildered. Little fish, can't bear to look. Shu Qin, wow. Jiangnan, you've gone mad. The water temperature was escalating, and it was on the verge of boiling. Yi was becoming disoriented from being cooked when blue light began to emanate from her body. Then, it solidified. To everyone's astonishment, she had actually transformed into an incredibly enormous blue crystal egg. Her entire being was curled up, hiding within the egg, completely insulated from the heat. Jiangnan's eyes widened. Heavens, she can even transform into an egg? What kind of beast transformation ability is this? A dinosaur? Zhong Yingxue was stunned. Never seen it before. Xia Yao boiled egg? Jiangnan hacked at it with a cleaver, but the eggshell was even harder than scale armor. Yi, concealed within the eggshell, let out a long sigh of relief. She was still gnawing on a half-cooked potato in her mouth. Having been hungry all day, she was famished. Jiangnan exploded. So it had genuinely become something made for you to eat? Live broadcast comments. A genuine maiden within an egg. Southern deity. You're finished playing. Indeed, my mother didn't deceive me. Humans are all hatched from eggs. Yi Xingxuan. Ah, my sister. Jiangnan, already infuriated, glared and retorted. Your sister. Why are you cursing? This generation of viewers has no manners. Yi Xingxuan. My sister. Is my sister. You quickly extinguished the fire. Jiangnan curled his lip. Shue shue. Full power to the top. Where did this person come from? Block. Yi Xingxuan. Simultaneously, in the suburbs of Kyoto, within a villa occupying 2,000 square meters, a mournful cry resounded. No way. The entire villa was startled. A statuesque Yi Xingxuan, clad in a revealing outfit, abruptly leaped up from the sofa. Her delicate face was etched with anxiety. Numerous individuals immediately emerged from the villa. Xingxuan, what's wrong? Why are you screaming? You nearly gave Grandpa Yi a heart attack. Yi Xingxuan's face was filled with anxiety. I've located my little sister. Old Master Yi glared. What? Where's Xiao Yi? Yi father anxiously inquired. How did you find her? Yi mother worriedly asked. How's Xiao Yi? Is she injured? Yi Xingxuan wore a distressed expression. Quick. Everyone, quickly open your phones and watch the live broadcast on Weibo. Save my little sister. She's being cooked in an iron pot by someone. The Yi family members? What the heck is going on? Someone's cooking her in an iron pot? They all opened Weibo and entered Jiang Nan's live broadcast room. One glance, and the entire Yi family villa erupted. On the barrage of comments, Old Master Yi, you scoundrel, release Xiao Yi for me. I am Yi Daodian. Yi father, extinguish the fire immediately. Yi mother, Xiao Yi, my Xiao Yi, why are you being cooked? Jiangnan frowned. Where did this bunch of trolls come from? I'm cooking mine. What's it to you? And Yi Daodian, I spit on that. I think you're Yi Daxi. Block. Old Master Yi directly exploded. He abruptly stood up. Where's my blade? Damn it. Where's my blade? Who is this brat? Why is he so arrogant? This old man will chop him up. Yi Xingxuan covered her face. Someone from the Dark Knight army. Jiangnan. The one from the Suka nuclear explosion. Old Master Yi paused, then roared, what if he's from Dark Knight? Even if he's from Dark Knight, he can't cook my granddaughter. Yi father. Xiao Yi has been constantly clamoring that she's grown up recently, and even took my dark web login card. Because of the nuclear explosion incident. Jiangnan is on the list. Could it be? Old Master Yi roared. What are you still standing there for? Mobilize everyone in the family. Rescue her. In the Yi family group chat, Yu Xingxuan directly sent the video link. Urgent. 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 Little sister is being cooked in a pot by Jiangnan. Save her quickly. As a result, a swarm of people with the surname Yi flooded into the live broadcast room. Yu Tianong, brother Jiangnan, let's talk this over rationally. Negotiate. Negotiate. I am Yi's third uncle. Yi Shan. Please show some respect to the Yi family of Kyoto. Stop cooking her. I am Yi's eldest uncle. Yi Xinghe. I'm her brother. Spare my sister. Anything you want, we'll give it to you. Yi Xingchen. Haha. Forgive me for not holding back. This is my little sister's first failed attempt at running away from home, and she ended up being thrown into a pot to be cooked? Waha. Old Master Yi. New account. This matter is our Yi family's fault. Please be merciful. I am Yi's grandfather. The comments section was immediately flooded, with a bunch of people with the surname Yi rushing over. Jiangnan finally understood and said in astonishment, You ran away from home? Yi, hiding in the egg. Watch the barrage of comments, tears streaming down her face like a broken string. Wah. Jiangnan covered his face. There were even mischievous brothers in the comments. We've met the future father-in-law. We've met the future parents-in-law and the future brother-in-law. The live broadcast room, which was originally about stewing a lowly in an iron pot, had now turned into a massive family recognition event. Chapter 146, Zhong Yingxue said in astonishment. It's actually the Yi family of Kyoto? Jiangnan what? Shueshue knows about them? Zhong Yingxue nodded. The Yi family is very powerful. They had already established themselves in Kyoto before the spiritual energy revival. After the spiritual energy revival, they were among the people who led the era. They have a strong foundation and are involved in all walks of life. Dragon Abyss and Dark Knight are no exception. There are even some things that are not above board. Most importantly, the Yi family has a Daotian powerhouse. Jiangnan. He shuddered all over, his face turning pale. Without saying a word, he immediately turned off the live broadcast. Damn. So fierce? Daotian? That's too much. Was Yi Daotian really the one speaking in the comments just now? Looking at Yi, who was sitting in the iron pot crying, he thought. I actually cooked the granddaughter of a Daotian powerhouse. Panic. So much panic. But he couldn't lose his momentum. Speak. What exactly is going on? Do you still want to go home? Yi's psychological defenses were finally breached by her family, and she tearfully explained the reason for the matter. It turned out that Yi's dream was to become a heartless assassin. After learning a set of skills from her mentor, she felt that it was time to go on a mission to prove herself. Then she stole her father's dark web login card. Jiangnan's face was full of helplessness. Am I playing house with you here? The login card? Give it to me. Yi frowned. I hid it in the stitch keychain. Jiangnan went over and rummaged through it. Sure enough, he found something similar to a USB flash drive. It's not a complete loss. I'll go see what this is, and I'll be back later. Zhong Yingxue, I'll go with you. Xiaoyao said excitedly. I want to go too. No. You stay and watch her. Xiaoyao pouted, but still agreed. They went to an internet cafe and rented a private room. Jiangnan plugged the USB drive into the USB port. He wanted to see what was going on. He saw that the computer connected to the USB drive instantly went black. 3 seconds later, a large skull appeared on the screen. Then, a dark-toned web page appeared. The text on it was automatically translated into Chinese. It was more like a forum, and it was real name authenticated. This account belonged to Yi's father, Yi Haitao. The first thing Jiangnan saw after logging onto the dark web was himself on the blacklist, and he was at the top. Clicking on it, he saw that the prize pool was as high as $170 million. The initiator was Andre Bengshikalaka. He threw a diamond worth $70 million into the prize pool. Then, 16 other people successively put money into the prize pool. Jiangnan even saw Wei Chanxing, Luo Fei, Capon, Su Xiao and his gang. There were also many foreigners. They pushed the prize pool to $170 million. Directly rushing to the top of the blacklist, Jiangnan's information had been downloaded nearly 10,000 times. That is to say, whoever took Jiangnan's life would get the money in the prize pool. TSK, TSK, TSK. $170 million? I didn't expect I was so valuable. Zhong Yingxue was speechless. What time is it? And you're still in the mood to joke? Jiangnan took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the 17 people who had invested money into the prize pool. Enough said. The future is long. There were also many discussions about Jiangnan below. Bronze 5-star? $170 million? Isn't this just picking up money? Let's do it. He's already dead the moment he's on the blacklist. To be on the blacklist with a bronze 5-star rating and still be at the top, he's broken the record. Little trash. We'll kill him in minutes. We're on the way, and the cemetery has already been bought. Jiangnan exploded. Are you giving you face? You want to mess with me? So he frantically replied in the comments section. Picking up money? You're thinking too much. Isn't a stubborn bronze worth this price? I'll mess with your great-great-great-grandfather. Why are you so awesome? Don't look down, or the water in your head will flow out. Jiangnan is so handsome. Isn't it normal to break the record? Cemetery? Did you buy it for yourself? If you're in a hurry to be reincarnated, it's faster to take a plane. Jiangnan's fingers were frantically spinning and jumping on the keyboard, wildly spraying. The more he sprayed, the more excited he became. If I, the keyboard warrior, wasn't born, the way of spraying would be like a long night. Keyboard, come. Zhong Yingxue. Now, the entire dark web exploded. Were the people who could log onto the dark web ordinary people? They were all big shots from all sides. They were dumbfounded when they saw the replies. They were sprayed with dog blood. Jiangnan only forgot one thing. He was using Yi Haitao's account. At the same time, in Yi family villa, Yi Haitao was organizing people to go to Jiangnan to pick up Yi and take her home. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered it and heard, Yi Haitao? Are you out of your mind? You didn't have a son. Your whole family is blown up. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Haitao? The phone rang again. You dare to scold my dad. You wait for me. I'm going to take a plane to beat you up right now. Don't go. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Haitao? The phone was ringing. Taozi, your account has been stolen, right? You're cursing all over the dark web. Awesome. Really awesome. One person verbally battles big shots from all sides. He's not at a disadvantage against thousands of people. He's even dug up people's ancestral graves. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The dark web has never been so lively in its 20 years of operation. Yi Haitao. Damn it. Jiangnan. You bastard. Resentment value from Yi Haitao 1000. Who has a dark web account? Quickly log in for me. He logged in and saw that there were tens of thousands of comments below Jiangnan's page. There was Yi Haitao's reply under every comment. It was unbearable to look at. Digging up ancestral graves was considered light. Yi Haitao was anxious. If he continued like this, he would offend everyone. He was afraid of being beaten to death when he went out tomorrow. He quickly explained that Yi Haitao is not me. My account was stolen. As a result, as soon as he commented, he was instantly pushed down and no one saw it. Resentment value from Yi Haitao 1000. Quick, block his account. Otherwise, I'll be finished. In Xinshin Internet Cafe, Jiangnan was verbally battling the masses. The Zhuan old brother possessed him. As a result, he was suddenly forced offline. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Oh, block my account. Then no one should play. Skill triggered. Hacker, LV0. Added skill points, 11,100 points. Skill upgraded. Hacker, advanced LV0. Jiangnan performed a series of divine operations, entering the source code interface. At the same time, the entire Internet Cafe's server collectively crashed, and all computing power was taken by Jiangnan to his machine. Damn, my pentakill. I was just licking the bag. What's going on? My paralysis ring. Zhong Yingxue was stunned. Jiangnan's fingers on the keyboard even made after images and lines of code soared. This. What is he doing? At the same time, in the dark web underground service station, all computer screens lit up with red lights, and alarms sounded. Damn, someone is invading the source program. The firewall is invalid. Quick. Stop him. No. Can't delete it. This person is an expert. He's so fierce. Can't stop it. It's over. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the Yi family villa, Yi Haitao, who had locked his account, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was just thinking about making phone calls to explain. Suddenly, the dark web website turned blue, and a video popped up. It started playing automatically. Yi Haitao's eyes widened in shock. What? What on earth is this? Golden. Golden gourd baby? Gourd baby? How did a gourd baby pop up? The familiar tune played through the computer speakers. Gourd baby, 7 flowers on one vine, wind and rain. Not afraid, la 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 Yi Haitao. What the hell? Just then, old Master Yi entered the room, and upon seeing Yi Haitao, he exploded with rage. Grabbing his cane, he mercilessly beat Yi Haitao. My granddaughter has been boiled in a pot by someone, and you just hide inside watching gourd baby? Are you even human? I'll beat you to death, unfilial son. Yi Haitao. Yi Haitao's resentment value 1000. A lengthy chapter of 2,500 words. Let me see who dares to say I am short. Whispering, humph. Seeking 5-star reviews, urging updates, and adding to the bookshelf. Chapter 147. Then let no one live. Extra update. Aren't you all grown-ups? Still watching gourd baby? Is it the combined golden gourd baby after all? Do you have no shame? Yi Haitao held his head. Having been beaten into a swollen mess by old Master Yi's cane, he was on the verge of tears. What can I do? I am just as desperate. Who knew the dark web would suddenly pop out a golden gourd baby? By the way, how does old Master Yi know so clearly? Humph. Aren't you also watching? Meanwhile, the various big shots on the dark web were also dumbfounded. Staring at the golden gourd baby that played automatically on the computer, they were all frozen in place. The catchy and hypnotic song echoed in their minds over and over again, bringing Jiangnan back to childhood memories. What the hell is this? Su Zhao's resentment value 1,000. Luo Fei. Capone's resentment value 1,000. DeLong's resentment value 1,000. From Dark Web Underground Service Station. A dozen programmers stared at the screen showing the golden gourd baby, caught in a daze, frantically coding, but they just couldn't delete it. They were going mad. Who is this fierce person? Such a twisted sense of humor. Hurry, find someone to translate what this video means. Yes, it might have some special significance. On this day, the underground world was in an uproar. A legend of the golden gourd baby spread throughout the hacking community. The dark web was paralyzed for a full 3 hours before returning to normal. Of course, that's another story. In the Xinshin Internet Cafe, having accomplished all this, Jiangnan grinned and clapped his hands, finished with the spray. Let's go home. Zhong Yingshue's mind was still in a daze. Just now, she witnessed Jiangnan's extraordinary maneuver that not only paralyzed the entire dark web, but also uploaded a segment of the golden gourd baby. This was simply beyond imagination. How on earth did Jiangnan manage this? It seemed there was nothing in this world that could thwart him. But why bother worrying? As long as he remained the Jiangnan she knew, that was enough. After wrecking the dark web, Jiangnan felt quite satisfied. However, when the two returned home, the living room was in complete disarray. The sofa was overturned. The coffee table shattered. The floor was a mess. Jiangnan's expression instantly darkened. Damn it. He swiftly searched every room in the house. But there was no sign of Xiaoyao. Zhong Yingshue's delicate face was filled with anxiety. Has Xiaoyao been captured? Jiangnan grimly nodded. He hadn't expected that in the time it took to go to an internet cafe, Xiaoyao would be taken. The reason they didn't act during the day was likely to prepare for the night's operation. With Zhong Yingxue, he instantly teleported to the basement. Yi was actually unharmed. Still tied up, squatting in the pot, gnawing on a potato. What just happened? Where is Xiaoyao? Yi hurriedly said. A group of people rushed in just now and captured the silver-haired big sister. They were very powerful, and one of them had a golden water ability. The silver-haired big sister was taken by her. Jiangnan squinted, instantly thinking of Suhi. What else did they say? Yi, she said to give you an hour to go to the abandoned factory at the foot of Beishan. Don't have any funny ideas. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Zhong Yingshue's brows furrowed deeply. Why didn't they take you, Yi? Jiangnan. One is to deliver a message, and the other is her identity. If they touch Yi Daotian's granddaughter, they can forget about mingling in Huaxia in the future. In fact, Suhi and the others were also taken aback, capturing Xiaoyao. In the basement, they were equally bewildered to see Yi munching on potatoes in the pot. Is this how wealthy people take baths nowadays? Throwing potatoes, scallions, and ginger into the tub? What kind of quirk is this? They had originally intended to take Yi as well, but Suhi recognized her. After all, during the days Yi had run away from home, the Yi family had not ceased sending out messages and searching. Zhong Yingxue took a deep breath, knowing that being anxious was futile, yet her voice still trembled. What about Xiaoyao? She won't be harmed before she sees me. Moreover, I had prepared beforehand. The cherry and ginseng are on her. But even as she said this, the fury within her could not be contained. Originally intending to teach them a lesson, now that they had played dirty with her, then damn it, let them all perish. Her words carried an icy undertone, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhong Yingshuo understood that this time, Jiangnan was genuinely angry. Yi was brimming with excitement. Are we going to fight the bad guys and rescue the silver-haired big sister? Take me along. Jiangnan, stay here. What time is it? Why are you messing around? Yi pouted. I'm very capable. If you don't take me, I'll tell my grandpa. Saying you mistreat me, pressing me down, not letting me shout. And still, Jiangnan, damn, the more you say, the more it doesn't sound right. If Yi Daotian hears this, wouldn't he tear me apart? Stop, I'll take you, all right? But you must listen, understand? I'm not joking. Yi's face lit up with a smile. He got it. Jiangnan wasted no time, taking Zhong Yingxue and Yi straight to Beishan. In the car, Jiangnan sent a WeChat message to Shankat. Nan Shun, Xiaoyao has been captured. I'm heading to the abandoned factory at Beishan. There's someone named Suhi. Check it out. I'm going ahead. Nan Shun, am I allowed to kill? This time, Shankat did not ignore Jiangnan. The reply was a concise word. Luo Tianhong. Aloud. Zhong Yingxue, sitting in the back seat, naturally saw the chat content on Jiangnan's phone. Her heart sank. Her limbs felt cold. Her eyes filled with worry. Xiaonan. You. Jiangnan squinted. This is only directed at me. They want to play with me. Jiangnan will accompany them to the end. But touching my people? This matter is far from over. The group alighted at Beishan and followed the rugged mountain path upward. Zhong Yingshue's heart was in her throat. Yu Yi, however, was filled with excitement. For her, this felt more like an adventure. As soon as they entered the forest, Jiangnan realized that their group was being monitored. His extensive anti-submarine experience told him that there were definitely many people hidden in this forest. Suhi and her group were well prepared. It could be said that this abandoned factory was a trap set specifically for Jiangnan. Whether he came or not, he had to come. After walking for about half an hour through the mountains, they finally arrived at the abandoned warehouse. 2 guards stood outside, armed and ready. Sneering, quite punctual, "Come in." The 2 led Jiangnan's group into the factory, guns aimed at their backs. They saw Xia Yao's hands bound to the iron bars, using spirit-binding handcuffs. Even her mouth was sealed with tape. With a firearm aimed at Xia Yao's head, Wang Biao threatened imminent violence. Inside the factory, amidst a group of over 10 individuals, Suhi leaned against the wall with an air of smugness, observing Jiangnan with a joyful expression. Behind her, a bearded man, upon Jiangnan's entry into the warehouse, retrieved a high-tech-looking case from his back. He poured Jiangnan's previously obtained blood into it, and immediately, a burst of infrasonic waves emanated. Jiangnan's body stiffened, and he clutched his heart, his face paling. Suhi chuckled, remarking on the high value of his blood and the exorbitant price someone was willing to pay for it. She lamented the need to temporarily disable his spatial abilities, preventing any clever maneuvers, and reluctantly tossed a spirit-binding handcuff toward Jiangnan. She demanded he wear it to prevent Xia Yao's death, as Biao cocked his gun. Xia Yao's large eyes welled up with tears, and she shook her head frantically, unwilling for Jiangnan to wear the cuffs. To do so would render him as harmless as a tiger without its fangs. Chapter 148. Must you be so brazen? Jiangnan grinned, acknowledging the thoroughness of their preparations. He recognized the infrasonic waves emanating from the sophisticated case, which were designed to suppress his abilities. Jiangnan sensed that his spatial abilities were indeed unusable. However, he questioned why they had gone to such lengths to capture Xia Yao and force him to wear the cuffs if they possessed such a secret weapon. It became clear that the box's effects were only temporary. They had activated it now to prevent him from unexpectedly using teleportation to rescue Xia Yao. Jiangnan's mind raced as he realized the perfection of Suhi's plan, which considered every detail. A guard shoved Zhong Yingxua forward, causing her to stumble. They demanded Jiangnan hurry or else they would all face death. Everyone watched to see what Jiangnan would do. Suddenly, Jiangnan erupted into action, seizing the guard's gun and pointing it skyward. He then delivered a powerful kick, directing all his force into the guard's chest. A sharp crack of bone echoed as the guard, caught off guard, was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. Another guard, sensing danger, moved to open fire, but Jiangnan swiftly drew a 3-edged military dagger from his back and plunged it into the guard's jaw. Blood splattered across Jiangnan's face as the guard collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The entire sequence lasted less than 3 seconds, leaving 2 guards dead. Yi Ye's eyes widened, filled with admiration. Zhong Yingxua felt a wave of goosebumps rush from her back to her head. Jiangnan had actually made a move, dispatching the guards as easily as chickens. 3 seconds. Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. She exclaimed that Jiangnan was insane and questioned if he wanted Xia Yao to die, given that they had her in their grasp. Jiangnan, wiping the blood from his hands, retorted that the absence of abilities did not render him harmless. He declared that a tiger without its fangs still possessed claws and vowed that no one present would survive for daring to touch his people. Sui's face contorted with anger, and she challenged whether he truly believed they would not kill. Jiangnan ignored Suhi and turned his attention to Xia Yao, addressing her as Big Bad Wolf and Cherry. Xia Yao was taken aback. Was this not a life-or-death situation? She had sensed something was amiss when the group broke into their home and had preemptively placed a vital energy ginseng and a lucky cherry in her mouth. She knew that ginseng was for saving her life, but she was unsure of the cherry's purpose. Upon Jiangnan's reminder, Xia Yao consumed the lucky cherry and nodded vigorously. Everyone was confused, wondering about the cherry. Jiangnan smiled radiantly and challenged them to open fire if they dared. Xia Yao was bewildered, as was Su He and Zhong Yingxua. What was happening? Why would he encourage them to shoot? Did Jiangnan not care about Xia Yao? But if he did not care, why had he come? Suhi glared and stated that it was his decision. Jiangnan shrugged, stating that it was not him being killed. Xia Yao stared at Jiangnan with wide eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. She had initially thought he was there to save her and was nearly moved, but now he was telling them to shoot her? She was a hostage. And if he had not come, she could have lived longer. She questioned if he had come to save her at all, feeling resentful. Sui angrily ordered Biao to kill Xia Yao. Wang Biao grinned menacingly. He aimed his gun at Xia Yao's head and pulled the trigger. Xia Yao trembled and closed her eyes in fear. Bang! Everyone was stunned. There was no blood, no gruesome scene. The bullet had missed and struck the spirit-binding handcuff, breaking it and freeing one of Xia Yao's hands. Xia Yu was confused. Wang Biao was dumbfounded, wondering how he could have missed her head so badly. He was berated for his poor aim. Another shot rang out, hitting Xia Yao in the stomach. She was afraid to breathe, but felt no pain. She lifted her shirt to see that the bullet had struck her belt buckle, which had stopped the bullet. The scene was silent. How could this be? What kind of luck was this? Wang Biao was frustrated and vowed to keep shooting. Another shot hit Xia Yao in the thigh, but she was unharmed. She pulled out a bullet-ridden phone from her pocket, revealing that she was still unharmed. Everyone was stunned by her incredible luck. Xia Yu felt emboldened by her luck. Believing that the cherry had made her lucky, she challenged them to kill her, stating that she no longer wanted to live. Wang Biao was enraged, declaring that he had never seen such arrogance in all his years of kidnapping. Another shot was fired, but it went wildly off course, hitting a metal railing. The ricochet struck a man in the crowd, causing him to scream in pain as he clutched his bleeding leg. Wang Biao was berated for his poor aim and questioned whether he could even shoot straight. Jiangnan yawned and asked them to hurry, stating that he had school in the morning. Suhi was dismayed that their attempt to kill the hostage had failed, and one of their own had been injured. Wang Biao, enraged, pressed the gun against Xia Yao's head, determined to hit his target this time. Click. The gun misfired. Xia Yao's eyes sparkled. Believing that she was blessed with incredible luck, Jiangnan grinned and offered to help them finish it quickly. He raised his rifle and opened fire indiscriminately into the crowd. People screamed and scrambled for cover. Bullets seemed to possess an uncanny precision as they evaded Xia Yao effortlessly. The sole shot that found its mark shattered the last binding spirit cuff that restrained her. Xia Yao was utterly liberated, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Ha ha! Witness the might of the great wolf annihilation." Suhi, with a menacing glare, warned, "You're courting death." Jiangnan tightened his grip on the dagger, narrowing his eyes. "I'm afraid the one who will meet their end is you." Chapter 149, Fusion. Mobile artillery. Suhi's eyes glinted with ruthlessness. Her foolproof plan was utterly disrupted. Who would have thought the hostage they captured would be of no use? It was all that brute's fault. Suhi regretted rescuing him. It would have been better to leave him hanging on that statue. Suddenly, Jiangnan charged forward, brandishing his knife and shouting, "Get ready to face annihilation." As he spoke, the dagger emitted a dazzling cold light, swiftly aimed at Suhi. Suhi sneered, "You're just asking for death." With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed her spirit skill, Water Spike. The air around her thickened with moisture, coalescing into a multitude of sharp, water-formed spikes that screamed through the air, shattering the sound barrier as they hurtled towards Jiangnan. Despite Suhi's formidable golden tier strength, Jiangnan made no attempt to evade. Did he wish to be riddled with holes? In a heartbeat, just as the water spikes were about to strike, Jiangnan leaped, twisting in midair to evade the majority of the onslaught. Yet, he was still pierced in the thigh and forearm. Landing unscathed, Jiangnan brushed past Suhi, heading straight for the bearded man clutching a high-tech iron box. From the very beginning, Jiangnan's target was never Suhi. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a golden tier opponent would be tantamount to seeking death. Destroying the box was his ultimate goal. The primary objective was to regain his own powers. Suhi, how could she not discern Jiangnan's intentions? Yet, she did not expect him to risk being pierced by water spikes just to damage the box. What terrifying battle awareness. Instantly assessing the situation and formulating tactics. Executing them at all costs? Zhong Yingxue watched helplessly as Jiangnan's arms and thighs were pierced. Her chest surged with fury, and her beautiful eyes blazed crimson. "How dare you injure Xiaonan? And capture Xiaoyao? Get away from me." Boom. A surge of intense heat radiated from Zhong Yingxue, engulfing her. Flames swirled around her, transforming her dark hair into a blazing inferno that danced with ferocity, resembling a goddess of war. The iron railings beside her melted into pools of molten metal. Spirit skill, Red Lotus explosive flame ball. In the next moment, massive fireballs, the size of wash basins, materialized in her hands and were hurled with ferocity. The crippled man stared wide-eyed as the fireball approached. Oh no! Boom, boom. With two thunderous explosions, flames erupted and steam billowed. The crippled man was sent flying over 30 meters, his body charred and lying on the ground, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Yaya's stomach rumbled. Gurgle, gurgle. Another Red Lotus fireball soared towards Suhi but was blocked by her water wall. Yet, the wall shattered under the explosion, vaporizing into steam that filled the air. Zhong Yingxue, unfazed, continued to hurl fireballs into the fray. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the abandoned factory. What the hell? A fire-based artillery? This woman is too fierce. Good grief. She is going to burn me alive. Someone stop her. A group of men rushed towards Zhong Yingxue. Zhong Yingxue summoned her spirit energy. Spirit skill, Burning Sea. With a fierce stomp, a vast sea of flames erupted, soaring over 3 meters high and surging forward. The three attackers were sent flying, turned to charred remains. The intense heat even melted the ground. Jiangnan was taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief. What the hell? This typically gentle Zhong Yingxue can unleash such ferocity? It's like she is a different person. Her attack power is unparalleled. This was Jiangnan's first time witnessing Zhong Yingxue in a rage. It was beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Xia Yao had completed her beast transformation, embodying sheer arrogance as she effortlessly navigated through the hail of gunfire. Bullets seemed to steer clear of her. Employing her spirit skill, Silver Shadow, her speed became terrifyingly swift, rendering her nearly invisible. Her adversaries were utterly unfortunate, either stepping on a nail and getting skewered or being singed by falling embers. Xia Yao's excited expression radiated. Tonight, I am the most dazzling presence here. Lucky girl, come on, hit me. I crave the thrill. Jiangnan felt a pang of anxiety. Great wolf annihilation. You might want to tone it down. You can only show off for so long. Once the adrenaline fades. Suddenly, Jiangnan shuddered at the thought. But there was no time to dwell on it. He charged forward. The bearded man with the iron box was right ahead. With his dagger poised like an antelope's horn, he aimed for the man's heart, just as he was about to strike. The bearded man grinned menacingly. Did you think I was easy prey? With a swift motion, his muscles swelled grotesquely, transforming his frail figure into a towering behemoth of muscle. His bulging biceps resembled small mountains. Vain alas, how astonishing it is that I find myself perched upon Jiangnan's neck, elevated high above. Ahem. Shue, why do you linger in a daze? Boom. Zhong Yingxue cannot afford to hesitate. The massive red lotus fireball in her grasp ascends. Aimed with precision as she hurls it outward with fervor, they connect in a chain of explosive blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions melds into a singular roar. Flames erupting in a dazzling display. Sparks fly in all directions, chaos reigning in the abandoned factory. The output detonates with ferocity, propelling 7 or 8 individuals. Faces scorched by fireballs, upwards. Even the incoming attacks are thwarted by Yi Ye's azure crystal shield. Jiangnan carries Zhong Yingxue, while the team hastily retreats towards the factory's entrance. Goodness, is this truly possible? A mobile artillery platform? Must we pursue? Do not let them escape. Jiangnan finds himself powerless, unable to wield his abilities. His battle plan is straightforward. With Zhong Yingxue at her bronze peak, her output is unparalleled, and even silvers dare not confront her fireballs. Thus, they form a mobile artillery squad centered around her, striking while retreating. As for destroying the infrasonic iron box, Jiangnan cast that thought aside. He cannot contend with a bearded man without his powers. Moreover, the Golden Sui stands in opposition. They must flee first. But how could Sui simply allow their hard-won prey to escape? With a swift motion, she conjures a water spear, hurtling towards Jiangnan with terrifying speed. The spear lunges directly at him. Just then, Xia Yao dashes in, positioning herself before Jiangnan. With her chest out and head held high, she bears an expression of defiance. Sui grins maliciously. If she seeks death, then let it be so. I shall strike. However, as Sui charges forward, her foot slips on an iron pipe lying on the ground. With a thud, she crashes to the earth. Ugh. Suhi's resentment 1000. Jiangnan is flabbergasted. The comrades trailing behind him are equally bewildered. Goodness. Can one be this unfortunate? A golden warrior, tripped by an iron pipe? Glancing at Xia Yao, she declares triumphantly, Humph. Golden. Easily vanquished. Jiangnan is speechless. Seriously? Must you be so arrogant? I recall my own modesty when I consumed the lucky little cherries. Do not be reckless in adversity. Remain cautious and develop your strengths. Let us depart. Seizing the opportunity presented by Suhi's fall, Jiangnan hurriedly carries Zhong Yingxue and charges forth. Plunging into the forest with his team, Suhi, covering her nose, rises, tears welling in her eyes, blood streaming from her nostrils. Her group watches her plight, faces flushed with embarrassment. A golden-level spirit warrior? Has she never encountered a steel pipe? Suhi's resentment 1000. Truly, this is absurd. A situation of certain victory turned awry. How could she trip on a steel pipe? Enough with the laughter. Pursue them swiftly. The effective range of the infrasonic waves is merely 10 kilometers. Do not let them escape. With that, they charge into the woods. The bearded man nods but deliberately lags behind, making a phone call. Hello, Brother Zhou, are you there? Yes, still here. However, that BTCH got away. She's in the woods. You'll need to exert some effort. Understood. As for the money. All right, working with Brother Zhou is always a pleasure. We'll be in touch. In the forest, Jiangnan's team flees frantically. Suhi's plan proves flawless, having anticipated even this scenario. with numerous individuals stationed in the woods. Xiaonan, put me down. Jiangnan responds without looking back. Not yet. Wait a moment. Zhong Yinshue's resentment 333. After a brief escape, Xiaonan, let me down. Jiangnan insists. Hold on. Just a bit longer. Zhong Yinshue's resentment 666. At last, the four of them reach a relatively safe ravine. Xiaonan, let me down. Jiangnan exhales deeply and finally releases Zhong Yinshue, only to be taken aback. Her hair is entangled with twigs and leaves, a disheveled mess. Her delicate face bears numerous scratches, and a leaf dangles from the corner of her mouth. Zhong Yinshue's expression darkens. Jiangnan stifles a laugh. No, I mustn't laugh. Shue deserves dignity. Xia Yao, unperturbed, bursts into laughter. Haha. Zhong Yinshue's resentment 1000. As they flee, the three of them fare relatively well, but Zhong Yinshue, perched on Jiangnan's neck, suffers the relentless lash of branches, leaving her in despair. Yi, brimming with excitement, exclaims, Brother Jiangnan, what is next? Shall we continue our escape? Jiangnan chuckles. Escape? Not a chance. The enemy is in the open, while I remain hidden. How can I not retaliate to relieve this pent-up frustration? The team converses as they proceed. Xia Yao's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. I can do it. I can. Jiangnan rolls his eyes. That's merely an illusion. Did you not see my earlier valor? Xiaonan, what was that cherry for? Does it truly bring luck? Do we have more? I want to eat it. Just then, Jiangnan notices Xia Yao has vanished. He hears a splash as she accidentally steps into a mud pit. Sprawling flat on her face, she quickly scrambles up, exclaiming, Yuck! It stinks. Xia Yao stomps her feet in frustration, her entire form covered in mud. Even her striking silver hair now sullied, leaving only her eyes visible. Jiangnan shudders, recalling the harrowing 3 hours he spent in Suckus' clutches. Goodness, has the effect of the lucky little cherry worn off? He instinctively takes a step back. Big Wolf, if you have any last words, now is the time to share. I will do my utmost to assist. Xia Yao, bewildered, inquires, last words? What's wrong? Jiangnan shakes his head vigorously. It's better not to divulge anything to Big Wolf, otherwise he would surely be bitten. Yet, as he gazes at Xia Yao, now camouflaged perfectly with the forest, inspiration strikes. Now is the moment. He retrieves 4 heads of black garlic from his pocket. Thankfully, the system space remains unaffected by the infrasonic waves. Zhong Yinshue recoils in terror, stepping back. Xia Yao's eyes widen in disbelief. Xiaonan, you wouldn't dare. She shakes her head frantically. No way. I would rather die than consume your garlic. Zhong Yinshue protests vehemently. I want to eat it. Not even if it kills me. Yi, floating ominously, wears a fearful expression. Jiangnan grins mischievously. 3 minutes later, Zhong Yinshue, Xia Yao, and Yi sit huddled beneath a tree, their faces smeared black, rendering their features indistinguishable. Tears flow from their eyes, not from regret, but from the spiciness. Their gazes directed at Jiang and could pierce through steel. Zhong Yinshue's resentment 1000. Xia Yao's resentment 1000. Yi's resentment 1000. Jiangnan beams, displaying a mouthful of white teeth suspended in the forest. Let us go, my little coal-black team. Zhong Yinshue. Chapter 151. Report, sister. Is there a ghost? What an absurd team name. Yet it is fitting. All 4 of them munch on a head of black garlic. To ensure absolute concealment, they even stain their clothes with mud from the pit. Though blackened, the potent effects of the black garlic allow them to sense movements within 1,000 meters, akin to a projection radar. Suddenly, Xia Yao recalls something, rushing forward to bite Jiangnan. Xia Yao growls, tell me, did you use black garlic to spy on my room that day? Now it dawns on her. No wonder Jiangnan knew about her antics of mimicking a cat girl and dog. It seems that this entire debacle is due to the garlic. Bang! Xia Yao felt as though she had been struck on the head. Zhong Yinshue exclaimed, what are you staring at in your room? Xiao Yao quickly let go. Why are you biting me? Xia Yao responded with confusion. Jiangnan timidly interjected, I'm right behind you. Xia Yao gasped, did I? Bite the wrong person? It's so dark that I can't tell who's who. Is it really that dark? Their faces are all shrouded in shadows, making it impossible to distinguish anyone. Xiaonan, come here. Just give me a bite, and I'll forgive you. Why are you running so far away? Jiangnan shook his head vigorously, looking guilty. I wasn't doing anything. Nonsense. I'm not going over there. Bad luck is contagious. Are you disgusted by my darkness? Come here. Jiangnan shook his head like a rattle. Xia Yao pouted and reached for Jiangnan, but as she turned around, a sudden ripping sound filled the air. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Xia Yao felt a chill in her upper body. Turning back, she saw her shirt, caked in mud, hanging from a branch. Her clothing had been torn off. What is this? Is my luck really this terrible? Xia Yao instinctively covered her chest. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Jiangnan's eyes widened. After staring for so long, TCH, what is there to cover? Inside and out it's all just darkness. You can't see anything, all right? Xia Yao's resentment points 1,000. Xia Yao ground her teeth in frustration. And you say it's not your fault? It's all you're doing. She muttered. Why have I become so unlucky? It's infuriating. Jiangnan was clearly alarmed. Just then, Zhong Yingshui's expression turned serious. Someone's coming. Instantly, the four of them sensed two individuals searching the forest with flashlights. Damn, they just missed capturing them. And now they're searching the woods? What could they possibly find? Oh, come on, quit stalling. Are you not getting paid or something? I must say, that guy is quite formidable. He can fight without any powers and still withstand a punch from Huzi. TSK, TSK, Jiangnan whispered, sure the others nodded. They stood there, wide-eyed, as the two men drew nearer. Zhong Yingshui and Xia Yao's hearts raced uncontrollably. They absolutely could not afford to engage in a fight. Otherwise, the noise from the battle would attract everyone, and there would be no escape. Surprisingly, the two men approached Jiangnan, practically face to face, yet they remained oblivious. Xia Yao thought for a moment that one of them was going to kiss Jiangnan, but they still didn't realize. Seriously, is it really that dark? Just then, Jiangnan flashed a toothy grin, revealing a terrifyingly bright set of white teeth right in front of one man's face. Jiangnan's resentment points 1,000. Oh crap, a ghost. Before he could finish his sentence, the dagger had already plunged in. The other man turned around. What the hell? In the next instant, he too was rendered speechless, staring wide-eyed, his face turning pale as he trembled, pointing at Jiangnan's leg, a foul odor wafting through the air. Flying teeth ghost? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. I'll fly your grandmother's teeth. With a swift thrust, he took down that brother. Xia Yao's eyes widened. You actually killed him? Jiangnan replied nonchalantly. To show mercy to the enemy is to show cruelty to oneself. Today, I was the one who arrived. Otherwise, just think about the consequences for may I take you as my mentor? Jiangnan scoffed. You're so dark. I wouldn't want you. Yi. What? Hey, it's because of you that I've become this dark. If you're going to refuse, at least provide a better excuse. Yi's resentment level 1,000. Xia Yao's resentment level 1,000. Oh dear, how unfortunate I am. Will I remain like this forever? Xia Yao, walking behind, sobbed incessantly. Her tear-streaked face utterly pitiful. This journey, bitten by snakes. Tripped. A spider fell on her shoulder. Stung by a wasp on her face. Her pants were shredded. She was left wearing Jiangnan's oversized shorts and a tiny short-sleeved shirt. Otherwise, she would have nothing left to wear. Xia Yao's darkened face showed swollen cheeks. Round and puffy, she could barely articulate her words. Jiangnan turned back and instantly recalled an expression he had seen online. That Akita with a swollen face after being stung by a wasp. So wretched. Huh? Xia Yao glared. Shaonan, you're still laughing. You owe me. Jiangnan retorted. Still so fierce? With a face like that, and so dark, be careful or you might not get married. Xia Yao shot back angrily. You're talking nonsense. If I can't get married, then I'll marry you. Ugh, I wouldn't marry you even if it killed me. At that moment, Jiangnan, who had been leading the way, suddenly stiffened. He raised his hand into a fist. The team immediately halted and concealed themselves in the bushes. Hush, a middle-aged man wearing a fisherman's hat and a yellow vest strolled leisurely toward them, hands in pockets, with a large iron hammer slung over his back. Gold. Absolute gold. The hearts of Jiangnan and his companions leapt to their throats. Where had this golden-level spiritual warrior emerged from? Wasn't Sui the only one? At this moment, the man in the fisherman's hat was less than 50 meters away from them. They absolutely could not make a sound. Otherwise, they would surely be annihilated. Jiangnan swallowed hard, his palms sweating profusely. He even held his breath. Only the sound of his hurried heartbeat echoed. Crack. The crisp sound of a branch snapping rang out. Xia Yao instantly panicked, her face turning pale, filled with guilt and anxiety. The man in the fisherman's hat immediately turned around, fixating on the bushes. He began slowly walking toward their direction. Jiangnan took a deep breath. How could he blame Xia Yao? He could only curse that wretched misfortune. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Let me savor this moment for a fleeting 30 minutes. After that, let us see how you meet your demise. Just now, Jiangnan drew the fateful little cherry. He was truly contemplating indulging himself. With luck at its zenith, escaping Zhou Lifeng's clutches was undoubtedly within reach. However, the plan to consume it was thwarted. So let us put on a show. Zhou Lifeng would enjoy it just the same. What Jiangnan needed to do was prioritize preserving his own life. As for these spirit-binding handcuffs, they were hardly a concern. I could break free in an instant, no doubt. Zhou Lifeng nodded with satisfaction. Good lad. As long as you obey, work diligently for me. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Jiangnan was taken aback. Do I really have to work for you? He scrutinized Zhou Lifeng with disdain. Zhou Lifeng retorted, who the hell taught you reading comprehension? Is that really the impression I gave? You're so dark. You wouldn't even work for free. Jiangnan muttered, but it seems I have to. Whoa. From Zhou Lifeng's resentment value 1,000. For some reason, talking to Jiangnan always left him feeling choked. Is Brother Hammer really not planning to kill me? Zhou Lifeng sneered. $7 billion? That's just pocket change. The value of space-related abilities far exceeds that amount. Of course, this is contingent upon your compliance. Otherwise, if the filling in the dumplings is too finely chopped, I'll make you just as fragmented. Jiangnan patted his chest. Whatever Brother Hammer says, I shall follow. If Brother Hammer says to head south, I shall never go west. Zhou Lifeng, what in the world is this about? Watch me ride the waves. What a serious debut. I shall strive to leap and bite suddenly. The phone rang. Jiangnan paused, still so trendy, so flamboyant. Zhou Lifeng grasped Jiangnan with one hand while answering the call with the other. What is up, old Wang? My wife gave birth. Haha, and it's a boy? That's just perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right, I'll finish my business and head back immediately. After hanging up, Zhou Lifeng's face was flushed with excitement, striding with an air of triumph. Jiangnan swallowed hard. Whoa, is the effect of the drug kicking in? No, I must play it cool. The phone rang again. Old Wang. What now? What? The son of the Ma family has been kidnapped, and the 30 million is all ready to be transferred? Haha, good. Release him. Just let my brothers break an arm before you do. Zhou Lifeng was positively radiant. He even began humming a little tune. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was seen as a cash cow. To be honest, he was feeling rather buoyant. Ding. A message arrived on Zhou Lifeng's phone, and he took a glance. Today's lottery numbers, 026437. He was instantly rooted to the spot. His hands trembled as he rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a crumpled lottery ticket, matching the numbers, 026437. Whoa, I actually won. I won. 50 million. Zhou Lifeng howled at the sky, thumping his chest in exhilaration. The pinnacle of life. This was truly the peak of existence. Jiangnan swallowed again. Whoa, this is outrageous. Haha, brother is on the rise. From now on, stick with me. I guarantee you'll enjoy the finest delicacies. Jiangnan's expression turned serious. No more words. Today, we shall become sworn brothers. I do not seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, or year. Zhou Lifeng stared wide-eyed. Is this how we pledge brotherhood? No. Surely it's not that simple. Jiangnan threw an arm around Zhou Lifeng's shoulders. TSK. Brother Hammer, are you being distant? From today onward, I shall call you brother. You shall call me father. We are like brothers from different parents. We shall share fortune and bear misfortune together. Your wife is my daughter-in-law. Your son is my grandson. Zhou Lifeng. While I am quite moved, why does this sound so off? Just then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 water arrows broke the sound barrier, shooting toward them with incredible speed. Zhou Lifeng squinted, his mind focused. The steel wire coiling around his arm danced wildly, instantly shattering the water arrows. Suhi approached with an icy demeanor, followed closely by a bearded man carrying a box. Upon seeing the darkened Jiangnan, she was briefly taken aback, then filled with seething hatred. Was this the infamous white-toothed ghost? Who had killed over 20 of her people? Zhou Dazue, you have quite the keen nose. I laid a trap, and you came to S with a swift turn. He materialized beside the recently deceased bearded man, hoisting his corpse with a forceful grip. A shower of sparks erupted as the steel wire sliced through the man's body, severing the box strapped to his back and felling a towering tree in its wake. The subsonic weapon lay in ruins. Reinvigorated by his restored abilities, Jiang then teleported to a tree branch, his face beaming. What's wrong, Hammer Bro? Why the animosity? Empowered by his restored abilities, Jiang then exuded confidence. He nonchalantly popped a revitalizing ginseng into his mouth, even his blood splattered like a miniature fountain. Oh, the simple pleasures. Jiangnan, you little scoundrel. Do you truly believe I'm powerless against you? As he spoke, the steel wire danced like a venomous serpent, its piercing whine sending shivers down the spine. In an instant, the surrounding 1,000 meters of dense foliage were obliterated, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. Jiangnan stumbled, teleporting to the ground. Spirit skill, Sword Mountain. Zhou Lifeng's spirit energy surged as he slammed his hands against the earth. A chorus of metallic reverberations echoed as blades of shimmering light erupted from the ground, piercing everything in their path. Jiangnan grinned, teleporting to 100 meters above. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed his spirit skill, Space Wormhole. The blades, destined for Jiangnan's feet, instead plunged into the wormhole, instantly reappearing beneath Zhou Laifu's feet. Uffed. The blades pierced his soles, impaling him. Ack! Zhou Laifu's eyes widened as he gasped in agony, hastily dispelling the blades. Redirected attack? What kind of uncanny skill is that? Space abilities are too troublesome. As Jiangnan plummeted from the sky, he roared, "Have you ever witnessed a palm technique from the heavens?" Zhou Laifu, bewildered, could only stare. The Buddha's palm? Spirit skill, heartless iron hand. Jiangnan reached out, his forearm vanishing as it pierced the space wormhole. Zhou Laifu, still gazing skyward, pondered the nature of this heartless iron hand. Meanwhile, Jiangnan struck him squarely in the crotch. Aowa! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest as Zhou Laifu's eyes bulged, his face turning ashen. Cold sweat poured down his brow. This goddamn heartless iron hand. So heartless. Resentment value from Zhou Laifu 1000. Jiangnan landed gracefully, a dagger appearing in his grasp. With a mighty shout, he declared, "Ninja art. Ultimate technique. 1,000 years of death." Lunging forward, the dagger and his forearm disappeared once more, materializing behind Zhou Laifu. An ominous gust of wind alerted him to the danger, triggering a premonition. With a thought, the hammer on his back swung downward. Clang! The dagger struck the hammer, sending sparks flying. Disappointment washed over Jiangnan. TSK. Missed. Zhou Laifu was aghast. 1,000 years of death? What kind of depraved tactic is that? Resentment value from Zhou Laifu 1000. Had Jiangnan succeeded, it would have been a brutal assault. Zhou Laifu felt his scalp tingle, overwhelmed by the unpredictable nature of the attack. Good thing I'm resourceful. Just then, Jiangnan froze. A torrent of water erupted from below, its speed astonishing. The water slammed into the hammer, diverting it, and pierced Zhou Laifu's heart. Zhou Laifu was aghast. The immense pressure propelled him 70 meters into the air like a rocket, hurtling toward a dazzling light. The sight was gruesome. Zhou Laifu crashed to the ground, his face contorted in agony, unsure whether to shield his front or his rear. Blood stained his pants crimson. Despicable. Shameless. Vile. The water coalesced into a curvaceous, shimmering figure, a water elemental, Suhi herself. Jiangnan's eyes widened. Damn. Even in water form. You should at least put something on. I can't run like this. Just a few more glances. Clutching her abdomen, she glared. Joda Hammer, your day has come. Though she could transform into water, the bearded man's blade had struck her in her solid form, inflicting a grievous wound. Zhou Laifu squinted. You're not dead yet, you old hag. Perfect timing. Sui narrowed her eyes. This ends today? Zhou Laifu protested. It's all about the money. That kid's free now and could run any second. Let's deal with him first. Why fight to the death? We can split the money later. Suhi retorted. Nonsense. It's mine. I would have succeeded if you hadn't interfered. Why should I share with you? You must die. With that, she unleashed a barrage of water arrows. Her face contorted with rage. Zhou Laifu had underestimated a woman's capacity for vengeance. But he was undeterred. Wielding his hammer, he accelerated his attacks with gold-type force fields. Each strike landed with the force of a tank shell. With his hammer for offense and steel wire for defense, the gold-level Zhou Laifu was a formidable opponent. But Suhi attacked with relentless ferocity. Water could both support and destroy. The high-speed torrents were capable of slicing through steel, leaving bloody trails across Zhou Laifu's body. Zhou Laifu's eyes widened as he seized an opportunity, swinging his hammer with all his might. Just then, Jiangnan bellowed, 80. Zhou Laifu froze, his momentum broken. Bang! The hammer veered off course, nearly costing Suhi her life. He roared, Can you stop interfering? The word 80 evoked the sensation of demolition work. Jiangnan retorted, TSK, is that how you speak to your elders? Zhou Laifu gritted his teeth. Oh my god. He lunged at Jiangnan with his hammer, but Suhi intervened. Die. Zhou Laifu was ensnared by the crazed woman. He glanced at Jiangnan, who stood on a rock, hands behind his back, watching with glee. Why isn't he running? With such an opportunity, why watch the show? Just then, Zhou Laifu felt an itch on his chest. Looking down, he saw a sinister hand reaching through a space wormhole, rummaging through his pocket. The fingers closed around the crumpled lottery ticket. Jiangnan stood on a stone, whistling and feigning admiration of the moon. Zhou Laifu exploded. Jiangnan, you wouldn't dare. With that cry, the sinister hand vanished, but the lottery ticket was gone. Jiangnan brandished the ticket, proclaiming, What's stopping me? Fortune favors the bold. Call me daddy. It's not too late. Run? Preposterous. I won with my lucky cherry. It's mine. I'll take the ticket, and you take the blame. Perfect. Zhou Laifu nearly burst with rage. No wonder he didn't run. He was after my ticket. Red-eyed, he cried. Give me back my hard-earned money. My wife cheated on me, gave birth to a dark-skinned son. Now I've lost my wife and the ticket. My privates are crushed. I'm miserable. And this crazy woman wants my life? God, are you toying with me? Why am I so unlucky? In that instant, Sui's water arrows pierced 3 holes in Zhou Laifu, eliciting a grimace. Go, nurse. Kill him. Sui retorted, do I need your encouragement? I'll finish him, then deal with you. Jiangnan scoffed. You must be dreaming. How will you deal with me? If I want to run, who can stop me? Meanwhile, Zhang Yingxue and her companions, fleeing through the forest, had miraculously avoided detection. Suddenly, a row of flashlights illuminated them. The Chinese Dark Knight Army. Who goes there? Xia Yao's eyes lit up. The Dark Knight Army? Is that them? Startled, Chen Chun watched as a pearly white tooth came hurtling towards him. His face contorted in terror as he exclaimed, Holy crap! What is that? Hold up. Zhang Yingxue interjected anxiously. We're friends from Jiangnan. We've met before. Chen Chen's group shone their high-intensity flashlights, their minds struggling to comprehend. Could it really be them? How did they become so dark? This. Xia Yao, filled with urgency, cried out, Never mind us. Quickly. You have to rescue Xiaonan. Xiaonan was abducted by a gold-ranked powerhouse wearing a fisherman's hat. Chen Chen's expression turned grave. Zhou Laifu. I knew it. Rest assured. Captain Lynx has already gone after them. South God will be fine. You've been through a lot. Come with us down the mountain. We've apprehended nearly everyone on the mountain. Upon descending, Zhang Yingxue and the others discovered that a convoy of riot control vehicles had encircled Mount Bay. The mountain was ablaze with the beams of countless high-intensity flashlights. A raging inferno engulfed the direction of the abandoned factory. Zhang Yingxue questioned, What's going on here? Chen Chen grinned. We've just returned from a mission. So we're a bit late. This time, the entire world will witness the might of China's Dark Knight. We're brandishing our swords to the world. Anyone who dares to touch our treasure will face death. It was at that moment that Zhang Yingxue realized the profound weariness etched on the faces of every Dark Knight member. No one could fathom what the Dark Knight had endured these past few days. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the mountains, causing everyone to turn their heads. Zhang Yingxue's eyes were filled with worry. It was the earth-shattering sound of Zhou Laifu's hammer striking the ground. At that moment, Sui and Zhou Laifu were locked in a fierce battle. Initially, his strength surpassed Sui's, but misfortune had plagued him to an extreme degree. Everything went awry, allowing Sui to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Jiangnan watched with rapt attention, even munching on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the depths of the forest. The newcomer was too swift. Sui's hair stood on end, and just as she was about to turn around, a fist struck, unleashing a sonic boom. Her entire body was shattered, disintegrating into a mist of water droplets. Zhou Laifu's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! Sui was obliterated by a single punch. Upon closer inspection, the attacker was none other than Lynx. Her body was now clad in black iron, her gaze chilling. Zhou Laifu, disregarding everything else, channeled every ounce of his strength into his iron hammer, bringing it down with a ferocious blow. Clang! A deafening crash echoed as the hammer struck Lynx's head, failing to even make her flinch. The hammerhead was even deformed. Zhou Laifu was aghast. What kind of terrifying physical strength is this? Lynx seized Zhou Laifu's neck with an iron grip, slamming him onto the ground, sending earth and stones flying. Zhou Laifu struggled desperately. Steel wires spun and sliced at Lynx's body, emitting sparks, yet they were unable to penetrate her defenses. Lynx turned her head towards Jiangnan, her eyes filled with shock. How did you become so dark? Were you captured and subjected to human experimentation? I should have come sooner. I'm so sorry for what you've endured. Prepare to die. Her eyes now blazing with fury, she raised her fist and slammed it down upon Zhou Laifu's head. With each blow, blood splattered, and the earth trembled. Zhou Laifu, no? No. Bang. I didn't. Bang. Listen to me. Bang. 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 Resentment points from Zhou Laifu 1000. Resentment points from Zhou Laifu. Would you just listen to me? What human experimentation are you talking about? He was already this dark when I captured him, okay? Jiangnan was also stunned. Lynx had come in person? She had grown even stronger. Judging by her momentum, she was on the verge of reaching platinum rank. But what human experimentation? Why didn't I know about this? Are all girls so prone to flights of fancy? Zhou Laifu was on the verge of tears. Why are you pounding me instead of Suhi? How am I supposed to know why he turned so dark? Why am I so unlucky? After 30 seconds, he no longer had any thoughts, because Lynx had beaten him to death. As the water on the ground coalesced, attempting to flee, Lynx rose to her feet. Her eyes were bloodshot. She raised her iron fist and slammed it down upon the earth. Spirit skill, mountain splitter. Boom. Immense force cascaded down. Lynx's arm was buried halfway into the rock. Cracks resembling spiderwebs spread in all directions. The ground trembled. Jiangnan felt a jolt. What terrifying power. A single punch can cause a minor earthquake? What exactly is Lynx's ability? The crushing force of the earth and stones forced Su-He out of her watery form. No longer able to maintain her liquid state, she collapsed on the ground, clutching her stomach, her face pale, coughing up blood. She wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. She could indeed transform into an element, but she didn't have the ability to transform her clothes along with her. Jiangnan's eyes widened. Lynx pressed her knee against Su-He's neck and commanded Jiangnan, "What are you looking at? Turn around." Jiangnan pouted. "All right." He turned his head reluctantly, still stealing glances. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Su-He, bound by spirit-suppressing handcuffs, her eyes filled with despair, had no chance against Lynx. Jiangnan muttered, "Where have you been all this time? Why did you come so late? The day lilies are already cold." Lynx was silent for a moment. "From today onwards, no one will ever assassinate you again." "Jiangnan, are you so sure?" The two of them carried Su-He down the mountain together. "Hee, Sister Lynx. What is your ability anyway? Tell me." "Lynx, nothing special, just a strength-based ability." Jiangnan was stunned. "A pure strength-based ability. And she's become this powerful?" "It's not the ability that matters, it's the person who uses it." Upon reaching the foot of the mountain and seeing Jiangnan's safe return, Zhong Yingxue and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Chen Chen's eyes widened. "South God, how did you become so dark? Did you go on vacation to a star?" Jiangnan rolled his eyes. "No way. Tell me, why were you so late?" Chen Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled. "We were participating in Operation Bright Sword." Jiangnan was taken aback. "Operation Bright Sword?" Chen Chen, on the dark web's blacklist. Your information has been downloaded 151 times. The Dark Knight forces stationed throughout China, intelligence agencies, informants, and undercover agents have all cooperated in this operation, regardless of identity or nationality. Anyone who has downloaded your information and taken action is our target. As of now, we've dismantled 741 dens and captured 213 individuals. We've intercepted over 20 groups in Jiang City alone. Otherwise, do you think there would only be a few of them? This time, the world will witness the determination of China's Dark Knight. Anyone who dares to touch you will face death. Jiangnan was stunned. He felt goosebumps all over his body. China's Dark Knight. They have not failed their mission. They blend into the darkness and protect the light with their lives, brandishing their swords to the world. Anyone who dares to touch Jiangnan will face death. Originally, Jiangnan had been slightly disgruntled by Lynx's indifference and the Dark Knight's cold attitude. After all, it was because of his mission that he was exposed. Now everyone is targeting me. And you're not doing anything. Isn't that freeloading? But now it seems that it's not that Lynx is ignoring him, but that she's too busy. One can imagine how massive Operation Bright Sword is. The entire Chinese Dark Knight force has been mobilized. Multiple parties are cooperating to encircle and suppress the enemy, brandishing their swords from the darkness, delivering the iron fist of justice. This operation is undoubtedly a huge blow to many underground organizations. It also demonstrates the determination to protect Jiangnan. Every space-based ability user is a national treasure. China has finally produced a second one. How could they not value him? Jiangnan didn't know what to feel in his heart as he looked at the exhausted eyes of his brothers. His nose felt a little sore. He stood up straight and gave everyone a standard military salute. However, he was too dark and no one noticed. Jiangnan lowered his hand. "Damn, did it have to be so awkward?" Chen Chen bumped Jiangnan's shoulder. "Go check on the captain. Ever since the mission commenced, he has been at the forefront, having gone 3 days and nights without rest." Jiangnan wiped his nose and walked towards the nearby armored vehicle. At this moment, the Lynx was still directing operations in the mountains via her walkie-talkie. "Oh my, Sister Lynx, have you become even more beautiful in just a few days? Aren't you tired?" He rushed to her back, massaging her shoulders and kneading her back. "Why have you become so dark?" Jiangnan replied. "Can we not mention this? It's all for survival. Can I even revert back? Even if I can't, it suits the Night Army quite well. It's convenient for operations at night." Jiangnan rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you inform me about the Bright Sword operation?" Lynx retorted. "What was there to say? The notification came in a rush, and I didn't have time to tell you. You must live up to the expectations placed upon you, you know?" Jiangnan grinned. "I know. You're still worried about me?" "Yes, I am." Jiangnan exclaimed. "Is it really necessary to be so blunt?" He then added, "By the way, things have arrived. You can use them later. Once you turn silver, you can think of a way." As he spoke, he unzipped his jacket and pulled out a spirit pearl from his chest. Jiangnan's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Do all girls like to hide spirit pearls here?" Even Xia Yao. Without sufficient resources, one truly cannot accomplish much. He had misjudged Lynx. Keeping it in his pocket would risk losing it during battle. It's far more reliable to carry it close to oneself. With anticipation written all over his face, Jiangnan took it, sniffed it, and mused, What spirit skill is this?" Lynx's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, What are you sniffing for? Can spirit skills be detected by smell? Jiangnan chuckled. This is a golden level spirit beast from the Void Sea, the ghost-faced toad. Golden level spirit skill, void chains. As for its specific effects, you'll know once you try it later. Jiangnan felt a tinge of disappointment. Another control type skill? Is there no attack type skill? In terms of offensive power, Jiangnan had always been lacking. Just one Zhongyingxue could overpower him 3 times over. Link scoffed, dream on. Attack type spatial spirit skills? They aren't so easily obtained. Do you know how many people perish trying to enter the Void Sea? If you gain sufficient strength in the future, go find the spirit pearls in the Void Sea yourself. Jiangnan chuckled, don't be angry. I have gifts for you too. He presented a washing marrow spirit fruit in his left hand and a beautiful countenance pill in his right, clasping them tightly and offering them to Lynx. Now choose one. Lynx tilted her head and pointed to the left hand. Having already tasted the white rabbit creamy candy, she was curious about the red fruit. Jiangnan opened his hand, revealing the red fruit and the white rabbit candy. Lynx gasped, how did you? Oh, space wormhole. Hee, go ahead and eat. Lynx was not polite. I'll eat it when I get back. No way, eat it now. And don't tell anyone. Ultimately, Lynx couldn't resist Jiangnan's insistence and consumed the beautiful countenance pill. Wow, so beautiful. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she devoured the washing marrow spirit fruit. Before long, Lynx was stunned, her big eyes filled with disbelief. My aptitude actually. Jiangnan shushed her, placing a finger on her lips. Remember to keep it a secret. Lynx instinctively nodded. Her aptitude had unexpectedly risen from A to S. How could this be possible? Originally, an A platinum aptitude was nearly the limit. But now, diamond level wasn't out of the question. Aptitude isn't something that can be enhanced, is it? Yet, that red fruit. This made Lynx recall Jiangnan's SSS aptitude. Could it be due to this thing? Lynx didn't inquire further. Since it was given to her, it showed his trust. Looking at Jiangnan's darkened face. Oh, you Lynx. Are you laughing at me? As the operations in the forest concluded, the night army regrouped. Xia Yao beckoned Jiangnan to join her in her military vehicle. Jiangnan resolutely refused. Sure enough, on the way back, the vehicle's tire burst. Of the 6 tires on the armored vehicle, 4 had blown out. Xia Yao's terrible luck had not yet passed. Meanwhile, Lynx leaned against Jiangnan's shoulder and quietly fell asleep. Upon returning to the villa, the 4 dark figures stared at the chaotic living room in astonishment for a long while. Xia Yao, with her puffy face, sobbed, I'm so unlucky. I just bumped my head again in the armored vehicle. The 4 exchanged glances and laughed. Some things can only be understood through experience. What is truly important to oneself? Let us clean it up tomorrow. Time to wash up and sleep. I need to look online for a way to reduce swelling. Yi declared. Then I'll sleep in Brother Jiangnan's room. Xia Yao and Zhongyingxue chorused. No way. Yi trembled in fear. Then, where will I sleep? Jiangnan pondered for a moment. You can sleep in the iron pot. From Yi Ye's resentment value 1,000. Before the second day arrived, Jiangnan tidied up the villa, preparing to purchase an entirely new set of furniture. Lying in bed, he opened his phone. After entering the web page and inputting a segment of source code, he directly accessed the dark web. He registered for his own account. Username, Calabash Hero. As for real name registration? A joke. I'm already blacklisted on the dark web. Who can control me? Upon checking the dark web's blacklist, Jiangnan's page dimmed. No one dared to speak in the comments anymore. No one dared to download any materials. The prize pool of $170 million had been entirely withdrawn. The Night Army wielded its sword against the world. With an unyielding stance, they informed everyone, should anyone harbor thoughts against Jiangnan, this would be their fate. The underground world feast triggered by Jiangnan had come to a halt due to the Night Army's powerful intervention. The shock was immense, leaving many trembling in pain. Jiangnan chuckled coldly, having photographs of those who invested in the prize pool. When the time came, he would find them one by one to extract their blood. Turning off his phone, Jiangnan eagerly retrieved the spirit pearl. TSK. My second spirit skill. In an instant, he grasped it and absorbed it directly. 3 minutes later, Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. A second spirit skill? Eagerly, he leapt from his bed to experiment. With a flick of his wrist, a translucent chain, as thick as a pinky finger, shot forth. It danced like a magical serpent, easily manipulated, akin to an extension of his body. It bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Laifu's steel wire. Completely composed of spatial power, it was exceedingly resilient. What is more intriguing was that Jiangnan could control the void chains to become entirely transparent. Apart from himself, no one else could perceive them. He could even pinpoint locations in the void. Jiangnan opened the window, extending his hand to shoot outward. The void chains extended about 300 meters. One end anchored in the void. Well, am I Spider-Man now? As he pulled the void chains back, they yanked Jiangnan from the room. His body suspended like Spider-Man 300 meters above the ground. What a thrill. A neighboring child excitedly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Mommy! Mommy! Spider-Man! Look, it's Spider-Man!" The mother replied, All right. You want to see Piggy Hero, don't you? Is it that one with the lollipop and the red bodysuit? I'll find a DVD for you." The child was bewildered. After experimenting with his new spirit skill, Jiangnan returned to his room, deep in thought. It could extend up to about 300 meters. It couldn't pass through space wormholes. The two were mutually exclusive, and Jiangnan couldn't quite grasp the underlying principle. Moreover, he could only manipulate two chains simultaneously. He couldn't release more, while being as thin as a pinky was adequate. Its cutting power was comparable to steel wire. However, the invisibility aspect was quite useful. Lying in bed, Jiangnan chuckled to himself, drifting off to sleep. The next morning, he didn't attend school. It was a weekend holiday. Xia Yao's face had swollen even more overnight. At this moment, she is wrapped in a blanket, nestled on the sofa watching television. You can consume vitality ginseng, you know. It can reduce swelling. Xia Yao turned her head and shot Jiangnan a glance. I want to eat that. It makes me have a nosebleed. Startled, she turned back only to see Jiangnan dressed in long pants, a hooded sweatshirt, a mask, and sunglasses, completely covered up. Are you going out? Yes. To fetch some furniture. Bring me back a box of ice cream, chocolate flavor. Jiangnan replied, black on black? Xia Yao's grudge value 666. Is Jiangnan really going for furniture? That is a secondary objective. The main goal is to change some small bills. The 50 million lottery ticket is still in his pocket. Brother Hammer's selfless contribution must be exchanged. As he strolled along, Jiangnan spotted a store at the corner. A children's amusement park. At this very moment, in the lobby of the Jiangsheng lottery ticket station, a crowd of reporters and lottery players had gathered. Hello everyone, I am reporter Hu Shua. From our understanding, we can confirm that the winning number for the 50 million cash prize was sold from this very store. The deadline for claiming the prize is noon today. Yet so far, the winner has not made an appearance. Have they forgotten the deadline? Or perhaps they simply did not notice their winning number. Time ticks away. Will they miss out on this windfall? The crowd gathered to witness the spectacle buzzed with excitement. It's worth noting that it has been nearly 3.5 years since a full number win has occurred. With a grand prize of 50 million landing in Jiangsheng, this is certainly newsworthy. It seems everyone is keenly curious about the winner. With only half an hour left until the deadline, I heard they are claiming the prize here. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. No, one could say they were dumbfounded. A person dressed in a peculiar costume burst onto the scene, clutching a crumpled lottery ticket. Hu Shua. The spectators. What on earth? Is that Diga or Ciro? Do they really need to be that well covered? Are they afraid of relatives borrowing money? People typically just wear a mask or a hood when claiming a prize. But this individual has gone all out in a full costume. 360-degree protection. And there's even a blue light on their chest. Are you serious? Bored at home, Xiaoyao casually flipped through channels and happened to land on Jiangsheng TV. Upon seeing the person in the costume claiming the prize, she sprayed her soda everywhere. The station manager rushed over and realized it was indeed the winning number. This is it. This is the one. Hu Shua cleared his throat. After all, he was an experienced reporter, having seen it all. Hello. I am TV reporter Hu Shua. May I ask your name? Jiangnan? Isn't this the same reporter who claimed to be a magical girl at a fire scene? Did they not see that I came to conceal my identity? Why are you asking my name? Jiangnan cleared his throat. When I tell you, you better remember it. Hu Shua nodded eagerly. Salty egg superhero. Hu Shua? The onlookers were equally perplexed. Hu Shua's grudge value 1,000. Seriously? Is this how you respond? Hu Shua managed a smile that was awkward yet polite. It seems this gentleman does not wish to disclose his true identity. May I ask? After winning the 50 million grand prize, are you happy? Jiangnan was taken aback. What do these two matters have in common? Hu Shua. How could they not be related? Jiangnan, didn't I just tell you? My surname is Salty. Salty Egg Superhero. What? Should I change my surname to Fortune after winning 50 million? Fortune Egg Superhero? That sounds terrible. Hu Shua was stunned for 3 seconds before realizing the absurdity. Do you really think your surname is Fortune? By the way, this superhero. Did your language teacher pass away too early? Hu Shua's grudge value 1,000. Can you not stick to the script? This is a live broadcast. May I ask what you plan to do with this money? Buy a house? A car? Or? Beep, beep, beep. Jiangnan looked down to see the blue light on his chest had turned red. Oh no. The energy is running low. I need to hurry back to my home planet to recharge. Is the money exchanged yet? Who sure? What do you mean energy is gone? Going back to your home planet to recharge? Do you have to get so into character? If you pull out a transformation device, I believe you. She was losing her composure. The lottery station manager frowned. It's all exchanged. After taxes, there is still 40 million left, which has been transferred to the account you provided. Jiangnan chuckled. Just as he stepped off the stage, a swarm of men in suits approached. Hey, don't go. Salty egg superhero, do you want to buy a house? 3-bedroom apartment at Yulong Bay, special discounts if you buy now. Superhero, I have a great property offer. I can give you a discount. Superhero, here is my business card. I'm manager Wang Zihua from Tangshan Residence. Remember to contact me if you have any needs. Jiangnan took the card. All right. Manager Wang. Sales Prince. TSK. Surely you can offer a better deal than others. Sorry, superhero, my surname is Wang. Wang Zihua's grudge value 1,000. Have you never studied language? Chapter 158. Continue the music. Continue the dance. The crowd kept growing. Whether it was selling houses or cars, Jiangnan found it utterly tiresome. With a swift move, he vanished from sight. The crowd was left in confusion. Who sure? Wang Zihua, what the heck? Is he really a superhero? Did he return to his home planet? Dressed in the superhero costume, Jiangnan walked down the street. The attention he garnered was remarkable. It wasn't he that he wanted to wear it. It was just so incredibly dark outside. Once he took it off, the attention would only increase. He turned into a large shopping mall, heading straight to the furniture section on the 3rd floor. Just as he was selecting a sofa he liked, someone approached him. Mr. Superhero, are you tired? You can take a seat and rest. The suit must be hot. Let me get you some ice water. Jiangnan was astonished. He turned around to find Lin Chuqing. Isn't she the one who was confused about the size of her own sports shorts at the gym? Working part-time at the mall on weekends? I'm here to buy furniture. Lin Chuqing was bewildered. She thought he was one of the store's mascots. A customer? Dressed in a superhero costume while shopping? She was at a loss for words. Lin Chuqing's grudge value 333. I'm sorry. If you like this set, you can give it a try. It's on special offer right now, and we're giving away a Bluetooth speaker as a gift. Saying this, she handed Jiangnan a mini Bluetooth speaker, cute and compact. Jiangnan, a little gift? I'll take this whole set. Lin Chuqing's eyes widened. You're taking this just like that? Not going to look around. Jiangnan, isn't there a gift? Well, there is. Then I'll take this set. Lin Chuqing watched Jiangnan fiddling with the little Bluetooth speaker, unable to suppress a wry smile. Are you here to buy furniture, or just after the little gift? Why the strange obsession with the gift? It reminded Lin Chuqing of someone. That person in school who donated 10 pounds of blood just for a small gift. Thinking of this made her feel regretful. Muttering, I should have listened to him back then. Els is indeed larger. Jiangnan shivered. What? You can recognize me even through the suit? No way. Does this girl have X-ray vision? If people found out that the legendary Nan Shun from Songjiang Lingwu was strolling around in a superhero costume, his imposing image would collapse in an instant. What SL? Lin Chuqing's cheeks flushed. And nothing. I'll go handle the paperwork for you now. She felt secretly pleased. Even though she encountered a rather peculiar customer, selling furniture would earn her a commission, so she was quite happy. Just then, a youth with a buzz cut and a scarred eyebrow, a cigarette dangling from his lips, sauntered over with a petite girl in tow. Well. If it isn't our school's esteemed beauty, Lin. Still slaving away here? Counting pennies, are we? How pathetic. He chuckled, pulling the girl close as he plopped down on the sofa, propping his feet up on the coffee table, his gaze dripping with derision as he stared at Lin. Jiangnan's brow furrowed. The girl chirped, Son, are you acquainted with her? Sun scoffed, acquainted? I practically serenaded her with 3 confessions. But she wouldn't give me the time of day. Such a frigid ice queen. All high and mighty in public, but who knows what she's like behind closed doors. Lin's knuckles turned white as she gripped her pen. Esteemed customer, you're welcome to sit, but please remove your feet. Are you interested in purchasing furniture? If not, I must ask you not to disrupt my work, as there are other patrons. Sun sneered. Oh, feisty are we? Did I strike a nerve? What patrons? This imbecilic Ultraman. He then stubbed out his cigarette on the sofa, the acrid stench of burning fabric filling the air. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes as she exclaimed, Sun, what are you doing? How could you? Sun raised an eyebrow. What? A customer can't even get an ashtray? What kind of service is this? As for the sofa, I'll take it. What's the price? Humph. He spat on the coffee table. Lin trembled with rage, blinking back tears. Sun savored her reaction, but suddenly, a dark figure loomed before him. Ultraman stood between him and Lin. What are you staring at? Get lost, you costumed buffoon. Jiangnan stated calmly, you damaged my sofa. And the coffee table is mine as well. Sun sneered, what's this? Playing the hero? Are you blind? Do you even know who I am? Smack. The resounding slap echoed through the air. The force of the blow sent Sun sprawling from the sofa, leaving the petite girl aghast. Lin stared at Ultraman in disbelief. He had actually struck Sun? Sun, dazed and spitting out 2 bloody teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, roared, "You dare hit me? You have no idea what you've done." His skin began to harden into rock. Jiangnan retorted, "Are all Earthling martial artists this arrogant? You've clearly never experienced the might of my Ultra Beam." Sun sputtered. "Ultra Beam? What in the world? You've been watching too many cartoons, you moron." Jiangnan chuckled, "Ignorant mortal, you're finished." He struck a pose, as if preparing to unleash his Ultra Beam. Sun was taken aback. What kind of lunatic was this? Did he really think he was Ultraman? "I'll crush you." He lunged forward, fist raised. Lin pulled Jiangnan behind her. "Son, this is a public place. Try anything, and I'll call the police." Sun gritted his teeth, pointing at Jiangnan. "I'll be waiting for you outside." As a martial artist, he knew better than to cause trouble in public. He glared at Jiangnan. Lin, her face etched with worry, said, "Thank you, Ultraman. You should leave, take the back exit." "Sun won't let this go." Jiangnan grinned. "Don't worry. He's been hit by my Ultra Beam. He's finished." Lin exclaimed. "What? Are you serious? Are you really this immersed in your role?" Lin's resentment 333. "This isn't the time for Ultra Beams." Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "You doubt me?" The small Bluetooth speaker he had been holding vanished. Suddenly, music blared from Sun's body, startling everyone on the floor. Sun nearly collapsed. "What's happening? Where's that music coming from?" "It's coming from me?" He tried to move, but found himself paralyzed, bound by an invisible force. Jiangnan smirked. "Trying to move, are you? My void chains have you ensnared." With a thought, he commanded, "Now? Let the music play. Let's dance." Sun's body began to gyrate, twist, jump, and shake uncontrollably before the eyes of the onlookers. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging. I can't control myself." Lin was dumbfounded, and the petite girl was equally perplexed. "What's going on? Why is he dancing?" Jiangnan thought again. Sun's hands flew to his collar, tearing open his shirt, exposing his bare chest to the rhythm of the music. Indeed, when a man starts to move like that, women are no match for him. Slap, slap. Sun slapped his chest, feeling a burning sensation. Sun's resentment 1000. The infectious music and vibrant beats drew a crowd to the 3rd floor of the mall, where onlookers began filming with their phones. Wow, this young man is really something. Sun was on the verge of exploding. What was happening? Why was his body moving against his will? Sun's resentment 1000. The petite girl hid behind the crowd, mortified. "I don't know him. This is too embarrassing." Just then, a gasp rippled through the crowd as Sun performed a perfect split, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The excruciating pain contorted Sun's face, making his hair stand on end. The violent movement ripped his pants, revealing a flash of bright red. The petite girl grabbed her bag and fled, unable to endure the mortification any longer. Lin struggled to suppress her laughter. Sun cried out, Don't leave me. Help me." Jiangnan knelt down and said calmly, "So, is the Ultra Beam dynamic enough for you?" Sun's eyes widened with terror, his face a mask of fear. Could that ridiculous Ultra Beam be real? Was that why he was dancing? "You're really Ultraman? But why is there a zipper on your back?" He begged, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please, forgive me." Sun wept. Still twirling on the ground, his red underwear on full display. Jiangnan scoffed, "If apologies were enough, what use would there be for Ultraman?" Sun pleaded, "Big brother, I'm sorry. Please, let me stop. I'll do anything." Jiangnan demanded, "The sofa and coffee table." Sun interrupted, "Are mine. They're all mine." Jiangnan ordered, "Apologize." Sun sobbed, "Lin, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm not human. I'm an idiot. I'll never bother you again." Though she remained silent, Lin was secretly thrilled. The gaze directed towards Jiangnan was imbued with a sense of intimacy. Who would have thought that the dynamic light wave was indeed real? Is he truly Ultraman? "Brother Ultraman, may I inquire your name?" Jiangnan's cold sweat instantaneously cascaded down. "What nonsense are you thinking? If I reveal my identity, wouldn't that tarnish my reputation? How could I possibly continue to navigate school life afterward? I still have to hunt some little monsters, so I shall take my leave." With that, he dashed off, leaving Lin Chuqing in a state of bewilderment. Hey, brother, don't go. Your dynamic light wave hasn't been explained yet." From Sun Sheng's resentment value 1000. Lin Chuqing wore a crestfallen expression. He wouldn't even share his name? Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she glanced at the document Jiangnan had just signed. Surely, it must contain his name, right? A quick glance revealed. Salted Egg Ultraman. From Lin Chuqing's resentment value 333. After Jiangnan departed, Sun Sheng slumped helplessly onto the ground. A closer inspection would reveal his body marred with purplish bruises. How could Sun Xing, clutching his groin, retain his arrogance? He hastily paid and fled. Meanwhile, Lin Chuqing could no longer suppress her excitement and pulled out her phone to message her best friend. Qing Tian, little fish. I think I might be in love. Little fish. Wow. Is our campus flower actually smitten? Who is it? Qing Tian, a particularly handsome Ultraman. Little fish? You're in love with Ultraman? What on earth? Qing Tian, you have no idea. He can also emit dynamic light waves. My goodness. Little fish. After retrieving a set of furniture from the storage room, Jiangnan instantaneously teleported back home. The side effects of the black garlic had worn off, and the suit felt unbearably hot. Upon entering the villa, he exclaimed, "DeLongyan, here is the chocolate ice cream you wanted." Jiangnan was taken aback. What on earth? Why are there so many people at home? Summer Yao turned around and chuckled. Isn't that the salted egg Ultraman who just won an award on television? Is that Jiangnan? The entire room turned to gaze at him, nearly popping their eyes out in disbelief. What in the world? Sitting on the sofa was a middle-aged man, his head wrapped in bandages, his arms slung around his neck. Hair disheveled, face covered in bruises, and his glasses shattered. Beside him sat a tall, ponytailed young lady, dressed casually, while the rest were a group of middle-aged men. Zhong Yingxue and Summer Yao were entertaining guests, while Yi was sulking in the embrace of the young lady. Has the Yi family arrived? Jiangnan removed the suit to allow for ventilation. The bruised middle-aged man suddenly erupted, leaping off the sofa to roar, "Ah, you damned keyboard warrior. I'll kill you." Instantly, a crowd surged forward to restrain Yi Haitao on the sofa. Calm down. Calm down. Old three, can you be quiet for a moment? Have you forgotten our father's instructions? Uncle, please don't make a fuss. You have a fracture. Jiangnan was startled. What was wrong with this madman? From Yi Haitao's resentment value 1,000. What happened? Yi Haitao was nearly done for on the road. First, he was pummeled by his own father. He had intended to drive to pick up his daughter from home, but someone had deflated his tires. All the way, he had been subjected to beatings. In the span of 24 hours, he had visited the hospital 3 times. Can you believe he was hit with excrement while walking? Not just once. Jiangnan unleashed a tirade against Yi Haitao's account on the dark web. The ones he offended were all Yi Haitao. The Night Army's operation had a tremendous impact on the underground world. Those big shots were furious and had nowhere to vent their anger. So the unfortunate Yi Haitao became their punching bag. Finally, after a hard-fought struggle to pick up his daughter, he had no idea how to get home. Upon seeing Jiangnan, he exploded in fury. Jiangnan glared. "Oh? You're feeling bold, huh? Your daughter attempted to assassinate me. I haven't even settled the score with you. The operation didn't reach your home, did it?" Yu Tianlong quickly smiled. "No, we didn't mean that. We came to apologize. Moreover, we are here to take Yi home." Yi abruptly broke free from Yi Xingxuan's embrace, wrapping her arms around Jiangnan's waist. "I'm not going. I want to be an emotionless assassin. I want to apprentice under brother Jiangnan." Yi Haitao gritted his teeth in frustration. In just a few days, his precious daughter had been abducted. He was ready to boil Jiangnan in a pot, and she still wanted to be his apprentice? An assassin? If she takes on a few more missions, I might just die at home. Chapter 160. The racing eternal motion machine Yi was ultimately dragged away against her will. Yi Tianlong presented Jiangnan with a glimmering golden token, shaped like scales, with the character Yi engraved on one side and a fierce dragon head on the other. "Young Master Jiang, please accept this token. It's a gesture from the old man for the trouble caused by Xiaoyu." Jiangnan took the token. Momentarily stunned. "What material is this? It's so heavy." Yi Xingxuan replied, "Pure gold." Jiangnan's eyes widened. "What trouble?" "No trouble at all. Whenever you find the time, let Yi attempt to assassinate me a couple more times. Welcome to the assassination." "What the hell? A palm-sized gold medal just handed out like that? Yi Daodian is truly extravagant. If this continues, I might just become wealthy overnight." Yi puffed her cheeks. "Got it. Don't throw away the iron pot. I'll return to stay." Yi Haitao. "What? You've been making my daughter stay in an iron pot for the past 2 days? I can't believe it." Yi Xingxuan beamed brightly. "Come visit Kyoto sometime. I'll treat you to hot pot." Jiangnan shivered at the thought. Only a fool would go. If he were on the Yi family's turf, he'd be the one boiled in the hot pot. This girl seems harmless, but is actually a golden goose. Finally sending the Yi family away, Zhong Yingxue sighed in relief. Summer Yao then leaped onto Jiangnan, her pouting face resting against his shoulder. "Quick, tell me, is that salted egg Ultraman who just won the award really you? When did you win the lottery? Hand over the money." Jiangnan was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Humph. I saw it on television." Jiangnan retorted, "That money is my own. What does it have to do with you? It's my dowry. I can give it to you. But you must marry me first." Summer Yao's cheeks flushed. How shameless. You're still so young, yet you're already saving for a dowry? Zhong Yingxue laughed. Oh, stop it. By the way, we're running low on the spirit pearls we use for cultivation. We need to find a way to acquire more. Jiangnan was taken aback. Daily cultivation, replenishing spiritual energy, and breaking through levels all require spirit pearls. The three of them had always used the spirit pearls brought from the Tianqi Lingxiu. At this moment, Zhong Yingxue had also reached the pinnacle of bronze. To break through to silver level requires a significant amount of spiritual energy. Even De Longyan had reached bronze 9 stars. Jiangnan's level had been stagnant at bronze 6 stars for quite some time. Even with the enhancement of the candy, it couldn't match the rapid absorption of spirit pearls. Summer Yao remarked, "Isn't the high school all-star game coming up soon? We could make a profit at Qiandao Lake Lingxiu." Zhong Yingxue sighed, "But that is still a month away. What do we do in the meantime? Without spirit pearls, we'll fall behind." Summer Yao pouted. "Then we'll have to endure some suffering at Tianqi Lingxiu this weekend." But upon seeing Jiangnan, she suddenly perked up. Let us go. We'll head to Tianqi right now. I want to eat barbecue there." This had been her dream for a long time. Jiangnan scoffed. "Not going. I want to set up a stall." Summer Yao, Zhong Yingxue. "Hey, can we have a little ambition here? You are a spiritual warrior. You just won 50 million. Why would you still want to set up a stall? Are you addicted to it?" The reason Jiangnan was so eager to set up a stall was that his skill points had already been exhausted. The resentment points have dwindled to around 300,000. Yet the accumulation continues. The aspiration is to procure a substantial new prize at once. After all, in Jiangnan's perception, venturing out to set up a stall would greatly enhance his capabilities compared to entering the spirit ruins. Zhong Yingxue chuckled, stating that she and Xiaoyao could manage, as they had previously done so together. However, Xiaoyao clung to Jiangnan's arm, shaking her head vehemently, insisting that a spirit ruins without roasted meat and tents was incomplete. Zhong Yingxue was taken aback by Xiaoyao's tenacity. Jiangnan smiled broadly, suggesting they should not rush. He wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of the two of them going alone. He would ponder alternative solutions. Xiaoyao inquired about his plans, questioning where he would obtain spirit pearls if not from the spirit ruins, suggesting that buying them was a poor investment as his capital would not suffice for many. Jiangnan, with a playful demeanor, retorted that once his modest funds were in hand, he would remain at home, setting up a stall to support them both. Xiaoyao's eyes widened, and she gave Jiangnan a thumbs up, while Zhong Yingxue burst into laughter. After arranging the new furnishings, Jiangnan sent a tweet from his iPhone, asking if everyone was ready to welcome their little darling. By 8 in the evening, the university town was abuzz with excitement. The comments flooded in, expressing adoration for Nan Shun and the anticipation for his arrival, while others humorously recounted embarrassing moments relating to him. Jiangnan grinned, sensing a prosperous business day ahead. He donned his QR code battle attire and hurried to the university town, where his stall immediately drew a crowd. The most popular items were leeks and ginseng. As in Huaxia, any mention of these being beneficial for kidney health would lead to a rush, almost endangering their availability. As he served customers, an elderly man in a tank top approached, offering Jiangnan a stack of cash wrapped in newspaper. Just then, a group of men in uniforms pushed through the crowd, dragging a gray-haired woman to the stall. The elderly man almost stumbled as he reached for the ginseng, and Jiangnan swiftly steadied him, frowning deeply. The woman awkwardly nodded, confirming her identity as the one who had previously spoken of her daughter's leukemia, to whom Jiangnan had given ginseng. The leader of the group crouched down, raising an eyebrow and inquiring if Jiangnan was interested in a significant business deal. Jiangnan replied with a smile, implying he had no interest in dealing with them. The crowd around them began to support him, emphasizing the importance of fairness in transactions. The leader's demeanor shifted as he introduced himself as a vice president of the Spirit Martial Association, prompting Jiangnan to recognize the weight of the organization that governed practitioners in society. Despite the leader's attempt to assert authority, Jiangnan remained unfazed, expressing his unwillingness to sell to them. As tensions mounted, Jiangnan's confidence prevailed, and with a casual demeanor, he inquired about the woman's daughter, who had recovered from her illness, expressing his willingness to connect with her. It was revealed that the vice president had also been hospitalized and experienced a miraculous recovery after consuming the ginseng, leading to his interest in procuring more. In recent days, people have been dispatched daily to accompany my sister to the university town, keeping a watchful eye on Jiangnan. Ah, are they drawn by the allure of the vitality ginseng? How serendipitous! Jiangnan likely had a fair idea of what was transpiring. Sales persisted until 10:30 at night, and with vitality ginseng enticing customers. This outing alone yielded over 24 million, after paying the booth fee under the system's 9.99 0.01 profit sharing. He was left with more than 240,000. His skill points soared to 237,601. Jiangnan licked his lips, his heart racing with exhilaration. He had acquired skill points. As customers indulged in the pitiful consolation prizes, resentment points would gradually accumulate. Was his springtime finally approaching? While Jiangnan leisurely packed up, Gao Yuanshan and his companions, who had endured over 3 hours under the streetlights, were now covered in mosquito bites, their faces darkened. Let's go? They boarded an SUV, making their way to a private room on the 3rd floor of the Jiangxing Century Hotel. Upon seeing the lavish spread before him, Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Surely this banquet cost at least 100,000. At the head of the table sat a bespectacled, rotund man, with the last 3 stubborn strands of hair on his balding head. Beside him was a well-dressed gentleman who appeared cultured and refined. Upon Jiangnan's entrance, he greeted him warmly, exclaiming how rare it was to meet Jiangnan. Come, take a seat. I've been waiting for you quite some time. The suited man, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, added, though young, you certainly carry an air of importance. You are the first to keep President Feng waiting for so long. Jiangnan dismissed Feng's handshake, plopping down on a chair instead. Was one playing the villain while the other played the hero? How amusing. Since they were here for the vitality ginseng, let us speak plainly. Jiangnan had no time for pleasantries. From Feng Changqing, resentment points 1,000. From Luo Bei, resentment points 1,000. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Luo Bei? The surname Luo? Feng Changqing's expression stiffened momentarily before he laughed. Ah? Dealing with an astute individual makes business so much easier. This is Luo Bei, the head of the Luo Tian group. We summoned you to inquire if the vitality ginseng you possess is sourced from Lingshu, or is it homegrown? Jiangnan replied, I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information. Feng Changqing reassured him, there's no need for caution, young brother. We harbor no ill intentions. We've simply learned that vitality ginseng possesses astonishing properties, capable of curing all ailments. Distributing such a remarkable product to the populace would indeed be a blessing. This aligns with our responsibilities at the Lingwu Association. Thus, we wish to delve deeper into the study of vitality ginseng and collaborate with the Luotian group. If successful, wouldn't it yield a universal remedy? Luo Bei interjected calmly. Name your price for the sourcing of vitality ginseng. Jiangnan smirked, recognizing their clever scheming. If a miraculous medicine were developed, it could be sold for an astronomical sum. This was not merely a matter of 10,000. The two were clearly in cahoots, but this did not concern Jiangnan. He firmly stated, it's a straightforward deal. 10,000 per ginseng root. You can have as many as you desire. But as for the sourcing channels, do not even think about it. I understand the principle of not overexploiting resources. Luo Bei narrowed his eyes. Oh, you're offering as many as we want. Young brother, you are quite forthright. This is good. However, you must agree to one condition. Jiangnan chuckled. What condition? You can only supply to us. You must not sell privately. Jiangnan scoffed. Monopoly? Feng Changqing grinned. What do you think, young brother? A mutually beneficial arrangement? Surely you cannot refuse? Suddenly, Jiangnan stood up. I'm sorry, but I have no interest. I'm not in need of that money. Feng Changqing's face fell. Are you refusing to show me respect, young brother Jiangnan? Jiangnan retorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe I owe you any respect? With so little hair left, you think you deserve it? Do you want to shoe in so instead? Feng Changqing's eyes bulged, his remaining strands of hair standing on end. Outside, Gao Yuanshan and the others were bewildered. What the hell? Jiangnan was this bold even with the vice president? Chapter 162. All will be taken away. Feng Changqing's complexion turned pale, yet being a seasoned veteran, he refrained from losing his composure completely. If you keep the sourcing of vitality ginseng tightly under wraps, may I assume you acquired it from Lingshu? According to regulations, the Lingwu Association has oversight over all spirit items produced within Lingshu. Selling them without permission is against the rules. Jiangnan laughed in disbelief. You speak of rules? What are you doing then? Colluding with the Luotian group? Abusing your power to intimidate and fill your own pockets? Feng Changqing remained unperturbed. One can eat without care. But words must be chosen wisely. I know you have connections with the Night Army, but they are merely a group that handles the dirty work. You should be aware of your standing. Just for the act of reselling spirit items, I could confiscate all your vitality ginseng, ban you and your friends from participating in any Lingshu activities, and blacklist you from the Lingwu Association. There are indeed some matters that cannot be resolved with money, such as power. Do you think you can intimidate me? Jiangnan's expression hardened. Am I to take this as a threat? Feng Changqing leisurely took a bite of his dish, gazing at Jiangnan with a sense of invulnerability. Luo Bei remarked, by the way, you were once classmates with my son. Perhaps there were some past disagreements, but they were trivial. You wouldn't let that come between us and hinder a potential collaboration, would you? After all, no one wishes to turn away from money. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. Luo Tianxiang's father? How is business going? Luo Bei's forehead twitched with a vein. Well? What do you mean well? Since the elevator incident caused by my son, we've lost several deals. Even after replacing the elevator, clients instinctively avoid us. No one wishes to come. They all know the Luo family has a careless fool for a son. His blunders have ruined the company's reputation. I had to spend a fortune to change office buildings. From Luo Bei, resentment points 1,000. Nevertheless, he had to defend his son. Since Jiangnan had outshone him at school as a father, he had to step in. Seizing this opportunity, he thought, if you cooperate, my Luo Tian group will profit from you. If not, I'll ruin your business and jeopardize your future as a Linwu practitioner. It must be said Luo Bei played his cards well. Feng Chongqing added, whoever you may dispute with, do not turn against yourself. 50,000 per route. Sign the contract if you agree. If not, you know the consequences. Jiangnan glanced at the contract on the table, a cold smile creeping onto his face. It seemed they had prepared this in advance. Jiangnan walked over to Feng Chongqing, staring intently at him. Feng Chongqing wore a broad smile. Huh? Now that's more like it. Had you compromised earlier, it wouldn't have Feng Chongqing let out a blood-curdling scream. Luo Bei stood frozen. And Gao Yuanshan and the others were wide-eyed. What the hell? What on earth are you doing? Jiangnan had seized Feng Chongqing's last 3 strands of hair, dragging him from his seat. Ouch! Ouch! Let go! Let go! Jiangnan was bewildered. Wait, aren't these 3 strands supposed to be strong? Can they really withstand the weight of a 200-pound man? Hair 1, I must hold on. Hair 2, brother, I fear I cannot hold on any longer. Hair 3, smack, smack, smack. Ultimately, the 3 strands of hair could not bear the strain and were forcibly yanked out. Feng Chongqing sat back down, clutching his head in shock. Jiangnan smiled with satisfaction. This looks much better. Feng Chongqing's anger surged to an astounding level. His temper flared as he lamented the 3 remaining strands of hair atop his head, meticulously cared for and cherished. And now, they had been ruthlessly plucked away? Was the sole purpose of your approach to seize my hair? Are you even human? Fine. You brought this upon yourself, he declared as he pulled out his phone. Xiao Lu, revoke all access permissions for Jiangnan to enter and exit the spiritual realms. Halt all his trading activities and blacklist him from the Spiritual Martial Association. Cancel his martial artist qualifications. Get it done. What is the reason? Xiao Lu inquired. You dare question me? Do it now. He slammed the phone onto the table, seething with anger. Isn't this what you wanted? You asked for it, so don't blame me for taking action. Jiangnan flashed a brilliant smile, producing a bottle of mineral water from an alternate dimension and offering it to Feng Chongqing. President Feng, don't be so upset. Everything is negotiable. Here, have a sip of water to calm down. Feng Chongqing scoffed. Oh, now you choose to soften your stance. Who gave you the audacity to oppose the Spiritual Martial Association? He accepted the water, twisted off the cap, and took a swig. After a recent bout of yelling into the phone, he actually felt a bit parched. But upon finishing, he was taken aback. What kind of water is this? I feel stronger. My physical condition, it's... At that moment, Luo Bei's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to utter a single word as he pointed at Feng Chongqing. Gao Yuanshan and others were equally astonished as they witnessed a horrifying scene unfold before them. The sparse hair surrounding Feng Chongqing's bald spot had vanished, leaving his scalp gleaming like polished marble, reflecting the crystal chandelier above. Jiangnan, grinning, reclined comfortably in his chair, legs crossed. It seems much more pleasant now. Feng Chongqing, bewildered, questioned, what is so pleasant? Why is everyone staring at my head? Did Jiangnan really just pull my hair until it bled? He instinctively touched his head, feeling its smoothness. A sudden realization struck him as he turned to glance at his reflection in the window. Where did my remaining hair go? Was it the water I just drank? Feng Chongqing's frustration climbed as he lamented the loss of his remaining 3 strands of hair, along with the surrounding fringe. Are you a compulsive? Jiangnan, you. Suddenly, his phone rang. A sinister smile crept across Feng Chongqing's face as he answered, placing it on speaker. Hello? Xiao Lu, have you taken care of it? Master Phone. We can't do it. We don't have the authority to access Jiangnan's information. Feng Chongqing was taken aback. How is that possible? I am a vice president. Jiangnan's records are classified military secrets. Even the military can only access them at the school level and above. Our Spiritual Martial Association. Even the president lacks that authority. Feng Chongqing's brows furrowed so fiercely that they could crush a fly. How is it possible? A mere ordinary member of the Dark Knight Army? You must be mistaken. School level? Please double check. Jiangnan interjected calmly. What is the matter? Didn't you want to take action against me? Have you completed it? If not, I might just take action against you. Feng Chanqing hung up, his teeth grinding in frustration. He still couldn't comprehend how the Spiritual Martial Association lacked the authority to deal with Jiangnan. Military-grade encryption for a common Dark Knight Army member? Ridiculous. All of this chaos stemmed from a single call from Jiangnan. Feng Chanqing frantically dialed his contacts, his hands trembling with anxiety, but no one answered. It was as if he had plummeted from the clouds into a mire, unable to reach anyone. Is the line cut? Should I pay for your bills? Feng Chanqing seethed. Don't celebrate too soon. My troubles won't spare you either. At that moment, the door burst open, and an elderly man in pajamas stormed in, his white eyebrows and beard complemented by a conical nightcap adorned with a fluffy pom-pom. Feng Chanqing was taken aback. President Shen? What brings you here? Without a word, Shen Hong seized Feng Chanqing by the collar and slapped him hard across the face, causing 2 bloodied teeth to fly out. Feng Chanqing was stunned. Why are you hitting me? But Shen Hong was far from finished. He grabbed a nearby PL. The usually amiable demeanor of the individual had taken a sudden turn today, leaving Gao Yuanshan and his companions visibly pale, while Jiangnan stood in stunned silence. Who was this elderly man, brimming with such vitality at his advanced age? Shen Hong, amidst his strikes, scolded, Do you have a brain? You gluttonous hog? How much have you already hoarded, yet you remain insatiable? Do you know I was roused from my slumber due to your incompetence? Why on earth did you choose to provoke Jiangnan? Are you aware that the recent Sword of the Night operation was undertaken to protect him? How many lives were lost? And you dare to lay a hand on him? You even think you can revoke his authority? Even Chairman Chen from headquarters lacks that power. Who gave you the audacity? With that, he kicked Feng Chanqing to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, sending the food on the table crashing onto him. Jiangnan, observing the scene, remarked, Must you be so violent? I haven't even had dinner yet. Couldn't you leave a plate for me? Feng Chanqing, bloodied and battered, was now truly panicking. The sheer magnitude of the Sword of the Night operation had shocked the world, yet it was all for Jiangnan's protection? He was in deep trouble, an imminent disaster looming. With a tear-streaked face, Feng Chanqing pleaded, President, I was wrong. Please, help me. Jiangnan, spare me this time. I beg you. I shouldn't have. Jiangnan merely regarded him coolly, remaining silent. Shen Hong retorted furiously, Nonsense. Spare you? Who on earth would spare me? He then seized Feng Chanqing by his belt, effortlessly lifting the over 200-pound man and hurling him out of the window with a crash, shattering the glass. Jiangnan widened his eyes in disbelief. Goodness. This is the 3rd floor. Must it be so extreme? At 70 or 80 years old, you still display such fury? Truly embarrassing. Shen Hong dismissed it, saying, No worries. He won't die? He'll have plenty of time to recuperate inside. Just the sight of him irritates me. As he spoke, he flipped the table, nearly pinning Luo Bei beneath it. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to light a cigarette for you? Luo Bei, pale as a ghost, realized he had incurred significant losses today and scurried out with his briefcase in hand. Shen Hong turned back to Jiangnan, adopting a congenial expression, My young brother Jiangnan. This incident reflects our Lingwu Association's lack of oversight. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to you. Jiangnan smiled. It's nothing. Just treat me to a meal. Shen Hong paused, then burst into hearty laughter, patting Jiangnan on the shoulder. Actually, I have a small request. Please, feel free to speak. I have also gathered some understanding of the effects of vitality ginseng. Would you, dear brother, be able to provide the Lingwu Association's research team with some vitality ginseng for study? We have a professional team that might unravel its potent effects. If successful, this could benefit the entire world. Of course, we wouldn't let you do this for nothing. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. The spiritual orbs. How many do you have? Shen Hong was taken aback, then laughed heartily. How many do you wish for? Jiangnan shyly replied, I don't need too many. Especially since I have to make a living and care for my 2 little ones at home. 100 or so would suffice. Shen Hong exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth? 100? Do you think spiritual orbs are mere trinkets from a 2-yuan shop? Are you going home to play with them? The narrative continued with Jiangnan ultimately providing Shen Hong with 500 vitality ginseng, which could be redeemed directly from the system store for a minimal amount of resentment value. The agreed exchange was 1 vitality ginseng for 1 bronze-level spiritual orb, making it a fair trade, and Jiangnan even came out ahead, as such a quantity of spiritual orbs was difficult to procure with money in the market. That evening, Shen Hong indeed treated Jiangnan to a meal at a roadside eatery. Upon returning home, Jiangnan was dismayed to discover he ended up paying for it himself, as Shen Hong had dashed out in pajamas with hardly any money on him. The next morning, Zhong Yingxue, bleary-eyed, went to retrieve a package, a metal case. Xiaoyao, what have you ordered again? Summer Yao, her face round and cheerful, emerged from the 2nd floor, her bright eyes sparkling. Haha, is my swelling cream here? Hurry and open it. Zhong Yingxue lifted the case. It's quite heavy. The two leaned in, opening the box together. Zhong Yingxue gasped. Oh my goodness. Are all these spiritual orbs? Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Come quick. My wish has come true. The box revealed 500 neatly arranged bronze-level spiritual orbs, a third of which were fire attribute orbs, brimming with energy, alongside 10 silver-level fire attribute orbs. Jiangnan, having just washed his face, chuckled. Well, that irascible old man does have some heart. He had conveyed his request to Shunhong the previous day, as fire attribute orbs would be more effective for Zhong Yingxue due to her attributes. The additional 10 silver-level orbs were Shunhong's goodwill gesture. Zhong Yingxue exclaimed in astonishment. How? How could there be so many spiritual orbs? Jiangnan, where did you get these? Did you rob the Lingwu Association's treasury? Summer Yao grabbed a handful of spiritual orbs, her eyes alight with excitement. Wow. Did you steal an electric bike? It feels so good to be spoiled. Jiangnan retorted. Even if I stole every electric bike in Jiang City, I couldn't exchange them for this many spiritual orbs. Yet he boasted. A man must honor his word. If I promise to support you both, I will. Summer Yao giggled, stuffing spiritual orbs into her chest joyfully, and so many fire attribute ones. Before the All-Star game, 3 a day, I'll be over the moon. Xue will definitely reach silver. Zhong Yingxue smiled. I'll do my best. Thank you, Jiangnan. Xiaoao, you should hurry too. Jiangnan is right. With 2 silver levels, we will surely achieve good results. Jiangnan scratched his head. I keep hearing you talk about the All-Star game. What is it? Is it like an exam? Zhong Yingxue looked shocked. You don't know? It's the National High School All-Star Game. This is a major event. It's akin to the Koshien of anime or baseball leagues. First, you must pass the internal selection, then participate in the provincial All-Star Game. If you win, you might even qualify for the national level. Last year, Songyang Lingwu had reached the national level. With stars in her eyes, Zhong Yingxue continued. Jiangnan, what are the benefits? What rewards do they offer? Zhong Yingxue hesitated. Well, not much, but if you qualify for the national competition, there's a chance to enter the spirit pool. Jiangnan was taken aback. Nothing was given? What was the point of that? What is the spirit pool? Summer Yao chimed in. Xue, you really underestimate Jiangnan. If you gain a ranking, there's money involved. A lot of money. Jiangnan's eyes widened in excitement. What? They pay? Zhong Yingxue replied. Remember how last year the provincial champion team received 100 million? Jiangnan was flabbergasted. What? Just like that? 100 million? This is too straightforward, too enticing. They're literally handing out a small goal. This is my chance to fulfill my dream of overnight wealth. What more could I want? A small goal is all I need. I must participate. Zhong Yingxue and Summer Yao exchanged glances, both amused, as Summer Yao chuckled. Everyone is aiming for the national level to gain entry into the spirit pool. You are quite something, chasing after wealth. Jiangnan scoffed. What is so great about the spirit pool? TSK. Are you quite ignorant? The spirit pool is unique to our Huaxia. It is said that the spiritual energy within can reach a liquefied state. 1 day of cultivation inside is equivalent to half a month outside. Those who have entered the spirit pool emerge with significantly elevated ranks. Unfortunately, the annual quota and time for entry are limited. Otherwise, if everyone went, wouldn't the spiritual energy be depleted? Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. Such a place exists? No wonder everyone is clamoring to compete. Cultivating in the spirit pool is far superior to absorbing spirit pearls. To be honest, Jiangnan was tempted to qualify for participation. He needed to excel in every subject during the monthly exam. Jiangnan grinned. Fear not. My name remains unchanged. I am indeed the top student. Nan. Xia Yao chuckled. Can you handle the spirit martial science questions too? Zhong Yingxue. Isn't it true that your school doesn't teach this subject? Jiangnan was taken aback. What on earth is spirit martial science? After an explanation from the two, he finally understood. The subject encompasses knowledge about spiritual warriors, including various spirit ruins across the country, the characteristics of different spirit beasts, and the effects of spiritual techniques. The breadth of knowledge was astonishing. How did they know so much? All learned from the spirit martial science class. As for Jiangnan, he had never heard of it. Regular schools like Jiang City know. One high school didn't teach such things. Excellent. Huh. He had already fallen behind for 3 years. What a load of nonsense. Where are the books? I need to study. Striving for my little goal. Jiangnan then gazed thoughtfully at the 6 volumes of spirit martial science, each as thick as an Oxford dictionary. Perhaps we should consider alternative methods. In the days that followed, Jiangnan ceased the new student training, leaving it to the 9 night shadow soldiers. He dutifully returned to class. During chemistry, Jiangnan found himself drowsy. He had no concerns regarding regular academic subjects. The problem was that absurd spirit martial science. It had become the sole obstacle hindering his little goal. Just then, a small paper ball struck his forehead. Jiangnan was startled and followed the gaze, only to see Xia Yao quickly retract her hand and stick out her little tongue at him. Jiangnan chuckled, eagerly unfolding the note. It contained only 4 large characters. Pay attention in class. Jiangnan, you big wolf. You have dashed my expectations. He rested his chin on his hand, resigned to listen to the lecture. The teacher tapped the blackboard. Everyone, pay close attention. Now, this is a peptide bond. Let us add a methyl group to it. Where do you think we should place it? In the middle, perhaps? Jiangnan's face was one of horror. Teacher, are you truly teaching chemistry and not biology? In the following days, Jiangnan immersed himself in the study of spirit martial science. He even dragged Wu Liang along to study. After all, Jiangnan insisted that their team could not do without this sturdy tank. He also gifted Wu Liang 100 spirit pearls, urging him to level up as much as possible within a month. For half a month, aside from weekends when he sold goods, Jiangnan dedicated all his time to studying. Initially, he thought he might trigger some scholarly skills. However, reality proved Jiangnan's optimism misplaced. There were no shortcuts in studying. During this time, Jiangnan accumulated resentment points and skill points without using them, aiming to amass 1 million skill points to see if he could level up his unarmed combat or knife skills. He was eagerly anticipating what the pinnacle of those abilities would entail. Meanwhile, his resentment points had soared to 800,000. Yet Jiangnan continued to hoard them. Hold on. Keep holding on. It's worth noting that Luo Tianxiang and Han Qing transferred schools after being defeated by Jiangnan. Rumor has it they enrolled in the provincial powerhouse Tianhua Spirit Martial. Thus, Zhong Yingshua's spirits were rather high during this period. Time passed swiftly, and another half-month flew by. Due to the need to allocate time for the internal selection, the monthly exam was set for tomorrow. In Chinese class, Jiangnan stared at the 20 centimeters thick spirit martial science book, gradually losing his will. He mentally composed a song for himself, glancing back at Wu Liang. Seated at the last row, their eyes met. They exchanged nods. The monthly exam cheating squad was officially formed. Everything was under control. Closing the book. While listening to the teacher's ramblings, Jiangnan checked his system's resentment points. Over 810,000. Unable to hold back any longer. Damn it. Draw. Lucky 10 consecutive draws begin. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize. 1 head of black garlic. Congratulations on winning. Prize. A bag of popping candy. Thank you for your patronage. After 6 consecutive draws, Jiangnan received 4 bags of popping candy and 56 heads of black garlic. His face was nearly darker than if he had consumed the black garlic. After all this time spent accumulating, why were there still no new prizes? Draw again. Congratulations on winning. Prize, 1 pacifier. Congratulations on winning. Prize, 1 pacifier. Congratulations on winning. Prize, 1 pacifier. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 golden durian. Jiangnan's eyes widened in excitement. Wow, a stroke of luck? Winning 3 legitimate prizes in a row? And they were new? Even the consolation prize was something different? In an instant, Jiangnan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The influx of information was too much to process. The original popping candy was transferred to the system store. 100,000 resentment points per bag. Black garlic only required 100. Jiangnan didn't care about the specifics. Finally, he drew another 100,000 resentment points. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 golden durian. Congratulations on winning. Prize, 1 pacifier. The last round of 10 consecutive draws didn't yield a jackpot, but he did win another legitimate prize. Jiangnan was overjoyed. However, what on earth was this pacifier? He hurried to check its function in the system store. Pacifier. Function. Continuously enhances the user's breathing efficiency, comprehensively improving stamina, agility, endurance, and other physical capabilities. Pacifier. The exclusive item for tough guys. Everyone who has used it praises its effects. Note, please adhere strictly to the instructions, otherwise it will be ineffective. Jiangnan? I am nearly 18. Why on earth would you give me a pacifier? What kind of absurd prize is this? The popping candy was already quite ridiculous. And now a pacifier? Why have the legitimate prizes started to become increasingly ludicrous? Yet, the effect seemed rather impressive. Jiangnan understood the importance of breathing. Why do athletes or ancient martial masters possess extraordinary physical capabilities? A significant part of the reason lies in their breathing techniques. They intake more air, leading to a higher concentration of oxygen molecules in the blood. During intense physical activity, endurance, stamina, reaction capabilities, and other physical functions would all improve. If the human body were likened to an engine, Naturally aspirated engines would never match up to turbocharged or mechanically supercharged ones. Jiangnan felt a vague sense of anticipation, but it was class time. It wouldn't be appropriate to pull it out with so many classmates around. Taking a pacifier out of his pocket? That wouldn't do. Jiangnan could only suppress his excitement. Checking the consolation prize, he examined the Golden Durian S function. Golden Durian function rapidly restores the user's spiritual energy to full capacity. A delicacy of the highest quality. A single bite can send you to the heavens. Jiangnan was filled with dread. You deceitful system. I can't trust you. Having suffered from the painful experiences with black garlic and the lucky cherry, Jiangnan was not inclined to test it. Ascend to the heavens? Who knows what that entails? However, the function should indeed be legitimate. Rapidly restoring one's spiritual energy? This would be invaluable in battle. There's no need to think about its significance. Absolutely extraordinary. But things were certainly not that simple. Jiangnan glanced at the teacher and discreetly pulled out a golden durian. It felt heavy in his hands. However, the aesthetic appeal of this golden durian surpasses that of any consolation prize. It's as large as a human head, perfectly round, and a resplendent gold, shimmering brilliantly. The stem is robust, and the thorns on the rind are quite prickly. Jiangnan regarded it with profound skepticism. Could the outward appearance be deceiving? He drew closer. Inhaling deeply, the fragrance was intoxicating, almost causing his mouth to water. A delicate fruity aroma permeated the classroom. Yu Qingqing, seated diagonally behind Jiangnan, her eyes widened instantaneously. She stared at Jiangnan, utterly bewildered. What? Such a massive durian? Hey, why did you bring a durian to school? As a prodigious gourmand, Yu Qingqing couldn't possibly squander this opportunity. The captivating fragrance was simply irresistible. She whispered, Nanshan, Nanshan. Jiangnan turned to see Yu Qingqing's eyes brimming with anticipation. Could I have a bite after you open it? Just one bite. It smells divine. Jiangnan was taken aback. It's not my fault you want to eat it so badly. Since you're so adorable, I'll let you have it all, not just a bite. Jiangnan grinned, signaling his approval with an OJK gesture. He placed his hands on the durian, attempting to pry it open. But to his astonishment, it wouldn't budge. Jiangnan was astounded. With his current physique, he could bend steel pipes. How could he fail to open a mere durian? He exerted even more force, his hands aching, his face flushed crimson. Yet the golden durian remained steadfast. Yu Qingqing watched with bated breath, her eyes filled with expectation. Jiangnan was incensed. How could he disappoint a young lady? As a grown man, he couldn't even open a durian? He positioned the durian between his legs, transformed his hand into a blade, and, with eyes ablaze, struck down with savage force. Yu Qingqing was flabbergasted. What was Nanshan about to do? In ancient times, Xiang Yu could lift a colossal cauldron. Now I, Jiangnan, will cleave a durian with my bare hands. A man must never admit defeat. His handblade crashed down upon the golden durian. Jiangnan's face instantly paled. He slumped onto the desk, clutching his hand, writhing in agony. The durian had pierced his hand with 7 or 8 holes, drawing blood. What kind of durian is this? It's too damn hard. Is it solid all the way through? Yu Qingqing burst into laughter, which echoed throughout the classroom. The language arts teacher glared at her. Yu Qingqing, what's so funny? Pay attention in class. Yu Qingqing shrank back. Oh. Chapter 166, Crow-Sitting Airplane? He glanced at the golden durian again. It remained utterly unscathed. What good is this damn durian if it's supposed to restore my spiritual power, but I can't even eat it? Yu Qingqing was still overwhelmed by the aroma. She beckoned to Jiangnan. Give it to me. I'll handle it. Jiangnan felt a surge of embarrassment. Like a man who can't open a jar, only to have a petite girl say, useless. Let me do it. He examined his bleeding hand. Fine. I shouldn't force myself. He tossed the golden durian to Yu Qingqing. The students in the back of the classroom were dumbfounded. What? Why is there a durian in the classroom? Yu Qingqing received the durian, her small mouth pursed. Her hands were red from the thorns, but she stifled a cry. Jiangnan leaned back, watching with amusement. Yu Qingqing tried to open it a few times, but to no avail. Jiangnan had underestimated the determination of a true gourmand. Yu Qingqing wielded a compass in one hand and a steel ruler in the other, stabbing at the golden durian with relentless force. The result? The steel ruler bent, and the compass broke. Yu Qingqing was dumbfounded. How? How can it be so hard? Jiangnan covered his face. You're telling me this is a durian? Isn't this just a lump of iron covered in thorns? Yu Qingqing's deskmate couldn't bear to watch any longer. He beckoned to her. So, the golden durian passed into the hands of the male student. Yanglin smirked. You girls just don't have enough strength. Watch me, as a power-type ability user. Yanglin's arms bulged with veins as he tried to pry open the golden durian. The thorns pricked him so badly that tears welled up in his eyes. Yet the golden durian remained unmoved. Resentment value from Yonglin 666. What the hell is this? It won't even open? Is it so difficult to eat a durian? What a useless thing. And you call yourself a power type? Tai Suzhenren. Give it to me. I'll open it. You can't even open a durian? Are you even a man? Yonglin exploded. If you're so good, you try? And so, the golden durian began to circulate among the students in the class. Some students' hands turned into crab claws, but they still couldn't pry it open. Others tried burning it or freezing it. One brother even hardened his head and tried to headbutt it, resulting in 7 bleeding holes on his forehead. Wu Liang used his bare paws to slam it, turning his bare paws into sprinklers. The golden durian became the center of attention in the classroom, attracting everyone's gaze. The students displayed their remarkable abilities, but no one could open it. Damn it, give it to Lu Ming. He'll definitely succeed. That's right, he's the hardest. Give it to him. And so, the golden durian made its way to Lu Ming. He was a handsome, refined brother, now holding the golden durian with an expression of confidence. All the students watched with anticipation. Jiangnan also turned to watch. Lu Ming's arms suddenly turned metallic, shimmering with silver light. He raised his fist and punched down. Clang. His fist struck the thorns, producing a metallic clang and sparks. The student's eyes widened. Damn it, is this just a lump of iron? But why does it still smell like fruit? Lu Ming glared. I don't believe in this nonsense. You forced me to do this. In the next moment, his entire body turned metallic, transforming into a silver iron-headed boy. He stood up abruptly, placing the golden durian on the chair. The students covered their mouths, their eyes wide. Jiangnan was filled with horror. Brother, calm down. You must remain calm. You wouldn't be thinking of. Lu Ming jumped up. His buttocks aimed directly at the golden durian. Was he about to perform a crow-sitting airplane? What a legendary scene. Even if you have an iron butt, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Lu Ming finally sat down on it with all his weight. Boom. The deafening explosion stunned everyone. The massive shockwave sent Lu Ming, the iron-headed boy, flying into the air. His head pierced the ceiling. The students in the class above were terrified. They felt the floor shake and then saw an iron head emerge from the floor, puncturing the floorboards. Lu Ming. In Jiangnan's classroom. Golden flesh splattered everywhere, soft and mushy like paste. The thorns of the golden durian, propelled by the force of the explosion, transformed into deadly hidden weapons, shattering the glass. The room filled with thick white smoke, and an unimaginable stench permeated the air. The stench was so overpowering that it stung the eyes. It smelled like excrement. The students closest to the center of the explosion collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, their faces pale, their eyes rolling back. Jiangnan's eyes widened, and he gasped for air. Ugh. He vomited on the spot. What kind of durian was this? It was a biochemical weapon, and it exploded? One might think someone had blown up a toilet with firecrackers. The classroom was in complete chaos. Ugh. Lu Ming, did you crap your pants? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Someone tell me what this golden paste is. Could it be? Damn you, Lu Ming. The strongest crow-sitting airplane in history? I'm going to be sick. It stinks so bad. Lu Ming. You. Yonglin was scolding Lu Ming when he looked up and froze. The guy was still stuck in the ceiling. How much force did it take to launch him up there? One glance was all it took to petrify Yonglin. The back of Lu Ming's pants, hanging from the ceiling, had been reduced to shreds. 7 or 8 thorns from the golden durian were embedded in his posterior. Even an iron but couldn't withstand that. The students were dumbfounded. Did it have to be so powerful? The image is forever burned into my mind. The language teacher was utterly stunned. Unable to utter a single word, Yu Qingqing knelt on the ground, retching violently. Ah, she must have had a sandwich for breakfast. Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao were left speechless. Who could fathom why such an incident would occur in the middle of class? It was simply life-threatening. Xia Yao ugh. Zhong Yinxue covered her nose, feeling faint. At that moment, Jiangnan had no time to ponder. He swiftly pulled Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao to the playground. After making the round trip over 20 times, they finally managed to rescue their classmates and teachers from the classroom. The only one remaining was Lu Ming, still stuck in the ceiling. Jiangnan simply couldn't muster the courage to approach him. Phew, they had survived. It was all thanks to my divine intervention. Instant teleportation was remarkable. It saved my life. I'm about to hurl. What else with Lu Ming? Thank goodness for my divine savior. The expressions on the classmates' faces were filled with terror. They were still smeared with golden fruit pulp. A gust of wind sent another wave of nausea through them. Jiangnan swallowed hard, feeling guilty. He glanced at Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao, whose faces were smeared with fruit pulp. Jiangnan wiped a smear of golden fruit pulp from Xia Yao's nose and brought it to his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. How sweet. How fragrant. It was truly delicious beyond measure. It felt heavenly. The spiritual energy that had nearly been depleted from the teleportation quickly replenished. The effect was astonishing. At that moment, however, Xia Yao stared wide-eyed. looking at Jiangnan in shock. You actually ate that? Zhong Yinxue, equally horrified, stared blankly at Jiangnan's finger in his mouth. Jiangnan. No, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Although it smells terrible, it tastes divine. You both should try it. Xia Yao and Zhong Yinxue shook their heads frantically, their faces filled with dread. They instantly retreated 3 meters away from Jiangnan. Jiangnan. This isn't what you think. This is the flesh of the golden durian. Listen to my explanation. It's a treasure. Chapter 167, The Mighty Pacifier? Extra update. Zhong Yinxue spoke with a hint of disdain. Shaonan. I didn't expect you to. Jiangnan. What do you mean you didn't expect it? I simply had a bite of durian. Why can't I clarify this? That's not from Lu Ming. It's the flesh from the durian. That damn fool Lu Ming. Why was he playing around with a crow flying a plane? Xia Yao grimaced. EW Jiangnan glared. EW what? He lunged forward, smearing 2 chunks of fruit pulp on her face, intending to shove them into their mouths. Shaonan. How dare you? I'll kill you. Don't come near me. Stay away. Jiangnan, no way. You both have to try it. At that moment, Lu Ming was still stuck in the ceiling. He hadn't noticed the foul smell. He merely felt a chill and a bit of pain in his backside. Hey, classmate. Could you give me a kick? I'm stuck. The classmates in the room were equally bewildered. Who could remain calm when a head suddenly protruded from the floor during class? The atmosphere was painfully awkward. A nearby girl in a short skirt quickly covered her skirt, her face flushed. You pervert. With that, she kicked Lu Ming in the face. His body was finally propelled downward. He fell back into the classroom, tears streaming down his face. It was truly blinding. Just as he was about to get up and flee, he gasped, and see, must you compulsively use a pacifier? Such an odd predilection. A pacifier fiend? Utterly fiendish. Utterly depraved. The mere thought spurred him to retrieve another pacifier and insert it into his mouth. He relished its sweetness. Abruptly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into the villa with frenzied intensity. Jiangnan's eyes widened in astonishment. What's happening? Well, Shue, have you achieved a breakthrough? Haha, Shaonan, come quickly. Shue has reached the Silver Realm. A rapid descent of footsteps echoed from upstairs. Ominous. This is exceedingly ominous. Jiangnan's eyes dilated as he prepared to teleport and secure the door. Bang. Xia Yu exuberantly flung the door open. Jiangnan whirled around, his back facing Xia Yao. What to do? Once this commences, it's impossible to halt. One has already been ruined. This one mustn't suffer the same fate. Xia Yao, perplexed, inquired Shaonan. Why do you appear displeased? It smells delightful. What are you secretly indulging in? Allow me to see. Xia Yao advanced to grasp Jiangnan's shoulder. Beads of perspiration instantly formed on Jiangnan's brow. He abruptly evaded, but Xia Yao would not relent. She pounced upon Jiangnan, pinning him to the bed, her eyes widening in disbelief. For in her gaze, Jiangnan appeared thus. Is it possible? You're sequestered in your room, sucking on a pacifier? Still dependent on a pacifier? Haraha. Jiangnan, incensed, retaliated by flipping Xia Yao onto the bed, brandishing the pacifier, and forcibly inserting it into Xia Yao's mouth. Xia Yao's eyes widened, and she instinctively suckled. Wow, how delectable. Shaonan, I've achieved a breakthrough. Behold. Zhong Yinxue, her countenance radiant with elation, burst into the room. She beheld Jiangnan astride Xia Yao, each with a pacifier in their mouths, incessantly suckling. Zhong Yinxue felt as though she had unearthed a momentous secret. These two are engaging in a clandestine pacifier ritual? Heavens, how mortifying. Zhong Yinxue's eyes widened. Her mouth agape. Her mind was a void. Jiangnan teleported before Zhong Yinxue in an instant. Catching her unawares, he thrust a pacifier into her mouth. And thus, Zhong Yinxue, her head tilted, was transformed into. After a few gentle sucks, a wave of refreshing sweetness coursed through her body, her lungs warmed. In an instant, the entire world became vibrant. Zhong Yinxue acutely perceived the enhancement in her breathing efficiency. Her bodily functions were gradually being augmented. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jiangnan. How delectable. The effects of this pacifier are remarkable. Jiangnan hastily shook his head, presenting the instructions to Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao. Both were taken aback. The transformation cannot be halted? Very well. The trio indulged in pacifiers for an entire evening, ceasing only on their way to school the following day. A gentle breeze wafted past, carrying the rich aroma of milk from the three. Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao had, of course, experienced the significant changes the pacifiers had wrought in their breathing efficiency and bodily functions. The sensation of becoming stronger was addictive. Jiangnan, his face beaming with pride, proclaimed, "As long as you associate with your god Nan, Pacifiers shall be yours. Zhong Yingxue rolled her eyes. Today is the monthly examination. How is your spiritual martial arts study progressing? Xiaoyao nudged Jiangnan's arm. Hee, a modest goal of 100 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiangnan's face darkened. But recalling his plan, he clenched his fist with determination. Humph. You two just wait and see. The scholarly Jiangnan shall reign supreme. Arriving at school early, the students' faces were etched with anxiety. After all, the school selection process commenced with the monthly examination. If they couldn't even clear this hurdle, how could they participate in the all-star game as members of the campus representative team? Drawing lots to determine their examination rooms, Jiangnan swallowed hard. Never in his life had he felt such examination-induced anxiety. He opened his slip. Examination room 2. Wu Liang, in the back row, flashed Jiangnan AV sign. Jiangnan sighed in relief. This would make things easier. The students proceeded to their designated examination rooms to prepare for the examination. Jiangnan noticed that Xia, the she-wolf, was also in the same examination room as him. As the sound of papers being distributed filled the air, the monthly examination commenced. The initial sessions were devoted to cultural subjects. Spiritual martial arts was scheduled for the final session. The first session was, in fact, language arts. Jiangnan took a deep breath and began to write with fervent speed. The students nearby were utterly bewildered. I haven't even written my name yet. And you've already completed the first page of the examination paper? This is language arts, not English. Are you some sort of living printing press? Jiangnan glared. It's not that I'm trying to show off. It's just that my mission is exceedingly burdensome. Wu Liang, seated in the back row, wore a ferocious expression, his eyes glaring at the examination paper as if it were his mortal enemy. What is this ancient Chinese? I can't comprehend a single word. And these lone characters? Why is it that when ancient writers made mistakes, they were excused as lone characters? And I'm being tested on them? Why? Reading comprehension? I'm supposed to write down the author's thoughts at the time. How am I supposed to know what the author was thinking at that time? Maybe the author was writing while squatting on the toilet. What kind of questions are these? Essay, discuss your current dream. And write an essay of no less than 800 words. Wu Liang was utterly exasperated. My dream? My dream is to write an 800-word essay. One sentence is enough. Where am I supposed to find 800 words for you? Wu Liang nearly ground his teeth to dust. What to do? What to do? I'm supposed to discuss my dream? Wu Liang, seated in his seat, had lost all hope. His eyes were vacant, transformed into a stone statue. His brain had completely crashed, emitting wisps of white smoke. The CPU must have burned out. An hour elapsed. Jiangnan, on the other side, rubbed his aching arm and glanced back at Wu Liang, his face darkening. He furtively glanced at the proctor, seizing the opportune moment. He opened a spatial wormhole. Wu Liang's eyes widened as he saw a hand descending from above his head. It was carrying an examination paper filled with answers, which landed on his desk. And Wu Liang's blank paper was taken away. At that moment, Wu Liang viewed that hand as if it were bathed in holy light. The strains of Ave Maria echoed in his ears. He lowered his head to examine the paper. It was completely filled out. Even the essay was completed. Wu Liang, has my dream come true? He looked at Jiangnan with gratitude. Jiangnan had successfully fulfilled Wu Liang's dream with his own hand. And glancing at Wu Liang's blank paper, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. How blank? Not even a name. Jiangnan had to answer the questions all over again, using a different handwriting. Why else would he be rushing against the clock? It was because Jiangnan had to answer two people's examination papers. In the subsequent examinations, Jiangnan completed 2 sets of papers by himself. He was working tirelessly to pull Wu Liang along. He was risking his life for a modest goal of 100 million. Just as Jiangnan had finally finished everything and exhaled a long sigh of relief, Xiaoyao, taking advantage of the teacher's inattention, accurately hit Jiangnan's forehead with a small note. Jiangnan was taken aback. Oh, the she-wolf is playing this game too? Alas, they're all good friends who have shared pacifiers. How could Jiangnan not help her? He opened the note. Xiaonan, do you know the answer to question 17? Jiangnan glanced at question 17 and nodded. He wrote the answer on a note and sent it to Xiaoyao via a spatial wormhole. Xiaoyao was startled. Wow, this is so convenient. She hastily opened the note. Jiangnan replied, yes, I know, Xiaoyao. That's it. All you said was I know. If you know, then tell me. Why are you being so unhelpful? I'm asking if you know. You're just saying yes. I know. Xiaoyao was furious. Give me back my expectations. Resentment value from Xiaoyao 1000. The examination ended. Xiaoyao pounced on Jiangnan from her seat, her face fierce. Jiangnan, I'm going to strangle you. Jiangnan's eyes rolled back in his head as Xiaoyao strangled him. The answer to question 17 still remains unwritten. Until the afternoon, Xiaoyao's frustration was continuously rising. She vowed never to send Jiangnan another note. Humph. It was utterly perplexing to decipher his train of thought. Finally, the last exam arrived, the spirit martial examination. This time, it was Jiangnan who lost his aspirations while seated at his desk, staring at the paper before him. He found the questions familiar yet alien. His head felt as though it might burst. While his classmates diligently filled in their answers, Jiangnan was utterly at a loss. Xia Yao wrote swiftly. Jiangnan's eyes darted around in desperation. He secretly scribbled a note, activating a spatial wormhole unnoticed, and poked her gently in the belly. Upon receiving Jiangnan's note, Xia Yao wore a look of suspicion. Yet, she opened it nonetheless. Sister Xia Yao, you are the most beautiful. I really like you. The note was also accompanied by a large white rabbit milk candy. In his quest to pass the exam, Jiangnan spared no expense. Xia Yao responded with an okay gesture. Jiangnan felt a wave of relief. At such a crucial moment, it was indeed the mighty wolf spirit that came through. He would reward her lavishly later. Before long, the note was returned. Jiangnan eagerly opened it. Xia Yao replied, yes, you are right. I also like myself. The note even contained the wrapper of the white rabbit candy. Jiangnan, what the heck? She ate my candy and didn't do anything in return. This is blatant revenge. Xia Yao chuckled at the sight of Jiangnan's darkened expression. Humph, let us see who gets the last laugh. Jiangnan inhaled deeply. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his most cunning tactics. Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. The supervising teacher replied. All right. I will accompany you. Jiangnan was taken aback. What? You have to follow me to the restroom? Is this really necessary? Helpless, Jiangnan was escorted to the restroom, where he locked the door and fell into contemplation, pondering what to do. Just then, from the adjacent stall came muffled sounds. Ha. Achu. Jiangnan thought to himself. This fellow must be suffering from constipation. Through the reflection in the window, he noticed a jacket hanging on the hook and a proctor's badge? Jiangnan's eyes lit up with inspiration. Fueled by indignation, he seized the moment and stealthily snatched the proctor's badge before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the proctor remained oblivious, eyes tightly shut. Jiangnan hung the badge around his neck and strolled confidently down the hallway. He set his sights on the first exam room. With determination, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. As the classroom door swung wide, all the students sitting for the exam looked up, their eyes widening in disbelief. What is going on? Zhong Yingxue was bewildered. Lin Chuqing was equally flabbergasted. Aren't you supposed to be taking the exam? How did you end up here? One proctor sat at the podium sipping tea while the other casually roamed the classroom. Upon seeing Jiangnan enter, they noted his youthfulness. Is he a new intern teacher? But then they glanced at the badge hanging from his neck and realized he was a proctor. They nodded in acknowledgement. The students were left utterly perplexed. Jiangnan sighed in relief. He strolled around the classroom, glancing at the papers. Is this question B? Ah, so that's the answer. TSK. This girl's handwriting is truly atrocious. After surveying the room, he approached Zhong Yingxue's desk, scrutinizing her paper, even flipping it over. Zhong Yingxue was bombarded with questions. Are you looking at the answers? Hey, is this really necessary? How bold are you to do this? Zhong Yingxue's frustration, level 333. After flipping through Zhong Yingxue's paper, Jiangnan moved on to Lin Chuqing's desk, inspecting her answers as well. Lin Chuqing glanced back and forth between Jiangnan and the proctor, utterly confused. What is happening? Don't you see? This student has audaciously come over from another exam room to blatantly copy answers. Why isn't anyone stopping this? Hey you, don't look around. Focus on your exam. Lin Chuqing retorted. You have the nerve to lecture me? After thoroughly observing, Jiangnan memorized all the answers. Approaching the door, he remarked, the exam room discipline is commendable. Keep it up. The two supervising teachers nodded in agreement, watching Jiangnan depart. The students in the classroom erupted in astonishment. What kind of outrageous stunt was this? Once outside, Jiangnan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the two teachers did not recognize him. He had successfully evaded detection. He instantly returned to the restroom. The fellow next door was still straining. Jiangnan stealthily returned the proctor's badge, emerging with a bright smile. Let us go. The supervising teacher remarked. You're quite quick. Back in the exam room, Jiangnan shifted into a frenzied writing mode. Xia Yao was left in awe. What is happening? A trip to the restroom made you suddenly knowledgeable? How miraculous. She had planned to finish her answers and share them with Jiangnan. After all, they were supposed to go to Qiandao Lake together. She couldn't bear to leave him behind. Having completed his answers, Jiangnan had no time to relax. He activated the spatial wormhole to snatch Wu Liang's paper, quickly scribbling down answers. Wu Liang was moved. It's all thanks to you, my Nanshin. Once the exam concluded, as they walked home from school, Xiaoyu swayed Jiangnan's arm. Xiaonan, how did it go? Are you confident? Jiangnan patted his chest confidently. Do you even know who I am? I'm all set for Qianao Lake. Zhong Yingxue rolled her eyes. How could you possibly lack confidence? You just invaded my exam room to copy answers, and even flipped my paper. Xia Yao was taken aback. Is it really that outrageous? No wonder Jiangnan was so quick to answer after returning from the restroom. How did he manage that? Let us not speak too definitively. Tomorrow is the official school selection. We must break through the competition. Jiangnan grinned. Just watch my performance. The next day, 3 stages were set up at the Songjiang Spirit Martial Stadium. All the faculty and students gathered to witness the event, creating a cacophony of excitement. Any student who passed the monthly exam in the senior year was eligible to compete. Unlike the half-hearted non-specialized schools like Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Songjiang Spirit Martial School was a specialized institution where many students formed fixed teams from their first year, cultivating synergy for the all-star competition. Everyone aimed for a coveted spot in the spirit pool. Yet, the reality was harsh. Out of so many students, only 3 teams would represent Songjiang Spirit Martial. The rules for the school selection were quite simple. 3 stages. Teams confident in their abilities could take the stage to defend their title, while those who felt unsatisfied could challenge them. The teams that remained might not necessarily be the luckiest, but they would certainly be the strongest. Jiangnan had not overthought the situation. Leading Wu Liang, Zhong Yingxue, and Xia Yao, he boldly stepped onto the stage. His eyes sparkled with determination, and his heart swelled with ambition. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path would face his full wrath. Jiangnan's team was the first to take the stage. It must be noted that those who went first in a defense match often faced disadvantages due to the exhausting wheel battle. Strong teams typically opted to enter later. But unexpectedly, Jiangnan took the lead. Was he truly that confident in his abilities? This was not merely a one-on-one duel. It was a clash between teams. The combination of offense and defense made it clear that strength alone would not secure victory. Yet, observing Jiangnan's team lineup, the onlookers felt a wave of trepidation. Wu Liang's strength was well known. Xia Yao's beast transformation was legendary for its prowess. However, the most concerning factor was Jiangnan. His ability to teleport and the mysterious spatial wormhole from before rendered him nearly impossible to defend against. Indeed, even Luo Tianxiang had fallen victim, and Jiangnan had barely even exerted himself. Realizing this, the students shivered, instinctively protecting themselves. The spatial abilities were truly formidable. Had no one noticed Zhong Yingshue's level? She was already at silver. She has unexpectedly reached silver. Incredible. How on earth can we combat this? If there is anyone to blame, it must be Jiangnan for being so arrogant. Perhaps, in the end, he might truly secure a spot in the competition. But a wheel battle? That would wear them out. We certainly have our own formidable warriors. If a brother from the domain system steps up, Jiangnan will equally face restraint. After all, he has only a bronze 7-star. How many times can his inner spiritual energy support his teleportation? The students were abuzz, each voicing their opinions. Zhong Yingxue expressed her concern. Are we really the first to go? It will take so long. Xia Yao pouted. What if we run out of spiritual power? Your level is so low. Wu Liang grinned. A will battle would be quite taxing. After a month of training, Zhong Yingxue had ascended to silver 1-star. Meanwhile, Xia Yao had reached the peak of bronze level. Even Wu Liang, after using 100 spiritual beads, had reached bronze 8-star. Only Jiangnan remained at the lowest level, bronze 7-star. Furthermore, both his teleportation and spatial wormhole consumed immense spiritual power. A wheel battle would put him at a disadvantage. Jiangnan flashed a grin. The 3 of you can be my guests behind me. Close your eyes and listen closely. I don't need a reason to defeat my enemies. What Jiangnan said undoubtedly made him the champion. Zhong Yingxue covered her face in disbelief. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. Is it really necessary to be this cocky? Who gave you such confidence? Then she pulled Wu Liang and Zhong Yingxue to sit at the edge of the arena. Please, begin your performance, champion. At that moment, the students were astounded. What is this formation? Is Jiangnan preparing to take on 4 opponents alone? How audacious. I can't bear to watch. Who will step up to challenge him? If 4 cannot defeat him, they might as well eat dirt. This guy has truly become cocky. Jiangnan, do you remember the promise we made? 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. There must be a battle between us. A true warrior dares to confront genuine challenges. Therefore, I am here. Jiangnan looked up, his expression darkening. It was that old fool, Qin Shou. 4 figures stood atop the sunshade of the gymnasium, basking in the morning sun, dazzling to the eyes. Qin Shou was one of them. To Jiangnan's astonishment, Yu Qingqing was among the others. At that moment, she stood in the gym, covering her face. I can't take it anymore. This is so embarrassing. Can we please go down? Next to her, A bespectacled youth looked exasperated. Qin Shou is the captain. We must listen to him. Another tall and slender young lady named Yu comforted Yu Qingqing. Don't worry, little fish. Your face has long been lost. Just don't be afraid, Yu Qingqing. Although you're trying to comfort me, why does it make me want to cry even more? The Ice Peak team will make a name for ourselves today. Follow me into battle. This is our starting point. And the end for Jiangnan. Do you? Yes, yes. You're right. Let us go. The bespectacled youth lethargically raised his arm, elongating his tone. Go for it. Yea, you're the best. Yu Qingqing squatted on the ground, covering her face. Why? Why do I have such a dim-witted captain? It's utterly mortifying. Qin Shou's eyes glistened with tears. Is little fish so touched, she is crying? With such teammates, it's truly wonderful. Saying this, he leapt from the sunshade, performing a splendid 720-degree turn as he descended towards the arena. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing and the others did not follow, remaining in place. Jiangnan was speechless. This scene was all too familiar. How could I let you have your way? Qin Shou aimed for the arena, fully prepared. Last time he landed on one knee, injuring it. This time he learned. He had ice placed on his knee for protection. The entrance had to be swift. The pose must be impressive. Just as Qin Shou was about to kneel gracefully, Jiangnan flashed a smile. A spatial wormhole opened. Suddenly, a spiky golden durian appeared beneath Qin Shou's knee. His eyes widened in shock. Why is there a durian on the stage? Damn it. Now I can't stop myself. While others kneel on washboards, I'm kneeling on a durian. Boom. A loud explosion echoed, smoke billowed, and spikes flew everywhere. A scream mixed with the chaos. The terrifying impact sent Qin Shou flying several meters. His knee was pierced with spikes, and golden flesh burst forth in all directions. A cloud of white smoke spread out. Qin Shou somehow found his balance amid the chaos, executing a forward roll to land on his feet. Though his knee was a sight to behold, he stood up, flipped his hair, and sneered. Such trivial tricks cannot harm me. However, he barely finished speaking when he widened his eyes and vomited on the ground. An indescribable substance, worthy of a mosaic, splattered everywhere. The aroma was intoxicating, striking directly at the soul. A breeze carried the fragrant scent to the audience. Oh no, not this smell again. Ah, my eyes. My eyes. Damn, is Qin Shou's entrance meant to be this spectacular? It even comes with explosion effects? Ugh, run. Quick, run. The first 3 rows are already retching. Watching the rapidly increasing resentment points, Jiangnan was overjoyed. This thing is truly a divine weapon. With foresight, he held his breath. His breathing efficiency was enhanced. I can hold my breath for 3 minutes. It won't stink me out. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were both in shock. What kind of durian is that? Is it really necessary to be so cruel? As for Wu Liang, he was still affected, retching uncontrollably. In the audience, Lu Ming suddenly stood up, pointing at the arena and shouting, "Did you see that? It was the durian. It exploded. How many times must I say it? I didn't mess my pants. Jiangnan, you wait for me. Give me back my youth." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with rage. Yu Qingqing and the others, who remained on the sunshade, were relieved. Thank goodness we didn't go down. No fear. As for Captain Qin Shou, well, safe travels. I'm keeping this sofa. Please give a 5-star review. Urge updates, and add to your bookshelf. Hehe. Chapter 171. Human meteor hammer. The east wind blew fiercely. The stench soared. The audience on the west side had fled, leaving only the first 3 rows of students lying back in their seats, rolling their eyes and retching, with no one to accompany them. The students were in an uproar. How could a single durian take down the entire arena? Qin Shou, you're a silver. Must you fall so quickly? Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao both looked bewildered. The school selection process is serious. Jiangnan, can you be a little more serious? Jiangnan flashed a smile. Who dares to fight? The students looked at each other in disbelief. Who would dare to step up? The arena has been contaminated. If you throw another durian, won't you be covered in gold? Just thinking about it is thrilling. The teacher, holding her nose, glared. Student, no more use of weapons of mass destruction, understood? Otherwise, ugh. The teacher was also retching. Jiangnan shrank his neck, looking reluctant. Just then, a loud shout came from the audience. We're coming. Lu Ming rushed to the arena with his team. Each of them had tissues stuffed in their nostrils. They were perfectly prepared. Jiangnan grinned. Isn't this the invincible little iron butt? Are you all here to give it a try? From Lu Ming's resentment points 1000. Damn, invincible little iron butt. Go die? The moment Lu Ming saw Jiangnan, he felt a dull pain in his backside. Damn Jiangnan, you've taken 3 years of my youth. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, even if you cleaned up last night. Lu Ming was filled with rage, his momentum rising. His level had surprisingly reached the peak of bronze. Zhong Yingxue warned, Jiangnan, don't let your guard down. Lu Ming and his team are formidable. Xia Yao smirked mischievously. If you can't hold on, just tell me. The Metal Storm team, led by Lu Ming, is renowned for its strength in Songjiang linguo. Even if Jiangnan is formidable, could they truly defeat a team of 4? Wu Liang knelt, overwhelmed. Suddenly, Lu Ming transformed into metal. His fists collided, producing a shower of sparks. Beside him, a short young man was eager to join the fray. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp spikes erupted from his body, one hand morphing into a long sword, the other into a spiked metal shield. Behind them, 2 young ladies. One enveloped in blazing flames and the other entwined with flowing water ribbons, captured the attention of their classmates, who watched with wide eyes, filled with anticipation. This time, Jiangnan would surely demonstrate their prowess without resorting to that durian. The 2 elemental powerhouses combined with Ma Hao's dual offensive and defensive abilities made their combat potential soar. 1 against 4? Jiangnan was truly overconfident. Lu Ming's team was a seed team. This would be a sight to behold. Lu Ming reveled in the admiration surrounding him. Were they prepared for a thrashing? Spirit technique, silver armor. His fully metallic body glimmered with a silvery sheen, tripling its hardness. As he moved, the sound of metal scraping echoed. Today, Lu Ming would show them what true power meant. Suddenly, a surprised shout erupted. Lu Ming's legs were bound tightly together, and he was hurled skyward. A translucent, crystalline chain had ensnared his ankle, its other end gripped by Jiangnan. With a swift motion, Jiangnan swung the chain, sending Lu Ming spinning in midair. Disoriented, he felt the ground rush toward him at an alarming speed. Bang! The metallic clink resonated as Lu Ming plunged into the arena like a javelin. Jiangnan wore a satisfied expression. With such ease, this was truly remarkable. Lu Ming's resentment points 1,000. What did he mean by remarkably easy? Did he take Lu Ming for a meteor hammer? What on earth was this chain? Lu Ming was on the verge of breaking free when Jiangnan swung him again, sending him soaring once more. His teammates were bewildered, and the observing classmates were equally stunned. What was happening? A human meteor hammer? This was absurd. The chain seemed to be Jiangnan's spirit technique. Lu Ming was pitifully caught in this predicament. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao widened their eyes at Jiangnan's second spatial spirit technique, which they had never heard of before. The audacity of this maneuver was astonishing. Jiangnan grinned as he swung Lu Ming, directing him toward Ma Hao with immense force, creating a sound that pierced the air. Ma Hao instinctively raised his shield in defense. Lu Ming, stab him. Bang. The tremendous impact sent Lu Ming crashing against the shield, creating sparks. Ma Hao was blasted backward several meters, and the shield bore a significant dent. The spikes shattered. Where did those spikes end up? Naturally, they were embedded in Lu Ming. Ah, Ma Hao, how dare you stab me? Hit him. Hit him. Ma Hao wore a look of exasperation. What do you want me to do? You charged at him. The 2 young ladies behind them unleashed their spirit techniques, meteor fire ray, water cannon. In an instant, a scorching heat enveloped the arena as fireballs rained down upon Jiangnan. The powerful water cannon surged forward. Skill activated. Meteor hammer. LV0. Jiangnan's eyes widened. Could this trigger the meteor hammer skill? Points added. Skill upgrade. Meteor hammer. Intermediate LV0. As Lu Ming was flung through the air, Jiangnan skillfully controlled him, expertly shattering the incoming fireballs and water cannons. Lu Ming's head buzzed as he exploded a fireball. His body charred. The next moment, he was struck by a water cannon. Experiencing the extremes of ice and fire was exhilarating. Jiangnan wielded Lu Ming like a human meteor hammer, precisely obliterating every incoming attack, accompanied by Lu Ming's cries of agony. Ah, ouch, stop, stop. His teammates could only helplessly pause. Hit him, don't stop. They resumed their assault. Ah, it hurts. Stop. Ma Hao exploded with frustration. Can you please decide? Are we attacking or not? Lu Ming lamented, your spirit techniques are all hitting me. He was on the verge of tears. Being a meteor hammer was no easy task. Amidst Jiangnan's barrage of fireballs and water cannons, Ma Hao seized the moment and shouted, spirit technique, blade thrust. A cluster of sharp blades erupted from his chest, striking toward Jiangnan with blinding speed. Just as it was about to connect, Jiangnan raised a hand to shield himself, expanding the spatial wormhole to its maximum. Ma Hao's heart sank, realizing too late the danger. Watch out. The blade thrust pierced through the wormhole, unexpectedly emerging from behind and heading straight for the 2 young ladies. They panicked and retreated, one of them accidentally falling from the arena. Ma Hao sighed in relief, knowing Jiangnan had held back. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a fall. It would have resulted in bloodshed. But then, he felt a chilling wind at his back. Raising his head, he saw the human meteor hammer descending upon him with unstoppable force. In that moment, Ma Hao had no time to react, instinctively crossing his arms to protect himself. Transforming into a spiky shield, Lu Ming, How dare you stab your elder brother? Bang. Sparks flew as metal clashed. Ma Hao was sent flying over 100 meters, landing among the audience and spitting blood before losing consciousness. Lu Ming, meanwhile, was hurled skyward by Jiangnan. Soaring 300 meters, the void chain remained taut. Jiangnan grinned. Ultimate technique. Human armor-piercing projectile. With a fierce yank of the chain, immense power was exerted on Lu Ming, propelling him downward at lightning speed. Boom. Debris flew as cracks spread like a spiderweb. Lu Ming's head plunged into the arena, his body pierced with blades, battered by fireballs and water cannons, leaving him utterly unconscious. In that moment, the arena fell silent, every spectator gasping in disbelief. Had Jiangnan truly single-handedly annihilated Lu Ming's team? The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. More astonishing was that Jiangnan had remained stationary throughout. One man against an entire team? Was he even human? The South God was indeed a divine being. The human meteor hammer restricted Lu Ming's team's actions, disrupting their rhythm, utilizing the chaos to eliminate Ma Hao and ultimately Lu Ming. What terrifying combat prowess was this? Were all the soldiers from the Night Army this formidable? Jiang Yinwang was simply incredible. So handsome. South God, how about a date? The kind where you don't go home at night? Zhang Yingshui covered her mouth in shock. She had known Jiangnan was strong since the northern mountain days. However, little did they anticipate Jiangnan's prowess, reaching such extraordinary heights, to vanquish 4 opponents single-handedly, and with such overwhelming dominance. Xia Yao's eyes widened, scarcely believing what she was witnessing. Could it be that Jiangnan had genuinely emerged victorious, and with such apparent ease? She was acutely aware that Jiangnan possessed a vast arsenal of untapped abilities, suggesting that this display was far from his ultimate potential. She murmured in astonishment, Xiaoxua, this time, we might actually have a shot at the nationals. Zhang Yingshui responded with a smile, I eagerly anticipated. Wu Liang remained prostrate on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Even the teacher stared in disbelief at Jiangnan, the transfer student whose strength had exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, Principal Sun beamed with delight. Fully aware of Jiangnan's true identity, and now considering himself fortunate to have such a prodigious talent grace his school. The upcoming all-star competition promised to be a resounding triumph for Songjiang's Spiritual Martial Arts Academy. Jiangnan, with a cheerful demeanor, approached Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, playfully inquiring, well, how about a kiss as a reward? Zhong Yingshue's cheeks flushed crimson, while Xia Yao retorted, dream on. Don't get too cocky. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, casting a look of exasperation at Wu Liang, who was still sprawled on the ground, regurgitating the remnants of his previous day's dinner. I should probably offer the big guy a pacifier to suck on. While Jiangnan's arena was the center of attention, the other 2 arenas were also hosting fiercely contested battles. In stark contrast, Jiangnan's arena was conspicuously deserted. After Lu Ming and his team were swiftly defeated by Jiangnan alone, what incentive did anyone have to compete? They were left with no choice but to vie for the remaining 2 spots. Jiangnan and his companions, finding themselves with nothing to do, casually sat on the edge of the arena, munching on sunflower seeds, much to the chagrin of their classmates. Their arrogance was simply intolerable. It is worth mentioning that Qin Shou, after regaining consciousness, led his Ice Peak squad in a renewed attempt to secure a spot in the competition. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal iceberg materialized, towering several meters high and exuding an all-encompassing chill. It effortlessly forced the defending team off the platform, resulting in another overwhelming victory. Beneath his eccentric exterior lay formidable strength. The 3rd team to secure a spot was led by Lin Chuqing. Her unique ability was beast transformation, specifically into a 9-tailed fox. The sight of her fluffy fox ears and 9 furry tails was utterly captivating to Jiangnan, who couldn't take his eyes off her. Consequently, Xia Yao pinched him, eliciting a grimace of pain. What are you staring at? Don't you have one of your own? Jiangnan was taken aback. Xia Yao pouted, her expression conveying a hint of jealousy. She has 9 tails. So what if she has 9 tails? Does that make her superior? Well, I'm bigger than her. Seeing Xia Yao's budding fangs, Jiangnan immediately capitulated. Hey, let's talk this over calmly. No need to get physical. Xia Yao retorted. As the saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not violence. Nom Nom Jiangnan was dumbfounded. Hey. Ouch, 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 ouch. Lin Chuqing's Demon Sovereign squad ultimately clinched the 3rd spot with considerable effort. In reality, had Lu Ming and his team not been thwarted by Jiangnan, Lin Chuqing's team might not have had the opportunity. With the participating teams finalized, Principal Sun addressed the students. I have been observing your efforts with great satisfaction. The All-Star competition will be held in 2 days at the White Mountain Thousand Island Lake Spirit Ruins. A total of 33 spiritual martial arts schools from across the province will be participating, with each school sending 3 teams, making for a total of 99 teams. As you are all aware, entering the spirit pool can significantly enhance a spiritual martial arts practitioner's abilities. This time, I urge you to strive for excellence while ensuring your own safety and to bring honor to our school. The school will also provide a portion of the scholarship funds as a reward. The All-Star competition will commence in 2 days, and the school will arrange for transportation to White Mountain Thousand Island Lake for the participating students tomorrow. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Xia Yao's eyes lit up. Xiaonan, did you hear that? I want to eat barbecue, and I want to sleep in a tent. Zhong Yingxue chuckled wryly. Are we planning a vacation? Jiangnan grinned. Stick with your god of the south. Traveling is perfectly acceptable. No need to ask questions. Skewers and hot pot. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo with doo-doo. Suey. With the school selection process concluded, the quartet excitedly left the campus to procure supplies. Big Bad Wolf, what kind of event is the All-Star competition? Is it similar to our final exams? Xia Yao chuckled. Of course not. The All-Star competition isn't ranked based on the number of spirit beads obtained. Instead, the team that survives to the end emerges victorious. In other words, there will only be one winning team. Naturally, some teams aim to collect spirit beads, as the opportunity to visit Thousand Island Lake is rare. We should try to gather as many spirit beads as possible. Otherwise, we won't have enough to use. Jiangnan was taken aback. Survive to the end? What exactly is the format of the All-Star competition? He was still somewhat bewildered, but he didn't dwell on it too much. He would find out what was going on when they arrived. Having studied spiritual martial arts for some time, Jiangnan had some understanding of the Thousand Island Lake spirit ruins. Located within White Mountain, the spirit ruins were characterized by numerous islands scattered across the lake, hence the name Thousand Island Lake. It was classified as a silver-level spirit ruins, teeming with silver-level spirit beasts. However, that applied to the islands. The lake itself harbored creatures of even higher levels. Zhong Yingxue, her face flushed, inquired, "Should we bring a car this time?" Recalling her driving experiences, Zhong Yingshue's face turned even redder. Xia Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Of course we should. Let's take my G-Wagon." Xiaonan's luggage bag. No point in letting it go to waste. Jiangnan was speechless. Wu Liang chuckled. "I've procured a tracked Hummer. Let's bring that one." Xia Yao's eyes widened. That's great. Jiangnan grinned. "I've already taken care of the vehicle preparations." The trio was taken aback. Xia Yao asked, "What did you prepare?" "It's not your Phoenix bicycle, is it? Or a Jetta King? A land hooligan?" Jiangnan rolled his eyes and opened his alternate dimension to its maximum capacity. The trio peered inside, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Zhong Yingxue exclaimed. Xia Yao was equally stunned. Wu Liang's eyes widened. Holy crap. A heavy tank was parked quietly in the alternate dimension, its cannon pointing straight ahead. The vehicle was even equipped with reactive armor and bore the marks of past battles. Next to it were Gatling guns, grenades, shotguns, RPGs, and even man-portable anti-aircraft missiles. There was also a vast assortment of individual combat gear, rifles, and other weaponry. It was practically a mobile armory. The trio was genuinely astonished. A tank? Jiangnan had been hiding a tank? What was the point of bringing a G-Wagon or a tracked Hummer? Xia Yao excitedly embraced Jiangnan. Haha, invincible. That's so awesome. Mua. Zhong Yingxue covered her face. Won't they accuse us of cheating? Jiangnan scoffed. I brought it in through my own abilities. Why shouldn't I be allowed to use it? Wu Liang. His face flushed with excitement, eagerly caressed the tank. Holy crap. It's the real deal. That's so badass. God of the South. I want to learn how to drive a tank. Jiangnan replied. All right, I'll teach you tonight. Xia Yao chimed in. I want to learn too. I want to learn how to fire the cannon. Jiangnan's face was filled with horror. What's wrong with you girls? Why do you want to learn how to fire a cannon? Zhong Yingxue, her face flushed, added, I think I'll pass. She was afraid of shifting into the wrong gear. Jiangnan stroked his chin. I feel like we're missing a boat. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were speechless. Wu Liang patted his chest and grinned. I'll take care of it. The following afternoon, the 3 teams, accompanied by their teachers, boarded a green train. Due to the remote location of Baishan, there is no high-speed train service. The only option is the slower green train. However, the school generously arranged sleeper berths for Jiangnan and the others. One night, as Jiangnan was peacefully asleep, a sudden sense of pressure jolted him awake. Blinking through his sleepiness, he saw Xia Yao squeezing onto his bed with a pillow. Jiangnan's face turned pale with fear. What are you doing? Sure, they're all asleep. Don't make a sound. Just scoot over and give me some space. Jiangnan protested. No, that's not the point. The issue is that they are all asleep. We're on a train with so many people. Xia Yao pouted. What's wrong with that? Hurry up. Time is precious. Jiangnan swallowed hard, his heart racing. Time is precious? Where can we waste it? He waved Xia Yao over. She leaned in close, allowing Jiangnan to whisper in her ear. Isn't this a bit too hasty? I didn't bring any protection. Xiao was taken aback. I just came here to sleep. Why would I need protection? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Her cheeks flushed as she slapped Jiangnan's head. What are you thinking? My compartment has someone with smelly feet. I just came here to escape for a night. Now move. Jiangnan exclaimed. Why didn't you say so? You made me so nervous. Feeling a bit dejected, he reluctantly made space for her. The bed was already cramped. And as Xiao squeezed in further, she tossed aside the pillow and pulled Jiangnan's arm over to use as her own. Soon, her breathing steadied, and Jiangnan couldn't help but smile at the sight of her sleeping peacefully in his arms, her silver hair cascading and eyelashes fluttering. Everything felt so perfect. Suddenly, Xiao's small hand flopped over onto Jiangnan's face, and his expression shifted to one of horror. Thus began the nightmare. The next morning, Xiao awoke comfortably, stretching and feeling invigorated, while Jiangnan sat on the bed, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, one eye swollen and vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Xiao looked at him in astonishment. What happened to you? Did you not sleep well last night? Jiangnan covered his face. Not well? I didn't sleep at all. I was too busy defending myself against your punches. Just then, an announcement echoed through the carriage. We have arrived at Baishan Station. Please prepare to disembark. Chapter 174. How embarrassing. The group disembarked from the train, each burdened with large backpacks. Yusin even hung a frying pan from her bag, leaving everyone puzzled about its purpose. In stark contrast, Jiangnan and his companions traveled light, sporting sunglasses, chest bags, and duck-billed caps, while listening to music through their headphones. Zhong Yingxue had a DSLR hanging around her neck, which made Zheng Wei and the others envious. Are you guys really not here for tourism? They grumbled, frustrated by their peers' undeniable excellence. The group boarded a bus headed straight for Baishan Airport, where participants from all over the province would converge. On the bus, Jiangnan sat at the back, while Zhong Yingxue rested her head on his shoulder. Yusin and Lin Chuqing occupied the front seats, whispering to each other. Chuqing, have you really developed feelings for that salted egg superhero? Have you found any leads yet? Lin Chuqing's cheeks flushed. Shoo, Yusin, lower your voice. I haven't told anyone yet. I found a video of his award ceremony online. They say he won 50 million. Yusin's eyes widened. Wow, not only can he move, but he's also rich. What a dreamboat. Jiangnan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. What do you mean dreamboat? No, not me. Stop talking. If anyone finds out, I'll lose all my face. The bus wound through dense forests, navigating mountain roads until they finally arrived at Baishan Airport, which was heavily guarded with military presence and already bustling with numerous buses in the parking lot. As they entered the waiting hall, Jiangnan and his friends were taken aback by the scene before them. Crowds of people with massive luggage, all gathering for their respective teams, along with various news media capturing the event. In this era of awakened spiritual energy, martial artists were in the spotlight, and high school students were viewed as the pillars of future society. The All-Star High School Tournament was a focal point of public interest, with numerous platforms broadcasting live for ratings. After registering their personal information, each participant received a satellite watch. However, Jiangnan faced issues with his identity verification. The staff, upon consulting their superiors, turned pale as they rushed to rectify the situation, handing back his ID. This attracted many curious glances. Jiangnan, undeterred, eyed the throng of competitors around him, recognizing a golden opportunity. He patted Wu Liang on the shoulder. Brother, it's time for you to showcase your talents. Startled, Wu Liang's face lit up with excitement. All right, Nan Gu, I'll make it happen. Zhong Yingxue and Xiao exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what the two were scheming. Under the bewildered gazes of their peers, Jiangnan skillfully laid out a makeshift stall, displaying Haokai shorts and detoxifying beans in an orderly fashion. Setting up a small stool, he stood atop it, holding a megaphone. Everyone quiet down. His voice echoed throughout the waiting hall, bringing an abrupt silence as everyone turned to him in confusion. Come one, come all. Check out the latest Haokai shorts, a boon for beast transformation martial artists. Only 30,000 each. Limited time offer, just for today? The competitors were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Following the sound, they spotted Jiangnan energetically shouting from his stall, one hand on the megaphone, the other waving around cartoon shorts, exuding enthusiasm and flair. The crowd was bewildered. What? Selling shorts in such a serious waiting area? Who is this guy? Zhong Yingxue and Xiao covered their faces in disbelief. Is he really doing this at a time like this? Selling shorts? Meanwhile, Qin Shou and others were equally flabbergasted. What kind of limited time offer is this? Back at school, they were selling for 10,000. Seeing everyone's attention turn towards him, Jiangnan quickly added, many may not be familiar with our products. Big guy, Wu Liang eagerly shouted. Got it. With a rip, Wu Liang's clothes tore apart, transforming him into a towering black bear, clad in eye-catching dragon shorts. Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Why, brother? Your taste just keeps getting bolder. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao's minds went blank. They thought it couldn't get any more embarrassing, but they were mistaken. Lin Chuqing and Qin Shou retreated over 100 meters, whispering, No, we don't know those two. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. What on earth is that? My eyes. My eyes. Behold the uncontainable excitement. My eyes have truly been opened today. This robust black bear, appearing quite amiable, unexpectedly. Oh, is that a Hao brand pair of shorts? Capable of withstanding complete beastly transformation? And such fine goods. I must acquire a couple, regardless of their glaring appearance. The eyes of contestants with beastly powers gleamed with anticipation. Jiangnan was not mistaken. These Hao brand shorts are indeed a boon for those with beastly abilities. Priced at 30,000 each, they are not exorbitant. Many rushed to make purchases. Jiangnan was overjoyed. Among them, a burly man with a crew cut. After acquiring 10 pairs of Hao shorts, approached Wu Liang. Their gazes locked in mutual recognition. The burly man, eyes alight with excitement, licked his lips and said, Shall we engage in a duel at Thousand Island Lake? At this declaration, the entire venue fell into a momentary hush. Such directness? Did he truly provoke someone? Jiangnan's eyes widened in terror. Could it be that this muscular giant? Wu Liang perked up at the mention. Humph. Throughout my life, aside from Jiangnan, I have never bowed to anyone. You wish to challenge me? Then come forth. Why not? My great blade has long been yearning for a worthy opponent. The burly man's eyes sparkled. Good. I await your arrival. He stepped forward, smacking Wu Liang heartily on the back. Wu Liang grinned menacingly. What a peculiar way to issue a challenge. He too gave the burly man a hearty pat on the back. Jiangnan exclaimed, What on earth? Brother, have you misunderstood something? Don't you think there's an issue with your dialogue? You're not even on the same wavelength. Chapter 175. The familiar aroma. Zhong Yingxue tilted her head, perplexed. Observing Wu Liang and the burly man, what are they discussing? Is it a challenge? Yet, why must they pat each other? Xiaoyao bit her lip, struggling to contain her laughter. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing, whose inner fangirl spirit ignited, began snapping photos with her phone, emitting strange giggles. Oh ho, Lin Chuqing. Jiangnan covered his face, calling out, Don't just buy shorts. The detoxifying yellow beans are also splendid. One bean clears the mind and counters all potent poisons. With so many toxic creatures in Qinhu Island, keeping detoxifying beans on hand is wise. Only 1,000 each. You won't regret it. Truly worth your investment. Xiaoyao leaned in quietly. Are these the yellow beans you gave to Luo Tianxiang? Jiangnan, sure. If they consume them, won't they? How can we secure first place if they do not partake? Xiaoyao, are you already scheming before the competition has even begun? Wow, that is quite mischievous. But I like it. Thus, Xiaoyao joined Jiangnan in selling yellow beans. This is no scam. They are genuinely useful and everyone should try them. With a stunning beauty like Xiaoyao endorsing them, the crowd erupted. Many rushed to buy, partly to charm the beauty, and partly to be prepared. What if they were truly bitten by a venomous creature? The stall bustled with activity, while Luo Tianxiang and Han Cheng, leaning against the wall and observing the commotions, gritted their teeth in frustration. Nearby, a young man clad in a tactical jacket remarked coolly, Tianxiang, is that Jiangnan, the space ability user you mentioned? Luo Tianxiang clenched his teeth. Indeed, it is him. Now, it was not solely about Zhong Yingxue. Luo Tianxiang had long regarded Jiangnan as his lifelong rival. After transferring schools, he had invested heavily to enter a prestigious institution. He was determined to redeem himself in the all-star competition. The young man smirked. I'm curious to see how his space abilities fare under my scrutiny. Luo Tianxiang chuckled. With brother Jiang around, Jiangnan is merely a joke. Jiangyan narrowed his eyes. Focus on what you must do, and you shall witness what you desire. Rest assured, brother Jiang. At that moment, the throng surrounding the stall drew the attention of major news outlets. Upon recognizing Jiangnan's face, a reporter exclaimed, Isn't this the nuclear explosion powerhouse, Jiang Depeo? Why is he participating in the all-star competition? Have you forgotten? He is not only a member of the Night Army, but also a high school student. Jiangnan is competing. What was the information office doing? Why was such significant news not announced in advance? Hu Shua's eyes lit up, abandoning his current interview to rally the photographers toward Jiangnan's stall. In an instant, cameras were aimed at him. Hu Shua thrust a microphone forward. Jiangnan widened his eyes and instantly teleported 3 meters back. If you dare to thrust that microphone in my face again, I swear I will not be human. Hello. South God, do you remember me? I am reporter Hu Shua. We have met before. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, How could he forget? It was you during the salted egg superhero incident. What is your inquiry? As the former heroic savior and now a nuclear explosion powerhouse, the second space ability user of Huaxia, you have garnered a significant online following. What are your thoughts on this all-star competition? At this question, the crowd erupted. Wait, he is the nuclear explosion powerhouse, Jiang Depeo? The one who holds a nuclear bomb like a firecracker? Now it makes sense why he looks familiar. South God. I'm a diehard fan of South God. Seriously, they say his main occupation is selling goods on the street, and I didn't believe it. But now I do. So handsome. Perhaps my ideal partner would look like him. Damn. A fierce competitor. All space users are divine beings. PFF. The all-star competition is no simple matter. There are plenty of strong contenders here. In an instant, Jiangnan became the focal point of the event. Meanwhile, various live-streaming platforms erupted with excitement. South God. I knew he would come. All-star competition. Go and wreak havoc on them. After a few days apart, he remains as dashing as ever. I specifically paid for a membership to see South God. Come back. You've kept me waiting at your stall for ages. What are my thoughts on the all-star competition? What a peculiar question. Hu Shua nodded. Indeed. What are your views? Jiangnan shrugged. If I could watch, I would certainly do so while reclining. Of course, watermelon, air conditioning, and Wi-Fi are essential. Hu Shua? What do you mean by reclining? That is not what I meant. Hu Shua's resentment value 1000. Zhongning Xue. Xia Yao. The barrage of comments exploded. Haha. Let us flood the screen with laughter. South God, you never let me down. Quick. My literature teacher's coffin lid is about to collapse. I knew it. South God would not disappoint. Haha. The reporter's face must be blackened. He must be avenging that time she called South God a magical girl warrior. Hu Shua, being an experienced reporter, cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. So, regarding this all-star competition, what is your goal? Jiangnan grinned. My goal is quite simple. And what might that be? Jiangnan, a small goal. Hu Shua nodded. What is it? Jiangnan looked bewildered. What do you mean? Hu Shua. You're talking nonsense. Where did you mention that? Someone timidly remarked. A small goal. ISNT that 100 million in champion rewards. Hu Shua exploded on the spot. Even a seasoned veteran like him couldn't keep pace with Jiangnan's train of thought. Hu Shua's resentment value 1000. Reflecting on his experiences as a reporter, only 3 interviews left me utterly bewildered. One was during a rescue at a fire scene. Another when I won 50 million from a salted egg Superman lottery. And now this. Jiangnan has already occupied 2 of those moments. The familiar formula and taste. I must have been exceptionally unlucky in my 8 lifetimes to encounter you. I wonder how Hu Shua would react if he knew that the salted egg Superman is also from Jiangnan. Would he explode on the spot? Why stop? Keep interviewing. The ratings have surged by 30. The roar echoing in my earpiece revitalized Hu Shua, who was just about to speak when a cold laugh interrupted. 1 billion? What audacity! What makes you think you can compete with me? Are you even worthy? The championship is mine, and that billion will be mine too. Don't be too ostentatious. It's easy to fall flat. A tall, striking young man, 180 centimeters in height, with a chiseled visage and sharp, eagle-like eyes, approached, his brown hair gleaming. He wore a white shirt and jeans, glaring coldly at Jiangnan. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Jiangnan's gaze fell upon the brown-haired youth. His brow slightly furrowed. Who is this? So arrogant? This is going to be quite a spectacle. The strongest of the Qiyun Lingwu, the Sky King, Qi Feiyu. Wait, is he really Qi Feiyu? The Silver 3-star? What sorcery is this? A mere high school junior with a Silver 3-star rank? No wonder he is so arrogant. In comparison, Jiangnan's rank seems rather paltry at Bronze 7-star. Hu Shua quickly signaled the cameraman to focus on the two. Just moments ago, he was interviewing Qi Feiyu, but abruptly shifted to Jiangnan. Qi Feiyu was understandably displeased. Jiangnan narrowed his eyes and retorted, Why? You'll find out soon enough. Don't spew nonsense in front of me. If you didn't eat well this morning, just walk 50 meters left and turn right to find the restroom. If you seek superiority, go somewhere else. Don't waste my time with business. The crowd erupted in cheers. Incredible. Insulting without foul language. Jiangnan is truly formidable. Some even whistled in delight. Zhongning Xue and Xia Yao wore displeased expressions, glaring at Qi Feiyu. Qi Feiyu's face hardened. He scoffed, still bronze. You're nothing but trash. How dare you challenge me? You'll soon regret your words. In Thousand Island Lake, I will take special care of you and your friends. In my own way. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Zhongning Xue and Xia Yao, his tongue flicking across his lips. Both girls were utterly disgusted and hid behind Jiangnan. Jiangnan, however, grinned. Oh, you're eager to play with me? Zhongning Xue, observing Jiangnan's smile, knew he was genuinely angry this time. Last time, when Xia Yao was taken, Jiangnan reacted similarly. Qi Feiyu coldly laughed. No, I merely wish to demonstrate that your so-called spatial abilities are nothing in my eyes. As for your shabby wares, you'd best pack them up. This waiting area is not a marketplace for your junk. Jiangnan, amused, replied, Am I not allowed to set up a stall? Qi Feiyu raised his hand, calling for security. There's a contestant here maliciously disrupting public order. Aren't you going to do anything? Is this the decorum of the all-star tournament organized by the Lingwu Association? It's utterly absurd. The two staff members, looking resigned, approached. Brother Jiang, please pack up. Don't make it difficult for us. Jiangnan squinted. Is there a rule prohibiting me from setting up my stall here? Who gave you that authority? Qi Feiyu regarded Jiangnan with disdain, seemingly enjoying his predicament. The staff member replied, There's no rule against it, but, at that moment, he can set up his stall here. Qi Feiyu frowned. Who said that? I did. Jiangnan retorted. Who do you think you are? I am the president of the Jiangxing Lingwu Association. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing this, Qi Feiyu was taken aback. The other students were equally stunned as an impeccably dressed elder, brimming with vigor, accompanied by a young lady with braided hair, strode into the arena. Jiangnan grinned. So, President Shun, this is your venue? Shun Hong chuckled. We are the organizers here. You can set up your stall, and even sell skewers if you wish. Haha, I knew you'd come. He approached and warmly patted Jiangnan on the shoulder. Don't try to get too close. You still owe me a meal and 436 yuan. Shen Hong's expression darkened instantly. How can you remember that so clearly? Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao gasped. Unable to comprehend how Jiangnan knew the president of the Jiangxing Lingwu Association so well, and why he addressed him as little brother. My goodness, what generation are they from? The contestants were equally baffled. What is happening? Jiangnan has such connections? Qi Feiyu's expression soured, unwilling to accept. What? Just because you know each other. Jiangnan can set up a stall in the waiting area? This isn't a place for favoritism. Shen Hong frowned. This young man was clearly out of line. Firstly, the waiting area is a free activity zone. There are no restrictions on contestant activities. If you have grievances, you can report them. But first, understand who you are speaking to. His tone was laced with irritation. As the president of the Lingwu Association, he was not to be challenged by some so-called genius. As for Jiangnan, Shen Hong knew that the name held far more weight than mere genius. Just his contributions regarding the vitality ginseng were monumental. Qi Feiyu's eyes blazed with anger. He found it impossible to save face and coldly declared, Thousand Island Lake, you'll see. With a dramatic flourish, he stormed away, brimming with resentment. Jiangnan squinted. Don't worry. If you don't seek me out, I will certainly come looking for you. Shen Hong patted Jiangnan's shoulder, cheerfully stating, This is my granddaughter, Shen Miao. She will also participate in this all-star tournament. If you encounter her inside, remember to take good care of her. The girl with the braids approached and sweetly smiled at Jiangnan. Nice to meet you, brother Jiangnan. Jiangnan smiled back. You can count on me. Respect is always mutual. Shen Hong remarked. Then I'll be on my way. Wishing you all great success. Once Shen Hong departed, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao eagerly approached. Zhong Yingxue inquired, Little Nan, how do you know President Shen? Xia Yao added, Did you sell him those color-fading undergarments? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. That old man went out in his pajamas without money. I covered his meal. From Zhong Yingxue's resentment value 333. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. What kind of ridiculous reasoning is this? Can it be any more perfunctory? Just then, the contestants had gathered completely. Shen Hong took to the stage to announce the competition rules. Firstly, I'm delighted to see you all participating in this all-star tournament. I believe many of you are familiar with the all-star tournament format. Nevertheless, it's best to reiterate. The all-star tournament is held at Thousand Island Lake, Lingshu. The format is elimination, with a total of 99 teams participating. The competition will last for 2 weeks. I trust you have all received your satellite watches. The watches will display your current location and the range of signal reception. During the competition, all contestants must remain within the signal reception area. Should anyone stray beyond this boundary, they will be immediately eliminated. Additionally, the range of the signal reception area will adjust every 2 days, continuing to shrink until the shrinking ceases. During this period, participants may hunt spirit beasts to acquire spirit orbs. They may also eliminate rival teams to gather resources and diminish competition. Only one team shall emerge as the champion, claiming a grand prize of 100 million. Furthermore, the top 3 teams will qualify for national-level competitions. The wristwatch features a withdrawal option, a rescue function, and a positioning feature. Detailed rules and operational instructions will be distributed shortly. Additionally, the spirit realm is not a lawless territory. Intentional harm to others is strictly prohibited. The entire competition will be monitored by the Heavenly Eye system. Any violations will result in legal repercussions. In conclusion, I wish everyone the best of luck in securing victory while ensuring personal safety. Jiangnan was utterly bewildered. What on earth is this all-star competition, complete with toxic zones? Chapter 177, Skydiving Without a Parachute. The purpose of the all-star competition is evidently clear through the rules. The initial signal reception area is expansive, minimizing the likelihood of encounters between teams, allowing for the peaceful hunting of spirit beasts. However, as time progresses, all teams will be herded together due to the gradually diminishing signal reception area, sparking the true bloodbath. Regardless, the team that survives to the end shall undoubtedly be the strongest. Jiangnan chuckled to himself, thoroughly enjoying this format. There are no constraints on the rules. At 10 o'clock in the morning, 99 teams boarded the Suez transport aircraft. With the roar of engines and waves of weightlessness, the aircraft ascended into the sky. The staff began distributing parachute packs. Jiangnan was perplexed. What? Do we really have to skydive? Xia Yao exclaimed. How else would we descend? There are no airports in the spirit realm to facilitate a safe landing. At this point, her charming face was alight with anticipation. It was her first time skydiving. How exhilarating. Zhong Yingxue inquired, Xiaonan, how do you wear this? Jiangnan stepped forward to assist Zhong Yingxue with her parachute pack, pointing to the gauge on her wrist. This is an altimeter. Do not estimate your distance from the ground while skydiving. It's inaccurate. When the needle reaches the green zone, pull the parachute cord. The left cord is for the main parachute, and the right is for the reserve. After deploying the parachute, use the left and right cords to control your direction. Zhong Yingxue nodded eagerly, albeit a bit nervously. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll take pictures of both of you. Jiangnan's words brought a sweet smile to Zhong Yingxue's face, putting her at ease. Xia Yao chimed in excitedly. Make sure the photos look good. The surrounding competitors wore expressions of disbelief. Surely, these individuals must be on a vacation, right? Taking photos at such a moment? Can we at least muster some sense of urgency? At that moment, Wu Liang donned his parachute with a solemn expression. Brother Nan, I've made up my mind. What have you decided? Wu Liang declared, I want to drink power drinks. That person is incredibly strong. I must face him in Qiandao Lake. Without power drinks, I lack confidence. Jiangnan face-bombed. Seriously, brother? You're still thinking about that? What is your battle strategy? Jiangnan then produced 2 rows of power drinks from the ethereal space. Why 2 rows? Because they were fashioned into a chain, interlaced across Wu Liang's shoulders, forming an X shape on his chest. Convenient for drinking on the go, it was both audacious and impressive. Jiangnan spoke earnestly, brother, stay strong. Power drinks are plentiful. If you feel you cannot defeat that fellow, just consume this. You will surely turn the tide. He then stuffed a bundle of spirit energy leaks into Wu Liang's hands. Wu Liang was deeply moved. Brother, Nan is the best. Jiangnan sighed. This is all I can do to assist you. At that moment, the transport aircraft suddenly jolted upwards, followed by a brief weightlessness, and then it plunged headfirst towards the Baishan Lake amidst the forest. Tension filled the cabin as they neared the lake. Jiangnan was bewildered. What is happening? Is the pilot out of his mind? Suddenly, a powerful spatial fluctuation surged. The Suez transport aircraft, carrying over 400 people, abruptly vanished above Baishan Lake. In the next moment, the aircraft reappeared above the clouds of the Qiandao Lake spirit realm. Jiangnan was astonished. He never anticipated that the entrance to the Qiandao Lake spirit realm would be right above Baishan Lake. Upon entry, they found themselves at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. No wonder they needed a transport aircraft to bring them in. Meanwhile, at the Baishan Airport waiting hall, a massive LCD screen displayed live footage from the Heavenly Eye system, broadcasting images from Qiandao Lake. Various media outlets simultaneously streamed the content to their respective channels. Inside the transport aircraft, the cabin door slowly opened, and howling winds rushed in. The staff announced, we have entered the Qiandao Lake spirit realm. All participants are requested to skydive promptly. The competitors inside the cabin leaped out like dumplings. Tension mounted among the participants, as few had skydiving experience. Yu Qingqing and Lin Chuqing's hands were sweaty with anxiety. Qin Shou remained calm, his years of pretentious experience granting him numerous encounters with heights. Although he felt faint at the sight of blood, he was not afraid of heights. Soon, it was Jiangnan's group's turn. Wu Liang dove down without hesitation, plummeting like a lead weight. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao held hands, calling out, Xiaonan, come quickly. With that, they both leaped backward. Jiangnan grinned. All right then. As he prepared to jump, the staff stared in disbelief at Jiangnan's retreating figure. Wait, where is your parachute? The other participants looked at Jiangnan, astonished. Yeah, Where is your parachute? Everyone else is properly equipped, and you haven't even put yours on? Jiangnan scoffed. Who needs a parachute for skydiving? With that, he dove headfirst into the void. The staff's eyes widened in shock. What on earth? The other contestants gasped in disbelief. This is 30,000 meters in the air. You're just wearing shorts and a t-shirt to jump? Is it even possible to be this reckless? Seriously, what are you thinking? Skydiving without a parachute. What do you plan to do? They were all left dumbfounded. Lin Chuqing and Yu Qingqing covered their mouths in astonishment. Shen Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Grandpa was right. Nan Shun is truly extraordinary. The remaining contestants, ignoring the chaos, braced themselves and leaped. At 30,000 feet, Jiangnan swiftly closed the gap, catching up to Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. The wind howled in his ears, whipping his clothes as he clutched his camera. He shouted, "Strike a pose. Move swiftly. Smile charmingly. Add a touch of mischief. 1, 2, 3, cheese." Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao laughed joyfully. Xia Yao exclaimed, "Haha, this is exhilarating." Zhong Yingxue's face flushed with excitement. Her playful peace sign adorably captivating. The sensation of free-falling was absolutely thrilling. Jiangnan was genuinely taking pictures. Such an experience may never occur again in their lifetimes. They were utterly enamored with Jiangnan. Jiangnan then glided over to other participants. "Hey, brother, want a photo? 1,000 for each shot. Just bring it back once we land. Let's capture a memory. 1,000 isn't too steep. Hey, respond already. 1,000 is too much. 999 will work. I've given you a discount of an entire digit. Are you not tempted? From Tian Ye's resentment value 1,000. Tempted? My heart races with trepidation. I am overwhelmed with anxiety, nearly paralyzed with fear. The thought of taking pictures feels utterly absurd. And a mere single-digit discount? Truly? What a cunning business move. Jiangnan scoffed. If you don't want to take pictures, then why resort to insults? With that, he swam upstream in search of the next customer. Chapter 178. A thrilling plummet arriving beside Yu Qingqing. She clutched the parachute cord, her eyes tightly shut, her face pale. Suddenly, she felt someone pinch her cheek. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Jiangnan's radiant smile. "Little fish, shall we take a picture? A familiar price. Just 99. Yu Qingqing was on the verge of tears. "South God, please stop teasing me. I'm terrified." Just then, a loud shout echoed from above. "Take the shot. Hurry. Take my picture." Qin Shou wore a solemn expression, striking a pose reminiscent of a powerful figure. He soared through the air like a superhero. Jiangnan exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? No pictures for you. How embarrassing." From Qin Shou's resentment, 1,000. How am I embarrassed? This pose is super cool. Lin Chuqing interjected. Can you all be serious? This is a competition. The visuals are being broadcast live. At that moment, the enormous LCD screen in the waiting hall displayed hundreds of angles, showcasing Jiangnan leaping without a parachute, leaving the staff utterly dumbfounded. Hu Shua's eyes widened, struggling to find words to describe the scene. Shen Hong buried his face in his hands, exclaiming, "Is this business being conducted in the midst of a free fall? Charging for photos while plummeting?" The live chat exploded with reactions. "No way. South God really jumped without a parachute. Is he out of his mind? What a show. The aerial photography business is thriving? Skydiving without a parachute? Absurd. This was akin to having no wife and a wife cake, no couple and couples lung slices, or no fish and fish-flavored shredded pork. How can a wife cake lack a wife? That's entirely different. When will I be as incredible as South God? Look, it's starting. Watch closely. High above Qiandao Lake. As they descended, everyone fell into a cloud of white mist. They had reached the green zone on the altimeter and began to deploy their parachutes. Suddenly, a brown figure zipped past, severing Yu Qingqing's parachute cord. Her face paled instantly. Unable to comprehend the situation, she screamed and plummeted towards the ground. The brown figure spiraled through the air, cutting several parachute cords in the process, causing chaos and panic. This brown figure was none other than Qi Feiyu, who had sprouted a pair of massive wings spanning over 3 meters, showcasing a rare avian beast transformation ability. He shot Jiangnan a cold smirk and, with a powerful flap, sped towards Zhong Yingxue. Jiangnan's expression darkened. Damn it, there was no time to waste. They were thousands of meters high, with nothing but islands and dense forests below. Although spiritual warriors possess incredible physical prowess, a drop from this height would not be fatal. But it would certainly result in grave injuries. They would undoubtedly be eliminated. Qi Feiyu had seized this opportunity to strike from such an altitude. The all-star competition had commenced the moment they leaped from the transport aircraft. The live chat erupted. The Sky King, Qi Feiyu? This is too much. Cutting parachute cords before even landing? How despicable. This is a competition, after all. Any means necessary to eliminate opponents is a valid tactic. Qi Feiyu just taught them a lesson. These participants were indeed unfortunate, likely facing elimination. Look at South God. He's on fire. In the live feed, Jiangnan was seen teleporting downward at an astonishing speed, covering a distance of 300 meters in an instant, even outpacing the surveillance system. He caught up with the plummeting Yu Qingqing, wrapping his arms around her. Yu Qingqing felt a gentle force cradle her falling body. Opening her eyes, she beheld Jiangnan's profile, striking her heart like a bolt of electricity. Jiangnan, in earnest, was breathtakingly handsome, his eyes glistening with tears. In that moment, her fear seemed to dissipate. Jiangnan, still holding Yu Qingqing, teleported to Lin Chuqing's side, swiftly transferring Yu Qingqing into her embrace. Secure her. You can take two with the parachute. Land quickly. The air is perilous. Everything unfolded too rapidly for Lin Chuqing to process. Yu Qingqing, with red-rimmed eyes, murmured, South God. Thank you. Before she could finish, Jiangnan vanished in another teleportation, rushing towards Xia Yao, who was hanging from her parachute, tears glistening in her eyes. Panic etched on her face. Xiaonan, hurry. Xiao Xue's parachute cord was cut. I couldn't catch her. Jiangnan nodded and teleported downward, disregarding the expenditure of spiritual energy. Finally, he sighted Zhong Yingxue, who, though frantic, was engulfed in flames, attempting to counteract the gravitational pull with fiery pillars emanating from her hands, though the effect was minimal. Jiangnan extended his hand, launching a void chain that wrapped around Zhong Yingxue's waist, yanking her into his embrace. Zhong Yingxue trembled, clinging tightly to him. Xiaonan, Xia Xue is safe. As long as I'm here, no one will be harmed. With that, he teleported again, securing Zhong Yingxue to Xia Yao. Relieved, Xia Yao sighed. Thank goodness Xia Xue is all right. That wretched creature. At this height, a fall would surely result in severe injury. Jiangnan's expression turned icy. You take Xia Xue down first. Wu Liang landed on that gourd-shaped island. Wait for me there. Withdrawing a Tang Dao from the void, his gaze fierce, Zhong Yingxue worriedly exclaimed, Xiaonan, what are you planning? Jiangnan licked his lips. I never let revenge linger. Once I sever his arm, we shall feast on roasted chicken wings tonight. I've prepared cumin and chili powder. As he spoke, he brandished the Tang Dao, teleporting fiercely after Qi Feiyu, roaring, don't you dare run. Qi Feiyu, seeing Jiangnan pursuing him, did not flee but instead charged towards Jiangnan with a flap of his wings. His right hand transformed into an eagle's claw adorned with hard scales. Run? Today, I'll show you what it means to be the king of the skies. With that, the eagle claw lunged towards Jiangnan's chest. Their bodies collided midair with a thunderous clash, sparks flying. The immense force numbed Jiangnan's arm, yet it also deflected Qi Feiyu's claw. Jiangnan swiftly drew a dagger, slashing at Qi Feiyu's arm, a dazzling arc of steel resulting in a spray of blood. Qi Feiyu clutched his wounded arm, astonished by the terrifying speed and technique. In aerial combat, he should have had an absolute advantage with his wings, yet, at that moment, the spectators were left speechless. The audience watching the All-Star live stream erupted in excitement. Air combat. South God is actually engaging Qi Feiyu in aerial battle. My apologies for the earlier confusion regarding the name of the president of the Spiritual Martial Association. It is indeed Shen Hong, not Sun Hong, and this has been corrected. His granddaughter is also surnamed Shun, named Shen Miao. Thank you for your support. The students were all on edge upon witnessing Jiangnan severing Qi Feiyu's arm. The entire screening hall erupted with gasps of astonishment. Goosebumps cascaded down my spine. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? An aerial battle. Unbelievable. The Southern God has triumphed. An aerial skirmish that has subdued the one known as the King of the Skies, Qi Feiyu? What the hell? Jiangnan's swordplay is astonishing. King Yin is impressive. The Southern God is formidable. Vengeance is not delayed. The Southern God is truly indomitable. Bronze defying silver. A strike, and blood is drawn. I thought the Southern God was merely a show-off at school. Yet here he is, engaging in combat right from the start of the All-Star match. Even the teachers were captivated by Jiangnan's extraordinary skill. High in the sky, Jiangnan, having gained the upper hand, did not relent. He turned and teleported, relentlessly pursuing Qi Feiyu. Qi Feiyu's expression darkened as he clutched his arm and fled, his speed astonishing. All the parachuting competitors witnessed this spectacle, thinking they were hallucinating. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? The Southern God is actually chasing down Qi Feiyu? Ha. He deserves it. Let this character suffer. Southern God, take him down. I'm convinced. Qi Feiyu is utterly disadvantaged in the air. There were many cheering for Jiangnan. After all, Qi Feiyu had just executed a move that drew considerable ire. Qi Feiyu's face darkened as he suddenly spun around. With a powerful flap of his wings, he unleashed his spirit technique, Spirit Arrow. In an instant, Arrows composed entirely of spiritual energy whistled towards Jiangnan, even breaking the sound barrier. Reminiscent of 1,000 arrows being loosed, Jiangnan waved his hand, conjuring a spatial wormhole to shield himself. The multitude of arrows rushed into the wormhole, instantly rebounding. Qi Feiyu widened his eyes, quickly dodging, but still managed to slice his own cheek with an arrow. From Qi Feiyu's resentment value 1,000. Damn it. In less than a minute of battle, I've already suffered twice. What bizarre spirit technique is Jiangnan employing? Without further ado, Qi Feiyu decided against prolonging the encounter, knowing he would have plenty of opportunities to settle the score later. Spirit technique, divine movement. In an instant, a glow enveloped Qi Feiyu's wings, vastly increasing his speed, creating sonic booms and white air rings. Jiangnan glared. Where do you think you're running off to? Leave those wings behind. As he spoke, he teleported furiously. Hot on his heels. You think you can play tricks on me? I won't be satisfied until I've struck you twice. From Qi Feiyu's resentment value 1,000. He roared, forget the wings. I am an eagle. A mighty eagle. Jiangnan, a fly? I knew it. Why are you so annoying? Qi Feiyu. What the hell? I'm an eagle. From Qi Feiyu's resentment value 1,000. The chase continued. Jiangnan had no intention of letting up. Yet, Qi Feiyu's speed was too formidable. Jiangnan's range of teleportation was only 300 meters, and his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. The disparity in their levels was becoming evident. Qi Feiyu scoffed. Pathetic bronze. Just follow behind me and eat my dust. Jiangnan glared. Did I raise you to be this way? As they spoke. With a flick of his wrist, Jiangnan shot forth a chain from the void, pinning Qi Feiyu in place. With his other hand, he conjured another chain, 3 meters long, which he pulled taut like a spear. Blood ignition. At that moment, Jiangnan's heart raced. His blood flowed like molten lava. His skin flushed crimson, muscles bulging with energy. His body even emitted steam from the heat. In ancient times, they shot great eagles with bows. Today, watch as I hurl my spear at a sand sculpture. The chain condensed into a spear with all of Jiangnan's might. Boom, boom. The immense force propelled the spear, which shattered the sound barrier twice and even created white air rings, piercing through Qi Feiyu's wing and drawing forth a torrent of blood. Qi Feiyu's eyes widened. His face contorted in pain. Had he not slightly turned, he would have been skewered. What on earth is this? Jiangnan has long-range spirit techniques too? Qi Feiyu dared not linger, flapping his damaged wing in a desperate escape. Jiangnan. You wait for me. Jiangnan covered his face. TSK. I missed. At this moment, the staff in the waiting hall were utterly bewildered. The all-star match had barely begun, and it was already this intense. The competitors this year are far too aggressive. The live stream's comments exploded. Comments praising the Southern God flooded the screen. What was that blood ignition? Did it have steam effects? Is it like Luffy's second gear? Bronze defeating silver. Who knew he would dominate Qi Feiyu in aerial combat? My heavens. A celestial has emerged among this year's competitors. I've decided to follow him. Did you all see how the Southern God saved someone? Absolutely stunning. The Southern God. Qi Feiyu seems to be psychologically scarred. But don't get too cocky. Jiangnan's cultivation is a hard limit. Our Qi Feiyu will surely defeat him. At this moment, Jiangnan was indeed running low on spiritual energy. As many had noted, if he continued the pursuit, not only would he be unable to catch Qi Feiyu, but he might also plummet and injure himself. Hanging in the sky, Jiangnan looked around, utterly perplexed. Where the hell is this? In chasing Qi Feiyu, he had no idea how far he had ventured. And that gourd-shaped island was nowhere in sight. Out of sheer necessity, Jiangnan allowed himself to free fall. Below lay a small island of several thousand square meters. Just 300 meters from the ground, he teleported down. Upon landing, his legs buckled, nearly sending him sprawling. Sigh, my level is a hard limit. How do others cultivate so quickly? Am I really so distracted? Jiangnan glanced around, finding no one in sight. He stealthily retrieved a golden durian. Fortunately, I have this treasure. After searching around, he found a massive banyan tree with a diameter of nearly 5 meters. He stuffed the golden durian into a hollow in the tree and pulled out a brick from another dimension, smashing it into the hollow. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed, and white smoke billowed from the hollow. An unimaginable stench pervaded the area. The towering banyan tree trembled, its leaves falling in droves. Jiangnan, with foresight, held his breath. He took out a glass bottle, preparing to extract some fruit flesh from the hollow. Just then, the towering banyan tree began visibly withering. Its leaves turned yellow, trembling incessantly. And leaves floated down. Jiangnan's eyes widened. What in the world? Is it really that foul? Did I just kill the banyan tree? The banyan tree. I am too southern. This is an internal explosion. Who can withstand this? At that moment, a sound of breaking branches came from above. accompanied by a scream. A girl with two pigtails, entangled in parachute cords like a dumpling, plummeted from the sky. She ended up suspended in midair, landing right before Jiangnan. Jiangnan. A falling twin-tailed girl? Shen Miao? Upon seeing Jiangnan, Shen Miao's face lit up with joy. Ah, it's Jiangnan. Quickly save me. Ugh, suddenly, Shen Miao's eyes widened, her cheeks puffing up like dumplings. She was overwhelmed by the stench. No way. I can't embarrass myself in front of Jiangnan. So the little dumpling gradually deflated. Jiangnan's face was filled with terror. What the hell, miss? Are you really swallowing that back down? Do you have to be so harsh on yourself? That's even worse than throwing up. The next moment, the deflated dumpling puffed up again. Shen Miao's wide eyes reflected her struggle. No, I really can't hold it. Ugh, Jiangnan. If I don't run, I'm going to be covered in vomit. Watch me teleport. Huh. No spiritual energy. Jiangnan. On this day, he underwent a baptism from a girl with pigtails. She had eaten a pancake with added ham for breakfast. Qingfeng Alliance. 3042544026. Friends, come and flirt with me. Please see the end of the chapter. Moi? Chapter 180. Tugging at your pigtails, Shen Miao blushed. How embarrassing to have vomited all over Jiangnan. Ah, I'm sorry, brother Jiangnan. I'm so sorry. Gagged Jiangnan. This girl is truly pitiable. Primarily, she is unwilling to endure the baptism. He stepped forward, pinching her delicate nose, and freed her from the rope. Once on the ground, Shen Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangnan, while filling a glass jar with the flesh of the golden durian, indulged himself with a bite. His spiritual energy rapidly replenished. Only then did he feel a semblance of security. Beside him, Shen Miao watched Jiangnan fill the jar with that golden paste and take a bite, her face filled with terror as she stepped back. Ah, brother Jiangnan. You. Jiangnan, with a darkened expression, retorted fiercely. If you dare say I ate feces, I will pull your little braid out. Shen Miao shrank her neck. He has eaten it. Why can't she talk about it? What a strange quirk. Indeed, Grandpa was right. Jiangnan has always been so unconventional. Yet, her curiosity only deepened. Jiangnan glanced at his satellite watch. The map indicated that he was located in the lower left of the signal reception area. The gourd-shaped island lay slightly to the south. In 2 days, the signal reception area would shrink. By then, both his current position and Gourd Island would likely be outside the reception zone. He needed to rendezvous with Zhong Yingxue and the others before the adjustment of the signal area. Thus, time was still ample. His gaze inevitably fell upon Shen Miao. Where are your teammates? Shen Miao tilted her head. They also landed on this island. I was hung in a tree, so I didn't see their exact location. Jiangnan rubbed his forehead. Then let me take you to find your teammates. It's quite dangerous for you to be alone in the Lingxiu. Shen Miao's eyes brightened. Hee. Thank you, brother Jiangnan. It wasn't that Jiangnan couldn't resist the presence of a woman, but Shen Hong had previously instructed him to assist whenever he encountered someone in need. After all, the matter of the spirit pearl was one where old Shen had also aided him. So he owed a favor. The two wandered casually on the island. The air was humid, reminiscent of a tropical rainforest. The spiritual energy here was significantly denser than in the outside world. Shen Miao closely followed Jiangnan. Her small face filled with tension. Her twin ponytails bobbed. Ah, that's a spirit. A massive white-faced lemur swung down from the tree, charging straight at Jiangnan. Just then, Jiangnan drew his tang knife and opened a spatial wormhole, half of his arm disappearing into it. A whimper echoed, and the white-faced lemur collapsed to the ground. When Jiangnan reached back, he had extracted the spirit pearl and tossed it to Shen Miao. Keep this to restore your spiritual energy. Shen Miao. Holding the bloodied spirit pearl, she was dumbfounded. Was he truly so nonchalant? That was a bronze 8-star spirit beast. And it hadn't he even unleashed its skills before being dispatched? Jiangnan didn't even pause his stride. Was he really that formidable? As they continued, Shen Miao genuinely witnessed what it meant to be effortless and enjoyable. Along the way, they encountered spirit beasts that couldn't approach within 100 meters of Jiangnan. His elusive spatial wormhole, combined with the tang knife, extended his attack range to an astonishing 300 meters. Below silver rank, no threat could touch him. At this moment, Shen Miao's eyes sparkled like stars. Gurgle Shen Miao clutched her stomach, her cheeks flushed. Jiangnan grinned, pulling 2 Snickers bars from the alternate dimension, handing one and a lollipop to Shen Miao. Touched, she accepted them. How could someone so powerful be so considerate? This was almost too good to be true. Grandpa, I think I might be in love. While munching on the Snickers, Shen Miao suddenly pondered a question. She casually asked, Brother Jiangnan, why did you just eat feces? Jiangnan, you son of a. Suddenly, Shen Miao felt a chill wash over her. Next, she realized her feet were off the ground. Jiangnan had grasped her twin ponytails and yanked her up. Where had the earlier gentleness gone? Ugh, that wasn't feces. I didn't eat that. Do you not want your braids anymore? Shin Miao covered her head, her big eyes filled with grievance. Wow, you actually pulled them. At that moment, boom. A massive crash accompanied by a gust of wind surged forth. A scream followed. The debris, like cannonballs, rained down, even shattering trees. Jiangnan brandished his knife and slashed. Sparks flew as he deflected the rubble. In the distance, beneath the cliff, a 5-meter-tall iron-spined hedgehog shrieked. It was at least a silver 3-star level. A girl with long black hair, her hands glowing green, pressed against the ground, her face pale. Vines as thick as arms sprouted from the earth, wrapping around the hedgehog to restrain its movements. Meanwhile, a short young man was erecting a dirt wall to block the iron-spined hedgehog's charge. Another young man with a buzz cut leaned against a tree, a sharp spike embedded in his thigh, blood streaming down. All three were injured. The iron-spined hedgehog had several steel spikes embedded in its body, also wounded. Yet the pain only intensified its ferocity, causing it to become fully enraged. Shin Miao, full of urgency, called out, Xiao Bei, Gua Gua. Captain, are you all right? The girl with long black hair turned around, spotting Shin Miao, and urgently exclaimed, Meow meow. Run. This spirit beast is too strong. We cannot. Just then, the iron-spined hedgehog's spine stood erect, launching in all directions. The dark iron spikes were immensely powerful, piercing surrounding trees and embedding into rocks. The girl named Guo Guo was struck in the arm, with her spiritual energy severed. She immediately lost her grip on the hedgehog. It curled into a giant iron ball, spikes standing tall, rolling fiercely forward. It shattered the dirt wall. And Gu Bei's expression changed drastically as he retreated frantically. Yet he stumbled and fell, facing the imminent threat of being impaled. Shin Miao could no longer hesitate. She charged forward, surrounded by swirling moisture. But how could she withstand the iron-spined hedgehog? Jiangnan sighed. In an instant, he appeared in the fray. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Jiangnan raised his hand, shooting out a void chain that ensnared the iron ball formed by the hedgehog. The immense force rendered the chain taut. Jiangnan's lower legs sank into the earth, yet he was still dragged forward, carving 2 trenches in the ground. Gritting his teeth, Jiangnan invoked burning blood. His heart raced. White vapor billowed. With muscles bulging, Jiangnan exerted his strength, managing to halt the iron-spined hedgehog, then yanked the iron ball, swinging it like a discus. The fierce winds even blew the soil away. Everyone stared in disbelief. What kind of operation is this? Boom. With a tremendous sound. The iron-spined hedgehog was smashed against the cliff. The terrifying impact caused it to uncurl, exposing its soft underbelly. Jiangnan instantaneously appeared atop its face, plunging his tang knife into one eye, emerging from the other side. The iron-spined hedgehog, embedded in the cliff, fell silent. The entire process was clean and swift. Without any hesitation, Shin Miao's eyes widened, her face a mask of disbelief. Guo Guo stared blankly at Jiangnan. Was this person a deity? They couldn't even handle it together, yet he had dispatched it alone? The battle had lasted less than 30 seconds. Was it really that fast? This was a silver-ranked spirit beast. Chapter 181, Leaving Without a Trace. However, amidst the shock, a sense of caution arose within her. Such terrifying strength, coupled with her team's severe injuries, Jiangnan could easily annihilate them. Shin Miao exhaled deeply. She quickly reassured, everyone, there's no need to worry. This is Jiangnan, my friend. It was he who guided me here to find you. Guo Guo, are you all right? Guo Guo, suppressing her pain, pulled out the spike from her arm. Forcing a faint smile, fine. While Shin Miao tended to her wound, she inquired, how did you all encounter the iron-spined hedgehog? It was then revealed that they had crashed directly into the iron-spined hedgehog upon landing. Had it not been for Jiangnan's timely arrival, they would have all faced elimination. Is that the so-called southern deity you mentioned? Truly formidable. Southern deity, thank you. Guo Guo's gaze shifted towards Jiangnan, and she was instantly stunned. At that moment, Jiangnan had already plucked the iron-clad hedgehog bald, having pulled off all the iron spikes and stuffed them into his extra-dimensional space. Guo Guo was utterly bewildered. What kind of maneuver was that? The iron-clad hedgehog. I think I can still be saved. Jiangnan approached with a smile, crouched down, and produced a glass vial, uncorking it. Guo Guo. She was immediately overwhelmed by the stench. This is... Jiangnan scooped out a chunk from the vial with his finger and seized the opportunity to stuff it into Guo Guo's mouth. Hee, eat up. It's good stuff. Wu Shin Miao's eyes widened. Brother Jiangnan, you actually fed Guo Guo. 8. Her worldview had begun to crumble. It wasn't enough for Jiangnan to eat it himself. He even fed it to Guo Guo. Guo Guo's eyes lit up as a sweet and fragrant taste spread from the tip of her tongue. It was simply heavenly. The spiritual energy within her rapidly replenished to full capacity. Her eyes shone even brighter. She instinctively grabbed Jiangnan's hand and extended her delicate tongue, licking it as if to clean every last bit from under his fingernails. Shen Miao? She was completely bewildered. Hey, did you have to go that far? I never expected you to be that kind of guagua. Jiangnan felt a surge of softness and quickly retracted his hand. Did she have to lick it so clean? Who could withstand that? He then gave some to Gu Bei and Captain Song Qing, who were also beside him. Both of their eyes lit up. Gu Bei, this stuff is really delicious. So fragrant. Song Qing was filled with emotion. It's simply a delicacy. Guagua looked at Jiangnan with longing. Southern deity. Can I have a little more? I still want to eat. Jiangnan looked smug. In that case, I'll give you another bite. Shen Miao. What? What is happening to this world? Why are you all fighting to eat dung? Shen Miao began to doubt her life. Could it really be that delicious? She had never tried it in all her years. Should she give it a try? Finally, she steeled herself and mustered the courage to say, Southern deity, can I have a bite? Jiangnan curled his lips. Humph. No, you can't. You dared to say I was eating dung? No way. I'll tug on your pigtails. Shen Miao was filled with disappointment. Was it really that delicious? Just then, Song Qing struggled to his feet, his eyes gleaming. He used his metal-based abilities to control 8 steel spears, which returned to his side. He exchanged a glance with Gu Bei. Gu Bei nodded slightly, and faint energy fluctuations rippled around him. Shen Miao was stunned, and Jiangnan frowned slightly. Song Qing smiled. Thank you, Brother Jiangnan, for your rescue. If it weren't for your intervention, we wouldn't have known what to do. However, about the ironclad hedgehog's spiritual pearl, brother, you see, Gu Bei said calmly. We're not exactly ungrateful, but we were the ones who discovered the ironclad hedgehog first. It was already severely injured before you stepped in. Of course, it's not to say you didn't contribute. Didn't you get the ironclad hedgehog spikes? So the spiritual pearl should. Jiangnan chuckled. You want this spiritual pearl? Song Qing smiled. What do you think, brother? Shen Miao's eyes reddened upon hearing this. Captain, Xiao Bei, how can we do this? Brother Jiangnan was the one who saved us, and he was also the one who killed the ironclad hedgehog. The spiritual pearl should belong to him. We can't just ask him for it. That's not how things are done. Guagua also frowned. This isn't right, is it? Without Jiangnan, we would have all been seriously injured and eliminated. Gu Bei retorted angrily. Which side are you two on? We were the ones who discovered the hedgehog first, and we were the ones who severely injured it. Besides, didn't he get the spikes? Shen Miao's eyes welled up with tears. That's not the same. I don't care. Brother Jiangnan, don't give it to them. Jiangnan patted Shen Miao's head and grinned. It seems I'm not very popular. In that case, should I just leave? Guagua's face flushed crimson, her eyelashes fluttered, and her pretty face was filled with shyness as she whispered, Southern deity, you can leave if you want, but can you pat your own butt? Please don't pat mine. Shen Miao. So that's what patting your butt and leaving means. Patting Guagua's butt. Humph. Why not pat mine? Jiangnan reluctantly retracted his hand, filled with emotion. TSK. Not bad to the touch. He directly tossed the spiritual pearl to Song Qing. Jiangnan didn't care at all. If you want it, then you can have it. I helped you deal with the ironclad hedgehog, restored your spiritual power, and haven't attacked you yet. But you still want the spiritual pearl? No. This is not called kicking someone when they're down. This is called taking an inch and wanting a mile. Although Jiangnan didn't care about a broken spiritual pearl, he was still a little unhappy. But for the sake of patting the butt, just give it to them. Shen Miao was full of unwillingness and apologized. Brother Jiangnan. Jiangnan touched her head and smiled. It's okay. Let's keep things separate. Just consider it as helping you once. Remember to treat me to a meal when you get out. After speaking, he walked towards the edge of the island, extremely unrestrained. He sent Shen Miao to her teammates, and he also completed the task. Shen Miao looked at Jiangnan's leaving figure, feeling blocked in her heart, and pulled Guagua's arm. Humph. Guagua, let's go. Ignore them. You two can just stay with the spiritual pearl. Song Qing and Gu Bei looked at each other, both with wry smiles. Just then, they heard the sound of an engine roaring from the distant shore. Thinking they had misheard, they all turned their eyes to look over there. Their eyes widened, their faces full of astonishment. They saw Jiangnan dragging a 6-meter-long speedboat out of his extra-dimensional space. He pulled the starting rope and directly ignited it. The boat was covered with domineering flame decals. Jiangnan put on sunglasses and a floral shirt. He pushed his sunglasses and grinned. Goodbye. Everyone don't miss me too much. While speaking, he pushed the throttle to the maximum. The engine roared for a while, throwing up more than 10 meters high water splashes. The speedboat galloped on the lake. Advancing rapidly, Shen Miao and Guagua widened their eyes, their faces full of astonishment. I didn't see it wrong. That's a speedboat. You even brought a speedboat in? Do you have to be so arrogant? Song Qing and Gu Bei were also dumbfounded. Jiangnan actually has a boat? This. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel regret in their hearts. Thousand Island Lake has many islands. As the signal area decreases, they will definitely have to move their positions. And the waterway cannot be avoided. It is conceivable how huge the advantage would be if they had a boat. But because of a spiritual pearl, they missed this opportunity. The two were extremely regretful. But is regret useful? They will never imagine what kind of opportunity they missed because of a spiritual pearl. Did you chapter 182? Did I hit a bear? Within the Thousand Island Lake's spiritual ruins, a speedboat raced across the lake, sending plumes of water soaring skyward. Jiangnan, consulting a map, maintained full throttle. This scene was captured by the omniscient surveillance system, igniting the live broadcast chat. Holy cow, is that a speedboat? Is the southern deity serious? Does he have to be so flamboyant? Mom, someone's cheating. Floral shirt, sunglasses, baseball cap. All that's missing is a big cigar. Did anyone notice the fishing rod on the stern of the boat? Can you even do that? Give the other contestants a break. The sight of Jiangnan cruising across the lake in a speedboat detonated the live broadcast. At that moment, the students of Songjiang's spiritual martial arts were stunned. This was outrageous. Southern deity is awesome. In the waiting area, all eyes were on Shenhong. Shenhong, his face grim, stated well. The competition rules stipulate that contestants must prepare all the materials they need within the spiritual ruins themselves. Strictly speaking, Jiangnan is not violating the rules. Contestants can bring whatever they want. But the individual managed to carry only half a month's worth of provisions, including food, a tent, weapons, and other survival essentials. Beyond that, there was simply no room for more. Yet, here you are, bringing along a boat? Is this truly necessary? If you keep this up, I might just be at a loss. At this very moment, Jiangnan had passed several small islands along the river. A team hunting spirit beasts by the shore looked utterly bewildered. Why on earth is there a speedboat in the spirit realm? Did you stumble upon an airdrop? This doesn't seem plausible. Enraged, they immediately began to lodge complaints via their satellite watches, reporting that someone was cheating. How could he possibly have a boat? A modified speedboat. No less. And it even had flaming decorations. The vessel was audaciously named Waves Upon Waves. How outrageous. Shouldn't you be monitoring this? They promptly received a standardized response. Participants are allowed to use any tools as long as they are self-provided, with prior notice given. The contestants were left dumbfounded. The implication was clear: anything goes. If you wish to bring in a nuclear submarine, no one would stop you, provided you can manage to get it in. Contestants were left speechless. Are we supposed to parachute in with a nuclear submarine? How absurd. Upon seeing the team by the coast, Jiangnan's eyes lit up. He waved frantically, producing a megaphone to bellow. Hey there, would you like to switch islands? This one is too small. There aren't any spirit beasts. I can give you a lift. Fast and safe. All it takes is a silver-grade spirit pearl. Wherever you point, we shall go. From Cui Xiaoya's resentment value 666. From Wang Jun's resentment value 666. What is this? Are you now picking up passengers? A black market boat captain? Are you here to compete or to make money? 3 minutes later, the four-person team sat leisurely on the boat, fishing and enjoying the gentle sea breeze. Ah, how delightful. Jiangnan, secretly amused with a silver-grade spirit pearl in hand, continued to shout through the megaphone. Offering island switching services. The four-person team only needed a single silver spirit pearl, a service package you won't be dissatisfied with. Fishing activities included at no extra charge. Make your journey enjoyable. Don't miss this opportunity. No need for a shout from the shore. Just a glance, and we understand each other. Ready to serve at your beck and call, ensuring your satisfaction. Cui Xiaoya, Wang Jun. The sound of the megaphone echoed endlessly. Teams hearing this began to question their existence. Are we truly participating in an all-star event? Why does the atmosphere feel so different from previous years? Have you really turned this into a business? It's South one thing to drive a speedboat, but are you actually picking up passengers? And fishing too? How excessive. At this moment, Jiangnan was en route to the island. Meanwhile, on Gourd Island, Zhang Yingxue and her companions were traversing the towering ancient forest. The three had gathered early and had already made considerable progress. Wu Liang wielded a broadsword, clearing the path ahead, while Xia Yao poked around with a wooden stick. Zhang Yingxue kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Xia Yao pouted. Why hasn't Xiaonan come to find us yet? It's been all morning. Zhang Yingxue expressed concern. I hope he hasn't run into trouble with Qi Feiyu. Xia Yao reassured her. After knowing Xiaonan for so long, have you ever seen him suffer a loss? Zhang Yingxue covered her face, realizing it was true. Wu Liang grinned. Don't worry. Brother Nin will definitely come. Before we adjust the signal zone, let us wait for him here. Just then, a massive black bear suddenly burst forth from the bushes, standing nearly 5 meters tall. Its rank was at the pinnacle of bronze. It opened its arms and roared at Wu Liang, quite intimidating. Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yu were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Wu Liang, what are you trying to scare? Without hesitation, he transformed entirely into a 5-meter-tall black bear. The black bear stared in confusion. Why does this creature resemble me so closely? Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yao were equally dumbfounded. This resemblance is uncanny. Even the body shape and fur color are identical. Have we encountered a bear doppelganger? Wu Liang glared. I've heard someone is imitating my form. This cannot stand. He swung his broadsword and struck at the black bear. The fierce wind howled as the black bear crouched low, feeling a sudden chill above its head as its fur was nearly severed. The broadsword merely grazed its scalp, leaving it with a bald patch. Xia Yao burst into laughter. Wu Liang, you ha. The sight of the black bear reminded Xia Yao of the time Wu Liang had consumed a powerful drink and ended up with a bald head. It was an uncanny resemblance. Furious, the black bear swung its paw at Wu Liang. Wu Liang raised his bear shield in defense. Zhang Ningxue summoned flames. Launching her spirit technique, Crimson Lotus Explosive Fireball. It struck the black bear squarely in the chest, sending it flying several meters, singeing its fur. The air was thick with the scent of char. The black bear quickly got up, extinguishing the flames on its body, glaring angrily at Wu Liang and his companions before fleeing. Wu Liang was ready to chase after it, but Xia Yao pulled him back, wiping away tears of laughter. Let it go. You've already singed its fur. It looks so pitiful. Besides, if we catch up, I wouldn't have the heart to strike. Zhou Ningxue stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Wu Liang scowled, feeling utterly speechless. By nightfall, Jiangnan finally arrived at Gourd Island, stowing away the speedboat and humming a tune as he stepped ashore. The moonlight was enchanting as Jiangnan wandered through the forest, scanning the area. Where could Xue and the others be? Did they leave me a sign or something? Just then, a massive black bear charged out of the bushes. Standing 5 meters tall, it opened its arms and roared at Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Under the moonlight, the bear's bald patch reflected the light. Jiangnan's eyes widened as he approached and punched the bear's chest. So, you've been waiting for me all along? How old are you? Still trying to scare people? The black bear stood there. I was going to eat you. What are you talking about? Where are your pants? Have they lost their elasticity? TSK. You poor thing. Let me give you another pair. Pulling out a leopard print thong, he handed it to the black bear. Put it on. It's your favorite style. The black bear stared at the thong in its paws, utterly bewildered. What is this? This human is so strange. Why is he giving me a piece of ragged cloth? Seeing the bear remain still, Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Do you need my help to put it on? Hurry up. You can't go around at night without any clothes. Aren't you ashamed? The black bear? Ahem. Our special roadside scare bear is now on duty. Remember to give it plenty of love. Chapter 183. Wu Liang. You've changed. The black bear looked utterly baffled, clutching the leopard print thing. Suddenly, it recalled the bear it had once encountered that had also worn a similar piece. The black bear measured itself against the thong, inserting its legs into the holes and pulling it up. Slap. The shorts were on. The bear was astonished. It felt as if it had discovered a new continent. Gazing at Jiangnan, its big black eyes filled with gratitude, it affectionately nuzzled against his chest. Jiangnan pushed the bear's face away with an expression of disdain. We're both big guys. What with the nuzzling? Do you miss me that much? The black bear nodded. Roar. Jiangnan was taken aback. What the heck? Why has your voice gone hoarse? Wait, why is the fur on your chest burned? Did someone bully you? Where are Xue and Xia Yao? The black bear looked perplexed. Although it couldn't comprehend what the human was saying, it sensed the anger on his face, as if he wanted to help it seek revenge. So, the black bear pointed frantically towards the depths of the forest. Jiangnan's eyes widened. This is outrageous. Someone actually dared to lay a hand on you. Let us go. Show me the way. We'll get back at them together. With that, he jumped onto the black bear's shoulder. Let's embark. Ursus Arctos. Although I do not comprehend your utterance, it appears you are aligned with my cause. I am profoundly moved. Recollecting the bear that inflicted a wound upon itself fills me with indignation. Having now found an ally, observe how I shall deal with them upon my return. Ursus Arctos, bearing Jiangnan upon its back, traverses the forest with exceptional celerity, discerning direction via olfaction, proceeding at breakneck speed. At this juncture, upon a relatively level glade within the forest, Zhou Ningxue is engaged in the removal of desiccated branches and foliage from the ground. Xia Yao, in a state of heightened vigilance, employs her keenly developed lupin sense of smell, sniffing hither and thither. Zhou Ningxue. Has Wu Liang not yet returned with firewood? Xia Yao murmurs. He ought not to have ventured far. With Xiaonan's absence, the prospect of slumbering within a tent and consuming roasted meat this evening seems improbable. It appears we shall be constrained to bivouac under the open sky, given that all the accoutrements reside within Jiangnan's extra-dimensional space. In that instant, Xia Yao's piloerection intensifies, prompting her to exclaim, "Shue shue, seek cover." Simultaneously, she unleashes the spirit technique Silver Shadow, achieving a precipitous surge in velocity. From a distance of scores of meters from Zhong Yingxue, she arrives almost instantaneously, seizing Zhong Yingxue's arm and diverting her to the side. A lengthy spear, enshrouded in resplendent electrical discharges, is seen hurtling toward them with violent force. Xia Yao interposes her hand, managing to deflect the spear marginally. Boom! The spear violently strikes the ground, excavating a crater of considerable size, sending both individuals sprawling. Xia Yao winces in pain, her delicate brows furrowing. Her fair, tender forearm is marred by lacerations. Zhong Yingshue's countenance assumes an icy demeanor as she is enveloped in towering flames. She grits her teeth and utters, "Luo Tianxiang." Luo Tianxiang emerges from the depths of the forest, his form encircled by electrical arcs. Retrieving the spear embedded in the ground, he sneers, "Not unworthy of the title lone wolf. Your sense of smell is quite acute. Where is Jiangnan? Absent, perchance? Heh. Nevertheless, with the two of you present, there is no fear of his non-appearance. Rest assured, I shall not permit your facile elimination." Luo Tianxiang's gaze betrays an undisguised lust. Heh. I intend for you both to witness Jiangnan's incapacitation with your own eyes. From the periphery of the woodland, 3 additional figures emerge, a pair of crew-cut twins and Jiang Yun, clad in a windbreaker, adopting an encircling formation. Evidently, Jiang Yun's squad is intent upon targeting them. Xia Yao's countenance contorts with ferocity, but before she can speak, Zhong Yingxue restrains her, shaking her head. 2 silver ranks, coupled with the twin brothers at the bronze pinnacle, afford them no prospect of victory. The two exchange glances. Their protracted rapport obviates the need for verbal communication, enabling them to comprehend each other's intentions. Spirit technique, incinerating sea. Boom. Zhong Yingxue stamps her petite foot, unleashing a towering inferno that sweeps across the terrain. The intense heat causes the skin to prickle with pain. Luo Tianxiang braves the thermal onslaught, plunging into the conflagration. As the flames subside, the 2 figures are nowhere to be seen. Upon turning, Xia Yao is observed bearing Zhong Yingxue, fleeing with extreme rapidity, breaching the encirclement, and plunging into the ancient woodland. "Damn it!" Jiang Yun exclaims, "How many times must I reiterate? Cease the superfluous verbiage. Cease the superfluous verbiage. You are perpetually verbose." The twin brothers, raising their hands, unleash serpentine tendrils of flame, directing them towards Xia Yao's trajectory. Luo Tianxiang's countenance reflects displeasure, yet he is unable to offer rebuttal. As he too pursues with spear in tow, Xia Yao, while attempting to flee, must contend with the interference of 2 pyrokinetic abilities, rendering her flight exceedingly arduous. The density of the jungle impedes swift progress. After traversing 2 hillocks, they are overtaken. Jiang Yun, spirit technique, imposing mountain domain. Boom. The ground suddenly subsides by 30 centimeters, forming a circular depression with a diameter of 100 meters. Within this area, gravity is amplified tenfold. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, caught unawares, are forced to prostrate themselves. Rendered immobile, as if burdened by an immense mountain, leaves suspended from the trees, succumbing to the augmented gravity, plummet and impale the 2 with their sharp edges. Ugh! Numerous wounds are inflicted, and the blood flows copiously due to the gravitational force, rapidly staining their garments crimson. Their complexions pallor at an alarming rate. Jiang Yun sneers. "You profess to be fleet of foot? How does the sensation of tenfold gravity strike you? Is it to your liking?" Xia Yao bites her lower lip, maintaining silence. She struggles valiantly to rise, yet the tenfold gravity renders her efforts futile. However, the members of their squad are unaffected. Luo Tianxiang approaches the 2 with a menacing demeanor and an air of contempt. "Beseech me. I shall then spare you both." Zhong Yingxue clenches her teeth, resisting the gravitational force, and utters 2 words, "Scum." Luo Tianxiang's countenance hardens. "Vixen." He thrusts the spear fiercely toward Zhong Yingshue's shoulder. Xia Yao's eyes widen, and she manages to roll over, shielding Zhong Yingxue beneath her, protecting her. Thwack! The honed spear penetrates Xia Yao's shoulder, causing a torrent of blood to flow, rendering Xia Yao's countenance ashen. TSK, 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 such profound sisterly affection. I wonder how many blows you can withstand for her. He raises the spear to strike again. Zhong Yingxue is consumed by rage. Never in her existence has she harbored such animosity toward an individual. Incinerating sea. A raging inferno envelopes the two, providing them with protection. Luo Tianxiang retreats rapidly, sneering. How long can your spiritual energy endure? All is futile. Resign yourselves to your fate. Concurrently, Ursus Arctos follows the scent, tracking them. Jiangnan, witnessing the scene, is instantly enraged. He unsheathes his blade, intending to charge. Ursus Arctos seizes Jiangnan, placing a digit to its lips. Hush. Jiangnan? Ursus Arctos then leads Jiangnan to conceal themselves within a nearby thicket. Jiangnan is bewildered. Is he to be ambushed from the undergrowth? Wu Liang, you have transformed. This is not characteristic of you. Chapter 184. Skewered kidneys with a steel spear? However, given the current circumstances, a rash frontal assault would be perilous. The most formidable impediment remains the gravitational ability, along with the pyrokinetic twin brothers. Observing Luo Tianxiang in the arena, Jiangnan's countenance darkens. Since you repeatedly seek self-inflicted suffering, I shall show no leniency. Observe my signals later. Ursus Arctos? Pray tell, I comprehend not your utterance. Observing signals? This is excessively sophisticated. I am incapable. Here, Jiangnan has already initiated action. He instantaneously activates a spatial wormhole, thrusting the Tang blade directly through the abdomen of the elder twin brother. Blood gushes forth, and he collapses to his knees, clutching his abdomen, rendered incapable of battle. This sudden attack stuns all present. The bizarre spectacle causes Luo Tianxiang to break out in a cold sweat, his posterior region experiencing an ominous sensation. Jiangnan, he exclaims. Jiangnan's gaze is frigid. He turns and casts an imposing mountain domain toward the locus of spiritual energy fluctuation. Boom. The ground within a radius of 100 meters subsides. Yet it is devoid of occupants. Jiangnan, seizing Ursus Arctos, teleports into the arena. Xia Yao's ashen visage is filled with delight. Xiaonan, Wu Liang, how did you? Witnessing the blood-soaked forms of Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao's shoulder nearly perforated, Jiangnan is filled with anguish and towering rage. He provides the two with vitality ginseng. Recover first. He then draws his blade and advances toward Jiangyun. Jiangyun snarls. You are courting death. Spirit technique. Imposing mountain domain. Boom. Another thunderous report. The ground within 100 meters subsides, yet Jiangnan has already teleported away. His imposing mountain domain can only be deployed once at a time, rendering him incapable of capturing Jiangnan's form. You are too slow. Jiangnan's words are laced with frost as he suddenly materializes behind him. Jiangyun's piloerection intensifies. He has underestimated Jiangnan. He believed that his gravitational ability would constrain Jiangnan. Yet Jiangnan has seized the opportunity. He is unable to capture Jiangnan's form. Damn it! Gravity field. In the next instant, the ground within 3 meters of Jiangyun subsides, and gravity is amplified 30-fold. Jiangnan's calves sink into the earth. His muscles and bones emit sounds of distress, as if bearing the weight of 10 mountains. The Tang blade in his grasp becomes exceedingly heavy, and he struggles to lift it. He is completely restrained. Blood burning, the heart hammered, a plume of vaporous breath escaped, and blood coursed with unprecedented fervor. A substantial augmentation of physical prowess ensued, enabling Jiangnan to navigate the crushing 30-fold gravity field with laborious strides. Akin to a figure in slow motion, brandishing his Tang blade, he lunged, aiming for Jiangyun's thigh with ruthless precision. Jiangyun's eyes widened in disbelief. The very gravity field he commanded rendered him immobile. How could Jiangnan possibly move? What manner of terrifying physical conditioning was this? Damn it! Luo Tianxiang, what are you doing? Provide cover. Luo Tianxiang cast a glance at Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, ultimately stealing his resolve and rushing to Jiangyun's aid. A corona of electric energy enveloped him as he unleashed his most potent attack, a fusion of spatial divinity, thunderous spear thrust, and target lock. He could no longer afford to hold back. Hadn't they assured him that Jiangnan was manageable? How had he been driven to such straits? Jiangyun could not fall, otherwise, none could contain Jiangnan. Thwack. Arc. Resentment points from Jiangyun 1,000. The Tang blade pierced his thigh, advancing inexorably. Jiangyun dared not dispel the gravity field, lest Jiangnan sever his entire leg. Yet, at that instant, Luo Tianxiang's spear hurtled toward him. Jiangnan, however, showed no inclination to evade, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in horror as he recalled the incident of impaling himself. Could it be that this time, the spear plunged into Jiangnan's spine? But the spatial wormhole had already materialized, its exit point materializing from Jiangyun's flank. Thwack! Blood splattered as Jiangyun convulsed from the electrical discharge. The spear had pierced his kidney, charring half his waistline. Resentment points from Jiangyun 1,000. Luo Tianxiang, where in blazes are you aiming? You've skewered my kidneys. They're practically incinerated. A steel spear through the waist? I can practically smell the barbecue. What kind of feckless teammate are you? I'd have been better off alone. Luo Tianxiang, relieved at having avoided self-infliction, breathed a sigh of relief. With Jiang Yun grievously wounded and the gravity field dispelled, Jiangnan delivered a swift kick, sending Jiang Yun hurtling 70 meters, coughing up blood. He then turned his gaze upon Luo Tianxiang, his expression ominous, and cracked his neck. So, this is the help you enlisted? Utterly useless. We're not in school anymore. Let's have some fun. Luo Tianxiang's face drained of color. Jiang Yun, you incompetent fool. Weren't you supposed to be able to handle Jiangnan? How did you end up so thoroughly defeated? Meanwhile, the hulking black bear glared menacingly at Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Haha, you dare to blast me? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Boom. A fireball the size of a millstone detonated upon the black bear's back, singeing away its fur. The black bear, scrambling to its feet, roared in fury. It turned to see the younger twin, conjuring potent fireballs and hurling them with crimson-tinged eyes. The black bear roared and slammed its paw into the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled as if shaken in a sieve, causing the younger twin to stumble. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged surprised glances. When had Wu Liang acquired this skill? Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Yingxue launched a Crimson Lotus Inferno Bomb. The younger twin, regaining his balance, raised a wall of fire, barely deflecting the attack. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a silver shadow flashed behind him. Xia Yao, claws extended, struck without hesitation. Blood splattered as the younger twin collapsed, his face ashen. The black bear stood in stunned silence. Were they helping him? Why were they suddenly so amiable? Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, relieved that the crisis had passed, rushed to the black bear, whose back was a mangled mess of flesh. Zhong Yingxue gasped. Heavens, you're badly hurt. Does it hurt? Xia Yao patted the black bear's shoulder. You were wonderful. Just bear with it. And Nan will give you a ginseng root later. The black bear was bewildered. Why were they being so kind? And complimenting him? It was making it difficult to unleash his fury. He had come with reinforcements to settle the score, but their kindness disarmed him. Thump, thump, thump. A series of muffled thuds drew the attention of the two girls and the bear. Jiangnan was straddling Luo Tianxiang, raining down blows with reckless abandon. Blood splattered, and teeth flew. It was a ghastly sight. Haha. Go on, then, kill me. Kill me. I dare you. If you don't, I'll make your life a living hell. Can you watch over them forever? I'll find an opportunity. Strike then. Why don't you strike? The Heavenly Eye system is watching. If you kill me, you'll rot in prison. Ha! Jiangnan's fist halted midair. Zhong Yingxue pulled him back, shaking her head. Nan, don't stoop to his level. It's not worth it. I'm not angry anymore. Xia Yu gently stroked Jiangnan's back. We're both unharmed, and we're fine. It didn't hurt that much. Don't let this trash ruin you. Luo Tianxiang, his face covered in blood and seething with hatred, roared hysterically. You think you're so tough? Why don't you finish me off? Come on then. I, Luo Tian thump. Jiangnan planted his foot on Luo Tianxiang's face, a radiant smile spreading across his features. I am indeed impressive. You'll soon find out that living can be far more agonizing than dying. At that moment, Wu Liang returned to camp, carrying a mountain of firewood. He froze in his tracks. What the? Where's everyone? In the woods, Jiangnan knocked Luo Tianxiang unconscious with a kick. He then searched for Jiang Yun, finding only a pool of blood. TSK, TSK, TSK. Abandoned his teammate and fled? Still so vigorous with only one kidney left? Upon returning, he found Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao facing trees, their backs to him. Resentment points from Zhong Yingxue 3-3. Resentment points from Xia Yao 3-3. Jiangnan tilted his head in confusion. What are you two doing? Zhong Yingxue exclaimed. Nan, don't come closer. Xia Yao wore a pained expression. When will this nosebleed stop? Jiangnan chuckled. They were trying to hide their nosebleeds. He teleported in front of them. Zhong Yingxue yelped in fright, covering her face. Xia Yao defensively glared and said, You incorrigible rogue. What do you intend to do with Luo Tianxiang? Jiangnan's expression hardened. Leave it to me. He bound Luo Tianxiang with spirit-binding cuffs and left him in a nearby cave. He then beckoned the black bear, examined its wounds, grimaced, and tossed it a ginseng root. Eat this. It'll help. The black bear, eyeing the root in disdain, thought, the ones I dig up behind my house are bigger than this. Still, it ate it. In a moment, the black bear was stunned. Not only did its wounds heal rapidly, but its aura swelled, elevating it to the silver rank. Jiangnan was also taken aback. How did you not get a nosebleed? One ginseng root, and you're silver? This isn't right. This is not scientific. Why didn't Wu Liang get a nosebleed? Jiangnan didn't realize he was dealing with a true spirit beast, not a human. The black bear, eyes gleaming, nuzzled Jiangnan. Jiangnan recoiled in mock horror. Not again. Wu Liang, you're not. The pair headed into the forest, seeking a secret weapon to use against Luo Tianxiang. Unbeknownst to them, their battle had ignited the live-streaming community, even in the dead of night. Unmatched. Simply invincible. The excitement is overwhelming. Even Zhang Yun of Tianhua Lingwu cannot contend with the Southern God. The spatial realm is utterly inscrutable. A textbook encounter. The Southern God is practically taking on 3 opponents single-handedly. And there are still 2 silver-tier allies. Is he truly just a bronze tier? My blood is boiling with exhilaration. An all-nighter is in order. Who is that bald black bear following Jiangnan? Are you foolish? That's a teammate of the Southern God. Wu Liang, of course. Clearly a fake fan. No. Take a look at the footage of number 073. Everyone hurriedly switches their screens. In the frame of 073, Wu Liang, burdened with a large bundle of firewood, scratches his head while searching for someone amidst the battle remnants. At that moment, everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. What the heck? Wu Liang is carrying firewood? Then who is that tailing Jiangnan? No way. Is it some kind of cloning technique? What on earth? My mind can hardly keep up. What on earth is going on? No. The one following the Southern God can't possibly be a real bear. Huh? How could that be? Does your black bear wear shorts? Has anyone seen this black bear revert to human form? Wu Liang is wearing a little divine dragon outfit. That bear is a fire-breathing dragon. They are clearly not the same being. Who remembers when Wu Liang took down a black bear this morning, leaving it bald? The expressions of the live stream audience gradually turned to sheer horror. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Southern God, that's not your teammate. It's a real bear. I'm dying of laughter. How did they end up with a real bear as a teammate? Just a moment ago, they were fighting together. I feel for Wu Liang. Has he been abandoned? Haha. Incredible. Even movies wouldn't dare portray this. Southern God, open your eyes and see. That's definitely a spirit beast. I could laugh for a year. How on earth did a spirit beast end up in a human team? My goodness. The live stream has completely exploded. It's even more lively than during the day. At this moment, Jiangnan remains steadfast in his belief that the big black bear is indeed Wu Liang. After all, aside from the exceptionally strong Wu Liang, how could there be another bald-headed bear? I refuse to believe it. By the time Jiangnan returns, the 2 twins have already been declared eliminated and taken away for treatment. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue, still with blood dripping from their noses, look utterly dazed. Because Jiangnan has actually come back carrying an ant nest. What is even more bewildering is that behind the big black bear are 7 bruised silverback gorillas. They appear so docile, completely subdued. Xia Yao, with a face full of astonishment, asks, Xiaonan, what are you planning to do? Zhang Yingxue tilts her head in confusion. Jiangnan grins. Hee. Remember to cover your ears. Saying this, he beckons the big black bear to enter the cave. From another dimension. He pulls out a jar of honey and splashes it all over Luo Tianxiang. Luo Tianxiang jolts awake, realizing he is tightly bound in spiritual shackles. He licks his lips in bewilderment. What is this, honey? What are you trying to do? The spirit ruins are not a lawless zone. Do you dare to kill me? Jiangnan grins. Kill you, young Master Luo? How could I dare? I want to forfeit. Let me go? Huh. The stakes are in your hands. You handle it. Luo Tianxiang grits his teeth. With his hands cuffed behind him, he has no way to maneuver. Jiangnan then thrusts the ant nest in front of Luo Tianxiang, raising an eyebrow. Do you know what this is? Luo Tianxiang panics internally and dares not answer. This creature is called a bullet ant. It poses no real threat. But why is it called a bullet ant? Because being bitten hurts like being shot. The pain of childbirth is rated at level 12. Being bitten by a bullet ant is rated at level 9. Fear fills Luo Tianxiang's eyes. His face pales. You dare. The Heavenly Eye System is above us. Don't worry. The Heavenly Eye System cannot detect anything in the cave. Remember to hold on for a while. You wanted to play, right? I'll play with you. Saying this, he punches the ant nest, sending bullet ants cascading onto Luo Tianxiang. Upon catching the scent of honey on him, they begin to bite. Jiangnan, you dare. Come and kill me. Come on. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. From Jiangnan beams. Aren't you my little pixie? Remember to hold on a bit longer. He then exits the cave, while Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao shiver at the sounds of agony echoing from within. Zhong Yingxue, Xiaonan, take it easy, don't kill him. Though she says this, her heart feels incredibly relieved. Xia Yao, brimming with excitement, asks, Xiaonan, how did you manage this? Jiangnan chuckles. Don't worry, a nest of bullet ants plus a jar of honey will be quite comfortable. Both of them gasp in astonishment. But what do you need the 7 silverback gorillas for? Jiangnan replies solemnly. You wouldn't understand. I have grand plans. The silverback gorilla leader is still defiant. The big black bear glares, accustomed to their bad tempers. With a swift paw, it slaps the gorilla on the head, leaving it buzzing. Chapter 186. Hey, no cutting in line. Half an hour passes. The screams from the cave have become hoarse. Jiangnan, feeling impatient, steps inside the cave and is startled. Luo Tianxiang has been completely swollen from the bites. His once attractive lips now appear quite voluptuous. Upon seeing Jiangnan enter, he erupts. Jiangnan, From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. Jiangnan raises an eyebrow. TSK. Still so spirited. Huh. Saying this, he ignores the foul-mouthed Luo Tianxiang. He strides over to the 7 silverback gorillas. The gorilla leader looks at Jiangnan with fear in its eyes. Jiangnan steps forward, pats its shoulder, and beams. Don't be afraid. It's a good thing. Here, give this to your brothers. He then hands a bottle of strength potion to the gorilla leader. The silverback gorilla? What is going on? Are you looking down on me and my brothers? Just capturing us is one thing. You even want us to drink water? As if we Haven Tea had that before. It glares at Jiangnan, baring its teeth in anger. The big black bear glares back. You dare to threaten my big brother? And then proceeds to give the silverback gorilla leader a good thrashing. The silverback gorilla feels utterly wronged. Having no choice but to share the spiritual energy leaks with itself and its subordinates. After consuming them, each one's eyes light up, transformed into muscular gorillas. Feeling an overwhelming surge of strength, they pound their chests, scratch their heads, and enthusiastically give Jiangnan a thumbs up. Yet, none of the gorillas notice that they have turned into Mediterranean gorillas. Their bald heads shine brilliantly. Jiangnan watches the exuberant silverback gorillas, unable to suppress a smile. He then pulls out several boxes of pre-packaged strength potions, pointing towards the cave. Those inside. Bang, bang, bang. Come out. Have some water. In an instant, the silverback gorilla's eyes gleam with excitement. The rest this good fortune? Drinking strength water, the feeling of being filled with power is simply irresistible. Getting to beat someone up also means getting water to drink. So they all clench their fists and dash towards the cave. At that moment, the gorilla leader lets out a roar. Immediately, the younger ones calm down, forming an orderly line at the cave entrance. Jiangnan? Well, they're so organized. The silverback gorilla leader grins, rubbing its hands as it enters the cave. Inside, Luo Tianxiang endures excruciating pain, his eyes filled with hatred, plotting how to deal with Jiangnan after he gets out. Just then, a dark figure steps into the cave. Luo Tianxiang grits his teeth. Jiangnan, you better let me out. Otherwise, he suddenly freezes. What the heck? How did a gorilla come in? And it's bald? The silverback gorilla grins, cracks its neck, and makes its fist pop. I apologize, my friend, but it appears you are in for a beating. Luo Tianxiang's face turned pale. Terror etched upon his features. Could it be? I recall when Wu Liang confronted Han Chang. It was also in a Mediterranean style, wasn't it? With muscles all over and fists as large as rice cookers. Who could withstand such a force? Yet, despite his fear, the gorilla unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon him, functioning as an unfeeling machine of destruction. The cries of Luo Tianxiang echoed throughout the cave. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1000. Shortly thereafter, the silverback gorilla emerged from the cave, satisfaction radiating from its face. It patted its underling on the shoulder and then gestured a thumbs up towards Jiangnan, promptly heading off to claim a bottle of energy drink, utterly content. The underling rushed inside with great eagerness. Within the cave, Luo Tianxiang had been knocked unconscious 3 times and revived each time. How could this be? Jiangnan gulped. Watching as that silverback gorilla merrily returned to the queue, Jiangnan buried his face in his hands. What sort of miraculous cue is this? He quickly beckoned the black bear, dragging the distant Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao along. Let us go, quickly. Zhong Yingxue was taken aback. Are we not going to help Luo Tianxiang? Jiangnan's forehead glistened with sweat. Someone will come to rescue him. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue covered their faces in disbelief. Did they truly hire the silverback gorilla for a beating? And even formed a queue? After every bout, they would line up for energy drinks? Is this level of order truly necessary? It seems they have genuinely been cowed by Bear 2. Less than 10 minutes had passed when Wu Liang followed the traces to the cave. He was greeted by the sight of 7 gorillas lined up at the entrance. With loud thuds echoing from within, Wu Liang was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? The leader of the queue waved at Wu Liang. Brother, come join the fray. There are energy drinks to be had. Wu Liang. At that moment, the live stream erupted into fervent discussion. Hey, why are those silverback gorillas queuing? They go in for a moment and then come out, only to let the next one in? Higi, you might not know this. Silverback gorillas are social animals. They adhere to internal rules. Furthermore, spiritual beasts are not devoid of intelligence. Wu Liang, hurry up and catch up. I'm dying here. If you don't hurry, you will lose your spot. An hour later, the staff received the elimination alert for Luo Tianxiang. This confirmed that he had completely lost the ability to move. They rushed to the cave. 2 workers arrived at the entrance, astonished by the sight of the queuing gorillas. One worker, determined, made to dive into the cave. The silverback gorilla. What? Is there someone trying to cut in line? That simply cannot be allowed. It seized the worker by the collar and roared, pointing to the back of the queue. The worker stood there, dumbfounded. The other worker gravely remarked, "This should reflect the social behavior of the spiritual beast community. We shouldn't disrupt it. Let's just queue up." The 2 workers remained unhurried, following the line, though they felt oddly out of place. Finally, their turn arrived. The silverback gorilla leader emerged from the cave once more, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 2 humans. It promptly patted the worker on the shoulder and gestured a thumbs up. The 2 workers exchanged bewildered glances and entered the cave together. At the end of the cave, they found Luo Tianqiang, who had been swollen and bruised tenfold, resembling an inflated balloon. His body bore countless imprints of fists, and it was impossible to determine how many times he had been knocked out. Can a human truly become such a sight? Meanwhile, on the shores of Hulu's island, Jiangnan and his companions had set up an inflatable tent. They kindled a bonfire, roasting 3 rabbits and a wild boar, savoring the feast. Ah, Xiaonan, I feel as if my life is now perfect. A tent in the spiritual realm plus barbecued meat. Haha. Zhong Yingxue, with a gentle smile, wiped the grease from Xia Yao's mouth. Food is everywhere. At that moment, the black bear was voraciously devouring a wild boar. What is this? It's simply too delicious. My goodness, a bear's life is truly fulfilling. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. Jiangnan and his companions turned to see what was happening. Could it be a spiritual beast? Out emerged Wu Liang, carrying a large bundle of firewood. Jiangnan glanced at the black bear and then back at Wu Liang. Chapter 187. This must be a bear's suit, right? At that moment, Jiangnan's mind went blank. He looked at Wu Liang, then at the black bear, suddenly realizing something. His eyes widened in shock, jaw nearly dropping to the ground. In an instant, the aroma of the braised rabbit lost its appeal. How could there be 2 Wu Liangs? Wu Liang, equally perplexed, exclaimed, "What the hell? I just went out to gather firewood, and now I've lost my spot? What is this bald-headed bear nonsense?" Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yao were also stunned, recalling the black bear that had rushed out earlier in the day. Could it be? At that moment, the black bear glared at Wu Liang in fury. It dropped the roasted pig, stood up, and let out a ferocious roar, pointing at Jiangnan and then at Wu Liang. "Brother, that's him. He is the one who hit me on the head, and now he is here to complain." Wu Liang glared back, abandoning the firewood, drawing his weapon, and transforming into his beast form. He charged forward, ready to strike. "Damn it, you might imitate my appearance, but my shorts too? You've taken my place and are eating my roast pig? I cannot tolerate this." The black bear glared back. "You think I've forgotten about you hitting me on the head?" At that moment, the 2 bald-headed black bears faced off. One donned little dragon shorts, wielding a sword, while the other wore fire-breathing dragon shorts, holding a piece of charcoal. They looked almost identical. Even their hairstyles matched. The moonlight reflected off their Mediterranean bald heads as they prepared to clash. Jiangnan. He rushed forward to restrain both of them. "Wu Liang, actually, you have a twin brother, right? Until now, I still don't believe it. The one we encountered on the shore this morning was not Wu Liang at all, but a genuine black bear? And you dressed it in shorts? I can't believe it. How could there be 2 identical bald-headed bears in this world?" Wu Liang, in a panic, replied, "Brother, that bear's hair was cut by me. We encountered it this morning. I chopped off its hair with one stroke, and it ran away. You all don't think you mistook it for me, do you? Damn it, I've been searching for you while carrying firewood." Wu Liang's face was filled with grievance. "If I had been any later, I would have lost my life. Where can I seek justice for this?" Zhou Ningxue, holding her stomach, laughed until she collapsed on the ground. Wu Liang's pitiful expression struck her funny bone. "Xia Yao. Haha, no way. We genuinely thought it was you. What a joke." Jiangyan's face darkened, filled with embarrassment. "Why were you giving it a haircut?" The black bear was getting agitated. Roar, roar. It pointed at Wu Liang, then at its own head. "Jiangnan, how do we fix this?" He turned to the black bear and said, "Hey, you really can't turn into a human? Damn it. This must be a bear suit, right? Where's the zipper? Is it hidden deep? Is it in the back?" Saying this, he reached out to tug at the bear's fur. The black bear? Zhou Ningxue covered her face. "Oh no. This person has begun to evade reality. Xia Yao, that truly is a bear." Jiangnan, speechless, gazed at the black bear's fierce expression, speaking earnestly. "Don't be angry. Dear, it's just a few bear hairs. In a few days, they'll grow back. You can't hit him. He is my friend." The black bear, feeling wronged, shot Wu Liang a fierce glare before sitting down on the sand, hugging its knees, turning its back to everyone, clearly sulking. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were stunned. My goodness, is it truly angry? Is this genuinely a spiritual beast? Jiangnan, astonished, nudged Wu Liang. Big guy, go comfort it. He then handed Wu Liang a ginseng. Wu Liang covered his face. Am I supposed to comfort it? Who will comfort me? I am also deeply hurt. Yet, I took the vitality ginseng and walked over. Here, have something to eat. The great black bear stared at Wu Liang in astonishment, still a bit miffed. But upon seeing the vitality ginseng, its anger dissipated instantly. It eagerly stuffed it into its mouth. Jiangnan observed intently from the side, as the surge of energy coursed through the bear. The great black bear's level swiftly ascended from silver 1 star to silver 2 star. Remarkably, it did not even have a nosebleed. Jiangnan exclaimed, now I understand. The physiological structure of spirit beasts differs from that of humans. Humans cannot withstand excess energy, leading to nosebleeds as a waste of surplus energy. But spirit beasts are different. They can fully endure the onslaught of energy. The great black bear felt the elevation in its rank and was filled with exuberance, forgetting its previous annoyance. It rushed up and hugged Wu Liang tightly, delivering a bear hug. Jiangnan grinned. This is quite harmonious. From now on, Wu Liang shall be called Bear Da, and the great black bear shall be Bear Air. Wu Liang responded, what? Now I have another younger brother, and a cross-species one at that? The great black bear clearly relished its new name, nodding vigorously while embracing Wu Liang's shoulder. Xia Yao chuckled, why not have a bottle of energy drink yourself? Then you could be called Bald Chong. Zhong Yingxue doubled over with laughter. Xiao Yao, I really can't take it anymore. Stop making me laugh. Jiangnan scowled. Bah? Dream on. I refuse to drink. The next day, Jiangnan and his companions were still on Hulu Island, commencing a massive sweep targeting silver-level spirit beasts. To be honest, they had lost interest in bronze-level spirit beasts. The great black bear naturally joined Jiangnan's team, relishing in the thrill of bullying spirit beasts, especially with the ginseng to enjoy. At that moment, the live stream's chat exploded. Wow. Haha. That bald bear really joined the team. Last night's expression from Nanshin truly did not disappoint. It cracked me up. Bald bear, Bear Da, and Bear Air. While others' teams only have 4 members. Nanshin managed to recruit a 5th. A bear companion? How absurd. Why can't I ever predict what outrageous antics Nanshin will pull off? Students in class at Songjiang Spirit Martial School, sneaking peeks at the live stream, were also laughing uncontrollably. The bald black bear had gone viral online. Videos had spread like wildfire on Weibo. Countless people tagged Nanshin and Wu Liang. This had never happened in history. It even sparked discussions. Can spirit beasts truly be tamed? As evening approached, they began to retract the signal receiving area. Indeed, Hulu Island was out of range. The 4 of them, plus 1 bear, hopped aboard the boat, racing across the lake towards the next signal zone. On the boat, Wu Liang and Bear Air had their shoulders linked. The camaraderie was palpable. Bear Air's curious black eyes sparkled, having never left Hulu Island since birth. Xia Yao stood at the bow, arms outstretched. Xiaonan, I love you to bits. Jiangnan grinned mischievously, accelerating the boat. Xia Yao stumbled and nearly fell overboard. Xia Yao's resentment value 1,000. Bah, what I just said doesn't count. At that moment, Zhong Yingxue was checking the map when Bear Air suddenly grew restless. It nudged Wu Liang and began low growling at Jiangnan. Wu Liang was taken aback. What's wrong, little brother? Are you seasick? Bear Air became more anxious. Pointing at the water below, its fur bristling with alarm. Jiangnan's expression changed. Oh no. A massive shadow glided beneath the boat, then burst forth from the water. The splash soared dozens of meters high. The entire speedboat was lifted and torn apart. A 50-meter-long Songlong beast opened its gaping maw, a foul wind assailing them. Jiangnan's face turned pale with terror. Gold level. Chapter 188. Too many turtles in shallow water. Bonus chapter. The boat was instantly disintegrated by the colossal impact. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yao lost her balance and fell. She was about to plummet into the beast's mouth. Jiangnan had no time to think. He swiftly unleashed the void chains, wrapping them around her waist and pulling her into his embrace, rescuing her from the beast's jaws. Meanwhile, the void chains coiled around Zhong Yingxue, Wu Liang, and Bear Air. Hold on to me. Xia Yao clung tightly to Jiangnan's waist. With his free hand, Jiangnan shot out another void chain, anchoring it in midair. With a fierce tug, clang. The Songlong beast's jaws snapped shut, its sharp teeth clashing and sparking. The speedboat vanished completely. The Songlong beast plunged back into the lake, sending a tremendous splash into the air. The 5 of them dangled in the void, their faces ashen. The events transpired too rapidly. Had it not been for Jiangnan, they would have all become the beast's meal. Xia Yao was drenched in cold sweat. A gold-leveled Songlong beast. My heavens. Zhong Yingshue's face turned pale. The waters of Qianhu Island are even more terrifying than the island itself. In every past all-star competition, no matter how well the protective measures were implemented, there had always been casualties. Now that they had embarked on the path of spirit martial artists, such occurrences were inevitable. They had narrowly escaped annihilation. Wu Liang exclaimed, "It hasn't he left? What do we do now?" The enormous Songlong beast swam beneath the surface, casting an immense shadow that instilled a sense of boundless pressure. Jiangnan strained to maintain the void chains, supporting 3 individuals and a bear. It was indeed a bit too heavy, but there was no way to enter the water. Everyone held on tight. "We can't take the water route. I'll take you all flying." As he spoke, Jiangnan transported everyone through the air in an instant. The consumption of spiritual energy was 5 times greater than usual. They felt a blur before their eyes as the scenery shifted rapidly. He successfully transported the team to a tiny island no larger than a palm. As soon as they landed, Jiangnan's legs buckled, nearly collapsing. Zhong Yingxue rushed to support him. "Xiaonan, your spiritual energy." Jiangnan smiled broadly. "It's fine. Just pinch your noses." Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao widened their eyes, sensing something ominous was about to happen. They dashed 100 meters away. Wu Liang, eyes wide with terror, frantically dug a hole, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. Jiangnan exclaimed, "What else with the excessive fear? It's a delicacy. You should enjoy it." Only Bear Air approached curiously, wondering what this new treat was. Jiangnan opened a glass bottle, the cap twisting off. Bear Air's face contorted, tears springing forth. "I should have never trusted you." Jiangnan took a bite, feeling his spiritual energy replenished swiftly, savoring the taste. "Don't be afraid. It smells bad but tastes delightful." He scooped out a little and offered it to Bear Air. After hesitating for a moment, Bear Air took a bite. Its dark eyes instantly gleamed with delight. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao shouted from a distance, "Hey, don't spoil Bear Air too." Jiangnan rolled his eyes, "Humph. There will be a time when I need you too. When that time comes, you want to get extra." Zhong Yingxue shook her head resolutely, "Absolutely not." Xia Yao scoffed, "Bah, I'd rather die than eat that." After this incident, the group sat in a line, hugging their knees by the shore, gazing at the vast lake. Deep in thought, without a boat, what would they do? Unlike other teams, who could freeze the lake or use shields to fly across, Jiangnan's team, with fire and beast transformation, were left with no means to traverse. He could teleport, but the distance was too great, surely exhausting him halfway. One cannot simply swim, or they would become a meal for the Songlong beast. The signal area was shrinking rapidly. If they couldn't think of a solution soon, they would be eliminated. Zhong Yingshue's eyes sparkled. "Xiaonan, did you see that rock move?" Xia Yao, where? "Where?" Upon closer inspection, a large, round rock was slowly moving on the distant lakeshore. Jiangnan was stunned. "That doesn't seem like a rock, does it? It looks like a garlic bulb to me." Wu Liang, "It should be a bulbasaur turtle, right? That's its shell." Jiangnan's eyes widened. This is just a garlic turtle?" Immediately, his eyes lit up. "Let's go. Let's catch a big one." Wu Liang was taken aback. "Isn't it a bit early for dinner? Who cares about eating? Turtles are so cute. Why would you want to eat it? Hurry up. We'll be late." Arriving at the lakeshore, Jiangnan took a closer look. Damn, the ancients weren't lying. Shallow waters have many turtles. There are big ones everywhere. Jiangnan stroked his chin. "How do we catch them?" So he turned his attention to Xiong. "Hee, you've eaten so much ginseng. It's time for you to do some work for me." Xiong shuddered at Jiangnan's gaze. 3 minutes later, Wu Liang, in his beast form, was holding a tree trunk more than 10 meters tall. He extended it to the shore like a fishing rod. Jiangnan squatted on the treetop, holding a void chain in his hand. The other end was Xiong, tied up like a dumpling, whom Jiangnan threw into the water as bait. "Xiong, I regret it. I shouldn't have come to the island with these humans. These humans are so wicked." At that moment, he struggled in the water. But he was tied up securely. "Nanji, are the turtles coming?" Almost. As he spoke, he pulled Xiong out of the water. "Tsk, why aren't they biting?" So, he threw it back into the lake. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were already dumbfounded. "Hey, the signal zone is about to shrink. Why did you suddenly decide to go turtle fishing? Holy crap, it's coming. It's coming." A giant garlic turtle suddenly opened its mouth and bit at Xiong. Xiong's face turned pale. Jiangnan pulled hard. Xiong came out of the water. With his other hand, he threw out the void chain, wrapping it around the garlic turtle's head. "Wu Liang, it's hooked. Pull." "All right, Nanji." Wu Liang roared, and with great strength, a Bulbasaur turtle more than 8 meters big was thrown onto the shore. Jiangnan was excited. "Go. Beat it into submission." Wu Liang and Jiangnan rushed up. pressing down on the garlic turtle's head and beating it mercilessly. They beat it black and blue, and it kept kicking its legs. The scene was unbearable to watch. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were stunned. Jiangnan actually caught one. Xiong Air finally climbed ashore, and Jiangnan put his arm around its shoulder. See, brother? This is what happens when you bully you. Can I let it eat you? I definitely have to teach it a lesson. Xiong Air was stunned for a moment. Then, his face filled with gratitude. My big brother is the best. He knows how to stand up for me. Although something felt off. But he forgot that if Jiangnan hadn't thrown him down as bait, he wouldn't have been eaten by the garlic turtle. Wu Liang looked at the subdued garlic turtle with satisfaction. Nanji, it's so big. Can't fit it in one pot, can we? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Why are you always thinking about turtle soup? I told you it's not for eating. This is our means of transportation. Zhong Yingxue. Wu Liang. LLL, Xia Yao. No way. You're actually going to ride a turtle? Ah, this. Everyone was dumbfounded. No way. You're really going to ride this garlic turtle? Oh my god. Isn't this too embarrassing? Riding a turtle to escape the poison. What kind of magical brain circuit does Jiangnan have? The garlic turtle was completely subdued by Wu Liang. Jiangnan used the void chain to tie up its mouth, making something like reins. He jumped onto the turtle's back. Come on, get on. What are you waiting for? Wu Liang and Xiong Air were the first to climb up. The turtle's back was wide, and the silver-level Bulbasaur turtle was gentle, plus it had been beaten up. It didn't dare to move. Xia Yao's big eyes were full of excitement, and she climbed onto the turtle's back. Can it really work? Won't it turn into a submarine halfway? Jiangnan glared. It wouldn't dare. Shue, hurry up. Zhong Yingxue covered her face. Riding a turtle to get around. This is really too embarrassing. But the signal zone is about to shrink, and there's no other way. She could only get on the turtle's back. Jiangnan smiled brightly and pulled the reins. Let's go, garlic turtle. Then it started to move. Everyone's mood was excited. 10 minutes later, the group had traveled less than 100 meters. Still on the shore, the 4 people and a bear squatted on the turtle's back. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Xia Yao, I feel like it's not as fast as me walking. Wu Liang's face darkened. Be confident. Take out the seams like. Zhong Yingxue, maybe. Maybe it will be faster in the water? Another 10 minutes passed. Still on the shore. Jiangnan exploded and drew his tang sword, pointing it at the garlic turtle's head. Move it, you. Garlic turtle. Its forelegs spun like windmills, using all its strength. It swam wildly into the water, riding the waves. The speed suddenly increased, and Jiangnan used the reins to control the direction. It finally set off. And this scene was captured by the Sky Eye system. Haha, let Nan Shun be wild. The Surfing the Waves title has finally lost him. That golden level sea dragon beast was too dangerous. They almost wiped out the team. Haha, riding a garlic turtle is okay? That's absolutely amazing. And they caught it with Xiong Air. Holy crap, this garlic turtle is so fast. With a knife to your neck, you'd run fast too. I can't stop laughing. Screenshot taken. Turtle Knight. My ideal man is a hero. One day, he will come to marry me on colorful clouds. I have the ideal man. But why is he riding a turtle? I've been watching Nanshin for 2 days. He hasn't disappointed me. Haha, love it. Garlic turtle, run fast. The poison circle is shrinking. At this moment, the live broadcast rooms were spammed with Jiangnan's team riding a turtle to escape the poison. Whether it was Xiong Air or riding a turtle, Jiangnan's team has repeatedly topped the trending charts. The style of this all-star game has been skewed by Jiangnan. But now, Jiangnan can't care about that much. The shrinking signal zone is chasing behind the garlic turtle's butt, and it's getting closer. Jiangnan was anxious and pointed the tang sword at the garlic turtle's neck. Hurry up. Faster. If we're eliminated, I'll chop you up and make soup. Wu Liang took out his Zanbato and slapped the garlic turtles, but accelerate. You gotta speed up. Garlic turtle. I'm already at my fastest. I've even broken my race's record. Have you seen any turtle run faster than me? Show some respect for the laws of nature. The signal zone is still shrinking. Half of the turtle's body is even outside the signal zone. The group was forced to stand on the upper half of its body, their faces anxious. Xiaonan, think of something. We're really going to be eliminated. It's no good. There's no place to stand. Jiangnan was furious. How could they fail here? That's a billion. I can only use my secret weapon. Open your mouth. He stepped forward and pulled open the garlic turtle's mouth. He stuffed a whole bucket of Hercules and 10 pounds of detoxifying yellow beans into it. Jiangnan, everyone hold on tight. Nitrous acceleration is coming. Wu Liang was stunned. Holy crap, it has this function? This is a garlic turtle, not a QQ speed car. Upon realizing the potency of the detoxifying yellow beans, Xia Yao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. That was a staggering 10 pounds of yellow beans. The garlic tortoise crunched a couple of times. Its eyes sparkled. Oh, how delightful. crispy and infused with the flavor of chicken. Quite delectable indeed. However, in the next moment, its body suddenly stiffened, and a thunderous rumble emanated from its belly. Garlic tortoise. This is not good. Something is terribly wrong. What on earth did you make me eat? Here it comes. Boom. With a tremendous sound. The flatulence erupted like thunder. A spray of water shot up 30 to 40 meters high from the rear of the garlic tortoise. An unimaginable acceleration surged forth, speeding in a linear trajectory. It was a swift whoosh. The ferocious wind distorted the Jiangnan's skin, making it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. It was astonishingly fast, faster than a speedboat. Everyone was awestruck, clutching the tortoise shell tightly, terrified of being thrown off. Goodness, Brother Nan, are you really calling this nitrogen acceleration? Turning around, they saw a plume of white smoke erupting from the garlic tortoise's rear. Everything it passed by, from small fish to shrimp, floated to the surface, utterly repulsed. It was a massacre. Due to the excessive speed, it even skimmed across the water's surface. If it were any more vigorous, it might genuinely take flight. Jiangnan struggled to steer, checking the map. Hey, slow down. Please, slow down. The garlic tortoise wailed. I can't control myself. The force of the beans is too powerful. At this moment, numerous teams were racing towards the main island. Some employed water-based skills to navigate the currents, while others used golden shields for low-altitude flight. However, Qin Shou's team appeared to be the most leisurely, creating ice bridges and gliding across the frozen lake. Although the teams on the lake saw each other, they all chose not to attack, tacitly understanding one another. Just then, a series of thunderous sounds echoed from behind. You Qingqing, is it going to rain? Do you? Doesn't seem like it. Look at those huge waves behind. What could it be? The bespectacled young man turned back, his face filled with astonishment. It looks like a tortoise? Qin Shou scoffed. Nonsense. What kind of tortoise can run this fast? Don't look, let us hurry. We don't want it to be some spiritual beast. You Qingqing, It's coming this way. The sound grew closer. Qin Shou's team was stunned. It truly was a garlic tortoise. And atop it, there were people. With a whoosh, the garlic tortoise surged forward, creating a tempest and massive waves. It directly overturned Qin Shou and his team, plunging them into the lake. In that moment, they caught sight of Jiangnan's team on the tortoise's back, accompanied by a bear. What was happening? Why were they riding a tortoise to travel? What kind of tortoise was this? So fast. Turbocharged? At that moment, Yu Qingqing's eyes widened. What is that smell? Do you immediately vomit it? Wherever the garlic tortoise passed, it was a desolate wasteland, a hellish scene. Qin Shou lay in the water, rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth. This is no different from durian. Why am I always the one getting hurt? From Qin Shou's resentment value 1,000. From Qin Shou. The bespectacled young man shook Qin Shou's shoulder. Wake up. You can't pass out. What will we do? Of Chapter 190, Battle Report. It was proven that nitrogen acceleration not only provided immense speed, but also possessed tremendous destructive power. The casualties were not limited to fish and shrimp, but also included the teams racing towards the main island. Oh my goodness. What on earth is that? A tortoise? It's truly a tortoise? And those are Nan Shun and the others? Riding a tortoise to travel? How impressive. Is anyone going to intervene? This is clearly speeding. Ugh, how cruel. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Ugh, wow, not only the fish and shrimp were floating on the lake's surface, but numerous teams were also rendered unconscious by the stench. They floated along aimlessly. The resentment value list was updating rapidly. Jiangnan was overjoyed. Racing on the garlic tortoise across the lake. Wherever there were more people, he surged towards them. Along the way, billowing white smoke trailed behind, accompanied by a chorus of curses. This was far more exhilarating than driving a speedboat. It required no fuel. 100 kilometers needed only 10 pounds of yellow beans and a barrel of force. A purely biological energy source. Environmentally friendly and pollution-free. Hooray, garlic tortoise. Huh? Come chase me. I love seeing you unable to catch up to me. Jiangnan was engaging in tactical banter, harvesting resentment points. Xia Yao anxiously exclaimed, Little Nan, a mountain, a mountain. Zhongyin Xue, quickly steer. Jiangnan turned back and was shocked. Oh no. He hurriedly pulled the reins. But the steering was ineffective. The throttle wouldn't stop. Boom. With a loud crash, the cliff crumbled, and Jiangnan, along with the bear, was thrown off the tortoise's back and into the forest. At that moment, the garlic tortoise had just exerted all its effort to pull itself from the cliff. The entire tortoise was exhausted, its cheeks sunken. It thought it could finally rest, but the effects of the medicine were too potent. It could not stop. Tears of regret flowed from its eyes as it sped across the lake, vanishing from sight. Jiangnan and the others, along with the bear, plummeted to the ground with a thud. They landed relatively smoothly, exchanging glances and unable to suppress their laughter. Just then, my back. From Wang Dong's resentment value 1,000. Jiangnan was taken aback. The voice came from beneath the bear. The bear scratched its head and quickly got up. As a result, a short young man appeared, nearly crushed underfoot. An 800-pound black bear falling from the sky. It could have flattened him. Wu Liang. What the hell? Wu Liang's eyes widened. What does it have to do with me? Wang Dong glanced at the bear and then at Wu Liang. What the heck? Is this a spirit beast? What is happening? What breed is this bald-headed black bear? Just then, 3 small heads suddenly popped out from the nearby bushes. It was Lin Chuqing and the others, staring at Jiangnan's group with astonished expressions. How did you fall from the sky? Jiangnan, what is going on? Why are you hiding? Wang Dong pulled Jiangnan closer. Shoo, brother Nan, keep your voice down. We've been hiding for several days. Don't scare them away. Lin Chuqing and her group hurriedly pulled Zhong Yingxue and the others into the bushes. Shu Jiangnan and the others looked utterly bewildered. The bear also imitated Jiangnan's actions, trying to hide in the grass. However, its 5-meter frame was impossible to conceal. Wang Dong stared at the bear in astonishment. Brother Nan, what is up with this silver-level spirit beast? Jiangnan grinned. Ah, bear too. Our new teammate. Wang Dong. What the hell? His mind couldn't wrap around it. A new teammate? A silver-level black bear? Surely, it couldn't be that impressive. Even Lin Chuqing and the others looked equally astonished. A bear teammate. Quickly, tell us, what are you hiding from? There are plenty of people around. Is it really this harmonious? The earlier commotion had attracted several heads from the distant shrubs, peeking to see what was happening. A rough estimate suggested there were about 70 to 80 people. Normally, they would have started fighting by now. What was going on? Wang Dong chuckled. Look over there at the pasture. Following Wang Dong's, they noticed a herd of robust, muscular dairy cows in the distance. Each one was at least 7 to 8 meters tall, all silver level. The black and white patterns, combined with their towering horns, sent shivers down their spines at just a glance. Moreover, there were terrifyingly over 1,000 of them. A stampede from 1,000 silver-level giant horned dairy cows would lead to catastrophic consequences. Xia Yao's eyes sparkled. Wow. A herd of giant horned dairy cows. We are truly going to strike gold. Jiangnan exclaimed in astonishment. How do you mean? Zhong Yingxue explained with a smile. The greatest value of the giant horned dairy cows lies not in their spirit pearls, but in their milk. The spiritual energy contained within is incomparable to that of spirit pearls, particularly precious for breaking through levels. Lin Chuqing's charming face glowed with excitement. Moreover, it can beautify and nourish the skin. After drinking it, one's complexion becomes as smooth as cream, as radiant as snow. The effects are remarkable. Primarily this. The 2 petite girls beside him continuously nodded in agreement. Exactly, exactly, Jiangnan. How can whitening be the main concern? Isn't it the enhancement of levels that truly matters? Wang Dong expressed earnestly. Oh Nan, you are still too young. For girls, beauty surpasses all else. Xia Yao licked her small tongue. I really want to drink some. Look at me. I've been sunbathing these past few days. My skin is no longer fair and smooth. Just look at Xue Xue. She's gotten tanned. Jiangnan, not smooth anymore. Let me feel. Saying this, he pulled Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue's small hands over for a gentle caress. Zhong Yingxue's face turned red, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Xia Yao stared wide-eyed. Are you really touching? Wang Dong, you actually touched her hand? I can't help but cover my face. Damn, am I really too young? Jiangnan, it's definitely not as smooth as before. Wait, I'll get you both some milk to drink. Xiaoyao, Hiki, you're the best, Nan. Zhong Yingxue nodded eagerly like a little chick. Get the big bottle. Jiangnan stood up to leave. Wang Dong became anxious, grabbing Jiangnan. Whoa, Nan, take it easy. Let a silver-level dairy cow handle it, and it'll surely elevate you. Besides, they are social animals. If the herd gets agitated, they could flatten mountains. We've tried every trick these past few days, and nothing works. We are just waiting for a cow to stray before we can get some. And that's not all. The main issue is the Shunyu squad. Jiangnan frowned. Qi Feiyu and his crew? What is going on? Wang Dong was astonished. Haven't you seen the battle reports? Take a look. It's only been 2 days, and they've eliminated 17 small teams. They are not human. This generation's Kill King is undoubtedly his. Jiangnan then realized that the signal zone had completed its first adjustment. The satellite watch received a battle report. Ranking first was the Xinyu squad, with an astonishing elimination count of 73, placing them at the top. Meanwhile, the team Jiangnan mentioned had a meager count of 3, ranking 9th. After all, during the early stages of the all-star competition, few teams engage in combat. They all aim to gather more spirit pearls first. Only that lunatic Qi Feiyu led his team around battling. Currently, out of 99 teams, only 71 remained, totaling 284 individuals. Many teams were not fully assembled. Jiangnan sneered. That little rascal has been enjoying himself these past few days. I hope he doesn't cross paths with me. Chapter 191. The dairy cow drinks milk. Additional update. Setting aside the matter of Qi Feiyu, Jiangnan decided to first procure the milk from the dairy cow. His own level had always been a weakness. If he could truly rely on milk to boost his level, wouldn't he completely drain it? Hee. Let me take a look and see which one to target. Come, help me choose. As he spoke, he retrieved a tactical telescope from the alternate dimension and handed it to Zhong Yingxue and the others. Wang Dong and Lin Chuqing were momentarily stunned. Did you prepare this thoroughly? The group crouched on the ground, peering through the telescope at the herd. Xiaoyou exclaimed, Shue Shue. Look at that dairy cow. Its milk must be delicious. Zhang Yingxue, filled with enthusiasm, pointed. Which one? The one at 7 o'clock. The one that's entirely white. It's really so white. Why is it that other dairy cows are black and white, yet this one is completely white? Zhang Yingshue's eyes sparkled. It really is. Just this one fully white dairy cow. Jiangnan also looked towards the 7 o'clock direction. There lay a massive dairy cow, nearly 8 meters long, lazily sprawled on the ground basking in the sun. Its coat gleamed white, devoid of any black spots. At that moment, it was extending its tongue to graze on the grass below. Beside it stood a robust bull, nearly 10 meters tall, with impressive horns and numerous scars. Exuding a commanding presence, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of silver rank. The leader of the herd, guarding his mate as she grazed. Jiangnan's eyes widened. This one was splendid. The milk must be exquisite. Just as Jiangnan wondered why this massive dairy cow's coat was entirely white. He saw the white cow grazing as if it were thirsty. Smacking its lips, it lowered its head to begin consuming its own milk. This move left Jiangnan utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? Self-sufficient, producing and consuming its own milk? Remarkable. No wonder it was entirely pure white, looking magnificent. It turns out it was all about self-nourishment. Is the milk really that effective for whitening? Has the cow consumed so much that it has no mixed colors? Incredible. This tactic has undoubtedly secured the position of the herd leader's mate. The herd leader? What can I say? This old cow just likes being unique. Just look at her. Look at her. Jiangnan's eyes lit up, saliva pooling in his mouth. That's the one. Let us go for it. As he spoke, he pulled out a large box from the alternate dimension, producing 4 sets of green camouflage suits for the team members to wear. Wang Dong and Lin Chuqing stared in shock. Good heavens. Do you really need to be this well prepared? Camouflage suits too? Is your alternate dimension a treasure box? How can you pull out anything? Honestly, I envy you to death. Teaming up with Jiangnan is just too blissful. As there weren't any camouflage suits large enough for Xiong, Jiangnan patted its shoulder. Don't worry, I'll go with Xiong first. And I'll get you a bucket when we return. Xiong nodded understandingly, giving Jiangnan a thumbs up. Wang Dong's eyes widened. He immediately glanced at Xiong's back. Where's the zipper? Is that a leather suit? It must be a leather suit. Is this really a bear? I can't believe you. The 4 members of Jiangnan, wearing camouflage suits, transformed into stealthy shadows, crawling towards the herd of dairy cows. All for a taste of milk. Jiangnan's team's actions drew the attention of many competitors. What? Is that Nanshun? He on the move? Camouflage suits? Damn, why didn't I think to bring one when I came here? Ugh, are they really going to steal some milk? How will they manage? The battle commotion will surely alarm the herd. Just wait to be trampled into bones. You all saw what happened to that team that tried to steal a cow this morning. Truly tragic. Can Nanshin and his crew succeed? Not a chance. I initially thought they were formidable opponents. Now I'm just waiting for them to be eliminated. Jiangnan paid no mind to their chatter. Leading his team, they stealthily approached the herd. They were practically right beside it, concealed behind a large tree. Thanks to their camouflage suits, they did not attract the herd's attention. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingshue's hearts raced with excitement. This was incredibly thrilling. Wu Liang, Nan, what's the plan? Why don't we knock one out? Stash it in your alternate dimension, and then make a run for it? Jiangnan scoffed. Humph, that's crude. We must employ some finesse, you know? As he spoke, he activated the spatial wormhole, pulling out a large bucket designed for strength from the alternate dimension. The others were taken aback. Such a large bucket? Do you really need to be this extreme? Jiangnan used the telescope to observe the movements of the white dairy cow. Oh, it's currently grazing? So, in the astonished gazes of Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, a mischievous little hand reached out, appearing at the white dairy cows. Grabbing it, he began to squeeze furiously into the bucket. The dairy cow was massive, and the flow was substantial. Just a squeeze yielded nearly 3 pounds. The white dairy cow. It quickly lowered its head to inspect its. What is going on? Why did it feel like someone tugged at it just now? At this moment, Jiangnan had already retracted his hand, waiting for the perfect moment. The white dairy cow looked around, finding nothing. Its face bore a look of suspicion, and it resumed grazing. Jiangnan swallowed, opening the spatial wormhole again. That mischievous little hand reached out once more, grabbing and squeezing vigorously again. In no time, half a bucket was filled. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were dumbfounded. Is it really possible to milk a cow from a distance? What kind of divine operation is this? The audacity is simply astounding. But this is truly exhilarating. Stealing milk through a spatial wormhole? The snow-white cow felt invincible this time, suddenly springing to her feet. Jiangnan quickly withdrew his hand. The leader of the herd asked, "Moo moo, my dear?" The snow-white cow, anxious, exclaimed, "Moo moo, moo moo moo. Someone is stealing my milk." The herd leader shook his head. "Moo moo, there's no one nearby?" The snow-white cow, feeling disheartened, slowly sank back down. Jiangnan seized the opportunity. "Wuliang, open your mouth." Wuliang, taken by surprise, instinctively complied. Jiangnan reached out and squeezed again. Wuliang was bewildered. What? Is it really this straightforward? No bottles involved. He quickly caught the milk, not daring to waste a drop, gulping it down. A sweet flavor spread on his tongue, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged wildly within him. His level jumped from bronze 8 stars to 9 stars. The snow-white cow, eyes wide, quickly got up and surveyed her surroundings with a vigilant expression. The herd leader, concerned, asked, "Moo moo, my dear, what is wrong?" The snow-white cow replied, "Moo, moo moo. Someone really is stealing my milk. It's happened 3 times already." The herd leader responded, "Moo, there's no one here." The snow-white cow insisted, "Moo moo moo. There definitely is. It hurt when I was tugged." Jiangnan watched as Wuliang leveled up, excitement evident on his face. "How is that, brother? Isn't it refreshing?" Wuliang's face flushed with excitement. Refreshing. How could it not be? Freshly squeezed and sipped. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao looked on, speechless, resigned to the antics of the two. Meanwhile, the competitors watching Jiangnan's actions from afar were left dumbfounded. "What? This is possible? Excuse me, I'm fluent in cow language. Compliment me. Quickly." Chapter 192. The store opens milking from a distance? This is simply invincible. Damn. We've spent 2 days trying to obtain some. You just waltz in and succeed? And directly drink from the source? How impressive. At this moment, the live stream of the All-Star game erupted with laughter. Ha! South God, you are so mischievous. What a bold move. Look at that snow-white cow's expression. Pfft, you're stealing the milk from the herd leader's wife? Right in front of her? Incredible. South God. You milk thief. Spit, spit, spit. South God. I want to drink the milk from the big-horned cow. Drink. Drink deeply. Is it okay to drink directly? Sure. Absolutely. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Tang Xinya, watching the live stream at home, was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. In the Yejia Villa in Kyoto, Yi Yi and Yi Xingxuan were watching, completely engrossed, even choking on their soda. I have to hand it to Jiangnan. Among all the all-star games across the nation, this is the most entertaining. Yi smirked, of course. Have you forgotten who Jiangnan's master is? Yi Xingxuan teased. Oh. I wonder who was left boiling in the pot back then. Don't mention it. That was Jiangnan cooking for me. I accidentally fell into the pot. Yi Xingxuan replied. You really need to be more careful. Meanwhile, Jiangnan's mischievous hands were busily squeezing away. He had already filled a large barrel, and the snow-white cow began to doubt her existence. What was happening? She was thirsty from grazing and turned to find no milk left. Jiangnan approached with the large barrel, offering it to Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Here, you drink first. Zhong Yingxue's heart melted, caressing Jiangnan's face. Always thinking of us. You go first this time. Xia Yao chuckled. It's your achievement. You should drink first. Jiangnan, not one to be polite, tilted the barrel to drink deeply. It had no pungent flavor. Instead, it bore a hint of sweetness. The taste was no less delightful than a baby bottle. The turbulent spiritual energy surged within him, wildly escalating his level from bronze 7 stars to 8 stars, then 9 stars, 10 stars. He jumped 3 levels, but found himself stuck at the threshold to silver level. It was clear that merely relying on milk wouldn't suffice. As expected, ascending to silver level was no easy feat. No amount of milk would help now. Instead, he felt discomfort from the surging spiritual energy, consuming nearly half a barrel of milk. Jiangnan licked the milk residue from his lips, excitement evident on his face. What a great item. Xia Yao's eyes widened, touching Jiangnan's face. Xiaonan, your skin has become so fair. At that moment, Jiangnan appeared 1 shade whiter. His already flawless beauty now reached perfection. I knew you were trying to take advantage of me. Quick, let me touch it back. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed as she retracted her hand. You're so vain. Zhong Yingxue urged. Xiao Yao, you should try it too. Xia Yao, feeling a bit eager, watched as Jiangnan thoughtfully prepared a straw for her. She took a sip of the milk, and the surging spiritual energy helped her break through her bottleneck. leaping from bronze peak to silver 1 star. The exhilarating feeling of breaking through made Xia Yao's face flush with excitement as she hugged Jiangnan, bouncing with joy. I've broken through. Haha, I'm silver now. Jiangnan shushed her. Xia Yao quickly shrank her head, fearing the herd would notice. Zhong Yinxue also drank the milk. But it was clear that the milk provided little assistance to silver-level practitioners. However, due to the sheer volume, she managed to level up to silver 2 stars. Yet, the effect was certainly not as significant as for those at the bronze level. At that moment, both Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao's skin became smooth and radiant, resembling snow. Their fair faces now held a hint of pink, making them even more beautiful, bringing them greater joy than mere level-ups. With plenty of milk remaining, Wu Yang also seized the opportunity to reach the peak of bronze. Jiangnan was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He opened space wormholes one after another, frantically milking, but dared not target the snow-white cow again. One cannot shear a single sheep too much, or it will become bald. The young cows each wore puzzled expressions, feeling as if they were being tugged at, yet failing to notice Jiangnan's presence. In a short while, he managed to extract over 20 barrels. Zhong Yinxue asked, Xiaonan, why are you squeezing so much? Can you drink it all? Jiangnan chuckled. Tonight, we shall have a milk bath. Xia Yao's eyes sparkled. I love that idea. The competitors hiding in the bushes watched enviously. We haven't had a single drop, and you're planning to bathe in milk? How extravagant. Seeing the eager little eyes, Jiangnan hatched a plan. Shue, let us whisper. Zhong Yinxue blushed, leaning in to listen. Gunny, got it? Zhong Yinxue was astonished. Can that work? Jiangnan patted his chest. To wealth and prosperity, it all depends on today. I'll follow your lead. Wu Yang, Xia Yao, and Zhong Yinxue climbed back, bringing a barrel of milk for Xiong'er to enjoy. Watching the bald black bear chugging from the milk barrel was pure envy. What the heck? The black bear gets to drink, but we still haven't had any. We're worse off than a bear. Just then, Jiangnan crouched behind a tree, pulling out a piece of cardboard and a marker, furiously writing, South God's Milk Shop opening. Pure imported fresh milk, freshly squeezed and consumed. 1 silver level spiritual or per person. Drink to your heart's content. Limited spots available. Buy quickly. The competitors were left speechless. What the heck? You're opening a milk shop? Seriously? Is this even allowed? Have you got a business license? I've never seen someone steal milk so brazenly. Truly. You never forget to make money wherever you go. Setting up a stall in the waiting area. Running a boat in the spiritual realm. Now you're opening a milk shop. But to be fair, they were genuinely tempted. After drinking the milk, Jiangnan and Wu Yang had both reached the peak of bronze. Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao had also leveled up. The benefits from the milk were incomparable to just 1 silver-level spiritual orb. Moreover, the milk's skin-whitening effects had the girls going wild. Wang Dong and the others were intrigued, promptly gathering their team, exchanging 4 silver-level spiritual orbs, donning their camouflaged outfits, and heading straight for Jiangnan. The small business has commenced. Wang Dong's team has reached the vicinity of Jiangnan. Are you all prepared? Lin Chuqing and the 2 petite girls nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grains. Jiangnan chuckled. Open your mouths. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangnan activated a spatial wormhole and began pilfering milk, which landed perfectly in Lin Chuqing's mouth. She promptly gulped it down, her large eyes brimming with satisfaction. Jiangnan squeezed milk for each of them to drink. Are you full? Lin Chuqing licked the milk from her lips. Not enough. Hiki, let me fetch you some more. At this point, Jiangnan paused, realizing something felt amiss. Wasn't he merely stealing milk for them, not engaging in anything peculiar? Chapter 193. Taijin has been granted. Lin Chuqing and her companions were so filled with milk that they could barely drink more, even letting out milk burps. Although they hadn't reached silver rank, their levels had indeed increased, leaving them utterly satisfied. Other competitors, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain themselves. Who would want a silver-level spirit pearl for guaranteed upgrades? The milk shop's business suddenly boomed. Zhong Yinxue and her team were swamped with spirit pearls. Unfortunately, only 4 could go at a time, otherwise, the target would be too big and easily exposed. Nevertheless, the business continued to thrive. Contestants even formed long queues in the bushes. At that moment, viewers watching the broadcast were utterly bewildered. Is this really the All-Star game? How harmonious is this? Hey, aren't you all competing? Why are you queuing for milk? The atmosphere was completely disrupted by Nan Shun. What about the feelings of the milk cows? As more and more people arrived, Jiangnan grew weary of squeezing milk for them, opting instead to create a spatial wormhole and indulge himself. Lu Jiani asked, how do we drink this? Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Don't you know how to drink milk? Figure it out. Determined to level up, Lu Jiani steeled herself and leaned in to steal some milk from the cows. Meanwhile, Team Qin Shou had endured a nightmarish stench attack and finally made it ashore. Recalling the experience, they looked as if they'd seen a ghost. After finally waking Qin Shou, the team constructed an ice bridge to continue their journey. Just minutes later, they spotted the garlic tortoise racing across the lake again, which left them stunned. What is going on? So many competitors? Queuing? Lin Chuqing's eyes sparkled. Little fish, you've come too? Hurry and join the line. Yu Qingqing was perplexed. Queue for what? What's happening? Well, Xiao Qing, you've become so fair. Lin Chuqing hurriedly explained everything. And soon the group noticed Jiangnan stealing milk under the tree in the bustling milk shop. Their minds were in a whirl. Since when did they start a business? Yu Qingqing and Di were immediately tempted and rushed to join the queue. The allure of becoming fairer was irresistible to girls. Yin Jing also joined the line. Who wouldn't want a silver-level spirit pearl for an upgrade? Qin Shou, come on, what are you waiting for? Qin Shou, still fuming from being overwhelmed by the stench thrice, grumbled, as a dignified man, how can I stoop to such petty thievery? If he wanted milk, it must be done openly. Everyone stared at him as if he were insane. Openly? Show me how you plan to do that. If 1,000 cows stampede, you'll be trampled into a pulp. Ignoring their chiding, Yu Qingqing and the others finally reached their turn and stealthily approached the tree. Haha, little fish. You're here too? Yu Qingqing smirked. Hee Nanshan. Weevy come for milk. Make sure to fill me up. Jiangnan waved his hand. No problem. Leave it to me. And thus, the usual routine began. Du Yu and Yin Jing could hardly drink more, yet Yu Qingqing continued. Are you full? Not yet. Are you full? Nope. Are you full? Not yet. Jiangnan was taken aback. You've drained the milk from 21 cows. Not full? Are you a human milk jug? Suddenly, Jiangnan recalled Yu Qingqing's ability to convert food into energy stored within her body. His face darkened. I should have charged more spirit pearls. This business is losing money. How can she drink so much? Regret flooded him for making such a promise to satisfy her hunger. What to do? Keep going, I suppose. At that moment, the little cows were not pleased. Not just one, but a whole group went to report to the herd leader. Moo, moo, moo. Leader, someone is stealing our milk. Moo. It's all gone. Moo, moo, moo. Yes, we're also affected. The pure white cow exclaimed moo. See, I told you. The herd leader realized something was amiss. With so many little cows complaining, could it be true that milk was being stolen? With eyes as wide as bells, he began searching. Meanwhile, Qin Shou watched as little fish and the others enjoyed their milk, feeling an intense pang of frustration. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, it's just milk. Watch me. He crouched low, suppressing his presence to the bare minimum, and stealthily approached the herd. Instantly, he attracted the attention of numerous competitors. What is he up to? Is he serious? Just moments ago, he proclaimed he wanted to drink milk openly. Qin Shou's actions captivated everyone's gaze. He stealthily approached the herd, his eyes sharp as blades. He targeted a young cow, positioned himself, and sprinted like an arrow. With a swift slide, he found himself beneath the large milk cow, hanging on for dear life. He began guzzling milk like a madman. The large milk cow was stunned. Looking down, she was shocked to find a person hanging beneath her, drinking her milk. She exploded in rage, kicking wildly and running in circles. Yet, despite her frantic movements, Qin Shou clung on, fervently drinking. Jiangnan and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Qin Shou, how could you be so beastly? The other contestants were equally astonished. Wow, wow, wow. The only words to describe their feelings were these. This is truly a divine being. An absolute warrior. Hanging on a cow to drink milk? Pure skill. To hang on so securely? For the sake of milk, he is risking his life. The little cow mooed. A milk thief. One moo drew the attention of the entire herd. The herd leader, seeing this, was filled with fury. Moo. That's him. Get him. Moo. Attack him. Chapter 194. Am I playing a game? Extra update. The herd leader charged forward with a group of young cows. Flames of rage igniting in his bell-sized eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Shou was still hanging beneath the young cow, drinking milk as if he were glued there. The herd leader was furious. In all his years leading this herd, he had never encountered someone so brazen. He charged forward, using his horn to try and dislodge Qin Shou. Yet, Qin Shou stubbornly continued, seizing every drop of milk. The young cow was furious and executed a powerful drop. A massive figure descended directly upon Qin Shou. Towering at 7 to 8 meters, it was a veritable colossus, brimming with muscle. The sheer weight was no laughing matter. In this moment, Qin Shou's eyes widened in shock. With a sudden retch, he expelled the milk he had just consumed. Jiangnan covered his face in disbelief. Goodness, did that just cause him to regurgitate? He exclaimed. Brother, must you go to such lengths? However, what awaited Qin Shou were the enormous hooves of the cattle. Having surreptitiously sipped the milk, Qin Shou bore the brunt of Jiangnan's mischief. The aggrieved heifers stomped about with fervor, stirring up a cloud of dust. From within the haze, anguished cries of a woo, echoed, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, sending shivers down the spines of the other contestants. What a beast, they murmured. You're far fiercer than any savage. Fish Ching and her companions instinctively shielded their eyes. Isn't that our captain? We truly do not know this individual. Not even once have we crossed paths. What an embarrassment. 3 minutes later, the heifers continued to express their wrath. With a bruised visage, torn clothing, and several hoof prints adorning his face, Qinshu finally managed to crawl out. The leader of the herd, with keen eyes, promptly spotted him and charged. Jiangnan, sensing the peril, recognized the gravity of the situation. If this continued, it could lead to dire consequences. He activated a spatial wormhole, swiftly pulling Qinshu to safety. The herd leader, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its target, was left perplexed. With the heifers having vented their fury, the herd gradually returned to calm. At that moment, lying on the ground, Qinshu shed tears of gratitude. Goodness, brother, you truly risked your life. Yet, his efforts were not in vain, having been a mere silver 2. Qinshu's actions propelled him to silver 4. With a breath as faint as a whisper, Qinshu beseeched, quick, help me up. I can still fight. I can still steal. Jiangnan retorted, enough of that. Spare me the thievery. One more round of this, and you'll be nothing but dumpling filling. Jiangnan had never truly respected anyone in his life, but today he found himself in awe of Qinshu. What a wild beast, he mused. Drinking milk from a cow? The contestants hiding in the bushes exchanged incredulous glances. Regardless of how Qinshu managed to drink, the fact remained that he did. Quite impressive indeed. Jiangnan pondered how to proceed with his next venture when suddenly, a colossal shadow swept across the sky, creating a sonic boom that caught the attention of the large herd. So that's where everyone has been hiding. This saves me the trouble of searching. The newcomer was none other than Qi Feiyu, accompanied by a girl with magnificent wings as white as an angel's, who was also a formidable beastman with avian abilities named Chu Qi. Meanwhile, the other 2 teammates stood aloof atop a treetop, watching the unfolding scene with cold amusement. At that moment, the contestants concealed in the underbrush felt a wave of panic wash over them. Their expressions soured. They had been discovered by Qi Feiyu. Chu Qi, looking down, remarked, Feiyu, why waste time with them? Our target is right here. Qi Feiyu grinned. Oh no, we cannot miss this splendid opportunity. This show must be witnessed. As he spoke, he soared above the herd and shouted, Spirit technique, arrow of command. In an instant, the air was filled with thousands of feathered arrows, dispersing rapidly toward the herd. This sudden assault sent the contestants into a frenzy. Damn it, Qi Feiyu. This is it. We're finished. Run, they cried, scrambling for safety. How had he discovered their hiding place? As soon as he unleashed his command, those hidden in the bushes could no longer remain concealed. One by one, they emerged. The feathered arrows pierced the herd, and in a flash, blood splattered and the bulls bellowed in agony. Meanwhile, the imposing figure atop the treetops bellowed. Spirit technique, earthquake of the bull. A violent tremor rippled through the ground, causing it to crack. The sudden environmental upheaval and the pain inflicted by the arrows ignited the fury of the herd. The bulls, now enraged, charged forward, their hooves tearing at the earth as they barreled toward Jiangnan's direction. Jiangnan's expression shifted dramatically, and he cursed, that little rascal has a scheme up his sleeve. Everything is happening too fast. There was no time to steal any milk now. The void chains whisked Qinshu and the others directly to Zhong Yingshue's side. Boom. A bull crashed into a tree over a meter wide, not even slowing its charge. The stampede of over 1,000 bulls was nothing short of terrifying. The ground trembled, dust swirling, creating an atmosphere akin to facing a million-strong army. Just as Wang Dong had said, the very mountains could be flattened. At this moment, the color drained from everyone's faces, and there was no time to utter curses. They turned to flee. You all must escape. Save yourselves. Fish Qingqing and her companions had no time for pleasantries, helping Qinshu as they hastily retreated. As for Wang Dong, he had already bolted. Xiaoyao, her face etched with anxiety, exclaimed, what do we do? If we don't run now, it will be too late. Zhong Yingxue replied, Xiaonan? Wu Liang instantly transformed, brandishing the Bear King's shield, his expression fierce. It's too late. Nangu, take them away first. I will hold them off. With a resounding crash, he slammed the Bear King's shield into the ground, his silhouette as imposing as a mountain. Jiangnan glared, what are you talking about? Who can outrun a herd? Thinking you can escape through the forest? Dream on. The massive size and incredible endurance of the bulls were terrifying, especially when charging as a herd. Those who had fled earlier would undoubtedly meet a similar fate. Zhong Yingshue's face was filled with urgency. Then what should we do? Jiangnan grinned. Have you all forgotten? We still have a big fellow on our side. Wu Liang, go. He opened the portal to another dimension. Wu Liang's eyes lit up, suddenly recalling the heavy main battle tank Jiangnan had brought. The tank measured 10 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 37 meters in height, boasting 1,500 horsepower and a 152 millimeters smoothbore cannon. Its armor was 60 centimeters of homogeneous steel plate, with the thickest parts reaching a staggering 1 meter. Weighing in at 51 tons, it was a veritable mobile fortress. All right, where's the crank? What crank? Do you think this is a tractor? Last time I taught you was how to start it in emergencies. This is electric ignition. Jiangnan's expression darkened. What crank? By the time you get the tank started, we will already be gone. Chapter 195. A weapon that destroys heaven and earth. The roar of the engine echoed deafeningly. The heavy main battle tank thundered forth, driven by Wu Liang. With excitement flushing his face, he exclaimed, "Damn it! I've finally driven a tank. This is worth it." Perhaps every boy harbored a dream of driving a tank. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Enough with the dramatics. Get in the tank. Big Wolf, gunner's position. Shua shua. Machine gunner. Bear 2, air defense. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed with excitement as she cupped Jiangnan's face and planted a fervent kiss on his forehead. Haha, Xiaonan, I absolutely adore you now. This is for real. With that, she climbed onto the tank, threw open the hatch, and dove inside. Zhong Yingshue's eyes sparkled as she too clambered onto the tank, eager to man the machine gun. She casually donned a helmet, though it was a tad too large, causing it to tilt to one side. Jiangnan's heart skipped a beat, captivated by her adorableness. Goodness, is she really this cute? Bear 2 stared wide-eyed at the massive metal contraption. What is this thing? But seeing Jiangnan and the others climbing aboard, it followed suit. Jiangnan waved his hand forward, brimming with confidence. Let us charge. The tank's exhaust belched out thick black smoke as it roared forward at full speed, its metal treads crushing everything in its path. Rushing forth alongside the herd of cattle, an unexpected event unfolded. Suddenly, the stampede of cows caught up. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the formidable horns of a large dairy cow collided with the rear of a tank. The tank's back end lifted due to the immense force, only to crash down heavily, yet remained unscathed. In stark contrast, the large-horned cow rolled its eyes back, its form stiffening like wood, collapsing to the ground. Was it rendered unconscious? The last thought flitting through the mind of the dazed cow was likely. What on earth is this? At this very moment, Yu Qingqing and her companions had already distanced themselves significantly. Anxiously, she wondered aloud, why haven't Nan Shun and the others caught up yet? Could it be? Lin Chuqing expressed her concern. Could they have been overwhelmed by the herd? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced back to witness a fully equipped main battle tank barreling forward amidst the stampede, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiangnan, clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, stood atop the turret, hands on hips, laughing heartily. Lin Chuqing, Yu Qingqing, a tank? Why on earth is there a tank in the realm of Lingxiu? Is my worldview collapsing? Nan Shun, what peculiar items have you brought in here? By the way, is that bald black bear crouching behind the tank serious? Not only Lin Chuqing and Yu Qingqing were bewildered, but the fleeing contestants were equally stunned, their minds echoing with a singular exclamation. What the hell? A tank? And it's the latest model. It hasn't even been publicly released. What the heck? This all-star event is beyond ridiculous. Why is there a tank in Lingxiu? Nanshin, you absolute fool. Are you playing Grand Theft Auto here? Just press astride and summon a tank? Sailing is one thing, but a tank? In an instant, the faces of the fleeing contestants turned pale. How can this be happening? At this moment, the live stream chat was inundated with the words, absolute fool. My goodness. Nan Shun has activated cheats again. Has the tank been stowed in an alternate dimension? If you pull out a nuclear warhead, I wouldn't be surprised. No one cared to ponder how Nan Shun managed to procure a tank. Surely, he must have stumbled upon an airdrop, right? Invincible. Just look at how arrogantly Nan Shun is smiling. Is it necessary to be this ostentatious? He has the audacity, and there's no rule against it. If you have the means, bring it in yourself. Yi Xingxuan's eyes widened. Phew. The students from Songjiang Lingwu School fell into collective silence. Goodness. This time it has escalated. At the military base, the Lynx had just hung up the phone, watching the live broadcast of the All-Star event, his expression darkening. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Damn Jiangnan. I should never have trusted your crazy ideas. In the waiting hall, Shenhong observed Jiangnan laughing heartily in the live stream while glancing at the array of microphones. About the competition regulations. After yet another official explanation, Shenhong felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Can you be any more audacious? Although it didn't break any competition rules, you can't possibly play like this. Are you trying to provoke me? At this moment, Shinhong was already contemplating how to amend the rules for next year's All-Star event. For the sake of one individual, Jiangnan was set to be a unique case. Simultaneously, high above the skies, Qi Feiyu and Chu Qi were momentarily stunned. Jiangnan actually procured a tank? The charge of the cattle posed no threat to Jiangnan's team. After stunning 3 cows, the herd took one look at the tank and veered away. Humph. Do you think this means you are safe? Playing with me? You are still too inexperienced. We have yet to settle the score from the last incident. Chi, attack. In an instant, the two circled around the tank, their wings unfurling as countless arrows infused with ice crystals hurtled toward the tank. Jiangnan smirked, expanding the spatial wormhole to its maximum capacity, enveloping the front half of the tank. Meanwhile, Bear 2 roared fiercely, producing sound waves so powerful they visibly shattered the incoming arrows and ice crystals. Jiangnan's spatial wormhole absorbed most of the attacks while simultaneously retaliating with a barrage of void chains, thrusting towards Qi Feiyu. However, Qi Feiyu and Chu Qi effortlessly dodged. Huh? Have you exhausted your tricks? Qi, target the tracks. Disable their mobility. Having learned from past experiences, they were now cautious. Estimating Jiangnan's spiritual technique range to be around 300 meters, they maintained a safe distance. Under normal circumstances, Jiangnan wouldn't mind engaging Qi Feiyu in aerial combat again. Yet, the current situation was chaotic. Jiangnan was reluctant to stray too far from the tank. As Qi Feiyu and Chu Qi circled once more, they launched another assault on the tank. Jiangnan grinned. Having a brain is a wonderful thing. Too bad you lack one. Shue. Sweep them. Zhou Ninshue's eyes sparkled as she raised her machine gun, pulling the trigger, and the next moment, a 12mm heavy machine gun spat fire. 10 rounds, including tracer bullets, made the trajectory visible for precise aiming. Zhou Ninshu, licking her lips, donned her tilted helmet, unleashing a barrage mid-air. The gentleness vanished, replaced by an exhilarating thrill. Chu Qi's face turned pale with fright, hastily taking cover. From Chu Qi's resentment value 1,000. This was no joke. A bullet from that heavy machine gun could break bones. Qi Feiyu gritted his teeth, refusing to relent, targeting the tank's tracks. TSK. Aren't you determined to confront Nenshin? It seems the time has come to unleash my divine artifacts. One to destroy heaven, one to annihilate earth. Together, they would slay anyone in their path. Qi Feiyu's heart tightened. What divine artifact? It sounded incredibly formidable. Instinctively, he heightened his vigilance. Suddenly, Jiangnan pulled out 2 AK-47s from the alternate dimension. One in each hand, draped across his neck, he unleashed a furious barrage. The intensity rivaled that of Optimus Prime. Qi Feiyu's eyes widened in horror, abruptly turning. What the hell? Damn it, this is catastrophic. From Qi Feiyu's resentment value 1,000. Chapter 196. Surprised? Thrilled? 2 AK-47s? Are you serious? Setting aside the question of accuracy, the sheer audacity is unprecedented. In every respect, this is arranged perfectly. The key point is, Jiangnan's aim is terrifying. No matter how Qi Feiyu twisted and turned in the air, executing complex maneuvers, he still acquired 7 or 8 bullet holes in his wings. Meanwhile, Zhou Ninshu was becoming addicted to her machine gun. Scorching bullet casings rained down like soybeans. Forcing Chu Qi to fly far away, she dared not approach. This firepower was simply explosive. Jiangnan chuckled. Can't reach me now, can you? My arms are long. Qi Feiyu was ready to explode with rage. Glaring furiously, using external objects is not a true skill. If you are a man, stand and face me head on. If I, Qi Feiyu, furrow my brow, I'll kneel and call you daddy. Suddenly, Jiangnan glared defiantly, his face filled with defiance. Instantly, he tossed aside the 2 AK-47s, stepped onto the turret, and assumed a fierce stance. Qi Feiyu's eyes sparkled. Was he about to confront me head-on? This is what I'd be the scene unfolded with Jiangnan brandishing a Gatling gun, fervently unleashing a torrent of fire while standing atop a turret. The barrels glowed a fierce red, emitting blue flames with each resounding burst. Beside him, Zhou Ninshu reveled in her own machine gun fire, intensifying the chaos. This was utterly explosive. Could it be that God, Nan, carried an arsenal with him? With this single setup, he could dominate effortlessly. Go, God, Nan. Give it your all. Annihilate that wretched Qi Feiyu. The exhilaration was palpable. To stand atop a tank and wield a Gatling gun with bare hands was simply magnificent. Yu Qingqing gazed in awe, exclaiming, my goodness, I never imagined a man wielding a Gatling gun could be so dashing. God, Nan is truly hardcore. Indeed, my warrior princess. Lin Chuqing's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze, muttering to herself, no, my type is supposed to be Ultraman. I cannot waver. Absolutely not. As Jiangnan continued his fervent assault, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Wang Dong was propelled skyward, soaring over 80 meters. The herd of cattle had finally closed in, and what awaited them was the onslaught of horns and the relentless trampling of iron hooves. Those trampled cried out in agony. Some were sent flying, while others lay prostrate, receiving an unyielding massage from the hooves. Climb the trees. Quick, climb, someone shouted, igniting a surge of adrenaline among the survivors. They scrambled up the thickest trees they could find, seeking refuge from the rampaging herd. Finally, they felt a moment of relief as the larger trees withstood the charge of the cattle. However, the anguished cries from below sent shivers down their spines. Qin Shou struggled to ascend a branch, trembling as he peered down at the charging herd. With a proud expression, he mused, indeed, it is in the face of life and death that one is truly tested. The peril of existence is the finest whetstone for the soul. The strong will survive, while the weak shall be discarded. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing, Du Yu, and I brother could only cover their faces in disbelief. Their appearances were battered, swollen, and far from heroic. Let us not pretend anymore. Put away that kingly demeanor. It's hardly impressive at all. By the way, perhaps wipe the blood from your mouth? A sharp crack resonated through the air, and Qin Shou's face turned ghostly pale. He froze in shock. Before he could react, a branch snapped beneath him, sending him plummeting. With a loud rip, the broken branch tore his pants, revealing a pair of vividly bright red shorts. His eyes widened in horror as a chill ran through him. As he fell, he instinctively adjusted his position, only for his shorts to snag on the horn of the lead bull. The pressure nearly caused him to faint. Oh, so you're the little brother who tried to escape? Did you think you could get away? The bull leader swung its head, and Qin Shou's eyes bulged as he dangled helplessly, being whipped around like a rag doll. With each swing, he felt his life hanging by a thread. The sight of Qin Shou, caught on the bull horn, was quite the spectacle. "Do you covered her face?" exclaiming, "Indeed. Those who flaunt will inevitably face misfortune," eyed brother remarked. Who would have thought this year would be a turning point for Qin Shou? TSK, those shorts are truly resilient. Comparable to Godnan's top-tier shorts, though I wonder if they will bleed color. Yu Qingqing, overwhelmed, covered her eyes, declaring, "I'm quitting the team. I can't bear this embarrassment anymore." On the other side, Wang Dong was nearly trampled to death. In a moment of desperation, he leaped onto a small heifer, clinging on fiercely as it galloped amidst the chaos. He refused to let go, for releasing his grip would mean certain doom. The heifer bucked wildly, but Wang Dong held on. The stampede continued, with other participants having suffered their own misfortunes, witnessing Wang Dong's audacious move with newfound admiration. Let us follow Wang Dong. We have to climb aboard before we become casualties ourselves. Thus, the beleaguered contestants, after paying a hefty price, managed to mount the small heifers. The sight of over 20 men clinging to the heifers, frantically milking them, was a scene to behold. Chapter 197. Missiles? Qin Shou's red shorts were not top tier. After enduring unimaginable torment, the fabric finally tore apart, and he was flung away. As he soared through the air, relief washed over him. But upon landing, he was met with another punishing round of hoof trampling. His eyes were so swollen, he could scarcely see. As he hazily beheld the other men hanging from the bull's horns, he felt a surge of indignation. Imitating me? The ancestors are watching. Without a moment to spare, Qin Shou leaped onto the leader bull, taking a deep breath before diving into a frenzied attempt to milk. He needed to seize this opportunity to recuperate. Meanwhile, Wang Dong, astonished, exclaimed, "Where are your pants? At the very least, you should have your shorts." Just then, Jiangnan's Gatling gun was discarded after exhausting its ammunition, and he unleashed a barrage of rockets. However, Qi Feiyu was too swift to be hit, evading with ease. Jiangnan, unfazed, commanded, "Fire at will. I want armor-piercing high-explosive rounds prepared. No need to aim. I have this covered." Summer Yao, brimming with excitement, stood at attention, saluting Jiangnan. "Received." Commander Jiang. She loaded the cannonball into the barrel and kicked the firing lever. A thunderous boom echoed as the shell discharged, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Summer Yao coughed, her face smudged with soot. Meanwhile, Jiangnan aimed the spatial wormhole at Qi Feiyu, firing a dazzling shell. Qi Feiyu sensed the imminent danger, his feathers bristling, his expression shifting in alarm as he spun to evade. The deafening whistle of the shell whooshed past him, sending shockwaves that left him disoriented and bleeding from his ears. What the hell? Running out of bullets, now resorting to shells? Jiangnan quipped, "Missed. Let us try again." "All right, Commander Jiang." Qi Feiyu, pale with fear, dared not approach too closely, retreating rapidly as Jiangnan continued his relentless bombardment, sending Qi Feiyu into a frenzy of evasion. The air was thick with tension as Qi Feiyu, consumed by rage, charged recklessly towards Jiangnan, shouting in fury, "I will kill you." Despite the chaos, Summer Yao poked her head out, furrowing her brow and reporting, "Commander Jiang, we are out of shells." Jiangnan, taken aback, turned to see Summer's face blackened by the smoke from the cannon, adorned with tiny handprints. A comical sight that elicited laughter from him. "What are you laughing at?" she exclaimed, oblivious to her appearance. Chi Feiyu, now enraged beyond reason, demanded, "Why aren't you shooting? You dare to laugh at me?" With the artillery depleted, he resolved to eliminate Jiangnan, driven by an insatiable hatred. But in that moment, Jiangnan revealed a formidable weapon from another dimension, a Stinger missile, designed for anti-aircraft use. With a confident grin, he locked onto his target and launched the missile, its fiery tail streaking through the sky towards Chi Feiyu. Panic surged through Chi Feiyu as he realized the impending danger, abandoning his charge to flee. How can there still be more? He thought, his heart racing as he sprinted for survival. The missile, engineered to track heat, followed him relentlessly. As he became the prime target, high above, his face drained of color, sweat pouring down, he despaired. How can I escape this? Jiangnan clapped his hands, chuckling. Using a missile on a mere sparrow seems a bit excessive. The onlookers were speechless, while those perched in trees were astounded by the spectacle of heavy artillery and missiles being employed as if it were a grand spectacle rather than a battlefield. In a desperate bid, Chi Feiyu ascended higher, but the missile closed in with alarming speed. "You're going down with me," he bellowed, determined to bring Jiangnan along in his demise. But Jiangnan remained unfazed, knowing the spatial wormhole would serve as his best defense. Just as the missile neared, Chi Feiyu unleashed his powers, first detonating the missile with a command spell, then enveloping himself in a protective barrier to mitigate the damage. A tremendous explosion illuminated the sky, engulfing him in flames. Miraculously, he emerged from the inferno, his once magnificent wings now reduced to charred remnants, resembling bare chicken wings. As he plummeted from the sky, he screamed, "Jiangnan, I will never forgive you." Jiangnan, grinning mischievously, snapped his fingers, opening a spatial wormhole directly beneath Chi Feiyu. The atmosphere turned tense as Chi Feiyu lost control, plummeting uncontrollably, while his companion, Chu Chi, rushed to save him, unaware of the danger as he fell within the 300-meter radius of the wormhole. In an instant, Chi Feiyu vanished into the dark void. Silence enveloped the scene as everyone stood in shock, the wormhole depositing him into the hollow of a tree, leaving him wedged tightly. "Where am I?" he gasped, struggling to breathe in the darkness. High above, Chu Chi's eyes widened in horror as she urged him to escape, realizing the stampede of cattle was approaching. Laughter erupted from the onlookers as Summer Yao exclaimed, "Was that tree hollow made just for him?" The urgency intensified as the herd thundered toward him, and the situation grew dire. The leader of the herd, enraged, charged at Chi Feiyu, colliding with him and driving him further into the tree. The impact echoed, and Chi Feiyu found himself lodged even deeper, his head bursting through the trunk, gasping for air. But the chaos was far from over, as the stampeding cattle continued to crash into him, leaving him in a dire predicament. With a resounding thud, the iron banyan tree shuddered violently. Invariably, at such moments, Chi Feiyu would emit a harrowing scream that pierced the heavens. "Save me. Please, someone save me. This is beyond the pale." He was pinned inside the tree cavity, utterly immobilized. His posterior was thoroughly battered. This was no mere tree hollow, but a veritable torture rack. Resentment points from Chi Feiyu 1000. "Jiangnan, you are utterly heartless." His two remaining teammates could only cover their ears, observing the scene from the sidelines, daring not to provoke the stampeding bovine horde. Otherwise, they too would be trampled into minced meat. Thus, the entire herd thundered past the iron banyan tree, finally abating. The once majestic banyan was now snapped in two, and Chi Feiyu lay prostrate on the ground, covered in blood, feebly kicking his legs. Chu Chi, perched on a branch, averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. After a prolonged period of recovery, Chi Feiyu finally managed to speak, his face awash in a mixture of blood and tears. "How is it? Can it be salvaged?" One of the two comrades suggested, "Perhaps. Amputation is in order. There's likely no hope for recovery." "Seriously? Amputation for this?" exclaimed the other. "I've never heard of amputating one's rear end." Chu Chi, visibly disgusted, turned her head away. "Hopeless. Utterly disgraceful. I'm leaving the team after this. Don't ever contact me again. Farewell." With that, she flapped her wings and vanished. Chi Feiyu was consumed by resentment. Disgraceful? This is beyond disgraceful. Jiangnan's victory was unchivalrous. If only there were a rematch. Now, not only was he without a girlfriend, but he was also grievously injured by the stampeding cattle. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, rendering his face ashen white. He lay motionless on the ground, a perfect embodiment of the phrase "consumed by rage," spewing blood. His satellite watch registered his incapacitation, leading to his immediate elimination. The two staff members carrying the stretcher gazed upon the prone figure. "Wow, this injury is quite severe," remarked the one in front. "How many times must he have been trampled by the herd?" Puffed. The one behind cautioned, "Suppress it. We're professionals. We mustn't laugh. Unless it's utterly irresistible. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, this one is relatively fortunate. The injuries sustained by Luo Tianxiang, who was carried away earlier, are truly. Don't even mention it. I'll have nightmares tonight." Chapter 199. Stirring up trouble as the stampeding cattle gradually subsided. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Only the herd's leader remained agitated, steadfastly guarding the pristine white cow. The passage of the herd had left the land in utter disarray. In the wake of this onslaught, over 20 more contestants were eliminated. Observing the main battle tank emerging from the herd, the assembled contestants, while grateful to Jiangnan for resolving the Chi Feiyu predicament, were also wary of the formidable strength displayed by Jiangnan's team in this battle. In the all-star competition, only one team would ultimately emerge victorious, and only the top three would advance to the national-level competition. With Chi Feiyu vanquished, Jiangnan stood as their greatest threat. Apprehension filled every gaze, as they wondered if Jiangnan might seize the opportunity to unleash his fury. Once Jiangnan and his team had tidied up the tank, the others had vanished. Jiangnan surveyed his surroundings, a grin spreading across his face, fully aware of the other contestants' thoughts. "Let's go," he said. "It's more peaceful this way. Let's focus on acquiring our spirit orbs." In the distance, Jiang Yun, his abdomen wrapped in bandages, watched Jiangnan's team with a sardonic smile. "The championship can be anyone's," he muttered, "but it will certainly not be Jiangnan's." With that, he stealthily moved in the direction of the departing Divine Feather team. Jiangnan and his team had gone to hunt spirit beasts, specifically targeting the silver grade ones. They enjoyed small barbecues in inflatable tents at night, played cards, and drew doodles. Snuggled in their sleeping bags, they watched pre-downloaded Crayon Shinchan episodes, utterly content. Jiangnan, meanwhile, hired Xiong Air to stand guard for the night, paying him 1 vitality ginseng per evening. Life in the spirit ruins unfolded day by day. On the other side, the remaining 3 members of the Divine Feather team, the lanky Kuei Yuanyang, the diminutive Ma Hao, and Chu Qi, sat beside a stream, consuming hard, tasteless biscuits. None of them spoke, the memory of Chi Feiyu's elimination still haunting them. The mere thought of Jiang Nan ignited their resentment. Just then, Chu Qi narrowed her eyes. "Who's there?" Jiang Yun emerged from the bushes, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Don't be alarmed," he said with a smile. "I mean no harm." Ma Hao's hand instinctively moved towards the ground. "Do you think I'd believe you?" Jiang Yun grinned. "You can trust me. I know you're not resigned to this outcome. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, fighting would benefit no one. With my strength, I could take at least 2 of you down with me." Ma Hao and Kuei Yuanyang exchanged glances, while Chu Qi gestured for them to hold back. "You are also." Jiang Yun opened his shirt, revealing the wound. "I won't say much more. You understand that without eliminating Jiangnan, our chances of advancing are slim." Chu Qi's eyes flickered. "Who else have you contacted?" Jiang Yun, "You have to agree first, and then I will tell you. Even without Chi Feiyu, our team is still one of the best in the spirit ruins. What can you give us for joining forces?" Jiang Yun grinned. "What do you want?" Chu Qi said without thinking. "Champion. Can." Ma Hao narrowed his eyes. "What about the other teams?" Jiang Yun sneered. "Do you think the weak are qualified to bargain with me? They are just rubbish to be thrown away after use." Chu Qi said lightly. "I hope we are not in your eyes. We can cooperate. But the more people the better, Jiangnan's ability. You know." Jiang Yun smiled. "I am responsible for contacting people. You are responsible for tracking Jiangnan's movements. How about it?" Chu Qi also readily said, "Okay." Jiang Yun waved his hand and smiled. "Contact again." Seeing him leave, Kuei Yuanyang frowned and said, "Sister Qi." He agreed too readily. "Will it?" Chu Qi shook her head. "If Jiang Nan can't be taken down, no one will want to win. As for taking down Jiang Nan, if that Jiang Yun doesn't keep his promise, we are fully capable of eliminating him. This matter, feasible." And Jiang Nan was completely unaware of what Jiang Yun was doing behind his back, playing with spirit beasts during the day and taking pictures. At night, there will be small barbecues and card-inserting arcade games in the tent, contra with 30 lives. The loser will be flicked on the forehead. Xiaoyao, who was flicked on the head every time, pouted her little mouth with anger, thinking about taking revenge tomorrow. The result is more bags. During this period, all the teams that encountered Jiang Nan ran away without looking back. Jiang Nan didn't chase. Isn't it better to play his own spirit orbs quietly? After 8 days in a row, the circle shrank 4 more times. At this moment, the signal receiving area has become very small. The received battle report shows there are currently 43 teams left, 145 people. Everyone else was eliminated. It is worth mentioning that a team was wiped out by a gold-level spirit beast. No one survived. Jiangnan frowned as he looked at the battle report. There are so many teams left in such a small circle. It's really too much. Very abnormal. Jiangnan and his party, who were camping, were surrounding the campfire for barbecue. The semi-beast Xia Yao twitched her nose, and her furry ears moved slightly. Quietly approached Jiangnan and said, "Xiaonan, I smell a different smell, and some movement. Someone is following us." Jiangnan nodded. "Well, I know. Xia Yao, really? I have this feeling these days. Why don't you believe me?" Jiangnan held her lips. Shoo. Xia Yao's eyes were bright. Jiangnan had already noticed it? Then why didn't you say anything? Could it be? Little thoughts can't help but come alive again. 500 meters away. Ma Hao and Kuei Yuanyang were lying in the grass, watching Jiangnan and the others barbecue. The aroma was so fragrant that they were drooling. 10 days. Living in the open air. I can't even eat hot food. Take a look at others. Barbecue 10 arcade. Resentment points from Ma Hao 666. The air was thick with tension as Jiangnan surveyed the situation. His frustration bubbled over. Damn it. I'm absolutely starving. He chuckled darkly. He won't be bouncing around for much longer. I've made enough connections. Soon, I shall acquire his entire set of equipment. As he roasted rabbit over the fire, he glanced at the list of resentment points, a cold smile creeping across his face. The unusually harmonious state of the teams around him led him to suspect they might be conspiring against him. He had no desire to provoke an outright conflict, but it seemed fate was pushing him towards it. I wonder how many will come? He mused, eyeing his growing resentment points that had already surpassed 8 million. Eager for more. The following day unfolded like any other. In the evening, Wu Liang was outside tending to the fire, while Xiong Er sat nearby, savoring a piece of vitality ginseng. Inside the tent, Jiangnan, Zhong Yinxue, and Xiao Yao formed a circle, sitting cross-legged. As Jiangnan pulled out a deck of cards, Xiao snatched them away, declaring, "Let me shuffle. Otherwise, you'll cheat again." Jiangnan raised his hands in mock surrender. Just then, Xiong Er leaped to his feet and yelled at Wu Liang, "What's going on?" Wu Liang chuckled. "What's wrong, brother? Are you nervous? Don't worry. Tonight we feast on roasted whole lamb." Xiao Yao's ears perked up, and she whispered urgently to Jiangnan, "Xiaonan." They. Zhong Yinshue's expression darkened. Sensing the restlessness in the air, Jiangnan beamed. "What are you all waiting for? Let's deal the cards." Xiao Yao exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Are you serious? It's not the time for games. We're clearly surrounded." Jiangnan mouthed, "Stay calm," and beckoned to them with a finger. "You understand, right?" They exchanged knowing smiles. And soon the three of them were engrossed in a game of cards inside the tent. Xiao Yao was bubbling with excitement for the imminent battle, her face alight with anticipation. "Let us make this interesting. Whoever wins this round gets to draw a turtle on any part of the loser's body." Shiwe. "Trust me, I will win." Jiangnan grinned mischievously. "Any part of the body?" Xiao Yao affirmed with a smug expression. "Absolutely. You can draw wherever you like." Jiangnan chuckled, plotting his revenge with a cheeky grin. "Oh, I'll make sure to cover your face with little turtles to pay you back for all my troubles." As the game progressed, a series of exchanges erupted, leading to Xiao Yao's frustrated cries and Zhong Yinshue's resigned acceptance of defeat. "You should remember not to bet against Xiaonan." With a triumphant laugh, Jiangnan exited the tent, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling exhilarated from the playful punishment he'd dealt. Meanwhile, the girls sat inside, bemused by the multitude of little turtles drawn on their arms. "Will Xiaonan ever be single forever?" Xiao Yao pondered, to which Zhong Yinxue replied with a chuckle, "If he is, it's definitely due to his talents." Jiangnan, feeling buoyant, prepared a pot for soup, proclaiming, "Today, we shall not feast on lamb, but rather create a nourishing broth." As he gathered ingredients, he added an assortment of vegetables and a mysterious concoction, drawing concern from Wu Liang and the others hidden nearby. As the pot bubbled, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of those who had endured hardships for days. Just then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Jiangnan's demeanor changed. Sensing the impending danger, in a sudden burst, Jiang Yun unleashed his power, creating a gravitational field that pressed down on Jiangnan, causing chaos around him. In the midst of the commotion, Jiangnan reacted swiftly, utilizing his skills to counteract the attack, leading to a frantic escape from the unfolding disaster. "Curse it! You said you could contain him." Chu Chi fumed, but Jiang Yun only grimaced, realizing the gravity of the situation was beyond their control. The circle is indeed small. No matter how far Jiangnan runs, where can he escape to? Sooner or later, we will confront him directly. Chu Chi let out a cold huff and fell silent. At this moment, Ma Hao and Kuei Yuanyang had already surged forward with a group, ransacking the tents for equipment, game consoles, and everything of value. To them, these were treasures. Meanwhile, Chu Chi gazed at the bubbling pot filled with tender, white soup. rubbing her belly and licking her lips. Her eyes sparkled with delight. At least it wasn't entirely fruitless. Chapter 201. The brightest ones of Qianhu Island. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. The iron pot bubbled with fish meat, cooked to the point of falling off the bone. Pearls of beans danced in the broth, rising and sinking with the bubbles. Wow, who could resist such a temptation? Chu-Chi felt her mouth water, her eyes misty with desire. At this moment, Ma Hao and Kuei Yuanyang had finished looting the supplies and had their sights set on that pot of soup. 70 to 80 people gathered around, drooling at the fragrant scent. Chu-Chi's cheeks flushed as she clutched her belly. Ma Hao, knowing the drill, chuckled. Sister Chi, you go ahead, we'll follow. Chu-Chi, naturally unreserved, scooped a bowl of soup, cautious of the heat, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. The aroma of milk mingled with the fresh taste of fish. The yellow beans melted in her mouth. Even the chives carried a unique flavor. This soup was simply divine. Chu-Chi felt as though a torrent of spiritual energy washed over her, refreshing her spirit and clearing her senses. As the broth settled in her stomach, she felt a warmth igniting within, dispelling all chill. Her body felt unusually invigorated, the exhaustion of the past days completely washed away. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. My heavens, what kind of divine soup is this? It's simply too delicious. Though she bore a deep-seated hatred for Jiangnan, she couldn't help but admit that his culinary skills were beyond compare. In no time, her bowl was empty. At this point, Ma Hao and Kuei Yuanyang could no longer hold back. They rushed towards the pot like a swarm, the scene resembling a chaotic distribution of porridge to refugees. No, it felt more like feeding hungry lambs. Oh my, this soup is astonishingly good. With each mouthful, they felt a surge of strength. Heaven above. I've leveled up. How enviable. Had Jiangnan been feasting on this for days? Oh my goodness. It's utterly intoxicating. Chu-Chi felt a fire igniting in her belly. Ha! Eating something warm is the best. Howsy? Scoop from the bottom. The yellow beans are plentiful and delicious. I can even taste chicken. Ha! What do you mean? I've already devoured 2 bowls. It was a mere blink of an eye, and the pot was nearly empty. Some who had queued behind were left empty-handed. Faces filled with indignation. Jiangyan belched, looking utterly speechless. One brother was even licking the pot clean. Seriously? Must you eat so thoroughly? This pot won't even need washing. At that moment, Ma Hao dodged him. What just flashed before my eyes? So blinding. Upon closer inspection, he was instantly petrified. Eyes wide. Chi-Chi. Sister Chi. You just flashed me. This exclamation instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chu-Chi was taken aback. What did I flash? She glanced at Ma Hao, equally astonished and speechless. Because at that moment, what lay before her was a sight of over 60 bald heads. In the afternoon sun, they gleamed blindingly. The two exclaimed simultaneously, "Your hair!" Cold sweat instantly broke out on Chu-Chi's forehead as she instinctively touched her head. There was nothing there. How could this be? From Chu-Chi, anger value 1000. For a girl, this was nearly fatal. It was more painful than death. Her flowing locks were gone. At this moment, out of 73 people present, 70 were bald. They looked like little light bulbs, truly the brightest ones in the spirit realm. The remaining 3 hadn't managed to snatch any soup. Wails of despair echoed through the air. The psychological blow of baldness was far more intense than any physical pain. Jiangnan, return my hair. What kind of cursed soup is this? How could it cause baldness? What madness? I can never forgive Jiangnan. If they still didn't realize it was the soup's fault, they would truly be fools. It seemed Jiangnan had long sensed the issue and had laid this trap deliberately. Yet, when ambushed, his change in demeanor and the urgency in his eyes appeared so genuine. Was it all an act? Such acting skills deserve an Oscar. By the way, was this pot of soup specifically designed to make us bald? What a twisted sense of humor. At this moment, the crowd erupted in fury. They longed to drag Jiangnan out and exact vengeance. The anger value list was refreshing wildly. Chu-Chi gritted her teeth in fury, her eyes blazing with rage. At that moment, a sudden high-pitched sound broke through the chaos, followed by a comical little change in pitch. A bulge formed at the back of Chu-Chi's tight black pants, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chu-Chi's face turned a deeper shade of red than an apple. The crowd was stunned. After all these years, my curiosity has finally been resolved. It turns out that wearing leather pants does indeed cause flatulence. Isn't that obvious? The pressure must escape somehow. I refuse to believe. The goddess can't possibly fart. Surely I misheard. Do you have some misunderstanding about the goddess? Chu-Chi's composure shattered entirely. The pressure was too overwhelming. She couldn't contain herself. Previously, she had always managed to suppress any sound. But this time she miscalculated. With her hair gone, and in front of so many people, how could she ever face anyone again? From Chu-Chi, anger value 1000. What are you all staring at? Chu Chi flapped her wings and took off at breakneck speed, no longer daring to stay. Soon, she could no longer hold it in. After Chu Chi left, the crowd began to sense something was amiss. The atmosphere became more raucous than during a festival. The noise was deafening. Within 30 seconds, the area was deserted. The bushes and thickets were filled with people. Bald heads peered out, faces twisted in rage. Meanwhile, a frantic Chu Chi finally found a cave. She could no longer suppress herself, drenched in cold sweat. She dashed into the cave, disregarding everything else. 3 seconds later, bang! A tremendous sound erupted from the cave. The enclosed space amplified the effect, the noise resonating far and wide, startling flocks of birds. It was a sound that lingered long after. At that moment, those hiding in the bushes turned toward the north, astonished by the booming noise. They were startled to their core. That was precisely the direction where Chu Chi had fled. My goodness! Was it really that powerful? It's deafening. I can't believe it. My faith is shattered. My illusions have been crushed. The goddess is truly something else. Chapter 202. You need to pay attention to these 2 points at this moment. Chu Chi in the cave was on the verge of madness. Glancing back at the cave's stone walls, it was a sight too horrific to behold. She felt a surge of panic. Is this truly my doing? How could this be on the walls? No way. I refuse to believe it. As a high and aloof goddess, how could I commit such an unladylike, unreliable act? My persona is shattered. From Chu Chi, anger value 1000. In truth, Chu Chi had underestimated the effects of the chives combined with the strong broth. Those who have experienced it are invariably left with a profound impression. Luo Tianxiang, as a first-time user, even shattered the toilet. In the ensuing 3 minutes, Chu Chi's psyche underwent excruciating torment, a relentless flagellation. The cavern amplified the sounds like a loudspeaker, barely enduring the ordeal. Chu Chi wiped away tears as she surveyed the wreckage. The gravest error of her life was imbibing that accursed broth. Yet, at that very moment, Chu Chi felt her strength ebbing away, her body drenched in perspiration, prompting her to bite down hard on her lower lip. Initially, she attributed it to the hot soup. But now it became apparent that something far more sinister was at play. In anguish, she lamented, "Damn you, Jiangnan. What infernal concoction did you infuse into that soup?" At that instant, Chu Chi was on the verge of hysteria, incessantly scratching her head, her countenance a mask of desperation. Resentment points from Chu Chi 1000. From Chu Chi. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, Jiangnan and his companions were concealed behind boulders, observing the enemy's movements through binoculars. Jiangnan peered through his binoculars towards the northern cave. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhong Yingxue inquired with curiosity. "Xiaonan, what are you observing?" "The main force is over here." Jiangnan, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammered. Nothing. I'm not observing anything." Zhong Yingxue's eyes sparkled with mischievousness. Hee. Did they all consume the broth?" Jiangnan grinned. "Indeed. The effects are already taking hold. We shall bide our time and then launch a counterattack. Exquisite. Deviously adorable." At that moment, Wu Liang, transformed into a black bear, sat to the side, his face buried in his hands, facing away from the group. Xia Yao patted Wu Liang on the shoulder. "What's the matter, big guy? Why are you so withdrawn?" Upon arriving, Wu Liang had retreated to the side, concealing his face. Wu Liang. "Injured? No. Surely you're injured? Don't conceal it. We'll need to fight soon. Let's tend to your wounds. Let me examine the damage." Wu Liang, his face betraying guilt, insisted, "Truly. There are none." Jiangnan also rose to his feet, mindful that Wu Liang had endured a significant amount of damage. The Bear King's shield had been shattered, lest he be truly injured. "Come, let me see. If necessary, we'll administer a ginseng root. I have plenty. Don't stand on ceremony." Saying this, he pulled Wu Liang over. "No, don't look." Wu Liang erupted. He frantically attempted to cover himself, but to no avail. Jiangnan cast a glance and was instantly petrified. What is that?" It turned out that the bear fur on both sides of Wu Liang's chest was completely gone, having just withstood a barrage of attacks. The Bear King's shield had been shattered, and some miscreant had launched a fireball, striking him squarely in the chest. The force was not substantial, but the issue was that Wu Liang was adorned with 2 rows of strength enhancement rounds. The fireball had directly shattered the strength enhancement vials affixed to his chest. The strength enhancement potion had spilled out, adhering to both sides of Wu Liang's chest. Consequently, the fur on both sides of his chest had been mercilessly removed by the strength enhancement. At that moment, not a single bear hair remained on either side of Wu Liang's chest. Those 2 points, no longer concealed by bear fur, were fully exposed to the air. Zhong Yingxue's eyes widened. This. Xia Yao Puaha. I can't take it anymore. How could this happen? Ehehe. She collapsed in laughter, clutching her stomach and kicking her legs on the ground. Can you imagine? A bald black bear standing before you, adorned with 2 rows of strength enhancement rounds, wearing little divine dragon shorts. And then both sides of his chest were mercilessly depilate. He was attempting to cover himself with his thick bare paws, but it was futile, especially Wu Liang's aggrieved expression. Even Jiangnan, a seasoned veteran, battle-hardened. No. I must restrain myself. I must not laugh. Wu Liang has his dignity. He's already pathetic enough with his baldness. If I laugh, I'll be too inhuman. Wu Liang, his face darkened, implored, Brother Nan, don't hold back. This strength enhancement is a damn scam. Resentment points from Wu Liang 666. Jiangnan, ha 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 ha. I can't help it. Tears are streaming down my face. How could it be so coincidental? You finally recovered. You still need to pay attention to those 2 points. Here, affix these. Jiangnan patted Wu Liang on the shoulder, handing him a box of adhesive bandages. Wu Liang was taken aback. Which 2 points? Jiangnan, you tell me? Zhong Yingxue covered her mouth. It's best to affix them. At this moment, Xia Yao was already gasping for breath from laughter. Jiangnan was contemplating whether he would need to administer artificial respiration to her later. Wu Liang concealed his face, tore open the adhesive bandages, and affixed 2 to each point, forming a cross. For added security, observing the crosses on both sides of his chest, Jiangnan pinched his thigh meat. Hold back. I must hold back. Wu Liang had already tried his best, hadn't he? Regaining his composure, Jiangnan glanced again at the campsite, a faint smile playing on his lips. The time has come. Everyone thought I, Jiangnan, was easy to bully, but this time, I'm not so kind. Let's depart. The hunt begins. The group concealed their presence, heading towards the campsite. At this moment, the scene at the campsite was quite chaotic. The surge caused by the soybeans had gradually subsided. Everyone was pale, appearing exhausted, their legs numb. They thought they had endured it all, but who would have expected the chives to have such a potent after effect? At this moment, the mentality of the 70-plus bald men had completely collapsed. It was truly enough. Ma Hao was supporting himself against a tree, conflicted. Just then, Kuei Yuanyang approached. And with a clatter, his phone fell at Ma Hao's feet. Howsy, I dropped my phone. Can you help me pick it up? Ma Hao shook his head and chuckled. You, always so careless? Saying this, he bent down to pick up the phone. But at that moment, Ma Hao suddenly realized something was amiss and instantly panicked. His face turned ashen. His posture was terrible. Ma Hao, the reason the phone fell. Is it because there's no soap? So, picking up the phone, picking up the soap? Damn it. Kuei Yuanyang, I treat you like a brother. And you drop the phone? Kuei Yuanyang, I just asked you to pick up a phone. What does that have to do with whether we're brothers or not? Just then, a cold shout came from behind. Crimson Lotus Blast. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. Chapter 203, Fusion Skill Evolution. Ultimate Form. Bonus Chapter. Jiangnan brought his team of 4 and a bear, instantly appearing on the battlefield, launching a beautiful counterattack. Zhong Yingxue immediately unleashed a Crimson Lotus Blast, blasting Kuei Yuanyang away. The attack was too sudden. There was simply no way to defend against it. Ma Hao was on the verge of tears, almost kneeling on the ground and calling Jiangnan father. If not for this blast, he would have been truly blasted. But what greeted him was Xiong Air's earth-shattering bear paw. Bang! With a muffled thud, Ma Hao felt as if he had been struck by a truck, coughing up blood as he flew backward. On the other side, Jiangnan was frequently opening spatial wormholes. The Tang sword in his hand was thrusting out repeatedly. Within a radius of 300 meters, wails echoed incessantly. Zhong Yingxue had transformed into a mobile artillery platform, tossing out Crimson Lotus blasts as if they were free. The forest was illuminated by soaring flames. Xia Yao had long since completed her transformation, transforming into a silver shadow, using the cover of the flames to charge into the forest, instantly felling 2 people. Wu Liang, with his Bear King shield, stood as an insurmountable barrier. The team's coordination had reached its peak. In an instant, they had felled 11 people, the entire process taking less than 10 seconds. The campsite was instantly in an uproar. Quick, quick, quick. Jiangnan is back. Damn it. What terrifying firepower. Quick. The damage dealers, step up. What is this? Why does that bear have 2 OK bandages on its chest? A group of elemental damage dealers, who had just reacted, were stunned by Wu Liang's appearance. Their minds went blank. Just then, gravity domain. Boom. With a loud bang, Xia Yao, who was charging at the front, was suddenly pressed to the ground. Countless steel thorns mercilessly stabbed towards her. Jiangnan reached out and shot out a void chain, wrapping it around her waist, pulling her back sharply. Pulling her out of the range of the spirit skill, the steel thorns missed. Charge forward with all your might. I grasped you tightly. Xia Yao licked her lips, her eyes devoid of fear. In this world, if she could not trust Jiangnan, Who else could she rely on? At a critical moment, Jiangnan never faltered. Jiangyan gritted his teeth. Execute the previously rehearsed plan. Push forward with the tanks. Maintain a distance of 300 meters. Unleash elemental ranged attacks. Do not allow Jiangnan to close in. The great battle was on the verge of eruption. Under Jiangyan's leadership, although the Allied forces were caught off guard by Jiangnan, they quickly regained their composure and launched an effective counteroffensive. Fireballs, water blades, and steel spikes assailed them relentlessly. Even the grass and trees beneath their feet transformed into vines that ensnared them. Wu Yang's eyes turned crimson. The Bear King's shield clanged violently. Beside him, Bear 2 was already wounded. Despite Jiangnan using spatial wormholes for protection, he was overwhelmed. Zhang Yingshue's arm was still sliced open by a water blade, staining her garment with crimson. At that moment, in the cave, Chu Qisheng emerged, drenched in sweat, breathing rapidly. Upon hearing the sounds of battle from the camp, she dared not delay, quickly wiping her hands on her clothes and soaring towards the battlefield, filled with resentment. Jiangnan, you shall perish. With a flap of her wings, an endless barrage of ice spikes accompanied by a chilling whirlwind surged forth. Although Jiangnan managed to defend against most of it with spatial wormholes, the sheer volume of attacks was too much to handle. Still, 2 ice spikes pierced through. Just as they were about to impale him, a silver shadow darted by. A fist shattered one ice spike, yet the remaining one still pierced Xia Yao's lower abdomen. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Jiangnan's eyes turned red. Great wolf annihilation. You. Xia Yao pinched her nose, her fair complexion pale, yet she managed to force a smile. Hiki, allow me to save you once. Jiangnan clenched his teeth. But the relentless assault from the opposing side left him no room to consider anything else. Jiang Yun sneered. So, Jiangnan, this is your fate? Did you not expect so many of us? It's better to concede early. Spare yourselves from injury. This encirclement was never in doubt. Your concession would benefit both sides. Jiangnan, although you are unattractive, your thoughts are quite beautiful. Jiangyan, what does my appearance have to do with this? No. You are the ugly one. From Jiang Yun's resentment value 1,000. All right. Then I shall eliminate you. This is your own choice. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Attack. Remember to maintain distance. At the camp, flames soared into the sky. The roar was unceasing. This fierce skirmish since the start of the competition captured the attention of all spectators. In the live stream's comments, oh my, Jiangnan's team has gone berserk. They took down 11 right off the bat? What terrifying combat prowess. It's over. Ninshin's team is doomed. Surrounded by so many, they are definitely finished. 5 against over 60. How to fight? There's still Chu Qixi in the sky. No chance left. Originally, it was thought that Nanshin's team could clinch the championship. But now it seems unlikely. This is utterly disgusting. They are ganging up on us. What else can we do? There's no chance in one-on-one. Haha. Let Nanshin flaunt. This time, he has truly fallen. At this moment, the battle grew even more intense, due to Jiang Yun's constant control of distance. Jiangnan found it difficult to leverage his strengths. After merely 3 minutes, everyone bore wounds, and their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Wu Yang gritted his teeth. We can't hold on much longer. Nan go. There are too many of them. Xiaoyu clutched her abdomen, her delicate face filled with reluctance. Zhang Yingshue's expression was cold. The fireball in her hand grew increasingly powerful, and she refused to retreat. Jiangnan glared. Do you truly believe we are easy to bully? It seems I must reveal my ultimate skill. Everyone was taken aback. What was this? Jiangnan actually had a hidden card? Shue, we can't hold out. Let's merge. Zhang Yingxue, what do you mean by merge? Suddenly, she recalled the merging skill from their time on Beishan. Why must we merge again? This is so embarrassing. Must we really do it? Jiangnan, hurry. It will definitely work. Well, then fine. Thus, she slightly spread her legs. And with a swift teleportation, Jiangnan positioned Zhang Yingxue atop his neck. A perfect riding position was established. Wu Liang and Bear 2 were completely bewildered. Merge? Why had they never heard of this skill? Bear 1 and Bear 2. What the hell? And what about us? Nangu, we are human, not Gundams or Decepticon Autobots. We truly cannot perform a merging technique. Yet, Jiangnan's command was instinctively obeyed, as there was no room for negligence on the battlefield. Jiangnan teleported, directly carrying Zhang Yingxue on his neck. One foot on Wu Liang's shoulder and the other on Bear 2's. Hold on tight. Though Wu Liang and Bear 2 were utterly confused, they still managed to grasp Jiangnan's feet. Beside them, Xia Yao was filled with excitement. Watching as Jiangnan and the others merged into a humanoid Gundam, her eyes sparkled with delight. This was simply magnificent. I want to merge too. Where am I? Is there a place for me? Jiangnan was astonished. You have already merged. Am I not holding you? Xia Yao looked down at the void chains around her waist. What the hell? Is this it? You made me anticipate. By the way, why did you use the word hold? using void chains to hold me. Thankfully, it's wrapped around my waist and not my neck. No issues there. But why does it still feel so embarrassing? From Xia Yao's resentment value 1000. At this moment, Jiang Yun and the others were dumbfounded. Their worldview was collapsing. What kind of formation is this? They thought merging was a mere concept, yet here they were, truly merged. Did they really think themselves to be humanoid Gundams? Ah, everyone can imagine this scene. Please leave a 5-star review, and don't forget to urge updates. Chapter 204, The Golden Meteor Hammer's debut. At this moment, everyone's minds were utterly bewildered. Gazing at the humanoid Gundam before them, they couldn't help but question their existence. Were we truly engaged in combat? Am I merely jesting with you? In battle formations? Tanks typically lead in melee while magic users provide support from the back. Yet here, a colossal figure loomed? Did they think we would fear this? Absolutely not. This is all just fluff. What use is it? Brothers, strike fiercely. Haha. With no mobility, this was akin to courting death. Chu Chishi sneered. I initially planned to take them out one by one, but now, I shall eliminate them all at once. They still believed Jiangnan had some ultimate trump card. Who could have anticipated Jiangnan would create such a spectacle? Even Zhong Yingxue and Wu Yang began to doubt its reliability. Is this feasible? Only Xia Yao remained preoccupied with the fact that she was being held, looking rather fierce. At that moment, Jiangnan grinned. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The hunt begins. In the next instant, the humanoid Gundam vanished from sight, abruptly appearing before the Allied forces formation. All eyes widened in disbelief. Jiangnan had managed to teleport his entire team in such a manner? Not only did this resolve their mobility issue, but it was utterly astonishing. Jiang Yun's expression darkened. He never anticipated Jiangnan would utilize teleportation in this way. Quickly, tanks to the front. Do not be. Crimson Lotus explosive flame. Zhong Yingxue refused to let this opportunity slip away. The fireball in her hand rained down mercilessly, striking the rear row of elemental attackers, exploding into blooming flames of red lotuses upon impact. The tanks in the front line were rendered ineffective. At this moment, Zhong Yingxue, perched on Jiangnan's neck, along with the height advantage from the two black bears, significantly enhanced her field of vision and attack range. The fireballs raining down were simply unavoidable. Meanwhile, Jiangnan wielded the void chains with fervor. He utilized Xia Yao as a humanoid weapon, flinging her towards the rear of the formation, surpassing the tank's blockade. Xia Yao quickly grasped Jiangnan's intention. As the silver shadow flickered, the wolf claws gleamed menacingly, launching a crushing assault on the elemental attackers behind. All incoming attacks were blocked by Bear 1 and Bear 2. Just as they appeared to be on the verge of collapse, Jiangnan executed another teleportation, relocating everyone once more. Launch a new wave of assault. Jiang Yun aimed to restrict Jiangnan's movements using the heavy mountain domain, but alas, he could not capture him. At this moment, the humanoid mecha displayed astonishing combat prowess, toppling 14 foes in succession, with that number continuing to escalate wildly. The elusive humanoid mecha was equipped with self-guiding artillery, flamethrowers, comprehensive shields, and long-range weaponry, alongside teleportation capabilities. Its combat strength was truly off the charts, utterly disrupting the Alliance's formation and plunging the battlefield into chaos. The humanoid mecha wreaked havoc. Zhong Yingshue's excitement flushed her cheeks red. The exhilarating sensation of unleashing fiery destruction was simply divine. She had fallen in love with this feeling. Xia Yao exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao Nan, this is absolutely exhilarating. I adore fusion." Wu Liang laughed heartily. "Brother Nan, you're incredible. Crush these scoundrels." Xiong'er cheered. Roar. Jiangnan beamed brilliantly. Haha, this is just the beginning. Watch my ultimate move. As he spoke, he conjured a void chain with one hand, binding a golden durian at one end and flinging it into the crowd with abandon. Striking true, heads were shattered, blood spilled, and people were sent flying. The sound of the durian slicing through the air sent chills down spines. Ma Hao clutched his chest, his face pale. What the hell? Is that a meteor hammer? Enough already. How is there more? He exclaimed in dismay. Dodge, Haozi, quick. Seeing the meteor hammer hurtling towards Ma Hao, Kuei Yuanyang dashed forward recklessly, transforming his arm into rock, and smashed down on the golden durian. Ma Hao was moved. Despite Kuei's earlier intentions, at least this gesture was sincere. With a resounding crash, the golden durian exploded, its golden flesh splattering across a wide area. The immense shockwave knocked Kuei Yuanyang unconscious. Ma Hao crouched down, cradling him in his arms, saying, Xiaoyang, I misjudged you. Before he could finish, he was violently sick. Ma Hao's resentment points 1000. What is this smell? Who detonated a cesspit? A noxious substance cascaded onto Kuei Yuanyang's face, awakening him abruptly. Haozi, you rascal. Yet, The newly awakened Kuei Yuanyang stared wide-eyed before fainting again. Whether from disgust or the stench, it was uncertain. One golden durian had contaminated the entire battlefield. People were rendered unable to open their eyes, cursing. Who was careless? This is unbearable. I just vomited up the instant noodles I had 2 nights ago. That meteor hammer. Don't hit it, they exclaimed. Is this humanoid mecha wielding biochemical weapons? Fortunately, Wu Liang and Xiong Er had prepared in advance. Upon seeing Jiangnan produce the golden durian, they quickly held their breath. Meanwhile, Jiangnan teleported into the fray, wreaking unparalleled havoc. It was a relentless onslaught. At this moment, in the All-Star Game live stream, the comments were a flurry of confusion. What on earth is happening? Why is there a humanoid mecha in the All-Star Game? Its destructive power rivaled that of a powerless EVA Unit 01. How did Nanshin develop such skills? Mom asked why I am kneeling on the ground watching my phone. Typically, tanks engage in close combat at the forefront, with damage dealers behind. Yet, Nanshin has brought forth a humanoid mecha. The crowd felt sympathy for Langmi, tossed hither and thither. I suspect Nanshin must have watched episode 367 of One Piece. This battle left me tingling with excitement. The Nanshin team, 5 against 73, had turned the tide into a crushing victory. The mecha was magnificent. Nanshin was magnificent. The Lingshu camp had been utterly ravaged. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth in fury. Jiangnan, teleport everyone. The spiritual energy won't last long. If we hold on a little longer, victory will be ours. Ma Hao gazed at the unconscious Kuei Yuanyang, resolved to avenge him, and shouted to Qi Jia, use that technique. Spiritual technique, great flame heaven. In an instant, Ma Hao's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, resulting in a towering inferno that enveloped a 1,000-meter radius. Chu Qi nodded, flapping her snow-white wings. Spiritual technique, tornado. The whirlwind drew flames from its surroundings, forming a spectacular fire tornado that ensnared the humanoid mecha. The terrifying heat reddened faces and parched throats. Chu Qi triumphantly declared, "This time, let's see how you escape." As the other fire-based combatants joined in, fueling the flames, the wood-based fighters encouraged plant growth to feed the fire. Driven by intense hatred, Chu Qi flapped her wings relentlessly, unconcerned by the depletion of her spiritual energy. Ma Hao, feeling vindicated, proclaimed, Jiangnan, this time you are finished. I want to see how you escape. The temperature within the fire tornado escalated, potentially melting steel. Even if they could withstand it, suffocation was inevitable. Fire requires oxygen to burn. The oxygen content in the air is only 17. Such a massive blaze would consume all the oxygen in the eye of the storm. No one could survive at the center of this fire tornado. They should concede gracefully. This combination technique from the Divine Feather Squad was indeed foolproof. Jiang Yun would not let this opportunity slip. He cast the heavy mountain domain into the heart of the fire tornado, exerting tenfold gravity to utterly immobilize the humanoid mecha. Flames, as plasma, were not bound by gravity. The countless spectators outside the Lingshu were also on edge. In truth, Jiangnan was indeed trapped at the center of the fire tornado. Even if Jiangnan managed to teleport them out of the fiery grasp, they would still be engulfed by relentless flames. At that moment, as Ma Hao had stated, the oxygen levels plummeted rapidly, making breathing exceedingly arduous. The intense heat had transformed the area into an oven. Zhang Yingxue, being fire-based, showed no fear of the high temperatures, while Xia Yao's complexion had turned pale. Her silver hair drenched in sweat, clinging to her face. With injuries in her abdomen, Jiangnan dared not let her wander, pulling her into his embrace. Xia Yao weakly murmured, Xiaonan, I feel so unwell. The overwhelming gravity, scorching heat, and suffocation bore down heavily on everyone. Should they simply concede? No one mentioned such a thing. They had fought tooth and nail to reach this point, and could not easily give up. Jiangnan gently caressed Xia Yao's cheek. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I am here. Xia Yao nuzzled closer into Jiangnan's embrace, feeling a wave of reassurance. At that moment, Jiangnan's mind raced, and his gaze fell upon the ground. Eyes suddenly brightening. Nestled among the mountains and surrounded by lakes, the abundant underground water and nearby caves indicated a limestone geological structure. Limestone, eroded by water over the years, must have formed intricate underground caverns and rivers. His spatial wormhole covered a radius of about 300 meters, ample enough to reach the underground water layer. If he could locate the underground river, he could undoubtedly resolve this crisis. The problem was that Jiangnan had no way to ascertain the river's location and could only attempt to explore with his spatial wormhole repeatedly. This required time. But the oxygen levels in the arena were critically low. Jiangnan paused and then slapped his forehead. How could he forget about his pacifier? With the pacifier in his mouth, he could significantly enhance his breathing efficiency. With nearly 3 million resentment points at this moment, he decided to draw. 10 consecutive draws initiated. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 golden durian. After eliminating a substantial one, 5 million resentment points, Jiangnan finally procured 5 pacifiers. There were still 145 golden durians. Jiangnan was so infuriated that he wanted to smash all the durians and stink up the entire Lingshu. What terrible drop rates. Couldn't he experience the thrill of one-hit KO? He hastily retrieved a pacifier and put it in his mouth, giving one to Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao as well. Sure enough, with improved breathing efficiency, the feeling of suffocation was greatly diminished. Then, he gave them to Wu Liang and Xiong Er. Suck on them. At that moment, Wu Liang was dumbfounded. Seriously? What's with this timing? Why are you 3 suddenly sucking on pacifiers? Pink ones? With little wings? And you want us to join in? How am I, a He-Man, supposed to handle this? But seeing Jiangnan's unwavering gaze, Wu Liang reluctantly put the pacifier in his mouth, not forgetting to drag Xiong Er down with him. But the next moment, Wu Liang was stunned. The suffocation disappeared, replaced by a significant improvement in breathing efficiency. Even his physical functions experienced explosive growth. What kind of godly pacifier is this? I love it. Forget being a He-Man. Pacifiers are the real deal. At that moment, the 4 humans and 1 bear, each with a pacifier, were sucking away furiously, gaining precious time. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was constantly opening spatial wormholes, probing for the location of the underground river, not caring about the consumption of spiritual energy. He just ate golden durians when he ran out. Zhong Yingxue said anxiously, Xiaonan, Yao Yao is almost done for. What are you doing? Jiangnan didn't respond, desperately searching for the underground river. Outside the fire tornado, Ma Hao sneered, they can withstand it, huh? Still not giving up? Jiang Yin scoffed. They're probably roasted like jerky by now, right? But at that moment, a water column with a diameter of 5 meters shot directly out of the fire tornado. The immense water pressure slammed directly into Jiang Yun and Ma Hao, sending them flying dozens of meters. The water column was so powerful that it extinguished the sea of fire, and the field was instantly filled with white smoke. The humanoid mecha emerged, surrounded by white mist. The 4 humans and 1 bear were all sucking on pacifiers. Jiangnan thrust his hand forward, and the 5-meter-thick water column gushed out nonstop. Pacifier Askew. Aura fully unleashed. Water style. Grand waterfall technique. At that moment, the entire audience was dumbfounded. Where did the water come from? What the heck is a grand waterfall technique? Seriously, have you been watching too much Naruto? How could Jiangnan use water? Is he a dual elemental adept? Doesn't seem like it. The amount of water is so great. Even silver-grade spiritual martial artists would struggle. At that moment, Jiang Yun crawled up from the ground, ripping off the octopus on his face. What water elemental ability? There are even fish in this water. Ma Hao was completely extinguished, dumbfounded. At that moment, the live broadcast room exploded. Amazing. It's a spatial wormhole, connected to the underground river? Haha, awesome. I knew it. The God of the South never disappoints. Haha, the fire tornado was actually broken by the God of the South. Awesome. Awesome as it may be. But why are they sucking on pacifiers? Puffed. Haha. Are they pink with little angel wings? That's too girly, isn't it? Even that bald bear is sucking on one. What's with the pacifiers? I feel like the God of the South's entire aura has changed since he started sucking on one. Fiercely adorable. Ah, I love it. The God of the South with a pacifier is so cute. Snatch him away. At that moment, the sight of Jiangnan and his group sucking on pacifiers was seen by countless viewers outside. It was even more shocking than the humanoid mecha. This is too out of character. Zhong Yingxue blushed, but she couldn't bear to take it off. Xiaoyao, who had regained her energy, didn't care so much. Jiangnan grinned, drew his tang sword, and opened another spatial wormhole. A 5-meter-thick water column shot into the sky, with immense pressure. Caught off guard, Chu Chi was hit directly, almost losing her ability to fly. The next moment, Jiangnan teleported to high altitude with the humanoid mecha. The tang sword in his hand suddenly pierced into her right lung, exiting through her chest. Chu Chi's face turned pale, coughing up blood. Her eyes were filled with terror as she looked at Jiangnan. Jiangnan was still smiling. Don't worry. I avoided the arteries. You won't die. But I'll have to stab you a few more times. Although he was smiling, Jiangnan's words were as cold as ice. Chapter 206, Tang Sword Unleashed. War God returns. Chu Chi's eyes were filled with terror, desperately flapping her wings, trying to escape. But Jiangnan drew out his Tang sword and slashed it across. A sharp scream echoed in the high altitude. Blood splattered, and a pair of snow-white wings were severed. Chu Chi wanted to struggle, but Jiangnan grabbed her neck. The Tang sword mercilessly pierced into her chest. A heart-wrenching pain came. She could feel the blade of the Tang sword brushing past her heart. Every heartbeat was a dance on the edge of the blade. Chu Chi knew that if this wasn't a competition, she would have died 10,000 times over. Jiangnan's eyes were as cold as knives. Remember who you were fighting against. Chu Chi's eyes were filled with terror, reflecting Jiangnan's face. Like a demon, he became a nightmare that she could never shake off. Jiangnan casually threw her away, and Chu Chi's body fell down like a broken sack, landing on the ground. She coughed up blood, and the system determined her elimination. Jiang Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "Re!" Boom! With a loud bang. The humanoid mecha instantly appeared above Jiang Yun's head. The Bear King's shield slammed down hard. The immense force pressed him hard on the ground, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Still wanting to struggle, Jiangnan raised his hand and threw out a space chain, wrapping it around his neck. Then, he threw it towards the sky and pulled it down. Bang! Jiang Yun's body slammed onto the bluestone like a cannonball, and bone-cracking sounds like popping beans were heard, making people's scalps tingle. The pain almost made him faint, and his eyes were blood red. Jiangnan said indifferently, "You know what? Actually, you are pathetically weak." Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and roared, "Jiangnan, you!" A hand suddenly covered his face, grabbing Jiang Yun's head and smashing it hard on the ground. Bang! It actually cracked the bluestone, and blood flowed along the stone cracks. "Sorry, I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense." At that moment, the Alliance army completely panicked. The fire tornado couldn't do anything to Jiangnan. He killed Jiang Yun and Chu Chi, the two main forces, with a wave of his hand. The Alliance army had also been sharply reduced from more than 70 people to less than 30. There was no chance of winning at all. They all turned around and ran away, and even Ma Hao struggled to get up and escape. But the next moment, there was a soft sound. Looking down, the Tang sword stained with blood pierced through his abdomen. His body fell weakly to the ground, and looking at Jiangnan, he didn't even look in his direction. Resentment points from Ma Hao 666. So, I was never in Jiangnan's eyes. Heh. At that moment, looking at the fleeing players, Jiangnan grinned. "Are you all leaving before I've had my fill? That's not right, is it? Humanoid mecha. Disband. Everyone for themselves. I'll be right back." As he spoke, his body disappeared instantly. The next second, two short and rapid screams rang out in the mountains. Wu Liang swallowed. "Is Brother Nin going crazy?" Zhong Yingxua chuckled. "Xiaonan can't stand seeing anyone bully us." At first, he just wanted to play with them. But Yao Yao was seriously injured, and Xiaonan got angry. Xia Yao's face turned red, and she glared at Zhong Yingxua. "You're talking nonsense. It's not because of me." But her little heart was still pounding, and she felt warm in her heart. She couldn't help but wipe her little nose. "Hee, after this is over, let's go to the amusement park together. I want to go to the haunted house." Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. "Oh ho ho? A tactical shift in topic? That's too obvious." Zhong Yingshua's eyes sparkled. "Okay, I want to ride the Ferris wheel. And the pendulum." Wu Liang. In the mountains, a buzz-cut young man was running wildly. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he kept looking back from time to time. Just then, he felt a heat in his abdomen, and his body seemed to have been drained of all its strength. A gust of wind swept through, leaving not a soul in sight. The buzz-cut youth clutched his abdomen, his face ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A wave of warmth emanated from his palm as he leaned against a tree, slowly sinking to the ground. "I'm thoroughly defeated," he muttered with a wry smile. "Is this the true extent of Nan's power? He incapacitated me and vanished without a trace." Elsewhere, a girl with a ponytail cowered in the bushes, her heart pounding. She urged the surrounding shrubbery to grow, forming a dense shield around her. Suddenly, a bloodstained Tang blade materialized through a spatial wormhole, hovering menacingly at her neck. "Will you concede, or would you prefer a more persuasive incentive?" The girl nearly jumped out of her skin. I concede. I concede." She stammered. "Nan, would you perhaps consider adding me on WeChat?" Once her concession was processed, she emerged from the thicket, only to find herself alone. She stamped her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was darting through the forest with incredible speed, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. The sounds of anguish echoed through the trees. Within the live broadcast, a staggering 8 million viewers were glued to the screen, their eyes fixed on Jiangnan's every move. His figure blurred as he traversed the forest, his speed defying even the tracking capabilities of the Sky Eye system. He's gone mad, utterly berserk. He's a force of nature. I have goosebumps all over. This is so exhilarating. I only caught a glimpse of a fleeting blade, and then they were down. Unbelievable. 18 opponents neutralized in rapid succession. The longest engagement lasted no more than 10 seconds. He dismantled a fully equipped 4-man squad in a mere 7 seconds. Are you telling me this guy is a bronze rank? He's chasing after 20-odd people, hacking them down relentlessly. Absolutely incredible. Is this Nan's true power? The national championship is as good as his. He's devastatingly handsome. Oh my god. I'll be a Nan fan for life. A torrent of comments flooded the screen. In the waiting area, the media and even the Spirit Martial Arts Association watched in rapt silence, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. The screen displaying the participant roster flickered wildly as the number of survivors dwindled rapidly. The kill count attributed to Jiangnan's team soared exponentially. In the military base, Lynx watched the footage on her tablet, a smile playing on her lips. So, you finally decided to take things seriously. At the Yi family villa, Yi Xingxuan was surrounded by a throng of Yi family members, their faces illuminated by the glow of her computer screen. Gasps of astonishment punctuated the air. Holy crap! This kid is a beast. A complete and utter rout. That swordsmanship is dazzling. He's on par with old Qi. How did he even learn that? Yi Daodian stroked his beard. Dark Knight has unearthed a treasure. Old Li wasn't this formidable back in the day. Perhaps the void sea matter. No. This kid's level is too low. TSK. Why doesn't he focus on cultivating properly instead of participating in these ridiculous competitions? Yi yanked a tuft of hair from Yi Daodian's beard. Don't you dare speak about brother Jiangnan like that. Neener, Yi Daodian. Beard, at this moment, a lone comment caught the attention of the live broadcast audience. Has no one noticed the pacifier dangling from Nan's mouth? Wahaha. I've been wanting to say that. He's handsome and deadly, but the pacifier is so out of place. It makes him look so harmless. It completely undermines his aura. Nonsense. I isn't cute aggression in aura. Pacifier ask you. Aura unleashed. Tang blade drawn. The war god has returned. The pacifier war god. The pacifier war god. Other people's war gods make a single phone call, and 100,000 soldiers answer their call. But why is our war god still sucking on a pacifier? Within the spirit ruins, Jiangnan, mid-stride, sneezed. Achoo. He rubbed his nose. This pacifier is delicious. Hee. Pacifier ask you. Aura unleashed. Tang blade drawn. The war god has returned. Pacifier war god. 5-star rating, please. Chapter 207. Why are this young lady's clothes scattered about so randomly? In the blink of an eye, the allied forces were eliminated. Jiangnan, pacifier firmly in place, flicked the blood from his Tang blade, a look of unfulfilled satisfaction on his face. He devoured a bite of golden durian, his eyes scanning the forest for any signs of human activity, determined to pinpoint the enemy's location. With his tracking and counter-tracking skills, it was a simple task. Consuming a bulb of hey black garlic would have been even more convenient, but sucking on a pacifier in public was embarrassing enough. Did he really need to transform into a black coal ball as well? The viewers in the live broadcast watched as Jiangnan ventured deeper into the forest, their screens filled with question marks. The allied forces had already been completely eliminated. What was Nin doing now? Could he be planning to clear the entire field? There's still so much of the signal reception area left. How could he possibly clear it all? He's definitely going to clear the field. Has he become addicted to this? A masterclass of skill? A complete wipe? All by himself? Not even bringing a squad. Do you think Nin even needs one? Pacifier in mouth. That's my Nan. There's no one else like him in the world. One word. Seductive. In truth, Jiangnan was indeed planning to clear the field. After spending over 10 days in the Thousand Lake Island spirit ruins, he was beginning to miss his own little bed. Who said they had to wait until the very end to determine the victor? A complete wipe would settle things just fine. Following the trails through the forest, Jiangnan moved like a ravenous wolf, ruthlessly eliminating the remaining squads, casting a pall of dread over the entire main island. Everyone stared intently at the constantly updating battle reports. In less than 30 minutes, the kill count of Jiangnan's team had surpassed the 100-person mark. And the number continued to climb at an alarming rate, far exceeding the previous record held by the Divine Feather Squad. Shenhong stared blankly at the numbers flickering on the screen. 1 minute. It's already 103. Gasped. That kill count. It's going to break the national record. Out of the 396 participants, Jiangnan's team has eliminated a quarter of them, and it's not even over yet. This is unprecedented in the history of the All-Star League. It's like a wolf has infiltrated a flock of sheep. What's going on? Clearly, Jiangnan was the wolf. At that moment, the atmosphere on the main island was thick with tension. Wang Dong's squad had miraculously survived to this point with their full complement of members. But they were filled with apprehension as they read the battle reports on their watches. Damn, 100 kills? Has Nan gone berserk? He's not leaving us any chance. Two petite girls couldn't help but become nervous. What do we do? Should we just concede? Wang Dong gritted his teeth. We've come this far. How can we give up now? Lin Chuqing nodded in agreement. We have to at least try. Let's not bother trying. It's too much trouble. We're all alumni. Let's keep things harmonious. The sudden voice startled Wang Dong, sending shivers down his spine. Jiangnan stood before them, his Tang blade resting on his shoulder, pacifier dangling from his mouth, looking utterly nonchalant. Lin Chuqing and her companions stared wide-eyed. Hey, what's with the pacifier? It's ruining the tense atmosphere. Besides, You can't say things like that with a pacifier in your mouth. It's not threatening at all. It's too distracting. Resentment value from Lin Chuqing 666. Resentment value from Wang Dong. Wang Dong summoned his spiritual energy, gritting his teeth. I won't give up without a fight. Wang Dong. Ah. A piercing scream rang out as Wang Dong suddenly froze in place, one hand pointing towards the sky, the other on his hip. He swung his leg and launched into a flamboyant spin. Lin Chuqing? The two petite girls. What's going on? Weren't we about to fight? Why is he dancing? Is that the beginning of Michael's moonwalk? Wang Dong. I don't even know what's happening. What the hell? Why am I suddenly so agitated? Resentment value from Wang Dong 1000. Wang Dong flicked his hand, lowered his head slightly, and began to sway his hips back and forth. Oh, he couldn't help but vocalize. Wang Dong was on the verge of tears. I don't want to scream, but it's so tight. Two petite girls could hardly bear to watch, immediately covering their eyes. Jiangnan remarked, if you're going to cover your eyes, at least don't leave such a large gap between your fingers. Wang Dong executed a sudden spin, performing a space dance, her little shoes scraping against the ground. Lin Chuqing, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, Wang Dong, did you step in dog poop? If you want to rub it off, just do it directly without the dancing. Wang Dong, bewildered, protested, what dog poop? I didn't step in any. Is my dancing really that ugly? Does it look like I'm scraping off dog poop? Jiangnan could not suppress a chuckle. Wang Dong glided her way to a large tree, hugging it tightly and banging her head against it repeatedly. Ouch. It hurts. Stop. Please stop. Leaves scattered from the tree, causing the woodpecker residing there to become agitated, pecking furiously at Wang Dong's head. Lin Chuqing and the others were stunned. Wang Dong, you ran into the tree yourself. How could it not hurt? If it hurts, why do it? At that moment, Lin Chuqing recalled a similarly bizarre incident at the mall. Could it be? Jiangnan would never know. No, impossible. Jiangnan grinned and teased. What, you still want to try? Wang Dong cried, no more trying. I forfeit. I forfeit. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. What about the rest of you? Lin Chuqing and the others nodded vigorously, knowing full well that Jiangnan stood no chance. They all forfeited, leaving Wang Dong to collapse on the ground, appearing as if she had seen a ghost. Jiangnan chuckled and walked away, while Lin Chuqing hurried to check on Wang Dong, discovering bruised marks on her skin. Seeing Jiangnan's retreating figure, Lin Chuqing called out, Salty egg superhero. Jiangnan froze, cold sweat breaking out instantly. How could he have forgotten? Surely she didn't recognize him? He should have taken her down earlier. What a blunder. Quickly, he pretended not to hear and continued on his way. Dynamic light wave. At that moment, Wang Dong and the two petite girls were left bewildered. Lin, what are you talking about? Jiangnan turned back with a dark expression. Have you been watching too many cartoons? Then, feeling guilty, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Chuqing stared for a long moment, then broke into a bright smile, murmuring, Thank you, little superhero. Meanwhile, Jiangnan followed the trail, eliminating the small team along the way. As he walked, he heard faint sounds of water in the distance, prompting him to pause. He discovered a pile of discarded clothes near a thicket. Who could be so inconsiderate as to leave their clothes lying around? The environment in Lingshu needed protection. Trash should not be carelessly discarded. It must be taken away. Oh, how avant-garde. I've never seen shorts like these from the Hulk style. And this pink watermelon design is quite adorable. I wonder if Wu Liang likes this style. Muttering to himself, Jiangnan collected the clothes into a different dimension. As a conscientious youth, he could not tolerate such immoral acts occurring before his eyes. Having done a good deed, Jiangnan felt a flicker of joy. Chapter 208. I truly did not eat watermelon. He even hummed a little tune. Doing good deeds daily. Feeling quite cheerful, the sound of water grew louder as he approached a waterfall, where the clear water sparkled. Giggling. Yeah, your skin is so fair. How do you maintain it? Hee. I have my own little secrets. What secrets? Just as Jiangnan popped his head up, his eyes widened in shock. In the pool were Yu and Yu Qingqing. This sight startled Jiangnan, and he quickly covered his nose, teleporting to a tree. Who can withstand this? How could Yu and Yu Qingqing be bathing here? Would they be eliminated? Never mind, he would circle back later. After all, he had already scored a point. With his mind made up, Jiangnan teleported away. At that moment, the live stream was obscured by a sea of sunflowers. Playing soothing music, the Sky Eye system naturally prioritizes personal privacy. Hey, give me back my membership fee. Bah, crooked merchant. What the heck, sunflowers? I took off my pants. And this is all you show me? As Jiangnan walked, he suddenly realized something was off. The clothes he took were not just randomly discarded. They belonged to those two. Oh no. Jiangnan froze in place. This is incredibly awkward. I need to return them. No. That would make me a perverted thief. It wasn't that he was about to become one. He already was. Jiangnan wore an expression of guilt. But I was just doing a good deed, merely picking up the trash. It was purely coincidental that they were bathing. Yu Qingqing must be the watermelon one, right? She is so adorably naive. Yet, he had not anticipated you being so trendy. TSK, TSK, TSK at that moment. Du and Yu Qingqing emerged from the water, laughing, and returned to the thicket where they had left their clothes. Both froze instantly. Where are our clothes? Yu Qingqing blushed and meekly exclaimed, who took my shorts? Du stamped her foot angrily. Ugh. Pervert. That watermelon was my favorite. They exchanged furious glances and shouted in unison, Qin Shou, you filthy glasses wearer. Get over here. There was no one nearby, and it was clear that Qin Shou and Brother Eyes had been keeping watch. If not them, who else could it be? They quickly dove back into the water, as Qin Shou and Brother Eyes hurried over. What's wrong? Du smiled sweetly. We forgot to bring our clothes. Could you bring our bags? Brother Eyes, captivated by Du's smile, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. You forgot your clothes? Qin Shou remarked, bewildered. Yu Qingqing ground her teeth. Just keep acting. Wait until we emerge from the water. Once they were ready, Du waved at Brother Eyes. He looked puzzled. What's up? Suddenly, Du grabbed Brother Eyes by the collar, unleashing a flurry of punches like a machine gun raining down on his face. Die, pervert. I knew it. Where's my watermelon? Where did you hide it? Brother Eyes, bewildered, replied, what watermelon? We didn't eat any watermelon. Even if they had. That didn't warrant such a beating. You shattered my glasses. Without them, I might as well not exist. Qin Shou looked on, utterly confused, his face pale with shock. What is going on? Little fish. This is... Yu Qingqing blushed. Brother Qin, come here. I need to tell you something. She ran in the brief span of time. The bespectacled man and Qin Shou had amassed an astonishing 200,000 points of resentment. What had transpired? Upon returning to the waterfall pool, they encountered a massive pit, measuring 15 meters in diameter. Qin Shou lay within, swollen like a pig, his eyes vacant, tears streaming down his cheeks as he lamented, Why? Why is this happening? Yu Qingqing sat at the edge of the pit, still gnashing her teeth in frustration. The bespectacled man leaned against a tree, his eyes so swollen he could barely keep them open, his battered glasses stubbornly clinging to his face. Du panted heavily, demanding, Speak. Where did you hide the little watermelon? The bespectacled man cried out, I swear I didn't eat the watermelon. Jiangnan swallowed hard, realizing he need not intervene. The two girls were effectively eliminating each other. Their fury was truly terrifying. It was a stroke of luck he hadn't returned earlier. I'm here to eliminate you. Yu Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Jiangnan. Oh, then I choose to forfeit. Du, unfazed, also forfeited, still pressing for the watermelon's whereabouts. Jiangnan was taken aback. Was Du the little watermelon? Then who was Yu Qingqing? At that very moment, as the two girls forfeited, all the participants received a notification on their satellite watches. The All-Star High School League had concluded. Champions. Jiangnan's team. Total kills, 143. A new national record. Runners-up. Ice Peak team. Total kills, 17. Third place. Ethereal team. Total kills, 6. However, this ranking was not based on kills but on survival time. Jiangnan's team rightfully claimed the crown, having survived until the end. To Yu Qingqing and Du Yu's astonishment, their little squad had unexpectedly secured second place. Their gazes turned to Jiangnan, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. 143 kills? A national record? Could it be that Jiangnan had cleared the field? Jiangnan scratched his head, chuckling, had it not been for your little bath. Second place would not have belonged to Ice Peak team. As Jiangnan looked down at the battered Qin Shou and the bespectacled man, he felt a twinge of guilt. He handed them each a vitality ginseng. Sympathy evident on his face. Take care, brothers. The bespectacled man grasped Jiangnan's hand, tears in his eyes, insisting, I really didn't eat the watermelon. Jiangnan responded, Brother, are you misunderstanding something? Even Shen Miao, who was enjoying a self-heating hot pot, was momentarily stunned, before leaping up in excitement, clapping her hands. Wow, this is pure bliss. We came in third, and we get hot pot. Now we can enter the Kunlun spirit pool. Yay. Meanwhile, at the campsite, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao gazed at their satellite watches, equally astonished. 143 kills? What was happening? Jiangnan had been gone for less than 3 hours, and had cleared the entire place, while setting a national record. Wu Liang gasped in shock. If Brother Nan gets serious, this all-star competition won't last more than 5 days. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. Yet soon, their competitive spirit rekindled. Although they felt the gap between themselves and Jiangnan, they were not lacking the courage to strive to catch up. What are you talking about? So cheerful? Jiangnan suddenly appeared in the arena, and Zhong Yingxue beamed at him. You're amazing. The champions of the provincial all-star competition. Who would have thought? Xia Yao rushed to Jiangnan, excitedly rubbing her face against his. Champions! Champions! Haha. Jiangnan ruffled her hair. Does your wound still hurt? Here, eat this. He handed her a vitality ginseng. Xia Yu held the ginseng, a touch of moisture in her eyes, her cheeks flushed as she softly uttered. Thank you. Clearly, the image of Jiangnan charging out with his Tang Dao was still fresh in her mind, causing her heart to race. Jiangnan chuckled. Why be so polite? Just let me pet your tail later. Okay. What? No way. You can't. This time there's no escaping. How about a little ear rub? Ear rub is fine. Zhong Yingxue suggested. Once we're out, let us celebrate at the amusement park by the sea. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Thus, beach. Swimwear. Hee. Let us go. The more, the merrier. The atmosphere became joyful, and everyone's gaze fell on Xiong'er, who had accompanied them throughout. Wu Liang murmured. Brother Nan, take my little brother along. Don't worry about finding a place for him. I'll handle it. At this moment, even Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao nodded eagerly. They genuinely adored Xiong'er, who had shielded them from countless attacks with his plump form. Jiangnan sighed, shaking his head. Don't just think of yourselves. Consider Xiong'er. We rarely have time to accompany him during school. Moreover, there are no other spirit beasts outside with whom he can communicate. Thinking from his perspective, it's akin to tossing a person into a world filled with spirit beasts. Xiong'er belongs to the Thousand Island Lake Spirit Ruins. This is his world. It's not that we can't take him out. It's that the outside world isn't prepared to welcome him. After Jiangnan spoke, the three fell silent. Though reluctant to admit it, what he said was indeed true. This journey had been joyous because of Xiong'er, but now that the thought of separation loomed, it was truly heart-wrenching. Xiong'er stared at everyone with bewildered eyes, wondering what they were discussing. Jiangnan grinned. Don't think too much. Let us take a commemorative photo. We can always return to Thousand Island Lake whenever we want. Nodding heavily, they all approached Xiong'er for a big, soft bear hug. Jiangnan set up the camera, adjusting it for automatic shooting, before rushing back into position. In the forest, Jiangnan embraced both Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue, squatting down. Zhong Yingxue held up her signature peace sign, while Xia Yao playfully stuck out her tongue. Jiangnan grinned broadly, his mouth full of a pacifier. Meanwhile, Wu Liang, in beast form, hugged Xiong'er, resembling two brothers. Click! The shutter captured this beautiful moment. Sensing the atmosphere of parting, Xiong'er appeared somewhat downcast. Jiangnan led him aside, pulling out 1,000 pairs of Haohua brand underwear from the dimensional space, filling 2 large bags. He had exchanged this with 100,000 resentment points at the system store. Remember to wear these, all right? And here is more for you. He produced another large bag, having spent 300,000 resentment points on 3,000 vitality ginsengs from the system store. For Xiong'er, there was nothing he wouldn't spare. Xiong'er stared in awe at the massive bag of vitality ginseng, rubbing his face against Jiangnan's chest in delight. This will last you a while. When we return to Thousand Island Lake, you'll be looking after us. Train hard. When the time is right, I'll take you out for a stroll. Xiong'er nodded vigorously, patting his chest and giving a thumbs up. Jiangnan smiled, rubbing his eyes. Suddenly, the helicopter arrived to pick them up. As they boarded, the helicopter ascended, and Xiong'er gradually shrank in the distance, yet he remained standing, waving his paw. Wu Liang's eyes turned red. He was truly reluctant to part. Zhong Yingxue sniffled softly, feeling a pang of sadness. Xia Yao voiced her concern. Will Xiong'er be safe in the spirit ruins? What if? Jiangnan reassured her. Don't worry. Xiong'er is cunning. He is the one lurking in the grass for ambushes. Survival capabilities need not be mentioned. Moreover, what if it devours all the ginseng I possess? Can you imagine taking that Azure Dragon beast for a stroll? I shove 3,000 energy ginseng down its throat. And who knows how formidable Bear 2 might become. After exiting the Qiandao Lake spiritual ruins, we land at Baishan Airport. At this very moment, the podium is meticulously prepared. Xin Miao's team occupies the 3rd place position. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing's group stands as the runners-up, with Qin Shou and the bespectacled brother confined to wheelchairs, their faces wrapped in bandages. Yet, they persist in receiving their awards on the podium, displaying remarkable resilience. As soon as the helicopter touches down, Jiangnan is stunned by the scene before him. Journalists from various local stations have gathered in full force, and the runway is packed with people, a sea of black. The instant Jiangnan's team steps onto the podium, the crowd erupts into a deafening cheer. The pacifier tilts. The aura is unleashed. The blade is drawn. The war god returns. Huzzah! The pacifier war god. Stealing milk with a basin. A humanoid Goliath. The entire venue is overwhelmed. Huzzah! Thousands of individuals have converged at Baishan Airport, brandishing LED signs emblazoned with pacifier war god. Their frenzied cries echo, synchronized and swelling in intensity. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan explodes with rage. Frustrated, he hurls the pacifier violently to the ground. What nonsense is this pacifier war god? Who bestowed this ridiculous nickname upon me? Who dares to step forward? I assure you, I won't hesitate to strike you down. This is utterly humiliating. The nuclear bomb man, Jiang Depeo, is already embarrassing enough. And now this pacifier war god? I spit. In the crowd, Ichi foams. Holding a light sign and shouting with all his might, suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. Chapter 210, Declaring War Nationwide. Dare to challenge me. What is even more outrageous is that within just a few days, a similar pacifier lollipop has hit the market and is selling like wildfire. A throng of people sucking on them. What a scene. Xia Yao can't contain her laughter. Oh dear. Our pacifier war god is angry. Zhong Yingxue covers her mouth. Stifling a laugh. Puffed. When he gets angry, he is adorably fierce. Jiangnan. Adorable? I'm a handsome man relying on my looks. To describe me as adorable is nothing short of an insult. His heart feels as if struck by 100,000 blows. Shenhong, grinning broadly, steps forward and says, "You've saved face for our governor. With a kill count of 143. You've shattered the national record. It's likely to remain unbroken for quite some time." Jiangnan extends his hand. "What about my little goal?" Shenhong rolls his eyes. "Do you really need to be so direct? As if I'm withholding money from you." Little does he know. Jiangnan is genuinely wary of being cheated. The last time he secured first place in the Tianqi spiritual ruins, he nearly exhausted himself to obtain the reward, sacrificing his future in the process. Suddenly, Shenhong snaps his fingers, and a staff member hands Jiangnan an enormous check. 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Jiangnan exclaims, "What is this? So large. If I were to take it to the bank, that would be quite the spectacle." Shenhong clears his throat. "Ahem. This is merely for photos. The money will be transferred to your bank account afterward." Jiangnan rolls his eyes. "You could have mentioned that earlier. After this, I have something to discuss with you." He shoots a glance at Jiangnan and pats his shoulder. The third and second place winners also receive their respective rewards. After the award ceremony, Jiangnan steps off the stage, only to be besieged by a swarm of reporters. Hu Shua charges forward, thrusting the microphone into Jiangnan's face. "South God. South God. You've won the championship at Qiandao Lake Spiritual Ruins, shattering the national kill record. Can you share your feelings at this moment?" Jiangnan grins widely. "Are you sure you want me to say?" Hu Shua feels a cold breeze sweep past him. "No way. He is not going to pull a prank on me again, is he?" He quickly adopts a pleading expression, his eyes brimming with innocence. Thus, Jiangnan clears his throat and replies, "It's just standard procedure, nothing to be surprised about. However, I'm much more interested in the national champion's reward than the provincial one. Here, I want to say a word to those who have yet to qualify for the national competition. You've worked hard. Look at the scorching heat. You still have to suffer in the spiritual ruins. TSK, TSK, TSK. Enjoy yourselves. I'm off to indulge in hot pot, barbecue, and spa treatments on the beach." Haha. Hu Shua. In an instant, the media frenzy captures every moment, and the crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. What a cheeky move. This is infuriating. At this moment, all-star competitions in various provinces have not yet concluded. They are still in the finals, with results 5 days away. Yet, South God has burst onto the scene. Giggling, South God is so flamboyant. Haha. Still that familiar flavor. So audacious. Why do I want to fight him so badly? But I can't even match him. So frustrating. South God is incredible. Declaring war on the national all-star competition? Haha. Anticipation builds. In other words, declaring war nationwide? Dare to challenge me? Will the competitors from other provinces be infuriated upon seeing this video? This clip skyrocketed to the top of the day's trending topics on Weibo. After the interview concludes, Jiangnan contemplates seeking out Shenhong to inquire about the matter, only to be completely swarmed by a throng of young fans. South God. South God. Can I have your autograph? Right on my face, please. Just one on each side. Jiangnan beams. Sure. South God. Do you have any pacifiers left? I'd love one, even if it's been used. When will you set up a stall? We'll come support you. Haha. We'll be there for you during the national competition. Sign it. South God. Sign it on my pecs. Ugh. What kind of fetish is that? After being besieged for half an hour, Jiangnan can no longer bear it and swiftly teleports away. Now he understands why it's called an all-star competition. He truly feels like a celebrity. Following a series of flashy stunts in the spiritual ruins, Jiangnan has become a hot topic. Over the past 10 days, he has consistently remained trending on social media. His Weibo followers have surged to over 5 million. When he finally finds time to locate Shenhong, he discovers Shenhong fidgeting. It's not anything else. We've made a breakthrough in the research of energy ginseng. Once successful, it could lead to the development of a rapid healing potion, which would be a monumental boon for all spiritual warriors. Jiangnan grins. How many do you need? Shenhong's face reddens. 1,000. Nothing comes for free. Here's a card for you. All your purchases at the Spiritual Warriors Association will receive a 20% discount. He hands Jiangnan a platinum card. How many silver-grade spirit pearls do you require? Name your price. Jiangnan ponders. I currently don't need silver pearls. Can you procure gold-grade spirit pearls for me? Shui Shui and Xia Yao both attain silver, yet they lack spirit techniques. And I'm about to reach silver as well, not to mention Wu Liang. Shenhong winces at the thought. Gold-grade spirit pearls? Jiangnan is indeed asking for a fortune. Is he planning to equip the team further? Think about what spirit techniques you want. I'll find them for you. However, I cannot procure yours. The spatial spirit pearls are unavailable at the Spiritual Warriors Association. You'll have to source them from higher-ups. Shenhong is naturally invested in this matter, especially with the National All-Star competition approaching. They are representing their province. Higher strength is paramount. Jiangnan then spends 100,000 resentment points to exchange for 1,000 energy ginseng, handing them to Shenhong. Just take care of them. I'll manage my own. Let me know once you're ready. He waves his hand and boards the bus. Shenhong carries the heavy ginseng, a bittersweet smile on his face. This debt of gratitude is only growing. On the return bus, Principal Sun arrives and passionately praises everyone. After all, there are 3 coveted spots. In Songyang, Lingwu directly secured 2 victories. It is not merely a matter of bringing glory to the school. It is as if our ancestors' graves are emitting green smoke. A welcome ceremony was organized for Jiangnan and the others, eagerly awaiting their return. At this moment, however, Jiangnan seemed oblivious, lost in a state of bliss. His hands were busy exploring the fluffy wolf ears of Xia Yao seated behind him, a delightful endeavor that had persisted for half an hour. Xia Yao's lovely face flushed a bright red, reaching her earlobes, as she sat upright, nervously fidgeting with her clothes. Xiaonan, are you done? Jiangnan was soaring in ecstasy. Beast-eared girls are the best. Since you have fulfilled my wish, I shall grant the 3 of you your desires. Choose a golden-level spirit pearl, and each select a spirit technique you fancy. Inform me, and I shall procure it for you. Xia Yao sprang up, accidentally hitting her head, wincing as her excitement shone through her big eyes. Really? Zhong Yingxue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. We can choose freely? Wu Liang was taken aback. Did we just decide how to spend $1 billion? Jiangnan shrugged. Please, call me Aladdin. Chapter 211. A night to remember. It must be noted that golden-level spirit pearls are exceedingly rare. One cannot simply purchase them with money. And Jiangnan offers to let them choose a spirit technique at will? Such extraordinary prowess. Xia Yao giggled. Little Aladdin, you are truly amazing. Zhong Yingshue's eyes curved into crescents. We must choose wisely. You deserve a reward. What does Xiaonan desire as a reward? Jiangnan's expression turned serious. Shue, I seek no other reward. Your presence by my side is the greatest gift. Zhong Yingxue froze, her cheeks igniting with embarrassment. Burying her face in her clothes like an ostrich. Why, you naughty? Xia Yao ground her teeth, feeling a tinge of jealousy. How could Xiaonan be so charming? Caution was warranted. Nearby, Wang Dong silently wept, glancing from Jiangnan to himself, realizing he had failed to ignite any sparks with his trio. On the train, Jiangnan finally charged his phone. Upon opening Weibo, he was astounded to see his followers surge to 5 million. The humanoid Goliath had taken the internet by storm. Even the video of him stealing milk had been compiled. The comments below were unbearable to read. Even worse, the official account had changed Jiangnan's title to Milk Bottle War God. Jiangnan, can someone have a shred of dignity? I do not desire this title. Frustrated, Jiangnan furiously posted on Weibo. From iPhone 11 Pro Max South God, accepting milk bottle advertisements, highest bidder wins. Images, too. One was a snapshot taken during skydiving, while the other captured Jiangnan and his 3 companions with a bear at Qiandao Lake's spirit ruins. The comments exploded in an instant. Has South God given up? Is he starting to cash in? Such a radiant smile. I want this as my desktop wallpaper. Bear 1 and Bear 2 are making me laugh to tears. So wonderful. Let me take South God home. Shouting, looking handsome again. Congratulations on the victory. Chuching, is the milk bottle delicious? Xiaoyu, I'm still hungry. South God, are you sure you can say that after drinking so many cows dry? At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the next compartment. Let go of me. Open the window. I want to die. I can't go on living. I will throw myself onto the tracks. It was the anguished cry of Qin Shou. Jiangnan and the others were taken aback. What had transpired? They soon discovered a video shared in the class group chat. The title read, "Is Qin Shou even human? More like a true beast." Clicking to view, they were met with a bizarre video featuring Qin Shou being tossed on a bull's horn, alongside clips of over 20 men stealing milk from a cow, all set to a dynamic laser rain BGM. It was utterly ludicrous. Jiangnan burst into laughter, realizing that while he had been indulging in his own antics, such chaos had unfolded. Qin Shou had undoubtedly become the second hottest topic after Jiangnan, albeit in a rather absurd manner. He was now the reigning king of the bizarre video realm. Feeling overwhelmed, Jiangnan quickly averted his gaze, fearing he might laugh away his 8-pack abs. He opened WeChat, accepting a flurry of friend requests, among which were Shun Miao and Guohua. He replied with a wave of congratulatory messages. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Mountain Cat. "Luo Tianhong, thank you for your hard work." Head pats. Jiangnan chuckled, feeling warmth in his heart. "South God, any tasks in the dark night? I need silver. I still have no spirit pearls." Luo Tianhong, "Not needed for now, just returned. Rest well. I will find a way for the spirit pearls." South God, "Snuggles don't work too hard. I will bring you sweets next time we meet." Luo Tianhong, "Jiangnan? Mountain Cat is using emojis? This must be a mistake. It's simply too adorable." Meanwhile, Shun Miao also sent a WeChat message. "South God, let's go out for a meal sometime." Jiangnan grinned. "We are planning to visit the seaside amusement park. Want to join? Come along, Guohua as well." South God, "Don't forget your swimsuits." "Absolutely. Hehe." Upon returning to school, as the principal had mentioned, a welcome ceremony was indeed held for Jiangnan and his fellow competitors. A stage was set up in the sports field, complete with a celebratory band. Such grandeur. Students flocked to the event after school, their faces alight with excitement. As Jiangnan and his team entered, cheers erupted in waves. The students gazed at Jiangnan with admiration, having witnessed the thrilling moments of the All-Star game. Following the principal's speech, Jiangnan's team was awarded a staggering 3 million in scholarships, while Qin Shou and Wang Dong's teams received 2 and 1 million, respectively. Jiangnan was utterly elated. On stage, the band played music from the previous century. The principal reveled in the tunes, while Jiangnan felt a twinge of discomfort. The students were equally bemused, questioning the appropriateness of the performance. Jiangnan covered his face. "I can't take it anymore. I can't bear to listen. After finally winning a championship, why does it feel like I am being sent off?" Where did they find this band? Nearby, the iron-butted Prince Lu Ming quipped, from the funeral home 2 streets over. Jiangnan, "Seriously? They're sending me off? How can they be so cheap?" Lu Ming grinned. "If you feel it's not working, why not go up there? Aren't you skilled?" Jiangnan retorted confidently. "Of course I am. I am a professional. Just wait." He strode towards the stage. Lu Ming, "What is happening? Is he really going up there?" As Jiangnan approached the band, everyone paused in confusion. Xia Yao nudged Zhong Yingxue. "Look, Xiaonan is going up." Zhong Yingxue was bewildered. "What is he doing?" Jiangnan approached the band members. "Can you play something more energetic?" The band leader thumped his chest. "Sure thing. If you want to dance on a grave, I can arrange that for you." Jiangnan, "Are you all this professional?" He casually picked up a suona from the rack. "Mind if I give it a go?" The band leader raised an eyebrow. "You want to try? This isn't something just anyone can blow." Jiangnan rolled his eyes. "You play it then." Skill activated. Suona performance, LV0. Skill points added, 1,100. Skill upgraded. Suona performance, intermediate, LV0. In an instant, music filled the air. It was the theme song from Slam Dunk. Until the ends of the world. Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. His brother indeed possessed a flair for the dramatic. The pulsating rhythm of the music surged through the venue, instantly elevating the atmosphere. The students' eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiangnan polished the suona and adjusted the reed, leaving his classmates bewildered. Could it be that this song could be played on the suona? Astonishingly, the South God could play the suona? At that moment, Jiangnan inhaled deeply, and the next instant, the soaring sound of the suona erupted, overpowering the accompaniment. Dominating the stage like a masterful stroke of artistry, the ambience ignited explosively, as the suona, a rogue of musical instruments, unleashed its power. It was unrivaled in the realm of music. Unbelievable. The sound of the suona sent shivers down my spine. What a divine performance. The suona could indeed be played. Moreover, this song could be interpreted through the suona. It was utterly enchanting, overwhelming, hilarious. Who cares about anything else? Just revel in the moment. The sound of the suona echoed. A testament to parental devotion. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao gazed in astonishment at Jiangnan, who was playing the suona on stage. Could it be that Xiaonan could pull this off? Wu Liang remarked, "There is nothing my South brother cannot do." Chapter 212, Strengthening Elixir 2.0 Bonus Update. As the sound of the Swana reverberated, the crowd erupted in cheers. The students could hardly contain themselves as they clapped to the beat. Yu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Jiangnan completely transformed her perception of the Swana. The band leader was left in disbelief, watching Jiangnan play the Swana effortlessly. He marveled at how his own master had practiced for 20 years to achieve such skill. Had this younger brother honed his craft since birth? Lu Ming stared at Jiangnan, his mind momentarily blank. He had merely mentioned it casually, yet South God truly took the stage. Observing the electrifying atmosphere, Lu Ming grinned mischievously and slyly approached the control panel. 3 minutes later, a video of Qin Shou's comedic antics played on the large screen behind the stage. The audience erupted in laughter. Qin Shou exploded in exasperation. "Ah, little prince, you better not run. Watch me not make you regret it. Even if you were clean last night." Wang Dong grinned. "Count me in." After the welcome party concluded and they returned to the long-lost villa, a wave of tranquility washed over them. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao prepared to take a shower, while Jiangnan lay on the bed, resting his arms behind his head and leisurely swinging his feet. On the bedside table, besides the photograph of Jiangnan and Zhong Yingxue from the orphanage, there was now another one, the four of them with a bear taken at Qianhu Island Lingxiu. Jiangnan smiled at the picture and began to check his system account. Although he had amassed a significant amount of resentment points from this trip to Qianhu Island Lingxiu, he had spent 1.5 million on the due to pacifiers. Later, he had also exchanged a considerable sum for ginseng for Bear 2 and provided 1,000 ginseng to Shen Miao. Thus, after all the expenditures, only a little over 1 million resentment points remained. Jiangnan had no intention of hoarding. Should the resentment points vanish, he could always earn more. He had some experience in this matter. The lucky 10 consecutive draws have commenced. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 golden durian. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize. Jiangnan eagerly awaited the items in the inventory. He hammered the button. After 9 consecutive draws, he received 3 due to pacifiers and 87 golden durians. Jiangnan exploded in frustration, burying his head in the pillow. He twisted and turned on the bed in a fit of rage. This damn system. What a ridiculous drop rate. That was 900,000 resentment points. Detected host's insult towards the system. Deducting funds. Ding. Your bank card ending in 7931 has been charged 10,000 yuan. Balance. Jiangnan gaped in disbelief. Deducted. I just received 100 million. Today, I'll risk it all just to curse you out. I'll curse you to the ends of the earth. You little frog. Jiangnan unleashed a torrent of curses, his spit flying everywhere. He raged for a full half hour, his voice hoarse from the exertion. Checking his phone, he chuckled. Had he only cursed for 1 million? He would curse another 2 million, just for good measure. Come on, let us hurt each other. Detected host has spent 30 million resentment points. Reward, 1 upgrade card. Jiangnan. What is happening? Am I bowing down to this? The system can express emotions? Has it been tamed? It realized that there was no fruitful outcome in a mutual onslaught with Jiangnan. Jiangnan stood on the bed, hands on his hips, a triumphant expression on his face. Humph. He felt as though he had gained an upper hand. Although he felt a pang for that 1 million, his hands trembled from the exertion. Yet it was worth it. Without this mutual barrage, how could he have earned this upgrade card? Jiangnan's eyes sparkled. What on earth is this special upgrade card? Could it enhance himself? From bronze to silver? How impressive. He hurried to check the system's inventory. Upgrade card. Effect. Allows the host to upgrade any existing consolation prize in the system shop. Enhances the attributes of the consolation prize comprehensively. Jiangnan felt slightly disappointed. It wasn't an upgrade for himself. Gazing at the array of consolation prizes in the system shop, he hesitated. Which one to choose? Yellow beans? Cherries? Or leeks? Ultimately, Jiangnan's gaze landed on the strengthening elixir. In terms of effectiveness, the strengthening elixir would undoubtedly provide immense benefits. Even without consumption, using it for a soak would yield remarkable effects. Done. Jiangnan directly applied the upgrade card to the strengthening elixir. To his astonishment, a new item appeared in the system's inventory. It required 1,000 resentment points for redemption. Strengthening elixir 2. 0. Effect. Enhances the user's physical attributes by 30 times. Effect lasts for 72 hours. Jiangnan. It escalated from the original 10-fold to 30-fold.